Fengcheng City No. 2 High School, Class 5 of Professional Awakeners. The class teacher was giving his usual pre-awakening ceremony admonishments. When he mentioned not having a single profession choice, his gaze invariably fell upon Lu Feng, a youth in the back corner. All eyes in the class turned to him. Lu Feng, with his sharp eyebrows, star-like eyes, and a lean, handsome figure, seemed unfazed. As the only student in the entire school had been held back for 3 years, he was accustomed to such scrutiny. He clenched his personal stat sheet, but his heart was pounding with an entirely different emotion, relief. He was finally free. In his mind, the cold, mechanical voice of the system sounded as scheduled. Ding, 1000th check-in successful. Ding, congratulations to the host for enduring hardship. You have obtained the Transcendent God-tier talent Words or Law. Words or Law, initial stage, upgradable. Affinity and control over worldly elements reach 100%. You can control them at will. At your command, all elements will heed your call. This talent does not belong to any transferable profession but is a personal attribute of the host and has a chance to trigger divine guidance. Host, please complete your awakening within 24 hours and accept the baptism of the Eternal Tower, or this talent will enter a dormant state. Transcendent God Tier. A legendary talent far surpassing SSS rank. Lu Feng's heart raced with excitement. He couldn't wait to test the power of this talent. The Eternal Tower's advent ushered in an era of universal class transition, where humanity gained power to fight alien species invading from dimensional rifts. Lu Feng boarded the bus to Fengjiang City's Eternal Tower. His stat sheet showed, Strength 5, 8, Constitution 4, 3, Intelligence 8, 1, Agility 5, 5, Passing Score 6, 0. His prominent intelligence, with other stats failing, left him with only one class option, Summoner. This was deliberate. For 3 years, a check-in system bound to him required daily check-ins within his classroom. Failure meant mutual destruction. To complete this, he intentionally neglected his physical training, ensuring he failed previous class transitions and remained in school. Now, the ordeal was over. Compared to his transcendent God-tier talent, class choice was secondary. He had to awaken within 24 hours. Zhang Shua, Ma Mingfei, Lu Feng, to the awakening grounds. Lu Feng stepped into a magic circle. A beam of light descended from the Eternal Tower, enveloping him. Young man, your inner demons are stirring. Come, choose to be my partner. A light projection appeared before him with the option Summoner, its background an image of gazing into an abyss. Lu Feng confirmed his choice. Congratulations on successfully transitioning to the Summoner class. Congratulations on awakening the class talent, B-rank talent Bloodthirsty Pact. Consume own HP to make summon creatures enter a bloodthirsty state, all stats plus 20%. Activating Transcendent God Tier talent Words or Law. Sensing the divine baptism of the Transcendent God Tier talent, beginning to absorb energy from the Eternal Tower. Lu Feng, B-rank talent Bloodthirsty Pact receives divine baptism, successfully advances. Bloodthirsty Pact, B-rank, King's Bloodline, A rank, consume max HP to enhance summon creature's bloodline and base stats. A rank talent King's Bloodline, sensing divine baptism, successfully advances. King's Bloodline, A, Dark Angel's Sanctification, S, consume max HP for summon creature's qualitative transformation and permanent rank up. S rank talent Dark Angel's Sanctification receives divine baptism, successfully advances. Dark Angel's Sanctification, S, Sacred Spring Gush, SS, same as above, and summoner can use all of the summon creature's skills and passives. SS rank talent Sacred Spring Gush, sensing divine baptism, successfully advances. Sacred Spring Gush, SS, Heavenly Dao Contract, SSS, consume money, or max HP, for summon creature's qualitative transformation and permanent rank up series, and summoner can use all its skills and passives. The talent finally stabilized at SSS rank. Lu Feng was astounded, then understood the ultimate end of talent was paying to win. This must be the divine guidance effect of his transcendent God tier talent. Outside, Lu Feng's name drew attention, mostly from those expecting a joke. Zhang Shua, Tank, C-rank talent. Zhang Shua cheered. Wang Jihao, Pugilist, E-rank talent. Wang Jihao despaired. When it was Lu Feng's turn, the magic crystal ball at the center of his circle glowed faintly and for a long time, leading many to assume he had failed or had an extremely low-grade talent. Look, Lu Feng's data is out. The staff member read, Lu Feng, transition to summoner class, talent assessed as B rank. The crowd fell silent. Scoffers were dumbfounded. B rank was top-tier student level. A 3-year repeater with a B rank talent? The class teacher was overjoyed. Just as everyone thought it was over, Lu Feng's magic circle suddenly spun violently. A golden beam, hundreds of times larger than before, surged from the Eternal Tower, engulfing the entire awakening area in blinding light. This phenomenon lasted only a moment before vanishing. The magic circle returned to normal. The staff, after checking, found no anomalies and dismissed it as an illusion. Lu Feng walked out. He decided to temporarily conceal his SSS rank talent and present himself as B rank. Firstly, SSS rank was too shocking and would attract undue attention, potentially assassination from hostile national forces. Secondly, his current strength was too low. He needed to develop discreetly. He would reveal his true talent when he was strong enough to protect himself. His class teacher congratulated him enthusiastically. Other classmates had mixed reactions, some genuinely happy, others envious. Lu Feng exchanged a few pleasantries and left quickly. He needed to catch up. After he left, some classmates jeered, "Humph, acting all high and mighty. Summoner is weak early game, he won't go far." Lu Feng went to a nearby abandoned construction site. He checked his attribute panel. Besides summoner stats, he now had 100% affinity with all elements. This was unheard of even for S-rank elemental mages, who usually specialized in one element with around 30% affinity. He tested words or law. "Wind, arise," he whispered. A breeze grew into a whistling gale, then a massive tornado ripped through the desolate land. "Lightning, flash," he pointed to the sky. A clear sky instantly filled with dark clouds, and a colossal lightning bolt struck afar, causing a military helicopter to smoke and spiral downwards. Lu Feng was stunned by the immense power but realized he couldn't control it precisely yet. On his way home, he saw a group of female warriors with swords and shields. On a whim, he impulsively shouted, "Swords, come." Instantly, metallic elements within a mile radius went berserk. Swords, shields, armor plates, even iron chastity belts flew from the warriors, converging above him. Screams erupted from the street. Lu Feng, terrified, bolted. Panting, he reached his family's grocery store. A neighbor boy praised his running speed, while the mother, behind his back, disparaged him for being a repeater. Lu Feng, long accustomed to such remarks, remained calm. "Mom, I'm back." The grocery store was run by his mother, Deng Meihua. Hearing his voice, Deng Meihua, who was doing accounts, assumed the worst, that he had failed the awakening again, just like the previous 2 years. Hiding her disappointment, she feigned busyness. "Chen, why are you back so early?" "It's okay, if you failed this time, there's always next time. Mom believes in you. Are you hungry? I'll make your favorite braised fish." Her words warmed Lu Feng's heart. He interrupted, "Mom, I think you misunderstood. I participated in the class transition ceremony this time. I successfully transitioned. I'm a professional now." Lu Feng's words made Deng Meihua's actions come to an abrupt halt. She slowly raised her head, looking at Lu Feng with a hint of disbelief. Lu Feng smiled, straightened his chest, and raised his voice a few notches. "Mom, I successfully changed my profession. I'm now a summoner, and my awakened talent is still B level. I just wanted to come home early, so I came back right after the job change. It's not what you think, I didn't get to attend the job change ceremony." Upon hearing this, Deng Meihua was stunned for a moment, then an uncontrollable joy surged in her heart. "Son, is what you said true?" Lu Feng nodded emphatically. "It's true, your son is now a professional." Deng Meihua smiled through her tears. "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. My son has successfully changed his profession and is now a summoner." She immediately put down her work and tied on an apron. "Mom will cook for you right now, making your favorite fish and stir-frying a few side dishes to celebrate." Although it was still fish being cooked, Deng Meihua's state of mind was completely different now. Earlier, she was worried about her son being sad while cooking fish. Now, she was happy and celebrating, feeling invigorated. Seeing his mother so joyful, Lu Feng was also very happy. The depression he had suppressed for 3 years finally eased. At the stairway on the second floor, Lu Lingyue leaned against the wall, pouting slightly, hands on her hips, silently watching her cheerful mother and the silly smiling Lu Feng. Deng Meihua noticed Lu Lingyue and called out, "Silly girl, why are you still standing there? Come down and help me. Your brother has successfully changed his profession and has a B-level talent. We need to celebrate properly." Hearing his mom's words, Lu Feng finally reacted and looked towards the stairway, where Lu Lingyue was also looking at him. "Oh, little sister, why aren't you in class at university? How come you're back?" Lu Lingyue was a year and 3 months younger than Lu Feng, a freshman at Dongjiang University. The unified job change time for various cities and counties was earlier than the university's holiday, so the university hadn't yet broken for vacation. Lu Lingyue was concerned about Lu Feng's job change and specially took leave to come back. The truth was, she was very happy to hear about Lu Feng's successful job change. But the congratulatory words were hard for her to say. She pouted and said proudly, "It's none of your business. I can come back whenever I want." I really didn't expect you to awaken a B-level talent. It doesn't make you lose face as my brother." Lu Feng understood Lu Lingyue's personality, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. The sibling relationship was very good. Lu Lingyue used to love sticking to him, being his little shadow. But since the year Lu Feng repeated a grade, they had become somewhat distant due to their father, Lu Lianyu. In Manhwa, the tuition for compulsory education is fully covered by the state, but the tuition for repeating a grade must be paid entirely out of pocket. This amount was not small. To gather enough tuition, their father, Lu Lianyu, left home to work long-distance transport, often not returning home for months. Lu Lianyu doted on Lu Lingyue the most, and seeing him work hard away from home, with the family often apart, Lu Lingyue still held some resentment towards Lu Feng. Of course. Lu Feng touched his nose and replied with a smile. Hoof. Lu Lingyue came down from upstairs, walked in front of Lu Feng, and gestured with her eyes and hands. You're still so much taller than me. You've grown taller, Lu Feng said indulgently. After entering university, Lu Lingyue had changed a lot. Her features had matured, and her figure was more upright. She lightly huffed and turned around. Do I need you to tell me? Now that you've successfully changed your profession, don't get too proud. Even with a B-level talent, a summoner is just a low-tier profession. Your career path is still long. Moreover, you're 3 years behind your peers. Do you know how much progress Sister Tian Tian and the others have made by now? Lu Feng did not refute. He still wore a smile on his face and said firmly, I will work hard. I will strive to become stronger, to ensure that you all live good lives. This is not only my goal but also my belief, something I must accomplish in this world. Lu Lingyue tied her apron and helped her mother chop vegetables and cook. She did not respond but pouted and muttered, who cares? Besides, the strongest in the family is me. Just boasting. Alright, you two siblings always bickering when you meet. Mom knows you are both good kids. Your old man, knowing you have grown up, will definitely be very happy and might even drink a few cups. Deng Manhwa came out to mediate, bringing a plate of fragrant dishes to the dining table. The siblings were drooling and soon began to feast heartily. At the dinner table, Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue exchanged glances, their expressions changing, sometimes even competing for a chicken wing with their chopsticks. Mom, let me tell you, there are two amazing senior sisters at our school. One is a mecha engineer, and the other has a very rare hidden class. Their talents are both S-level. Wow, so many people at school like them. They are also my idols. Lu Lingyue, being a little girl, returned home to share her experiences at school, chattering away like a lark. Dongjian University is indeed one of the top 10 universities in the Dragon Country. The school is full of hidden talents, and many underrated professions have burst forth with brilliance. Among the prominent figures at school, there is a summoner. That summoner, his summoned beasts include a burly rock golem and a close combat ironclad, focusing on defense. Summoners are different from other professions. Their combat power is entirely reflected in their summoned beasts. Summoners themselves are quite weak and can easily get injured or even die in battle if they are not careful. Therefore, powerful summoners usually have a balanced lineup of offensive and defensive summoned beasts. When Lu Lingyue mentioned her idol, her eyes sparkled, and she spoke in detail and with seriousness about the summoner. In fact, she was speaking to Lu Feng, wanting to share some insights about summoners and how to choose summoned beasts. But she couldn't bring herself to face Lu Feng directly. Saying such things would make it seem like she cared about him, and she didn't want him to think that way. Her mix of concern and pride made Lu Feng find it somewhat amusing. You worship S-level talent that much? Do you know that your older brother's worst talent is SSS level? Lu Feng felt secretly pleased, thinking to himself. He had already touched on the knowledge points Lu Lingyue mentioned before, but he patiently listened to her and their mother's bragging. After eating and drinking enough, Lu Feng cleaned up the dishes and planned to go upstairs to his room. Wait! Lu Lingyue stretched out her hand to stop Lu Feng. Lu Feng, did you hear what I just said? Your talent is B-level, but after all, you are a summoner. And summoners rely heavily on the level and talent of their summoned beasts. For your first summoned beast, I advise you to do enough research and think carefully before making a choice. Seeing Lu Lingyue's serious expression and bright eyes, Lu Feng smiled and ruffled her hair. Got it. Then his hand naturally slid down to her face. But what? You need to change that impudent temper of yours. Remember to call me brother from now on. He pinched her cheeks a few times and walked up the stairs. After reaching the second floor, he threw back a remark. You were still chubby before. It felt nice to pinch. Lu Lingyue, realizing too late, stood there in a daze, her face flushed red all the way to her neck. She stomped her foot in anger. Lu Bangzi, you jerk. She cursed, touching her own face, and coquettishly said to Deng Manhwa behind her, Mom, look at him, you can tell he's bullying me. I've grown up now, my face has clearly become much prettier, it should feel more comfortable to touch. As the old saying goes, having a lively treasure at home is a blessing earned from a previous life, not to mention having a pair. Deng Manhwa was also delighted and smiled broadly. When you were little, you were adorably chubby, and now you've grown up to be beautiful, both are good. After Lu Feng returned to his room, he immediately opened the webpage of the Professional Association. The Wind City Professional Association allows registration and login once you become a professional. Within half an hour after successfully changing jobs, your attributes, job class, and professional talents will be recorded in the official system. After spending 10 minutes to complete the registration simply, Lu Feng logged into the Professional Association. In the Professional Association, everything you can think of or not think of is for sale. Various equipment, materials, and items for different professions, even specially made snacks and desserts are all available. Lu Feng entered the keyword Beast Tamer in the search bar. Why input Beast Tamer? Because his talent is somewhat unique, with a contract function, and due to certain otherworldly circumstances in the early stages, the country only allows summoners to summon local magical beasts and cannot summon from other spaces. Therefore, for now, summoners and beast tamers are actually quite similar. The only difference is that beast tamers mostly have inheritances and choose specific magical beasts possessing specialized skills and methods for taming beasts, while summoners have nothing. This is also why summoners are considered a low-tier profession, while beast tamers are seen as powerful combat professions. Soon, some items related to summoners were filtered and listed. Under the beast tamer category, the first choice was various ranks of summoned beasts, from ordinary to high tier, all for sale, space skill books. The currency system in this world is unified, the same in every country. The lowest is copper coins, followed by silver coins, and then gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 100 copper coins. The price of ordinary contract magical beasts ranges from 30 to 100 silver coins. As for first tier contract magical beasts, the price skyrockets tenfold, ranging from 60 to 1,000 gold coins. Second-tier contract magical beasts start at a minimum of 5,000 gold coins, with expensive ones even costing over 100,000 gold coins, and for third-tier and above, the numbers are astronomical. They are so long that he doesn't even want to look. After saving pocket money for so many years, he now barely has over 800 silver coins, which is about 80 gold coins. With 80 gold coins, he can only afford entry-level magical beasts of ordinary and first-tier contracts. The money needed for summoning beasts is far greater than for ordinary professions because the strength of a summoner is directly related to their summoned beasts. The choice of the first summoned beast is particularly important. It is not only a crucial factor for a smooth transition in the early stages but also affects your potential in the mid to late stages. After all, the contracts of summoners and beast tamers are the same. Once a summoned beast is contracted, it cannot be unbound for life. The gap between an ordinary summoned beast and a high-talent summoned beast is not just in the early stages. As they grow, the difference will become increasingly significant, potentially creating a vast chasm. Summoning is not the same as taming, which will be explained later. Due to the world's reasons, the passage to other worlds will reopen. A mosquito remains a mosquito as it grows, but a young tiger, when it grows up, can roar through the mountains. Ordinary contract beasts become virtually useless in the later stages, still occupying your summoning slots, while high-tier contract beasts can still be useful. When it comes to group battles with summoned beasts, it's equivalent to having an extra share of combat power for free. Therefore, the rank and bloodline talent of summoned beasts are very important. Naturally, the higher the rank, the rarer it is, and the price becomes increasingly outrageous. No one wants to lose at the starting line. Fortunately, Lu Feng awakened an SSS-level talent, the Heavenly Dao contract, which allows him to elevate the rank of his summoned beasts based on his innate ability. He doesn't have this worry and doesn't need to spend unnecessary money. For him, there is no difference between the most ordinary and the highest talent level. He can elevate even the most common contracted beast to the highest talent level. What he values are the base price and the cost-effectiveness of skills. No beast mastery skills, no beast mastery techniques? Then he can simply enhance the bloodline of the summoned beast, making it incredibly powerful. In the face of absolute strength, any technique is just flashy nonsense. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose a Yordle with pointed ears and long whiskers. Type: Yordle, Bandle City Scout. Status: uncontracted. Price: 35 silver coins. Description: after successful purchase, a detailed magical incantation will be provided. After reciting the incantation one time, the contracted beast will be transmitted from a special space to the summoner's summoning space, where the summoner can cultivate it. 35 silver coins, which is 350 yuan, is as cheap as it gets. Lu Feng clicked to purchase, and 350 yuan was deducted from his linked account, and a cute scout was transmitted over. Following the contract ritual in the manual, Lu Feng successfully completed the contract. After the contract was successful, the scout, who had initially been a bit fearful and timid, suddenly brightened up, and there was a hint of reverence and warmth in its gaze when looking at Lu Feng. Summoned Beast, Scout, Normal Level, LV1, Health 250, Magic 480, Attack Power 24, Magic Power 20, Movement Speed 25, Physical Resistance 17, Magic Resistance 18. Talent coefficient is 1.2. For example, attack power 24 equals summoner's intelligence 20 multiplied by the talent coefficient 1.2. The coefficients for each attribute are different. This is just an example for the attack attribute being 1.2. Active skill: Scout's quick run enters stealth mode. Movement speed increases by 10%, and attacking enemies grants a 12% attack power bonus. Passive skill: Cute Toxin. Each basic attack from the Swift Vanguard carries toxic sand, dealing continuous magic damage to hit enemies for 1.5 seconds, with a damage cap of 10, not exceeding half of true magic power. After glancing at the various attributes of the Swift Scout, Lu Feng finally understood why summoners were referred to as a sewer profession. If it weren't for being either rich or noble at home, this normal level summoned beast would indeed be just slightly stronger than the summoner themselves. The gap compared to other professions is not trivial. With low attributes and a low talent coefficient, it's even worse than a small monster. Going into a dungeon like this would definitely make them cannon fodder on the battlefield. Fortunately, I have the SSS level Heavenly Dao contract, which can defy fate. Let's give it a try. Lu Feng's Heavenly Dao contract does not require sacrificing any of his attributes, he only needs to pay money to upgrade the summoned beast. 2. Upgrade from normal level to first tier elite level requires 50 silver coins, or 500 yuan, which is just slightly more expensive than the price of the scout. Upgrade. Lu Feng did not hesitate and used the effect of the Heavenly Dao contract. Heavenly Dao contract activated, contract exchange, 50 silver coins consumed, scout successfully evolved. Scout, normal, elite scout, first tier, elite, the light of the Heavenly Dao descended, and the small-sized vanguard scout slightly increased. In size, its fur becoming more beautiful, its crescent-shaped eyes gaining a hint of sharp killing intent, and a green grass had appeared on its head. Its size increased, muscles became more pronounced, and it looked more heroic. Summoned beast. Elite Scout, First Order, Elite Level, LV1 Health, 250500, Mana, 480700, Attack Power, 2436, Magic Strength, 2030, Movement Speed, 2538, Physical Resistance, 1726, Magic Resistance, 1828. Talent Coefficient is 1.8, for example. Attack Power, 36, equals Summoner's Intelligence, 20, multiplied by Talent Coefficient, 1.8. The coefficients for each attribute are different, only the attack coefficient is 1.8, meaning all attribute talent coefficients have been increased. Active. Skill, Scout dash enters stealth mode, movement speed increases by 15%, attacking enemies grants a 20% attack power bonus. Passive skill, Cute Toxin. Each basic attack from the Swift Vanguard carries toxic sand, dealing continuous magic damage for 2 seconds to hit enemies, with a damage cap of 15, not exceeding half of true magic strength. Now that's more like it. The Elite Scout has seen significant improvements in all attributes and talent abilities, especially the health cap, which has doubled. But for now, it's just average. Most summoners can possess a first-order summoned beast, barely enough to enter dungeons and fight monsters, but not enough. One more time. Lu Feng activated the Heavenly Contract again, and the light of the contract descended once more. Heavenly Contract in operation. Contract exchange, cost 20 gold coins. Elite Scout successfully evolved. Elite Scout, normal, Scout Captain, second order, outstanding, after being upgraded to the second order. The scout's size did not change much, but its originally yellow-gray fur became more vibrant and shiny, and it now held a small throwing weapon in its hand, with a pure green hat adorned with colorful patterns, primarily yellow, resembling a poisonous mushroom from a distance. Checking the attribute panel again, the attributes underwent a tremendous change. The level remained the same, health jumped from 500 to 1200, mana increased from 700 to 1000, and the remaining attributes also saw significant boosts. The talent coefficient reached an astonishing 3.0. The active skill Scout Dash had its speed increase and stealth raised by 3%, and attack speed increased by 4%. Additionally, a new active skill Deadly Flute was added. The Scout shoots a special poison arrow causing a 1-second blinding effect, during which the enemy's normal attacks become ineffective and are accompanied by continuous poison damage. Lu Feng chose the Scout because it can excel in both physical and magical attacks, and its skill effects are quite powerful. High attack, high damage, plus movement speed and stealth. It can serve almost any role besides protecting Lu Feng, whether as an archer, mage, or assassin. Now with the addition of Deadly Flute, it became even more powerful. This skill is very nice, dealing damage and having the most annoying blinding effect, rendering the opponent's normal attacks ineffective. In dire situations, it can also serve as a means to protect Lu Feng. Of course, due to Lu Feng's uniqueness, he has the ability to summon at will, so he doesn't need to rely on the protection of summoned beasts in the early stages. Moreover, there's an old saying, the best defense is offense. Extreme damage means the enemy won't even have a chance to fight back, right? Lu Feng felt a bit uncomfortable because upgrading from second to third order requires 100 gold coins, a full 10,000 coins. He currently has just over 50 gold coins, still needing 50 more. Although a second order beast is enough for him to pass some simple dungeons, it's still not enough for him to dominate the battlefield and look down on others in the dungeons. How about borrowing some? Lu Feng thought about asking his mom for some, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. The family's situation isn't good right now. Lu Lingyue is still in college and hasn't fully become self-sufficient, which requires expenses, and his 2 years of repeating have nearly drained the family's savings. 50 gold coins may not seem like much, but in reality, it is already the monthly expense for his entire family. For an ordinary professional, the monthly income is only a little over a dozen gold coins. Right now, everyone has just completed their job change and is considering their future. Those who need to buy equipment are buying equipment, and those who need materials are buying materials. Who has any money? I could ask Fatty for some. At worst, I can pay him back more when I have money. Later, Lu Feng thought of his best friend, Pang Fei, and was about to call him when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, it was Deng Meihua. She held an envelope in her hand and handed it to him the moment he opened the door. Chen, you've successfully changed jobs. Mom can't help you much, but this money is what I've saved little by little over the years. Take it. Xiaodia said that the early summoned beasts for a summoner are very important. We may not be a wealthy family, but we shouldn't be unable to afford a decent summoned beast. This money is enough to buy a basic first-tier magical beast. Mom doesn't understand, so you choose well, don't feel too much pressure. Taking the envelope, Lu Feng felt its weight in his hand, and he was both touched and a bit sad. Mom, thank you. Silly child, what's there to thank in a family? Deng Meihua said with a smile, then leaned closer to Lu Feng and lowered her voice. A part of this money is Xiaoya's. She absolutely refused to take living expenses, saying she would save all the money for you. She can earn money by working part-time outside, and even patted her chest saying, Mom, professionals earn money much faster than ordinary people, and told me not to worry. But she's only a freshman, earning money isn't easy. Xiaoya, you've grown up. Deng Meihua sighed. She usually seems willful, but in reality, she cares about her family more than anyone. Lu Feng tightened his grip on the envelope and nodded firmly. Mom, I won't let you down. And I will definitely pay Xiaoya's living expenses back. Other people's sisters can go to college without worries, my sister Lu Feng can too. Lu Feng's expression was resolute and unquestionable. In the past, it was you who were protecting me, now it's my turn to protect this family. He accepted the money because he knew that only by accepting it could he become stronger and repay them. But he hoped that such a situation would never happen again in his life. If he grew up and still couldn't provide a good life for his family, and they still had to toil so hard, then what was the meaning of his growth? Back in his room, Lu Feng opened the envelope and poured out the money. There were over 100 gold coins, and the rest were silver coins, about several hundred. Converted into basic copper coins, the total was 20,000, plus his own 5,000, more than enough. Evolve, Scout Captain. Lu Feng activated the Heavenly Dao contract, and the light of the contract enveloped him. The magic circle beneath his feet began to operate. Heavenly Dao contract activated. Contract exchange cost 100 gold coins. Scout Captain successfully evolved. Scout Captain, Tier 2. Excellent, Bunny Baby. Scout Vanguard, Tier 3. Commander, Bunny Baby, with an extra prefix? Lu Feng was drawn in by the title, and only then did he notice that the original Scout's mushroom hat had transformed into a military-style rabbit hat, with its ears drooping down, but behind it there was an added backpack filled with strange carrots. As if he thought of something, Lu Feng opened the skill bar, and sure enough, a brand new skill appeared. Commander level skill, Carrot Bomb, set. A carrot trap that will explode when stepped on, dealing 200 intelligence 20 multiplied by coefficient 10 magic damage over 3 seconds, and slowing the enemy by 30% for 3 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. 1 carrot bomb costs 20 mana. After reading the introduction of the new skill, Lu Feng couldn't help but gasp. As expected of a tier 3 commander level skill, the effect of this skill is incredible. Summoned Beast, Bunny Baby. Scout Vanguard, Tier 3, Commander level, LV 1 health. 1200300 mana 10001500 attack power 60100 magic power 5588 movement speed 65108 physical resistance 5078 magic resistance 5280 talent coefficient 5 using attack coefficient as an example. Active skill Scout dash enter. Stealth mode increasing movement speed by 30% and gain a 40% attack power bonus when attacking enemies. Passive skill Q Toxin. Each basic attack from the Swift Vanguard carries toxic sand, dealing 60 points of magic damage over 2 seconds to hit enemies. Can be extended. Active skill Deadly Flute. The Scout shoots a special toxic arrow, causing a 2-second blindness effect. Under the blindness effect, the enemy's normal attacks are ineffective and incur continuous poison damage. Commander level skill Carrot Bomb. Area damage set. A carrot trap that explodes when stepped on, dealing 200 intelligence 20 multiplied by coefficient 10 magic damage over 3 seconds, and slowing enemies by 30% for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. 1 carrot bomb costs 20 mana. Now that's more like it. The same level, different ranks. The gap is visibly apparent. Purely in terms of attributes, the tier 3 commander level Scout Vanguard is several times stronger than an ordinary Scout Vanguard. Considering the talents and passive skills, its combat power is directly increased by more than 10 times. Normally, to acquire a summoned beast of this talent level and attributes, one would need 1,000,000 gold coins, a whole small target, and it would be hard to find a buyer. Yet now, through the Heavenly Dao contract, Lu Feng spent just over 100 gold coins. He nodded in satisfaction, still having some money left, and thought for a moment before purchasing some health-restoring potions. A small potion that restores 50 health costs 10 gold coins, while a medium potion that restores 200 health costs 50 gold coins. Lu Feng bought 2 medium potions and 2 small potions for emergencies. His level 1 health was only 600 points, and his defense was not high, so he couldn't withstand many heavy hits. Having health was essential. After all, battles in this world are real. Running out of health means true death. People make mistakes, horses stumble. It's always wise to keep something for self-preservation on hand. Looking at his seemingly soft and cute yet immensely powerful summoned beast and holding the health potions, Lu Feng felt a surge of confidence. Everything is ready. Now it's time to participate in the Novice Trial. The professional venues set up in Wind City are divided into 2 types. One is a group dungeon, a place where everyone can enter to fight monsters and level up. The other is a team dungeon, where teams are separated due to spatial constraints. The Novice Trial Dungeon is a group-type dungeon open to all practitioners below level 5. It serves as a kind of novice village for all new practitioners, a transitional area for newcomers to embark on their professional journey. Ding! Would you like to spend 100 copper coins to purchase a novice entry ticket? Ding! Ticket purchase successful. Successfully entered the novice trial ground. The starting position in the novice trial ground is in a field where endless carrots are planted, hiding countless carrot spirits. They are about the same size as normal carrots and like to bury their entire bodies in the soil. Once they sense an enemy invasion, they will burst out of the ground and enter combat mode. Carrot sprite normal. Level LV1 attack power, 3 defense power, 5 health, 150 skill, chain kick. Except for its health, all attributes are quite average. Any adventurer, even a girl who fears combat, could close her eyes and swing a sword wildly in front of it and still manage to slay it. Upon entering the trial area, Lu Feng saw several battles not far away. A warrior was fighting a carrot sprite, advancing with horizontal and vertical slashes. -13 to 15 with 2 strikes, he took away 1/5 of the carrot sprite's health. In the gaps of his attack, the enraged carrot sprite, with its black matchstick-like hands, leaped high, its red carrot body soaring. It kicked repeatedly at the warrior. -6 to 6, the warrior lost a bit of health. But compared to his total of 800, it was negligible. After several rounds of fierce fighting, he defeated the carrot sprite. Not far from that warrior, there was a female assassin whose agility was clearly superior to that of the previous warrior. She knew how to evade damage and aimed for the carrot sprite's vital points. The damage she dealt was generally above 15, and throughout the entire round of combat, she was only hit twice. On the other side, there was a small team of 3 who had started to cooperate during their novice period, finding ways to work together in battle and utilizing different attributes to achieve optimal combat solutions. The shield warrior took the front to absorb damage, even several carrot sprites attacking together could only deal a few drops of damage. A warrior was slashing from mid-range, while a bowman continuously dealt damage from afar, and after several rounds, they could take down several carrot sprites at once. Both the environment and the combat atmosphere are quite good. Lu Feng withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and exhaled lightly, feeling refreshed. After stretching a bit, he summoned the rabbit baby, Scout Vanguard. As soon as the Scout Vanguard appeared, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. In the carrot's territory, a scout wearing an orange rabbit hat? Are they sure it's not just a pet coming to eat? At that moment, a small team had just finished a group of wild monsters and saw Lu Feng and his summoned beast. Hey, look, isn't that Lu Feng from our class? It really is, he came too. Should we go over and say hello, invite him to join us? Forget it, he's a summoner, he won't help our team's cooperation at all. Plus, look at his summoned beast. It's just a rabbit. Wow, he's a B-level talent summoner, and he didn't choose a combat type or defense type beast but instead picked a useless cute pet? What was he thinking? That's just childish, I don't get it. I think he must have been held back for 3 years, his brain must have gone dumb. A B-level talent awakened in him is just a waste. 2 boys in the team chatted confidently, their words dripping with mockery. However, a girl couldn't stand their remarks and said, I think summoned beasts are cute and that's great. What good is cuteness? Can it be eaten? The leading boy scoffed. Lu Feng isn't the kind of person you say he is. Don't underestimate his small summoned beast, its strength might be impressive. Then I really want to see how impressive it is. I hope he doesn't even manage to beat a carrot sprite. He sneered, waiting for the show. However, the next second, his smile froze instantly, followed by shock and disbelief. What did they see? They saw that the tiny summoned beast simply released a handful of poison sand that hit the carrot sprite, and then an unbelievable damage value appeared above its head. 99, and this is just the damage value from a basic attack, not including the poisonous effect of the passive skill, Cute Toxin, which causes the carrot spirit to continuously lose health. With a health of -60 to 60,150, it couldn't even withstand the hit. It was instantly killed as soon as the passive effect triggered. A one-hit kill, and it was just a basic attack? They were all left dumbfounded. The male student who had previously mocked Lu Feng now had a pale face, closed his eyes and shook his head, then opened them again. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. His own melee warrior's furious strike could only deal about 25 damage. How could Lu Feng's tiny summon deal nearly 4 times that damage? This was outrageous. The visual shock it brought them was immense. A few people were left speechless, momentarily frozen in place, unsure of what to say. Rabbit-type summons have an absolute racial advantage over carrot monsters? But aren't they both rabbits? I must be seeing things. One basic attack just killed the carrot monster? You're not seeing things. I saw it too. That damage is ridiculously high. The summoner, is he really that strong? I have quite a few awakened summoners around me, and they all seem pretty average. How could this be? Is it possible that the one who's strong isn't the summoner class but Lu Feng? One voice broke the spell, and everyone suddenly realized. Is a B-level talent already terrifying to this extent? The leading warrior was unconvinced, gritting his teeth and saying he must have used some kind of item or a skill similar to a basic attack. He knew Lu Feng's family situation. He couldn't afford high-tier rare summons, let alone a high-tier one. Even a basic entry-level one was difficult. So how did he manage it without a high-tier summon? This doesn't make sense. Could it be an extraordinary early talent? No, it couldn't be such a freakish talent. So, it must be that he used a low-cost damage item from the shop, releasing considerable power at once, priced around 10 gold coins, which could effectively improve efficiency in leveling up in the early stages. He had used it a few times before, but due to its low-cost effectiveness, he stopped buying it. Let's go take a look. There must be something fishy about this. We can't see clearly from a distance. Let's get closer. He took the lead, hoping to see the result he wanted. Lu Feng was just using a low-cost damage item, not really that powerful. Approaching the farmland area where Lu Feng was fighting, a conspicuous red flag was planted on the ridge, fluttering in the wind. The area ahead is a personal combat zone. Please do not enter. In public dungeons, to prevent various unnecessary disputes such as stealing monsters, leeching experience, or accidental attacks, the Professional Alliance has regulations that require players to delineate their combat zones with a limited size before farming monsters to prevent accidental intrusions. This way, many combat disputes can be avoided, and even if an unpleasant incident occurs, responsibilities can be handled according to the markings. Xiaoheba, ahead is the area where Lu Feng is fighting. He has already planted a flag. We can't go any further. What if there are traps or something inside? We wouldn't be able to take responsibility for any combat disputes. Someone in the team reminded. Xiaoheba stopped, realizing that from this position he still couldn't see the battle ahead. He waved his hand and said, "They're all newbies who would set traps in their own combat zone? As for combat responsibility, don't worry, his summon is fighting for him. He isn't doing much, just directing a bit. It won't interfere with him," he said confidently, and the others seemed to find his reasoning somewhat valid. So they all stepped into Lu Feng's designated combat area. But just after entering, a carrot on the ground suddenly exploded. Boom! In the moment the carrot exploded, a strong toxin rapidly spread outwards from beneath their feet, and everyone felt a wave of dizziness flash through their brains. Immediately, damage values appeared above their heads. 66-67-68. What the hell? Is this a trap? Can someone tell me why this carrot can explode? And this carrot is so poisonous. My health is dropping so fast. The damage from this one carrot explosion is equivalent to being kicked 100 times by that carrot sprite. Also, my feet feel like they've been filled with lead, heavy and unable to move. Is there a slow effect? Coincidentally, the sudden explosion of the carrot caused panic among the crowd, and in their fright, some stepped on two more explosive carrots. Boom boom. 2 carrots exploded in succession, and several people's health plummeted, dropping below half, leaving them with less than a quarter. What do we do? What is this thing? It's too poisonous. I had over 800 health, and now I only have 200. I feel terrible all over, completely weak. A few people were scared, afraid of being poisoned to death by the carrot bombs. The beginner village faced a life and death crisis, truly desperate. Here, dying meant truly dying. There was no second chance. An unprecedented sense of fear swept over them, and everyone huddled together in the middle, afraid to move, their expressions frantic, cold sweat pouring down. At that moment, a boy's indifferent voice floated from not far away. If you don't want to die, retreat back to the battle area. The ones who stepped on the bombs were caught in the traps that Lu Feng had set up in advance. He didn't like outsiders interrupting during battles. Carrot Bomb was a commander-level active skill that could deal 200 intelligence 20 multiplied by coefficient 10 magic damage in 3 seconds and slow enemies by 30% for 3 seconds. Its concealment was strong, and its power was great. Even the thickest meat shield couldn't withstand a few hits. Just those few clueless, newly awakened guys coming in to trigger the bombs were simply asking for death. They had violated the rules by entering Lu Feng's battle area first. He had already warned them. If they still didn't know when to retreat and ended up poisoned to death, they couldn't blame him. After the warning, Lu Feng ignored them and refocused on the battle. The Scout Vanguard's fight against the Carrot Sprite was simple and brutal, an absolute crushing of attributes. The basic damage from normal attacks combined with the passive cute toxin caused the Carrot Sprite to collapse under the pressure. Essentially, it was like poison sand being thrown at the Carrot Sprite, and in the next moment, the toxin damage hit, and the Carrot Sprite, which was planning to counterattack, fell on the path of attack, legs in the air, eyes like this it dotted, dead beyond recovery, dropping a small cluster of magic crystal energy, experience points. The magic energy of the Carrot Sprite was very low, absorbing one could only add a little experience to Lu Feng's attribute panel. Fortunately, Lu Feng was killing fast enough. The Scout Vanguard dealt a normal attack, basic attack, to a carrot monster, and its movement speed was fast, chasing a group of carrot monsters while using agile positioning to dodge their attacks. If it couldn't dodge, it would use the deadly flute skill to blind the opponent and then follow up with normal attack damage, achieving a flawless monster farming. As for Lu Feng, he just watched from behind. The Scout Vanguard had already surrounded Lu Feng with 3 circles of carrot bombs, very safe, as one carrot bomb was enough to kill several carrot monsters. -99 to 66, killed a carrot sprite, gained magic crystal energy +1. -100 to 66, killed a carrot sprite, gained magic crystal energy +1. The Scout Vanguard's speed in killing monsters was extremely fast. It could kill one in a few seconds and clear all the carrot sprites in a field in a minute. In less than 10 minutes, accompanied by a carrot sprite in the center of the field foaming at the mouth, it was taken down by a normal attack. A voice prompt sounded in Lu Feng's ear. Congratulations, your level has been upgraded. Level LV1 LV2, name Lu Feng, title none, profession summoner, level LV2 1/300, health 600800, strength 1315, constitution 1013, intelligence 2024, agility 1416, magic power 1530. Lu Feng leveled up and all attributes received a certain boost. The most significant increase was in the intelligence attribute, which is linked to summoned beasts. Although Lu Feng's intelligence attribute only increased by 4 points when reflected in the summoned beasts, it represented a substantial enhancement. 4 points of intelligence multiplied by the talent coefficient allowed the Swift Vanguard to increase each attribute by at least a few dozen points. Attack power rose from 100 to 120, and passive magic damage increased from 66 to 80. Wait, something seems off. With the level up, Lu Feng's attention instinctively focused on the various attributes of the summoner, especially the intelligence points. He had overlooked the magic power attribute. Looking back now, he discovered magic power doubled. Most other attributes increased by about 20% and intelligence rose by 25%. But this magic power, a direct 100% increase? Although the summoner's magic power has nothing to do with the summoned beasts, have you ever seen a summoner's magic power increase like this? Jaw-dropping. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Lu Feng thought it must be due to his god-level talent. Words follow the law. Increasing one level of magic power can double it. What will happen when the level goes up? I wonder how powerful the skills that appeared with my words follow the law are. Suddenly, a thought arose in his mind to test his own combat power without relying on the Swift Vanguard. In the level 1 area, the carrot sprites were too weak and provided pitiful experience points. Although killing 300 carrot sprites would only take half an hour for the Swift Vanguard, Lu Feng still felt it was slow. Thus, he ordered the Scout Vanguard to remove the nearby carrot bomb traps and planned to head to the level 2 monster area. Outside the battle area, Xiao Heba and others witnessed the process of the Scout Vanguard fighting monsters. They were all dumbfounded. The carrot sprites, which took their team a long time to kill, were easily dispatched by the Scout Vanguard. 1 arrow per sprite. They used the insight technique they had originally prepared for the Abyss dungeon, and upon seeing the Scout Vanguard's various stats, their mouths dropped open in disbelief. 3600 health, 120 attack power. What kind of monster is this? Such a small size contains such great energy. This summoned beast must be a divine beast. It's incredible. With these attributes, not to mention the level 1 area, even the level 2 area can be traversed with ease. Just thinking about how their 5-person team needed to kill 500 carrot sprites to ensure everyone could level up to 2 made them realize how ridiculous their previous pride was. At that moment, someone thought of something and suggested, right, Lu Feng is so strong, why not let him join our team? With his addition, our monster killing speed will significantly increase. I bet in less than 2 hours, everyone can level up to 2. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Lu Feng's summoned beast is strong, but he himself is weak. We can form a team specifically to protect Lu Feng. Yes, this proposal is good, and just now Lu Feng accidentally blew us up, leaving our health at just over 200. With such low health, we can't possibly level up to 2. So he needs to compensate us. It's only right to team up with him, and he should agree. A few people had seen the power of Lu Feng's summoned beast and were already fantasizing about the scene of that Scout Vanguard joining them, quickly grinding experience together. Seeing that his teammates all wanted to lick Lu Feng to get him to join, it made the frustrated Xiao Heba quite dejected. But he wasn't a fool who didn't know the bigger picture. Those who recognize the times are the true talents. Lu Feng's summoned beast indeed had that kind of strength. In the face of actual benefits, what did it matter if he felt uncomfortable? He could totally endure it. Heba, what do you think? I have no objections. Having such a strong fighter in the team is beneficial for everyone. Xiao Heba shrugged nonchalantly. Let's go, the battle area has been lifted, let's invite him. Xiao Heba pretended to be familiar with Lu Feng and was the first to walk over to his side. Lu, classmate, want to join us? Our team composition is quite good, we have a mutual understanding in battle and we are all classmates so we can trust each other. Lu Feng frowned slightly. He certainly knew these classmates, but they hadn't communicated much as Lu Feng had his own things to do and his own leveling pace. Sorry, I still prefer to solo grind. After saying that, he intended to leave. But Xiao Heba's expression darkened as he called out to him, you won't even consider it? We are sincerely inviting you. Lu Feng shook his head again. He could grind quickly on his own. Why would he want to bring along a bunch of dead weight? Just because they were classmates, did that mean he had to do charity? Seeing Lu Feng refuse, the faces of a few people showed displeasure, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Feng, we lost quite a bit of health because of your trap. The number of monsters we can fight will be greatly reduced. We could have leveled up to level 2 today, but now we only have a quarter of our health left. We have to wait for our health to recover a bit before we can continue, and it will take until tomorrow to level up to level 2. You have to take responsibility for this. Yeah, we are all classmates, how can you be so heartless? To this, Lu Feng could only laugh. He had planned the battle area in advance. It was they who rudely barged in and triggered the trap bomb, and now they were blaming Lu Feng and making him responsible? Ha ha ha. One can only say, if a person has no shame, they are invincible. What a bizarre logic. What a we are all classmates statement. A grand moral kidnapping, right? Get lost. Lu Feng was not a heartless person. If a classmate was in trouble, he could help, but to unconditionally sacrifice his own interests to help classmates he had a mediocre relationship with, who did they think they were? And to threaten him with moral kidnapping like this. Lu Feng was also not polite at all. Before teaming up with me, please take a look in the mirror and ask yourself, do you deserve it? The swift vanguard stepped forward, entering a battle stance. This scene made a few people involuntarily step back, daring to be angry but not able to speak. Lu Feng, you. Lu Feng looked down disdainfully and coldly said, if you bother me again, you will bear the consequences. Lu Feng did not want to have any further interactions with these shameless people who liked to moralize. With that, Lu Feng turned and walked towards the level 2 area, disappearing from everyone's sight. After Lu Feng had walked far away for a while, they finally dared to vent their anger and began to criticize and belittle Lu Feng, cursing him with all sorts of unpleasant words. The level 2 area of the novice trial ground was a bamboo forest. The number of people coming here for trials was clearly much less than in the level 1 area, and the visibility in the bamboo forest was small, usually making the combat at one location quite distant from another. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Stepping into the bamboo forest and walking for a while, Lu Feng heard the sound of a snake's tongue flicking. He looked up and saw a green snake lying on a bamboo stalk, flicking its tongue at him. Lu Feng took a few steps back and moved behind the swift vanguard. Green snake, normal level, LV2 health. 400 of 400 attack, 12 defense, 8 speed, 7 skill, pounce bite, deals 17 damage to the target, attack power plus snake venom. With a certain chance to trigger a continuous poisoning effect. Skill, bind, lashes the target with its tail and entangles it, dealing 10 damage, 20% of attack power, and reducing speed by 20%. The level 2 green snake is significantly stronger than the level 1 radish spirit. With 400 health points and an attack power of 12, it is comparable to some ordinary profession attackers. The most critical point is that this creature is poisonous, and its natural appearance gives a chilling feeling. Even before the battle, it instills fear. It's a tough opponent. Xiao Mo, overwhelm it with your momentum. Xiao Mo is the name Lu Feng gave to the Scout Vanguard. The Scout Vanguard, wearing a rabbit hat and only half the height of Lu Feng, stands majestically and lets out a low growl. Ah ha ha. Its fierce yet adorable appearance looks quite cute. A fierce and cute rabbit? Lu Feng facepalmed. Better to just go for it, attack it. Upon hearing the command, the Scout Vanguard quickly approached the green snake and splashed a handful of poison sand at it. 118-78-78 basic damage plus passive health loss. The green snake lost a large portion of its health. But at that moment, the green snake lunged down from the bamboo, moving quickly and at an awkward angle. Deadly flute. The Scout Vanguard did not dodge and shot a bamboo arrow at the lunging green snake. The bamboo arrow hit the green snake, dealing -100 damage, and a mass of poison quickly enveloped its head. The attack missed. As the green snake opened its large mouth, saliva splattering, its sharp fangs slightly adjusted direction just before reaching the Scout Vanguard, missing the attack. This is the blinding effect of the deadly flute, which can render the target's physical attack ineffective. Taking advantage of this moment, the Scout Vanguard calmly raised its hand, lightly shot a handful of poison sand, and a basic attack sent the green snake to its demise. Kill the green snake, gain magic crystal energy. +4. Killing a green snake grants 4 experience points, which is quite good. But unfortunately, green snakes are not like spicy strips, unlike radish spirits that can be found everywhere in the fields, easily caught in large numbers. Moreover, green snakes can camouflage, blending in with the bamboo leaves, making them hard to spot. After searching for a while, he finally found a second green snake and killed it. Therefore, in terms of efficiency in harvesting magic energy, it's still faster to collect radish spirits in the same amount of time. No, I need to come up with a plan. He felt that the efficiency of encountering green snakes in the bamboo forest was too low. He had to take the initiative. Green snakes like to hang on bamboo, but their habitat is still on the ground. Lu Feng instructed the Scout Vanguard to explore the surrounding terrain. Its initial form is that of a scout reconnaissance soldier, specializing in terrain exploration and intelligence gathering. Soon, it discovered uneven openings on a dirt slope, some large and some small, with the smaller ones the thickness of an arm and the larger ones about the size of a bowl. Look, the area outside these openings is still moist, and there are traces of green snakes moving around, which indicates that there are quite a few snakes living inside. Lu Feng's eyes turned, and combining the Scout Vanguard's skill characteristics, he thought of an efficient strategy for farming. He glanced at the Scout Vanguard's magic panel. Its magic value was 1680/1720, and with 1680 magic points, placing a trap requires 20 magic points, allowing him to place 80 radish bombs with 1600 magic points. Hurry, Xiao Mo, set up the radish formation. According to the sequence, strategically place the bombs with depth, arrange the entrance like this, and then extend outward. On both sides, the paths where they might collide while twisting their bodies should be set up. After placing the 80 radish traps, the next crucial step was to lure the snakes out of their den. Lu Feng took out the torpedo, a specially made firecracker he had prepared earlier from his backpack, lit it with a lighter, and stuffed it into the cave. Bang! The mud wall at the entrance collapsed. A bit, and soon 2 angry green snakes poked their heads out, flicking their tongues. Boom! They hit a radish bomb, and the poison quickly spread. The scout vanguard was guarding the entrance, and upon seeing them step on the bomb, quickly delivered 2 basic attacks. The 2 green snakes, slowed by the radish bomb, realized the danger too late and ultimately perished at their doorstep, poisoned by the scout vanguard's passive ability, Cute Poison. Kill green snake, gain magic crystal. Energy +4. Kill green snake, gain magic crystal. Energy +4. It was possible that the green snakes inside the cave sensed the danger, or perhaps the torpedo's explosion wasn't loud enough to attract sufficient aggro, as only 3 or 4 emerged. Intermittently. Looks like we need something more powerful. Lu Feng glanced at the scout vanguard, nodded decisively, and took out a firework rocket over half a meter long from his backpack. Normally, this thing could shoot up to 100 meters high, creating a splendid firework display. Now, he aimed the rocket's head at the snake hole, lit it, and with a whoosh, it shot straight into the snake hole like a rocket. Then came a dull explosion. Lu Feng felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. He could imagine the scene of fireworks exploding in that intricate underground space. Moreover, this rocket was specially mixed with realgar, which, while not very harmful to snakes, was extremely insulting. Especially the pungent smell of realgar was akin to a human-smelling feces. If you poured it on their heads, could they endure it? As expected, after the rocket exploded, countless green snakes crazily burrowed out of the snake hole. Bang bang bang! As they emerged, the radish bombs detonated, dealing area damage that caused all the poison green snakes to lose 240 health points within 2 seconds. Level 2 effect. The scout vanguard went into a frenzy of attacks, and due to the high attack frequency, its rabbit hat began to shake. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 green snake down. The green snakes tried to counterattack, but unfortunately, having stepped on the radish bomb, they were slowed by 30%, leaving them powerless. After finally charging forward, the scout vanguard took 2 steps back to pull away, and another basic attack took 1 down. Moving forward again, there were more radish bombs, more damage, and more slowing. Kill green snake, gain magic crystal. Energy +4. 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 In the background, the kill notifications were going crazy. It was a slaughter. The green snakes that emerged from the cave varied in size, attributes, and health. Some weaker ones had only 350 health and 10 attack power, while the stronger ones had 500 health and 15 attack power. They surged out one after another. Nearly 30 or 40 had been killed, yet the number of emerging green snakes only increased. Seeing that the radish bombs at the entrance were running out, nearly 100 green snakes were still coiling at the entrance. Wow, such massive aggro? This is a full-scale mobilization. Lu Feng hurriedly instructed the scout vanguard to retreat to the second line of radish traps for defense. Then, Lu Feng felt he couldn't just stand by. With so many dense targets, if a group damage spell could come now, it would be absolutely exhilarating. By the way, words have power. Lu Feng suddenly felt a surge of blood boiling within him. He spread his legs apart and pointed to the sky with one hand. Lightning, strike them. In an instant, a thunderclap echoed through the clear sky, splitting into several serpentine bolts of lightning as it descended upon the nearby bamboo grove. Following Lu Feng's pointed hand, the dense lightning net crashed into the pile of green snakes, crackling and popping, with damage values appearing above their heads. -362 to 362, -362-364 for the range of the lightning net was vast, hitting all the green snakes and inflicting damage. Wait, what's with this -4? The group damage from the lightning was generally around 36, so how could there be such a low damage value? This guy has quite a high magic resistance. Lu Feng was still puzzled, unaware that at the center of the carrot formation, the scout vanguard was looking at him with a resentful gaze. It was then that Lu Feng realized he had accidentally struck the scout as well. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, my bad. He still couldn't precisely control the release of his words, but compared to his previous wild strikes, he could at least determine a rough area now. The difference was that this time, when he summoned the elemental power, he concentrated his mental energy on the area in front of him. In other words, as long as I focus my mental energy on a spot, the elemental energy can gather there. The range damage of the lightning isn't very high, just barely acceptable. So, what about focusing on a single target? Lu Feng calmed his mind and aimed at a standing green snake. Lightning strike. Once again, a bolt of lightning flashed down from the still lingering dark clouds above the bamboo grove. This time, the lightning did not disperse into a fine net but struck the target green snake directly. The lightning hit the green snake with tremendous force, and a 4-digit damage value appeared above its head. -2023. The green snake's health was only 400, and a single lightning strike dealt nearly 2000 damage? Lu Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock at the power of his own lightning. After all, his current magic power was only 30. However, the damage of a spell is the skill damage of the magic skill plus a percentage of the magic power. Although Lu Feng's magic power was low, the base skill damage of the magic itself was high. Such a massive bolt of lightning dealing damage to a single target had an extraordinarily exaggerated elemental skill damage value. If the elemental power had been dispersed, the damage would have been significantly reduced, just like the first area damage, which was only 36 per green snake. The reason he could summon such immense elemental power was undoubtedly due to the talent effect brought by his god-level talent. Words have power. Controlling the power of the elements is so awesome. After grasping the trick, Lu Feng tried to control other elements. To attack. Fireball, burn. A ball of flame surged from the palm of his hand, which he hurled fiercely at a green snake. The flames engulfed it, and after letting out a strange cry, the green snake was charred black, succumbing to its fate, releasing a scent of roasted meat. Wind bullet, I shoot. A wind bullet compressed by a hurricane shot out like a cannonball, hitting a target green snake, sending both the snake and bamboo sticks flying several meters away, carving a deep trench in the ground. Earth split, earth collapse. The ground around the green snakes cracked, creating a depression beneath their feet, causing all the snakes to fall into it. In front of them, the ground where the carrot traps were set tilted up like a square paddle, and all the carrot bombs placed on it tumbled into the deep pit below. They wanted to escape, but the earthen walls rose around them and smacked down over them. The carrot bombs were triggered. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, and poisonous sand spread, leaving them with nowhere to escape in the sealed earthen prison. Occasionally, some managed to escape through the gaps, but they were all taken down by the scout vanguard. In an instant, the bodies of the green snakes lay scattered across the field, and the magic crystal energy burst forth. Kill green snake, gain magic crystal energy +4. Kill green snake, gain magic crystal energy +4. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV2 LV3. Name, Lu Feng. Title, None. Profession, Summoner. Level LV3, 625/1000. Health, 8001100. Strength, 1518. Constitution, 1316. Intelligence, 2430. Agility, 1620. Magic power, 3060. Lu Feng and the Scout Vanguard worked together to kill over 200 green snakes, accumulating more than 900 magic energy experience points, which not only allowed Lu Feng to successfully level up to level 3 but also left him just a third of the experience bar away from level 4. Leveling from 2 to 3, all attributes increased significantly, with intelligence rising by a full 6 points and magic power doubling with an increase of 30 points. After the recent practical tests, Lu Feng discovered that the skill damage brought by different elements varied. Among them, lightning attributes had the highest power, followed by fire attributes. The magic power value mainly reflected in additional damage if one had to quantify it with numbers, using lightning elements as an example. Total damage equals lightning element damage 2000 plus magic power additional damage, magic power multiplied by element damage coefficient equals 23. Of course, this is for single target damage. If it's area damage, the damage would be dispersed, and the specific calculations are quite complex, not simply the total damage value divided by the number of target units. Lu Feng didn't intend to delve deeply into this. After trying a few more times, the concept would gradually become clearer. For now, his main profession was still summoner, with the summoned beast doing the fighting while he provided support. Cough cough. The level of the summoned beast increased alongside the summoner, and its intelligence rose by 6 points, significantly boosting the attributes of the Swift Vanguard. Health increased from 3600 to 4500, attack power rose from 120 to 150, and magic power went from 108 to 136. With the base attack damage plus 2 layers of passive magic damage, the Scout Vanguard could now one-shot the green snakes. Besides magic energy experience points, it seems some equipment dropped. Amidst a pile of green snake corpses, the panel received a prompt for detecting equipment. A bronze light and 2 white lights were quite eye-catching, and Lu Feng collected them into the system panel, with the prompt displaying Poison Dart, bronze level, wearing condition, level LV2 health plus 300 attack power plus 12 effect, contains green snake venom, causing the injured target to suffer continuous -10 poison damage. Spike, white level, wearing condition, level LV2 health plus 50 attack power plus 5 effect, none. Tail skin tunic, white level, wearing condition, level LV2 health plus 150 defense plus 4 effect, none. After killing over 200 green snakes, 3 pieces of equipment dropped in total, 1 bronze level piece and 2 white level pieces. Equipment levels range from low to high: white, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. White is the lowest level of equipment. Lu Feng looked at the effects of the 2 white level pieces, and indeed, they were not impressive. For him, the attribute increase was negligible and not useful. However, the bronze-level Poison Dart was quite suitable for the Scout Vanguard, and he could use it temporarily during the novice period. Thus, Lu Feng equipped a bronze-level Poison Dart on the Scout Vanguard, and after equipping it, the Scout Vanguard's attack power increased from 150 to 162, and health from 4500 to 4800, with the passive poison effect adding an extra 10 points of damage. As for the 2 pieces of whiteboard equipment, Lu Feng had no use for them and simply decided to sell them for some money. Trading items was quite convenient. Lu Feng just needed to place the items on the counter as a seller and set a price. If someone wanted to buy, they would place an order, and once the money was received, the items would be transferred to the buyer. Of course, the trading association took a 10% commission for providing this platform. Lu Feng registered briefly. Since it was his first time selling equipment on the platform, he had no concept of the prices for novice gear. He referred to the prices of similar whiteboard equipment from previous years, which ranged from 7,000 to 10,000 copper coins, equivalent to 70 to 100 gold coins. However, considering it was the awakening season, equipment was scarce. It was evident that aside from a few items with extremely poor cost-performance ratios, most of the other equipment categories with slightly normal prices were basically sold out. Therefore, he felt that he could raise his selling price. The reference price is 80 gold coins, so I'll list it for 120 gold coins? Let's give it a try. If no one buys it, I'll reconsider. Lu Feng was quite short on money at the moment, so if he could turn this unwanted whiteboard equipment into cash, that would be great. More is better. After setting the price, he listed the spike whiteboard level for 120 gold coins. Congratulations, the item you listed in the trading association has been successfully purchased with a transaction amount of 120 gold coins. After deducting 12 gold coins in commission, you will receive 108 gold coins. Hearing the system's notification, Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. He felt a wave of regret. He had been careless and had listed it too low. Lu Feng truly did not expect that his equipment would be snapped up the moment it was listed. Moreover, this was under a 50% markup. It seems that the demand for novice equipment at this stage far exceeds my expectations. But upon reflection, it made sense. Everyone had just awakened and gathered in the novice trial area to grind monsters and level up. Equipment was currently the only thing that could significantly enhance their combat power in a short time, greatly improving their efficiency in fighting monsters. Most people needed it. The leftover equipment from previous years was either too worn out or had already been bought up by the quicker crowd, and most of what remained were level 1 items. To get new stock, they could only rely on what they could obtain now. The novice trial area only allowed practitioners below level 5 to enter, and since everyone had just awakened, they all needed equipment to get through the novice phase. Even if they obtained equipment, they would keep it for themselves. Who would be willing to sell? Only someone like Lu Feng, who was an attribute anomaly, would look down on it and sell it. Realizing this, Lu Feng became smarter with the second piece of equipment and adjusted the price to 300 gold coins. This time, the equipment was not snapped up but remained quietly on the shelves of the trading association. Lu Feng was not in a hurry and patiently awaited the outcome. It would be great if it sold. If not, he could always adjust the price. Yes, that was still his mindset. Closing the trading association page, Lu Feng left the bamboo forest and headed towards the level 3 area. In the central area of the bamboo forest, a boy with a crew cut under the cover of his teammate the ranger pierced the 7 inches of a green snake with his sword, successfully slaying it. After withdrawing his sword and wiping the blood from the tip with a cloth, the crew cut boy asked, "Has the trading association updated any new equipment?" Their Tianya team consisted of a swordsman, a ranger, an archer, and 2 shield warriors, with the leader being this crew cut boy named Wang Tianyi. A professional swordsman with an A-level talent, he was one of the most outstanding geniuses to change jobs in Wind City this year. His family was in business, so they were not short on money or resources. In addition to his solid attributes, he also wore several pieces of level 1 professional equipment. After receiving the datasheet before awakening, he immediately purchased a full set of equipment from the trading association. Upon arriving in the bamboo forest area, he discovered that the level 2 green snake was significantly stronger than the level 1 carrot spirit and was quite troublesome. The first level equipment was somewhat inadequate, dragging down the pace. Although they could still manage to level up to level 3 smoothly, the efficiency was not great. His goal was to reach close to level 4 on the first day, break through to level 4 on the second day, and then reach level 5 on the third day to challenge the Abyss Dungeon. He knew that if he fell behind even a little, he, a genius, needed to amaze the world and show enough strength. Achieving level 5 in 3 days through the Novice Dungeon was itself a display of talent and power. It was a supreme honor, worthy of his title as the Chosen One. Therefore, he needed equipment that suited him. How's it going? Is there any new level 2 equipment? Not long ago, they had successfully missed out on a piece of level 2 equipment called spikes. Having learned from the last lesson, they had to check the marketplace for new equipment after every battle. Yes, boss, the shop under the account World of Dust has listed a new top, and its effects are pretty good, adding 150 health and 4 defense. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyi frowned slightly. Is there no attacking equipment? None, boss. What a pity that spikes was snatched up in an instant, but this top is also decent. Buying it for the tank and the team would be just right. It can increase their toughness. Next time we can be a bit more aggressive during the attack. But, boss, this top seems a bit expensive. It costs 300 gold. What? 300? That's so much more than the previous spikes? No wonder this equipment wasn't snatched up. Its cost effectiveness is much worse than before. However, to complete the novice trial faster, spending a bit more money is worth it. Wang Tianyi had grand ambitions. Compared to the thrill of honor in being pursued by the crowd, this amount of money was nothing. The level 3 area was a vast forest, sparsely populated. It was possible that Lu Feng was the first among this batch of awakened ones to arrive in the level 3 area. Wild Wolf, normal level, LV 3 health, 750 attack, 18 defense, 15 speed, 16 skill. Hungry Wolf, Bite skill, claw assault. As soon as he stepped into the forest, Lu Feng saw a wild wolf with a triangular head and a slender body, baring its teeth at him from beneath the bushes. The wild wolf's attributes had improved compared to the green snake, especially in defense and speed, showing a significant increase. Unlike the green snake, which had weaknesses, the wild wolf's characteristics were balanced across all attributes and it was very cunning. Lu Feng didn't hold back. In his eyes, it was just prey that could struggle a bit more. Xiao Mo, go. The scout vanguard stepped lightly, shooting a poison dart. The dart, mixed with poison powder, hit the wild wolf accurately. 160-124-124. When the wild wolf first saw the scout vanguard, it underestimated him. But a simple basic attack woke it up. A single hit took away more than half of its health. Realizing the danger, it turned to flee. Before it could get far, it was hit by the next poison dart. Feeling its legs go weak, its vision darkened, and then it fell to the ground, dead. Kill the wild wolf. Gain 10 magic crystal energy experience points. It must be said that the wild wolf provided quite a bit of experience. Killing one yielded 10 experience points. Thus, for Lu Feng, to reach level 4, he only needed to kill about 30 more wild wolves, then he could level up to 4 and head to the level 4 area. As he thought this, suddenly, a message interrupted his train of thought. Congratulations, the item you listed in the marketplace has been sold. With a transaction amount of 300 gold, deducting 30 gold as commission, you will receive 270 gold. Sold for 300 gold? 6. This kind of novice whiteboard top normally wouldn't sell for more than 80 gold, and it's sold for 300 gold. Lu Feng savored the moment, sensing a business opportunity. Even casually dropped 2 pieces of whiteboard equipment could sell for over 400 gold coins. The costs of previously buying summoned beasts, leveling up, and preparing materials for health potions were all recouped, with an extra 200 gold coins to spare. If he could gather more equipment to sell, wouldn't he make a fortune? Keeping good equipment for himself while selling off this whiteboard gear could yield significant profits. It seems that while fighting monsters, I need to pay more attention to how to increase the drop rate of equipment. Making money while fighting monsters is the best of both worlds. Discovering this money-making opportunity, Lu Feng excitedly rubbed his hands together. He decided to revise his previous strategy of quickly farming and leveling up. He couldn't be too hasty and just attack any monster he saw. He needed to be a bit selective. With limited energy, experience bar, he had to choose wisely. Suddenly, a wild wolf that had been lying in ambush sprang out from the bushes, opening its bloody maw and lunging at Lu Feng. Wind shield. Due to the close distance, Lu Feng couldn't dodge. He quickly focused his mind, gathering wind elements in his left arm to form a wind shield. Crack! The wind shield blocked the wolf's bite, and Lu Feng's eyes sharpened as his right fist ignited with flames. Fire fist. He pushed off with his right leg, his right fist charged like a bowstring pulled taut, and he struck the wolf's head. The wild wolf was sent flying 3 meters away by Lu Feng's punch, and the flames engulfed it in a whoosh, turning it into a charred wolf in less than a breath. Kill the wild wolf. Gain 10 magic energy crystals. Wolves are cunning creatures, strong and fond of playing dirty. They also possess incredible perseverance, never giving up until they achieve their goals. No wonder the old saying goes, wolves travel 1,000 miles for meat, dogs travel 1,000 miles for dung. With such a temperament, they indeed have something, but unfortunately for them, they encountered Lu Feng. Earth collapse. Not far behind a haystack, the ground suddenly caved in, trapping the legs of the wild wolf that had been lying in wait. It tried to struggle, but the soil beneath its feet quickly solidified into chunks, rising in a V-shape from both sides and then crashing down violently in the middle. 2 hard slabs of earth combined, and the wild wolf was smashed into a pulp, blood flowing down like tomato sauce from the cracks in the ground. Kill the wild wolf. Gain 10 magic energy crystals. Kill the wild wolf. Gain 10 magic energy crystals. Your companions are dead, and you still think about ambushing? Truly a thief's heart never dies. Lu Feng snorted coldly, effortlessly dispatching 3 wild wolves with a wave of his hand. The scout vanguard ahead also achieved victory in battle, moving swiftly, averaging 2 basic attacks to take down a wild wolf, having killed no less than 10 wild wolves in total. They even deliberately let one escape to report back. Since entering the level 3 area, Lu Feng had already killed over 20 wild wolves, dropping a pair of whiteboard shoes. The drop rate was significantly higher than in the level 2 area, but still a bit low. After all, this was under Lu Feng's deliberate selection. If he killed randomly, he might have to slay 40 or 50 before getting any equipment. From his experience, wild wolves could be categorized into 3 types based on their appearance: weak wild wolves, strong wild wolves, and fat wild wolves. The whiteboard shoes dropped from the strong wild wolves, which had higher attributes than the other 2 types. Lu Feng planned to focus on hunting strong wild wolves in the future. The level 3 whiteboard equipment naturally commanded a higher price than level 2. And these shoes were quite practical in combat, enhancing health and defense while also increasing the user's movement speed. Therefore, Lu Feng set the price at 400 gold coins and listed them in the shop. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Tianyi, who was engaged in an exhilarating battle in the bamboo forest, habitually logged into the Merchant Association page. To refresh it, he discovered that the World of Dust shop had updated with new equipment. Wolf fur boots, whiteboard wearing Conditions: level LV3 health plus 200 defense plus 3 movement speed plus 4 effect. None. Wow, new equipment has come out again and it's still a level 3 whiteboard item? Other teammates received the news, each displaying an incredulous expression. Level 3 equipment wolf fur boots. Could it be that he has already been grinding monsters in the level 3 area? Impossible, the few with the highest talents in this year's Win City class change are all in our team. What other team could possibly grind faster than us? Yeah, Captain, you're only LV2 266/300 right now. You still need several dozen experience points to reach level 3. The attributes of wolves in the level 3 area are significantly higher than those of the green snakes, and wolves are pack animals, making it easy to be surrounded by a pack in the level 3 area. Without absolute strength, one wouldn't dare to step in easily, but this guy has actually managed to get level 3 equipment? He must have killed quite a few wolves. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Boss, I feel they are very likely equipment dealers. These items are leftover stock from last year, or they bought them in bulk before awakening, and now they're trying to raise prices to make money, with middlemen profiting from the difference, looking to cash in. Right, I think it's that situation too. Otherwise, I can't think of any other possibilities. Wang Tianyi certainly didn't believe that anyone could be freely grinding monsters in the level 3 area at this time. Even someone like him, who had talent, teammates, and spent money, could only linger in the level 2 area and didn't dare to step into the level 3 area. Others were even less likely. Regardless of whether he's an equipment dealer or not, the attributes of these shoes are quite good, suitable for me. With the attribute boost from these shoes, I can pull more green snakes into the battle circle, increasing our grinding efficiency. That's very helpful for me, and that's enough. Wang Tianyi didn't hesitate, entered the trading page, made the payment, and received the item. Congratulations, the item you listed in the trading hall has been purchased. The transaction amount is 400 gold coins. After deducting 40 gold coins as commission, 360 gold coins have been credited. At the same time, Lu Feng, who was tracking the escaped wolf in the woods, received the notification of the payment being credited. It showed that the buyer was the same person who had previously bought the upper garment. Brave to compete for first, swordsman. This username is quite interesting. It seemed like he was someone who cared a lot about rankings. Retracting his gaze, Lu Feng focused on the wolf he had let escape earlier. Secretly following behind, this guy led them to a clearing in the woods with a wide view. At the end of the clearing was a small slope, and at the bottom of the slope was a cave entrance. Near the entrance, wolves of various sizes were scattered everywhere. No need to say, this place was the wolf den. Lu Feng and the scout vanguard climbed a tree, masking their scent, and observed the situation at the wolf den. There were several wolves roaming around the cave, about a dozen or so, and at the cave entrance, 3 exceptionally robust wolves with thick fur were lying in wait, as if guarding the resting wolf king inside the cave. After clarifying the situation, Lu Feng and the scout vanguard, both seasoned veterans, prepared to take action. The two exchanged a knowing smile, the scout vanguard revealing 2 big white teeth, grinning in a silly yet somewhat cute manner, but to Lu Feng, that smile looked rather annoying. Ah ha ha. He. Lu Feng merely gave a glance, and the scout vanguard understood, sliding down from the tree, activating the active skill. Scout's quick run. Active skill. Scout's quick run. Enter stealth mode. Movement speed increased by 30%. Attacking will automatically break stealth. The first normal attack against an enemy will gain a 40% attack power bonus. The scout vanguard went invisible and made his way to the entrance of the wolf den, starting to plant radishes. Radish bombs are very small in size, and they make very little noise when being set up. After being placed, they enter an invisible state. It quietly set up carrot bombs, like the quietest gorilla at night, silently doing bad things. The wolf pack was completely unaware. After planting carrot bombs at the cave entrance in key positions, the swift scout found a corner of a hole to lie in wait. Seeing that Xiao Mo had almost finished the task, Lu Feng began to gather fire attribute elemental energy in the palm of his hand. I gather. When the fireball was about the size of a Bosnian ball, 1.2 to 2 meters in diameter, Lu Feng leaped from the tree, aiming at the wolf den during his high jump, holding the fireball with both hands and throwing it forward with great force from behind his head. Take this, Gaia energy cannon. The huge fireball surged toward the wolf den. Lu Feng landed on the ground, timing his control of the fire element as the fireball entered the cave. Break! The fireball scattered into clusters of flames, crashing down inside the cave like a meteor shower. The ground inside the wolf den was covered with hay, the resting place of the wolf king. At this moment, ignited by the flames, it caught fire completely. In just a few breaths, thick black smoke surged up inside the cave, the intense flames glowing red, illuminating the entire open area. Awah! The wolf king inside the den let out a painful whimper, and the wild wolf guards at the cave entrance, intending to resist the fireball's attack, found themselves caught in the carrot traps as soon as they stood up. The spreading poison sand wrapped around their 4 hooves, making it impossible for them to jump. Before they could react, a small creature emerged behind them, relentlessly shooting poison darts at them. These poison darts were quite toxic, taking half a tube of blood with just one hit. Hearing the wolf king's call, the wild wolves on the open ground gathered towards the cave entrance, and some wild wolves that were guarding inside also came out, but they were already half burned. As soon as they exited the cave, they stepped into the carrot traps and died right before their eyes. Lu Feng sighed. Young wolves are good, they can just fall asleep. As for the wild wolves guarding outside and those that had gathered, they weren't faring any better as the area around the cave entrance was filled with carrot bombs. One carrot bomb could deal 240 points of continuous magical damage to the wild wolves in the area, and 3 carrots could easily send them off. Coupled with the ambush from the vanguard scout, these wild wolves were only destined to be slaughtered. Kill wild wolves, gain 10. Magic energy crystals. Kill wild wolves, gain 15 magic energy crystals. Kill wild wolves, gain 15 magic energy crystals. Magic crystal energy is fragmented energy. Magic energy crystals are complete energy pieces with the same experience value but different forms. Slightly stronger beast crystals are more complete. Killing the elite wild wolves guarding the cave entrance grants more experience than ordinary wild wolves, yielding 15 points of experience. In the blink of an eye, after taking down 8 or 9 wild wolves, Lu Feng leveled up. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level LV3 LV4 Name Lu Feng Title None Profession Summoner Level LV4 17/3000 Health 11001500 Strength 1822 Constitution 1620 Intelligence 3038 Agility 2025 Magic Power 60120. With the level increased to 4, Lu Feng's stats steadily improved, with all attributes breaking the 20 mark and health reaching 1500 points. The health bar finally felt a bit thicker. Intelligence increased from 30 to 38, an increase of 8 points, reflecting a 20% boost to all attributes for the Vanguard Scout. Attack power suddenly increased by 40 points, breaking the 200 mark. Magic power remained the same, doubling again. Roar! At this moment, the Wolf King, deep inside the cave, finally ran out, its entire body ablaze. Above its head, it showed that it was continuously losing health. 66-66-66. This was the burning effect of the flames, and it was nearly turned into a firewolf from the burning. Behind him were a few followers, but they couldn't escape and were burned alive, turning into magic energy crystals, becoming Lu Feng's experience points. Upon seeing the scout vanguard outside the cave, it became furious, extremely angry. This Wolf King was peacefully sleeping in its den, and you dare to play like this? Rolling and crashing wildly on the ground, after extinguishing the flames on its body, it charged fiercely at the scout vanguard. Faced with the Wolf King's wrath, the scout vanguard remained unfazed, delivering a deadly flute blow that directly evaded the Wolf King's physical damage. Miss. Then it retaliated with a poisoned dart. 120-202-150-150. The deadly flute blow combined with the main passive damage from a basic attack took away over 600 health points from the Wolf King in one hit. The Wolf King struck with its sharp claws. Minus 21 to 21 for the scout vanguard. It was nothing. Looking up, another basic attack sent the Wolf King away. After defeating the Wolf King, the swift scout revealed 2 big white teeth and laughed heartily, as if to say, "Is that all?" The momentum was impressive, but the ability was lacking. Kill the Wolf King, gain 70 magic energy crystals, experience points. Seeing the prompt, Lu Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised. The experience points from this Wolf King were unexpectedly high. No wonder it was the Wolf King. After killing the Wolf King, the remaining ones were just some small kalami. There was no need for Lu Feng to intervene. The scout vanguard quickly dealt with them all. After clearing a den of wolves, Lu Feng cleaned up the battlefield. Counting the spoils, he had killed 20 ordinary wild wolves, 17 strong wild wolves, 8 wild wolf guards, and 1 Wolf King, gaining a total of 594 magic crystal energy experience points. Notably, not only did the Wolf King and wild wolf guards drop equipment, but even the ordinary wolves dropped some. Among them, the equipment dropped by the Wolf King was of silver grade. Wild Wolf Disco Necklace, silver grade, wearing requirement, level LV4 health plus 500 physical defense plus 7 magical defense plus 5 effect, has a certain chance to trigger the Wolf King's roar, causing mental disturbance to enemies. The remaining items included a bronze grade dagger and 2 pieces of bronze grade armor, namely Wild Wolf Fang dagger, Wild Wolf bracers, and Wild Wolf cloth armor, all requiring level 3 to equip, with decent attribute conditions. However, compared to the silver grade Wild Wolf Disco Necklace, they were still quite inferior. Aside from the dagger, Lu Feng equipped the other 3 items on the Scout Vanguard. The level 4 Scout Vanguard had a base health of 5,700, and with the added health from the equipment, its total health reached 7,000. Lu Feng didn't rush to sell the dagger but instead stored it in the system backpack and continued deeper into the forest. The level 4 area was also within the deep forest, where the encountered beasts were wild boars. The attributes of wild boars were slightly stronger than those of wild wolves, with a noticeable difference in attack power and health. The attack power of wild boars was 20% higher than that of wild wolves, and their health was 1.5 times that of wild wolves, barely able to withstand 2 basic attacks from the Scout Vanguard. However, wild boars were much more reckless than wild wolves. They would charge straight ahead, making it easy to kite the wild boars using agility. Each wild boar provided 25 experience points, and Lu Feng, along with Xiaomo, the Scout Vanguard, took down 60 strong wild boars along the way. During the chase and kiting process, Lu Feng consciously practiced his control over words become actions. Especially in terms of agility, he gained a lot of insights. He had tried using lightning to increase his speed but almost ended up getting himself killed quickly drinking a health potion to calm down. Then he thought about trying the wind fire wheel, which resulted in smoke coming from his feet and burning his shoes. Finally, after many attempts, he found that using wind to propel his body gradually gave him a sense of it. The wind could make a person lighter, increase their pace, and also allow for quick repositioning in battle. In the fight against the wild boars, he personally took charge, transforming into a boar fighting expert. The wind can change the trajectory of actions, and it can also change the trajectory of battles. It seems like there's something to it. After adapting, my speed can improve. Why do I feel like I'm faster than Xiaomo? After becoming proficient, Lu Feng no longer needed to shout to summon the elements of heaven and earth, he could move them at will. Gradually, he even gained a certain level of control over the amount of elements he released. With the push of the wind element, he jumped high, as if springs were installed under his feet. He ran fast, as if there were always boosters propelling him from behind. Various bizarre postures and movements beyond human limits came easily to him. A 45-degree salute like Michael? Sorry, I can do it at 0 degrees, with 360 degrees of no blind spots, dodging at full capacity. 60 wild boars gaining 1500 experience points drop 3 pieces of level 4 equipment, wild boar bracers, wild boar helmet, and wild boar cloth armor. It might be because Lu Feng specifically targeted the robust wild boars, but he was quite lucky, all 3 were actually bronze level. Replacing the wild wolf bracers and wild wolf cloth armor with the wild boar bracers and wild boar cloth armor slightly improved the attributes of the Scout Vanguard. As for the wild boar helmet, due to type restrictions, the Scout Vanguard couldn't equip it. But Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry to sell it. Instead, he first listed the wild wolf bracers, wild wolf cloth armor, and wild wolf fang dagger. The attributes of bronze level were slightly stronger than plain ones, but not excessively so there wouldn't be huge fluctuations in price. The bracers were priced at 600 gold coins, the cloth armor at 650 gold coins, and the dagger at 700 gold coins. Lu Feng listed 3 pieces of level 3 bronze equipment at once, naturally drawing a wave of astonished attention. In less than 3 minutes, the 3 pieces of equipment were bought by a swordsman named Striving for First. Congratulations, the items you listed in the trading hall have been purchased, with a transaction amount of 1,950 gold coins. After deducting a commission of 195 gold coins, you will receive 1,855 gold coins. In the level 5 area, near where the wild boars roamed, there were 2 types of magical beasts. One was the tree spirit hidden in the twisted jungle, and the other was the blood bat dwelling in the deep valley. Lu Feng glanced at his experience progress bar, LV4, 2137/3000. Let's explore the level 5 area a bit more, kill some monsters, and I should be level 5 soon. Moving from the wild boar area to the twisted jungle area of the level 5 tree spirits, Lu Feng casually killed a few more wild boars, dropping a piece of level 4 plane equipment. Before he could list it, a person jumped out in front of him. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine, if you want to pass this way, leave some toll. The person was big and burly, looking fierce, wielding a 3-board axe and shouting loudly. Damn it, crazy person. Lu Feng was startled by the sudden appearance and threw a fireball back at him. Why ya. The other party tried to dodge but was surprised to find 2 vines had appeared under his feet, trapping him. It was Lu Feng secretly using the wood element to bind him with vines. Crack! The fireball hit him, and he let out a shrill cry, which quickly turned into a sound of pain. The skin began to peel off, falling to the ground as withered leaves. It revealed its true form, a humanoid tree spirit with several roots for feet. Tree Spirit, Elite level, LV5, Health 1500, Attack 40, Defense 73, Speed 30, Skill, Mimicry, can transform into a human form to confuse enemies. Skill, Withering Bind, a melee control skill that activates when close enough to the enemy, binding them with its entire body and draining their life force. Lu Feng had long since memorized the Novice Trial Manual, especially the magical beasts in the level 5 area, which he had reviewed several times. Moreover, aside from Lu Feng, no one had ventured into the level 3 and 4 areas yet, who would pop up in the level 5 area. Is it suitable? What else could it be if not a tree spirit? So when he saw the other party appear, Lu Feng didn't hesitate and greeted them with a fireball. The tree spirit is entangled by vines. If you tell someone, you'll be laughed to death, but it seems you won't have that chance. Fire inherently counters wood, and with Lu Feng's single target skill, having a high base damage, even if the tree spirit has a defense attribute of 73, it would still meet its end in the northwest. Kill the tree spirit, gain 40 magic energy crystals. A tree spirit gives 40 experience points. If I kill 22 of them, I can level up to 5. I hope I can get a level 5 equipment drop before I reach level 5. Lu Feng knew very well that these low-level equipments were just transitional gear and wouldn't be useful for long. If it weren't for the recent job change season and the scarcity of equipment, their prices wouldn't be this high. After a while, once various types of equipment become more available, prices would definitely return to normal. Especially in the later stages, most people would have gone through the novice trials, and there might even be a surplus situation where the prices of these novice equipments would drop far below market value. The batch of equipment that couldn't be sold would have to be reserved until next year's job awakening season before they could be sold off. So, taking advantage of the current scarcity of equipment, especially since level 4 and 5 gear hadn't appeared yet, he needed to sell at the highest price. At this moment, the whiteboard equipment he didn't want was a treasure to others. Thus, he quickened his pace to continue killing monsters. In the twisted jungle, where the vines were lush, he could easily manipulate the wood elements, control the opponent's movements, and let Xiao Mo go in for the kill. If it was too troublesome, he would just send them off with a charged fireball. After killing the 16th one, he defeated a tree spirit that transformed into a beautiful woman and dropped a level 5 equipment, but unfortunately, it was just a whiteboard level. At this point, his experience had reached LV4 2777/3000, and after killing a few more, he would reach level 5. Once he hit level 5, he would be teleported out. Hurry up and sell the equipment. He listed the level 1 and level 4 whiteboard equipment along with the level 5 whiteboard equipment. Ding dong, system message. The Merchant Dust World has new updates, now selling 2 pieces of equipment as follows: Wild Boar Spike, whiteboard, level requirement 4. Vine Belt, whiteboard, level requirement 5. In the bamboo forest, Wang Tianyi, who had finally reached level 3, fell into chaos upon seeing the new information from the merchant. It's confirmed, this Dust Time is undoubtedly an equipment dealer, and a powerful one at that. Tell me, who can reach the level 5 area and drop equipment within 3 hours of awakening? Even reaching level 4 is outrageous, okay? Their team, as the strongest combat combination in Wind City, was still stuck in the level 2 area. Is there anyone who can kill in the level 4 or even 5 area at this point? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You have to know that normal novice players, when leveling from 1 to 5 in the novice trial, wouldn't go to the level 4 and 5 areas to grind monsters. Why? Because they simply can't handle it. Even if they could, it wouldn't be worth the risk. The carrot spirits in the level 1 area and the green snakes in the level 2 area don't give much experience but are safe. As long as you keep grinding, you can steadily level up to 5. Moreover, as your level increases, the speed of grinding monsters will become faster. A simple example is that the whole team needs to exert tremendous effort to kill a wild wolf, taking a long time to defeat it and only gaining 10 experience points. But they could easily defeat dozens of carrot spirits in the time it takes to kill one wild wolf, gaining dozens of experience points. In terms of cost effectiveness, the latter is clearly safer and more efficient. Therefore, every year, the adventurers entering the novice trial ground, starting from level 1 and leaving at level 5, most only visit the first and second level areas, while only a few dare to step into the third level area. As for the 4th and 5th level areas, it has been a long time since anyone has been heard of going there. And now, this shop called World of Dust actually listed level 4 and level 5 equipment within less than 3 hours of the novice trial ground opening. What else could it be? It must be an equipment dealer flipping the gear left over from previous years to sell this year. Moreover, it's a capable equipment dealer. Without strength, it would be impossible to acquire level 4 and level 5 equipment before reaching level 5. I wonder how much he paid to get level 4 and level 5 equipment, always stuck at that level? Or did he use countless schemes and items? One of the archers in Wang Tianyi's team couldn't help but exclaim, "Yeah, no matter how he got it, it's not easy and deserves respect. Besides, this is a good thing for me. With his equipment, we can not only try the 3rd level area but even take a look at the scenery of the 4th level. It greatly speeds up my farming. I won't worry about the 3rd or 4th levels, but this level 5 equipment seems useless in the novice trial ground, right? This trial ground only allows level 4 adventurers at most. Him selling level 5 equipment at such a high price is a bit ridiculous." Wang Tianyi chuckled. This level 5 equipment is a unique drop from the tree spirit in the novice trial. Its attributes are average, but it holds special significance, a proof of strength. Strong individuals deserve respect, so I think it's necessary to buy it. Wang Tianyi swore he absolutely did not want to buy it just to show off. Upon hearing this, everyone felt Wang Tianyi had a point, but spending 1,000 gold on useless whiteboard equipment seemed a bit too expensive, right? However, they couldn't fathom the thoughts of the wealthy. "Boss, how about haggling a bit?" Wang Tianyi smiled and shook his head, readily transferring the payment for these 2 significant whiteboard items. After purchasing these 2 items, he also proactively added Lu Feng's merchant account. He felt Lu Feng was quite capable and worth befriending. He had stock of equipment that others couldn't obtain, and in the future, if he needed higher tier equipment, he might get a friendly price. Having purchased items multiple times, Lu Feng would surely notice him. Spending a few times the money on novice gear to build rapport would pay off later when he could save a bit on rare equipment. Therefore, in his view, this money spent was not a loss as a long-term investment. In the level 5 Twisted Jungle, after Lu Feng received the notification of the gold transfer, he found that this first place had also requested to add him as a friend. This person was a big client. Almost all of Lu Feng's equipment was bought by him. Due to the restrictions of the Merchant Association, transactions were conducted on the platform, which took a 10% cut, making Lu Feng feel quite pained each time. Following the principle of friendly coexistence, Lu Feng accepted the friend request. Adding a friend meant that if there was a need in the future, they could completely trade offline, saving that 10%, which was a significant amount. After successfully adding each other as friends, both were tacitly silent, but they acknowledged each other's value. Just as he exited the Merchant Association page, a video call popped up on his communication list. It was Lu Feng's close buddy, the chubby Pang Fei. Lu Feng answered the video call, and a light blue screen appeared in front of him, showing a young man with a buzz cut, slightly plump and sturdy limbs, looking very robust. Hey, Shingu, sorry, I didn't see your message earlier. I've been busy building the turret, and the signal was blocked during work. I just finished. Pang Fei's hair was wet, and he had a white towel around his neck, looking like he had just finished working and taken a shower. You said you needed some money, right? How much do you need? Lu Feng suddenly remembered that he still needed 50 gold coins to level up and had borrowed money from Fatty through voice chat. Back in the room. Sure, Fatty, from the sound of it, you've saved quite a bit recently. Fatty scratched his neck and chuckled. Shengu, don't make fun of me. Well, even though I'm just in a lifestyle profession, I've been officially working for almost a year now. My basic monthly salary is 6,000, and with full attendance and bonuses, I average about 7 to 8,000 a month. Not that I'm rich, but among ordinary people, I can get by. Fatty and Lu Feng had played together since childhood, but they separated in middle school. Lu Feng successfully entered the combat profession at Feng City No. 2 High School, while Pang Fei failed the exam and attended a school for lifestyle professions. Lifestyle professions have a 3+1 and 3+2 structure, with 3 years in a technical school followed by 1 or 2 years of professional training after transitioning to a lifestyle profession. Pang Fei graduated last year and started working as a city defense turret master. 7 to 8,000 a month, that's about 70 to 80 gold coins. That's pretty good for just graduating last year. Then I guess I should borrow some money from you, huh? The last time I borrowed money was because I had just transitioned to a summoner and was short on funds for my summoned beasts, but I don't need it now. Lu Feng teased. I didn't give you a chance to show off, aren't you feeling regretful? Hearing this, Pang Fei laughed heartily. It seems this title of foster father is destined to have nothing to do with me. By the way, you said you transitioned to a summoner? Yes, and I have a B-level talent as a summoner. Wow, Shingu, that's impressive, just as I expected from you. But the summoner profession relies heavily on summoned beasts. I've heard some combat professionals from the city defense department say that the most sought-after summoners are those who choose defensive summoned beasts, followed by those who focus on melee attacks. What did you choose? It should be something similar, right? Lu Feng didn't answer and adjusted the angle of the light screen to focus on the swift vanguard standing on a tree stump. Xiao Mo, say hello. Xiao Mo, wearing a rabbit hat, revealed 2 white front teeth and waved its little paws, bouncing and jumping in front of the camera. Upon seeing Xiao Mo, Pang Fei fell silent. Shengu, you're not joking, right? Your summoned beast is so cute? He initially wanted to say so small, but thought better of it and ended up using the word cute instead. Hey, wait, why are you in a thicket? And this place looks a bit familiar. While busy chatting, Pang Fei finally noticed that the background behind Lu Feng was not in the city but in a forest. He worked in the city defense department and was very familiar with the geography of Feng City. There shouldn't be such a place in the city, right? Coupled with the fact that Lu Feng had just successfully transitioned, he thought of an unbelievable answer. You're not in the novice trial forest area, are you? But I remember, the level 3 area is the forest area. You just transitioned successfully, and you're already in the level 3 area? Pang Fei found it hard to believe. Lu Feng smiled slightly. To be precise, this is the level 5 twisted jungle. Pang Fei was once again rendered speechless. Just then, a tree spirit disguised as a beggar appeared, and Lu Feng shifted the camera to Xiao Mo, who attacked and successfully killed it with 3 basic attacks. This left Pang Fei dumbfounded. Oh my goodness, what is this? This little one is so fierce? Am I dreaming? Pang Fei had successfully transitioned last year, although the turret master profession had combat power comparable to general combat professions. Its sustainability was weak, making it unsuitable for prolonged battles, thus it was categorized among the lifestyle profession builders. He remembered when he first came to the novice trial ground, it took him half an hour to kill a carrot spirit, and it took him 5 whole days to level up from level 1 to level 2, 10 days from level 2 to level 3, and more than half a month from level 3 to level 4. It wasn't until he reached level 4 that he dared to go to the bamboo forest area to fight the green snakes. In the level 3 area, he just took a glance and silently returned to the bamboo forest to fight the green snakes, then leveled up to level 5 and left the novice trial ground. And Lu Feng? He went straight to the level 5 area in just a few hours? He slapped himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming. After a long time, he accepted the reality, but his lips couldn't help but twitch. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. He had been worried about Lu Feng's job change, and in the end, the guy pulled off a royal flush. Shingu, I want to be quiet. Although he was genuinely happy for Lu Feng, the shock was too overwhelming, and he needed a moment. Quiet? Got a new partner? Pang Fei was both amused and exasperated. Shengu, stop joking with me. I'm stunned by your shock, especially your summoned beast. So small, yet the damage it deals is scarier than the phantom wolf in our patrol team. Pang Fei's words were filled with envy. Lu Feng laughed heartily and got back on track. Pang Fei, have you thought about returning to the path of a professional? I have, but I can't. Look at me, I've been job changed for a year and I'm only level 6. I can't even clear the simplest abyss dungeon. Abyss dungeon? If you trust me, let's meet at the east gate of the Valley of the Dead and I'll take you through. Lu Feng was about to level up to 5 and after reaching level 5 going to the abyss to tackle dungeons would be a piece of cake for him with his current strength. But the abyss dungeon had a strict rule, it required a team to enter. In other words, at least 2 people were needed to challenge the abyss. Lu Feng would take anyone, as it would be a straightforward clear, but he wouldn't take just anyone. Pang Fei was his brother, and he trusted him not to expose his situation. Of course I trust you, but I'm afraid I'll hold you back. You don't need to worry about that. To me, they are no different from you, after all, it's just about filling the numbers. Lu Feng's words were a bit harsh, but they were the truth. Plus, saying it this way made it easier for Pang Fei to accept. Filling numbers? Really? Yes, you don't need to do anything, just be there to fill the numbers so we can start the dungeon, and I'll handle everything else. Lu Feng pointed at the scout pioneer. Of course, if you want to fight in the next battle, I won't stop you. Then, I have to pay, right? I can't let you do it for free. Do you think I care about money? Pang Fei lowered his head in silence. If you really feel bad, just brew some tea and roast something in the back. Help me out a bit, haha. Pang Fei. After a brief hesitation, Pang Fei clenched his fists and made a decision. Alright, Jingge, I'll head over right now. While they were talking, Lu Feng kept walking deeper into the twisted jungle, and in a clearing, he saw a very beautiful girl ahead. With peach blossom cheeks and an apricot face, bright teeth and starry eyes, elegant brows and a delicate figure, she had long, slightly curled, light golden hair draping over her shoulders. Wow, this tree spirit has good taste, able to transform into such an outstanding girl. Both Lu Feng on this side of the screen and Pang Fei on the other side were momentarily stunned when they saw the girl. Indeed, but why do I feel like something's off? When the golden-haired girl saw Lu Feng appear, her eyes were filled with battle intent. In her right hand, she held a half-meter-long staff, the top of which was embedded with a blue enchanted gem. Oh, Mother Goddess of Khadijah, your most loyal magical follower listens to the teachings of the wind god, calling upon the element of wind, let the fierce wind roar across the plains. She chanted a magical incantation, her hands extended forward, and a golden magical circle appeared before her. The wind element gathered, and a terrifying magical fluctuation spread with the ripples of the magic circle. The howling of the wind echoed. What is that Traiant doing? Lu Feng's face was filled with confusion. Did the Traiant have such skills? Could it be facing a boss? Chen, brother. Chen, she is reciting an elemental magic skill incantation. She doesn't seem like a Traiant. However, before Pang Fei on the other side of the screen could finish speaking, Lu Feng raised his head and waved, launching a water ball cannonball directly at the girl's chest. A magic skill, chanting for so long? Was it not ready yet? Lu Feng fired a water cannon in response, causing the girl to widen her beautiful eyes in shock. She had to cross her arms in front of her to defend. Light shield. A transparent shield of light appeared, but when the water ball cannonball struck the shield, it instantly cracked and shattered. Immediately after, the remaining water ball hit the girl directly. She let out a muffled groan, falling backward. The hurricane that was about to surge from the magic circle came to an abrupt halt. You're not a Traiant? The girl clutched her chest, raising her head with a look of surprise in her eyes. Her words were exactly what Lu Feng wanted to say. He truly hadn't expected to encounter a fellow practitioner in a level 5 area. A real person? Realizing that he might have made a blunder, Lu Feng was just thinking of explaining. Suddenly, 4 figures shot out from behind the girl, sternly saying, "Assassin, do not harm our young lady." As they shouted angrily, several high-powered grenade shells followed. Lu Feng quickly dodged back, and the spot where he had been standing was blown into several large craters, the shockwave from the explosion shaking him unsteadily. What tremendous power! 4 tall practitioners, dressed in uniquely crafted clothing, surrounded the girl in the center. Lu Feng wanted to explain, but he found the other side's nerves were extremely sensitive. Any move he made to approach and say a few words would immediately provoke them to attack. Lu Feng couldn't risk his life betting on the other side's quality. Xiao Mo, retreat. The scout vanguard jumped onto Lu Feng's shoulder. Wind track. This misunderstanding had escalated significantly. There was no other choice. Lu Feng had to summon the wind element to escape. Concentrating the wind element beneath his feet and at his back, Lu Feng was able to perform a brief flight at low altitude. Leaping several meters in a single bound, and in the blink of an eye he was over 100 meters away, disappearing into the trees. Damn it, this is the first time I've been so flustered since my job change. Lu Feng was certain that with the boost from wind track, the others couldn't catch up. After distancing himself from the battlefield, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain. To reach the level 5 area before me, and with 4 practitioners around to protect her, it seems that girl is very important to them. By the way, Pang Fei, you've been in the city defense department, well informed. Do you know what those practitioners were about? I noticed their clothing was quite special. As Lu Feng was still on the line with Pang Fei, he naturally saw that thrilling scene. Brother Chen, they are new martial modified humans, registered with gene reagents, currently the most abnormal existence among practitioners. I saw them when I came down from the patrol team above, but the resources needed for these new martial modified humans are enormous, ordinary people can't afford it. Normally, only after the second job change do you see those from ancient martial families taking the new martial route, and it's rare to see new martial practitioners before level 20. I didn't expect to see 4 level 4 new martial practitioners in the novice trial ground and all at once. From the information in Pang Fei's words, Lu Feng could roughly guess the situation. That girl must have a significant background coming from a prominent family, and the family arranged for the strongest practitioners of the same level to provide close protection for her to ensure her safety. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't appear, but once they sensed a crisis, they would immediately show themselves. At first, when Lu Feng approached, they completely regarded him as a tree spirit until he struck down the girl, and only then did they react, jumping out fiercely to protect their master. Fortunately, it was just a misunderstanding. I believe with their influence, they will definitely investigate afterward. I hope there won't be any trouble. Lu Feng prayed silently and stopped thinking too much about it. In this world, those with money and power are not as small-minded as people imagine, especially when they find out that Lu Feng is a potential monster. They will weigh their options. They wouldn't easily provoke Lu Feng if they didn't want the girl's identity and talent to be exposed. Now, there was no going back to the twisted jungle of the 5th level area. Lu Feng planned to go to the Bloodbat Cave in the 5th level area to hunt a few more monsters, and after reaching level 5, he would leave the novice trial ground. I'm hanging up now. Meet at East City at 6. Okay. After ending the video call, Lu Feng hurried towards the Bloodbat Cave. On the other side, in the twisted jungle. Miss, are you alright? Amid the concerned voices of the 4 guards, the blonde girl shook her head and slowly got up. Reflecting on the scene just now, she furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Tiger Team, this matter must be reported to the parents immediately, and let them send the Dark Division to pick us up outside the novice trial ground. You all saw that kid's strength. He is definitely not an ordinary person. I don't even know which organization sent that assassin, daring to act in the novice trial ground, deliberately keeping a high-level talent assassin's level stuck at level 4 for so long, just for this assassination. It seems the other side has invested heavily. 2 of the female guards spoke coldly, their expressions like frost. After dialing the parents' video call, the leading man reported the situation in detail. On the other side was an elderly man with graying hair. Upon learning that the girl had been injured, his expression darkened, and he scolded, "Are you all just eating and doing nothing? You were entrusted with such an important task to protect the young lady, and you actually let an assassin take advantage and injure her? If anything happens to the young lady, can you bear the responsibility?" The few of them lowered their heads, enduring the scolding. Immediately escort the young lady out of the novice trial ground. The family's Dark Division is already stationed at the entrance. If there are any more mistakes, I won't spare you. Yes. Also, send someone to investigate immediately. We must find this assassin, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Daring to lay hands on my Li family's divine seed must come at a price. As the old man spoke, the blonde girl calmly interjected, "Uncle Yun, he is not an assassin." She had experienced the battle just now and did not sense any killing intent from the other party. Moreover, it seemed that when he was fighting her, he even wore a look of disdain, as if he was looking down on her magical abilities. Most importantly, he merely waved his hand lightly, and a water bullet shot straight at her, without any spell chanting or elemental gathering from him throughout. And the power was astonishing. Even her platinum-level protective necklace couldn't fully withstand the damage from a single water bullet. The power of the magical skill exceeded her understanding. Being at level 4, how did he manage to do that? The blonde girl murmured. "Uncle Yun, please help me check his identity background as soon as possible. I want all his information. I think he is very likely a hidden high-talent professional, and his talent attribute effects might not be lower than mine now." Hearing the blonde girl's words, the old man on the other end of the video paused, then replied in disbelief, "Miss, are you saying that kid just now is a normal professional? A professional who just changed jobs not long ago can reach the 5th level area in just over 2 hours? That's absurd." The blonde girl said lightly, "Uncle Yun, am I not also in the 5th level area? Miss, you are different. You are the most outstanding genius since the establishment of the family, with an awakened talent of SS level, and your talent is also growth type. As long as you gather enough resources for the 2nd and 3rd transitions, you even have the chance to become a legendary god-level talent. You are the one who will strive to become the supreme powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. How can you be compared to these ordinary people?" The old man shook his head in denial. "SS level, wasn't he unable to withstand even one move from him?" Recalling the battle just now, the blonde girl smiled self-deprecatingly. She was a flower in a greenhouse, given high hopes by her family, always far surpassing her peers. But today's experience made her realize the reality: there are always people stronger than you. She felt shock and frustration in her heart, but more than that, she felt joy. Because, after so many years, a powerful person of similar age finally appeared, making her feel less lonely, making her feel that she was not the cold palace fairy high above, but had a comparison and a goal to pursue. "Uncle Yun, that person just now. If he wanted to harm me, he had the ability and ample time to kill me, but he didn't. On the contrary, after injuring me, he showed a look of embarrassment and surprise. I think he should, like me, regard the other party as a tree spirit, but he is stronger than me, and I lost, that's all. The Bloodbat Cave is a dark and damp cave hidden underground, its entrance covered with thick moss. As soon as one enters the cave, a heavy chill envelopes them. Bloodbat, normal level, LV5 health. 1000 attack, 30 defense, 25 speed, 40 skill, bloodsucking, can inflict 25% severe injury on the target and restore 10% of its own health. Ultrasound interference requires group releases super divine waves causing mental damage. Not long after Lu Feng entered the cave, he saw the bloodbats hanging high on the cliff. At this moment, they were clustered upside down, as if they were sleeping. In terms of attributes, bloodbats are even weaker than level 4 wild boars. But their numbers are truly terrifying. There must be at least a few hundred of them in that dark mass. Don't disturb those above, draw the aggro of these few bats on the wall, and then take them out. Lu Feng did not want to linger in such a sinister place. He planned to leave as soon as he killed enough to level up to 5. Accepting Lu Feng's order, Xiao Mo bravely launched an attack, shooting a poison dart at the bloodbat clinging to the stone wall. Puff! The poison dart hit accurately, and damage values floated lightly above the bloodbat's head. 203-165-165 A normal attack caused the bloodbat's health to drop by more than half. After being attacked, the bloodbat opened its eyes, emitting a cold light in the darkness. Hiss! The few bloodbats beside it were also awakened, spreading their wings and baring their fangs, emitting high-frequency ultrasound from their mouths, and then angrily pounced towards the intruder. Lu Feng couldn't hear the sound of the ultrasound, but he could feel a sense of dizziness, a dizziness that made him feel a bit anxious. Is this a mental attack? Lu Feng did not strike, his skills were too conspicuous. Moreover, the bloodbat's attack attributes could not break through Xiao Mo's physical defense. After a round of damage, it only deducted a few dozen health points. But Xiao Mo's 2 normal attacks could take down one bloodbat. Kill bloodbat, gain 25 magic energy crystals. Kill bloodbat, gain 25 magic energy crystals. Before long, Lu Feng's experience points reached LV4 2977/3000, and with the last bloodbat killed, he would level up to 5 and complete the new life trial. However, unexpectedly, an unforeseen event occurred. An invisible sound wave came from the depths of the cave. The bats at the cave entrance seemed to have been summoned, all flying into the cave. Do they have to be so precise? At least let me take down one more, Lu Feng said, feeling quite speechless. At this point, he had no choice. He was just one blood bat away from leveling up to 5, and he certainly couldn't give up. He followed Xiao Mo inside. Along the way, he noticed that the blood bats that had previously hung upside down on the stalactites were nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until he reached the depths of the cave that he saw countless bloodbats swirling in the darkness, announcing their territorial sovereignty with sharp cries. A strange sweetness filled the air, the scent of blood mixed with earth. Through an unknown light, Lu Feng saw a coffin directly beneath where they gathered. The bats circled and screeched above it, but not a single bloodbat dared to land on the coffin. A coffin? The novice trial ground was a man-made collective dungeon where the magical beasts could be updated and released at regular intervals. The corresponding rules were detailed in the novice trial manual. But this coffin thing seemed to have never been mentioned before. Over the years, very few had stepped into the level 4 area, let alone the Twisted Woods and Bloodbat Cave of level 5. The Twisted Woods were manageable. Every few years, someone would venture in. However, due to the danger of the Bloodbat Cave and its oppressive, dark environment, it had been many years since anyone had entered. Sensing a change in the confined space, detecting divine material, location 100 meters ahead. At that moment, a line of information appeared in Lu Feng's mind. He recognized it as a prompt from his super divine level talent, which had also popped up when he absorbed the energy from the Eternal Tower during the job transfer ceremony. A change in space? What does that mean? Is it out of control? And this divine material, does it mean there's something good? Lu Feng tried to ask, but the super divine level talent remained silent. Alright, fine, playing mute at a critical moment, huh? Please explore on your own. Lu Feng. Since it could make the usually silent super divine level talent pop up with a prompt, it must be something very important. But Lu Feng didn't want to take the risk of opening a coffin for it. You don't say anything when I ask you, and you want me to risk my life? No way. I'll just casually kill a blood bat, level up to 5, and then I'll leave obediently. As he spoke, he began to gather fire elements in his palm, and the flames instantly illuminated the cave. Aiming at the group of blood bats in the air, Lu Feng threw the fireball. It smashed into the pile of bats, randomly selecting one lucky bat. Chirp! A blood bat in the middle was hit directly by the fireball, bathing in flames, flapping around in the air for a moment before falling freely. Thud! Its body landed right on the coffin. However, to Lu Feng's surprise, after killing the blood bat, there was no notification of a kill or experience gained. Instead, the fireball had angered all the bats. They flapped their wings, staring at Lu Feng, baring their sharp teeth. Hiss! Countless high-frequency super divine waves spread out from the mouths of the blood bats, the amplitude of the frequency layering upon layering, ultimately forming a massive net-like sound wave that surged forward like ripples in water. Buzz! The Mental shock from the super divine wave made Lu Feng feel as if his head was blank, as if something was tearing at his nerves. He felt like his head was about to explode. 96-96-96-96-96-100 The collective sound wave explosion could deduct nearly 100 health points from Lu Feng every second. At this rate, it would take just 15 seconds to take his life. Am I really going to die young like this? Clearly, impossible. Lu Feng's total health was only 1500. Against this kind of mental attack, Xiao Mo could only anxiously jump and shoot poison darts into the air. But it was ineffective. Lu Feng was also very clear that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. So, he endured immense mental torment, gritting his teeth, with blood flowing from his ears and eyes. Earth collapse. Crack, crack. In an instant, the cave ceiling collapsed, countless fragments of stone and dirt poured down, and a massive stalactite broke in half and plunged down. The blood bat swarms. Spellcasting was interrupted, and countless bats were struck by falling rocks and plummeted. The sharp tip of that massive stalactite even pierced the coffin. The super divine wave attack ceased, and Lu Feng calmed down, gasping for breath, and without a moment to think, he rushed towards the cave exit. Suddenly, a beam of blood light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire cave. All the bats began to gather and merge, transforming into a gigantic bat phantom. It was as large as a small mountain, appearing sinister and eerie under the bloodlight. Roar! It let out a roar, and on the stone wall behind it, a humanoid figure with long ears and sharp teeth dressed in a trench coat appeared. The entire cave began to collapse, yet the enormous bat remained unmoved, quietly standing on the stalactite. The blood-red light gradually faded, the stalactite sank, and the entire coffin was engulfed in dust. However, the imagined vampire-like monster did not appear. An egg slowly rose and shot towards Lu Feng at the cave entrance. Ding absorbed one exotic egg, nurturing with divinity. After breaking the bloodbat swarm's mental control, Lu Feng ran towards the cave entrance without looking back. Just as he was about to reach the exit, something crashed into him from behind, but fortunately, he quickly activated the wind element to stabilize himself. However, Xiao Mo was not so lucky, tumbling and rolling several times. He turned around and found nothing there, and after seeing the notification, he opened the summoning beast space to discover. In the summoning beast space, there was an additional egg, a colorful and somewhat peculiar egg. What is this? Lu Feng checked its attributes. An egg, rank, unknown, type. Divine species, status, hatchable, hatching materials, dragon wild grass, cold ghost orchid, purple maple bamboo. If nothing unexpected, this egg was the divine item mentioned in the super divine level talent. Being classified as a divine species, it must not be of low rank. If there's a chance in the future, I can hatch it. A free summoning beast should not be passed up. Lu Feng muttered, opened the trading page to search for these items, and then found he could only find purple maple bamboo, priced at 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins, 10 million? Alright, sorry for the interruption. Isn't this nonsense? Hatching? Hatching what? Boom! After he finished complaining, a violent collapse echoed within the bloodbat cave, and the entire cave collapsed. In the next moment, his experience points began to surge, and everything returned to normal. Killed bloodbats, gained 25 magic energy crystals. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level LV4 LV5 Name Lu Feng Title None Profession Summoner Level LV5 2/10,000 Health 15002000 Strength 2227 Constitution 2025 Intelligence 3848 Agility 2532 Magic Power 120240 Killed bloodbats, gain 25 magic energy crystals. Killed blood bats, gain 25 magic energy crystals. Killed bloodbats, gain 25 magic energy crystals. After the level increased to 5, the kill notifications kept popping up like a machine gun. A total of 700 bloodbats were killed, gaining a total of 17,500 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level LV5 LV6 Name Lu Feng Title None Profession Summoner Level LV6 7502/30,000 Health 20002800 Strength 2733 Constitution 2532 Intelligence 4860 Agility 3240 Magic Power 240480 Congratulations, you have completed the novice trial, breaking the historical trial record with a final score of 3 hours and 3 minutes. Record information will be announced in the channel and permanently stored on the novice trial leaderboard. Do you want to hide your name and profession? Without any surprises, Lu Feng broke the trial record. Yes, years of ups and downs had long stripped Lu Feng of the youthful urge to show off. He considered more about future development and how this matter would affect him. If Lu Feng were an orphan, alone and without any ties, he might choose to be flamboyant, to shine without reservation. But he was not. He had a happy family and loved ones he cared about deeply. Before he had truly grown up, before he had absolute power to protect them, being low-key in life and high-profile in work was the way to go. Achieving success and fame before truly accomplishing anything was inappropriate. Your identity information has been hidden, and the channel announcement has been made. Since you broke the historical record, the professional association will reward you. Please choose one of the following options. 1. 3,000 gold coins. 2. Any one level 5 golden weapon, not for sale. 3. A first-tier summoned beast, not for sale. Oh, breaking the record comes with a reward? That's great, a pleasant surprise. I choose option 1, 3,000 gold coins. It would be foolish not to choose money, Lu Feng was. Not stupid, nothing was more real than cold hard cash. Ding, selection successful, 3,000 gold coins have been credited to your account. XX account received 300,000 yuan, 3,000 gold coins, balance 589,016, 5,800 gold, 901 silver, 6 copper. Looking at the account balance, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. After a novice trial, he had indeed gained a lot. Detected that you have exceeded the trial ground level limit, forcibly exiting. After claiming the reward, a beam of light appeared beneath Lu Feng's feet, and in the next second he was teleported out of the novice trial ground. Announcement: Trialist XXX, real name hidden, profession hidden, level 6. Refreshed the novice trial record, duration 3 hours and 3 minutes. In the level 3 Wild Wolf area, Wang Tian wielded a long sword, stepping on the 7 stars, elegantly weaving among several wild wolves. Wherever he passed, wounds appeared on the wild wolves. The enraged wild wolves attempted to retaliate, but their attacks were all deflected, always just a hair's breadth away from hitting him. Finally, with the cooperation of his teammates, Wang Tian swung his sword and killed them swiftly and decisively. Thud as the last wild wolf fell. Turning into a magic energy crystal, Wang Tian proudly sheathed his sword and glanced at his experience panel. Level LV3 363/1000. With the equipment boost, I can toy with these wild wolves at will. I can hurt them, but they can't hurt me. It won't be long before I reach level 4. Perhaps I might even have a chance to break the novice trial ground record. Wang Tian's eyes sparkled with determination. His original goal was to achieve a score close to the historical record, and he would be satisfied with leveling up from 1 to 5 within 3 days. But now, the equipment Lu Feng provided had significantly increased his farming pace, especially since he would have level 4 equipment to sustain him after reaching level 4. This way, as long as he let others deal the final blow to the monsters, allowing him to gain more experience, he was confident he could break the record. However, just as he was lost in thought, a channel announcement message poured cold water over him, chilling him to the bone. Old boss, you have to take a look. Wang Tian frowned slightly. What is it? Is there new equipment in the mortal realm again? No, it's the Professional Alliance. They've posted an announcement on the official channel of the novice trial ground. Someone has cleared it. Upon hearing this news, Wang Tian's eyes widened. What did you say? He opened the channel and was stunned after seeing the record-breaking announcement. This must be a mistake in the announcement. How could someone complete the novice trial in just 3 hours? The record from previous years was 2 days and 3 hours. He finished it 2 whole days early? This was not just a record-breaking feat, it shattered their understanding. Brother Tian, I think this must be a bug or the announcement was sent out incorrectly. To go from level 1 to level 5 in 3 hours, how abnormal is that? No matter how strong someone is, it shouldn't be possible. No one can achieve that. The most ridiculous part is that his name and profession are all hidden and his level is level 6? Once you reach level 5, you get sent out of the novice trial ground. That's an absolute magical restriction. Right. It must be a mistake. Others also expressed disbelief, thinking the professional association had made an error. However, not long after, another brand new announcement was made public across all channels. Tester XXX, real name hidden, profession hidden, level 5, cleared the novice trial record in 3 hours and 5 minutes. Outside a unicorn carriage at the novice trial ground, a blonde girl sat upright inside. In front of her was an electronic letter detailing information about Lu Feng. Second high school of Wind City, attended for 3 years, a repeat student. The awakened talent level can only be considered average, and his profession is a summoner. His whole family are ordinary people, nothing special about them. An elderly man stood respectfully outside the unicorn carriage, summarizing the information. Yet, this kind of person was able to clear the novice trial ground in just 3 hours and even raise his level to 6. How did he manage that? This guy must be hiding quite a few secrets. The blonde girl stared at the photo of Lu Feng on the information for a while, memorizing his appearance, then closed the screen interface and said lightly, he cleared the novice trial ground, which proves I was right. He is not an assassin, but a genius not inferior to me. Uncle Yun, don't disturb him. We will meet again in a month for the college entrance examination, and at that time, I will defeat him with my own hands. This experience reignited the long-lost fighting spirit in the blonde girl. A man who had just recently changed professions yet could easily defeat her. A summoner who could casually cast magic. Everything about him was intriguing, making her eager to face him again. Seeing his young lady's desire to grow stronger, Uncle Yun would not go looking for trouble with Lu Feng. He was grateful instead. He laughed and said, Miss, don't worry, he is your whetstone. We will protect him just like we protect you. In the old man's eyes, Lu Feng's current combat power was strong mainly because the summoner profession has a large operational space. After all, a summoner's combat power depends on their summoned beasts. A high-tier summoned beast allows the summoner to possess unparalleled combat power in the early stages. Additionally, some summoners have early-stage talents that can use something from their body or even their lifespan as a trade-off to temporarily enhance their summoned beasts. With all these factors combined, he didn't think this guy named Lu Feng could stir up any trouble. Instead, it ignited his young lady's desire to grow stronger, giving her a target to defeat, which was very good indeed. Moreover, he also believed that the young lady would definitely defeat Lu Feng. After all, she was the only one in the family in 100 years who had the potential to advance to the divine level. Just her current SS level talent already crushed all her peers, not to mention that after passing the novice trial, the family would provide her with the best resources. They would create a dungeon specifically for her magical talent to help her adapt to magical combat, purchase a full range of high-grade equipment, the strongest spellbooks, and the best mages for guidance. She was destined to be the brightest star in Jiangnan province this year. Lu Feng was merely a tool, a target set for the rise of a genius, just a stepping stone. Let's go, Uncle Yun, the novice trial is over. I want to hurry back to cultivate. Alright, young lady. The old man slightly bowed, revealing a pleased smile, and then drove the unicorn carriage away slowly. In the woods, upon seeing the second completion announcement of the novice trial, Wang Tianyi and his entire team were left speechless. Wang Tianyi was even more affected, sinking into deep self-doubt. No way, another one who cleared the novice dungeon in 3 hours? How can I bear this? At that moment he felt like a deflated balloon, suddenly weak and powerless. If the results were just a bit better than his, he would be unwilling to accept it and would work harder to surpass the other. This wouldn't discourage him, instead, it would ignite his competitive spirit. But once the gap became so vast that it exceeded comprehension, he would feel it was impossible to catch up, and even the thought of keeping up would seem unattainable. One would then feel a sense of powerlessness, losing all motivation to chase. In the end, only awe would remain in his heart, and a single word would surface: God. Is this what it feels like to look up to a god? They really are not from the same world as us. Among the list of those awakening their classes in Feng City this time, the highest talent was only A-level, with 36 rare professions, and only 6 of them awaken A-level talents. Wang Tianyi was one of them, a swordsman in the warrior class. However, talent and profession do not represent everything, after all. Some people are born to be battle maniacs, possessing extraordinary combat talent. For example, the top scholar from the neighboring city of Jiangshui 2 years ago had only B-level talent, but he naturally possessed combat intuition and strategic planning, allowing him to challenge higher levels early in his awakening. In contrast, that girl with A-level talent from 2 years ago was inherently timid, had impressive attributes, but lacked any combat skills, failing to even make it into the top 500 in the city's college entrance examination. Thus, while talent and profession can determine the level of various attributes, they do not define absolute combat power. The factors determining absolute combat power are numerous. And in battle, what matters is combat strength. Of course, if your attributes are strong enough, you can ignore all the flashy tricks, skills and strategies. But such talent and profession usually have to reach SS level or above in advanced combat. Professions. Wang Tianyi had A-level talent and was a rare profession swordsman. He prided himself on having a talent for combat, yet even so, he was still pulled out of a galaxy. What kind of existence were those two who cleared the dungeon in 3 hours? Can A-level talent really achieve this? Among those who awaken rare professions, which two could they be? Wang Tianyi felt very uncomfortable, although he was reluctant to admit it. The absolute strength was right in front of him, and he had to accept it. Striving for first place, this name now seems like a joke to me. When the system first announced Lu Feng's results, Wang Tianyi had thought if the gap was too large, then he would settle for being second. Being second was still acceptable. At that time, the term eternal second had even popped into his mind. But now it seemed dreaming of being second was just that, dreaming. Can you even strive for second place? He couldn't possibly choose a name like Brave to compete for third, that would be too unambitious, lacking any flair. After some thought, he spent a bit of money to buy a name change card and changed his name to Brave to seize the top 3. This looks much better. Wang Tianyi forced himself to be upbeat. After all, life is not just about survival. There are also unreachable poems and distant places that are hard to understand. Alright, let's not worry about those two anomalies for now. We just need to focus on our own tasks and strive to get into the top 3. In fact, while the others in the team were shocked, it hadn't affected their mindset to that extent. They weren't overly obsessed with rankings. Instead, it was Wang Tianyi who kept emphasizing the point. Yes, Captain, we can do it. Wang Tianyi nodded emphatically. Let's take a 2-minute break and then continue. I'll buy some life potions at the trading association to restore our status before heading deeper into the woods. Okay. After purchasing the potions and materials, he habitually opened Lu Feng's shop page, his brow furrowing slightly. Strange, according to the usual update frequency, there should be new equipment available in the world of mortals by now. The bronze level tier 3 wolf gear he was currently wearing had surprisingly good defensive effects, greatly exceeding his expectations. If they could update to a set of tier 4 bronze level equipment, they might even venture into the tier 4 wild boar area. However, after the shop sold a tier 4 whiteboard and a tier 5 whiteboard item, there had been no further updates. Tier 2 equipment, tier 3 equipment, tier 4 equipment, and then tier 5 equipment. Shortly after they were sold, there were announcements of people clearing the trials. Looking at the timestamps of each equipment refresh, Wang Tianyi pondered, and a significant thought crossed his mind. This merchant's account was only registered today, and the equipment levels are increasing step by step. Shortly after the Tier 5 equipment was released, it showed that someone successfully completed the novice trial. The timing is just too coincidental. Could it be that the person who opened the World of Mortals shop is not an equipment dealer but a new job changer, one of the two who set the refresh record? They had considered this possibility before, but it had been directly dismissed as it contradicted their understanding. But now, someone had indeed cleared the trials. And the logic made sense, so Wang Tianyi's speculation became a real possibility. Was this World of Mortals the big shot who set the refresh record? After leaving the novice trial area, Lu Feng hailed a taxi on the platform software. Since he rarely took taxis, he booked one directly through a travel app of a trading association. Driver, to East City. Alright, I've confirmed your destination, but I need to pick someone up first. Lu Feng asked in confusion. Huh? Young man, your order is a special shared ride. Besides you, there's another passenger who needs to get on, so we'll have to take a slight detour, but both of you are headed to East City, the driver explained with a warm smile. You look like you might have made a mistake. If you're in a hurry, you can cancel and book another ride? The driver, noticing Lu Feng didn't often take taxis, kindly offered a suggestion. It's fine, driver, let's just go this way. I'm not in a rush anyway. Alright, hold on tight, I'm off. Lu Feng checked the time. He still had over half an hour before his appointment with Pang Fei, so he had plenty of time to get there. Moreover, he had many things to do before entering the dungeon, so it was perfect to finish them all in the car. Young man, you look like you just successfully changed jobs, right? What profession did you change to? How was the feeling in the novice trial area today? My brother's daughter also changed jobs today. She's a knight. Let me tell you, my brother is so happy that he's already booked a banquet and plans to celebrate for 3 days straight. The driver was very talkative, almost a bit chatty. Lu Feng had other matters to attend to, so he didn't engage in much conversation. Seeing this, the other party wisely fell silent. Once the car settled into quiet, Lu Feng accessed the Professional Associations page and selected to search for a normal level summoned beast in the summoner section. With his level raised to 5, Lu Feng now had 2 summoning slots in his summoning space. Besides Xiao Mo, he needed a new general to join him. The human pig warrior. This one looks good. Among the wild beasts in the novice trial ground, the wild boar left the deepest impression on Lu Feng. The attributes of the wild boar were stronger than those of ordinary beasts, especially in terms of health and toughness, far surpassing the level 5 bloodbat. The human pig warrior is a branch of the ancient divine beast, the red-eyed pig demon, which has declined over thousands of years due to thinning bloodlines and is a native magical beast of the planet. As a normal level beast, it has stronger attributes than the scout, except for magic power, and of course, it is also more expensive in the association. It costs 80 silver coins, which is 800 yuan, while the scout is only 350 yuan. That's more than double the price. Purchase. Lu Feng successfully made the payment, and soon, the human pig warrior was transmitted to Lu Feng's summoning space. Swish, 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 swish. After being transmitted, beams of light rose from under the human pig warrior's feet, and its level increased from 1 to 6. When a summoner contracts a summoned beast, the beast's level will match that of the summoner. This is the power of the bond. Summoned beast, human pig warrior, normal level, LV 6 health, 1800 attack power, 78 movement speed, 60 physical resistance, 102 magic resistance, 96 attack talent coefficient, 1.3 health. Talent coefficient, 30 physical resistance talent coefficient, 1.7 magic resistance talent coefficient, 1.6 attribute values equal the summoner's intelligence, 60 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient due to the numerous attributes. Only key attributes are displayed, others are folded. Active skill, wild boar charge increases movement speed by 20%, can deal 30% additional damage to enemies. Active skill, spear thrust increases armor piercing damage by 10% when charging forward. Upon seeing the level 6 attributes of the human pig warrior, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised, especially its health talent coefficient, which was terrifyingly high. The scout had a health talent coefficient of only 12.5 before upgrading its talent level, while the human pig warrior had a full 30. Moreover, its attack coefficient of 1.3 was also higher than the scout's 1.2. I wonder what kind of surprises await after the upgrade, Lu Feng thought with a hint of anticipation. Activating the SSS level talent, the Heavenly Dao Contract. Heavenly Dao Contract activated. Contract exchange, cost 50 silver coins. Human pig warrior successfully evolved. Human pig warrior, normal, elite human pig captain, first tier, elite, heavenly Dao contract activated. Contract exchange, cost 20 gold coins. Elite human pig captain successfully evolved. Elite human pig captain, first tier, elite, centurion. Human pig, second tier, outstanding, heavenly Dao contract activated. Contract exchange, cost 100 gold coins. Centurion. Human pig successfully evolved. Centurion. Human pig, second tier, outstanding, human pig general, third tier, commander level. After reaching the third tier commander level, the human pig warrior, who originally stood straight in armor holding a spear, transformed into a majestic human pig general riding a mammoth and wearing a red tasseled helmet. Summoned beast, human pig general, tier 3, commander level, LV 6 health, 18,000 attack Power 330 physical resistance 540 magic resistance 480 attack talent coefficient 5.5 health talent coefficient 300 physical resistance talent coefficient 9 magic resistance talent coefficient 8 attribute values equal to the summoners. Intelligence 60 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. The human pig general has a health value that exceeds the base health of the scout vanguard by a full 10,000, and both physical and magic resistance are terrifyingly high. It is perfectly suited to be a battle tank. Just considering the increase brought by the level up, it is enough to significantly boost Lu Feng's combat power. Now, with an additional tier 3 human pig general, Lu Feng's overall combat power has multiplied several times. But this is not the end. Because Lu Feng is no longer the poor guy he was a few hours ago, he now has over 580,000 in his account, equivalent to 5,800 gold coins. He has the ability to elevate 2 summoned beasts to the next tier. Heavenly Dao contract in operation. Contract exchange cost 1,000 gold coins. Scout Vanguard successfully evolved. Scout Vanguard Tier 3 Commander level Iron Eating Beast. Scout Tier 4 Lord level Heavenly Dao contract in operation. Contract exchange cost 1,000 gold coins. Human Pig General successfully evolved. Human Pig General Tier 3 Commander level Marshal Tianpeng Tier 4 Lord level. After being upgraded to Tier 4, the rabbit hat on Xiaomo's head disappeared, and its body shape and fur changed, becoming a black and white panda-like creature with a half-human tall bamboo basket on its back, carrying bamboo shoots. As for the human pig general, after transforming into Marshal Tianpeng, he donned a golden thread robe and a red cloak, wielding a rake. Although he still has a pig's head and a human body, the human head's appearance has become quite anthropomorphized. Behind him are the left and right vanguards and a host of soldiers, imposing and fierce, arranged in a 4x4 formation, consisting of archers, gunshield soldiers, infantry, and cavalry. The attributes of the 2 Tier 4 summoned beasts are as follows. Summoned Beast Iron Eating Beast. Scout Tier 4 Lord level LV6 health 18,100, equipment plus 1,300, attack power 612, equipment plus 12, attack speed 2.1, movement speed 660, attack talent coefficient 10, health talent coefficient 280, attack speed talent coefficient 0.035, movement speed talent coefficient 11. Attribute values equal to the summoner's intelligence 60 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. Summoned Beast Marshal Tianpeng Tier 4 Lord level LV6 health 54,000, attack power 570, physical resistance 1080, magic resistance 960, attack talent coefficient 9.5, health talent coefficient 900, physical resistance talent coefficient 18, magic resistance talent coefficient 16. Attribute values equal to the summoner's intelligence 60 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. Active skill Whirlwind Slash swings the rake into the battlefield, dealing intelligence x20 area damage to the target, with a certain chance to trigger a 50% severe injury effect. Active skill Chaos Heavy Strike sits down like a mammoth, dealing 125% to 350% physical damage, intelligence x15 to the target and restoring a percentage of its own health, can bounce 3 times in succession. Commander level skill Group Charge leads the troops to launch a charge, boosting the morale of all by 20% and increasing attack power by 40%. Lord level skill Damage Transfer can transfer damage received by allied targets to itself. Cooldown 3 minutes. Upon seeing the attributes of the 2 Lord level summoned beasts, the usually calm Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. These attributes are really impressive. Indeed, it is the existence of a Tier 4 Lord level, far surpassing the combat power of a Tier 3 Commander level. No wonder Tier 4 summoned beasts on the market sell for several million gold coins, even tens of millions. Their various talent attributes are indeed ridiculously strong. After Xiao Mo advanced to Tier 4, there weren't many changes in his skills, but the power and damage percentage increased by about 3 times. He gained a Lord level skill, Raging Behemoth. After casting, movement speed is enhanced and the scout rapidly expands into a giant beast for a short time, shaking all nearby enemies, dealing physical damage and applying a slow effect. During the transformation phase, all resistances are tripled, attack power is increased by 50%, and attack speed is reduced by 30%. A tanky marshal and a group of elite minions serve as the front line. Xiao Mo, skilled in both attack and magic, can also set traps and formations, combining offense and defense. With both sides cooperating, they are sure to shine on the battlefield. The most crucial part is that the marshal's Lord level skill can transfer damage. This means that when Lu Feng encounters a devastating blow, this skill can shift the damage at a critical moment to protect Lu Feng. This is definitely a life-saving skill. The explosive increase in combat power, along with a life-saving skill. Perfect. Looking at his 2 Lord level summoned beasts in the summoning space, Lu Feng felt not just confident but almost inflated with pride. If the Abyss could be soloed, he would want to clear it all in one go. Unfortunately, the Abyss has rules that require a team, and there are prerequisites. One must start challenging from the simplest Abyss dungeon, and only after completing 60% can the next difficulty level be unlocked. Ding ding ding. The built-in electronic music in the taxi pulled Lu Feng's thoughts back to reality, and a sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Is this the driver? I'm at the east gate of the new Zhongnan community. Where are you now? The girl's tone sounded a bit anxious. I'm going to be late for work, please hurry. The driver looked at the navigation and said bitterly, I want to hurry too, but I've already arrived at the address you provided and I don't see you. Ha? No way. Oh no, I think I filled in the wrong address. Should I come to the east gate to look for you? Okay, thank you, driver. Alright, don't hang up, I'm on my way. The driver circled from the south gate to the east gate but still didn't see anyone. I don't see you. I'm right at the east gate of New Zhongnan, very obvious. Seeing the two struggling to find each other, Lu Feng felt helpless and glanced at the time. If this dragged on, he would be late. What are you wearing? Since it was a built-in voice, Lu Feng could hear their conversation clearly and directly asked. First, he needed to know what the other person looked like to find them, right? Hearing the unfamiliar male voice, the girl was slightly taken aback but quickly replied, a white shawl, a body-hugging skirt, and nude stockings. The driver arrived at the east gate, but there were 4 entrances, East 1, East 2, East 3, and East 4. Lu Feng continued to ask, which one? This time, the girl on the phone paused noticeably, then replied shyly to the thigh route. Lu Feng, ? Driver? What kind of wolfish words are these? Isn't this about stockings? No, I mean, we've arrived at the east gate. Which specific location should I look for you? Ah. The girl realized she had misunderstood and blushed, saying, I'm sorry, I made a mistake, I'm at East 3. Soon, the car arrived at East 3. Lu Feng looked out the window, his gaze sharp, and soon spotted a pure and charming girl with an outstanding figure behind a tree. She hurriedly got into the car and clasped her hands together to express her apology. I'm really sorry, it's all my fault for being too anxious and causing you trouble. The driver chuckled heartily, hee, it's fine, it's normal. Drivers who run cars have seen all kinds of customers, troublesome ones without manners are everywhere. The young girl was pretty and polite, and she wasn't doing it on purpose. What man couldn't be accommodating? The driver was quite happy along the way, chatting about everything under the sun. The girl looked like one of those soft and cute types, with a gentle personality. Even though she had something urgent on her mind, she still answered the driver's questions seriously. Little girl, you just started working, right? Yes, I found a new job recently at the Abyss Management Bureau in East City, but I'm just an intern for now. I have a night shift today, I need to clock in before 5:50 or I'm done for. Initially, Lu Feng wasn't interested in their conversation, but when he heard that the girl worked at the Abyss Management Bureau, he suddenly became interested and joined in. Abyss Management Bureau, what do you do there? Well, I do some basic tasks. Like setting up internal magic arrays in the abyss, monitoring, recording, that sort of thing. Someone always needs to be there to keep an eye on things. If we find that a professional is in danger, we need to teleport them out in time. After all, the abyss instances are not real battlefields. The Professional Association takes the safety of professionals very seriously, especially those with outstanding talents. Of course, for now, we can only protect professionals in low-level abysses. But when the restoration rate reaches over 80%, which means experiencing warrior-level instances, we can't intervene too much. Can you tell me about some of the judgment mechanisms in the abyss and the sources of the instances? Just what I can say, you don't have to mention anything confidential. Lu Feng had just experienced a great adventure in the Bat Cave, where the external mechanisms seemed to be isolated in that chaotic space, and he was eager to learn about this knowledge. The girl nodded seriously, sure. Along the way, Lu Feng learned that this cute girl was named Wang Yumeng and understood many abyss rules he hadn't known before. No wonder the difficulty of the abyss instances was so high, yet the death rate over the years wasn't that high. It turned out there was a dedicated department behind the scenes providing protection. I thought some people with limited abilities but a huge ego could enter high-level instances without any issues, thinking it was just their luck. It turns out there are people specifically managing and protecting them. Lu Feng thought to himself when suddenly the driver slammed on the brakes, screech bang. The car crashed into a unicorn beetle the size of a small pony. Hey, buddy, do you understand traffic rules? This is a vehicle road, you should be riding your unicorn beetle on the beast path. What beast path? This is a unicorn beetle, an insect, and I'm a beast tamer. I have to ride it. No matter what your profession is, as long as it's not a vehicle, even if you're riding a sword, you can only use that path. You crossed over, you're fully responsible, you know? Hey, why are you being unreasonable? Can't you see such a big unicorn beetle? Alright, it's pointless to argue with you. Let's just call the professional traffic police. The driver got out to argue with the other party. His car was damaged, and the other party's unicorn beetle was foaming at the mouth, looking like neither side would resolve the issue anytime soon. Wang Yumeng got out of the car, glanced at the time, and then looked at the distance left to travel. There was still quite a way to go. Whether she ran or called another car, it would be too late. What to do? She was currently in her probationary assessment period. If she was late today, losing her perfect attendance would be the least of her worries, but if she failed the assessment, she would have to wait another year to be promoted again, and all her previous efforts would go to waste. Wang Yumeng anxiously pressed her legs together, wanting to stamp her feet. Lu Feng noticed her distress, and since he was also heading to East City, he asked, "Are you in a hurry?" Wang Yumeng's big eyes fixed on Lu Feng, shimmering with moisture. Her left hand rested on her right hand over her chest as she nodded. Ha! Seeing her pitiful appearance, and after the other party had explained quite a bit to him in the car, Lu Feng couldn't completely ignore her. Come with me, I'll take you along. Tell me where you work. Wang Yaman was a bit surprised. Oh. She didn't ask anything further and told Lu Feng the address. After looking at the map, Lu Feng said, let's go. Go? How do we go? With a thought, a gentle breeze swirled beneath Lu Feng's feet and he lifted off the ground, hovering in the air. Wang Yuming's mouth slightly opened, forming an oval shape. Come on. Lu Feng extended his hand, signaling her to come over. He couldn't specifically take her there, but after checking the map, the meeting point in East City happened to pass by where she needed to go, so he decided to take her along. He didn't know if he could get her there on time, but at least he was giving her a ride. What happened afterward was no longer his concern. Approaching Lu Feng, Wang Yaman felt a bit nervous. What should I do? Hold on to me. Lu Feng's face remained calm. Looking at Lu Feng's young and handsome face, serious as he was, Wang Yaman blushed. She lowered her head, took small steps, but hesitated to open her arms. Lu Feng shook his head and wrapped his arms around her waist. Wind, rise. Wang Yuming also lifted off the ground, the two of them about half a meter above the ground, and then propelled forward by the wind. Wang Yaman was the type of girl who looked pure and had a well-proportioned body, but in reality, she was quite curvy. For instance, right now, Lu Feng could deeply feel it as he held her waist. He couldn't yet control the elements well enough to make others fly with him, so he could only use his body as a medium to lift Wang Yaman along. Tap tap. Every time they traveled a distance at low altitude, Lu Feng needed to step on the ground to propel himself forward again. But the speed was no slower than that of a car. At this moment, Wang Yaming was very nervous, her heart racing. Her waist was her most sensitive spot. She had never been held by a boy before, and she could clearly feel the warmth of Lu Feng's palm. My heart is racing so fast. The gentle breeze brushed against her hair, warm and slightly ticklish as the scenery around them blurred by, the destination drawing closer. What did you just say? Wang Yuming's murmured words were heard by Lu Feng. She hurriedly replied, nothing. Oh, Lu Feng casually responded. After a while, her mood gradually calmed down. But unexpectedly, Lu Feng suddenly remarked, you're quite heavy, it's a bit strenuous to fly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuming's face, which had just returned to normal, flushed again. Was he saying I'm fat? I weigh 100 pounds, I need to lose weight. Only 100? Lu Feng looked at her suspiciously. With her curves and height of about 1.7 meters, it couldn't be just that. Of course, he didn't voice this thought. Even he, as a straightforward guy, knew that a girl's weight was a sensitive topic. There's a shortcut this way. Wang Yuming pointed to a direction off the main road. But the road conditions aren't great. It's a dirt road, bumpy and uneven. That's perfect. There are too many obstacles on the main road, and the small road will be much smoother. Lu Feng took the shortcut. Hold on tight, the road might be rough ahead, and low-altitude stepping could cause some bumps. Wang Yuming bit her lip lightly, gripping the fabric on Lu Feng's back, leaning her body closer. Suddenly, a sharp downhill turn almost caused them to flip. Wang Yuming gasped, wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Feng's waist. She knew that it might be her lack of cooperation that caused the imbalance in the flight center of gravity, and she felt quite guilty. After tightly hugging Lu Feng, she never let go again. Lu Feng, however, didn't pay any attention to the sudden embrace. He felt nothing of the softness, tightness, or fragrance. His focus was entirely on the road conditions, fully concentrated on controlling the elements. How could he afford to be distracted? In fact, under his control, he became increasingly skilled at navigating the narrow path, and his range of control expanded. During the flight, bringing someone along also effectively enhanced his mastery over the elements, which surprised him greatly. It was definitely an unexpected delight. It seemed that doing good deeds casually still had its rewards. As Lu Feng's control while carrying someone became more adept, the journey smoothed out considerably. Wang Yuming's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she blinked her big eyes. This is the first time I've encountered something so enduring. Wang Yuming's words were shocking, and Lu Feng almost choked on his saliva. Cough cough. She realized a moment too late that she had said something that could be misunderstood and quickly explained, I'm sorry, I meant your control over the wind element. I've seen many high-level mages use wind-based skills to soar in the air for a while, but it never lasts long. Yet you can maintain it continuously without any signs of elemental depletion. It's very enduring. Lu Feng touched his nose and said generously, it's fine anyway, no matter which aspect you were referring to, it counts as a compliment to me. You. Lu Feng's words made Wang Yuming shy again. Seeing her flustered, Lu Feng didn't dwell on the topic. How old are you? You should be about my age, right? I'm 19, graduated last year, and I'm a combat type controller. A combat type controller? You went straight to work without going to college? Yes, our profession doesn't require a university degree. We have good job prospects right from the early awakening stage, and most of us will join the local control departments, similar to units that manage dungeon operations. Oh, I see. That's pretty good. You can enter a public unit as a civil servant right after changing jobs, with the country supporting you. Wang Yuming non-committally replied with an Then she looked up, seriously asking Lu Feng, I haven't asked you yet. How old are you? I just completed my job change. How old do you think I am? Lu Feng chuckled lightly. Ah, just changed jobs? Wang Yuming's mouth dropped open, forming an O shape. Clearly, she was now more shocked than when she saw Lu Feng controlling the elements to fly. He had just changed jobs today, and it had only been a few hours since then. In just a few hours, you're telling me you can control the wind element for ground flying? A normal mage would at least have to wait until the second job change, right? Are you surprised? Lu Feng shrugged. Although I just successfully changed jobs, I'm older than you. I'm not your younger brother, I'm your older brother. Wang Yumeng curiously pouted. Why? Because I repeated 2 years. I spent 3 years in my senior year. You just succeeded in changing jobs this year. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Wang Yumeng felt it was unbelievable. Then your talent must be very high, right? Not high, B rank. B rank? A mage with B rank talent can do ground flying? Who told you I was a mage? Wang Yumeng was shocked again. Ah, you're not a mage? That's right. Who said only mages can use magic? Lu Feng smiled lightly, and this question left Wang Yumeng speechless, as if it made some sense. But isn't that even more impressive? Not being a mage and still being able to use elemental power so adeptly. Curious? Wang Yumeng nodded seriously. But I won't ask. It's impolite to ask others these things. Also, I won't tell anyone about today, she added. Lu Feng smiled slightly. You're quite obedient. Seeing Wang Yumeng, Lu Feng thought of his peer, Lu Lingyue. Compared to that girl, Wang Yumeng was far more understanding. In fact, being able to release elemental skills isn't that remarkable among professionals. Many mages can do it, but their control is lacking and their magical energy isn't sufficient, making it ungraceful and not lasting. So, many choose not to fly. Lu Feng even considered whether he could take her on a pig ride, but the thought seemed even more absurd, so he dropped it. Before they could chat more, they found themselves near their destination in a daze. About 7 or 800 meters ahead, there was a building with a large electronic mechanical door below it. Next to the door was a huge timer displaying 5 hours 49 minutes and 30 seconds, with only 30 seconds left until 5:50. Is it really true that we can't be late by even a second? Lu Feng asked seriously. Wang Yumeng shook her head. At 5:50, it will close on time. 30 seconds to get you to the door, 700 meters, that's a bit challenging. But it's not completely hopeless. Get on. Wang Yumeng hesitated for half a second before jumping up. Lu Feng held her and increased the wind element's thrust, concentrating the force on one person, significantly enhancing both speed and stability. The wind howled in their ears, and the timer at the entrance ticked away. Beep beep, tick tock. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Time, 5 hours 49 minutes and 53 seconds, with 7 seconds left. If they maintained this speed, they wouldn't make it in time, even accounting for the clocking in. Was he really going to give up like this? Of course not. Yumeng, I have a rather extreme method to get you there. Can you accept it? Lu Feng asked seriously. I can, as long as it gets me there on time. I'm willing to try any method. But is there really a way? There is. Lu Feng had pushed the speed to the limit. He shouted loudly, and in the time it took for them to speak, 3 more seconds passed, but the distance shrank from 200 meters to 100 meters. Sorry. He tossed Wang Yumeng upwards. In midair, a big question mark appeared above Wang Yumeng's head. For some reason, she had a bad premonition. Huh? What was he planning to do? Lu Feng's face began to contort, resembling the fierce expression of someone sprinting the last stretch of a 3,000-meter test. A large amount of wind element gathered at an observable speed around his right leg. Then, in the next second, Wang Yumeng's eyes widened in shock as he aimed at the thickest part of her body and kicked. Wind god leg. Smack, splat. With that kick, the muscles in her buttocks compressed like elastic rubber, creating a huge arc before quickly rebounding. Then, Wang Yumeng shot towards the building like a cannonball, leaving a small mushroom cloud where their legs met. Whoosh! At that moment, Wang Yumeng's small head was filled with vague doubts. Just a moment ago, he praised her for being a good little sister, and now he was kicking her like a ball? In just 2 seconds, Wang Yumeng was propelled through the door. Just before landing, the wind element slowed her descent, and Wang Yumeng hurriedly threw out her employee badge, completing the clock-in at close range with her mind's control. Beep, clock-in successful. Clock-in time is 5:49 and 59 seconds p.m. I made it, she cheered happily. At exactly 5:50, the main door slowly descended, and Wang Yumeng stood at the entrance, waving at Lu Feng not far away. Lu Feng smiled gently and nodded slightly until the door completely closed. Then he ran towards another entrance of the building. Looking at Lu Feng's departing figure, Wang Yumeng, with a smile on her face, couldn't help but bare her teeth and hiss, "Oh no, I didn't even ask him for his contact information." She touched her backside. In fact, that kick just now was powered by the compression of the wind and didn't hurt as much as it looked. What she regretted now was not having the chance to ask Lu Feng for his contact details. She wondered if there would be another opportunity to meet again in the future. Alright, I heard him say he came to East City to challenge the Abyss, so I should be able to find him in the Abyss monitoring system. She smiled brightly, clasped her hands behind her back, turned around, and skipped toward the office building. East City, the Valley of the Dead. This used to be a prosperous small town, but a century ago, it was transformed into a desolate place after a historical upheaval and an invasion by otherworldly beasts. Decades ago, it was reclaimed by the government and the Guild Alliance, and an abyss dungeon was built here specifically for the professionals of Wind City to upgrade and challenge themselves. By evening, the sky had darkened, but outside the valley, the sounds of people were bustling and the crowd surged. Level 5 Ranger with beginner gear, talent focused on group engagement, guaranteed damage. Anyone interested, pull me in. Team up 4/5, still need one. Frontliner, warrior, tank or mage. Tank are all fine. Challenge the old city alley dungeon at simple level with over 50% completion. Team up 3/5, there's a pro in the team. Old city alley dungeon at simple level has reached 70% completion. No need for damage dealers, just need two who can follow orders. Listen up, listen up, listen up. I'll say the key points 3 times. Professional carry service, the most professional upgrade team can tailor a lineup for various professions. Take you through the dungeon. 100 gold guarantees 50% completion at simple level, 200 gold for 70% completion at simple level, 500 gold for guaranteed completion normal level, aiming for 6 to 7, and at least 30% completion for hard level. Healer, not lacking in milk, fills you up. As long as you believe in me, just charge in mindlessly. Life profession, limited budget. Is there anyone willing to take me along for a fee? Lu Feng arrived at the agreed location just a few minutes shy of 6 o'clock. Outside the valley, it was bustling with activity, with all sorts of voices, some shouting through loudspeakers, some holding up signs with scrolling letters, and others simply hanging team-up information on banners with red ropes. There were all kinds of people, but they all shared a common goal, the Abyss Dungeon. This young man, do you need a carry service? Our professional carry team offers fair prices and high efficiency, definitely a bright and trustworthy choice. Entering the waiting area outside the valley, unless one had a special hidden identity badge, everyone's profession information and level were transparent. Lu Feng's profession as a summoner and his level 6 were clear for all to see. The tall uncle who had been shouting about carry services with a loudspeaker noticed Lu Feng's unfamiliar face and that he was a summoner, so as soon as Lu Feng stepped in, he seized the opportunity to promote his services. A summoner? Hey, what a prime target. Your profession is summoner. It's not easy to successfully form a team with this profession. Most teams prefer not to team up with summoners. But don't worry, our professional team can gather a summoner lineup for you, taking you all the way to level up. As long as the gold is in place, 60% completion at simple level is a sure thing. The scruffy uncle patted his chest, looking proud and self-satisfied. So, what do you think? Consider it. In the professional market, the hardest profession to team up with is the summoner. Being weak in the early stages is one aspect, but the key issue is that their combat style is just too unique. Other professions team up to fight monsters, and in the process, they not only develop a tacit understanding but also build combat bonds. Many powerful professional teams are forged through continuous battles, honed through life and death experiences. But what about summoners? They don't even go to the front lines. All the battles rely on summoned beasts. It's the summoned beasts fighting alongside teammates, not them. They just watch from the back. Even if there is a sense of camaraderie in battle, it can only be with your summoned beast, right? The summoner profession is too difficult to integrate into a team, and most people who choose to be summoners are not warriors, they are mostly slackers. Therefore, the scene of summoners teaming up for dungeons is completely different from other professions. Other professions are fighting fiercely, while summoners are just calling out 3 airplane, king bomb. The summoned beasts fight in front while they sit back drinking tea and playing cards. So, the difficulty in developing a sense of battle camaraderie, combined with the prevalence of slackers among summoners, leads everyone to wear colored glasses when they hear about the summoner profession. Many people have deep prejudices against summoners, and some even go so far as to specify other professions besides summoners in their team requirements. In this regard, the bearded man from the strong carry team saw that Lu Feng, being an unpopular summoner who rarely comes to the canyon and has no fixed teammates, would definitely have a need for a carry. However, he was surprised when Lu Feng didn't even think about it and flatly refused. Thank you, I don't need it. Don't need it? The bearded man raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat offended. Young man, do you think our strong team's strength is not enough? Our strong team is at least in the top 5 in the industry, with over 30 professional fighters above level 8. The orders we've completed over the years. Sorry, I never questioned your strength from the beginning to the end. I just really don't need it. Understand? Lu Feng interrupted his introduction, making a stop gesture. This guy came to sell and, even after being told he wasn't needed, kept chattering in his ear, which was quite annoying. Lu Feng didn't give him a good face. The more polite he was to such salespeople, the more they would stick to him like a plaster. Seeing Lu Feng's angry expression, the bearded man had to stop. Alright, if you need us, feel free to come find us. Lu Feng replied, not wanting to continue the entanglement. He just wanted to quietly wait for Pang Fei to arrive. But contrary to his wishes, the bearded man hadn't left yet. Not far away, 3 girls from a summoned beast team noticed Lu Feng. One of the short-haired, beautiful girls exclaimed, "Wow, that boy is also a summoner, and he's so handsome. After forming a team for so long, we finally found another summoner." The other 2 female summoners gasped. There are quite a few summoners in this canyon, but not many meet our criteria. A female summoner whose personality matches a summoner with decent strength and a handsome male summoner meeting just one of those conditions is not too high. The short-haired girl looked at Lu Feng in the distance and smiled. It seems like you have your eyes on his looks, but he really is quite handsome. Let's get him in our team and have him be our little follower. What little follower? Don't say it so harshly. He's a guy who can team up with 3 beauties like us, he must be thrilled. Others don't even have this chance, and the other guys would be envious. Every time we go into a dungeon, the 3 of us can only play cards. Now we can play mahjong. The short-haired girl giggled, tidying up her outfit and touching up her makeup. Then confidently raised her head and said, let's see how I can win him over. Hey, handsome, are you looking for a team? The short-haired beauty walked over with her hands behind her back, stepping lightly, inviting Lu Feng to join. As she approached, she deliberately adjusted her appearance to ensure he could see she was a beauty. We are a summoner team, and all 3 members are summoners. We're preparing to tackle the easy-level Abyss dungeon in Old City Alley. Would you like to join us? As she spoke, she winked and playfully tossed her short hair, exuding youthful beauty with a hint of charm. Seeing this, the bearded man sighed inwardly, thinking this business is going to fail. He had initially been sneering to himself, thinking that no matter how stubborn Lu Feng was now, once he searched around and found no one to team up with, he would have to obediently come back to find him if he wanted to run a dungeon. But who would have thought that a team would actively come to invite Lu Feng, and a team of beautiful summoners at that? It was like a pie falling from the sky. Who could refuse? However, Lu Feng's response left him dumbfounded again. Sorry, I've already made plans with a friend. The bearded man was momentarily stunned, his thick brows and big eyes widening in disbelief. What? This guy turned them down? Had he lost his mind? Why would he pass up such a good summoner team? Not just the bearded man, but the short-haired girl clearly hadn't expected Lu Feng to refuse either. Her smile froze in the air, but she forced herself to maintain it. You and your friend are just 2 people, and you're both summoners, right? You can join us, that makes 5. With a full team, the chances of succeeding in the dungeon would be greater. Generally, their team wouldn't look down on ordinary people, but being rejected made the short-haired girl feel embarrassed, so she pretended to be generous and lowered her requirements. However, Lu Feng's next response completely stunned her. Just the 2 of us is enough, we don't need anyone else. Lu Feng spoke honestly, given his current strength, bringing anyone along would just be a burden. If it weren't for the dungeon's strict requirement to form a team, he would definitely choose to be a lone wolf and solo the dungeon. Faced with Lu Feng's straightforward refusal, leaving no room for negotiation, the short-haired girl could no longer suppress her anger. She felt belittled. Throughout her life, she had only ever rejected others. When had it ever been someone else's turn to reject her? She thought she was doing him a favor by considering him, and if he wasn't grateful, that was one thing, but to refuse? Her expression instantly changed, revealing disdain. You really think I want you in the team? What's there to show off about? Don't come begging us later. Her 2 friends, who had been watching, could no longer hold back and jumped in. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and naturally, like attracts like. They felt that Lu Feng's lack of eagerness to please them was very disrespectful, completely different from what they had imagined, so they were furious, their words dripping with aggression. Yeah, you 2 think you can just go tackle the Abyss dungeon? What a pipe dream. Do you even know how difficult the Abyss is? Do you know your own strength? If you don't want to team up, just say so. Who would be foolish enough to think 2 people could take on a dungeon? Are you just looking to be lonely? A level 6 summoner, TSK, anyone who doesn't know would think you're impressive. So full of yourself. Sisters, don't pay him any mind, let's just pretend we were blind to even consider someone like him for our team. No matter which world it is, there are always self-important women whose emotions dictate their worldview. They feel good about themselves, are easily angered, and expect everyone to revolve around them. Otherwise, they believe they are wronged and deserve punishment. Lu Feng said nothing, he simply refused to team up and was met with attacks. He smiled, feeling no emotional fluctuation from their words, and even found it somewhat amusing. How could a true, strong person be affected by the words of the weak? Lu Feng directly ignored them and waved to a familiar figure not far away, who walked over and embraced him like brothers. Zhengge, you've gotten even more handsome. You too, you've gotten stronger. The newcomer was naturally Pang Fei. As soon as the 2 brothers met, they engaged in a round of mutual flattery. Compared to the previous indifference, the enthusiastic Lu Feng was like a different person. When the short-haired woman heard that Lu Feng's so-called friend, with whom he wanted to team up for a dungeon, was a turret master, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gag, this is the teammate who wants to go into the dungeon with you? A life profession? I'm going to die laughing. Family who understands. Are they here to be funny? Ha ha ha, isn't it? A level 6 summoner and a level 6 life profession teaming up for a dungeon. The scene is too beautiful to look at. They probably won't even reach 10% completion at the simplest level. Watching the 3 female summoners mock with vivid expressions, Pang Fei looked at them like a monkey at a circus, then casually asked, Zhengge, why are they flailing around and talking to themselves? They seem a bit not very smart. They wouldn't have just come out of a mental hospital, would they? Lu Feng shrugged and laughed, who knows? They look a bit crazy. After saying this, the 2 ignored each other. Lu Feng said, let's go, time is precious. Let's level up in the dungeon. I was just waiting for you to say that. Chingu, please carry me. After that, they directly entered the abyss dungeon of the Valley of the Dead. Seeing herself ignored, the short-haired woman trembled with anger. You guys? The other two sisters were also very angry but felt helpless. These two average guys, who gave them the confidence? They cursed behind their backs but felt unsatisfied, turning their angry gazes toward the stubbled man. You're in cahoots with them, right? The three female summoners glared at him. The stubbled man waved his hands repeatedly. Don't misunderstand, I'm just a vendor, helping people boost their scores, just like you. I was just rejected by him. But I have to say, this kid really is something, stubborn as a mule. Three beautiful summoners are willing to take him into the dungeon, that's his blessing. Not cherishing it is one thing, but giving him no face at all is too unkind. Hearing the stubbled man speak up, for them, the three female summoners' expressions softened a bit. But soon they realized that the stubbled man was being strategic. After closing the distance a little, he grinned and recommended, three beautiful summoners, our boosting team offers very humane abyss services. We know you summoners don't like fighting. We can specifically provide you with 2 blood rage warriors to carve out a path, or 1 blood rage warrior plus a life profession nail artist. The blood rage warrior and the summoned beasts will handle the monsters, while you just look beautiful in the back. That nail artist will do your nails, apply eyelashes, and give you beauty treatments. How great is that? And there's a discount, one person for 299 gold coins. The second half price, the third at a bargain price, and a package deal for 3 at only 599 gold coins. The three female summoners were already angry, and now they felt like they were being targeted by a salesman, feeling as uncomfortable as if a fly had landed on them. Not interested, they coldly replied, disgust evident on their faces. Don't be like that, you were quite interested in me just now, how come it's gone? We said we're not interested, we don't want to say it a third time. How about a strong boosting service? Really want to know more? Get lost. The three female summoners' chests heaved, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the abyss dungeon. We'll just watch here, let's see how you tackle the abyss and how you embarrass yourselves. A level 6 summoner plus a level 6 life profession, if they reach 20% completion, that would be impressive. 20%? You're overestimating them. If they get 10%, I'll wash my hair upside down and suck on a 5-speed electric drill. In the Valley of the Dead, the abyss of the old town, easy level. In the dim night, walking along the dirt road, a quiet little town appeared ahead. In the town, only a few households faintly lit their lamps, while the rest of the area was shrouded in a gray haze, giving rise to a sense of deathly silence. Up ahead is the dungeon. Getting close to the town will trigger the monsters inside the dungeon, Pang Fei reminded, having experienced the easy level dungeon before. Lu Feng nodded and summoned the only summoned beast from the summoning space. The contract array activated, and Marshal Tianpeng made his entrance. Ha! The tall and mighty Marshal Tianpeng rode on a mammoth, wielding a 9-toothed rake, and roared as he appeared before Pang Fei. Damn! Marshal Tianpeng was large and robust, standing at least 3 meters tall, riding a mammoth that was several times larger than an elephant, resembling a small mountain. The houses along the street appeared much smaller in comparison to him. It was Pang Fei's first time seeing Marshal Tianpeng, and he was awed by his imposing presence. Let me introduce my new summoned beast, handsome, Lu Feng said. After bowing to Lu Feng from atop the mammoth, Marshal Tianpeng slightly cupped his hands towards Pang Fei. Pang Fei was taken aback. With that size, I feel like he could kill me with just 2 slaps. No doubt about it, he really can. Lu Feng displayed Marshal Tianpeng's attribute panel, and upon seeing the various attribute values, Pang Fei's mouth began to tremble. Oh my god, these values are insane. He had thought Lu Feng's new summoned beast would be strong, but he never expected it to be this powerful. Over 500 attack power, 1,000 physical defense, over 50,000 health. Are you telling me this is the attribute of a level 6 summoned beast? Are you serious? He glanced at his own attribute panel, where his attack power was barely 50 and his health just over 1,000. That hurts, he really can. Pang Fei self-deprecatingly remarked, gaining a new definition of strength from Lu Feng. As they chatted, the two approached the village. There was only one road leading to the town, and just as they reached the open space outside the town, a sheep's bleat caught their attention. Abyss, Lost Goat, normal level, LV5, health 1600, attack power 60, defense 90, speed 70, skills, charge, headbutt, status, mutated. Under the moonlight, Lu Feng saw a completely purple goat appear before them. Using the insight technique, he observed its attributes. The abyss creature, the lost goat, had average attribute values, not even surpassing the Treant from the novice trial ground. Sensing the presence of outsiders, the lost goat let out a deep roar and charged at Lu Feng and the others, headbutting with its horns. Bang! With a crisp sound, the goat collided with the armor on the leg of the mammoth. The mammoth remained unmoved, while the goat fell over, its head buzzing. -1 to 600 base physical damage value calculated as attack power minus defense power. With normal defense not being significantly higher than attack power, it could only mitigate a percentage of the attack damage. For example, if 100 attack power faced 150 defense power, the damage would be 100 minus 150 times the defense coefficient 0.1-0.5, resulting in a damage range of 25-85. However, Marshal Tianpeng's physical defense was simply too high, with 1080 physical defense far exceeding the goat's attack power, a difference of more than 10 times, meaning the goat couldn't break through the defense and could only inflict a single point of damage. Moreover, the force of the attack is mutual. For a goat attacking with its body, it would also suffer recoil, resulting in 600 damage points. Looking for death. Marshal Tianpeng looked down, swinging the rake. Minus 1036. With a single swing, he dispatched the enraged mutated goat. A critical hit. The attack power of Marshal Tianpeng is 570. Considering the deductions from the opponent's armor and such, the normal value should be lower than 570. The critical hit must be because Marshal Tianpeng struck at the neck area. It seems that attacking different positions results in vastly different damage. He hadn't encountered this in the novice dungeon, perhaps because Shamo's early attack method was to use gentle poison sand attacks, making it difficult to trigger critical hits on weak points. Marshal Tianpeng, on the other hand, uses melee weapons, and the effects of slashing at different positions are evident. Kill the goat, gain magic energy crystal plus 50 points. The experience points for killing a mutated goat is 50, which is double that of blood bats, but 20 points less than tree spirits. This didn't surprise Lu Feng, as magic energy crystals experience points are divided based on the strength of the opponent. The stronger the monster, the more magic energy crystals. Correspondingly, seeing this scene, Pang Fei was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Awesome." The Abyss Manual of the Old City in the Valley of the Dead has a strategy for the lost goat. When the lost goat charges with a running start, it can deal 130% single target damage and has a 2.5-second stun effect. After being stunned, the lost goat will continuously stab you with its horns. In other words, once hit, it can cause you to lose control, and some classes with low health can be left with very little health or even die from just that one hit. Therefore, the strategy emphasizes avoiding the lost goat's charged attack and quickly closing the combat distance. Close-range combat can prevent it from gaining a running start, and multi-directional attacks can keep it from focusing on both ends, allowing for successful kills while avoiding damage. However, this existence, which requires other teams to strategize and cooperate with extreme caution to kill, was swept away by Lu Feng's Marshal Tianpeng. With a single rake. How could that not shock Pang Fei? The lost goat has higher health and defense than I do. If it were me, Pang Fei couldn't imagine. Continuing forward, Marshal Tianpeng led the way, and not far ahead, 3 lost goats emerged from the grass. Lu Feng commanded, "Shui Shui, use the active skill, Whirlwind Slash." Active skill, Whirlwind Slash, swings the rake into the battlefield, dealing Intelligence X20 area damage to the target, with a certain chance to trigger a 50% severe injury effect. Marshal Tianpeng gripped the rake's end with both hands, spinning his body to launch a 360-degree attack with the rake, jumping into the center of the 3 goats like a spy top. Puff puff puff. Minus 2401, minus 2400, minus 2407. Before it had even spun a few times, the 3 lost goats met their end. Kill the goat, gain magic energy crystal plus 50 points. Kill the goat, gain magic energy crystal plus 50 points. Kill the goat, gain magic energy crystal plus 50 points. From the appearance of the 3 lost goats to their defeat, it took only 2 breaths of time. Lu Feng still felt a bit unsatisfied. These mutated goats don't take much beating, the power of the skills doesn't even show. As soon as Lu Feng entered the dungeon, he summoned Marshal Tianpeng to test its combat effectiveness, releasing skills to familiarize himself and get a sense of it. However, the opponent was too weak, and he couldn't feel anything at all. Since that was the case, he decided to try basic attacks more. On the way ahead, it would take a while before encountering a lost goat again, and when they did, Lu Feng would attempt to control Marshal Tianpeng to use different basic attack methods to deal with it. It was just a way to get familiar with the basic attacks. The rake is different from swords, guns, and staffs. The goat's horns can block part of the rake strikes, but they cannot block the rake's tines. Its horns are useless against the rake. After some practical application, Lu Feng gradually became familiar with it. The rake can stab with its tines, sweep, slash, charge with the rake's head, push, and even be used to block various attacks. After dealing with a lost goat in the town, a treasure chest burst forth from beside the corpse. What is this? Lu Feng wondered. This is a reward for reaching 10% completion, Pang Fei said, proving his experience from having been in the dungeon before and having mingled in society for a year, making him more knowledgeable than Lu Feng in this regard. The dungeons in the Abyss are divided into 10 stages. Each stage you pass increases your completion by 10% and grants you a treasure chest. The chests drop randomly. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon and the higher the completion, the richer the rewards. Hearing Pang Fei's explanation, Lu Feng couldn't help but murmur, has it really only taken this long to reach 10% progress? Since entering the dungeon, they had only killed fewer than 10 mutated goats. Lu Feng's strength had somewhat accustomed Pang Fei, who sighed, "Brother Chen, for an ordinary team to defeat the mutated goats and reach the town gate, it would take a tremendous effort. You are an exception." All right. With that, Lu Feng had a general understanding of the simple level dungeon, summarizing it as lacking challenge, just in experience. He focused on the treasure chest, opened the chest. Ding! Successfully opened a bronze level chest, obtained goat horn X5, mutton X3, wool coat X2. Upon seeing the items that burst forth from the chest, Lu Feng couldn't help but complain. It's one thing not to get equipment, but what the heck are mutton and wool coats? They don't really enhance your strength, but you don't know. Brother Chen, for a normal team to clear the simple level Old Town dungeon, the battle time is quite long. In the later stages, eating mutton and such can replenish stamina. Moreover, even if you don't need them, selling these things in the outside world can earn some money. Having them is better than not. Lu Feng pondered, that makes sense. Entering the village, the buildings at the entrance were old-style thatched cottages, complete with fences, which divided the area into chicken coops and pig pens. Cluck cluck. Watch out! Pang Fei shouted. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed, whizzing past the ears of the heavenly marshal. Then, with a sound of metal clashing, sparks flew from the friction and a figure rapidly retreated, leaving 2 long scratches on the ground. In the moonlight, they could see clearly that it was a chicken half a person tall. A fighting chicken, referred to as a battle chicken. It was entirely purple, with its feathers standing on end, wings spread wide. Standing upright, its head slightly tilted and swaying side to side, with sharp blades growing from its claws. Abyss, Angry Rooster, Normal Level, LV5, Health 1800 over 1800, Attack 100, Defense 60, Speed 80, Skills, Slash, Peck, Wing. Flap, Status, Mutated. Like the previously lost goat, the Angry Rooster was also in a mutated state. It stretched its neck, assuming a battle stance, looking extremely bizarre, creating a sense of dissonance. Lu Feng decided to let the heavenly marshal end its wicked life. A sweeping strike, heavy chop, and stab killed the Angry Rooster, gained Magic Energy Crystal plus 60. The mutated rooster's attack power was significantly higher than that of the mutated goat, and it also had considerable agility. But in the face of absolute strength, everything seemed flashy and unnecessary. After walking a bit further, they passed a chicken coop, where a group of roosters stood with their backs to them, shoulders bobbing up and down, their powerful legs jumping vigorously, the blades on their claws glinting coldly. You are too beautiful, chicken. In this situation, Pang Fei couldn't help but say something. It was the first time he had seen such a scene, and he didn't know how to describe it, so he just blurted out those 4 words. Whirlwind Slash. The heavenly marshal activated an active skill and charged into the flock of chickens, the rake spinning and whirling, swish swish. Reject all flashiness. Kill the Angry Rooster, gain Magic Energy Crystal plus 60. Kill the Angry Rooster, gain Magic Energy Crystal plus 60. Kill the Angry Rooster, gain Magic Energy Crystal plus 60. After adapting to Marshal Tianpeng's attack style, Lu Feng no longer delayed time and directly summoned Xiaomo to speed up the process. Ah ha ha ha. Xiaomo's appearance was like a little potato, with 2 bright white front teeth that were always so eye-catching, looking quite adorable. But Pang Fei did not dare to underestimate him at all. He had witnessed the damage it dealt to the tree spirit firsthand. 638-586-581. As soon as Xiaomo appeared, he shot a long-range poison dart at the mutated rooster. With a crack, over 600 initial damage floated out, and in the next moment, the passive triggered, causing the mutated rooster hit by the poison dart to be poisoned to death on the spot, turning into a Magic Energy Crystal. Kill the Angry Rooster, gain Magic Energy Crystal plus 60. Pang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. A normal attack killed it? Is this still a level 5 monster in my understanding? He remembered that not long ago, when in the Twisted Woods, Xiaomo's damage wasn't that high. How did it suddenly double? Seeing Pang Fei's shock, Lu Feng chuckled and casually explained. Summoned beasts, after all, need to grow and become stronger. It's a normal operation. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Pang Fei's mouth twitched. Is this even human language? Yes, becoming stronger is normal, but your version of becoming stronger is exponential. Is that reasonable? And how long has it been? Not even 2 hours, right? It was already absurdly strong, and now it got even stronger? My god, definitely not human. Xiaomo sniffed, as if to say, I was never human to begin with. Chun. Good, am I here to be hit? Pang Fei said with a bitter smile, I feel like you alone are enough. I have no role at all. Lu Feng comforted him. Don't belittle yourself. You have to know that without you, I can't clear the dungeon alone. Pang Fei. Got it, I'll play my role as a tool well. After killing all the mutated roosters in the chicken coop, the second treasure chest was successfully obtained. Opening the chest revealed some chicken meat, feathers, and other miscellaneous items, along with a whiteboard-level nest knife with very poor attributes, which Lu Feng directly put up for sale. He could basically guess the direction of this dungeon. The closer they got to the town, the stronger the mutated poultry they would encounter, and they should be able to clear it by reaching Old City Alley. Sure enough, the third type of mutated poultry they encountered was ducks, the fourth was donkeys, the fifth was pigs, and the sixth was dogs. Each type of mutated poultry was entirely purple and corresponded to 10% of the dungeon completion. Outside the canyon dungeon, the 3 female summoners waiting to see Lu Feng's joke stared at the screen showing Team 138's completion rate, their brows tightly furrowed. Each team entering the dungeon would have a display of their entry number and the number of participants, and Lu Feng's team number was 138. At this moment, his team's display was as follows. Team 138 team name, created by Qin Shijin. Team size, 2, Qin Shijin. Summoner, Wu Nangxia. Turret Master, Challenge Dungeon, Old City Alley. Easy level completion rate, 25/100. Percentage. The short-haired female summoner next to a girl with somewhat short eyelashes said that if Lu Feng's completion rate could exceed 10%. She would do a handstand while washing her hair with a 5-speed electric drill. Her expression was very grim. She stared at the screen, unable to accept this fact. How is that possible? With those two useless people, they could reach a 25% completion rate? You have to know that when the three of us went into the dungeon without anyone else, the highest record was only 28%. However, before she could finish her sentence, the number on the completion rate jumped again from 25 to 30% completion rate. Impossible. How could he possibly do that? It must be a bug in the instance. Yes, it definitely is. Just now it was 25 and suddenly it's 30. How could it be so fast? Unless he treats all the mutated beasts inside like chickens to slaughter. There must be a problem here. At this moment, the stubbled man watching from the side glanced at her, hands crossed over his chest, and fairly commented, "The Valley of the Dead has been established for so many years, and there has never been a bug. These two kids have some skills, huh? To reach 30% completion with just the two of them is indeed impressive." Hearing the stubbled man's words, the short-haired woman snorted coldly. So what if they reach 30%? It's just luck. What does it prove? Can it prove he's strong? At most, it can only be considered average. Upon hearing this, the stubbled man just smiled and turned his gaze back to the big screen. Let's keep watching. They haven't finished yet. Who knows, there might still be a big surprise. The three women were seething with anger, staring at the big screen, hoping to see Lu Feng and Pang Fei eliminated immediately. But, contrary to their wishes, their completion rate was visibly increasing. 32%, 35%, 38%, 40%. 40% now. Even the stubbled man was somewhat moved. The speed of this progress is a bit exaggerated. 45%, 50%, 60%. Normally, the difficulty of the instance increases as you go further, especially when stamina and health are nearing their limits while facing even stronger mutated beasts. The progress would be extremely slow. However, the completion rate of Lu Feng on the screen showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it was jumping faster and faster. 60%. When the completion rate reached 60%, the smile on the stubbled man's face faded. I remember when our team was full, it took us at least 3 to 4 hours to reach 60% completion, and now, he glanced at the time they entered the instance, it had only been 10 minutes? Damn, these two aren't just pretending to be weak, are they? Or is it that the combination of the summoner and turret master professions has some unexpected synergy? I definitely need to try this later. Recruit a turret master and study it. This monster farming efficiency is incredible. As for the three female summoners, they had fallen silent, their faces dark enough to drip water. The feeling of wanting to see others fail but realizing they were the joke themselves drove them crazy. They were unwilling to accept it. But no matter how much they resisted, the completion rate on the big screen wouldn't show them any mercy, continuing to jump wildly. 70%, 80%, 90%. In the last 20% of the old Town Alley simple level instance, the mutated beasts were clustered together. Under a large tree at the alley's entrance, a cat demon with brown fur lay quietly, surrounded by a group of purple cats. And in the outer area, there was a cattle pen with 4 red-eyed bulls inside. Abyss, Mad Bull, Normal Level, LV5 Health, 2500 Attack, 140 Defense, 200 Speed, 120 Skills, Charge, Hornstrike, Rampaging Bull Tread Status, Mutated. It was hard to tell if it was because the handsome cloak was red, but as soon as Lu Feng and the others arrived in this area, the 4 wild bulls went berserk, and they instinctively targeted the handsome one. As a tank, he could attract all the Mad Bull's hatred, taking all the damage himself. Which was exactly what he wanted. Clang, thud. The Mad Bull's charge and Hornstrike were easily blocked by the handsome one with his rake, and one bull's horn was directly broken by the recoil. With a swift motion, he swung the rake, striking the Mad Bull on the head. Minus 899 critical hit. The Mad Bull's rampaging tread could provide 100% armor, and even with the critical damage, the handsome one could only deal nearly 900 damage. Whoosh! Standing on Shuai Shuai's shoulders, Xiao Mo struck at almost the same moment the rake swept down, launching a poisoned dart. One dart hit, striking its eye. 611-599-596 physical attack damage was average, but the passive magical poison damage effect was significant. With one poisoned dart, the Mad Cow fell to the ground with a crash. Dealing with the 4 mutated Mad Cows took just a few breaths. The 90% completion treasure chest contained beef jerky and a pair of leather shoes, which were not bad for bronze level, requiring the profession of combat or tank, so they could only be put up for sale. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the purple cat and cat demon under the big tree. Abyss, Purple Cat, Normal Level, LV5 Health, 3500/3500 Attack, 160 Defense, 150 Speed, 100 Skills. Clawstab, Bloodthirsty Pounce, Cat Poison Status, Mutated. Abyss Boss, Cat Demon, Elite Level, LV6 Health, 6500/6500 Attack, 230 Defense, 210 Speed, 150 Skill. Pounce and Stun, leaps forward to bite while charging, dealing 120% physical damage and stunning for 3.5 seconds. Skill, Cat's Claw, swings claws left and right, increasing damage by 5% and inflicting a severe injury effect on the target, causing continuous damage for 10 seconds. Status, Normal. Xiao Mo, Shuai. Shuai, go. The attributes of the cat demon boss and purple cats were not weak, even strong. But this was relative. In front of normal professionals, they were strong, but in front of the Iron Eater Scout and Martial Tianpeng, they were completely inadequate. Active skill, Chaos Heavy Strike. Martial Tianpeng sat down with a mammoth. Boom! The whole tree collapsed under him. The two purple cats in the center area below the tree were caught off guard and were flattened into meat patties. It wasn't over yet. As the dust settled, Martial Tianpeng leaped high with the rake. Active skill, Whirlwind Slash. He swung the rake wildly in the center of the purple cat group. Poo poo poo. Dozens of health information floated above his head, and the purple cats in the center were hit 3 or 4 times in just a few seconds, turning into energy points on the spot. After these two waves of skills, the cat demon's health dropped from 6,500 to 2,000. Active skill, Scout Dash. Xiao Mo quickly approached with short legs, shooting poison darts, dealing over 3,000 damage with 2 darts, and the cat demon fell. The whole process was simple and brutal, taking 10 seconds. The boss cat demon and a bunch of purple cats were all defeated. Kill purple cat, gain magic energy crystal plus 120. Kill purple cat, gain magic energy crystal plus 120. Kill purple cat, gain magic energy crystal plus 120. Kill cat demon, gain magic energy crystal plus 300. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level LV6 LV7 name, Lu Feng title, None profession, Summoner level LV7, 602/1200000 health, 28003800 strength, 3338 constitution, 3240 intelligence, 6075 agility, 4050 magic power, 480960. Congratulations on clearing the Old City Alley Abyss dungeon. Easy level, gaining clearance rewards, Cat Demon's Bone Claw X8, Cat Demon's Necklace, Bronze level, Cat Ear Headband, Bronze level. Congratulations, you have refreshed the Old City Alley Abyss dungeon. Easy level, gaining historical record. Rewards, choose one of the following options. 1. 5,000 gold coins. 2. Any one level 6 golden weapon, not for sale. 3. 1 advanced profession skill book, not for sale. I choose gold coins. Hesitating for a second was disrespectful to money. The golden weapon that couldn't be sold and the advanced profession skill book that was currently useless. The random rewards from the Profession Alliance were quite average, were just chicken ribs to Lu Feng. Ding, selection successful. 5,000 gold coins have been transferred to your account. XX account received 500,000 yuan, 5,000 gold coins, balance 886,016, 8,800 gold, 601 silver, 6 copper. Lu Feng's ascension cost just over 200,000 and he spent a little change on taxis and dungeons. Originally, his balance was only 380,000, but now with the sudden influx of 500,000, he felt his wallet swell. However, this amount of money was still far from enough to initiate the next ascension of the Heavenly Dao contract. The cost of ascending from the 4th to the 5th tier was 20 times that of ascending from the 3rd to the 4th tier, requiring 20,000 gold coins, which amounted to a full 2 million. One summoned beast required 2 million, and 2 would need 4 million, while Xiao Mo and Shui Shui were both eagerly waiting to be fed. Therefore, he was still short on money and needed to work hard to earn more. The dungeon was cleared with Lu Feng leading the way, and naturally, the rights to handle the equipment were in Lu Feng's hands. Pang Fei expressed that he was already satisfied just to gain experience. The cat demon's necklace was of high level and had decent attributes, replacing Xiao Mo's previous high-grade necklace, resulting in a slight increase in defense and health. The cat ear headband could be worn by both Xiao Mo and Shui Shui, but it felt strange to put it on Shui Shui. The imposing Martial Tianpeng wearing a cat ear headband? It didn't seem quite right, the contrast was too strong. So, the cat ear headband was given to Xiao Mo for a cheap price. Summon Beast, Iron Eating Beast, Scout, 4th tier, Lord level, LV7, health 22,800, equipment plus 1800, attack power 762, equipment plus 12, attack speed 2.625, movement speed 825, attack talent coefficient is 10, health talent coefficient is 280, attack speed talent coefficient is 0.035, movement speed talent coefficient is 11, attribute value equals the summoner's intelligence 75 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. The increase in level made the intelligence points very noticeable, and at the same time, Xiao Mo's various attributes also saw significant improvements, especially in terms of attack speed and movement speed, which were its absolute advantages. This advantage was not obvious against low-level monsters, but it could be fully experienced against high-level monsters with sufficient health. After handling all these matters, Lu Feng did not rush to exit the dungeon but instead looked at the pile of cat corpses on the ground, deep in thought. Logically speaking, cats are small in size and do not appear to be very plump. However, unexpectedly, they had the highest health among all mutated beasts, with ordinary purple cats having 3,500 health points. Moreover, the boss was a cat demon, and its status bar still showed a normal state, not a mutated state. This meant that the anomalies in the old city alley were likely related to felines. For some reason, the entire village had experienced mutations in poultry. What exactly had happened? Lu Feng's curiosity was piqued. The higher difficulty levels in the old city alley should reveal the answer. He had already experienced the simple difficulty level and felt he could skip the intermediate difficulty and go straight to the hardest level. But when he went to make his selection, he found that his choice panel only had simple and ordinary levels. Seeing this, the little communicator Pang Fei explained, Zhengge, there are restrictions on dungeons in the canyon. You must complete over 60% of the previous difficulty level's dungeon to unlock the next difficulty level for you. So, we can only tackle one difficulty at a time, we can't just jump straight to the hardest dungeon. The guild is also considering everyone's safety. The difficulty of jumping a level is significant, and they worry that some people may not have a clear understanding of their own strength and randomly choose dungeons, leading to their demise. Hearing this, Lu Feng rolled his eyes and complained, what a ridiculous rule. Then he turned to Pang Fei, we are in a team, shouldn't we be able to unlock the dungeon as long as someone meets the conditions? Pang Fei smiled awkwardly and helplessly raised his hands, Zhengge, you flatter me too much. Although I've been in this for a year, my highest completion record was only 30% on the simple level. The night wind blew, and the fallen leaves on the ground rolled and danced. Upon learning that he couldn't challenge the dungeon at a higher level, Lu Feng felt a faint sadness. Alright, since I can't skip levels, I'll just tackle it one by one. Actually, thinking about it, not skipping levels also had its benefits. Refreshing the completion records for the corresponding dungeons would earn him a considerable amount of money. Refreshing dungeons of different difficulties once would accumulate a significant fortune. Unfortunately, only the first refresh of a dungeon at the same level would yield rewards. Otherwise, if one could keep refreshing and keep getting rewards, it would be an infinite bug exploit, and wealth would be just around the corner. Lu Feng and Pang Fei were in a state where they didn't need any rest and directly entered the next level of the dungeon challenge. Would you like to spend 20 gold to enter the Old Town Alley, normal level, abyss dungeon? Yes. Lu Feng clicked confirm, and the next second he and Pang Fei were teleported to the entrance of another abyss passage. Canyon announcement, the team created by the Mortal World 2 people has refreshed the completion record of the Old Town Alley Abyss Dungeon, simple level, taking 15 minutes and 36 seconds. At the moment Lu Feng completed the settlement, the news of the refreshed record was announced on the screen bulletin board of the Valley of the Dead. This announcement caused a stir in the canyon. Wow, who is this amazing person that broke the simple level completion record? You should know that this record was set 5 years ago by an A-level knight who specifically gathered 4 of the fastest classes at level 10 to create it, taking 2 hours, 35 minutes, and 16 seconds. No one has been able to break this record in 5 years. I didn't expect it to be broken today. What an honor to witness a big shot breaking a record. Hey, wait, look, this team that refreshed the record, why does it only show 2 people? 2 people? No way, they broke the record with just 2 people? Yes, and their completion speed is not just a little faster than before, they were over 2 hours quicker, using only 1/10 of the previous record's time. Hiss, this is definitely a master. Where did they come from? The entire hall was noisy, and everyone's attention was drawn to the screen, focusing on the team numbered 138, a summoner and a turret master from a life profession? How did they do it? The level restriction in the Valley of the Dead is from level 5 to 10. Anyone above level 10 cannot enter the canyon dungeon. Those who can set records are usually at their best state at level 10, and teammates must have strong synergy to provide maximum support. But now, 2 people who haven't even reached level 10 teamed up to break the record. What's going on? And they are from such unpopular professions. This couldn't help but spark speculation. Could it be that there's some secret to the combination of summoner and turret master for clearing dungeons? It's like the previous combination of gunners and bombers, which produced an infinite firepower effect. Originally, bombers were classified as life professions, but after that, they were reclassified as combat professions, and very important ones at that. It must be like that, otherwise, how could they achieve this? Moreover, everyone knows that the strength of a summoner depends on their summoned beasts. Since they came prepared, the summoner's summoned beast must have been bought at a high price. The powerful attributes that high-grade summoned beasts can possess, I don't need to elaborate on, right? No wonder, so that's how it is. Quick, wait for them to come out and ask the summoner and turret master what their strategy is, huh? The powerful summoner beast combined with the turret master has a vast potential, I believe it. Won't be long before this combination becomes popular. The turret master is likely to be reclassified as a combat profession. Got it, let's pull the summoner and turret master into the team and have them try to cooperate in battle. Who knows, there might be a miracle. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on Lu Feng and listening to the rising sounds of admiration and astonishment around him, the faces of the 3 female summoners had already turned a shade of liver. The entire canyon found it unbelievable that they were recognized as a powerful presence. Even if they had thick skin, they couldn't say that Lu Feng and the others were just lucky. Not only did they clear the old city alley easy level, but they also broke the historical record. This was definitely an explosive presence. What's so great about it? It's just breaking the easy level record. Who knows what it will be like in the normal level? Exactly, having money at home to buy a good summoner beast and coincidentally stumbling upon a new combination strategy to achieve such results. Anyone else wouldn't be able to do it. If I had money at home and bought a high-tier summoner beast, I could definitely do it too. Heh, no wonder he looks so arrogant. Turns out he's a rich guy and probably looks down on us. Sisters, just watch. When the rich guy comes out, there will definitely be a bunch of sycophants in the hall trying to curry favor. The 3 female summoners spoke sarcastically, their words dripping with envy, making the bearded uncle nearby shiver. He let out a disdainful sound and glanced at the three with a somewhat pitiful look. What's this? Have you all been driven mad by anger? But who would have thought just running into a summoner in the hall would reveal such a powerful presence? He also felt that fate was playing tricks. It's just that they were used to being arrogant, and now that they hit a wall, they deserve it. Shoo, he whistled, enjoying the show, casually asking passers-by, want to know about the strong? At that moment, a gasp came from the crowd as he pointed to a spot on the screen. Look quickly, they from the Dust World have entered the normal level dungeon. The crowd erupted in excitement. The three female summoners all turned their gazes over, and they saw that the team created by Dust World had entered the normal level dungeon. Lu Feng's actions once again exceeded their expectations. They just cleared the easy level dungeon, and without any preparation, they're jumping straight into the next difficulty without even taking a break? Old City Alley Abyss Dungeon, normal level. The monsters in the normal level dungeon are not much different from those in the easy level, but their attributes are generally higher, especially the health limit, which is about 20% higher than that of the easy level. It's unclear if the strength correlates with the deeper purple color the mutated beasts encountered this time seemed to be a deeper shade of purple, and they were also denser in number. Before they even stepped into the village, they had already encountered 5 types of mutated poultry. When they met the cat demon at the street corner, they had only reached 60% completion of the dungeon. Xiaomo and Shui, the two strong fighters, pushed through without any obstacles, while Lu Feng and Pang Fei chatted and enjoyed the scenery behind them. Brother Chen, I can feel the joy of being a summoner now. No wonder those summoner teams always bring a table and a side deck when they team up to fight monsters. I understand now. Lu Feng smiled. Summoners are inherently fragile, their attack and magic power aren't high. What they can rely on is their summoned beasts. The summoned beasts are their trump cards. In battle, all they need to do is protect themselves. Of course, once the summoned beast falls, they are basically like defenseless soft persimmons compared to the summoned beasts. Their combat power can be completely ignored. Pang Fei nodded in agreement. This was indeed the reality for most summoners. But clearly, Lu Feng was an exception, as he had seen Lu Feng use powerful magic. Pang Fei didn't bring this up, instead lamenting the unique and comfortable fighting style of summoners, especially the powerful ones. Chenggu, I don't know if I should say this or not. Go ahead. Do you think that in a two-person team, with the summoned beast fighting in front end, the two people chatting and enjoying the scenery behind, if they were of the opposite sex, it might be somewhat romantic? Ugh, Lu Feng felt goosebumps rise at Pang Fei's words. Stop talking, just stop. Under the moonlit sky, it felt too strange for the two of them to be saying such things. It had a bit of a gay vibe to it. Haha, I just said it casually because the atmosphere is indeed nice. Pang Fei laughed heartily, but other summoners probably don't have that kind of strength, let alone bringing along another type of profession. Even if both are summoners, their summoned beasts can't fight so leisurely. At least 4 summoners would need to team up to relax and drink tea in the back, but for summoners don't have that kind of private environment. Lu Feng teased back, if you want to praise me for being strong, just say it directly, there's no need to beat around the bush. Pang Fei scratched his head, unable to deny it. By the way, I still haven't seen your attack methods. Why not take this opportunity to show me? Pang Fei felt a bit shy but straightforwardly displayed all his attributes. Name, Pang Fei. Title, None. Profession, Turret Master. Level, LV7 1568/120000. Health 1300. Strength 61. Constitution 50. Agility 52. Magic power 58. Active skill, I place a small turret within 10 seconds. It will fire at enemies within a 50-meter circular range, one shot every 1.5 seconds. The turret cannot move, and a maximum of 2 can be installed. Active skill 2. Enhance the turret's weapon, allowing it to become a laser weapon. Every third normal attack will be a laser cannon. Damage equals base damage 100 plus magic power * coefficient. Passive, standing within the turret's range increases its automatic repair rate by 30%. Chenggu, isn't this very weak? Pang Fei scratched his head. Turret masters are defined as lifestyle professions for a reason. Look at my health, it's really too low. A level 7's health is even less than a level 1 shield warrior. The sustainability is also ridiculously poor. After placing 2 turrets, I can't do anything else. Lu Feng, who had been watching Pang Fei's skill attributes, remained silent for a while before finally speaking. Your health is indeed low, but your skills are anything but ordinary. Ha? Chenggu, are you mistaken? Can my skills even be called strong? Lu Feng nodded seriously. Yes, very strong. At least much stronger than some combat professions of the same level. Is it possible that the Profession Alliance doesn't understand the Turret Master profession well enough and hasn't correctly tapped into its potential? Seeing Lu Feng speak so decisively made Pang Fei feel insecure. Really? Really, I think it's an insult to place the Turret Master profession under the Architect category. Not to mention, the damage from the turrets you place is higher than that of many ranged professions. Being able to transform into a laser cannon is directly linked to your magic power, and as your level increases, physical and magical damage can interlace. The most crucial part is that as long as you stand within range, the turret can automatically repair itself. Just imagine if you level up, increase the number of turrets and boost their firing speed and damage. What kind of spectacle would it be if you stood among the turrets? Anyone who comes will die. With artillery fire covering and saturated strikes, if you carefully study the placement of the turrets, you can achieve a no-dead-angle bombardment. Isn't this more advanced than any formation master with even greater power? Lu Feng's words made Pang Fei feel enlightened. Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. Of course it is. So what? If your health is low? As long as you don't leave your turret group, you're safe. If your endurance is low, can't you just stay within the turret's range? Not every dungeon requires you to actively seek out monsters. Can't we just defend a spot and let the enemies come to attack? Moreover, in a team battle, your role can be similar to that of a mage or formation master, dealing high damage as a fragile character, just with a different method of attack. He patted Pang Fei's shoulder. You should know that when a profession has a particularly low attribute in one area, it definitely excels in another. You just haven't found the combat style that belongs to the turret master yet. Trust me, turret masters are not weak. On the contrary, they are quite strong. Lu Feng spoke with conviction. He wasn't comforting Pang Fei but genuinely believed this profession had great potential. Once Pang Fei's turret formation took shape and they coordinated with summoned beasts fighting outside while he stood within the turret formation, his safety would be greatly assured when facing high-level magical beasts or beast tides that summoned beasts couldn't account for. However, it must be said that before the number and damage of the turrets accumulated, the turret master was indeed weak, having attack power without the support of endurance and health. And because the early levels couldn't be raised, they couldn't reach the so-called mid to late stages, which led to the turret master being defined as a lifestyle architect profession. Lu Feng's words ignited Pang Fei's passion, rekindling his fighting spirit. Brother Chen, I can become a combat profession now. Being self-deprecating is not the Pang Fei I know. The Pang Fei I know is the one who charges forward without hesitation. Pang Fei clenched his fist excitedly. I won't let you down. But I have to say this up front, your strength as a profession lies in the mid to late stages when the number of turrets increases. In the early stages, you still need to figure out your own unique combat methods and patterns, but even then, you can only barely keep up with ordinary combat professions. This is destined to be a difficult road. I'm not afraid of difficulties. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. Pang Fei's gaze was firm. Brother Chen, you have no idea how much I long to become a professional. I don't want to live my life in mediocrity. Lu Feng extended his hand and shook Pang Fei's, smiling. Good brother. Indeed, we are like-minded, haha. As the old saying goes, when one person ascends, their chickens and dogs rise to heaven. With Lu Feng's super god-level talent, his rise was inevitable, and he felt very gratified to be able to bring his brother along on the journey. Even if this road wasn't long, it was enough. When Xiao Mo and Shui Shui are fighting, you can join in at the right moment and set up turrets for long-range bombardment. Don't worry too much about the damage. Okay, Brother Chen, once I get up, I'll set up the turret formation to protect you. Ha, you're thinking the same as I am. I'm charging in first. I can't miss such a great battle opportunity. After reaching a consensus, Pang Fei stopped chatting and rushed to the front line. As for the turret master's combat mode, Lu Feng could only offer some suggestions. The real combat skills still had to be figured out by Pang Fei himself. Zizizizi. Turning his palm up, Lu Feng looked at the jumping arcs of lightning in his palm. He knew he was also walking a path never taken by those before him. He clenched tightly, extinguishing the lightning threads. Looking at the cat demon under the big tree, he suddenly felt a bit restless. Pang Fei's combat style involves setting up artillery before engaging in battle, so he must choose a position that can be covered by firepower while remaining relatively safe. Additionally, he needs to select the right moment to set up the artillery. The installation time is 10 seconds, and he must anticipate the area affected by the battle in advance. Otherwise, Xiao Mo and Shui Shui might have already taken down the cat demon, leaving no targets within a 50-meter range for him to shoot at, and he would only be firing at empty air. Cut. Pang Fei extended his right thumb to indicate the range and, seizing the moment, set up an artillery piece on the side of the battle zone. Bang! Pang Fei's cannon is a parallel cannon, and with a thunderous roar, it struck the cat demon. -68 dealt a fairly decent amount of damage. Combined with the attacks from Shui Shui and Xiao Mo, 3 different damage values appeared above the cat demon's head: -20, 68, -698, -69. Although the artillery's damage was small, its contribution was significant. Essentially, a fully healthy cat demon was already transformed into a magic energy crystal before the second shot from the artillery could be fired. Bang! Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tick-tock, time interval. Bang! Tick-tock, 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 time interval. Bang! This was its firing frequency. It needed a 1.5-second interval to fire the second shot, while Xiaomo's attack frequency was as follows: swoosh, tick-tock, time interval, swoosh, tick-tock, time interval, swoosh. In other words, the time taken for the first cannonball to fire plus the 1.5-second interval was enough for Xiao Mo to unleash 3 consecutive basic attacks. The damage from the 3 basic attacks exceeded 6,300, and the cat demon only had a total of 6,500 health. With Shui Shui's additional few hundred damage, it couldn't withstand Xiao Mo's third basic attack. Kill the cat demon, gain magic energy crystal plus 300. Kill the Cat Demon, gain Magic Energy Crystal plus 300. Kill the Cat Demon, gain Magic Energy Crystal plus 300 in just a few breaths. Without needing to pull back, the Cat Demon at the entrance of the city alley was cleared away. The next moment, the large tree blocking their path collapsed with a crash. Entering the old city alley, the streets were desolate and quiet, with the wind blowing without stirring a single wisp of dust. A plastic bag. After walking a short distance, they reached the middle of the street, flanked by hollow stone houses without doors, allowing a view inside. It was dark and empty inside, giving off an eerie feeling as if something terrifying was about to emerge. Why do I feel like the temperature drops as soon as we enter here? It's cold enough to make me shiver, Pang Fei said, hugging his shoulders tightly and shivering violently. The Abyss Dungeon's level indicates that this is the final boss point. Once we defeat the boss, we can leave. As Lu Feng finished speaking, under the full moon, on the rooftop, at the center of a cluster of cat demons, a completely translucent white cat demon with glass bead-like eyes glimmered, exuding a chilling ferocity. Ha! It bared its teeth, exhaling a breath of icy mist. Abyss. Boss, Cat Demon King, Elite level, LV7 health, 9800/9800 attack power, 310 defense, 411 speed, 290 skill, pounce and bite, leaps forward in a charged state to bite, dealing 160% physical damage and stunning for 5 seconds. Skill. Cat's Claw, swings claws left and right, increasing damage by 25% and inflicting a severe injury effect on the target, causing continuous damage for 10 seconds. Skill, freeze spell, can freeze a small area, dealing 300 spell damage and a 20% severe injury effect to the target. Status, normal. Seeing the attributes of the Cat Demon King, Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. Its rank was only elite, yet its attributes were so high. Moreover, the freeze spell skill had both control and damage effects, along with a severe injury effect, making it an overwhelming presence against similarly leveled practitioners at this stage. Even Lu Feng now might not be able to take it down in an instant. It seems that this ordinary level boss has some tricks up its sleeve. Without waiting for the Cat Demon King to jump down from the rooftop, Shuai took the initiative to attack, leaping off the mammoth war elephant and charging into the crowd of cats. Whirlwind slash. He swung his body, wielding the rake like a spinning top armed with blades, rushing in. Poochie poochie poochie. The Cat Demon King was quick, and after being grazed by the rake twice, it leaped away from the attack range. Activate freeze spell. Ice began to form beneath Shuai's feet, and in the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice covered his feet. -130 magic resistance reduction, -22/-18. The Cat Demon pounced. After immobilizing Shuai's feet, the whirlwind slash skill was interrupted, and the Cat Demon King seized the opportunity to pounce, its claws tearing. Ding! Shuai blocked the Cat Demon King's claw attack with the rake's handle. At that moment, the uncontrolled swarm of cat demons launched their assault, attacking in unison. Flap flap. Ha! Shuai shouted loudly, channeling his energy to break the ice beneath him, swinging the rake to fend off the swarm of cat demons. However, he still took some hits, losing several dozen points of health. Health 67280/67500, losing so much health. How outrageous! Rage exploded, and Whirlwind Slash activated again. Normally, the damage of Whirlwind Slash was just slightly higher than his attack power, but when his battle intent surged, the power of Whirlwind Slash could be greatly enhanced. Skill damage was calculated as intelligence multiplied by a damage coefficient of 20, plus a 50% additional heavy injury effect. -4507, -4509, -4512. He disregarded the cat demon's claw strikes, as they felt no different from a tickle, enduring their attacks to exchange damage. In the end, he swept away all the cat demons and engaged the Cat Demon King in a one-on-one duel, successfully slaying it at the cost of 2,000 health points. Watching this tragic yet brutal scene, the two below and one beast cheered for him. Kill the Cat Demon King, gain plus 1000 magic energy crystals. Congratulations on clearing the old city alley Abyss dungeon. Ordinary level, rewards, Cat Demon Claw X48, Ice Staff of the Cold Snowy Land. Silver level, Cat Demon Shoulder Pads. Bronze level, Cat Demon Plate Armor. Bronze level, congratulations, you have refreshed the old city alley Abyss dungeon. Ordinary level, gaining historical record rewards. Choose one of the following options: 1. 8,000 gold coins. 2. Any one level 7 golden weapon. 3. 1 advanced profession skill book. I choose gold coins. As expected, Lu Feng directly chose the gold coins. Ding, selection successful. 8,000 gold coins have been credited to your account. XX account received 800,000 yuan, 8,000 gold coins. Balance 1686016, 16,800 gold, 601 silver, 6 copper. After clearing the entire ordinary level Abyss dungeon, Lu Feng gained around 60,000 experience points, still needing half of the experience bar to level up. The 10 completion chests yielded over 100 miscellaneous items, 1 silver equipment and 6 bronze level equipment. You could say that Xiao Mo and Shuai could wear these items, but their attributes didn't even warrant a glance at the enhancement these items provided. To put it bluntly, the difference between having them and not having them didn't seem significant. There was also wear and tear on the equipment, which would affect the price if he wanted to sell them later, so it was better to sell them directly in the marketplace. Maximizing profit, the money from the sales would be used to upgrade their ranks. The increase in strength was far beyond what could be achieved by wearing these items. Silver level, golden level seems not that great either. Might as well sell them all and convert them to cash. In the past, when he had fewer items, he considered whether to wear them or not. Now, with too many items, he didn't even want to glance at anything below golden level. Among the equipment obtained this time, Lu Feng kept a pair of cat demon rings, bronze level, and put the rest up for sale in the marketplace. The attributes of the cat demon rings were very simple, only increasing health. Lu Feng gave one to Pang Fei and kept one for himself. Rings are convenient to carry and do not affect aesthetics. He thinks they are quite nice. With the enhancement of the level 6 ring, Pang Fei's health has surpassed 2,000, and Lu Feng no longer has to worry about him being taken out in an instant due to a moment of inattention. Outside, the information about the clearing record of the Old City Alley Abyss Dungeon, normal level, being refreshed, is broadcasted on the big screen. The hall erupted into even more intense discussions than before. Oh my god, I can't be seeing this wrong. Did someone really refresh the normal level record? 31 minutes and 13 seconds, that's over. 5 hours faster than the previous record of 6 hours and 5 minutes. Why say over? Ahem, because the team that refreshed the normal level record is the same one that recently refreshed the easy level record. Ha? No way, are they? Really that strong? This is too monstrous. Who are these two? Worship the big shot. Breaking 2 dungeon records in one day has never happened in the history of the Valley of the Dead. Is it possible that there are more than 2? Look, they are starting the next round of the Abyss Dungeon challenge level hard. Hard level, the highest completion rate in the valley is 90%, and no one has cleared it yet. They can't possibly clear it just with the 2 of them, right? I think, given what we've seen today, anything is possible. Today is destined to be a day of miracles, a moment to witness history. In the center of the square, the short-haired female summoner looked as if she had seen a ghost, her mouth trembling, her eyebrows shaking. You must be joking. Can he really clear the normal level and refresh the historical record? Clearing the easy level is nothing. Many big shots can do that, but the teams that clear the normal level can be counted on one hand in the entire valley. In the current situation, which team isn't a renowned powerhouse from Wind City? And now, Lu Feng and the others not only cleared the easy level without any breaks but also cleared the normal level dungeon in one go and set a record. What does that mean? They achieved something that no previous powerhouse teams have done, which proves they must be even stronger. And there are only 2 of them. At this moment, the 3 female summoners no longer held onto their previous resentment. Instead, a wave of regret surged in their hearts. We actually mocked such a high-level big shot. We truly are blind. If we had been a bit nicer earlier, maybe he would have taken us along. It's all your fault for being so pretentious. We let such a powerful big shot slip right past us. What a huge loss. The short-haired female summoner stood with her legs slightly apart, feeling a bit unsteady. In the Valley of the Dead, the Old City Alley dungeon on hard level, the map was still the same as before. Even the inky sky had not changed, but this time the road leading to the alley was unusually quiet. The cold wind wrapped in darkness hinted at something eerie. They had not encountered any mutated poultry along the way, and the cat demon in the big tree at the street entrance had also disappeared. Chen-gu, do you feel a bit eerie? In the mall, there were many predecessors who left behind tips about the Old City Alley dungeon, as well as introductions to the various monsters at different completion levels detailed down to specific values and locations. However, there is no free lunch in this world. It requires payment to read. How could Lu Feng possibly spend money on such things? Does he think money grows on trees? Therefore, everything about the Old City Alley was unknown to them, but they also sensed the distinct style of the hard level dungeon, which was very different from the easy and normal levels. No one has cleared the hard level yet. There must be a reason for that. The truly terrifying things in the dungeon, those high-level monsters, are about to make their appearance. Lu Feng cautiously watched the empty shops on both sides of the street. Crack glass shattered in a shop, and a strangely shaped head poked out. Its features were twisted, its skin a dull gray, with patches of decay on its head, ugly and fierce. Abyss creature, servant zombie, elite level, LV6, health 8000/8000, attack 290, defense 311, speed 190, skills, bite, poison infection. In the difficult level of the Old City Alley, the first appearance was an elite level zombie, with a health of 8000, second only to the cat demon king in strength. Bang bang bang. After the first zombie appeared, zombies began to burst out from the houses on both sides, either breaking down doors or shattering windows. Their health and attack defense attributes were high, but their speed was a weakness. As long as they maintained a distance and attacked from afar, they could lure the monsters without taking damage. Step back. Lu Feng signaled Pang Fei to retreat, then let Xiao Mo attack with ranged poison darts. 788-658-658. A normal attack from Xiao Mo could deal over 2100 damage, and with a full attack speed, the attack interval was 0.5 seconds. In the time it took for the zombies to take 2 steps forward, he would land 4 normal attacks. The damage from 4 normal attacks exceeded the servant zombie's health limit of 8000 directly, taking it down. Kill the servant zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 600. When the opponent's health was low, Xiao Mo's advantage of fast attack speed and sustained damage could not be fully realized. But when facing so many heavy and relatively tough Servant zombies, Xiao Mo could go on a killing spree. Xiao Mo's agility attribute was more than 3 times that of his attack power, plus the active skill Xiao Mo Run provided a speed percentage boost. These zombies were completely outmatched. Xiao Mo swayed his body, moving side to side, walking and attacking to maintain the best attack distance, making the zombies appear very clumsy in front of him. They tried to grab him but couldn't, they tried to hit him but failed, and in the end, they could only roar helplessly before turning into a pile of magic energy crystals, experience points. The first wave of zombies had 7, the second wave 10, and Xiao Mo didn't even need to move, he just stood there outputting damage, and before they even got close, they were all shot dead by poison darts. The third wave had 15 zombies, gathering from around the street corner, and with just a slight twist of his waist, he killed them all. The fourth wave, fifth wave, sixth wave, all the way to the seventh wave, there were too many zombies, and Xiao Mo had to start moving and kiting, killing the zombie horde while kiting. Congratulations, your level has increased. LV7 LV8. During the battle with the 7th wave of zombies, Lu Feng leveled up from level 7 to level 8. His intelligence increased by 20 points in one go. This meant that Xiao Mo's attributes had undergone a terrifying enhancement once again. Attack power 762962, attack speed 2.6253.325 after reaching an attack power of 962. A single ranged poison dart from Xiao Mo, combined with 2 layers of passive effects, could deal over 2700 damage to the zombies. 3 normal attacks could take down 1 zombie. With the increase in attack speed, Xiao Mo's attack interval also shortened, allowing him to deal higher damage and make more attacks in the same amount of time. After finishing the 7th wave of zombies, the completion rate of the dungeon had reached 70%. The 8th wave of zombies had only 6, and their appearance was quite unique, with long chains hanging upside down around their necks. The chains had spikes angled 60 degrees upward towards the sky, but strangely, there was nothing at the end of the chains. It was as if something invisible was pulling them. Abyss monster, pet zombie, elite level, LV7 health, 10500/10500 attack, 380 defense, 450 speed, 288 skills, bite, pro charge. Seeing the information about these zombies, Lu Feng couldn't help but ponder deeply. According to the introduction, the reason the Old Town Alley became like this was due to an invasion by otherworldly beasts, leading to the unfortunate demise of all living beings in the village. Additionally, due to some sort of curse-like phenomenon, they transformed into their current forms. The previous 2 difficulty dungeons featured mutated poultry and normal cat demons, but now the hard-level dungeon encountered zombies. These zombies and poultry lived in this village. What exactly caused them to become like this? Especially these zombies, both in their external appearance and the information provided, exuded an eerie vibe. Why call them servant zombies? Now there are pet zombies, and they even have something resembling dog collars around their necks. What is going on? After entering the dungeon, Pang Fei had been busy. He installed turret assistance and upgraded the cannon, unleashing a powerful laser cannon. He was also observing the situation within the standing circle, and he had his own thoughts about these zombies. Brother Chen, have you noticed? They all have a wound on their necks, deeply sunken. The size of the bite marks and some external tooth impressions don't seem to be caused by large canines. Nor do they resemble those of felines, they look more like something a bat would bite. The teeth are sharp, and the spacing is narrow. Only this way can such small wounds be formed. Pang Fei's hints made Lu Feng frown slightly, his thoughts swirling. He recalled the strange encounter in the novice trial within the Bloodbat Cave, where a monster with sharp teeth and long ears was reflected on the wall in the bloodlight. Could it be a vampire? However, there had been no clues about vampires throughout the Old Town Alley dungeon. The previous indication was the cat demon, as it was the only independent existence in the village, and its state was normal rather than mutated. But what about these wounds? Indeed, as Pang Fei said, all these zombies had similar wounds on their necks. The only thing he could think of for such wounds was the bat phylum. But why would bat-like monsters or vampires turn these zombies into servants, and even create this abstract pet zombie? If it were poultry, he could somewhat understand the reversal of identities between humans and beasts, but bats, vampires, had no connection at all. Surely, the townspeople didn't dig up a vampire's coffin while excavating graves? Disturbing their slumber and then facing retaliation? That explanation seemed a bit far-fetched. Setting aside whether vampires truly exist in this world, even if they did, disturbing their sleep wouldn't lead to something as absurd as putting a dog collar around your neck. The name and appearance of this mutated entity called Pet Zombie were not something carbon-based lifeforms could conceive. Lu Feng had only seen such scenes of people wearing collars in some couples' playful activities, but it was nowhere near this extreme. Shui Shui, don't hold back for me, hit them hard. For these zombies that polluted his eyes, Lu Feng chose the most violent way to deal with them. Xiao Mo's attack method was ultimately a bit gentle, lacking the thrill of impact. Chaos Strike. With a command from Lu Feng, Shui Shui charged forward on the mammoth war elephant, the war elephant's long tusks directly impaling the leading pet zombie, piercing through its chest. Minus 3021 to 3017. Shui Shui reached out, grabbing the rope at its back, lifting it up like a chick, swinging it around like a meteor hammer, and then throwing it forward. It landed perfectly on several pet zombies behind. Then, with a thud, Shui Shui leaped up and unleashed the skill Whirlwind Slash. He swung his 9-toothed rake, transforming into a sharp-edged top, raking through flesh. With each swipe, he could carve out quite a few chunks of meat, creating a scene of sheer brutality. 5724-5763-5754-5733. I must say, the health of the pet zombies is indeed substantial. They stubbornly held on until the skill duration of Whirlwind Slash ended before collapsing. Kill pet zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 800. Kill pet zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 800. Kill pet zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 800. That's a wrap. After dealing with the 8th wave of pet zombies, Lu Feng felt a bit of anticipation for the 9th wave of zombies. The previous record at the difficulty level had been stuck here without clearing, which meant that the 9th wave of zombies must have something unique that they couldn't handle. Was it an increase in stats or an enhancement of skills? He wanted to see what kind of zombies had caused the seniors to come to a halt. Ah whoa. Before long, the 9th wave of zombies arrived. Upon seeing their appearance, Lu Feng and Pang Fei couldn't help but click their tongues. To be precise, this wave of zombies did not walk over, they crawled over. The leading zombie had a hunched body, with its 2 hands bending backward at an extremely bizarre angle. Abyss creature, wing broken zombie, elite level, LV7, health 12,000/12,000, attack power 400, defense 400, speed 300, skills, bite, toxic infection, passive skill, targets touched will suffer a 10% bleeding effect and a 20% slowing effect. Next to it, there were several zombies that had wedged themselves into cages, their entire bodies merging with the iron cage as they dragged it along, crawling. These zombies all had deformities. Some were limping, with iron clamps on their feet or chains hanging from their calves. Some were missing a hand, and others had cracked faces with half a head missing. Abyss creature, cage zombie, elite level, LV7, health 13,000/13,000, attack power 320, defense 540, speed 370, skills, claw, cage disturbance. What on earth did these people encounter in life? Their deaths are just too tragic, Pang Fei said, visually impacted. The wing-broken zombie and cage zombie. Their overall attributes are very high, especially the previously weak point of agility has also been enhanced. Moreover, the wing-broken zombie has slowing and bleeding effects combined with the high mobility and control of the cage zombie. It's almost unsolvable at the same level. Lu Feng finally understood why the previous team couldn't achieve a higher completion rate. It was because this wave of zombies was indeed very strong, especially the cage zombie, which was a natural counter for physical fighters. For blades and swords to damage them in the cage, slashing wouldn't work, they could only stab. But stabbing could easily be dodged by the zombies' twisting movements, and if one wasn't careful, the weapon could get stuck in the cage, bent by the iron bars and thrown out of hand. Ranged archers shooting from a distance would also have a significant portion of their damage blocked and deflected by the iron bars. As a result, the team's output damage would be greatly reduced, and with the high agility of the wing-broken zombie and cage zombie, they couldn't create distance when pulling aggro. A slight mistake would lead to being stuck, and once stuck, it meant completely losing the chance to turn the tide. At this point, the only option would be to let the Abyss Management Bureau intervene, activate the protection mechanism, and forcibly exit the dungeon. Otherwise, they would have to watch themselves get bitten to death by zombies. Of course, activating the protection mechanism to force an exit would incur a fee from the Abyss Management Bureau, and it wouldn't be cheap. Chen Good, do you have confidence? Should we communicate with the Bureau in advance to avoid them not being able to set up the protective shield in time? That would be awkward. Seeing the attributes of this wave of zombies, Pang Fei felt a bit uneasy. Is this really all there is? A mere difficulty level doesn't require that. This set of zombie formations would indeed be unsolvable for a normal professional team, but against someone like Lu Feng, they could only admit defeat. Humph. Marshal Tianpeng snorted, his disdainful gaze seemingly responding to Pang Fei's underestimation. Shuai Shuai, prove yourself. Upon receiving the order, Shuai Shuai rode the mammoth war elephant, fearless and determined, one commander and one mount, enough to make a difference. Roar! The winged zombie at the front launched the first attack, jumping up to try and bite Shuai Shuai off the mammoth. But Shuai Shuai would not let him have his way. With a swing of his rake, he struck him down, creating a small pit in the ground. The first hit, critical damage. Minus 2,397, but that wasn't the end, he still had a combo. Sweeping the leaves, the rake's prongs thrust upward, lifting the winged zombie into the air, blood and flesh flying. As 9 deep claw marks appeared, the entire body of the winged zombie was thrown high up. Charging a rake, the rake swung back at a large angle, then thrust forward, directly sending the airborne winged zombie flying like a meatball. Boom! Minus 4,061, minus 1,021, minus 1,021. Shuai Shuai's base attack power was 902, and the charged attack's damage was the base attack power multiplied by a damage coefficient of 4.5. The winged zombie was sent crashing into 2 caged zombies behind it, dealing 1,000 points of damage to the caged zombies as well. Thud thud thud. Did you think Shuai Shuai's attack was over? Quite the opposite, it had just begun. He charged forward on the mammoth war elephant, extending his rake to hook the cage, veins bulging on his arms as he pulled hard, lifting the entire caged zombie along with its cage. Bang! 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 After lifting it, he swung it heavily down to the ground. Swinging left and right, it was like swinging a small chicken. With great force, he smashed the cage to smithereens. During this, some zombies lunged at him, but Shui simply swung the rake and cage to knock them down. Heard your cage is invulnerable? Then I'll just dismantle it violently. With the cage nearly destroyed, the whirlwind slash, the killing gyroscope entered, bursting forth in a dazzling spray of blood. Horizontal strike, lifting it into the air. Tail sweep, charged heavy. Strike. Watching the dazzling damage values in front of him, Pang Fei was dumbfounded. He truly did not expect Martial Tianping to be so agile and to know so many combos. These skill damages are far higher than the previous hitting damage, he marveled. The monsters he encountered earlier were too weak. He could just use normal attacks to kill them with a casual swing of the rake, and the damage from a casual swing was the base attack damage. Many combat techniques and combos were simply unnecessary. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? But it was precisely for this reason that Pang Fei mistakenly thought that Martial Tianping only knew how to use that kind of ordinary attack, treating him as a normal summoned beast in his cognitive understanding. With this seamless combo, even a 13,000 health caged zombie can't withstand it. Especially when the rake comes crashing down from above. That charged strike has tremendous blunt force. The damage value is off the charts. Regarding his previous thoughts, he could only say he had overthought it. Glancing at the composed Lu Feng, his confident demeanor made Pang Fei unable to help but sigh. Truly, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Chenggu isn't worried at all. Why should I be? Next time, I mustn't be so alarmed. Being looked down upon by a summoned beast is too embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, his understanding of Lu Feng's summoned beast's strength rose to another level. He recalled a saying from a MOBA game he often played: playing well is not as good as queuing well, and queuing well is not as good as having a brother who can carry you. Stay calm, stay calm. Getting flustered over such a small scene will only embarrass Chenggu in the future. As a slacker, Pang Fei had to have the awareness of a slacker. Even if his strength was lacking, he had to maintain some presence next to Lu Feng, at least not to lose face. Pang Fei, what are you mumbling about by yourself? Noticing Pang Fei's unusual behavior, Lu Feng asked. It's nothing, Chenggu, let's not talk about it for now. While the battle isn't over yet, I need to hurry over and fire a couple of shots. Kill winged zombie, gain plus 1200 magic energy crystals. Kill cage zombie, gain plus 1250 magic energy crystals. Kill cage zombie, gain plus 1250 magic energy crystals. Shui's unrestrained actions on the battlefield made him appear much more impressive in Pang Fei's eyes. After successfully dealing with the 9th wave of zombies, the final boss of the Old City Alley instance followed closely. Buzz, outside a nearby butcher shop, a golden halo formed on the ground and a burly zombie broke through the earth. Abyss boss, executioner, human slayer zombie. Exceptional level LV8, health 25,000/25,000, attack 500, defense 620, speed 490, status mutated, skills mountain pulling strength, claw strike. The zombie boss before them was of exceptional level with attack, defense, and speed being the highest they had encountered so far, and its health reached a terrifying 25,000 points. The executioner, human slayer zombie, stood about 2 meters tall, with a round head and a copper bowl hanging from its chest, gripping a pair of pincers larger than a person. Roar! Looking at the pile of zombie minions at its feet, the executioner, human slayer zombie let out an angry roar towards the instigator, Martial Tianping. Its bulging eyes were filled with red bloodshot veins, and drool hung from its sharp teeth, as if it wanted to devour the opponent. Whoosh! Unlike the previous mindless zombies, the executioner, human slayer zombie did not rush forward but instead grabbed an entire meat cart from the butcher shop and hurled it over. A flash of light appeared behind it, followed by an iron cage. Shui's eyes sharpened as he used a rake to split the cart in half, but he was still trapped by the iron cage. Just as he intended to use the rake to pry open the cage, the executioner, human slayer zombie, was already in front of him. Crack crack. The iron pincers in its hands were like sharp scissors, ready to crush both Shui and the cage together. Clang clang. The iron bars were as brittle as wooden sticks under the pincer's grip, breaking upon contact. Shui held the rake upright to block the pincer's attack, then kicked the bottom of the rake, launching the prongs upward. Thud. Gripping the other end of the rake with both hands, he pushed down hard. The prongs pierced into the zombie's belly, creating a large hole, with many internal organs spilling out. 3698-939-939-939. After dealing a critical hit, the executioner, human slayer zombie, continued to lose health. Roar! Ignoring its injuries, it entered a bloodthirsty state, using brute force to knock the rake away, and the pincers struck Shui. 368-388-365. A triple claw strike caused Shui to lose a full 1,000 health points. Not good. This boss has a bloodthirsty state and has gone berserk. In berserk mode, its strength and speed will increase significantly, Pang Fei exclaimed. Indeed, it's a bit tricky. Lu Feng also didn't expect this boss to have hidden attributes that allowed it to enter a berserk state. But it's only a bit tricky, it won't cause any major waves. In berserk mode, the executioner, human slayer zombie, would lose health every second, but its stats would be greatly enhanced. With a base attack power of 500, it could surge to around 800 plus skill damage and some combo effects. Lu Feng felt this guy could threaten both his and Pang Fei's safety. Therefore, he couldn't continue to play around, he planned to end it quickly. At this moment, temporarily holding back the handsome executioner, the butcher zombie charged towards the position of Lu Feng and Pang Fei with its iron pincers, making a crunching sound. Xiao Mo, go, Lu Feng commanded. Xiao Mo slid past the butcher zombie with a quick maneuver and shot a bamboo arrow. Deadly whistle. -1899 not only dealt magical damage to the target but also rendered their physical attacks ineffective for 3 seconds. The bamboo arrow hit a spot behind the butcher zombie and damage floated above its head. A burst of toxins quickly erupted, leaving it dazed. Just before it could attack Lu Feng, the iron pincers changed direction and struck the ground. Miss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sliding behind the butcher zombie, Xiao Mo launched a toxic dart attack, firing 6 normal attacks in 3 seconds with a burst of attack speed. A single normal attack's main passive damage exceeded 2700, and the total damage from the 6 normal attacks reached over 16,200. In just 3 seconds, the butcher zombie was left with very low health. As the blinding effect ended, it angrily attempted to pick up the iron pincers to continue its assault, but Xiaomo's final toxic dart had already hit it. -1033, -899, -887. The butcher zombie's health was completely depleted, and it let out a low roar before collapsing to the ground in defeat. Kill the butcher zombie, gain plus 5000 magic energy crystals. Dropped items: blood butcher iron pincers, gold level, copper bull goggles, silver level, a handful of cat fur. Open treasure chest to receive rewards: heart blood armor, silver level, zircon x80, bellows x3, leftover pouch x5, portable antique x18. Congratulations on clearing the old city alley abyss dungeon. Hard level, received clearance rewards: iron wool, gold level, medicine stone x58, cage plate armor, silver level, wingless guardian necklace, silver level. Congratulations on completing the old city alley abyss dungeon. Hard level, for the first time you can choose clearance rewards: 1 item exchange voucher amount, 2 second tier summoned beast non-tradable, 3 Thunderball can be used in the dungeon, creates a 1 meter diameter lightning shield that can withstand 10,000 points of damage when in danger. Congratulations, you have refreshed the old city alley abyss dungeon. Hard level, received historical record reward, gain 10,000 gold coins. The equipment dropped at the hard level was much richer than before, with 2 gold level and 4 silver level items. Lu Feng looked at the equipment attributes. The wearing requirements for these items were all level 7, which were slightly better than the same level equipment on the market. Therefore, after comparing prices, he listed the equipment below gold level at 10% higher than the market price. Still, the same saying applies: nothing is more reliable than money. He glanced at the trading hall and found that 3 of the 5-level bronze defensive items he had listed had already been sold. The IDs displayed 3 different accounts. Unlike in the novice trial ground, where everyone liked low-level equipment right after awakening, the demand for equipment below level 5 was high, leading to a premium price. Thus, these 3 5-level bronze items sold for a total of 1,000 gold coins, plus the 10,000 gold coins from the record refresh, bringing Lu Feng's account balance to over 27,000 gold coins. No one had ever cleared the old city alley hard level before, and Lu Feng was the first, so he received an additional first clear reward. As for the item exchange voucher, he had nothing he needed to buy, so it was definitely unnecessary. A second-tier summoned beast? Even less needed. For him, the most ordinary summoned beast reaching second tier was just a matter of 20 gold coins. This Thunderball is quite good. It can withstand 10,000 points of high damage at once, which could save my life at a critical moment. I'll take it, it might come in handy. Even if I don't need it, I can sell it for a good price once I reach level 10. Lu Feng's mind was now filled with thoughts of money. With money, one could become stronger, and making money was the right path. At this moment, in the Hall of the Fallen, everyone was staring at the big screen, their faces either shocked or dazed, lost in deep contemplation. Perhaps it was more fitting to describe it as questioning life. No one in the crowd spoke. The vast hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Canyon announcement: the team created by World of Dust, 2 people, has cleared the old city alley abyss dungeon hard mode for the first time. Canyon announcement: the team created by World of Dust, 2 people, has refreshed the clearing record for the old city alley abyss dungeon hard mode, taking 1 hour and 53 minutes. Everyone, this can't be an illusion, right? The screen shows that someone has cleared the old city alley hard mode? Am I too tired, or are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or am I dreaming? Can someone slap me to wake me up? I'm familiar with this, let me do it. My palm is big and the force is strong, let me handle it. It's fine, I can take off my shoes and give a slap. Physical and magical dual attack, guaranteed to wake him up. Actually, I just said it casually, but I didn't expect World of Dust to really clear the hard mode dungeon. Oh my gosh, how monstrous is this? 2 people cleared the old city alley hard mode, completely refreshing my understanding. After the old city alley hard mode was cleared, there was a brief silence in the Hall of the Fallen, followed by whispers. Many teams that had come to tackle the dungeon lost their motivation to enter the abyss. After seeing World of Dust break 3 dungeon records in one go, was the gap between people really that big? Some even felt that there must be a bug in the Abyss dungeon, that the difficulty had decreased, and that today's dungeon was particularly easy. They entered the dungeon with the mindset of stealing a chicken but came out covered in dirt. It was still the same as before. The difficulty of the Abyss dungeon had not decreased at all. Since everything was normal, how did World of Dust manage to do it? Were they really that strong? At this moment, many people fell into a brainstorming session they couldn't understand because the results were too good, surpassing their comprehension. Maybe this is the world of the big shots. We can only look up to them. It's not an exaggeration to say this is the most outstanding genius in Wind City. Breaking 3 dungeon records is absolutely unprecedented. To be honest, the slightly outstanding professionals over the years should have already broken level 10 by this point. Why are they still in the Hall of the Fallen? I find it a bit strange. Could it be that they are not professionals from this city, but outsiders? It's not impossible. The hard mode dungeon next door was broken by a team from the provincial capital before. That must be it. Otherwise, it really doesn't make sense. Hey, do you think there's a possibility that this professional just awakened this year? I mean, bro, have you had too much fake wine? The job change ceremony is today. Those who just awakened are still playing in the novice trial ground. How could they come to the Hall of the Fallen and break 3 dungeon records in one go? What are you thinking? But I saw on the Wind City forum that someone said a record was refreshed in the novice trial ground, going from level 1 to level 6 during the day. Pfft, that news is obviously fake. These media outlets are really shameless now, lacking any common sense. Once you reach level 5 in the novice trial ground, you are forcibly asked to leave. How could you possibly reach level 6? Awakening for a few hours and clearing the novice trial ground, are newcomers gods? The discussions in the hall gradually intensified. Compared to before, the Hall of the Fallen now resembled a bustling market filled with old men and women, extraordinarily noisy. The 3 female summoners also saw the information on the screen. Their eyes were dazed, their breathing halted, and their bodies felt weak. It looked like the aconite flowers had wilted under the scorching sun. It's over, it's really over this time. We've offended a true big shot. He even cleared the hard level. No need to say, he will definitely be a remarkable figure in the future. Offending someone like that, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle the consequences. It shouldn't be that bad. They say adults are magnanimous, and someone at his level of ability shouldn't be so petty as to hold grudges against us little women. Among the 3 female summoners, the most anxious was the one who had previously mocked the big shot, claiming that Lu Feng and the others couldn't even reach 10% completion on the easy level. After all, she had publicly ridiculed the big shot and even promised to live stream herself using a 5-speed electric drill if he could complete it. With the sharp electric drill spinning rapidly, how could a scallop withstand it? It would surely be scraped to pieces. Let's hope so. They say big shots have a broad mindset. We don't seek to cling to them, we just hope they won't make things difficult for us. Forget it, why don't we just leave for now? After all, he doesn't know us. If he really comes looking for us later to settle the score, I wouldn't know what to do. That's fine, let's avoid the limelight for a few days and not come to the canyon. The stubbled man, who was enjoying the show, felt bored when he saw the 3 female summoners backing down. He preferred their previous defiant and arrogant demeanor. However, he truly didn't expect to encounter such a rare big shot in decades. He didn't even know how to describe this luck. It was comparable to someone who spent 100,000 on lottery tickets and won 200 million just a few days ago. Feeling disinterested, the stubbled man stopped lingering with them and raised his sign for carrying out team battles to look for business. Team battle service in the mortal realm. Care to learn more? Let me tell you, the last team that visited us was indeed from the mortal realm. Yes, the one currently breaking records. What? A strong team service? Oh dear, they changed their name already. In business, you have to keep up with the times or you'll be eliminated. After completing the hard level dungeon, Lu Feng did not choose to challenge the old city alley warrior level. The warrior level required a team of 5, and with only Lu Feng and Pang Fei, they couldn't find suitable candidates for now. He vowed that one day when he became successful, he would change this ridiculous rule. On the other hand, it was getting late, and he needed to go home. If he didn't, he would get beaten. Zhengge, I think we should choose a more concealed spot to teleport when we exit the dungeon. Look. Pang Fei showed Lu Feng the information on the Undead Canyon forum, and he discovered that his ID had completely blown up. Because Lu Feng hadn't named the team before entering the dungeon, the system defaulted the team name to the captain's ID, which became team created by Qin Shijian. The ID was prominently displayed at the front of the team, making it very eye-catching. There's no way around it. With our record, it's hard not to get noticed. Pang Fei also sighed. Lu Feng nodded. Looks like I need to think of a team name when we get back. The name created by Qin Shijian is so cringeworthy it gives me cancer. Lu Feng was very speechless. Having such a childish name known by so many people was quite mortifying. Did he not care about his image? The two chose a narrow path in the canyon to teleport, parting ways to return home. Meanwhile, the discussion on the Undead Canyon forum was escalating, and the heat had even reached the Professional Association of Feng City. Lu Feng returned home at 10 o'clock in the evening, and the door of Lianyu supermarket was still open. As soon as he entered, he heard Lu Lingyue's loud voice. She was chatting with Deng Meihua about the hot topics of the day at the Professional Association of Feng City. Mom, those are the two senior sisters I told you about who are very impressive at our university. I really didn't expect that they are now in Wind City. Look, they even posted scenic pictures from the Abyss Dungeon on their personal accounts, along with screenshots of their refresh records. Wow, that's amazing. No wonder they are my idols. Moreover, they are now inviting level 10 to 20 professionals to team up and challenge the warrior level difficulty dungeon in Wind Moon City. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to join. Pulling out a selfie from inside, there are two girls in it, one tall and elegant, the other a red-haired lowly. The photo shows them after defeating a boss, with the red-haired lowly holding a Gatling gun, one foot on the boss's head, making a funny face and posing for the camera. Noticing someone entering from outside, she sees it's Lu Feng and Lan. Lingyue puts away her excitement, casually saying, "You idiot brother, you took so long to come back. How did the battle go?" This guy, although he no longer calls Lu Feng by his full name and has started calling him brother, has also learned to add these strange prefixes. "You child, so disrespectful," Deng Meihua scolded with a smile, giving Lan Lingyue a light pat, then gently said to Lu Feng, "You must be hungry. There's noodles in the pot, let me heat them up for you." She made a funny face, looking just like a child, not at all like a college student. Lu Feng smiled, sitting on the stool opposite Lan Lingyue. "Not bad, meets expectations," he said truthfully, pouring himself a cup of water from the teapot on the table. "Oh?" Lan Lingyue became interested and asked tentatively, "Did you level up to 2? Lu Feng drank water, raising an eyebrow. She crossed her arms, looking like a little adult. "At your current pace, you should reach level 5 within 10 days. After level 5, you can enter the Canyon Dungeon. Before the college entrance exam, as long as you can reach level 6, being in the top 100 of Wind City is not a dream." Putting down the teacup, Lu Feng smiled, "Let's hope so." "What do you mean let's hope so?" "Thanks to your sister's blessings, you can do it. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in me," Lan Lingyue pouted, giving him a serious lecture. Soon, Deng Meihua brought over the noodles, and as Lu Feng ate, Lan Lingyue stopped her chatter, immersing herself in her idol's admiration. "How does a girl manage to be both beautiful and cool, and so strong? If I could be half as strong as my senior one day, I would be satisfied." Today, the Professional Alliance of Wind City had 4 trending topics in total, in chronological order: the Wind City job transfer ceremony, the record-breaking duo in the Wind Moon City dungeon, the mysterious newcomer continuously breaking records in the novice village trial ground, with pictures, and the record refresh in the old City Alley dungeon of the Wind City's Valley of the Dead. These topics have been continuously trending, with discussions ongoing. Among them, the topic of the duo breaking the record in the Wind Moon City dungeon firmly held the top spot. The second was the record-breaking topic in the old City Alley dungeon of the Valley of the Dead. After all, among combat professionals, the mainstream professions are mostly at levels 10 to 20, and the Abyss dungeon in Wind Moon City represents this level range, attracting the most attention. Now that the record in Wind Moon City has been broken, it naturally caused quite a stir. Moreover, the record was set by 2 beautiful women, and in front of everyone, they managed to refresh the records from easy to hard levels in one go, receiving immense attention. As for Lu Feng and Pang Fei, who also broke the records from easy to hard levels in the old City Alley, their achievements lacked the same weight and attention, so they were overshadowed. People naturally respect the strong. Furthermore, the information online is a mix of truth and falsehood, with all sorts of hype and speculation, each more outrageous than the last. Compared to those mixed and somewhat unbelievable messages, the 2 beautiful strong women in Wind Moon City are real and even recruiting people to form teams, but so far, no one has had the courage to follow them into the warrior level. The danger of the warrior level can be described as a life and death situation. Even with the life-saving measures of the Abyss Management Bureau, the fatality rate can exceed 60%. Lu Feng was eating while browsing the forum, thinking he was about to become famous, but unexpectedly, he was overshadowed in such a way. But that's fine, it saves him from the noise. With that, he clicked into the trending topics of the newbie trial ground in the old City Alley, silently scrolling through the comments to get a sense of the current buzz outside. He specifically chose a few of the most liked comments to read. "What's up with clearing the newbie trial ground in 3 hours? Are you sure there was no cheating? I can understand the second one to clear it, but what's with the first one being level 6? This clearly raises questions. Can someone explain? It's useless. The Job Alliance is in cahoots with mainstream media, deliberately hyping it up for attention. Everyone, disperse. If there were really such strong people, the government would have been promoting it widely. How could they keep it under wraps? Could it be to protect the ace seeds? Protect? The results of this year's job changes have all been announced, and the highest is only A level. There hasn't even been an S level. Besides, even if there were an S level, clearing the newbie trial ground in 3 hours is just too unscientific. That's uncertain. Some descendants of big families have their job awakenings separate from ordinary people. They won't announce it publicly and will cultivate them in secret, only showing up during the college entrance exams. Some say this record-breaking performance in the newbie trial ground is likely a genius from a certain family with an extremely high talent rating, and everything must be kept confidential before the exams. I passed by today and took a photo. The scale and bodyguard specifications made me feel like what you said. Sure, keep it down. This kind of thing can't be discussed openly. Everyone just needs to know what's going on. Oh, so that's how it is. If that's the case, then it's really possible. Let's cherish this moment. Who knows, that family might use some means to lower the hype or even directly seal this topic. The above is the core content of the newbie trial ground, and below are the highly praised comments about the old city alley. Some imaginative people even connected timelines to speculate a series of different answers. If the record of the newbie trial ground is true, is it possible that the ones who broke the old city alley record are also them? There were 2 who broke the clearing record in the newbie trial ground. Let's assume, according to your speculation, they are unworldly geniuses, and the ones who broke the record in the old city alley are also a duo. Could it be them? It's possible, but I'm wondering, what kind of profession and talent could be strong enough to reach this level, achieving this in such a short awakening time? So, the world of the great gods is beyond our understanding. Don't try to gauge the power of the gods with ordinary thinking. True geniuses have always been the center of attention, doing what ordinary people cannot. Otherwise, how could they be called geniuses? Of course, it's also possible that I'm wrong. The ones in the old city alley and the newbie trial ground are not the same 2 people. The 2 professionals in the old city alley could very well be last year's job changers or geniuses from other regions, just like the 2 who recently appeared in Manhwa City, who also broke all the records. I heard both of them are S-level warrior professions from Dongjian University, leading the pack among their peers. No wonder they are top students from a prestigious university. They are impressive, coming to a small county's dungeon just to dominate. Previously, some said that the team that broke the records in the old city alley in Manhwa City was the same. I can only say these brainless people can't even get the timeline right. Aside from the official announcements, many arguments online can only be said to be a matter of perspective. After finishing his noodles, Lu Feng also finished reading the key comments. Dongjian University? Isn't that Lu Lingyue's school? No wonder that girl is always surfing the forums for professionals in Feng City. She hasn't even noticed the topics about the novice trial grounds and the old city alley, as she has been focused on her 2 senior sisters all along. Sweat. Lu Feng initially thought about giving Lu Lingyue around 20,000 yuan for living expenses, but then he reconsidered. She wouldn't be starting school for a few more days, so he decided to wait until he finished the warrior dungeon to discuss it. By then, he could explain everything at once. Otherwise, if he gave her money now, he would definitely face inquiries from home. Better to avoid trouble. After going upstairs and returning to his room, he opened the Merchant Association's page and found that his inbox had over 999 unread messages, all of them friend requests. Big shot, can we be friends? You're the one who broke the record in the old city alley, right? Please take me along. Big brother, I'm your little sister. Want some tea? I can brew it really well. With a single click, Lu Feng cleared all the requests and felt the world suddenly quiet. He then began processing the transaction information for his shop, responding to numerous inquiries about prices. However, upon seeing a dozen messages from someone who appeared to be his friend, Lu Feng fell silent. Who is this guy with the ID that ranks in the top 3? He couldn't remember adding this person. Flipping through his previous transaction records, Lu Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering. Oh, it's that brother who bought a lot of equipment from me in the novice village, but I thought he was called First Encourage. Why did he change his name? Lu Feng noticed that the time the other party sent messages was after he had released a series of equipment from a normal level dungeon, and he wanted to seek an offline transaction, offering a bundled price. Trading on the platform incurs a 10% fee, but an offline transaction would give him a 5% discount. That seems fair, right? He wanted 5 pieces of equipment, 1 attack piece and 4 defense pieces, totaling 3,400 gold coins. Lu Feng offered him a slight discount, bringing it down to 3,200 gold coins. Deal. The other party was very straightforward and made the payment immediately. After receiving the payment, Lu Feng replied, okay. Chencher Jian, Lu Feng, where are you? I'll deliver it to you first thing tomorrow morning. Since they weren't using online channels, they couldn't transfer items through the Merchant Association and had to resort to the most primitive method, offline delivery. First encourage, Wang Tianyi tomorrow might not work. We're still fighting hard in the novice trial grounds. We probably won't be out until the day after tomorrow. Chencher Jian, Lu Feng still in the novice trial grounds? You can't even wear those level 5 and 6 pieces of equipment you bought. First encourage, Wang Tianyi, it's about being prepared. Buying equipment in advance gives me peace of mind. First encourage, Wang Tianyi, you may not know, but I always bought equipment from you that was 1 or 2 levels higher in advance. Chencher Jian, Lu Feng, I can understand buying equipment below level 5 like that, but why do you still do it for level 5 and above? Aren't there plenty of options in the Merchant Association? Facepalm, first encourage, Wang Tianyi, that's different. Your equipment is better than theirs, the quality is completely different. Buying from you, I think it's worth it, grinning. In fact, there was one thing he didn't mention. He had long thought that Lu Feng was extraordinary. The more he bought, the more the big shot would remember him. This is called familiarity. And it turned out he was right. That night, the forum exploded. Once the team names from the old city alley records came out, it was confirmed. They had always thought of the equipment Dealer Chincher Jian is the super big shot who refreshed the novice trial grounds and the Valley of the Dead. I have to say, this first encourage really knows how to play his cards right. Even knowing that he had set a new record, he wouldn't rush over like those other mindless people, groveling and annoying others. He knew how to act with discretion, making others comfortable. Lu Feng preferred to deal with smart people. In the mortal realm, Lu Feng, I'll deliver it to you the day after tomorrow. Let's schedule a specific time in advance. Seizing the top 3, Wang Tianyi, okay, looking forward to meeting the big shot, grinning. The bronze and silver level equipment was all sold at marked prices in the shop by Lu Feng. However, the 2 pieces of gold level equipment were auctioned off. Gold level equipment was already quite rare, and the Blood Butcher's Iron Claw could only be obtained by defeating the boss of the difficult level dungeon in Old City Alley. So far, the Blood Butcher's Iron Claw had appeared on the market for the first time. Therefore, its intrinsic attribute value, grade value, and rarity were all superior to other gold level items on the market, naturally leading to a higher premium. Its starting bid was 6,000 gold coins, with an auction time set for 1 hour. Blood Butcher's Iron Claw, gold, wearing conditions, level LV7 required, equipable classes, Thief, Warrior, Tank attack power plus 88 defense power plus 20 movement speed, plus 10 effect. After being stained with blood, it can increase rage by 20%, attack power increases by 10%, and after hitting the target again, the target will be afflicted with a Blood Fury effect, continuously losing health for the next 2.5 seconds. Blood Fury cannot stack. Status, item is being auctioned. Starting bid, 6,000 gold coins. Each bid must increase by no less than 100 gold coins. Grade, rare merchant's note. The Blood Butcher's Iron Claw is the signature weapon used by the Old City Alley difficult level boss, the Executioner. Attack power bonus rating S far exceeds other gold level items of the same rank. Equipment effect rating S. Other attributes are below average for gold level. The Will of Iron, gold, also obtainable only after clearing the difficult level from a 100% completion chest, is a rare material type equipment. Lu Feng set its starting bid at 5,000 gold coins. Will of Iron, gold, wearing conditions, level LV7 required, equipable classes, any physical class, with equipment requirements for physique, health plus 1088 attack plus 38 defense power plus 40 equipment effect, provides a layer of charging continuously. Each charge increases a layer of 80 preheat value. When charged to 3 layers, it can actively release a shield that can withstand 300 physical damage, cannot block true damage and magic damage. Status, item is being auctioned. Starting bid, 5,000 gold coins. Each bid must increase by no less than 100 gold coins. Grade, rare merchant's note. The Will of Iron is obtained from the chest opened after clearing the Old City Alley difficult level. Attack power bonus rating A, upper tier among gold level of the same rank. Defense power bonus rating A+, upper tier among gold level of the same rank. Health effect rating A+, upper tier among gold level of the same rank. Equipment effect rating A, upper tier among gold level of the same rank. But the auction began with the Blood Butcher's Iron Claw, and the bidding started at 6,000 gold coins. Soon the numbers began to jump: 6,100, 6,200, 6,500. Initially, the bids were coming in quickly, but as time went on, it would take a minute or two for new bids to appear. With 10 minutes left in the countdown, the price was stuck at 9,100 gold coins and there was no movement. Tick-tock, the time entered the countdown. In the last 5 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2. At the moment the number jumped, the auction price fluctuated several times. 9,200, 9,300, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,100. Several numbers were 10,000. These guys seemed to want to wait until the last moment to raise the bid, sneak in, and take it. Some wanted to steal the chicken with just an addition of 100 or 200, while others were a bit bolder, adding up to 9,500. Even more extreme, several people directly raised it to 10,000 gold in one go. But one could only say that others had already anticipated your anticipation, directly adding 100 on top of the 10,000 and successfully bidding for the equipment. 10,100 gold. After deducting a 10% auction fee plus an additional 5% for the extra hour of auction time, the total was 15%. In the end, the amount that landed in Lu Feng's pocket was 8,585 gold. Similarly, after an hour of bidding for the Iron Will, the final price was set at 8,800 gold, and Lu Feng received 7,480 gold. For 2 rare golden grade pieces of equipment, he ultimately made a pure profit of 16,065 gold. With this money, his account now held over 46,000 gold, enough for Shui Shui and Xiao Mo to level up. On this matter, he had no hesitation. A strong summoned beast equated to his own strength. That was common sense. Summoning array. In the built-in summoning space, a halo array of the Heavenly Dao contract appeared beneath Xiao Mo and Shui Shui's feet. Heavenly Dao contract, activate. SSS level talent. Heavenly Dao contract, consuming gold to enhance the level of the summoned beast. Heavenly Dao contract in operation. Contract exchange, consuming 20,000 gold. Iron-eating beast. Scout successfully evolved. Iron-eating beast. Scout, 4th stage, Lord level, Demon King. Scout, 5th stage, Overlord level. After evolving from the 4th to the 5th stage, Xiaomo's originally fluffy appearance transformed into a sleek, shiny black, with eyes turning into a terrifying green, and round ears becoming pointed like a bat's head, with 2 green dots shining in the center. Holding a trident, the bamboo basket on its back disappeared, replaced by a dark energy sphere. Summoned Beast, Demon King. Scout, 5th stage, Overlord level, LV8 health 59,400, equipment plus 1800, attack power 2387, equipment plus 12, attack speed 5.7, movement speed 2660, attack talent coefficient is 25, health talent coefficient is 600, attack speed talent coefficient is 0.06, movement speed talent coefficient is 28, attribute value equals the summoner's intelligence 95, multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. Active skill, Scout's quick run, enter stealth mode. Increasing movement speed by 80%, gaining a 120% attack power bonus when attacking enemies. Passive skill, Q Toxin. Every basic attack from the Swift Vanguard carries toxic sand, dealing 2,100 points of magic damage over 3 seconds to hit enemies. Can be extended. Active skill, Deadly Flute. The Scout shoots a special toxic arrow, causing a 4-second blind effect. Under the blind effect, the enemy's basic attacks are ineffective and accompanied by continuous toxic damage. Commander level. Skill, Elemental Bomb. Area damage. Set an elemental trap that explodes when stepped on, dealing 9,500, intelligence 95, multiplied by coefficient 100, magic damage over 3 seconds, and slowing enemies by 50% for 3 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. 1 elemental bomb costs 100 mana. Lord level skill, Frenzied Behemoth. After casting, movement speed bonus increases, the Scout rapidly expands into a giant beast for a short time, shaking all nearby enemies, dealing physical damage and slowing. Effects. During the transformation phase, all resistances triple, attack power increases by 100%, and attack speed decreases by 10%. Overlord level skill, Call of the Demon King, forming a huge dark energy sphere, dealing area damage, intelligence 95, multiplied by coefficient 150 multiplied by range distance coefficient 1 to 10. Seeing the attributes of the 5th stage Scout, Lu Feng marveled. It truly deserved the title of Demon King. The various talent coefficients and skill attributes had already been doubled in strength, something Lu Feng had long since become accustomed to. What surprised him was that Xiaomo's passive skill, Q Toxin, had its duration extended from the original 2 seconds to 3 seconds. This meant that, with a single normal attack, it could deal 1 instance of physical damage plus 3 instances of magical damage. With a normal attack dealing 2,400 damage plus 2,100 from the 3 segments of magical damage, a single attack could inflict nearly 10,000 in total damage. Such terrifying numbers would make even a freak like Lu Feng exclaim that it was abnormal. The key point was that after the upgrade, Xiaomo's Lord level skill was an active damage skill, and it was also a high-range damage skill, compensating for its lack of burst damage. If we encounter the Executioner Blood Butcher zombie again, the opponent probably won't last a second. At 1 second, given Xiaomo's current attack speed, it could already unleash 3 poison darts. Its 25,000 health was simply insufficient. Next up is Shui Shui. Let's see what kind of surprise it can give me. Lu Feng rubbed his hands and activated the Heavenly Dao contract once more. The light of the Heavenly Dao descended, enveloping Shui Shui. Heavenly Dao contract activated. Contract exchange, consuming 20,000 gold coins. Martial Tianpeng successfully evolved. Martial Tianpeng, 4th tier, Lord level, Blue Flame. True Lord, 5th tier, Overlord level. After Shui Shui was upgraded to the 5th tier, a ball of blue flame erupted beneath it, surrounding it, and igniting Shui Shui's hair and the mammoth's tusks with blue flames. Summoned Beast, Blue Flame. True Lord, 5th tier, Overlord level, LV8, health 190,000, attack power 1,900, physical resistance 3,800, magic resistance 3,610, attack talent coefficient is 20, health talent coefficient is 2,000, physical resistance talent coefficient is 40, magic resistance talent coefficient is 38, attribute values equal to the summoner's intelligence 95, multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. Active skill, Whirlwind Slash, swings a rake into the battlefield, dealing intelligence X40, area damage to the target, with a certain chance to trigger an 80% severe injury effect, which stacks damage. Active skill, Chaotic Heavy Strike, sits down with the mammoth, dealing 280% to 800% physical damage, intelligence X20, to the target and restoring a percentage of its own health, can bounce back up to 3 times. Commander level skill, Group Charge, leads the troops to launch a charge, boosting the morale of all by 50% and increasing attack power by 80%. Lord level skill, Damage Transfer, can transfer damage received by allied targets to itself, cooldown 2 minutes. Overlord level passive, after switching forms, can freely control the otherworldly fire, Blue Spirit Cold Fire, with each attack inflicting burn effects from the otherworldly fire. Currently, it seems the settings are not yet complete, and the subsequent content will only get more exciting, a national storyline that no one has written before. Also, if you can click to urge updates, please do so. I don't know why seeing requests for updates motivates me to write more. Maybe I'm just a bit masochistic. If there are gifts to support, that would be even better. Directly starting a day full of energy, my hair could even stand up straight. Otherworldly fire? Blue Spirit Cold Fire? Isn't this the heavenly spirit fire that mages have been desperately seeking? Lu Feng truly did not expect Shui Shui to evolve in this direction. If that's the case, then can I also use this otherworldly fire? The effect of the SSS level talent Heavenly Dao contract not only consumes money or life limits to allow summoned life forms to undergo a complete transformation, achieving a qualitative metamorphosis in completing a series of upgrades permanent, but it also allows all skills and inherent passives of the summoned life forms to be used by the summoner. This means that this special flame can be extracted from Shui Shui and used by Lu Feng himself. Snap. A flame, a blend of sky blue and cold gray, appeared and danced on Lu Feng's fingers. It really works. Checking the flames panel, there was a detailed introduction about it. Blue Spirit Cold Fire possesses the unique ability of ice and fire duality. Capable of freezing 1,000 miles, it feels cold, but in reality, it inflicts burning damage. Damage range and flame size depend on the caster's magical strength. The maximum temperature can exceed 10,000 degrees, easily melting steel. If Lu Feng remembered correctly, the highest temperature an ordinary flame could reach was only 3,200 degrees. This Blue Spirit Cold Fire could actually exceed 10,000 degrees. Unfortunately, there were no magical beasts around, otherwise he would really want to test its power. Right, I can buy a puppet. In the Mage Association, there are special puppets for mages to practice spells. Basic puppets are for high school students, intermediate ones for college students, and advanced ones for the Mage Association. After browsing through the association, he didn't need a particularly mobile puppet. One that could stand still to test damage would suffice, with the only requirement being durability. After searching around, he found a suitable puppet, an advanced basic puppet priced at 100 gold coins, which Lu Feng reluctantly purchased. On the rooftop, the cold night wind gently brushed by as a person and a puppet stood several meters apart. Whoosh! A fire snake coiled around Lu Feng's arm, gradually gathering into a dazzling fireball at the center of his palm, then he threw it forward. Whoosh! When the fireball hit the puppet, it quickly spread out, engulfing most of the puppet, the flames burning for over 10 seconds, leaving large scorch marks. Especially at the point of impact, it was deeply indented, with many internal parts burned. Lu Feng was somewhat surprised by this result but soon felt relieved. After all, compared to his battles in the novice trial ground, his magical strength had doubled several times and he now possessed a magical strength of 1920. Considering the base damage of the fire element was 1800 plus magical strength 1920 multiplied by a coefficient of 1.5, the total damage reached an impressive 4680. If the fire damage in his previous battles with beasts was merely superficial burning, then now the fire damage effect was at least at the bone burning level, capable of burning through flesh to the bone. Not bad, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. At this stage, mages of the same level as Lu Feng, with magical strength exceeding 100 including equipment, were considered remarkable. Skills combined with magical strength could deal over 500 damage, definitely among the elite of mages at the same level. In their battles with puppets, a high burst magical damage could only cause slight surface damage to advanced puppets. Only high-level mages in the Mage Association could achieve what Lu Feng did, where a casual fireball caused extensive burns to the advanced puppet, even breaking the internal spell array lines. To earn the title of high-level mage, one must be at least level 20 or above. Having tested ordinary fire, let's try the Blue Spirit Cold Fire. With a thought, a ghostly blue flame clung to his arm, and the moment the flame appeared, the surrounding air felt stagnant. Go! Lu Feng could clearly feel that controlling the Blue Spirit Cold Fire was not as smooth as controlling ordinary fire. He didn't compress the elemental energy but simply threw a ball of flame at the puppet. Hiss! The moment the cold fire touched the puppet, there was no explosive flame as imagined. Instead, it spread like the condensation of ice. It burned very gently, even somewhat beautifully, but with a gentle breeze, the entire puppet turned to dust and scattered in the wind. Lu Feng was astonished. It turned to ash directly? The commotion looked small, but the power was so great. Incredible! The Blue Spirit Cold Fire is just as described in the introduction, gentle and soft, brushing past like a cold wind, making one think they are shivering from the cold, but in reality, it is an extreme burning sensation, a duality of ice and fire that is hard to distinguish. With this kind of flame, it is best used to catch the opponent off guard for a quick kill. Lu Feng happily retracted the Blue Spirit Cold Fire, gazing into the void, gently shaking his head. What a pity. 100 gold coins just went up in flames. It hurts. He had planned to test the Blue Spirit Cold Fire and also try out Xiaomo's new skill, but it seemed he was overthinking it. This high-level puppet was not to be trifled with. It could easily turn to ashes in an instant. Better to try it in a dungeon. Testing it outside could lead to accidental injuries and waste money. 100 gold coins for a high-level puppet, and it could be ruined in just a few minutes. Lu Feng was not about to be that foolish. Wow, Mom, look, there's blue light on the rooftop. Is that a ghost? On the second floor, a little brat pressed against the window, excitedly dancing and calling for his mom to come see the Blue Spirit Cold Fire being released. Not good, we need to run. Lu Feng quickly dashed down from the rooftop. Thankfully, it was just a little kid. If he were to be seen, within a day, the neighborhood would surely be buzzing with rumors. Someone would definitely spread the word that he was setting fires and burning people on the rooftop. Back in his room, Lu Feng didn't continue to mess around. He decided to rest for the night and prepare to form a team early the next morning to clear the final warrior level, based on the previous increasing difficulty. Of the dungeons, clearing the warrior level should be a piece of cake, especially since Xiao Mo and Shui Shui were no longer the same as they used to be. They had become significantly stronger. He even worried that their violence might end up damaging the abyssal beasts. Lying in bed, he recalled meeting Wang Yumeng earlier in the car, thinking about the celebration on the Canyon Forum after breaking the record. He knew things had already exceeded his expectations. After all, from the very beginning, he had no idea there were surveillance cameras in the dungeon, and many departments could access information in real time. Now, many people probably already knew. However, if he wanted to become stronger in a short time, he had to move forward without hesitation. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. Since his talent would eventually be discovered, he might as well not hide it. The higher-ups in Wind City had noticed him and would surely take action in secret. The undercurrents were surging, and these were decisions beyond his control. All he could do was strive to become stronger at all costs. As long as he became strong enough to have the power to protect everything, then these issues would not be a problem. Assassins? They also needed to understand the situation. The current situation was not entirely clear. Lu Feng planned to take advantage of this gap to quickly level up to 10 and obtain his third summoned beast, which would secure his position. He roughly estimated his current strength. He had already far surpassed a professional officer, and even in terms of numbers, he was more exaggerated than some level 20 professionals. Moreover, he had a trump card. His real ace was his magic power, which doubled at level 1. As long as he quickly leveled up a few more times, he might not be able to destroy the world, but he would be strong enough to make anyone in Wind City who plotted against him turn to ashes in an instant. There was no way around it. The rise of a genius was bound to attract attention and could not be hidden, unless one was willing to compromise and hide away, but that was clearly not his way of thinking. True strength would eventually stand in front of others. For now, he would continue to be himself, clear dungeons, and break records without getting too tangled up in thoughts. At least, as long as the vast majority of people remained unaware, it wouldn't interfere with his daily life. With his thoughts racing, he gazed at the moonlight outside the window, feeling his eyelids growing heavy. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted into a dream. In the Abyss Management Bureau, a monitoring room surrounded by video projections, Wang Yumeng's small mouth was slightly agape, still in shock from the overwhelming experience. Lu Feng had delivered her to the bureau on time, and the first thing she did after starting work was to keep an eye on Lu Feng's movements. When she saw that the team numbered 138 entering the instance was Lu Feng, she placed the instance screen in the central position of her video display network. The inspectors working at the Abyss Management Bureau were tasked with monitoring different teams' challenges within the Abyss instances, providing timely assistance if any danger was detected. Each staff member had a regulated and random number of teams to monitor, and Lu Feng's number was one that Wang Yumeng had specifically swapped with a colleague. She had originally just wanted to quietly watch Lu Feng on the video, hoping to look out for him if he encountered any danger. But unexpectedly, Lu Feng didn't even lift a finger the entire time. It was just those two summoned beasts slaughtering. They broke records for easy instances, normal instances, and even difficult instances. She truly didn't know how to describe the series of emotional changes she experienced. That handsome young man, so young yet able to easily wield elemental magic to take her flying at low altitudes. That man who kicked her into the office building to ensure she wouldn't be late for work, lacking any sense of romance. He had single-handedly refreshed 3 instances just with his summoned beasts. Right before her eyes, he effortlessly shattered all the records in the Valley of the Dead. It felt like a dream, too unreal. The news of Lu Feng breaking records caused a stir within the bureau, even drawing the attention of the higher-ups. Reports were sent up the chain, and the professional association and the government received the relevant information. In the mayor's office, Chen Jiawei held a teacup, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. On his desk lay a stack of documents. "Mayor, these are the materials you requested. Just retrieved from the dark web. The contents are not much different from what we previously knew. The dark web has supplemented the information on those 2 prodigies from Dongjian University. Normally, they should be participating in the special training camp of the Southeast Military District at this time, but this afternoon, the military helicopter they were on was struck down by lightning while passing through the airspace of Feng City. Without transportation, they couldn't attend the training on time, so they chose to stay in Feng City to grind instances and level up, which is why there have been consecutive reports of records being refreshed in Fengyue City. The secretary, wearing high heels, black stockings, a black professional outfit, and red-framed glasses, reported seriously while holding a blue folder. Struck down by lightning? This reason surprised Chen Jiawei. Yes, it is preliminarily determined to be the lightning magic of a lightning attribute mage. The specific results are still under investigation. Chen Jiawei thought for a moment. Feng City didn't seem to have such a high-level lightning mage, right? Keep a close watch on this matter. Yes. The secretary responded and continued reporting other matters. As for the record refreshes in the novice trial ground in the Valley of the Dead, it has been confirmed that they are all related to a student named Lu Feng. He has been in the city's vocational high school for 3 years and successfully changed jobs around 1 o'clock this afternoon, becoming a B-grade talent summoner. Additionally, there is another person who refreshed records in the novice trial ground, the young lady of the Bai family, Bai Chushue. Regarding Bai Chushue's situation and some of her actions, I think. When the secretary mentioned Bai Chushue, Chen Jiawei interrupted her. The matter of the Bai family young lady is not something for you and me to inquire about. She is destined to be a soaring phoenix. Feng City is too small. Her stage is far beyond this. We can only befriend her and her family, never offend them. But no matter what, she is from Feng City. No matter how high she goes, this will always be her hometown. She can take care of Feng City and bring glory to it, and we will also take pride in her. The secretary casually turned the page on the information about Bai Chushue and replied softly, yes. Chen Jiawei stood up from the leather chair, hands clasped behind his back, looking out at the scenery. Still, tell me about this student named Lu Feng. I'm quite interested in him. A B-grade talent summoner, not only able to outshine Bai Chushue in the novice trial ground, but also breaking 3 dungeon records in one go, achieving the first clear of the old city alley on hard mode. The emergence of such a little guy is definitely a big surprise for us in Feng City. The secretary adjusted her glasses and reported, this Lu Feng has always had poor grades, and no one expected him to awaken a B-grade talent during the job transfer ceremony. This was unexpected for most people, but even with a B-grade talent, it is still impossible for him to achieve his current record. This is very illogical. Even if talent does not represent absolute combat power, even if he is a born combat genius, what he has accomplished is simply unfathomable. Chen Jiawei chuckled. I think using the term unfathomable is not quite appropriate. It would be more fitting to describe it as eye-opening. If it were any other profession, such performance with a B-grade talent would be impossible, but a summoner might be able to do it. Chen Jiawei's words made the secretary frown slightly, pondering, what do you mean? This student named Lu Feng has powerful summoned beasts? But his family background is very ordinary. With their economic level, they can't afford high-grade summoned beasts. Chen Jiawei's lips curled slightly, the lenses reflecting light. Who told you that his summoned beasts must have been bought by him? The secretary pondered, connecting it to what happened in the novice trial ground, and she realized, you mean, this Lu Feng's summoned beasts were provided by the Bai family? The secretary, being the mayor's most capable assistant, caught on quickly. Chen Jiawei, with a plan in mind, squinted. You've checked the Chamber of Commerce records. There are no records of high-grade summoned beasts being sold. Do you think an ordinary person could get high-grade summoned beasts from anywhere? It can only be the Bai family. They provided him with high-grade summoned beasts through special channels. The secretary was puzzled, but why would the Bai family do this? The most important purpose is, of course, to cover up Bai Chushue's existence. When another genius appears, Bai Chushue's attention during the trials will drop to a minimum. And to have a genius comparable to Bai Chushue appear in a short time, he can only be a summoner whose combat power relies on summoned beasts. Lu Feng is the summoner with the highest awakened talent in Feng City this year, Chen Jiawei said lightly, having unraveled all the logic. The secretary suddenly understood, so that's how it is, no wonder. Then this student named Lu Feng is quite lucky to have such an opportunity. The Bai family would certainly not give such high-grade summoned beasts to Lu Feng for free. They must have signed some kind of contract to serve the Bai family in the future. But even so, such an opportunity is a tremendous chance that others can only dream of. After all, without the Bai family, you could at most be a mid-level summoner with slightly better performance. But because the Bai family had this need, you latched onto their support and obtained high-grade summoned beasts, completely changing your starting point and potential as a professional. Just like now, Lu Feng, with the resources provided by the Bai family, is soaring like a shining star rising to prominence. No matter what their purpose is or what kind of deal they have, from the perspective of Wind City, having an additional powerful summoner is a good thing for us. Chen Jiawei sighed lightly, took off his glasses, and rubbed his temples. Alright, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Focus on this Lu Feng. Report to me immediately if anything happens. As dawn broke, the earth gradually awakened in the soft light of morning. Under the pale blue sky, the distant mountains appeared like ink, and the nearby trees were lush, creating a scene of tranquility and harmony. Lu Feng and Pang Fei had arranged to meet early outside the Valley of the Dead, choosing a relatively secluded spot. Chun, go, I've got everything ready. This is the concealment card that hides our identity information. Wear it, and others won't be able to check our personal information in the canyon. Pang Fei had a pouch at his waist from which he pulled out 2 concealment cards hanging from red strings and handed one to Lu Feng. Great! Lu Feng took the concealment card and put it in his pocket, then he and Pang Fei stepped into the Valley of the Dead. Create a team. This time, Lu Feng was clever and named the team Xia Kexing, the heroic journey. Sinfuzi, Dan Xiaoxing, let's drink, don't stop the cups. I'll sing a song for you, please listen closely. What a great name! Pang Fei exclaimed, impressed. With his knowledge, he thought a name like Double Flying Heroes would be good enough. He didn't expect such a beautiful and meaningful team name. Xia Kexing evokes images of wielding swords, carrying wine, and being a guest of the skies, very stylish. Pang Fei's eyes sparkled with admiration, confidently saying, such a stunning name will definitely attract a lot of people. I believe we can form the team in less than 10 minutes. The old city alley warrior level requires a full team to form. This meant they needed to find 3 more teammates to make a total of 5. In his imagination, with so many people in the canyon, finding 3 teammates to form a team should be easy. The reality was, the place was deserted, no one was interested. What kind of team just popped up here, not knowing their limits, wanting to take on the warrior level? 2 people hiding their professions and levels, thinking of dragging others to their deaths. Probably just a gimmick, using the warrior level as a lure to scam people. Exactly, who in their right mind would go for the warrior level these days? Do they want to die? The warrior level has a real restoration rate of 60% and a death rate of 80%. Countless talents have perished in the warrior level dungeons. Its horror is beyond what ordinary people can handle, with a danger rating of S+. Even if the Abyss Management Bureau is monitoring you in real time, they can't control the damage in time to prevent your death. The damage from the monsters inside is too high. One moment you might be in good health, and the next you could be instantly killed by a beast. The protection mechanism of the Abyss Management Bureau can't react quickly enough. To date, the highest record for the Old City Alley Warrior level is a 50% completion rate, achieved by a team led by an S-class talent under life-threatening conditions. At that time, they were on the brink of death and were forcibly withdrawn from the dungeon. When they were transmitted out, the 5 of them were battered and bruised, with 2 missing arms and legs. In fact, very few people qualify to open the warrior level dungeon before level 10, and with the high risk of death, no one has dared to challenge the warrior level for many years. Even if someone does, they usually only pretend to be brave in the top 20% of progress, exiting the dungeon before the truly dangerous monsters appear. Who would shout in the hall's loudspeaker like the newly created Team Xia Kuxing, looking for 3 backup players, obedient ones, to carry through the dungeon? To carry through a dungeon, you at least need to easily achieve a 60% completion rate to call it carrying, right? Warrior level carry? Isn't that just a blatant lie, false information? No wonder so. Many people think it's just a facade, a gimmick to deceive. And if you're serious about it, then they'll avoid you even more. Labels like arrogant, deathseeker, and lunatic will quickly be attached to you. They're not fools, they won't go to their deaths with you. Life is precious, and it's not easy to switch to a combat profession, hoping one day to become someone important. They value their lives greatly. No way, not a single person after all this time? 4 hours later, Pang Fei scratched his head, expressing his confusion. It seems that no matter how good the name is, without any recognition, no one will pay attention to you. During this waiting period, Lu Feng was lurking in the chat channel, recharging a bit, and he roughly understood the reason. The warrior level is too dangerous, plus a newly formed team has no credibility, so naturally, no one would join. Reluctantly, Lu Feng changed the name back to Team created by the Mortal Realm, and then he and Pang Fei publicly revealed their professions in the team information. The effect was evident. Within 3 minutes of changing the name, a flood of team information came pouring in. Wow, it's the team that cleared the hard level dungeon yesterday. They want to invite people to the Old City Alley for the warrior level. They cleared 3 dungeons in one go yesterday. Are they planning to refresh the warrior level today? Shocked, watching, the big shots are amazing, I'm your fan. Shouting, worship, being able to shout 666 in the team is my greatest happiness. Looking for familiar faces, I'm your donut equals dash equals. The people messaging them were more enthusiastic than the last, creating quite a lively atmosphere, but without exception, not a single person applied to join the team. They're all cowards, the most active in watching the show, but not one dares to actually join. Pang Fei complained, their guts must have gone to the dogs. The ones who could appear in the canyon now were at least those who had been in the profession for over a year. Cautious, prioritizing survival, and developing stealthily had become their motto. Yes, Lu Feng did refresh the hard level dungeon, and they didn't doubt his ability to refresh the warrior level record. But refreshing the warrior level record is one thing, being able to handle the dungeon easily is another. Especially when facing a warrior level that has reached S+ danger, even being a bystander carries a high risk of accidental death. Moreover, when a real crisis arises, he wouldn't even have time to take care of himself, let alone his teammates who are just ordinary folks. If he really dies in there, he can only blame his bad luck. So, even though Lu Feng had quite an impressive record, they felt that the death rate after forming a team would still be high, so they were unwilling to gamble with their lives. Seeing that he really couldn't recruit teammates, Lu Feng gazed at the hall, his eyes fixed on a glowing sign held up high. The sign boldly read in colorful letters, Team carrying for the Mortal Realm, Lu Feng. When did he become a carry for someone? Pang Fei reacted immediately, cursing, damn it, this scoundrel is trying to take advantage of us. Initially thinking that if they couldn't find people for a normal team, they might as well look for a carry team. Aren't they just eager to take others through the dungeons? Perfect. Who would have thought that in the process of looking for a carry team, he would see his own name on that eye-catching sign? This is outrageous, let's go check it out. Lu Feng and Pang Fei approached the sign, where a long line had formed. At the end of the line was a square table, behind which sat a burly man with a full beard, cheerfully recording the registration information for the carry team. Everyone, don't rush, come one by one, don't worry, there will be spots for everyone. This carry team lacks everything, except for professional fighters. Whatever orders come in, we'll take them all, we have a big appetite and can handle it. These past couple of days, to celebrate the big shots in the world completing 3 dungeons in a row, our carry team has specially launched a 20% discount event. If you pass by, we hope you won't miss it. For those who have signed up, feel free to spread the word and bring your friends and family along. The quality of service is absolutely guaranteed, and as long as you successfully refer someone, you'll get extra cash back. If you gather 5 people, your order is completely free. That's right, this bearded man is none other than the one who was holding the carry team sign yesterday. This guy was still saying yesterday that the carry service was a well-established brand with guaranteed credibility. Just one day later, and he's changed the name? I have to say, he knows how to do business, and with these tricks, it's clear he's a shady dealer. Using my name to swindle people. Unforgivable. Lu Feng's face darkened, very angry, while Pang Fei rolled up his sleeves, not planning to be polite to the bearded man. The two walked straight up to the bearded man from the side of the team. The bearded man was still busy organizing the contract when he sensed someone approaching. He instinctively said, "Hey, can't you see how long this line is? I completely understand your desire to use our carry service, but everything has to be in order. Cutting in line is shameful. If you want a carry, please go to the back of the line." As he spoke, his hands didn't stop moving, and he slowly looked up, but when he saw the faces of the newcomers, he gasped and jumped up from his chair. Good heavens, the real worldly master has come. Lu Feng and Pang Fei stood with their arms crossed, looking unfriendly. Care to explain? They gestured to the sign and the current situation. They needed an explanation and accountability. After a brief moment of shock, the bearded man quickly adjusted his thoughts, revealing a fawning smile and bowing slightly to gesture for them to speak. He said softly, "There are too many people here, gentlemen. Could we talk privately for a moment? Others might not know what worldly master looks like." But the bearded man had indeed seen them before, and he had even watched them enter the dungeon. Now, he was using the worldly master name, and business was booming. How long had it been? The main characters had come to settle the score. However, seeing the other party's stance, it seemed there might be room for negotiation. After all, as long as the attitude is good, everything can be discussed. Therefore, the bearded man humbly and sincerely lowered his posture. The 3 of them moved to a corner, and the bearded man directly apologized. "I'm sorry, gentlemen, I know I was wrong. You two are magnanimous, please give me another chance." Lu Feng and Pang Fei exchanged glances. They had indeed come looking for trouble, but they didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so good. For a moment, they found it hard to be angry. Impersonating our name and swindling people, you should know the consequences. At the very least, you could be kicked out of the Valley of the Dead by the guild, or worse, end up in jail. Lu Feng said sternly. Yes, it's my fault. I couldn't resist the temptation and used your name. But I did think about coming to find you, to give you a heads up or to collaborate. But I had no way to find you. Plus, with the current traffic being so good, time is money, so you just brazenly used our name to make money, right? Pang Fei said sharply, glaring at him. The bearded man bent his legs slightly, raising both hands in a trembling manner. "I'm really sorry, truly sorry. But gentlemen, I really didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. To be honest, our carry team's business has been getting worse and worse lately. I have a bunch of brothers to support, and they all need to eat and support their families. This is a rare chance to make money, so please, have mercy and let me off this time. Well, if it comes to that, I just won't use this name anymore. Sigh. I'll return all these people's money." The stubbled man had a keen business sense, able to quickly seize opportunities to create wealth for himself. Lu Feng did not deny his commercial motives, nor did he think there was anything wrong with making money this way. What frustrated him was that the money was being made using his name, and he received no benefits from it. Glancing at the thriving crowd, seeing that the stubbled man had also deeply recognized his mistake, Lu Feng made a gesture. "You can continue to use this name, but I want 50% of the total income. If you don't agree, then forget it." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the stubbled man's murky eyes suddenly lit up. His eyes darted around, and he immediately understood the current situation. "Boss, this business is brought in by your name, so it's perfectly normal for you to take a naming fee. How could I possibly refuse? I would be more than willing. Rest assured, I will definitely run this business well and absolutely won't cheat anyone. The service is guaranteed, and I will never tarnish your name." The stubbled man was overjoyed, and being perceptive, he immediately pulled out a bag of gold coins from his pocket and presented it to Lu Feng. This part of the money would be considered a deposit. "That's good." Weighing the coins in his hand, Lu Feng satisfiedly put them away and extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Pleasure to cooperate." The stubbled man excitedly shook his hand. Pleasure to cooperate. For him, carrying the original title of Powerful had not brought in many business deals over the month, but now with the name Worldly Affairs, even though half of the income would go to Lu Feng, his daily order volume had already surpassed what he would normally get in a year. It was a case of low profit but high sales, earning far more than before. Now this is good. The brothers' lives are finally secured. I said before, Brother Chang will make sure you all live well, and I will definitely fulfill that. He said with ambition. Now that he had Lu Feng's permission, he could expand the scale of the carry team without any reservations. And Lu Feng didn't care what the other party's so-called reasons were. What mattered to him was that the money was in place, the other party was smart and reliable, and they were making legitimate money. That was enough. After all, he couldn't manage things like riding on others' coattails. There would always be others doing the same. It was better to make good use of this wave of resources to bring himself continuous benefits. With the cooperation established, both parties even specifically signed a temporary electronic contract at the business meeting. While signing the contract, Lu Feng discovered that the stubbled man's real name was actually Chang, directly using his real name to walk the world, which showed character. By the way, didn't you just say that your carry team is well-staffed? How many people are there in the team now? Having discussed the cooperation details, Lu Feng was now essentially a major shareholder of the Worldly Affairs carry team, so some things could naturally be said openly. About 30 full-time and around 100 part-time, hee. Chang grinned, very confident in the carry team he managed. That's good. Can you find 3 people to accompany us to the warrior level? As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Chang's face suddenly froze. Warrior level? Master Lu, that might be a bit difficult. Chang was several years older than Lu Feng, and calling him brother was clearly inappropriate, so to show his respect for Lu Feng, he simply called him master. The people who come to the carry team for dungeon tasks basically just want to earn some pocket money, especially for the simple levels, which have the most takers easy and manageable. But for something like the warrior level, it requires risking their lives. They probably don't have the guts to take it. Lu Feng rubbed his forehead and explained, I don't need them to do anything, just need to gather a few people. I'll handle the dungeon clearing myself. Dungeon clearing? Are you planning to clear the warrior level? Even though I have some confidence in Lu Feng's strength, when I heard him calmly say he wanted to clear the warrior level, Hao Chang couldn't help but feel his pupils tremble. Lu Feng nodded lightly, as if affirming something that was taken for granted. The warrior level. The highest clearance rate in Wind City is only 50%. You want to directly clear the map, it's really hard to imagine. I'll try to find someone for you, but it will take some time, Hao Chang added. Although I personally believe in you, if this were to be heard by others, it would sound like a fairy tale. Lu Feng, I can understand. Alright, then I'll shout out in the group for you right now. Hao Chang had been busy all day, arranging for the gold sponsor to have a carry service while contacting people for Lu Feng to find players for the warrior level dungeon. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the evening, he found 2 warriors willing to follow them into the warrior level. However, they weren't there because they believed in Lu Feng's strength. They were attracted by the high bounty, the kind of people who would risk their lives for money, going with Lu Feng purely because they had already put their lives on the line. Master Lu, I've really done my best. For now, these 2 are the only ones willing to go with you to the warrior level abyss dungeon? The price was cut down to 1,010,000 gold coins, any lower and they wouldn't want to go. Hao Chang was also quite helpless. The warrior level dungeon was like hell for old professionals. Under normal circumstances, who would want to go to such a place to risk their lives? It was like an insurmountable mountain, daunting and chilling just to hear its name. Spending 10,000 gold coins to find 2 backup players made Lu Feng feel quite unbalanced. But without spending money, he couldn't form a team to tackle the warrior level, leaving him in a dilemma that made him feel uncomfortable all over. At this moment, his resolve to change this broken rule in the future became even firmer. Who could understand the feeling of not being able to clear the abyss even with strength, and still having to seek backup players? Let's reserve them for now. If there are no better options, we'll take those 2. But even with them, we're still short 1 person. We'll talk again when we can gather 3 people. Alright, as soon as I have any news, I'll notify you right away. Due to the lack of personnel, Lu Feng didn't clear a single dungeon that day. The only gain was becoming the largest shareholder of the worldly carry team, earning a substantial share of money. The carry team had a total of 136 people sign up just today, earning a total of 79,800 gold coins. Hao Chang gave Lu Feng 40,000 gold coins as his pure share, while the remaining 39,800 gold coins were freely distributed by Hao Chang. As for how to distribute it to the carry team members, that was his business. Lu Feng didn't want to worry about it and preferred to be a hands-off manager. 40,000 gold coins, more than the total rewards from refreshing 3 dungeons. It has to be more. If the carry business gains some recognition, it can really be profitable. Lu Feng sighed, saying that ordinary people working steadily their whole lives could never get rich, and to get rich, one could only be a shrewd merchant. This saying was indeed the truth. 40,000 gold coins, 400,000 yuan, an ordinary person would take 40 years to earn that much even without eating or drinking, making only 100,000 a year. And now, just by using a bit of traffic efficiency to charge for carry services, he easily earned it in a single day. It seems that strength is one part, but knowing how to utilize resources to make money is equally important. No matter how strong an individual is, they ultimately stand alone. If one could lead a group, create a corporation, and have their own empire in business, it would be like an old tree taking root, truly possessing wealth and status in a certain area. Money and connections not only make one stronger but also allow one to have a fighting force, even a private army of professionals. At that point, one would be a colossal entity. Lu Feng seemed to understand a bit why so many extraordinary powerhouses chose to engage in business or politics, because it really is quite appealing. When he returned home in the evening, his younger sister Lu Lingyue had a gloomy face, angrily poking the screen with her little fists. When Lu Feng asked their mom, he found out that her idol was looking for people to form a warrior-level team in Fengyue City, but after a whole day, they still couldn't gather enough members. Hearing this news, Lu Feng, who was leisurely eating noodles, felt much better. It seemed that warrior level indeed lacked warriors. After finishing his late-night snack, Lu Feng went back to his room and went to bed early. The next morning, he heard a lot of noise downstairs. When he went down, he found out that his sister's two idol seniors had finally formed their team. They had entered the warrior-level dungeon, and this news made Lu Lingyue so excited that she was dancing around, holding a cup of soy milk and howling. "Mom, I'm going out." "Okay, remember to prioritize safety during the trial." "Got it." After a simple breakfast and glancing at his already obsessed sister, he said goodbye to his mom and left. In the Valley of the Dead, the powerful were lamenting, showing great regret. "Lu, I had people ready for you early this morning, but this kid suddenly told me he couldn't make it. It's really a shame for someone to bail at the last minute, so close yet so far." Lu Feng shrugged. "It's fine, no rush." He waited the whole day, he wasn't in a hurry for just a little while. In the novice trial ground, Wang Tianyi, holding a sword in one hand, jumped on a tree branch and chased down an injured wild wolf, diving down fiercely, the sword light flashing. Crack! The long sword fell, and the wild wolf collapsed, turning into a pile of magic energy crystals. A white light flashed beneath his feet, and Wang Tianyi's level rose from 4 to 5. He glanced at the completion time, 2 days and 2 hours. Although I'm third this time, I, Wang Tianyi, have also broken the record. Excluding Lu Feng and Bai Chuxue, the previous record for clearing the novice trial ground was 2 days and 3 hours, and Wang Tianyi had beaten the historical record by a whole hour. He laughed heartily, and amidst his laughter, he was transmitted out of the novice trial ground. Sometimes, it's not that being third isn't strong, it's just that luck wasn't on his side, encountering two extremely abnormal guys at the same time. Of course, Wang Tianyi's ability to break the record wasn't solely due to his own efforts, he also had to thank the equipment from the World of Dust Big Shot. By the way, I should arrange a time and place to collect the equipment from the Big Shot. Wang Tianyi had already bought the equipment he needed for the Valley of the Dead from Lu Feng in advance, and the payment was settled. They had agreed to contact each other once he finished the novice trial ground. Opening the friend page, Wang Tianyi sent a message to Lu Feng. Top 3, Wang Tianyi Big Shot Chen. I just finished my novice trial. When do you have time to deliver the equipment? Or I can come pick it up myself. World of Dust, Lu Feng, congratulations, leveling up to 5 so quickly. Top 3, Wang Tianyi, you're too kind, I'm blushing. World of Dust, Lu Feng, I'm in the Valley of the Dead now, set a location and I'll come find you. Top 3, Wang Tianyi Valley of the Dead? I was planning to come here to do the dungeon right after finishing my novice trial, so let's just set a location in the canyon and I'll come find you. World of Dust, Lu Feng, sounds good. Top 3, Wang Tianyi, yay, I get to see the Big Shot style, looking forward, happy. Top 3, Wang Tianyi Big Shot, I have a request, I hope it's not too much to ask, are you short of little brothers? I can shout 666 dog head when doing the dungeon. Take me along, grinning. Wang Tianyi was proud, but he could also be humble. In front of a true Big Shot, he didn't even realize how he could lick up. And Lu Feng also never expected that someone would actively apply to join the team. He glanced back, and the powerful were cursing at the call page. What are you guys doing, you bunch of bastards? Raising the price at this time? Don't you have any professional ethics? I really misjudged you bunch of dogs. Let me tell you, no way. 10,000 gold coins is already enough to look up to you. What more do you want? Lu Feng shook his head slightly. These desperate people had courage, but they only cared about money. Their moral character was really lacking. To carry them to an easy win would already cost him 10,000 gold coins, which made Lu Feng quite unhappy, and now they were asking for an outrageous price. Even if he wanted to go through the dungeon again, he wouldn't have to beg such people, he could just wait. It's hard to find a 3-legged frog, but he didn't believe he couldn't find a 2-legged person. Hao Chang, reject them. Let them find whoever they want, I don't need people like them. But, Master Lu, there's no but. Even if they begged me to let them team up, I wouldn't let them in, just like that. Lu Feng said decisively. Alright. Hao Chang saw Lu Feng's firm attitude, cursed at the video, blocked him, and then hung up the phone. On the other end, Wang Tianyi, seeing that Lu Feng had not replied to his message for a long time, thought his words had offended Lu Feng and broke out in a cold sweat. So he immediately added, Big Shot, I was just saying it casually, if it's inconvenient, then forget it, grinning. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Feng wasn't angry at all. Instead, he asked him seriously. Chincher Jian, Lu Feng, I want to do the old city alley warrior level, still short of people, are you sure you want to join? Upon hearing that Lu Feng actually wanted to take him, Wang Tianyi was extremely excited. Young Duo Sanqian, Wang Tianyi can't ask for more. Chincher Jian, Lu Feng, how many people do you have? Young Duo Sanqian, Wang Tianyi 5. Chincher Jian, Lu Feng, I can give you 3 spots. Young Duo Sanqian, Wang Tianyi, no problem, that's great. Grinning, in Wang Tianyi's team, most of the experience was absorbed by the combat classes in the team, and he had the most, so he was the first to finish the dungeon. It wouldn't be long before the archer and warrior in the team would also level up to 5. As for the 2 shield warriors, they wouldn't reach level 5 anytime soon, so he had just the right number of 3 people to go and team up with Lu Feng. Warrior level, entering the undead dungeon with a big shot to carry me through the warrior level. Haha, so awesome. Wang Tianyi was like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers. Having just successfully changed jobs, he didn't know how dangerous the warrior level really was. Moreover, in his mind, Lu Feng was like a god. The fact that the other party was willing to take him and team up with him was an opportunity he wouldn't give up, even if he knew. 2 hours later, the warrior, follower Zhao Hua, and archer, Lin Li, in Wang Tianyi's team reached level 5 and were teleported out of the novice trial ground. He took the 2 of them to the Undead Canyon to meet up with Lu Feng. The 3 of them shared a ride, and Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua were filled with indescribable excitement and anticipation on the way. Finally going to meet the legendary Chenshi Jian god. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. 3 hours to clear the novice trial ground. What kind of amazing person could that be? Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua imagined at least 1,000 scenarios and images of their meeting. This year, there are only a few people who awaken high-level talents. It could be AI Hua from the first school, or that A-grade hidden genius Zhang Jun from the third school. Is it possible it's from the second school? How could that be? The top of the second school has always been Lin Li. What about the fourth and fifth schools? Didn't they also have several hidden class geniuses? Who knows, maybe. It's not even a genius from our Feng city, but from an outer city. Seeing the 2 big men more excited than girls chasing stars, Lin Li rolled her eyes. Look at how excited you are, pathetic, childish. You'll know when you meet them. No need to be so speechless. Is it really necessary to be that excited? Really? Following the location sent by Lu Feng, the 3 arrived at the Valley of the Dead, where a tall and handsome boy was greeting them. Beside him, a burly chubby guy and a stubbled man were holding a colorful sign that boldly read Dai De Tuan of the mortal world. That handsome boy is the big shot of the mortal world? So strong and so good looking. Wang Tianyi's heart raced. He was just about to walk over when Lin Li beside him became so excited that she couldn't contain herself and shouted, Lu Feng? She covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide as saucers, her voice trembling. Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua were both taken aback, looking at Lin Li with puzzled expressions. Just in the car, Lin Li had laughed at them for being too childish, disdainfully saying there was nothing to be excited about, and now, the most excited one upon seeing the big shot of the mortal world was her. Moreover, Lin Li seemed to have called out a name, Lu Feng. Could it be that they knew each other? What was going on? Lin Li? Lu Feng also recognized her. After all, she was the one who had always topped the second high school rankings. Someone the homeroom teacher often mentioned. He was practically sick of hearing about her. Seeing Lu Feng greet her, Lin Li still found it hard to believe. She incredulously asked, You are from the mortal world? Aha, Lu Feng, from the mortal world. Doesn't it look like it? Lu Feng's affirmation made Lin Li swallow hard, a fine layer of sweat already forming on her forehead. The rumored waste from the second high school, the student who had been held back for 2 years, was actually the same person who broke the record in the novice trial ground and set records in the old city alley dungeon, a super god with no predecessors or successors, the idol in their team? How could this not shock her? It was simply overturning her worldview. What on earth was happening in this world? You know each other. Seeing their reactions, Wang Tianyi asked. Lu Feng smiled and replied, Yes, I'm also from the second high school. We should have some impression of each other, right? Yes. Lin Li's expression was a bit awkward, not daring to meet Lu Feng's gaze. Oh, knowing each other is even better. That's great. Lin Li, you really should have introduced such an impressive person from your school earlier. Saying this, he turned to Lu Feng, extended his hands to shake, and looked up. Big shot, I've long admired your name, and seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. Zhao Hua beside him echoed, Yes, your records have really opened our eyes, making us brothers admire you. Oh, come on, there's nothing to brag about. You are? Top 3? Yes, that's me. My real name is Wang Tianyi. I'm Zhao Hua. We're both from the first high school. The 2 introduced themselves, and Lu Feng briefly introduced, I'm Lu Feng, this is Pang Fei, my good buddy, and this is Hao Chang, just call him Chang Gu. After everyone exchanged greetings, Lu Feng handed the equipment to Wang Tianyi. Challenging the warrior level, no objections? None. Alright, then let's not dawdle, prepare, we're going into the dungeon. Listening to the gods' arrangements. Wang Tianyi and the other 2 were pure newbies, just coming out of the novice trial ground, and they hadn't even fought in the Abyss dungeon yet. They had no concept of the monster strength in the Abyss dungeon. Perhaps it was just a bit stronger than the level 5 monsters in the novice trial ground? The warrior level was said to be very difficult, but with the great god Lu here, seeing him so confident, it must be fine. Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua were already eager to try, while Lin Li was still a bit shy, not because she didn't believe in Lu Feng's strength. She just hadn't recovered from the shock that Lu Feng was the god of the mortal world. Point 1. Was universally recognized as that academic failure of the school, a waste who had failed so badly that he had to repeat 2 years, while the other was the school's celebrated genius, always at the top, a favored child of fortune. Yet now, the last in the school was taking the first to tackle a dungeon, and had to call him great god and big shot. She felt a strange, indescribable sensation. Is this real? Am I not dreaming? She always felt it was somewhat absurd, like a dream. Let me go over some precautions. When we enter the Abyss Dungeon, what you need to do is very simple, just ensure your own safety. Leave the monster fighting to Brother Chen, Pang Fei instructed, having gone over all the necessary precautions before entering the dungeon. Hearing this, Wang Tianyi was greatly surprised. Huh? We don't need to fight monsters? Pang Fei nodded. To be precise, that's how it is. No, brother, are you underestimating us a bit? Although we are novice adventurers, our strength is not weak. Even if someone is leading the dungeon team, it still requires teamwork to clear it, otherwise. Yeah, I've never heard such a statement before. You can't just let us watch, right? The three newcomers were a bit stubborn, but Pang Fei didn't argue with them, just chuckled lightly. You'll understand once we enter the dungeon. The self-cultivation of being a bystander must be achieved through real experience. Old Town Dungeon, warrior level. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the streets of the village in a golden light. Wang Tianyi, Zhao Hualin, and Li prepared themselves, brimming with fighting spirit. Warrior level, here we come. Wang Tianyi drew his long sword, shining brilliantly in the golden sunset. Lin Li gently caressed her silver bow, her gaze sharp. Zhao Hua held a large knife and a shield, ready for a thrilling battle. Dong, in the center of the small town stood a clock tower, its hands pointing directly at 6 o'clock, the melodious chime echoing. Roar! At the same time, several zombies emerged from the nearest house. One of the zombies was less than 10 meters away from them. Upon seeing the dungeon monster, Wang Tianyi charged forward without hesitation, his long sword striking the ground as he rushed in. The sword sparked against the ground, and as he approached the zombie, he suddenly exerted force, gripping the sword tightly, lifting it from the ground while sending debris flying with a powerful strike. Clang! This strike was crisp and clean, executed with grace, and the power was perfect, showcasing Wang Tianyi's expected level of skill, which made him quite satisfied. However, when the longsword struck the zombie's shoulder, it felt as if he had hit steel, his hand going weak, and a damage value unexpectedly appeared above the zombie's head. -13. Wang Tianyi's eyelashes fluttered, his eyes widening. Only 13 damage? To be clear, as a level 5 swordsman, his base attack power was 96, and with equipment bonuses, his attack power was a full 118 points. How could 118 points of attack only deal 13 damage? This was impossible. Whoosh! An arrow flew past Wang Tianyi, hitting the zombie's chest, but the sharp arrow didn't even pierce the zombie's skin, breaking into 2 pieces upon impact. -14, huh? Lin Li's arrow only dealt 14 damage to the chest? Her arrows have armor-piercing effects, and that didn't work? From a distance, Lin Li's expression was grave. The zombie's defense was equally surprising, even making her question her life choices. Watch out! Zhao Hua shouted from behind, and Wang Tianyi instinctively jumped back as the zombie's right hand slammed down, creating a large pit where he had just been standing. What kind of power is this? At that moment, he remembered to use insight to check the zombie's attributes, but the zombie, having missed its attack, suddenly appeared right in front of him with a quick step. This speed, is it also this insane? Wang Tianyi's pupils contracted, he had nowhere to escape, and he crossed his sword in front of him. At that moment, Zhao Hua also arrived just in time, using his battle shield to block in front of him. Boom! The claw lunged forward, crashing into the battle shield. Due to the immense force, the two were directly sent flying, landing and leaving 2 deep trenches in the ground. 2 damage values floated above their heads, and gasping for breath, Wang Tianyi's back was soaked, drenched in cold sweat. The strength of the zombie had harshly awakened them. Using the insight spell, upon seeing the zombie's various basic stats, they were dumbfounded. Abyss creature, Chaos Zombie, Elite level, LV8, Health 13973/14000, Attack 531, Defense 500, Speed 399, Skills, Claw Charge, Poison Infection 14,000, Health 500, Attack and Defense? Myamatba, are you telling me this is the stat of a dungeon's minor monster? They had previously fought a strongest wild monsters whose health barely broke 1,000, and their stats were around 50. Moreover, they needed team cooperation to take down such monsters. Now, a zombie with 10 times those stats appeared out of nowhere? Are you kidding me? Glancing at the street behind the zombie, they could visibly see 7 or 8 more gathering towards them. One could take their lives, and now 7 or 8 came at once. They felt their brains suffocating. How could they possibly fight this? The 3 turned their gazes towards Lu Feng, who stood quietly behind them, unmoving. That gaze flickered with complex emotions of confusion, despair, surprise, and a yearning for answers. It seems reality has awakened you. After all the fuss, it's time for a change. Lu Feng still wore the gentle smile on his face. He snapped his fingers, and 2 golden magical arrays spun in the open space before him, summoning the beasts Shui Shui and Xiao Mo. The imposing Shui Shui and the adorable Xiao Mo appeared simultaneously, creating a striking contrast. Xiao Mo, clear the area. The Demon King Scout, holding a trident, jumped down from Shui Shui's shoulder, launching a dark element poison dart. Put! The poison dart pierced through the zombie's body, and damage floated above its head. minus 2322, minus 2177, minus 2188, minus 2201. A casual basic attack caused what they thought was an invincible zombie to lose 2/3 of its health. In the next moment, a second poison dart followed closely. The zombie died on the spot, turning into a pile of magic energy crystals. Stunned, the three of them were left dumbfounded. This chaos zombie just died like that? Watching their bewildered expressions, Pang Fei enjoyed it immensely, seeing them so naive. I told you all to just play the supporting role, and you only deserve to be a bystander, yet you insisted on jumping around. Now look, are you being obedient? This. Wang Tianyi stammered, we. They wanted to express their shock, their disbelief, but 1,000 words were left hanging on their lips, reduced to just you, me, and him. Alright, you'll get used to it. I told you before entering the dungeon, everything obeys orders, just be a good bystander. What we need to do is very simple, protect yourselves and don't hold Chenga back, that's enough. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with us. Pang Fei, being an experienced person, completely understood the feelings and mental state of Wang Tianyi and the others at that moment. The three didn't respond, their shock lingering on their faces as they quietly watched Xiao Mo clear the street of zombies. During this time, they didn't know how many times they swallowed. As the last zombie fell, Wang Tianyi turned his head and solemnly nodded, saying, Brother Fei, we were ignorant before, but now we can understand your good intentions. Their learning ability was excellent. While their summoned beasts fought ahead, they tried to stay as far back as possible. Only Linley might get curious and shoot a few arrows, but the damage was minimal, almost negligible. The emphasis was on participation. Mumble, having witnessed the terror of warrior-level zombies, Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua drank the health potions they had prepared in advance, replenishing their status, and then raised their sword and shield to cheer for Xiao Mo. After the first wave of zombies ended, the second wave followed closely behind. Abyss creature. Smoker zombie, elite level, LV8 health, 15,000/15,000 attack, 531 defense, 503 speed, for 22 skills, clawbite, slowing poison mist. That attributes of the second wave of zombies were slightly stronger than those of the first wave, with an additional skill, slowing mist. They held pipes in their mouths, exhaling clouds of smoke, leaving a long trail of smoke in their wake. Being ensnared by the mist would slow down the target. The slowing effect is proportional to the concentration of the mist, which meant that the longer the time dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for the zombies, making it increasingly difficult for the challengers. Once the surrounding area was enveloped in mist, the harm caused by the slowing effect was akin to tying lead weights to their feet, turning them into lambs ready for slaughter. However, this problem clearly did not exist for Lu Feng. The 15,000 health smoke zombie still couldn't withstand 2 normal attacks from Xiao Mo. They had no chance to get close and would be shot dead by the poison darts infused with dark energy. Moreover, with just a few zombies charging straight at them, Xiao Mo didn't even need to move. She simply stood there throwing poison darts. Whoosh! 2 poison darts, and the smoker zombie fell to the ground, pipe still clenched in its mouth, its head rolling away upon impact. One had to admit, the smoker zombie remained a smoker even in death. Whoosh! Another 2 poison darts, and the head of the smoker zombie was half sliced off, the toxin spreading, the upper half completely eroded by dark poison sand. After this zombie fell, something dropped to the ground. Kill the smoker zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 1314 dropped equipment. Poison pipe, silver level, war requirement, LV7, they dropped equipment. Lu Feng glanced at its attributes in the inventory and found that this weapon did not belong to the main weapon category but was an additional sub-weapon. Holding a poisoned pipe really doesn't hinder others from wielding swords and knives, just the image feels a bit strange, Lu Feng commented. But there was no doubt that this equipment was good, all combat professions could wear it, providing an additional means of damage. Wasn't that appealing? It should sell for a good price, Lu Feng thought happily as he stored it away. Lord Dust, are you planning to use this pipe yourself or sell it in the shop? Wang Tianyi asked somewhat shyly. Sell it. In the shop, Lu Feng replied, puzzled, looking at Wang Tianyi. They say the early bird catches the worm. Lord Lu, have you forgotten? I'm your loyal buyer. Wang Tianyi's words made Lu Feng realize. Right. The biggest buyer was right in the team. Selling it in the shop would incur a 10% commission, a direct face-to-face transaction would have no middleman fees. Perfect. So you were eyeing this pipe, no wonder you were so hesitant. But this is the first piece of equipment dropped from a warrior-level dungeon, and its effects are so good. You saw it, it can be worn by all professions. The price, of course, goes without saying. Although this is a private transaction within the team, even brothers keep accounts clear. Whatever the price is, it must be paid. Got it, Chen the Great, just name your price. I won't haggle. Wang Tianyi patted his chest and said, for this kind of silver-grade equipment that not only increases sustained damage but is also suitable for all professions, the price should be at least double that of normal equipment of the same level. That's straightforward. Seeing his willingness, Lu Feng didn't hold back and directly quoted 5,000 gold coins. Good. Wang Tianyi made the payment and Lu Feng handed over the equipment. The transaction was completed in less than a minute. If this equipment were put up for auction, it could fetch at least 5,000 or more, but it would incur a 15% commission, so it might still Net around 5,000, but Lu Feng didn't want the hassle. With someone as straightforward as Wang Tianyi in the team, why go to the marketplace and let them profit from the difference? Clearly, that wouldn't be appropriate. The good stuff should stay within the team. Wang Tianyi happily held the pipe in his hand, reluctant to part with it. Such good equipment isn't something you can just buy with money. It's great to team up with a pro. Breezing through dungeons and getting top-notch gear is just delightful. Unfortunately, his level wasn't high enough, otherwise, seeing Wang Tianyi's fondness for it, he would have loved to take a puff from the pipe right away. The third wave of zombies consisted of the cage zombies and wingless zombies, seen in the hard mode, mixed with a few chaos zombies, and there were more of them than in the previous two waves. The fourth wave had a similar number to the third, around 15, with a few more smoke zombies. The fifth wave was entirely made up of smoke zombies, and at the end, there was a zombie that was several times larger than a normal smoke zombie, both in size and pipe. Abyss creature, Servant Smoke Saint, exquisite level LV8, health 27500/27500, attack 600, defense 660, speed 530, skills, diving fist, sacred block, holy baptism, status, mutated, zombie. The Servant Smoke Saint had attributes higher than the bosses in hard mode. Moreover, his two skills were distinctly different from the previous zombies. Regardless of their effects, just the name sounded more like a professional skill than a dungeon monster's. The Servant Smoke Saint exhaled white mist from his nostrils, and at a glance, his strong, fluffy upright hair reached above the second-floor balcony, holding a massive pipe, slowly walking towards Lu Feng and the others. Bang! 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 With each step he took, the ground trembled. Over 27,000 health. Amatba, how can such a monster be released? This is outrageous. Even with some mental preparation, Wang Tianyi and the others were still shocked. Zhao Hua gestured with his hands as if asking for the Buddha's protection, throwing money into the merit box to invite the Buddha for help. What good is believing in the Buddha? If he were useful, the money in the merit box wouldn't have been stolen. Pang Fei scoffed, then turned his gaze to Lu Feng. The historical record for the warrior level is a 50% completion rate. They must have fallen to this. Servant Smoke Saint. This guy doesn't look easy to deal with. Yeah. Lu Feng nodded slightly. You all step back a bit to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The four obediently moved back 20 meters. Whoosh, just as Pang Fei and the others stepped back, the Servant Smoke Saint, who had been slowly approaching, suddenly launched an attack. He leaped high from the ground, gripping the bowl of the pipe tightly, and came crashing down. Xiao Mo nimbly dodged out of the way. Boom! The man! And the pipe smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit, with the front half of the massive pipe buried underground. The ground within a meter of him shattered completely, and the ground within 3 meters cracked like a spider web. What tremendous power! Roar! The Servant Smoke Saint raised his head and roared, smoke quickly dispersing from the large pipe, forming circular waves of air that spread outward. This was his active skill, Holy Baptism. The smoke rapidly expanded, purifying the surrounding air, allowing him to be in peak condition, increasing his attack by 20% and range damage by 15%. Xiao Mo didn't care about that. After easily dodging the strike, he quickly pulled out 2 poison darts and launched them. The Servant Smoke Saint's defense was quite high. Xiao Mo's attack power was already close to 2004, and hitting him only dealt over 2,100 physical damage. Of course, with 3 passive stacks, the damage of 1 poison dart increased, causing over 8,000 damage. After 2 poison darts, the Servant Smoke Saint's health was below half. Whoosh! Xiao Mo's attack speed was very fast. Almost the moment the poison darts hit, 2 more darts were shot out. As if aware of the power of Xiao Mo's poison darts, the Servant Smoke Saint activated his blocking skill. The active skill Relic Block. The Servant Smoke Saint raised his pipe to defend in front of him, forming a dark golden protective shield. Clang! Crackle! The shield shattered, and the 2 poison darts shot straight at the pipe, being deflected away. Then, he charged towards Xiao Mo, raising the large pipe high above his head and smashing it down like a heavy hammer. Boom! The ground was struck into a deep pit. Xiao Mo's agility was even higher than his attack power. Although the opponent was fast, it seemed to slow down threefold in front of him. He calmly jumped back, and 2 more poison darts were shot out. Due to the close distance, there was no time to activate the relic block. The Servant Smoke Saint could only raise the pipe to defend, and the 2 poison darts shot directly at the pipe. Without a shield to absorb most of the damage, the poison darts hit the pipe, causing the Servant Smoke Saint to stagger back several meters before stabilizing himself. Moreover, the surface of the pipe cracked, and then, with a bang, it shattered like a ceramic jar hitting the ground, revealing a cross inside. A cross? The Abyss creature actually uses this kind of weapon? The appearance of the cross surprised everyone present, as this weapon was only used by one type of person, the clergy. This cross is wrapped in a thick layer of earthenware, made into a large pipe. Ah, no wonder I found the skills of this Servant Smoke Saint so familiar. These are indeed the skills of the clergy. Diving Fist, Relic Block, and that high leap to smash down with the relic, all representative skills of the clergy. Could it be that this zombie was a clergy in life? This is the first time I've encountered a profession that has turned into a zombie, Lin Li exclaimed. Even in textbooks, there are very few introductions about professionals being assimilated into dungeon monsters, especially this Servant Smoke Saint is a rare combat professional. Wang Tianyi, born into a wealthy family, expressed that he had gained new knowledge. What on earth happened in the old city alley back then? Even villages with powerful professionals were destroyed, and all living beings mutated into monsters enslaved by some force. Lu Feng, who had fought through from the simplest level, had his own speculations about the mystery of the old city alley. Now that even professional zombies had appeared, he was increasingly curious about the events of that year. And to find the answer, there was no other way but to complete the dungeon. Kill the servant Smoke Saint, gain magic energy crystal plus 2800 dropped items, old cross, whiteboard level, devout beads, gold level. Relic shield, gold level. A letter. The servant Smoke Saint looked brave, but the gap in strength between him and Xiao Mo was too great. He could block with the pipe for a moment, but not for a lifetime. After the pipe shattered, Xiao Mo's too poisoned darts sent the servant Smoke Saint straight to heaven. Surprisingly, killing the servant dropped 3 pieces of equipment, 2 rare golden level weapons and a worn-out commemorative cross. Devout prayer beads, golden level, wearing requirement. Level LV7 health plus 1500 attack power plus 60 defense plus 50 effect. When attacking, the prayer beads can be wrapped around the weapon, increasing the weapon's critical hit effect by 30%. When defending, it can block 80% of weapon damage. Holy shield, golden level, wearing requirement. Level LV7 defense plus 120 active effect. When fully charged, releases a light shield that can withstand 2000 damage and provides the user with a 100% armor bonus. Both pieces of golden level equipment are defense-oriented. The first prayer beads are suitable for warriors and tanks, while the second piece is purely for battle tanks and knights. A defense increase of 120 is absolutely unique among golden level gear, even surpassing some platinum level armor in defense enhancement. Even more exaggerated is its active effect, which not only provides a light shield but also grants a 100% armor bonus. It's incredible. Therefore, when Zhao Hua saw this equipment, his eyes widened and he nearly drooled. Dust. Big shot, can you sell me this equipment? Lu Feng nodded. Of course, but it will be very expensive, 30,000 gold coins. Hearing this price, Zhao Hua was taken aback for a moment, but then his expression firmed up. Okay, I want it. Zhao Hua turned to Wang Tianyi. Boss, this equipment is really suitable for me. Can you lend it to me? I'll pay you back after we go out. Wang Tianyi rubbed his forehead. I knew it, you little brat. How much do you still need? Zhao Hua was delighted. I knew you were the most loyal. You definitely won't leave me hanging. 29,000. Zhao Hua answered. Honestly, how much? Still need 29,003. Wang Tianyi stared at Zhao Hua, his mouth twitching in silence for a long time before finally uttering, damn you. In the end, the 2 pieces of golden level equipment were sold for a total of 50,000 gold coins, all paid by Wang Tianyi. Zhao Hua held the battle shield in his hands, utterly enamored. To this, Wang Tianyi snorted, from now on, you'll have to work like a horse to pay me back. When we get back, the first thing you need to do is wash all my old socks. Zhao Hua paused, scratched his head and laughed foolishly, then buried his head into the shield. For this holy shield, it's worth it. Among the dropped items, there was also a letter. Lu Feng took it in hand, opened it, and inside was a yellowed piece of paper with only 2 sentences written on it. The first sentence. We can no longer wash away our sins. This is the punishment from the God Lord. The second sentence. I know I made a huge mistake, but I still can't help but want to eat its flesh, even if the taste is sour. Do you think I have a psychological problem? Below these 2 sentences, a date was noted, with a crimson mark that looked like a plum blossom. How could this guy be so cryptic in life, or is it just that priests are all like this? Pang Fei's first reaction upon seeing the letter was an indescribable strangeness, making him feel something was off. Who knows, Lu Feng said lightly, putting the letter back in the envelope and placing it in the inventory. He felt that since this letter could be found alongside so many golden level pieces of equipment, it was enough to prove its importance. A key clue to deciphering the old city alley, unlocking a mystery? Perhaps it would come in handy. For now, the letter seemed useless, but Lu Feng felt that it might just be a matter of timing. Moreover, judging by the current progress, it seems that the story background of the old city alley has not been revealed at all. Will the warriors finish the game without knowing what happened back then? Before there was time to think more, heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the alley. A group of zombies, clad in armor and with massive muscles, approached. Abyss monster, run, zombies, elite level, LV8 health, 16,000/16,000 attack, 500 defense, 503 speed, 600 skills. Charge, close combat stab run, zombies, as their name suggests, their speed attribute was directly raised to 600 points, and they really came running. They formed 5 rows, shoulder to shoulder, charging forward with their heads thrusting ahead. Like a group of horned bulls, they were performing a collective charge. With such coordinated zombies, Xiao Mo could not stop their attack and ensure the safety of the personnel behind. This was something only Shuai Shuai could handle. Call for help. Shuai Shuai whistled, and behind him, 2 vanguard generals and a group of pig warriors appeared. For formations of 4, corresponding to archers, gunshield soldiers, infantry, and cavalry. The 2 vanguard generals were of lord level, and the pig soldiers were also of exceptional level. Commander level active skill, group command, charge summons soldiers under command to appear. If the group charge is activated, all morale increases by 50% and attack power increases by 80%. Gun shield. Soldiers, raise shields. Upon receiving the order, the gun-shield soldiers in the 4x4 formation immediately lined up in rows of 8, forming 2 rows and planting their shields into the ground, ready to face the charging horde of zombies. Head on. Bang! 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 The run, zombies team was halted by the shields, and the long spears in the hands of the gun-shield soldiers thrust through the gaps between the shields, stabbing forward one by one. Put! 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 The zombies on the opposite side howled in pain. -1,629 -1,557 -1,558. As for Wang Tianyi, Lin Li, and Zhao Hua at the back, their mouths dropped open, nearly hitting the ground. Familiar movements, familiar shock, but not a familiar scene. You could say a summoned beast. Being this strong is one thing, but who can tell me how even the small soldiers can be this strong? Boss, I must be seeing things. This summoned beast can actually summon a troop to fight. I'm not blind, of course I saw it. Lin Li, being the top student, hit the nail on the head. None of this is the point. The point is, the combat power of these small soldiers seems to be higher than ours. Isn't the difference between a few dozen damage and over 500 damage obvious? That hurts. Turns out, we are even weaker than a small soldier. The shield soldiers held off the zombie horde and counterattacked with long spears, making it so these zombies could only take hits without fighting back. Not only that, but the archers behind were not idle. In the 4x4 formation, 16 pig archers drew their bows, aimed, pulled, and shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down, landing among the zombie ranks. -2,532 -2,500 -2,529. Ding, killed run, zombies, gained. Magic Energy Crystal plus 1380 ding, killed run, zombies, gained Magic Energy Crystal plus 1380 run, zombies dropped item, silver level armor run necklace congratulations, obtained the Windbreaker boots, trial item, dropped item, needle helm, silver level. Seeing the situation turn against them, the run, zombies attempted to retreat, but how could Lu Feng let such a fat piece of meat escape? Assault soldiers. Cavalry charge. The gun-shield soldiers opened their shield defense formation and the two vanguard generals led the infantry and cavalry to charge. The infantry swung their large swords at the zombies, while the cavalry, aided by their horses' charge, struck with their sharp cavalry swords, ensuring the opponent would lose arms and heads. In less than a minute, the run, zombies team was completely wiped out. Clean the battlefield, break through the 2 consecutive formations of run, zombie, killing a total of 50 zombies, obtaining 7 pieces of silver-grade equipment as well as various life items and miscellaneous goods. Seeing the scene, the usually calm Pang Fei couldn't hold back anymore. Isn't it, Chingu? Your summoned beast can be used like this? I only just found out. Lu Feng smiled slightly. Otherwise? Do you think the great marshal who shakes the world is all alone? Still the same saying, just because it's not used doesn't mean it doesn't exist. When it needs to be used, it will naturally be used. Pang Fei glanced at Shuai Shai and found that the other party was also looking at him, with that disdainful look in his eyes. Alright, forgive me for being looked down upon again. They say summoners are the bottom of the combat professions, but I think that person is just talking nonsense. It's not surprising for one person to form an army. What's surprising is the strength of this summoned army. Especially in the early stages, it's truly unprecedented, Pang Fei exclaimed. In fact, he had also participated in the earlier battle, setting up turrets to shoot. But his insignificant damage was too inconspicuous among the numerous damage values displayed, and was directly ignored by everyone. Their attention was all on the human pig warriors. Lord Chen, take my knee. I, Wang Tianyi, have never bowed to anyone since I was young, but now I have someone to admire. We all graduated from the same place, but the gap is just too big. No wonder it only takes 3 hours to clear the novice trial ground. It turns out there really is such terrifying strength. Putting aside those 2 summoned beasts, just these small soldiers, any one of them is not something we can defeat right now, let alone they are a whole army, a military force working together with 4 different types. It's unimaginable how terrifying that is. What's so hard to imagine? Didn't you see those 50 zombies being wiped out in just a few minutes? After dealing with the run zombie group, the 5 of them walked deeper into the old city alley. Across a crossroad, on the opposite side of the street, there were 4 uniquely shaped zombies standing in position, facing the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest directions. Compared to the zombies encountered before, these 4 were much smaller in size and did not have any particularly obvious physical features. They were similar to the most ordinary zombies in a hard-level dungeon. The only difference was that each of them held a yellow air horn in their hands. Are they posing? I don't know, but they give off a strange feeling. Fortunately, with the human pig army escorting us, the sense of security is overwhelming. On the street, Shuai Shuai rode the mammoth war elephant leading the army, while Lu Feng and Pang Fei walked in the middle of the group, and Wang Tianyi and the others whispered behind them. The team stopped at the crossroad, looking across the street at the 4 strange zombies. Lu Feng cast an insight spell. Abyss creature, horn zombie, exquisite. Level, LV8 health, 30,000/30,000 attack, 20 defense, 1000 speed, 50 title, horn bearer skills, none status, super mutated. The health and defense were terrifyingly high, but the agility and attack power were even lower than the lowest level. Dungeon monsters? Something was off. Something's not right. The high health and defense of the horned zombies indicated that their existence must have significant importance. Xiao Mo, shui shui, go. Realizing the problem, Lu Feng wasted no time and directly ordered the two generals to take action. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Mo jumped onto Shui Shui's shoulder and Shui Shui drove the mammoth war elephant forward. Chaos strike. The war elephant let out a roar and stomped down. Boom! The anticipated scene of stepping on the four horned zombies did not happen. Several zombies suddenly appeared from nowhere, supporting the mammoth war elephant's hooves with their hands. Seeing this scene, the handsome man on the mammoth war elephant couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, but soon a fierce look flashed across his face as he swung his rake to sweep away the zombies under the war elephant's feet. Xiao Mo seized this opportunity and unleashed a frenzied attack with elemental poison darts. However, the zombies next to the horned zombies seemed to be reckless, using their bodies to shield them from damage. The handsome man could take down one zombie with two basic attacks, and in that brief moment he shot down three zombies in quick succession. You want to protect the horned zombies? Then all of you can die. Once you're all dead, let's see who can protect them. Buzz! Just then, an invisible air cannon shot out from deep within the old city street. The handsome man instinctively used his rake to block it, the tremendous recoil causing the mammoth war elephant to take a half step back. Behind the horned zombies, a group of zombies charged forward, pressing their bodies against the armor of the mammoth war elephant. Two couldn't budge, then 4, 8, 16, like stacking a tower, one after another, until finally, the mammoth war elephant couldn't withstand the combined force of so many zombies and had to jump back several meters to the other side of the street. As soon as the handsome man landed and steadied himself, he looked again at the position of the horned zombies, only to find they had been surrounded by other zombies and were no longer visible. They had built a human house around the horned zombies, as if constructing a building. Where did so many zombies come from? These zombies are acting like they're crazy, protecting those four zombies, Wang Tian exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, the four horned zombies at the center moved, blowing their horns. Woo! The four horns sounded simultaneously, the majestic and resonant horn sound spreading outward. Bang! Crackle! Clang! The low growls of zombies echoed from the houses on the street. Various types of zombies gathered from all directions. There were living-type electric fish zombies, barrel zombies, chainsaw zombies, tutor whip zombies, and also sports-type boxing zombies, gambling zombies, long-jump zombies, martial arts zombies. There were zombie types you couldn't even imagine. Damn, now I know why they're called horned zombies. They're zombies that call for help. This wave must have summoned half the townspeople. Pang Fei was stunned. This scene was a bit too overwhelming. As for Wang Tian and the others, who had never seen such a scene, they were directly frightened. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, and they gripped their weapons tightly. This scene is just like a zombie siege in a movie. With so many zombies, I feel like we can't possibly win. What should we do next? They were somewhat at a loss. All eyes turned to their mainstay, Lu Feng. Faced with this situation, Lu Feng was also quite surprised. Could a team take on half the town's zombies? Was there really someone who could pass such a challenge? Even if the handsome man and Xiao Mo could work together to kill all the zombies, the problem was that Lu Feng and the others' safety was not guaranteed at all. Surrounded by zombies, a few random hits could take them out. It shouldn't be like this. There had to be a turning point. Lu Feng looked around to assess the situation of the buildings, and upon seeing an outer ring structure, a smile crept onto his lips. So that's how it is. Lu Feng's words instantly caught the attention of the others. Shen Good, did you think of a way to deal with this? At a critical moment, it was still Pang Fei who understood Lu Feng. Yeah, Lu Feng replied, pointing in the direction of a building. We go up there. Let's go. With that, he took the lead and ran over, and the others followed him without hesitation. The building was an abandoned small villa, with an external spiral staircase leading up. As they ascended, Lu Feng called out to Xiao Mo to get to work. Xiao Mo understood and jumped down from the shoulder, sneaking around in the hallway and between several floors doing something. When they reached the rooftop, everyone was panting heavily. Zhao Hua asked in confusion, Lord Chen, why did you bring us here? Does coming here mean we won't be afraid of those zombies? Yes. Lu Feng smiled and suddenly asked, you all must have played tower defense games, right? They looked at the surrounding terrain. Apart from the external stairs on both sides, there was no way for zombies to come up, and they instantly realized. You mean we hold our ground here and wait for the zombies to attack? Exactly. On the ground, zombies come from all directions and we can't defend. Both front and back, our formation will be in chaos. But it's different on the rooftop, our backs are safe. This way, we can not only avoid the mass attacks of the zombies but also concentrate our firepower, taking them down one by one until we kill them all. Pang Fei, haven't you always wanted to use your turret? Now's your chance to shine. Also, Xiao Mo is very hungry now and needs to be fed. Kind-hearted people, please help by clicking on some gifts. Looking pitiful. When Christmas comes, buy it a pair of Christmas socks to wear. This building has external stairs on both the east and west sides, and Lu Feng instructed Xiao Mo and Shui Shui to each lead half of the pig human army to guard the stairs. As for Pang Fei and Wang Tianyi, they could go to whichever stairway they wanted to join the fun. In a state of being besieged facing so many zombies, Lu Feng might feel a bit nervous. But in a direct confrontation, especially in a confined space, Like the stairs where they could control the number of zombies attacking, Lu Feng could guarantee that they would kill as many as came. Pang Fei set up 2 turrets on the east side, eager to try them out. Before long, a mass of zombies gathered at the bottom of the stairs. They drooled, clawed, and climbed up the stairs. Whoosh, 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 bang! The pig-human archers shot arrows, and Lin Li and Pang Fei's turrets also contributed their ranged output. 2606-2584-13-55. Seeing the damage from the pig-human archers, Lin Li was not surprised. Seeing her own damage, she was also not surprised. But when she saw Pang Fei's damage, she was shocked. 55 points of damage. Aren't you a turret master? How is your damage higher than mine? Did you equip some attack-type gear? She was unconvinced. After all, she was one of the highest ranged attack classes, and her damage was even lower than that of a life class profession. Pang Fei scratched his head a bit awkwardly. What kind of attack gear can a turret master use? I just installed a regular turret. Regular turret? Are you kidding? Your damage is higher than mine with a regular turret? Lin Li didn't believe it at all. Helpless, Pang Fei had to show his turrets. Attributes: attack power over 100 plus a 20% armor penetration and attack power bonus. When Lin Li saw the attributes, she felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through her mind. After all, she was a genius ranked first among combat professionals, awakened as one of the strongest ranged attackers, an A-class archer. How could her ranged damage not be higher than that of a life-class turret master? Is this reasonable? At that moment, she began to doubt her life choices. Pang Fei comforted her. That's just how my profession is. Apart from high attack power, it's useless in other aspects. My health is only a fraction of a normal profession's, and my mobility and sustainability are very poor. Otherwise, I wouldn't just be a life-class profession. But after going through so many battles, I feel like I've gradually found my rhythm. Lin Li didn't respond, silently drew her bow, and silently put the arrow back, snorting and glancing at Pang Fei before running to the western defense point without looking back. Her demeanor seemed to say, no matter what you say, my attack power is still lower than yours. She was very angry and didn't want to talk to him. Seeing this, Pang Fei also had a bitter expression. Is he angry now? He shook his head, shrugged helplessly, and continued to adjust the attack angle of the cannon, correcting the attack coefficient. Kill the boxer zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 1380. Kill the dancer zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 1400. Kill the electric baton zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 1400. While holding the top floor staircase, the zombies couldn't even reach the second floor before being killed. Especially on the side guarded by Xiao Mo with 2 poison darts. A zombie was turned into magic energy crystals the moment it stepped onto the first step under the maximum attack speed. The information about killing zombies was being broadcasted like a telegraph, and the experience points were rapidly increasing. However, because Lu Feng now needed too much experience to level up, even though he consumed most of the team's experience, he was not the first to level up. Instead, it was the lower level Wang Tianyi and the other 2. With the previous accumulation, they all jumped to level 7 in one go. The most exciting thing about reaching level 7 was being able to wear new equipment. Wah gaga! The 2 exchanged glances and laughed like pigs. Oh ho ho! Especially when wearing 2 pieces of golden level equipment, they laughed so hard their mouths twisted. Zhao Hua was even more exaggerated, letting out a powerful tenor. My holy shield, I finally put it on. With an additional 120 defense, I feel like I'd become so majestic all of a sudden. TSK, this appearance and this texture, holding it in my hand, wow, what a delightful feeling. Wang Tianyi was even more spirited. After equipping the level 7 gear, his health increased by nearly 2,000 points, defense increased by 60, and attack power rose by 40. He pointed his sword at the zombies below. If we fight again, it definitely won't be as embarrassing as before. At least, I absolutely won't deal that kind of shameful damage anymore. Watching Wang Tianyi show off, Zhao Hua felt even more frustrated. So it's just me who doesn't have golden level gear? I'm the weakest in the team, right? Whoosh! -13. Looking at the pitiful damage he dealt, Lin Li wanted to cry. These guys have no idea how to consider a girl's feelings, such straight men. Lin Li, if I hang this prayer bead and smoke a pipe, doesn't it give off a vibe of a proud brother who loves no one? Am I handsome? Lin Li, does this shield look good on my gear? You all give me get lost. Her mindset exploded. As the zombies fell one by one, many pieces of equipment also dropped. After killing a cooking zombie, a striking golden level equipment fell to the ground. Wind Chaser Bow, golden level, wearing conditions, level LV7, a keepable class, archer attack plus 48 attack speed plus 0.1 critical hit plus 2% defense plus 40 equipment effect. After shooting 3 consecutive times, the 4th attack can increase attack speed by 15%. Equipment description: the bow is light and soft, and the arrows produce tassels when shot. The moment Lin Li saw this equipment, her heart leaped. She looked at Lu Feng with burning eyes. Do you want it? Lu Feng knew this equipment was purely for archers and, in terms of attributes, was very suitable for female archers, so he asked. I want it, Lin Li replied, a bit shy, fearing Lu Feng wouldn't give it to her and worried her money might not be enough. If you want it, be more proactive. How could Lord Dust not give it to you? Wang Tianyi, seeing Lin Li's conflicted expression, joked, he'll definitely satisfy you. You can't just wait for Lord Dust to deliver the equipment to you, right? Lin Li's pretty face flushed and she angrily scolded Wang Tianyi, shut up. A perfectly good discussion about equipment turned awkward because of him. Lord Dust, I want to buy this Wind Chaser Bao, name your price. In this team, apart from Pang Fei, the person who knows Lu Feng the best is undoubtedly Lin Li. The year she entered high school, Lu Feng was already a senior. In her second year, Lu Feng was still a senior, and by the time she was a senior, Lu Feng was still a senior. In this sense, they have been classmates for 3 years. Lin Li has heard all the rumors about Lu Feng for 3 whole years. At the second high school, almost all the students know that Lu Feng was held back due to poor grades. In everyone's deeply ingrained impression, Lu Feng is destined to be the most disadvantaged existence in the school. But now, standing in front of her, Lu Feng is not only the poor student she remembers but also the formidable genius that is hard to match. The two figures overlap, and what emerges is the handsome and gentle young man standing before her now. Okay, Lu Feng readily agreed. The audience for archers is limited, and this equipment's effect isn't particularly good. Normally, it would only be worth about 10,000 at a trade fair, but its appearance is quite high, so adding 2,000 gold coins isn't unreasonable, right? No, that's not unreasonable, Lin Li said, her face turning red as she quickly shook her head. That's good. If there are no problems, let's trade directly. Sure. Lin Li wasn't as wealthy as Wang Tianyi, but she came from a well-off family in Feng City. After awakening her A-level talent, her family rewarded her with quite a bit of money, 10,000 for the A-level talent and another 10,000 for her combat profession, totaling 20,000. Lin Li transferred the money, and Lu Feng handed over the Wind Chaser Bao to her. Holding the Bao, she felt an instant connection that captivated her. This Bao feels like it was made just for me. She gently caressed it and equipped it, noticing several attributes visibly improved. Attack power increased by 42 points after deducting the previous equipment's loss, and attack speed increased by a full 0.1. Lin Li was very satisfied, and when she looked at Lu Feng again, the previous grudge in her heart had vanished. Rumors are unreliable, and the genius gen has completely moved on from the past, so what was there for her to be conflicted about? After all, the genius gen is really nice. Draw the Bao. With her new equipment in hand, Lin Li couldn't wait to test its power. She aimed, pulled the Bao, and shot. Whoosh! An arrow flew out, slicing through the air, trailing pink tassels as it struck a zombie. -59 yay. Seeing the damage, Lin Li joyfully pulled back the Bao and jumped up. Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua also showed expressions of envy. Although they had equipped golden-grade weapons before Lin Li, she was the first to test the equipment's power. Poof! Lin Li let out a light snort, finally regaining her pride in front of these two guys. She glanced at Pang Fei, her gaze slightly upward, as if to say, did you see my damage? 59, higher than your 55. Looking at this proud and competitive girl, Pang Fei could only think, let her win. His turret could be upgraded to a laser cannon, which would increase damage by at least 50%. To avoid hurting the genius's pride, he decided to keep a low profile. Across the street, the horned zombies kept blowing their horns, and the number of zombies gathering increased, intensifying their assault on Lu Feng and the others. The remote firepower at the stairway guarded by Shui Shui was somewhat lacking, and the number of zombies climbing the stairs gradually increased, with some special attribute zombies even climbing up the columns, trying to reach the second floor before flanking the stairway for an assault. Bang! Bang! However, what they didn't expect was that the hallway and various floors were filled with elemental traps. When the zombies triggered them, elemental bombs exploded, causing area poison damage. -9,323, -9,122, -9,344. A zombie stepped on one, and all the surrounding zombies followed suit, meeting the same fate. This is Xiao Mo's commander level. Active skill, Elemental Trap. Elemental Trap. The trap explodes when stepped on, dealing 9,500 magic damage over 3 seconds, intelligence 95, multiplied by coefficient 100, and slows enemies by 50% for 3 seconds, invisible when not triggered. 1. Elemental Bomb can cause a significant amount of health loss to zombies within range, and being hit by 2 elemental bombs means instant death. Many zombies that had just climbed up from the pillars triggered the elemental bomb as soon as they stepped up, getting blown back down with a splash, crashing into the horde of zombies. As for the zombies that triggered the elemental bombs on the stairway, they not only lost a lot of health but were also slowed by 50%, their feet feeling as if they were filled with lead, unable to move, resembling a pile of paralyzed machines, just waiting to be beaten. This trap bomb is amazing, such high damage, and it can also slow down zombies. This is just too great. Lin Li was having a blast shooting from above, hitting every target in this narrow passage, continuously outputting damage without any worries. Especially since the elemental bombs could slow down and delay the enemy's actions, it was simply delightful. For ranged shooters, this was undoubtedly the happiest way to fight, bar none. I was wondering what Xiao Mo was doing at the back while going upstairs. Turns out she was setting traps. Pang Fei realized, seeing Xiao Mo's trap planting skill for the first time. Lin Li, being a girl naturally had a fondness for cute creatures, and now that the other party was so capable, she sincerely praised, so small, so cute. Dressed in cool Demon King attire, just like a high-quality human cub, so adorable, I just want to give it a kiss. The Prince Charming from my dreams, haha. Seeing her infatuation, Pang Fei couldn't help but tease, look at you, so eager, you must want to eat it alive. So small, can you even eat it? Is it right to do that? It's still a child. Lin Li shot him a glare, mind your own business, I think you should take care of your own turret. After all, humans and beasts are on different paths. You. Before Pang Fei could finish his sentence, Lin Li shot an arrow that landed just a centimeter from his rear. He was startled and dared not speak again, immediately covering his mouth and crouching down to adjust by the turret. This woman is too scary, she blows up at the slightest disagreement. Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua, who were watching from the side, burst into laughter at the scene. Fei Ge, Lin Li is famously fiery at number 2 high school, you better be careful. Pang Fei glanced back at Lin Li with a look of grievance, muttering softly, I didn't go to a vocational high school, I went to a technical school. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have said anything. At this moment, Lu Feng had 1,000 questions. Why did he feel that today's Pang Fei was a bit different from his usual self? Usually so carefree. Why was he now acting all shy and reserved? It couldn't be that he had feelings for Lin Li, could it? As the saying goes, don't fear a brother's lack of skill, don't fear a brother's recklessness, just fear a brother who's love-struck. Pang Fei, you can't be. Under the bright full moon, the zombies surged like a tide, surrounding the small building in 3 circles, rushing up the stairs one after another. On the rooftop, Pang Fei and the others stood ready, firmly keeping the enemies at bay beyond the red line. Dawn, the clock tower in the town center chimed 12. All the zombies in the old town alley seemed to receive some kind of command, stopping their actions. Even the distant horn zombies ceased their sounds. Congratulations! You have cleared the Old Town Alley dungeon, warrior level. The prompt from the dungeon system left everyone momentarily stunned. Cleared? But we haven't finished off the monsters below yet. What about the horn zombies? Do we just ignore them? I was still looking forward to the boss, but it turns out there's no boss at the warrior level. The completion condition for the warrior level should be related to the clock tower in the town center. Once the clock strikes 12, it shows we've completed it. So, the completion condition for the warrior level isn't to defeat a boss, but to hold out against the zombie horde until the clock chimes. Among those present, only Lu Feng was not too surprised. Ever since the horn zombie summoned half the town's zombies, he realized something was off. The leap in difficulty was not ordinary. If it were according to the previous rules, only killing the boss or the horn zombie would count as completion. The difficulty level would be completely unreasonable. Sure enough, the condition for completion was merely to withstand the zombie attacks until the clock chimed. With this specially designed building that was easy to defend and hard to attack, holding off the zombie onslaught was a challenge that fit the warrior level. So that's how it is. Does the storyline of the Old Town Alley end here? It feels like there's still a long way to go to uncover the truth. The zombie horde down there, the horn zombie across the street, and those hidden creatures that can unleash air cannons. There are too many unsolved mysteries. Pang Fei had followed Lu Feng through the easy level dungeon, and he was equally curious about the Old Town Alley dungeon. Ending the completion like this felt like there were still many unresolved elements in the storyline. There was also a sense of lingering anticipation. Because the warrior level is not the true end, Lu Feng opened the team attributes, and in the options for dungeon difficulty, there was an additional icon radiating a fiery mark. Hell level difficulty introduction. The Abyss Management Bureau will lift all magical suppressions and remove all protective mechanisms, allowing challengers to experience the most authentic experiences of the past. Note, the danger level of this difficulty is SS level. Please choose carefully. Hell level difficulty? Pang Fei exclaimed. In his understanding, the highest level of the Abyss dungeon was the warrior level, and there was a hell level above it? Hell, just the name alone indicated it was a very dangerous, purgatory-like place. The textbooks mention that the final difficulty of each dungeon is the hell level, but no one has ever unlocked the hell level of the Old Town Alley dungeon. Because the previous highest record for the warrior level was only 50%, not enough to unlock the hell level dungeon. Over time, everyone just assumed that the warrior level was the final dungeon difficulty of the Old Town Alley. Lin Li, being the top student, hit the nail on the head and educated everyone. So that's how it is. I was wondering how it could just end like this. Chen Gu, should we continue to challenge the hell level? Pang Fei glanced at the sea of corpses on the street and asked. He was uncertain about whether they could challenge a higher difficulty, but as long as Lu Feng wanted to go, and Lu Feng was confident, he would definitely accompany him to the end. Of course, we'll continue the challenge. Lu Feng shrugged. Just right, let's experience what true hell is like. Alright. Pang Fei clenched his fist. As long as you're confident. What about you guys? Us? We finally equipped golden level weapons and armor, and we haven't even fought any monsters yet. Of course we're going. Wang Tian agreed without a second thought. With the great Chen here, Zhao Hua, fear nothing. I'm going too. Once everyone expressed their intentions, not a single person dropped out midway. Lu Feng felt very pleased and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Let's go. Hell, here we come. As Lu Feng clicked the confirm button, everyone shouted in unison and entered the hell level dungeon. In the Hall of the Valley of the Dead, a shocking piece of news was displayed on the big screen. Congratulations, the team created in the mortal realm 5 people has cleared the old city alley warrior level and successfully unlocked a new difficulty for the dungeon hell level. As soon as this news broke, everyone in the canyon was stunned. Wah! Warrior level, someone cleared the warrior level, is that for real? Wasn't the highest historical record only 50% completion? How could someone clear it directly? Yeah, look at the team name, it's the big shot from the mortal realm, the one who set 3 dungeon difficulty records just the day before, and now he has even refreshed the warrior level record. Not just refreshed, but cleared the warrior level. That's the key point, facepalm. Unfortunately, I lack education, so all I can say is big shot, you're amazing, voice cracking. Look, there's a new icon for the old city alley, although it's gray, it definitely exists. Currently, only the team from the mortal realm has the qualification to challenge the hell level. Other teams can't even pass 60% completion of the warrior level. Helpless. Setting records for 4 consecutive dungeons and unlocking the hell level difficulty. This is definitely someone who will be remembered in the canyon. From now on, the 3 words mortal realm will be synonymous with the god of the canyon. The information notification in the canyon not only announced on the silver screen but also popped up in the private mailboxes of every summoner in the canyon. Therefore, there was no chance for anyone in the hall to miss this news. Even though it was already early morning, everyone was wide awake, their blood boiling with excitement. How? Chang stared blankly at the announcement on the screen. Oh my god, Lord Lu was really incredible. He had been in the professional community for so many years, what kind of people hadn't he encountered? But he had truly never seen someone as impressive as Lu Feng. He had a strong premonition, a strong feeling that the best choice he had made in his life might just be to cling to Lu Feng's thigh. Seizing the moment when the emotions of the professionals in the hall were high, Hao Chang moved a stool and climbed onto the highest stone pedestal in the canyon, stacking the stool on top, then standing on it, raising his arms and shouting, "Hey everyone, look over here, this is the carry team from the mortal realm. Yes, don't doubt your ears. You heard it right, the mortal realm I'm talking about is the big shot who just refreshed the warrior level dungeon. He is the honorary captain of our carry team. His strength is evident to all, so hurry up and come sign up with me, whether you want to be a damage dealer or hire us for leveling, it's all good." Hao Chang's voice was hoarse from shouting, one hand holding a sign, the other holding a loudspeaker, continuing to shout. Even if you don't want to sign up for the team, it's fine. If you want the big shot's autograph, you can come and make an appointment in advance, limited spots, first come first served. As they unlocked the hell level dungeon, the location they were transported to was the rooftop where they had defended against the zombie horde at the warrior level. With the sound of the clock tower ringing, all the zombies that had been frozen in place resumed their movements. Lu Feng promptly summoned the pig army and Xiao Mo, setting up defenses according to the previous formation. These zombies are different from the ones before. What's different? Their attributes have increased. Pang Fei cast an insight spell and found that the health of these zombies generally exceeded 20,000, with significant increases in attack, defense, and agility attributes. Lin Li tried an arrow and only dealt 38 points of damage. She agreed, indeed, they are stronger than the zombies at the warrior level. Can we hold off an attack from a zombie horde of this strength? Wang Tianyi couldn't help but ask. Everyone turned their gaze to Lu Feng, who shrugged and replied, I don't know either. We'll find out by trying to hold them off, right? But the battle formation needs to be rearranged. You and Shuai take all the archers and half of the other troops to guard the eastern staircase. Xiao Mo and I will take the remaining soldiers to guard the western staircase. The plan proposed by Lu Feng is very reasonable. Xiao Mo's ranged damage can match the total of 16 archers combined. This distribution allows for an even allocation of ranged combat power, enabling us to inflict as much damage as possible before the zombies get too close. But somehow, this sounds a bit strange. You and Xiao Mo? Lord Chen, you can just let it go. Having Xiao Mo is enough. They acknowledge that Lu Feng is strong, but his strength comes from his summoned beasts, which has nothing to do with the summoner himself. In their impression, without the summoned beasts, Lu Feng's personal strength is not much different from that of an ordinary person. That's right, your safety is the top priority. If anything happens to you without the summoned beasts, we wouldn't stand a chance. The primary task of a summoner is to protect themselves, which is common knowledge. Lu Feng felt a bit helpless but didn't know how to refute this, so he could only smile and say, got it. Soon, the zombies began their attack, and both sides engaged in fierce combat. Xiao Mo set up elemental traps in the hallway on the lower floor, then returned to the rooftop to throw elemental poison darts at the zombies climbing up. 4187-4066-4046-4099 Xiao Mo twisted her body, able to throw out 2 poison darts per second, dealing over 16,500 damage to the zombies. She could take down a zombie in just 1.5 seconds. Given the current pace of the zombies climbing the stairs, Xiao Mo could definitely hold her ground. With nothing to do, Lu Feng opened the adventurer system page out of boredom and claimed the rewards for clearing and refreshing the warrior level dungeon. The golden level equipment from such dungeon rewards is not even worth a glance, so Lu Feng naturally chose gold directly, 30,000 plus. 30,000, a total of 60,000 gold coins, which made him very happy. He glanced at his savings and found that his balance had reached a terrifying 200,000 gold coins. Converted to the most basic currency, that's 20 million. Just a few days ago, this was something he wouldn't even dare to imagine, but now it was truly lying in his pocket. 20 million is enough for an ordinary person to live a carefree life. But for adventurers, 20 million is just the beginning of the expenses on their career path. The road ahead is still long. This amount of money is still too little. Xiao Mo and Shui Shui are currently both at the 5th tier overlord level. In the external market, summoned beasts of this tier start at a price of 100 billion, 10 billion gold coins. Forget about ordinary adventurers, even the richest person in Wind City would have to check if their wallet is thick enough before buying. As for the 6th tier, the prices are even more outrageous, and it's no longer just a matter of having money. Only truly powerful families are qualified to get involved. Even if Lu Feng doesn't need to consider these issues, with the help of the SSS level Heavenly Dao contract, it still costs a full 800,000 gold coins to upgrade a summoned beast from the 5th to the 6th tier, which is 40 times the cost of upgrading from the 4th to the 5th tier. The burden is heavy and the road is long. Lu Feng sighed lightly, not feeling too sentimental, and closed the balance display. He then turned his attention to the personal attribute panel's level attributes. LV8, 98.37% per 100%. Experience value is too long, replaced with percentage. He was about to level up. After leveling up, his intelligence would increase again, indirectly strengthening his summoned beasts. After processing the panel information, Lu Feng focused back on the dungeon. At this moment, the frequency of zombie attacks at the bottom of the building was increasing, and gradually, the hallway was filled with zombies rushing upwards. The elemental traps exploded, killing wave after wave, but the traps quickly ran out, and there were still an endless stream of zombies charging up. The number of zombies killed was gradually unable to keep up with the increasing number of zombies in the stairwell. Finally, a zombie rushed to the top of the stairs, baring its teeth and claws, roaring to tear everyone on the rooftop to shreds. Damn it, this zombie has bad breath. What the hell is that smell? Zhao Hua cursed, using his shield as a frying pan to smash the zombie's head with a loud bang. The gunshield soldiers had long been waiting, surrounding the stairway entrance in a circle, pushing the zombies down below the stairs. The archers fired in unison at close range, dealing nearly 10,000 damage in one round, and with the close combat stabs from the gunshield soldiers and infantry, a single zombie could be instantly hacked to death. Wang Tianyi was not idle either. Taking advantage of the chaos, he tested all his weapons. This stairway entrance on the rooftop is our last line of defense, and also our strongest line of defense. Including close combat, it can increase damage by about 3 times. Moreover, we have 2 vanguards and the Grand Marshal behind us. Dealing with these small fry is more than enough for us. Everyone, keep it up, cooperate well, and don't give these zombies any chance to exploit a gap. Although, in terms of overall damage, almost 99% was dealt by the human pig soldiers, this did not dampen the high spirits of the few. It felt as if these soldiers were different individuals, but upon closer thought, weren't they just summons of a main body? Treat them as a whole, as if they were all Lu Feng. Imagine, these soldiers are not soldiers at all. There is only one Lu Feng fighting alongside them, and they are a combat team of 5. Thinking this way, does it still feel awkward? One must learn to be adaptable. Find your own joy in battle. The self-cultivation of soy sauce. Pang Fei, kill wedding dress zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 1800, kill Grim Reaper zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 1900, kill Dunk zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 1900, kill Suspender zombie, gain magic energy crystal plus 2000. Congratulations, your level has increased. LV8 LV9, Lu Feng leveled up from level 8 to level 9. A halo rose from beneath his feet, wrapping him in warm energy. His attributes were enhanced. Name, Lu Feng. Title, non-profession. Summoner level, LV9, 0.1% per 100%. Health, 38005000. Equipment plus 800 is equal to 5800. Strength, 4555. Constitution, 5062. Intelligence, 95120. Agility, 5265. Magic power, 19203840. The level 9 stats, especially the magic power, made him feel a bit scared. It doubled again, adding nearly 2000 magic power at once. If this gets out, it would surely frighten a grand mage. Previously, because the base values were relatively low, doubling didn't seem outrageous, but once this value grew larger, doubling, that number became a bit terrifying. If the next level also doubles, it could add 4000 magic power at once, and if it doubles again, it would add 8000 magic power. Just thinking about it made his mouth dry. It was said that in the mage guild of a prefecture-level city, the strongest mage's magic power hadn't even broken 10,000, and if Lu Feng leveled up 2 more times, his magic power would surpass that of the strongest mage in the guild. Returning to the attributes of the summoner profession, Lu Feng's intelligence increase this time was also significant, adding 25 points of intelligence at once. This meant that all his contracted creatures would experience a significant boost in strength. Xiao Mo's attack power increased from 2387 to 3012, and attack speed rose from 5.7 to 7.2. The damage of all intelligence-related active and passive skills also saw corresponding increases. Shui Shui was the same. Notably, as Shui Shui grew stronger, the attributes of the human pig legion also improved. The damage dealt to the enhanced zombies returned to over 600. Whoosh! After reaching level 9, Xiaomo's basic attack revealed a brand new damage value, 2899-2688-2678-2677. The passive and active damage of the poison dart exceeded 10,000, and it had returned to the rhythm of taking down a zombie with 2 normal attacks. The most crucial part was that its attack speed had increased, shortening the time needed to unleash 2 normal attacks. The horde of zombies that had almost reached the rooftop was completely cleared out. Roar! Before long, a new wave of zombies appeared. This time, many brand new varieties emerged among the zombies. Chainsaw zombie, who didn't rush upstairs but started cutting the pillars of the building below with a chainsaw. Spring zombie, bouncing on a spring, could jump quite high. Pole vaulting zombie, running with a long bamboo pole, ready to pole vault. Balloon zombie, floating in the air with a large balloon hanging from its back. Upon seeing these zombies, everyone was momentarily stunned. Can it be played like this? Pang Fei used his insight skill to check their attributes and found that they were all superior to ordinary zombies and possessed specialized skills. Oh my, are they planning a land and air assault? Wang Tian exclaimed. Linley looked anxious. The zombies below want to bring down this building. If it collapses, we're all done for. Archers, focus all attacks on the chainsaw zombie below. The zombies on the stairs can be dealt with at the rooftop stairway using melee. Linley, come here, I have an important task for you. Lu Feng coordinated the layout and already had a countermeasure in mind. Okay, do you see that balloon zombie floating over there? I see it. There aren't many of them, and they are still far away. Your task is to shoot them down before they reach above our small building. Linley was a bit worried, but my strength is too weak, I can't deal much damage to them. The zombies are relying on the balloons to float over. You don't need to shoot the zombies, just shoot the balloons. No matter how tough the zombies are, the balloons are soft and thin. Your arrows fly fast, they are perfect for popping balloons. Linley nodded firmly, took a deep breath, entered combat mode, drew her bow, aimed, and shot. Whoosh! The first shot missed, and she felt a bit nervous. For the second shot, she calmed her mind and shot again. Whoosh! Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a balloon exploding, the zombie fell from the sky and splattered into a mushy mess. I hit it! Linley cheered, feeling greatly encouraged. She could do it, which significantly boosted her confidence. Shui Shui, the pole vaulting zombies and spring zombies are up to you. Shui Shui and his 2 vanguard generals had been idle, making them perfect for dealing with these 2 types of zombies trying to jump up. Bounce! 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 A spring zombie bounced over, still about 10 meters away from the building where Lu Feng and the others were. The spring beneath its feet compressed violently, then launched. The zombie leaped high into the air, about to fall in a parabolic arc. Suddenly, a massive rake appeared in front of it, and with a thud, the spring zombie was sent flying like a baseball. Boom! With a charged strike, the power was immense. The spring zombie crashed to the ground, rolling and smashing through several floors before finally crashing into the building across the street. Nice shot! Lu Feng praised. The 2 vanguard generals also learned quickly, each taking down one as they jumped up. The zombies had no foothold in the air and couldn't evade. They had enough time to aim, charge, and deliver a fatal blow. One of the vanguard generals wielded a spinning knife, which not only knocked down the zombies but could also be thrown to sever the bamboo poles of the pole vaulting zombies. This caused the pole vaulting zombies to fall from the sky, crushing a bunch of their kind. Well done! Lu Feng took an orange from his storage space, eating it while encouraging them. Those who performed well would also be rewarded with a slice of orange thrown their way. This greatly boosted morale, and the soldiers fought even harder for the chance to earn Lu Feng's rewards. The thoughts of summoned beasts were always so simple, centered entirely around their summoner. They felt proud to gain Lu Feng's recognition and were willing to pay the price of their lives. However, this scene appeared completely different in the eyes of the other 4. Damn, Lord Chen is eating an orange. And even feeding the summoned beasts. I want to eat too, I'm so hungry. The warrior level dungeon took 6 hours to clear, and after finishing, they directly challenged the hell level. Now, it had been almost 3 hours since they started the hell level, and they were already starving. Guliolu. They had been so tense that they hadn't realized they were hungry. But now, seeing Lu Feng comfortably feeding oranges, everyone swallowed hard, feeling the 4 pairs of burning eyes on him. Lu Feng calmly popped a slice of orange into his mouth and raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me like that? Under the night sky, on the rooftop, Lu Feng and Pang Fei sat together, enjoying hot pot. The pot was a military cooking pot, supported by a triangular stand from a cannon, and the fire was taken from the blue flames atop a handsome figure. In the center, there was a cutting board with various vegetables and meats laid out. Surrounding it were several scattered water bottles. Watching the bones and beef boiling in the pot, they showed expressions of happiness. Lord Chen, you brought so much stuff. Not only fruits, but also so many ingredients. It's so satisfying to have a delicious hot pot meal when you're hungry. This meat smells so good, it smells fresh. Slurp slurp. Xiaohua, you can talk, but don't drool. Sorry, I'm a bit too excited, haha. Facing their questions, Pang Fei chuckled, cleared his throat, and took on a been there, done that demeanor. Hey, you might not believe it, but these ingredients weren't specially bought, they were dropped in the old city alley dungeon. Ha! Upon hearing the source of the ingredients, the three who were already puzzled were even more confused. Pang Fei enjoyed their bewildered and eager expressions. Aren't there zombies in the old city alley dungeon? Did you steal them from the zombies? Or is there a shop or supermarket in the mat dungeon? Pang Fei smiled mysteriously and shook his head. What is it then? It's what drops after defeating monsters. You can get ingredients from defeating monsters? Yeah, it's no wonder you're so surprised. We were also very surprised when we first saw these ingredients drop. But if you think about the attributes of the abyss monsters in the dungeon, it doesn't seem so strange. Because the simple and normal levels of the old city alley dungeon mainly feature mutated poultry. Hearing Pang Fei recount their past dungeon experiences, Lin, Li and the others were very interested. And then, the drop rates for equipment in the simple and normal levels aren't as high as in the warrior and hell levels. Usually, what drops are either materials or the corresponding meats of the mutated poultry like chicken, duck, beef, lamb, and pork. Pang Fei recounted with enthusiasm, taking a big bite of steak as he spoke. Lu Feng leaned against the cannon support, feeling the gentle breeze and listening to their lively laughter. Feeling quite content. After eating and drinking their fill, they chatted happily, so comfortable. Soon, feeling tired from chatting, they lay down like Lu Feng, gazing at the sky and patting their bellies. I don't know why, but when I'm full, I feel sleepy and want to sleep. Me too. But thinking about it, I always feel guilty. Aren't we here to clear dungeons? Why do I feel like such a lazy fish? Clearly, we weren't like this when we first came in. What's going on? This damn sense of ease. Mainly, we were just soy sauce, whether we were here or not, it seemed about the same. On the other side, the battle between the summoned beasts and the zombie horde was becoming increasingly intense, yet just a few meters apart. The atmosphere was completely different. Watching the summoned beasts fight diligently, they felt a pang of guilt. They glanced at Lu Feng, who had already closed his eyes peacefully, and couldn't help but complain, why is he able to be more at ease than us? He's the one leading us through the dungeon, but why do I feel like Dust God is the one who's the most relaxed? I even have the urge to shout, Summon Beast God. That feeling of strength and grandeur, along with the impulse to worship a strong, seems to be brought to us by the summoned beasts. Lin Li blinked and said, but isn't this just the fighting style of the summoned beasts? Moreover, not everyone can make their summoned beasts this strong. Wang Tianyi smiled knowingly. That's right, the strength of the summoned beast is the strength of the summoner, that's undeniable. Before meeting Dust God, I had never encountered such a strong summoner. From now on, Dust God is the idol of our team, no objections, right? Zhao Hua and Lin Li shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. During the conversation, Pang Fei lay back with his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky, his brow slightly furrowed, with more and more wrinkles appearing. Look, what is that? Pang Fei's words caught their attention, and as they looked up, they couldn't help but frown. Above them, something seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Not good, get out of the way. A shadow fell above them, and then boom! The hot was struck by something, and the massive shockwave made it hard for them to stand. As the dust settled, a toad the size of a stone lion appeared in their view. It was entirely brown, short and wide, with thick, short limbs, large round eyes, and puffed cheeks, making a sound like a drum. The iron pot and stand beneath it had long been crushed to pieces, forming a large semicircular pit where it lay, its eyes darting around as if observing the enemy. Abyss creature, Toad Guardian, exquisite level. Level, LV9, health 40,000/40,000, attack 628, defense 734, speed 718. Hint, I was once its best companion. Skills, tongue whip, air cannon, extreme bounce, status, super mutated. Lu Feng was a bit annoyed just when he managed to take a short break. A new monster came to disturb him. And it was such an ugly toad. I was its best partner? I don't care whose partner you are. Shui, beat it. Seeing the information about the Toad Guardian, Lu Feng knew that the one who had previously ambushed them with the air cannon deep in the street was definitely this guy. Shui raised his rake and launched an attack. Swoosh! The toad's hind legs were muscular, and with a light leap, it dodged the attack sideways. Quickly changing direction, its cheeks rapidly inflated, forming a compressed air cannon. Pop! Shui had already been caught off guard by the air cannon once, so this time he was prepared. He swung the rake, grasping the middle of the handle and spinning. When facing the air cannon, he used the force to redirect it, gently pushing it to change the trajectory of the attack. Bang! The air cannon was redirected by Shui, crashing into the neighboring house and creating a circular black hole. Chaotic strike. Next, it was Shui's turn to attack. Without riding the mammoth war elephant, the release speed of the chaotic strike was even faster. He leaped high, quickly closing the distance to the Toad Guardian. Then, as the opponent's hamstring muscles tensed, preparing to find the right angle to jump and dodge, it landed and immediately unleashed the skill Whirlwind Slash, charging a blow that knocked it down. Following that, it swept the fallen leaves, lifted up, executed a 3-hit aerial combo, and dragged it along the ground with a fierce pull. -480048002100210021005000 round drag accumulated damage. The damage from the stylish Whirlwind Slash is 40 times the intelligence points. 2 Whirlwind Slashes. followed by a 1.5-second charge hit for 8,990 damage, and the 3-hit aerial combo dealt damage calculated as the base attack minus the opponent's defense multiplied by the defense coefficient. This entire combo, without further explanation, directly took away 30,000 health from the Toad Guard. In the brief moment after the combo, the Toad Guard seized the opportunity and shot out a long red tongue to hook around the waist of the stylish one. It yanked hard, trying to pull the stylish one over, but found it couldn't move. Thus, it decisively wrapped its tongue around and charged forward, while the stylish one defended with a rake. But at that moment, the Toad's long tongue suddenly loosened and hooked the rake instead, flinging it away. Then, 10 sharp claw strikes came in a cross pattern. Crack! It struck the stylish one's left shoulder. Minus 2,980 to 134 poison, minus 145 poison. On the back of the Toad Guard, a transparent outline gradually became clear, revealing a dark purple cat demon. Abyss creature, Shadow Cat Demon, exceptional, level, LV9 health, 25,000/25,000 attack power, 1,000 defense, 538 speed, 500 skills, stealth, assassinate status, normal. A cat demon? Lu Feng didn't expect to see a cat demon in a high difficulty dungeon dominated by zombies. Moreover, this cat demon's attributes were far stronger than those they encountered in the easy and normal levels. The Shadow Cat Demon was positioned as an assassin, capable of dealing extremely high damage under specific assassination skills. Even with strong defense like the stylish one, it lost 3,000 health from a single claw. It's important to note that the stylish one's physical defense points were 4,800, meaning it could take 2,980 damage. From an attack that should have been mitigated by 4,800 defense, the Shadow Cat Demon must have dealt damage at least 5 times its base attack power. Assassinate, stealth, these two skills are definitely exceptional. We can't let this guy enter stealth again and trigger the assassination skill. The critical damage from the assassination didn't hurt the stylish one much, as its health had already reached 240,000, but if that damage hit someone else, it would be a big deal. Lu Feng himself only had a little over 5,000 health. Therefore, the Shadow Cat Demon assassin had to die. Stylish one, do whatever it takes to kill the cat demon, Lu Feng commanded. The stylish one obeyed, discarding its weapon, and with its fan-like large hand, it grabbed the Shadow Cat Demon. The toad monster was attacking it, and the Shadow Cat Demon was clawing back. 138-219-233 The stylish one endured the damage and threw the cat demon to the ground. The rake was entangled by the toad's tongue, right? Then it would just use its fists. Bang! Bang bang bang! Fists larger than sandbags, as solid as rock, pounded down on the Shadow Cat Demon's head. With each punch, the cat demon's head sank into the concrete, producing a dull yet powerful sound, like a steamroller dropping an iron block. 3659-3799-4012-4219 Soon, the entire head of the Shadow Cat Demon was smashed in, turning into a bloody mess that transformed into a mass of magic energy crystal. Kill the Shadow Cat Demon. Gain magic energy crystal plus 4,800 dropped items. Cat Demon Bone Spike, Golden, Purple Orchid Leaf, main material for making transparent potions. The Toad Guard realized it couldn't stop the stylish one's attack, and the death of the Shadow Cat Demon was a foregone conclusion. Thus, cunningly, it changed its attack direction, locking its target onto Lu Feng. Dust God, be careful. After being locked on, in the next moment, Lu Feng's wind element gathered beneath his feet, while the fire element stirred restlessly, ready to converge at any moment. However, just as Lu Feng was about to step in personally, the perceptive Zhao Hua noticed the Toad Guard's intentions and took a step forward, raising his shield to block the Toad Guard's charge. Seeing the attack blocked, the Toad Guard became furious, extending its long tongue to lash out at Zhao Hua. Slap, slap, slap. The red long tongue was as damaging and agile as the vine whip of a Bulbasaur. 667-688-678-666 Under the rain of lashes, Zhao Hua struggled to defend himself. Fortunately, as a warrior, he had a thick health pool, and with the golden level sacred shield adding 120 defense points, he was still able to withstand the onslaught. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, interrupting the long tongue's attack. The moment the tongue was deflected, Wang Tianyi seized the opportunity. Fury, slash! A layer of light red energy enveloped a long sword in his hand, floating like a serrated sickle. Clang! The sword struck the Toad Guard's tongue, embedding deeply without severing it. The long tongue writhed, and Wang Tianyi found he couldn't pull his sword out. The Toad Guard's tongue flung both him and the sword into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li shot arrows, but it was futile. The toad used its tongue to wrap around him and then hurled him away with great force. Boss! Zhao Hua shouted anxiously. Wang Tianyi's flying body collided with Pang Fei, the tremendous momentum lifting both of them off the ground. After rolling several times on the rooftop, they flew off in two different directions. Pang Fei was closer to Shui Shui, who used a rake to catch him with the pronged end. But Wang Tianyi was indeed flying far away from the rooftop, and below him were all zombies. If he fell, he would undoubtedly die. However, nothing could stop his descent. Whoosh! After a brief moment of weightlessness, Wang Tianyi began to free fall. No! Lin Li was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. With his back to the ground, watching his comrades on the rooftop grow further away, Wang Tianyi sighed softly. I never expected that I, Wang Tianyi, would have to say goodbye to the world in this way. Zhao Hua, Lin Li, Brother Fei, Dust. God, I'll go ahead. If there's a chance in the next life, I'll definitely team up with you again. In this situation, there was no chance for rescue. In just a few seconds, he would be torn to pieces by the horde of zombies. He slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death. I hope it won't be too painful when I die, Wang Tianyi thought, but as he pondered, why haven't I hit the ground yet? He opened his eyes and was astonished to see that, at about 3 meters above the ground, his body was suspended in midair, held up by an invisible force preventing him from falling. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was a dense gust of wind lifting him. Wind element? Before he could comprehend it, the force of the wind gradually increased, slowly raising him until he was level with the rooftop. He was completely bewildered, and similarly, Lin Li and Zhao Hua, whose tears had yet to dry, were also frozen in place at the sight. Just as Wang Tianyi was about to say something, he felt a push from behind. He moved sideways, and when he reached the rooftop, all the force dissipated. Everyone was stunned. B-boss, how did you do that? Wang Tianyi looked at the palms of his hands, equally confused. I don't know either. Only Pang Fei, with clarity in his heart, glanced at Lu Feng and stepped forward to say, maybe it's that the heavens couldn't bear to let you die, saving your life. Or perhaps you triggered some kind of instance mechanism and you just happened to be saved. Wang Tianyi and the others were skeptical, but it seemed like that was the only explanation that made sense. Is that so? Well, as long as everything is fine. You guys have no idea, I was scared to death just now. In those few short seconds, I went through my entire first half of life. Lin Li said suspiciously, when you were falling just now, I think I heard you say something. Wang Tianyi, alert, immediately denied. Did I? No, absolutely not. You must have misheard. Damn. If they found out about such embarrassing words, he would never be able to hold his head up for the rest of his life. Wang Tianyi would never admit it. By the way, where's Lord Chen? Is he okay? Wang Tianyi asked with concern. Look, he's over. They're sorting through the equipment, Lin Li gestured. After Wang Tianyi was flung away, everyone's attention was focused on him, so they didn't see Lu Feng using wind elements to save Wang Tianyi and using blue spirit cold fire to take down the guard frog. When they turned back, all they saw was a charred frog still flickering with a bit of blue fire. Combined with the flames on Shuai Shuai's head, it was natural to think that Shuai Shuai had taken down the severely injured guard frog. I really didn't expect this frog to drop an air compression cannon, gold level. In this short time, Lu Feng had already cleaned up the battlefield, and when counting the spoils, he was immediately attracted by this piece of equipment. A rare level equipment for gunners drop from a frog. That's a bit outrageous to say the least. Cat Demon's Bone Spur, gold level, small in size, suitable for female assassins. All attributes, especially attack power, have already reached the peak of gold level. Selling for 50,000 gold coins should be no problem. And this purple orchid leaf, the main material for achieving invisibility, taking this directly to exchange for some invisibility potions offline should be no problem. Lu Feng clapped his hands and put these items away. This wave of loot was quite abundant. The Cat Demon's Bone Spur and air compression cannon were both specific profession equipment, so Lu Feng didn't ask Wang Tianyi and the others if they wanted them and directly put them up for sale at the Merchant Association. After glancing at the selling prices and auction prices of similar equipment from previous years, he found that, after deducting handling fees, it was still more cost-effective to sell directly at the Merchant Association. This is the so-called tragedy of having good equipment attributes but too few target audiences. Cat Demon's Bone Spur put it up for 60,000. This cannon equipment with similar attributes in previous years were listed for 30,000, so I'll list mine for 50,000. That shouldn't be excessive. After handling the equipment, Lu Feng called everyone together. He decided to educate them properly so that next time they encountered a monster attack, they wouldn't just rush in blindly. Although he knew their intentions were good, to protect themselves at all costs, in Lu Feng's eyes, this was all useless and a hindrance. I'll emphasize it again, what you need to do is protect yourselves, don't worry about anything else. But, Lin Li wanted to say something, but Lu Feng interrupted her directly. There's no but, this is the rule. Oh, got it. Pang Fei also chimed in at the right moment. Next time, don't be so impulsive. You all need to learn from me, stay calm, okay? Actually, Brother Chen is very strong, much stronger than you think. The others looked at the corpse of the blue fire toad guard on the ground and nodded. It seemed they had underestimated Lu Feng's summoned beast's strength. Crackle. While they were having a small meeting, suddenly, a harsh sound exploded in their ears, shocking their eardrums. ZZZZZ was the sound of electric current flowing. Looking outside, in the center of 4 horned zombies, a zombie dressed in a robe, with both hands raised to the sky, slowly rose from the ground, ascending into the air. Surrounding it were purple electric arcs, lightning wildly crackling in the air, occasionally striking the nearby buildings, leaving deep ravines on them. What is this again? That guy just flew up out of nowhere. Zhao Hua exclaimed. It was the wind that lifted it up, Wang Tianyi said solemnly. Could it be that the one who saved him earlier was this mage zombie? As the mage zombie ascended, the 4 horned zombies below were visibly shriveling up. In the end, only a skin and bones frame remained, along with the fallen horns. The moment the horns hit the ground, they turned into a pile of powder, and at the same time as the horn sound ceased, the number of zombies in the street stopped increasing. Damn, did you see those 4 horn zombies? Their flesh was instantly drained. It looked so creepy. What's going on? What happened? Is it a sacrifice by the horn? Zombies? They were somewhat confused by this strange sight. However, Pang Fei jokingly remarked, they've been blowing for so long, they must be tired of it. If the great mage zombie doesn't come out soon, their mouths will start smoking. For them, isn't this a kind of liberation? Born only to blow, and after blowing, they must also offer sacrifices. Those playing the Swana. And the offerings should give them a thumbs up. So professional, so dedicated. Lu Feng caught on to Pang Fei's mischievous tone and laughed. No matter how those horn zombies died, let's just say they blew themselves to death. It doesn't really concern us. To be able to summon so many zombies, their lives have already been glorious enough. Zhao Hua and Wang Tianyi understood their conversation and couldn't help but marvel at the profoundness of Chinese culture. But Lin Li was left in a fog. Although Lu Feng and Pang Fei's words seemed fine, there was an indescribable sense of something being off. Abyss monster. Great mage zombie. Mayor, commander level, LV9 health, 50,000/50,000 magic power, 1300 defense, 638 speed, 0 skills, summon, thunder strike status, super mutated description. The mayor was a powerful mage who once led the townspeople to hunt beasts in the mountains and discovered forbidden spells in a cave. In life, he established a series of laws in the town, one of which had far-reaching effects. Task: defeat the mayor and obtain the code issued by the mayor. This entrance method, though Loki was still a mini-boss, and sure enough, after seeing the Great Mage Zombie's attribute introduction, everyone understood. In life, this person was not only a mayor but also a formidable mage. In a super mutated state, his power has been enhanced. His health value is 50,000, which is the best proof. With a magic power of 1003, my god, this has already reached the level of a magic tutor. The base damage of his skills plus the magic power coefficient means his skill damage starts at least at 3000. Everyone be careful, don't get caught. They all nodded. But fortunately, his position is relatively far from us, and his attributes show his speed is 0, which means he cannot move. We can wait until we clear the zombies downstairs before concentrating our efforts to deal with him. They discussed that, at the current pace, without new zombie hordes joining, it would take about 5 hours to clear the zombies on the street. Yes, as long as we can hold the building, there won't be a problem. However, just as the words fell, 2 violent explosions sounded from the bottom of the building. Bang! Bang! They then realized that the last zombies summoned by the horn zombies were a type of suicide bomb zombie. Abyss monster, bomb zombie, elite level, LV9 health, 21,000/21,000 attack, 100 defense, 600 speed, 800 skill, self-destruct status mutated. That attributes of the bomb zombie are almost entirely focused on defense and speed. It ignores any damage and taunts, having only one goal, to charge into the house with a barrel of explosives and then detonate the bomb. After 2 violent explosions, the 2 walls downstairs collapsed and a gaping hole was blown. In the supporting beams, there's such a zombie? A self-destructing bomb maniac? It's really true that what you worry about comes to pass. Their speed is too fast, our ranged firepower can't take them down before they reach the house. And the damage they can inflict on the house is far greater than that of the previous chainsaw zombie, giving our ranged summoned beasts very little time to react. What should we do? Are we just going to watch them blow the house down? Lin Li and the others were anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Lu Feng's eyes were deep as he glanced at the Grand Mage showing off in the sky, then looked at the rapidly approaching bomb zombies below. It seemed that not taking action was not an option. I know you're all anxious, but don't rush. He stretched lazily and then quietly closed his eyes. He was in contemplation. A cold wind blew through, chilling to the bone. Suddenly, the temperature around dropped, and although there was no frost or snow, this space in the old city alley gave a feeling of howling cold winds and a frozen expanse. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so cold, shivering uncontrollably? Me too, it's like being in an ice cellar. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the color of his pupils was no longer the previous black, but a cold blue. As he opened his eyes, blue spirit cold fire surged up in the street. 1 cluster, 2 clusters, 3 clusters, like igniting the bonfire mechanism in a tune, swish, 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 all. The zombies were engulfed in blue flames. At first, the zombies felt nothing, but in the next moment, the blue flames that ignited on them quickly enveloped them, and then they burned violently. Whoosh, flames engulfed, firelight soared to the sky. From above, it looked like a mountain of corpses in a sea of fire, with the blue flames burning fiercely, the zombies groaning in pain. At this moment, they resembled the phantoms of ghostly fire spontaneously igniting. Lu Feng used a large-scale elemental manipulation, but the flames he controlled were not ordinary flames, but exotic fire. -389, -345, -399, -388, -378, -367, -335, -366, -378, -336, -367, -335, -366, -378, -336. The burning of the flames on them was continuous and causing over 300 points of continuous damage within such a large casting range was already quite remarkable. Fortunately, the blue spirit cold fire was powerful, otherwise if it were ordinary fire, the continuous damage wouldn't even reach 100. Xiaomo, it's your turn to clear the field. Lu Feng hadn't yet reached the point where he could release group flames and burn all the zombies to death. His flames disrupted the formation of the zombies, causing them to become chaotic, intending to create an opportunity for Xiaomo. Upon receiving Lu Feng's command, Xiaomo lightly leaped onto the sharp end of the handsome rake, then raised the Demon King's trident high. The surrounding air began to distort, and elemental energy rapidly gathered. Before long, a dark energy ball resembling a small star gathered above the Demon King's trident. This was Xiaomo's overlord level skill, the Call of the Demon King. The Call of the Demon King. The Demon King gathers elemental energy to form a massive dark energy ball for release, dealing area damage to the target. Intelligence 120 multiplied by coefficient 150 multiplied by range distance coefficient 1 to 10. Go. A massive elemental energy sphere shot through the air, and when it struck the ground, the zombies beneath it instantly vaporized, leaving not a trace behind. The floor shattered into countless pieces, rising upwards, and then turned to dust under the brilliance of the sun. Boom! After making contact with the ground, the energy sphere surged down the street, melting the zombies in its path, which transformed into piles of magical energy crystals under the unique purple-black glow of the dark elements. A Dominator-level skill truly was tyrannical. A single skill wiped out all the zombies at the center of the elemental energy sphere. Its damage was calculated as intelligence points multiplied by 150 multiplied by 1 to 10 coefficient, meaning that anyone touched by the elemental energy sphere would take damage. Ranging from 18,000 to 180,000, the coefficient depends on the distance from the center of the elemental energy sphere. The maximum damage could reach 180,000. What does that even mean? Even if one was merely grazed by the edge of the elemental energy sphere, they would still take 18,000 damage, while zombies at the very center would suffer over 100,000 damage. The average life of the zombies below was around 21,000, and with this large-scale elemental energy sphere from a distance, only a few severely wounded zombies were left struggling to survive. Kill Red Peach Zombie, gain Magical Energy Crystal plus 1800. Kill Bouncing Zombie, gain Magical Energy Crystal plus 1900. Kill Bullet Zombie, gain Magical Energy Crystal plus 1950. Kill Emo Brother Zombie, gain Magical Energy Crystal plus 2000. The kill notifications popped up like a typewriter, and Lu Feng's experience points jumped from 0.5% at level 9 to 97%. Witnessing this astonishing scene, Pang Fei, Wang Tianyi, Zhao Hua, and Lin Li gaped, collectively petrified. No, it can't be. A single skill cleared the map? And it's a hell-level dungeon? What am I seeing? Is that the arrival of the Dark Demon? It's too exaggerated. Are you kidding me? A skill with such a wide range and such high damage, what's the difference from a nuclear explosion? It's hard to imagine how much energy is contained within Demon King Xiaomo. I now deeply understand the essence of a phrase, never judge a book by its cover. This scene is too spectacular. For a moment, I don't even know what idiom to use to describe it. No wonder Lord Dust is so calm. He has absolute confidence. Pang Fei shook his head. They say shaking it can shake off worries, but he was trying to shake off the shock. Unlike Wang Tianyi and the others, Pang Fei had been with Lu Feng throughout the dungeon run. He had seen Xiaomo twisting her rabbit ears in the woods and had witnessed Shui Shui's clumsiness in a simple level dungeon. The skill seen and damage values they were witnessing were indeed shocking, but what shocked him even more was their growth rate. They were almost changing every day. The leap in strength was astonishing. As the saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. For Lu Feng, it had become 3 days east of the river, 3 days west of the river, right? 3 days ago, he was the repeating student that everyone looked down upon, and 3 days later, in a hell-level dungeon, he could wipe out maps with ease. The rise in life was too high. Who would believe this if told? It was just like a science fiction movie. Pang Fei turned to look at Lu Feng, his heart filled with mixed emotions, while Wang Tianyi and the others stared blankly at Shui Shui and Xiaomo, their faces full of admiration. The dashing blue flame lord combined with the petite and handsome Demon King Scout created quite the heroic scene. What? Is there something on my face? Noticing Pang Fei's gaze, Lu Feng stepped forward and asked with a smile. Pang Fei was stunned for a moment, scratching his head and saying, "It's nothing, just, I'm a bit unaccustomed all of a sudden. This feeling is like this." Originally, the two of them were both Black Iron level buddies, but after Lu Feng's rise through various performances, Pang Fei felt that Lu Feng's level was silver, gold, platinum, but now the strength displayed has directly surpassed the king level. He realized that even though he had been trying hard to see Lu Feng in a higher light, in the end, the other's strength was several levels above his expectations. It's like playing a game, always teaming up with someone who was worse than you, and one day you suddenly find out he's on TV playing professionally, not only defeating the big boss but also winning the championship. Who can understand this feeling? You still haven't adapted after all this time? Lu Feng teased. Pang Fei shook his head gently. It's just too shocking. Lu Feng lightly punched his chest. I still prefer to see you wild and unruly, wanting me to call you Godfather. Pang Fei laughed. If you want a call, I can take it. Go to hell. Lu Feng laughed heartily and Pang Fei followed suit. It was at this moment that Pang Fei realized that Lu Feng's strength might have increased, but he was still the same old him. So, he no longer struggled. Although it was shocking, he would adapt and get used to it. From today on, I want to set a small goal. What small goal? You eat meat, I drink soup. Being a super big shot's little follower might just be this. Pang Fei made a gesture with his pinky finger, but this has to be compared with someone. Among others, I must be this. Pang Fei proudly raised a thumb. That's the right way to think. Lu Feng patted his shoulder, appreciating his awareness. Having self-awareness is a good thing. What's scary is those who can't see their brothers doing well, trapped in inner turmoil and dissatisfaction. Of course, such people could never become Lu Feng's brothers. Alright, back to the point. Over there's still a big zombie to deal with. Lu Feng shifted his gaze to the large mage zombie in midair. The large mage zombie, due to being in the air, was only affected by the residual waves of elemental energy balls, so it didn't lose much health. Moreover, upon seeing his townsfolk slaughtered clean, an angry expression appeared on the usually calm face of the large mage zombie. Unbeknownst to Wen, a staff appeared in his right hand, and he began chanting a magic spell, the elemental fluctuations around him gradually becoming frantic. Crack! In an instant, a thick purple lightning bolt shot up from the staff, striking towards the rooftop where Lu Feng and the others were. Gun shield soldiers, form a shield. Lu Feng shouted urgently, and the gun shield soldiers immediately gathered in front of the incoming purple lightning, using their shields to construct a large shield. The purple lightning struck the shield, purple light flickering, arcs of electricity bursting forth. The large mage zombie, the town chief, had high magic power, but his magic penetration was not high. Most of the power of the purple lightning was absorbed by the shield, and the overflowing arcs of electricity did not cause any harm to the summoned beasts or the soldiers behind. His skills look magnificent, but the power seems just average. Is there a possibility that the shields held by these gun shield soldiers are special? I think I saw in history books that in ancient times, during the cold weapon era, ancient armies would use shield soldiers to form some kind of formation. What was it called? Fish scale formation. It can not only resist and absorb damage like fish scales but can also reflect and rebound some of the energy using the shield's reflection. The scholar Lin Li had a wide range of knowledge and analyzed it thoroughly. But in fact, even Lu Feng himself didn't know that the gun-shield combination of the human pig army had such a name and explanation. He only knew that the large mage had launched a group attack skill and at least something had to block it, right? Among the resources available on site, it seemed that there was nothing more suitable than the gun-shield's shield. Of course, if there was no shield, Lu Feng would not hesitate to let Shui Shui take the damage with his body. With a health pool of 240,000 and nearly 5,000 in dual defenses, did you think this was just for show? Great! With this shield, the spells of the great mage zombie are practically ineffective against us, Zhao Hua cheered. But here's the problem, he's floating in mid-air and it seems we have no means to attack him. Wang Tianyi raised the critical question. He looked at Lin Li, who awkwardly tucked his bow and arrow behind him. Don't look at me, my range isn't enough, and even if it were, with my damage, I wouldn't even be able to tickle him. They then turned their gaze to Pang Fei, who shook his head. My range is even shorter. He lamented helplessly, so, being too short means it can fail at such critical moments. Hearing Pang Fei's words, Lin Li frowned slightly. I find you, having been in society for so long, speak so slickly. Me? Yeah, who else could it be? Lin Li retorted, then muttered under his breath, don't think I don't understand anything. Pang Fei truly hadn't expected that she hadn't understood him before. But now she understood when he mentioned range. It is said that a shooter's Achilles heel is attack speed and range, and it seems that saying is true. Are we just going to be stuck like this? Xiao Mo's range was even shorter than Lin Li's, and after releasing the Demon King energy ball, his mana was already depleted. Shui Shui was a melee tank, so it was even less likely for him to reach the great mage zombie floating in the air. Lord Dust, does General Shui and the Demon King have any hidden skills that can attack him? Lu Feng shook his head. No. Hearing Lu Feng's answer, Lin Li sighed. Oh, what do we do? We can't just wait like this. Who said we can't kill him just because we can't attack him? A smile curved at the corners of Lu Feng's mouth, his face adorned with a gentle and confident smile. Ha! Everyone was puzzled, and before they could react, Lu Feng gently exhaled, sensing the presence of the wind element. His eyes locked on. Suddenly, the zombie great mage in midair looked as if it had been electrocuted, a look of astonishment in its eyes. It felt an invisible force stripping away its control over the wind element. And this force was incredibly strong. It waved its staff, trying to compete with the opponent, but in the blink of an eye, it was defeated, just like a gentle stream meeting a flood head-on, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In terms of elemental affinity and control, even the world's #1 mage would have to kneel before Lu Feng. Not to mention these ants. Whoosh! The wind column supporting the great mage zombie floating in midair suddenly collapsed. The great mage zombie fell from the sky. Thud! 35,900. It crashed to the ground, blood and flesh mangled, a massive damage value floating above its head. Shui Shui, go, take him down. Upon receiving the order, Shui Shui whistled, and a charging war elephant came galloping down the street. Shui Shui leaped down, landing perfectly on the back of the mammoth. War elephant. He rode the mammoth towards the zombie great mage. Along the way, he encountered the remaining zombies, swinging his nine-toothed rake, turning them into magic energy crystals. Charge! The zombie great mage's speed was 0, unable to move, making it a live target for Shui Shui. Shui Shui urged the mammoth war elephant to leap high, its four hooves coming down. The zombie great mage conjured a lightning shield in front of it, crackling, but it was of no use as the four hooves bore down hard against the lightning. Boom! A massive cloud of dust rose on the street. Crackle crackle. Amidst the dust there was residual electricity, and when the dust settled, all that remained was the great mage zombie, whose eyes had popped out, turned into a meat pie. The mayor. Kill the archmage zombie. Mayor. Gain magic energy crystal plus 18,000 dropped items. Heirloom staff, platinum level. Codex of the old city alley, with a photo inside. A tattered rag doll. The archmage zombie. Mayor is the highest ranked zombie encountered so far, classified as a commander level. After killing him, a total of 18,000 magic energy crystals were obtained. Additionally, a platinum level equipment dropped. Platinum gear dropped. And it's a mage's staff. Lin Li's eyes were the sharpest, cheering excitedly. Pang Fei and Zhao Hua also showed expressions of excitement, while only Wang Tianyi was deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand. Strange, how did the archmage fall? It seemed like something interfered with his casting of wind elements just now. And this feeling is so familiar. He glanced at Lu Feng behind him. What was the dust god doing before the archmage fell? He exhaled, concentrating his mental energy. Could it be? Wang Tianyi had a guess, but as soon as the thought formed, he immediately dismissed it. Impossible, the dust god is a summoner. How could he control elemental energy? Even if he really awakened dual professions, an elemental mage needs to chant spells to control elements. It can't just be a casual breath and a glare. It can't be said to be done with mere thought, right? Absurd, too absurd. He found the idea ridiculous himself. Maybe I'm just too sensitive. Perhaps the original setting of this archmage is that he can only float for a while and can't stay suspended for long. Wang Tianyi murmured. The monsters downstairs were all cleared out, and they went down to clean the battlefield. Lu Feng looked at the various materials and equipment that had appeared in his inventory. His eyes dazzled. To manage this, he specifically set up a one-click classification, placing equipment of the same rank together, arranged from high rank to low rank, while all other materials were stored in a separate space layer. This pile of zombies on the street dropped over 100 pieces of equipment, including 17 gold level items, 130 silver level items, and 3 bronze level items. Seeing so much equipment, Lu Feng felt a surge of generosity. Gold level equipment, all priced at 10,000 each. You can limit your purchase to 1. For anything below gold level, feel free to pick one if you see something suitable. Yay, Dust God, you're the best. Love you. I love you too. As expected of my idol. Love it. Guys, get lost. Girls are barely acceptable. Lu Feng joked. Hurry up and choose before I change my mind. I might regret it later. No, we'll be quiet, choosing right away. He. Wagaga. The four of them each picked a silver-level piece of equipment. Wang Tianyi chose a leather armor, Lin Li picked a pair of gauntlets, Zhao Hua selected a locking ring knife, and Pang Fei chose a wrench to help improve his turret repair skills. After the selections were made, Lu Feng quickly listed all the equipment on the trading platform. Once the equipment issue was settled, he finally had time to deal with the items left behind by the mayor. Platinum-level equipment is already considered very rare in this small place of Wind City. Over the years, only a few pieces have ever been listed. Heirloom staff, platinum level. Wearing conditions, level must reach LV8. Equipable professions, mage, formation master, magic tank, healer. Magic power plus 150, casting time -0.2, health plus 2000. Equipment effect has one opportunity to gather magic. During gathering, affinity for lightning attribute elements increases by 5%. The attributes and effects of the equipment are top-notch, with a magic power increase of 150 and a health increase of 2000 points. Just these two attributes are enough to drive the corresponding professionals in Wind City crazy. Moreover, this staff can also shorten the time for casting spells. 0.2 seconds is crucial for both mages and formation masters. Often, it is this 0.2 seconds that determines the outcome of a battle. I can wear this equipment too, but overall, it doesn't significantly impact my strength. The chanting time and the equipment's effects are of no use to me. What a waste of this platinum level staff. Lu Feng pondered in his heart. It would be more practical to sell it for money. Referring to the previous platinum level equipment sold in Wind City, Lu Feng could only estimate the price. Forget it, let's auction it off. Whoever has the most money can bid for it. That's settled. Lu Feng was too lazy to think further and directly placed the equipment in the auction house for bidding. Based on its attributes, the auction house quickly gave it a full S-level equipment rating, with a starting price of 100,000 gold coins and a bidding time of 24 hours. Such good equipment required a longer bidding time to maximize the price. Of course, the cost would be a higher percentage deducted as commission, roughly around 20%. The wicked middleman never does a losing business. After putting the equipment up for auction, Lu Feng just waited to see the final transaction price after the 24-hour countdown ended. Closing the guild page, his gaze returned to the item bar. Besides the staff, the mayor's dropped items included a tome and a small teddy bear. This tome was a prompt item that appeared when the Great Mage Zombie Mayor showed up, containing a crucial modification rule. Lu Feng opened the tome and flipped through the pages, finding a photo tucked inside. He unfolded the tome and took out the photo. The photo was stained with mottled blood, depicting a girl holding a teddy bear playing with a tabby cat. The tabby cat looked quite delicate, with a yellow and white color, and a small bell hung around its neck. A cat? A girl and a cat? In the Old Town Alley dungeon, Lu Feng was very sensitive to cats, as he personally felt that the way the Old Town Alley had turned out was closely related to cats. From the simple level cat demon, the ordinary level frost cat demon, to the shadow cat demon he encountered now, they all represented the power holders of their respective levels. Moreover, all creatures in the village had undergone a mutation due to the curse, yet the status of the cat demon showed as normal. All this information pointed to the fact that everything happening here was related to cats. However, one conflicting point was that every zombie had bite marks on their necks, which were not caused by felines but seemed to be inflicted by bat-like creatures. This was perplexing, and the logic could not be unraveled. Shengu, there are words on the back of this photo. Pang Fei reminded him. Lu Feng flipped the photo over, and on the back, 3 uneven lines of small characters were written in ink. This is my decision. If you want revenge, come at me. Don't harm my daughter. All the mistakes are mine. Spare my daughter. We used to be, should be, considered a family, right? These 3 lines of text were very pointed. The curse of the Old Town Alley was related to the cat in the photo. Shengu, the page holding the photo, seems to have written about the modification of the decree from back then. The modified regulations were about how pets were treated in the village, with a focus on cats. Pang Fei found the key information again. Again, it was about cats. What does it say? Lu Feng asked. Pang Fei quickly skimmed through the text above and summarized in his own words. This decree seems to relax some policies regarding pet cats in the villages and towns. Previously, it was strictly forbidden to abuse small animals, especially cats and dogs, which are closest to humans, but after this amendment, the new regulations state that residents in the villages and towns have the right to deal with their cats, including deciding their life and death. When Pang Fei reached the last part, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. I feel a bit creeped out listening to this. What does it mean to decide life and death? Could there really be people who would kill cats or even eat them? Wait, did you just say eat cats? Upon hearing Zhao Hua's remark, Lu Feng seemed to recall something and took out a letter left behind by the Smoke Saint Zombie from his inventory. The Smoke Saint Zombie was a cleric in life, and he opened a tobacco shop in Old City Alley, but the letter contains a line that says, though its meat is quite sour, I still can't help but want to eat it. Sour meat, could it possibly be cat meat? Lu Feng's words turned everyone's faces pale. Some felt disgusted, while others felt scared. No, it can't be. Who would be so twisted as to eat cat meat? Lin Li's lips turned white. For someone who loved cute little animals, she couldn't accept it psychologically or physiologically. At that time, I was still wondering why there was a red plum blossom seal on the letter, but now it seems that it was actually a cat's paw print. As the previous clues were pieced together, the conversation became increasingly chilling. Imagine if the changes in Old City Alley were truly because of a cat. The people of this city must have done something deeply hurtful to it, causing it to take revenge on everyone. If I were it, I would repay the pain I suffered 1,000-fold. This is the simplest and most straightforward logic. Thus, everyone in Old City Alley has been cursed, transformed into zombies of various shapes and forms. The previous cage zombies, limping zombies, wing-broken zombies, and the zombie with a chain around its neck. Pang Fei, don't you think that if we switch their identities to cats, it doesn't seem so out of place? Cats sold in cages, cats with broken legs, cats whose front paws were bent backward, cats ultimately strangled by ropes. And that executioner, butcher zombie, the weapon in its hand, don't you think that claw looks just like a cat trap used for caging cats? All the logic connected. The mayor's amendment to the decree allowed residents in the village to cruelly abuse and kill cats, and then Old City Alley faced the cat's revenge. This cat must have unexpectedly gained some power, turning the entire Old City Alley into a hell. If I'm not mistaken, the cat that gained power is the one in the photo, the tabby cat. Lu Feng's gaze was fixed on the little cat in the photo, which was playing happily with a little girl, its collar gingling. But just then, the cat in the photo suddenly moved. Its face twisted into a grimace, its form shifting, turning completely black, slowly turning its head to look at them outside the photo, with eyes flashing with malice and hatred. In the Valley of the Dead, a long line formed in front of the powerful Carry team, all drawn by the fame of joining the group. He was busy enjoying himself, taking a break to boil a bucket of instant noodles, adding a sausage and a tea egg. Everyone, I'm sorry, I'm just too hungry. Let me eat something, and then we'll continue. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The powerful man slurped the noodles, devouring them in a hurry, finishing a bowl in an instant. Burp after a satisfying burp, he looked up at the large screen directly in front of him. Among the many queue lists, he found the queue number for Lu Feng and the others. It showed that the progress for clearing the hell level difficulty had already reached 80%. Master Lu, you're really impressive. The powerful man took a sip and finished the soup, smacked his lips twice, wiped the soup stains from his beard with his hand, and continued to entertain his guests. Master Lu was fighting in the canyon, bringing such a big reputation in traffic, he could not let Master Lu down. Ever since Lu Feng announced the warrior-level news in the canyon, the professional forum had exploded, and the news quickly spread, making it known to all the professionals in Wind City. Many even specifically came to the canyon to watch and witness the miracle happening. Warrior level, they had cleared it. This was something that past professionals wouldn't even dare boast about while drinking, yet someone had actually done it, and the opponent had directly opened the hell level difficulty. How could that not be shocking? Moreover, the two prodigies from Dongjiang University had failed to clear Fenghui City, achieving only 70% completion, which disappointed many. In comparison, one side had completed 70% of the warrior level, barely unlocking the hell level difficulty of Fenghui City, while the other had directly accessed the warrior level of Old City Alley and opened the hell level dungeon. How could the onlookers choose? People naturally idolize the strong. Indeed, those two prodigies from Dongjiang University were strong, far beyond their understanding. But when an even stronger figure appeared, they became overshadowed. Their limit was 70% at the warrior level, but no one knew where Lu Feng's limit lay. He had cleared the warrior level and was challenging the hell level with an 80% completion rate already. How terrifying. This drove all the professionals in Wind City crazy. They wanted to see the miracle happen, to witness a historic moment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, no one wanted to miss any information regarding the Dust World team's progress. Some stood for a whole day, without closing their eyes, just waiting for the final result. They wanted to see how far the team created by Dust World could go. Others brought professional live streaming equipment to wait on site with their family. Dust World, the undisputed god of the canyon. Like a fallen saint, he must be a world-shattering king. Forgive me for my lack of insight. I always thought the difficulty level would be his endpoint. Who would have thought he would break through the warrior level in one go? And now the completion rate for the hell level has reached 80%. I think the probability of clearing it is very high. Clearing the warrior level was already explosive. Once the hell level opened, it had to be cleared. For a moment, I was speechless. Although I haven't experienced the difficulties of the warrior and hell levels, I have played the hard level dungeon, and honestly, I was beaten to a pulp by the zombies inside our state while playing dungeons. Please, wild monsters, go easy on us. Dust World's team just push through, save time. So looking forward to it. What do you think? Who is this incredible big shot? I really want to meet him in person. Haven't you seen the analysis and comments online? Currently, there are two most plausible guesses. One is that this Dust World big shot should be a prodigy from another region, and the second is that he is a key seed cultivated by a certain family for many years, and the summoned beast relying on combat power was obtained at a considerable cost. So that's how it is. Then the other professionals in his team must be very strong too, right? Of course. The team created by Dust World has even developed a summoning plus turret strategy that others don't know about. Although no one has successfully experimented with this strategy yet, it only shows that they haven't grasped its essence. In Wind City, the professionals' eyes were focused on the Canyon of the Dead, and outside, there were discussions about Dust World clearing the warrior level of Old City Alley, and whether they could clear the hell level dungeon. On the other side, in the mayor's office, the wall displayed a live feed from the Valley of the Dead. Chen Jiawei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a heavy sigh. Lu Feng had cleared the warrior level and even unlocked the hell level in the Old City Alley, a result he never expected. He had always thought that with the resources provided by the Bai family, the highest Lu Feng could achieve would be breaking the warrior level record, but never clearing it. Yet, not only had he cleared it, but he had also reached an 80% completion rate in the hell level. Hell level, Chen Jiawei knew well the difficulty of this dungeon. It truly replicated the scenario, with no suppression on the power of the monsters, and the challenge level reached SS grade. Few teams across the country could achieve an 80% completion rate in the hell level dungeon. Moreover, what others didn't know, he was fully aware that Lu Feng had brought 4 bystanders into the dungeon. This meant that such a brilliant achievement was solely due to Lu Feng. This, even Bai Chuxue could never accomplish. Mayor, what level of summoned beast did the Bai family give Lu Feng? With a smooth journey to 80% completion in the hell level, at this rate, he might even clear the hell level. Such a result is unbelievable. The secretary was completely bewildered. According to their earlier speculations, the Bai family might have provided Lu Feng with a commander-level summoned beast, which would give him a chance to clear the difficult level. And Lu Feng had indeed lived up to expectations. But facing the warrior level, that level of strength was insufficient. Achieving a 65% completion rate was already their highest expectation for Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng had slapped him in the face, clearing it effortlessly. Instead, the two prodigies they thought had a chance to clear the warrior level in Fenghui City stopped at a 70% completion rate. An 80% completion rate in the hell level is far more difficult than clearing the warrior level. To reach such a height, Lu Feng's summoned beast must at least be at the Lord level. Staring at the screen ahead, Chen Jiawei's expression remained unchanged, but his tone had taken on a more serious note. Lord level, such a grade of summoned beast is worth 7 figures in gold on the market. Even if the Bai family is wealthy, they couldn't possibly give a B-grade summoner such a level of summoned beast. Just to cover up Bai Chushue's existence, the secretary asked in surprise. It seems we haven't fully understood this matter. There must be some significant, hidden truth behind it. Initially, Chen Jiawei was very confident in his reasoning, but given the current situation, some aspects were beginning to falter. A Lord-level summoned beast for a newly graduated B-grade summoner, the cost is simply too high. Even if Lu Feng has great combat potential, he is ultimately just a B-grade talent summoner. Could it be his talent level was misjudged? Or is it possible he is a dual-class awakener? His potential is far greater than expected? Chen Jiawei murmured in speculation, but speculation could only remain speculation. To know the answer, they would have to wait for Lu Feng to emerge from the hell-level dungeon. But regardless, it was already certain that Lu Feng was a rare talent for their Feng City. Inform the Abyss Management Bureau. If necessary, we can intervene forcefully, even if it means paralyzing the dungeon's operation. We must ensure Lu Feng's safety. Yes. In the heart of the lush forest stood a magnificent snow tower, imposing and grand. Outside the snow tower, a unicorn carriage was parked at the station, where a middle-aged man with graying temples sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Report. Something was wriggling beneath the ground, quickly approaching, and when it reached the old man, it stopped and poked out a small head with 2 tufts of whiskers. A bang. He seemed a bit flustered, having poked his head through for the first time, trying to jump up from underground only to bump into the wheel of a cart, resulting in a big bump on his head. Ouch! He grimaced in pain, covering his head and diving back down, emerging from a flat patch of earth. He was a man less than half a meter tall, with an Eastern appearance, resembling a combination of the Earthwalker from Journey to the West and the main character from The Bad People. Just as he was about to take a couple of steps forward to report the situation, he accidentally tripped over a stone and fell head over heels. Idiot! The old man squinted at the scene, his lips twitching as he muttered a curse under his breath. When he saw the little man getting up and walking over, he quickly closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, his face bearing an air of authority as he scrutinized. Rushing about like this, what kind of demeanor is that? The young lady is in seclusion, and I, along with Mangpa, am guarding the entrance. Mole, how many times have I told you, if it's not something urgent, don't disturb us. Facing the reprimand, the one called Mole lowered his head, scratching his hand and then his head. But you said before, to keep a close watch on that student named Lu Feng, and as soon as there's news, report to you immediately. Mole spoke haltingly. Bai Yunqing was well aware that his subordinate wasn't very bright, not very quick-witted, and his only advantage was his natural ability to burrow underground, making him the best choice for surveillance. If it weren't for that, he would have kicked him out long ago. He still remembered the last time this guy barged in to report that there were 3 more professionals or students in Lu Feng's team. What? He called that important news. It was perfectly normal for Lu Feng to need 5 teams to tackle a warrior-level dungeon. If he didn't find 3 more people, he wouldn't be able to enter the instance. And what if they were students? Lu Feng himself was a student. What was the problem with bringing classmates along to tackle a dungeon? Was this news really that important? So, Bai Yunqing was truly at a loss for words and helpless. If only this kid could be a bit smarter. This time, he had again barged in without a sound, and he didn't know what nonsense news he was bringing. Bai Yunqing scolded, that also depends on the situation. It's not important news. You specifically barged into the secret realm to disturb us. Is that appropriate? Mole scratched his head. But I don't know what news is important and what isn't. I felt this news had quite a big impact outside, so I thought I should come and report to you. Looking at the other's foolish expression, Bai Yunqing waved his hand, not wanting to waste any more words with him. All right, just say it. What's the news? Bai Yunqing's face was filled with impatience. Hurry up and say it, spit it out, and then get lost. It's that guy named Lu Feng. He cleared the warrior level. Mole spoke simply, still unclear in his speech, but this sentence struck Bai Yunqing like a bolt from the blue. What did you just say? Say it again. He hadn't misheard Mole, it was just that the news was too shocking for him to believe. Lu Feng's team cleared the warrior level, unlocking the hell level dungeon, and now the completion rate for the hell level has reached 80%. At this rate, they even have a chance to clear the hell level. Mole's eyes were vacant, reciting the words as if chanting a scripture. Upon hearing this news, Bai Yunqing's face instantly darkened. He shot a cold glare at Mole. Why aren't you stuttering now? I was on my way here. I kept reciting this piece of information so I could say it smoothly. Mole grinned foolishly, trying hard to please his superior. But unfortunately, he had brought back bad news, and delivering bad news so smoothly only made Bai Yunqing angrier. His face was dark and gloomy. With narrowed eyes he coldly said, this Lu Feng, a mere B-class, has actually come this far. Bai Yunqing was a staunch loyalist of the Bai family, and everything he cared about revolved around the Bai family. Now, the hope of the rise of the Bai family rested entirely on the shoulders of Miss Bai Chuxue. After lying low for so long, it was time for the young lady to shine, yet suddenly a Lu Feng appeared out of nowhere? He thought that having a genius emerge would be good. Not only could it inspire his own young lady to grow stronger, but it could also serve as a rare sharpening stone in the future. However, things were not developing as he had envisioned, because the genius and strength that Lu Feng displayed, the brilliance he radiated, was already too dazzling. Everyone in Feng City regarded Lu Feng is the #1 genius, the one who was widely acknowledged, but what about his young lady? With an 80% completion rate at hell level, Bai Yunqing, no matter how arrogant he was, understood what that meant. Even if he gathered 4 strong professionals along with Bai Chuxue, they could not achieve such results. A little bastard from a common family trying to cover up the glory of my Bai family with a broken lantern dreaming. Bai Yunqing, will never allow such a thing to happen. He glanced at the snow tower behind him, his eyes filled with determination that brooked no argument. Rest assured, Miss Yunqing will not allow any harm to come to you, nor will I permit any mistakes during your coming-of-age ceremony. Bai Yunqing stood up, and in the next moment he vanished from the carriage. The mole looked around but found no one, only hearing Bai Yunqing's voice from afar. You stay here to guard the young lady for me, I will go resolve the trouble outside. Mingqing Palace Garden, outside the Fengyue City dungeon, the long-haired Tao Tao poked at the light screen with her delicate fingers, her eyes filled with a smile. Beside her, the red-haired lowly Han Xianxue was angrily chewing gum. At this moment, the two had lost their initial vigor, their faces smeared with soot, and their clothes somewhat tattered. Clearly, they had just gone through a fierce battle. Damn it, I can't believe we couldn't take down that big-bottomed stinky woman. The warrior level completion rate is only 70%, I'm not satisfied. She opened the forum, and sure enough, a bunch of people were singing their failures, and then she saw that the realm of the dead had completed the warrior level, making her feel even worse. A proud child of Dongjian University and S-class hidden profession actually lost to an unknown nobody? She couldn't swallow this anger. Xianluo, calm down, the warrior level didn't clear, that's not your fault, blame those 3 teammates for being too useless, especially that male priest, a backline healer who was easily lured by a woman and ran straight to the Demon King, getting taken out in an instant. How are we supposed to play after that? Tao Tao typed while comforting. Horror. That's not an excuse. Han Shenluo retorted, they were mostly here to mess around, if our strength had been strong enough, we wouldn't have faced such a defeat. My damage is still too low. Tao Tao rolled her eyes, Shenluo, if your damage is considered low, then no one's damage can be called high. Our output this time was sufficient, we lost because our sustain wasn't enough, and the front line wasn't sturdy enough to protect you, causing your state to drop too much. After Tao said this, Han Shenluo's expression softened a little. She blew a big bubble, intentionally inflating it until it popped. Pop. Refreshing. Hearing the sound of the bubble bursting, her mood improved significantly. Skillfully using her tongue to retract the gum, she continued to chew vigorously. Han Shenluo frowned. Sister Tao, I noticed you've been typing on the light screen since we came out of the dungeon. Who are you chatting with? Tao Tao displayed the information on the light screen. A beautiful and interesting junior. Han Shenluo leaned closer, staring at the other person's avatar and ID. I think I have her as a friend too, she said seriously. Of course you do, she's your little fan, always been your supporter. She replies. To almost every one of your posts, including our recent defeat in the Fengyue City dungeon, she was the first to comment and comfort you. She's quite interesting and has a lot of cute emojis. You can tell she's a very well-behaved girl. Chatting with her is really enjoyable. It was clear that Tao Tao had a good impression of her. Han Shenluo lowered her head and opened her contacts, finding the person based on the avatar. Oh, so it's her. I remember now, she's the girl who brought us water during the last university arena competition, right? Yes, that's her. She's quite pretty, but a bit weak. I don't really remember weak people. Also, I remember when I added her before, she didn't seem to have this ID, right? Tao Tao replied, her red lips slightly parted. She likes to change her name. She's changed it so many times, from what I remember, there are quite a few, like it's Linghua, the daughter of the Lu family has just grown up, the strongest sister in the universe, and so on, a lot. But her earliest ID was Han Shenluo's #1 fan. At this, Han Shenluo's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, turning her face to the side. She had a poor memory and couldn't remember people. But with her name as the prefix and being the #1 fan, how could she not have an impression? The previous names were quite nice, but now changing it to the little brat of the Lu family, I just can't understand. Shenluo, are you complaining that she changed her name from #1 fan? Not at all. Han Shenluo's 2 thumbs lightly moved, having her little pride and little tsundere exposed, and it was directly said out loud. That annoying Tao Tao, did she not care about her self-esteem? Turning her head, she didn't dare to meet Tao Tao's gaze. Instead, she opened the trading guild page by herself. She planned to regroup and challenge the warrior level in Fengyue City again. My current equipment attributes don't have any special advantages in the Fengyue City dungeon. I need to find a piece of equipment with specific defensive capabilities. It's a pity that the quality of the equipment in the Feng City Professional Guild is too poor, and going to other places, professional shops, is too unprofitable. It's really frustrating. Before reaching level 10, professionals can only purchase items from the guild in their region. Once they reach level 10, guilds from all over the country will open up to them, allowing them to buy items from any guild. But the prerequisite is that they must be able to afford the transportation fee, shipping cost. Local transportation is free, but once it crosses cities or provinces, the transportation fee must be paid out of pocket. The cost of transportation is not a small amount. After all, this is transporting from one end of space to the other, which requires powerful formations and diligent time-space mages to serve you. Therefore, the vast majority of people would rather run to the local area to buy equipment than pay the high shipping fees. Now, Han Qianluo's problem was that she urgently needed suitable weapon equipment to improve her completion rate. There were good equipment in other places, but the shipping fees were too high, and she couldn't run over to sell. In Feng City, the local equipment quality was too poor, and the effects were not obvious. She kept refreshing the guild page to see if there were any suitable equipment updates for her, and she also searched based on the equipment attributes. For gunner types, is there really no good defensive equipment? As she searched, she found that this time the search box popped up with a page that was not empty. There was a piece of equipment that met her conditions. When she looked at the grade, it was actually golden level. Air compression cannon, gold level. Wearing conditions, level must reach LV8. Equipable classes, gunner classes attack power plus 20 defense power plus 70 health. Plus 1000 equipment effect. Aiming the gun for 2.5 seconds changes its form to that of an air cannon, compressing air to repel enemies. The equipment's level isn't high, but its effects surpass many higher level equipment from the Wind City Merchant Association. Moreover, this equipment focuses on defense. The attack power boost is minimal, but it increases defense and health. Coupled with the equipment effect that can repel enemies with an air cannon, this is simply fantastic for someone like Han Qianluo, who fears high damage from melee attacks in the backline. This significantly reduces her reliance on the front line, greatly expanding her operational space. 50,000? This price seems a bit steep. After confirming that this equipment suited her, Han Qianluo clicked into the shop page and focused on the price, noticing that the markup on this item seemed quite severe. She then glanced at other products in the shop and found that their prices were all higher than similar items on the market. So many rare items, this guy must be a specialized equipment seller. But to be fair, although the price is a bit high, the quality is indeed good. Scrolling to the top of the page, Han Qianluo glanced at the shop's name, which seemed familiar. World of Dust? Looking again at the timestamp for when the equipment was listed, she was startled, her pupils dilating. It's him, the one who broke the Old City Alley? In the Old City Alley dungeon, at the warrior level, Lu Feng, who had just listed the equipment, received a notification of a successful transaction. It's your Red Eye Lord purchased the gold level equipment air compression cannon, price 50,000 gold coins, after deducting a 10% commission, 45,000 gold coins will be credited. When Lu Feng received the notification, he was a bit surprised. He thought this gun equipment was niche and would be hard to sell, but unexpectedly, it was the first item to be sold. Thus, life is not always what you think it is always full of surprises and unexpected events. It's your Red Eye Lord, such a cringy name. Lu Feng chuckled as he commented, closed the notification, and turned his gaze to the deepest part of the Old City Alley, the clock tower standing in the center of the town. Only 20% progress left, let's clear it in one go. Okay. The battle enthusiasm of the team was ignited, and they stepped into the shadows of the street. At the end of the street, in front of the stone door of the clock tower, the shadow of a cat demon appeared on the two stone lions. Behind the stone lions, a pair of delicate little hands dangled, and then, with a swish, a figure emerged from behind, startling everyone. It was a headless girl. To be precise, her neck bent back at a strange angle, pressing her head against her back. From the front, her head was not visible until she turned around, her head hanging on her back facing them. First sound, this child, she, Lin Li, after all, was still a high school girl, and upon seeing this scene, she couldn't bear to look. She has been dead for many years. What stands before us now is just a cursed creature from the abyss. Do not feel any pity for her. The little girl was in tattered clothes, her eyes glowing with a crimson light. Abyss creature, zombie. Nan, commander level, LV9 health, 50,000/50,000 mental power, 1000 defense, 538 speed, 288 skills, mental / time-space swap status, super. Mutation description, the mayor's daughter, she is searching for her beloved teddy bear. The zombie Nanan's nose twitched slightly, it caught the scent of her teddy bear. It fixed its gaze on Lu Feng in the crowd, bared its fangs, and let out a low growl. Die. Its shrill roar echoed like the sound of water boiling in a pot. Waves of sound rippled out, cracking the ground beneath. Everyone covered their ears, feeling dizzy. When they finally reacted, they found that everyone's resistance had decreased. Its mental attack can lower attributes. Everyone be careful, Lu Feng reminded. He had deeply felt the discomfort of this thing in the bloodbath cave during the novice trial. Once hit, the pain was excruciating. Damn it, that bubble sound almost shattered my eardrum, Peng Fei said, digging at his ear with his pinky and cursing. Be careful, Lu Feng warned, urging everyone to stay close to their summoned beasts. Their formation had the summoned beasts at the front, with the 5 of them standing a distance away from the center of the summoned beasts. Normally, the summoned beasts would be the first to engage, but the zombie Nuan in front had space transfer skills, capable of moving the 2 cat demons from the stone lion to their rear. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the zombie Nuan opened a space portal in front of the 2 shadow cat demons, who then dove into the portal, which closed behind them. In the next moment, 2 portals appeared above their heads, and the 2 cat demons pounced on Lu Feng from different directions. Sensing Lu Feng was under attack, Xiao Mo and Shui Shui acted, each taking on one cat demon. Shui Shui swept with his rake, knocking one out of the air and dragging it along the ground, launching it up and starting a combo. Xiao Mo cast the skill Deadly Flute just as the claws of the other cat demon were about to strike Lu Feng. It was blinded at a critical moment, missing its attack. Miss. Minus 10,039. The poison arrow from Deadly Flute dealt 10,000 damage. At this moment, Xiaomo's mana blue bar was completely depleted, but fortunately he was a hybrid of physical and magical attacks, able to deal high damage with normal attacks as well. Whoosh! 2 poison darts flew out, stacking the main passive, each dealing over 10,000 damage, causing the Shadow Cat Demon to foam at the mouth and collapse, bursting into a pile of mana crystals. Ding! Killed Shadow Cat Demon, gained mana crystal plus 4,800. On the other side, Shui Shui was executing a combo on another Shadow Cat Demon, which had relatively low health and defense, and after a series of attacks, it met its end. Ding! Killed Shadow Cat Demon, gained mana crystal plus 4,800. After dealing with the 2 cat demons, Lu Feng turned his attention to the zombie Wan in front of the stone door. Fire! Lu Feng commanded the archers to shoot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, arrows shot through the air. Roar! The zombie Wan let out a loud roar, orange light erupting from its body, forming a flame shield around it. The arrow struck the flame shield, instantly melting the tips and reducing the damage by more than half. Minus 235, minus 256, minus 237, minus 242, minus 219. 16 arrows ultimately dealt just over 4,000 damage. This kit is strange. Not only can it perform space transfer and emit bubble sounds, mental attacks, but it also has a flame shield? These skills are quite advanced, Pang Fei remarked, a bit envious. After all, she was once the closest to the boss, so the power she gained should be the strongest. Lu Feng didn't hesitate. After dealing with the 2 potential threats, he could now fully engage the zombie Wan. Shui Shui, control it. Xiao Mo, deal damage. Shui Shui charged in, with Xiao Mo following closely. The zombie Wan used space slicing, 2 intersecting invisible blades cutting towards them from the front. Shui Shui couldn't dodge and didn't plan to. He braced himself. Minus 3,988. The space slicing left 2 deep gashes on Shui Shui's abdomen, blood gushing out, but as soon as the wound appeared, it began to heal. For Shui Shui, 4,000 health points were nothing. He braved the damage and approached the zombie girl. She still wanted to use a mental attack to interfere, but Shui Shui wouldn't give her that chance. The moment she opened her mouth, she was lifted into the air by a rake. Tossed into the air, floating, raked horizontally, stabbed, and then prodded. The zombie girl was sent flying. Xiao Mo shot elemental poison darts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even until she was killed, she was still in the air. A pile of items fell along with a magic energy crystal. Ding! Killed zombie girl, gained magic energy crystal. Plus 20,000. Dropped items, flame bear baby necklace, platinum level, a beautiful gift card, a cat bell. Congratulations, your level has increased. LV9 LV10, name, Lu Feng title, non-profession, summoner level, LV10, 0.02% per 100%, health 5006500, equipment plus 800 is equal to 7,300, strength 5570, constitution 6278, intelligence 120150, agility 6580, magic power 38407680, leveled up. Lu Feng looked at his magic power, lost in thought. It really doubled again. With 7680 magic power, this value could not be said to be absolutely the first among all practitioners in Wind City, but he could definitely rank in the top 3. To this, Lu Feng could only say, ridiculous, it's absurdly ridiculous. With the level up, Shui Shui and Xiao Mo became stronger again. The 30 points added to intelligence raised Xiao Mo's attack power to 3762, and her attack speed reached 9.0. Shui Shui's dual defenses saw physical defense soar to 6,000 points, with magic defense closely following at 5,700 points. Health had also increased significantly. The already dense health bar line was now indistinguishable to the naked eye. The health value has broken through the 300,000 mark. Lu Feng exclaimed sincerely. He then turned his gaze to the equipment dropped by the zombie girl. Another platinum level, hee. He rubbed his hands and opened the equipment attribute introduction. Flame Bear Baby Necklace, platinum level, wearing conditions, level must reach LV8, can be equipped by any profession. Magic power plus 100, physical defense plus 100, magic resistance plus 100, equipment effect, forms a flame defense circle, can resist 30% to 90% of normal damage. True damage and skill effects cannot be resisted, a platinum level necklace that can be worn by any profession and can form a shield to resist normal damage. This equipment could definitely sell for a high price. Lu Feng hesitated for a few seconds about whether to keep it for himself, but soon he skillfully placed the platinum necklace on the auction house, setting the bidding time for 24 hours. He held the cat bell and the beautiful card in his hands. The bell looked brand new, just like the one that had disappeared from the neck of the tabby cat in the photo. On the exquisite card, there were 2 lines written in colorful pens, the handwriting crooked but clearly written with care. Cat, happy birthday, I'm giving you my little bear. When I'm not home, let it keep you company every day. The background of the card was a painted image of a girl putting a bell on the tabby cat. What a warm scene. Why did it end up like this? The last secret of the old city alley should be unveiled. After placing the items in his inventory, Lu Feng looked at the stone door. In front of him and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Shui Shui slowly walked to the door and pushed it open. Creak. Shui Shui led the pig human army inside, with Lu Feng and the others following closely. Inside was a place resembling a church, with a solemn and sacred atmosphere. The light inside was soft and mysterious, almost ethereal, as if God was watching you through the dome. Directly ahead, there was a stone bed, surrounded by lit lamps. A flickering firelight cast shadows on the wall, twisting and turning, creating an eerie and sinister atmosphere. You guys look, it seems like there's someone on that stone bed. Linley, with sharp eyes, noticed something through the shadows. Lu Feng instructed Shui Shui to go check. And after confirming there was no problem, the group approached the stone bed. Indeed, there lay a person. To be precise, it should be a corpse that had not turned into a zombie. His mouth was wide open in a peculiar arc, his eyes bulging like purple copper bells, unblinking in death. No wonder he's an archer, his eyesight is impressive. After seeing that there was indeed someone on the stone bed, Pang Fei praised Lin Li's keen eyes. Oh, this person's death looks so tragic. He must have encountered something that terrified him before he died. His life was ended at the moment he experienced the greatest fear, frozen in that instant. But it seems there are no wounds on him, his exterior is clean, and there are no traces of blood. He couldn't have been scared to death, could he? Just as they were speaking, a gust of eerie wind blew by, and black and white images appeared on the brightly lit wall of the stone bed. Everyone was startled and immediately became alert, taking half a step back. Under their gaze, patterns began to emerge on the wall, playing out like a slideshow. The first image was of a little girl's delicate face, smiling at you with her hands raised, viewed from above. The next image showed a little girl in a red down jacket being carried into a house by a middle-aged man under a Christmas tree, holding a teddy bear in her hands. After entering the house, she placed the teddy bear under the Christmas tree and happily ran towards the perspective of the image. This is the zombie we encountered before, Nan Nan and the zombie mage, the mayor? The perspective of the image is from that tabby cat. A memory? They continued to look, and the following dozens of images were all very heartwarming scenes, until one day, the mayor rushed home from outside. He pulled Nan Nan, who was playing with the tabby cat, behind him and looked at it with a disgusted and fearful expression, telling it to get out of the house quickly. In the image, Nan Nan was crying, and the tabby cat was driven out of the house by a stick the mayor picked up. In winter, under the biting cold wind, its body was nearly frozen stiff, and it curled up next to a trash can in an alley, finally managing to fall asleep. A warm light shone on it, and when it opened its eyes and realized what was happening, an iron frame had already clamped around its neck, throwing it into a sealed iron cage. It struggled desperately, scratching at the cage with its claws, but to no avail. It was taken to a dirty and chaotic shed on the edge, filled with various cat cages, housing others like it. The ground was covered in cat fur and bloodstains, and in the corner, piles of entrails emitted a foul odor. A butcher, wearing rubber boots, long pants, an apron, and a bull, carried the cat cages to the slaughter area. These cats were captured by different means. Some had their legs caught in traps, some had their tails broken, and others had their forearms broken to be caught. Sent to the central area, boiling water was poured down. They could not escape in their cages, only able to run around in despair, their sharp, piercing cries echoing. Most cats would be scalded to death, then plucked and skinned for processing. Some that survived had their fur completely ruined. These cats, known for their tenacity, would be sent to the chopping board to be cut alive. The tabby cat in the image sensed danger. It was anxious and wanted to escape, but ultimately was sent to the slaughter area. When the scalding hot water poured down from above, it too let out a desperate howl. But it was unwilling to die like this, to become human food. Humans, weren't they supposed to be their best companions? It did not die from being scalded by boiling water. It stubbornly survived and, at the moment it was about to be fixed with iron shackles on the chopping block, found an opportunity to break free from the butcher's hands and fell to the ground. It ran out frantically. Behind it, a person with a flashlight chased after it, and in the end, it escaped into the sewer. In the days that followed, the tabby cat dared not go anywhere. When it was hungry, it searched for scraps of food in the sewer, and when it was thirsty, it drank the water from the ditches below. Every day, many people passed by on the surface, and it listened to their conversations. One day, a church worker sat above, discussing with a friend the recent amendments made by the mayor regarding the laws on domestic cats. It turned out that not long ago, the village had been attacked by strange beasts, leaving the people homeless and resulting in many deaths. The pastor of the church, for his own benefit, spread the word that cats were an evil creature that would bring disaster to the town. This news garnered support from many cat abusers, as the public was ignorant, and the recent invasion of strange beasts forced them to place their prayers and hopes in the church. Under pressure from the church and the public, the mayor amended the laws. Thus began the widespread hunting and abuse of cats in the town. After all, those who enjoyed eating cats were in the minority, compared to the cats that were tortured to death. Those that were skinned and eaten were considered more fortunate. How absurd. Cats are inherently vengeful. It hated humans and wanted revenge, but being severely injured and with unclean food and water sources, its body grew weaker and weaker. One day, it was so weak that it could not stand. It dragged its heavy body to the canal, looking at its ugly, monster-like reflection in the water, startled by its own appearance. Its once shiny fur had almost all fallen out, its skin was red in patches and blue. In others, half charred black and half covered in red bumps. Meowit quietly awaited death and fell asleep, not knowing how long it had been. It was awakened by the sound of water washing against something. Opening its bleary eyes, it saw a piece of a rodent's corpse blocked by a large stone just a few meters away in the canal. Seeing food, it used all its strength to crawl painfully to the corpse, weakly leaning against the stone to avoid being swept away by the current, and slowly began to eat. Miraculously, after consuming the flesh of the corpse, it gradually regained strength and its wounds began to heal. In the end, at the very center of the meat and bones, it discovered a glowing crystal core. Magic core? Lin Li exclaimed, in surprise upon seeing the crystal core. What is a magic core? Zhao Hua asked. It's something similar to the magic crystal energy and magic energy crystals we obtained after defeating dungeon monsters in our previous instances. It is the source of energy for magical beasts. The lowest level wild monsters can only form magic crystal energy the size of a light spot within them, while slightly stronger magical beasts can gather energy into chips to form magic energy crystals, size and strength vary, and only powerful high-level magical beasts can condense magic cores. Lu Feng was inspired. It is rumored that when the old city alley was invaded by strange beasts, a national-level general came to exterminate a group of strange beasts. This fragmented corpse is very likely a remnant from that battle. This strange beast was not killed on the spot but died while fleeing, so this magic core remained in its body. With the appearance of the magic core, everyone could guess the subsequent outcome. The tabby cat swallowed the magic core and inherited the appearance of the previous strange beast. In the scene, after devouring the magic core, its teeth became exceptionally sharp, transforming into a monster with a rat's head and a cat's body. Now I finally understand why all the zombies have sharp and narrow bite marks on their necks. It turns out it was like this. This guy mutated after swallowing the magic energy crystal core of the rodent-like strange beast. Pang Fei realized after the tabby cat gained power, it began its path of revenge, casting aside all past emotions, leaving only hatred. With its wicked, glowing eyes, it jumped out of the sewer, prowling in the darkness, biting to death all creatures in the village except for cats, infusing their evil power to make them its slaves. The more it hated someone, the greater the torment they endured, and correspondingly, the greater the power it gained. This is why, in this old alley, the cat demon's status appeared normal, while all other creatures were in a mutated state. This is the truest story from the moment the old alley dungeon descended. From the perspective of that tabby cat, I actually feel a bit sorry for it, Wang Tianyi sighed after learning the whole story. But the real villains are those people in the church, those psychologically twisted individuals who abused cats. Nuan is just a child who regarded that cat as family, and most of the townsfolk have done nothing to harm the cat. In fact, in many scenes above, there are many residents who have fed the injured cat. It wants to take revenge on the bad people in the church, on those who maliciously spread that cats are ominous, on those bastards who kill and abuse cats. This is understandable, and it might even bring some satisfaction. But it turned the entire old alley into a hell, even turning its beloved little master into that state. Lu Feng's words awakened everyone, reminding them of Nuan's cruel appearance, and they finally realized how misplaced their sympathy for the demon tabby cat was. If I'm not mistaken, this memory is something that the tabby cat deliberately wanted us to see. The moment you feel sympathy for your enemy, your fighting spirit begins to waver. From the simple level of the old alley to now, all the plots are interconnected. He never believed that anything would appear for no reason, including this black and white memory. Its existence must have its reason. After thinking it over, Lu Feng could only come up with one reason: to evoke empathy in the challengers and subtly disturb their minds, weakening their fighting spirit. Look! The corpse is moving! At that moment, Lin Li shouted, pointing at the corpse on the bed, his face filled with terror. Everyone turned to look at the corpse, seeing its belly rising and falling. No, it's not the corpse moving, it's something inside its belly. Pang Fei stared intently as something began to wriggle beneath the skin of the corpse. Squeak! A mouse's head poked out from the corpse's mouth. Ah! Lin Li screamed in fright as the mouse, startled, ran straight out of the corpse's mouth. 1 mouse, 2 mice, 3 mice poured out, the entire body of the corpse twisting and convulsing, especially the throat and mouth, as glowing red-eyed mice kept appearing. In no time, the whole bed was crawling with mice. The corpse also shriveled in an instant, leaving only a skeleton and a skin. The insides and flesh had all been eaten clean by the mice. This is so disgusting. Lin Li covered his eyes, unable to look. Now I understand why he died in such terror. Who wouldn't be terrified waking up to find their belly full of mice? Feeling the mice gnawing at your insides until death, that feeling must be so despairing, Wang Tianyi said. This person is the priest who spread the rumors back then. Dying in such a way as to be devoured by 1,000 mice isn't exactly unjust for him, Lu Feng commented objectively. After the mice on the bed disappeared into unknown places, Pang Fei felt that the entire church had taken on a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Have you noticed something strange? What is it? This room clearly has no lights, so why is this hall so bright? After Pang Fei's reminder, they also sensed the anomaly. Indeed, in such an empty hall, the few candle lights in front of the stone bed couldn't possibly illuminate everything so brightly. They instinctively looked up. What they saw were countless pairs of bright eyes staring down at them from above. The reason this room was so bright was because of the light emitted from those eyes. Dawn, the copper bell above rang, its melodious and distant chime resonating throughout the entire bell tower. Chitter, chitter, chitter. The swarm of mice above scattered, revealing the open dome. Looking up from below, one could see the very tip of the bell tower. At that tower's peak stood a cat, a black cat. The final boss has finally appeared. Take it down and bring a perfect conclusion to the old city alley dungeon. All dust returns to dust, let it drift away with the wind, submerged in the dust of history. The past of Old City Alley was already known to Lu Feng, his curiosity satisfied. In his eyes, only the completion remained. Defeat the root of evil and end it all. Climbing the internal stairs to the top of the bell tower, under the full moon and night sky, at the tip of the bell tower, the Abyss Boss with a mouse's head and a cat's body gazed at them with sapphire-like deep eyes. Abyss Boss, source of the curse. Tabby Cat, Lord level, LV10, health 10,000/10,000, attack 1,000, defense 400, speed 5,000, status mutant, skills plague poison, whip bite, absolute critical hit, high speed movement, ultra quick reaction, instant kill. The stats of the final boss in Old City Alley were something no one had anticipated. Its health and defense were even lower than that of an ordinary zombie. High attack power, but still within an acceptable range. Only the speed stat was exaggeratedly absurd. It should be noted that for someone specialized in speed like Xiaomo, his speed was less than 4,000, while the source of the curse, Tabby Cat before them, had already reached 5,000. Moreover, most of its skills were related to speed, with varying degrees of agility bonuses, so in this situation, their movements would appear to be slowed down several times in the eyes of the Tabby Cat, allowing it to dodge infinitely. A lord-level beast can dominate a territory and become a king. This is the first time I've seen a beast of this rank, Wang Tianyi exclaimed. Xiaomo and Shui Shui exchanged glances, revealing disdain. Its health and defense are low, but its attack and speed should not be underestimated, especially the speed, which has already surpassed 5,000. Everyone be careful, try to stay back. Let's see how fast it can really go. Lu Feng had long wanted to challenge a high-level beast. The level 10 source of the curse, Tabby Cat, within its territory, had attribute bonuses, barely reaching the level of a half-step overlord. It was the strongest opponent encountered so far, and he hoped it wouldn't disappoint him. Archers, fire! There was nothing more to say, they charged right in. For shield warriors and two vanguard generals guarded Lu Feng from all sides, while Shui Shui led the troops forward. The archers followed orders and shot arrows at the source of the curse. Swish, 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 the arrows shot through the air densely, but the source of the curse, Tabby Cat, merely licked its claws with its tongue, not even glancing at the arrows. With a slight twist of its body, it transformed into an afterimage, easily dodging all the arrows. So fast. Lin Li frowned slightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, another round of arrows shot through the air. This time, the source of the curse, the Tabby Cat, stopped licking its paws and faced forward, leaping directly towards the direction from which the arrows were coming. A shadow appeared in the air again, as it dodged all the arrows head-on. Thud! In the next moment, it landed on the helmet of a sword-wielding soldier. A swift claw strike. -1,000 with a light jump, it evaded the large sword swung by the soldier, then countered with two claws. Swoosh swoosh. -1,000 -1,000, it jumped onto the horse of a nearby cavalryman and then back again, striking with both claws. -2,000 -20,20, a flurry of bites and stabs, sharp strikes to the neck, crack crack. Above that soldier, it spun and maneuvered, evading all attacks from all directions with incredible speed while targeting the soldier's vital points. For continuous strikes. -3,900 -3,882 -4,103, 3 consecutive critical hits dealt over 10,000 damage. It believed this fluid combination would be enough to instantly kill the soldier before it. But in reality, after dealing so much damage, the sword soldier's health had only dropped by a third. The Tabby Cat, the source of the curse, had initially envisioned that as it swiftly approached a soldier, it would take him down with just two claws. Then, it would unleash its incredible speed, darting through the ranks of soldiers like a specter, claws flashing, blood flowing, all while the evil meow echoed, instilling fear and dread in everyone under its power. It continued to maintain a playful demeanor, stepping closer to them, letting them die in fear. However, the script was completely different from what it had imagined. It had jumped over with such flair, landing on a soldier, and yet its claws had no effect? Fine, no effect, then I'll continue the combo, let's go for 3 strikes. Not dead yet? Then I'll activate my skill, Whip Bite plus absolute critical hit. But even so, the opponent had only lost a third of their health? The Tabby Cat, the source of the curse, began to doubt its cat life. Unwilling to accept defeat, it quickly jumped away and chose a bowman, repeatedly hopping side to side, striking with its claws, hitting weak points for critical damage. A confident series of attacks barely took away nearly half of the opponent's health. Leaving behind a shadow, it retreated to the back, panting heavily, looking at the ants before it with a puzzled gaze. Is this a joke? Who exactly is the boss of this hell-level dungeon? Bang! Bang bang bang! Handsome led the soldiers and cavalry to encircle the cat demon with blades flashing and long spears dancing. The ground was pounded into several large pits, but the dense attacks were all evaded by the tabby cat. It weaved through the many assaults with ease. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, another 16 arrows were shot out, one round after another. Shrink its movement range, saturate the attack. The gun-shield soldiers pressed in aggressively, while the sword soldiers and cavalrymen watched closely, and arrows rained down from above. The tabby cat, the source of the curse, was under attack from all sides. Even if it dodged quickly, it couldn't withstand such a coordinated assault from so many targets. Whoosh whoosh. 2 arrows fell from the sky, grazing the tabby cat's body. -677, -675. 2 damage numbers appeared above its head, and its health visibly decreased. The tabby cat, the source of the curse, had only 10,000 health. It couldn't take many hits from the minions. After seeing itself get hurt, the tabby cat's fur bristled, its eyes flashing, moving quickly, leaping from the rooftop back to the tip of the clock tower. Meow, softly, the first sound. It licked its wound, its sapphire eyes gazing at Lu Feng at the center of the army. It was this annoying guy who had been commanding the troops in battle. It realized it had to take down Lu Feng first, then deal with the rest one by one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, another round of arrows shot over. Whoosh, the source of the curse. The tabby cat's form vanished and the next moment appeared in front of the army. It spat out green liquid from its sharp teeth, which corroded the ground, creating large pits. Some pig soldiers who got splashed had their armor melted, and when the liquid touched their skin, it began to rot, causing continuous toxin damage and burning biochemical damage. This was its active skill. Plague poison, 6577 to 7131, 6267. The spread of the plague poison caused a slight disruption in the army's formation. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the source of the curse, Tabby Cat increased its speed to the maximum, transforming into a bending black lightning bolt, bypassing the army and charging straight at Lu Feng's face. Super swift reaction and high-speed displacement. Meow. Sharp. Second sound, it unleashed its ultimate move, an instant kill with an absolute critical hit. This strike was bound to succeed. Shen Good, be careful. Shen God. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts tightened. Even the source of the curse, Tabby Cat, thought it had succeeded. After all, at such a close distance, no one could dodge its instant kill move. But Lu Feng's lips curled into a smile. I've been waiting for you, finally got the bait. Shui Shui, activate the Lord skill. Shui Shui's Lord level skill, damage transfer, could transfer damage taken by allied targets to itself. The instant kill strike from the source of the curse. Tabby Cat hit Lu Feng, and two red lights lit up on Lu Feng and Shui Shui. 10,897. It must be said, the damage from the absolute critical hit combined with the instant kill was quite impressive. But unfortunately, the damage value floated away from Shui Shui when it hit the red shield in front of Lu Feng. It was stunned, but in an instant, its gaze turned fierce again. All the skill damage had been transferred away. It had to take him down with a normal attack. However, right beside Lu Feng, a small scout in Demon King gear revealed itself. It laughed ah ha ha at the source of the curse. Tabby Cat in midair and shot out a bamboo arrow. Xiao Mo had been invisible for a long time, waiting to ambush the source of the curse. The distance was too far to hit before, but now at such a close range, with skills on cooldown, where could it hide? Whoosh! Deadly Flute blinded the source of the curse. Tabby Cat, making it equally wishful to use a normal attack to damage Lu Feng. Miss. -9,880. The crescent-shaped eyes of the scout gradually enlarged in its pupils, and after being hit by the bamboo arrow, the toxin erupted rapidly. The source of the curse. Tabby Cat could only watch helplessly as it was poisoned to death by the cute toxin. It hated it. But alas, its health was down to just over 8,000, and with this deadly flute, it could only surrender its life. Who would have thought that a hell-level Abyss boss would die like this? It was schemed by the six. Kill the Abyss boss source of the curse. Tabby Cat, gain Magic Energy Crystal +1, congratulations. Successfully cleared the Old City Alley dungeon, hell level, received a cash reward of 100,000 gold coins. Congratulations, refreshed the clearance record of the Old City Alley dungeon, hell level, received a cash reward of 100,000 gold coins. Dropped items, Boots of Haste, Platinum level, Flame Sword, Platinum level, Nash's Magic Dart, Platinum level. As expected of a hell level dungeon, the rewards are bountiful. The Magic Energy Crystal is something only high-level magical beasts possess, containing magic crystal energy, experience points, in units of 10,000 at least. Lu Feng absorbed the harvest, and the prompt increased his magic crystal energy, experience points, by 260,000 points. Additionally, the rewards for clearing and refreshing the record were each 100,000 gold coins, totaling 200,000 gold coins, which was definitely a huge reward. And what surprised him the most were the 3 pieces of level 10 platinum equipment that dropped. Boots of Haste, Platinum level, wearing conditions, level must reach LV10, equipable classes, any class agility plus 200 physical resistance plus 100 magical resistance plus 100 active effect. Haste state allows the wearer to increase agility by 20%, lasting for 100 seconds. The appearance of the Boots of Haste was quite appealing, and their attributes matched his requirements well, so Lu Feng immediately Equipped them. Name, Lufeng title, none, can obtain 10 titles, class, summoner level, LV10, 3.8% per 100%. Health, 6,500, equipment. Plus 800 is equal to 7,300, strength, 70 constitution, 78 intelligence, 150 agility, 80, equipment plus 200 is equal to 280, magic power, 7680 with a qualitative improvement in agility. Now even without using wind elements to fly, he could easily run 100 meters in under 5 seconds with just his agility. Wearing the boots of haste felt perfect, and Lu Feng smiled, saying, "It seems my feet are destined to wear such high-quality shoes." Wang Tianyi quietly pointed out, "Dust God, aren't all equipment adaptive?" Lu Feng ignored this remark, waving his hand to indicate it was fine, and turned his attention to the next piece of platinum-level equipment. Flame Sword, platinum level, wearing conditions, level must reach LV10, equipable classes, melee classes health. Plus 3000 attack power plus 50 physical resistance plus 300 equipment effect, absorbs sunlight for charging. When released, it can increase physical resistance by 100 plus magic power multiplied by coefficient 0.8. This equipment was very suitable for sword-wielding warriors, especially tanks, greatly enhancing their toughness. The enhancement of physical resistance was directly related to magic power, making it a godsend for magic tanks. By the way, I remember that Ling Yue's class is a magic tank, right? Then this equipment is just right for her. Naturally, Lu Feng wouldn't sell good equipment suitable for his sister. He placed the equipment in the item column marked platinum level and spent 5 gold coins to lock it. Next was the third piece of equipment, Nash's magic dagger, platinum level. Lu Feng suspected that the person who ultimately killed the boss was Xiao Mo, as if it was specifically dropped for her. Nash's magic dagger was tailor-made for Xiao Mo, with every key attribute being enhanced. Nash's magic dagger, platinum level, wearing conditions, level must reach LV10, equipable classes, ranged classes attack power plus 200 attack speed plus 0.3 magic power plus 100 equipment effect. When attack speed reaches a certain level, it can trigger the main passive damage bonus. No doubt, this equipment couldn't be sold either, so it had to be equipped on Xiao Mo. After equipping it, he replaced the previous poison dagger, increasing the attack power from 3762 to 3950. Equipment plus 200 minus 12, and the attack speed from 9.0 to 9.3, a perfect upgrade. After handling these items, Lu Feng noticed that his inventory still had some clue items from the Old Town Alley dungeon. He glanced at the corpse of the tabby cat on the ground and remembered that before dying, the zombie girl had to retrieve the teddy bear to give to the tabby cat. These things are useless and take up space. It's better to be a good person and give them to you, marking a perfect conclusion to the Old Town Alley dungeon. Lu Feng took out the cat bell card and teddy bear, placing them beside the cursed source, the tabby cat's corpse. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The cursed source, the tabby cat's corpse, emitted a glow, revealing a scene of it playing with a little girl under a Christmas tree, with the teddy bear and card quietly lying beneath the tree, the final image frozen in that moment. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task of the Old Town Alley hell level instance and obtaining a rare material, Cold Ghost Orchid. Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. There are hidden tasks? It seems that being a good person really pays off. Cold Ghost Orchid? The name sounds a bit familiar. Wait, isn't this the material needed to hatch that egg? An egg, rank, unknown, type, divine species, status, hatchable, hatching materials, dragon wild grass, cold ghost orchid, purple maple bamboo. Looking at the egg quietly floating in the summoning space, Lu Feng suddenly felt an urge to hatch it. An egg that even considers a super divine talent to be precious must be something extraordinary. At the beginning, when Lu Feng first obtained this egg, his financial strength was very limited and he simply couldn't afford to hatch it. But now it was different. As of now, his account balance had exceeded 600,000 gold coins. The Cold Ghost Orchid had been obtained, and he just needed to activate the National Commerce Association to buy the dragon wild grass and purple maple bamboo. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped into the personal settings of the Commerce Association's professional interface and chose to register for the National Commerce Association. National Commerce Association. The local Commerce Association was open to those who had changed professions, while the National Commerce Association required a level of 10 or above to qualify. Lu Feng completed the registration and entered the name of the dragon wild grass. Soon, information about the dragon wild grass from different regional commerce associations popped up, filling several pages. Sort by distance. Additional settings, prioritize lower prices. Lu Feng adjusted the settings, and the information for the dragon wild grass on the first page was prominently displayed. It indicated that the Commerce Association with the closest distance and the lowest price for dragon wild grass was in the neighboring city of Idong. The selling price was 80,000 gold coins. Note, transmission distance assessment near requires intercity transportation fee 300 gold coins. This price and transportation fee were within an acceptable range. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng made up his mind to hatch the egg. Ding! Consumed 80,300 gold coins, successfully purchased dragon wild grass. Almost the moment he completed the payment, a long-rooted, multi-branched grass of a glowing blue color appeared in his inventory. Having money makes everything easier. Efficiency is high. Using the same method, Lu Feng bought the purple maple bamboo, with the nearest regional commerce association being in Kokangsu, 3 times the transportation distance of Idong. The selling price for the purple maple bamboo was 110,000 gold coins, and the transportation fee was 1,800 gold coins. After successful payment, the purple maple bamboo arrived smoothly in his inventory. Hatching conditions: divine baptism, super divine talent, and the nurturing of dragon wild grass, cold ghost orchid, and purple maple bamboo. Both conditions were met. With the 3 rare materials gathered, a new option appeared under the egg in the summoning space: hatchable. Hatch. Lu Feng clicked confirm, and the 3 herbs floated above the egg, spinning rapidly, creating a stream of light. The mixed juices dripped onto the egg, and the egg began to shake violently. Crack, crack. Soon, a crack appeared on the egg, a piece of the shell fell off, and then the entire upper half of the egg cracked open, revealing a sneaky little head. It had demon ears and was chewing on bamboo. This summoned beast has a human face? As it crawled out of the eggshell, Lu Feng saw that it was wearing a swaddle diaper with a long demon tail trailing behind it. Summon demon, 6th rank, true king level, LV 10 health, 180000 magic power, 12,000 movement speed, 9,000 magic power, talent coefficient 80, health talent coefficient 1200, movement speed talent coefficient 60. Attribute values equal to the summoner's intelligence, 150, multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. Active skill, blood pact, absorb the life value of any target to convert it into damage and restore a percentage of health to oneself. Damage equals magic power multiplied by a coefficient of 3.5. Health restoration equals magic power multiplied by a coefficient of 1 to 10. The lower the health, the higher the health restoration coefficient. Active skill, pool of blood darkness. Transform oneself into a pool of blood, evading any damage and cannot be targeted. Any target that comes into contact with the blood pool will be slowed by 30% and continuously lose health. Magic power multiplied by a coefficient of 1.8. Lord level skill. Crimson Tide, infuse one's blood and detonate it, causing area damage. Magic power multiplied by 1 to 10. The longer the charge, the higher the damage. Overlord level skill, favor of the crow god, gain the power to control crows. True king level. Skill, nourishment, nurture the summoner's body, increasing the summoner's health cap and constitution cap. Lu Feng truly did not expect that the little demon hatched from this egg would actually be a true king level summon. Moreover, it's true. King level skill is nourishment, which can increase the summoner's health and constitution caps. A summon beast skill that can enhance the summoner's constitution is unheard of to Lu Feng. No wonder the super god level talent values this egg so highly. The skills of the summon beast inside are indeed rare, absolutely unique. Divine species, this term is quite fitting. The contract mode of summoning demons is different from Xiaomo and Shui Shui. It can travel back and forth between different world spaces, summoning from the other space. Furthermore, outside of instances, it is not bound by the laws of heaven and can move freely outside. Seeing that its size is not particularly large, combined with its appearance giving a cute feeling, Lu Feng wanted to give it a nicer name. Brother Mad Demon? MOMO? Little MO? They all seemed a bit off. Forget it, I'll just call it Little Demon. After giving it this name, the summoned demon in the summoning space jumped up happily. It was also very affectionate towards Lu Feng. Spent less than 200,000 gold coins and got a true king level summon beast. This is a huge profit. A true king level summon beast is a true king, and there are none for sale on the market. If it weren't for Lu Feng possessing the super god level talent, even if he gathered 3 herbs, he wouldn't be able to hatch the summoned demon. One must say, spending 3 years in high school for a super god level talent was worth it. Sharpening. The knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. With the support of the super god level talent, the path of future professionals will only become smoother. Keeping a low profile, Lu Feng exited the summoning space. At this moment, Pang Fei and the others were discussing the curse source Tabby Cat. They felt that the curse source Tabby Cat's death seemed a bit casual, completely different from what they had anticipated. In response, Lu Feng revealed the truth. Actually, the strongest ability of the curse source Tabby Cat is the curse, granting the corpse immense power and allowing it to command and direct it. But it despises humans. Even if the other party has turned into a zombie, it does not allow anyone to step onto the top of the clock tower. This is its holy land. If there were a horde of zombies around it, combined with its extremely perverse speed, trying to kill it would become an almost impossible task, and it would easily seize the opportunity to attack us. Even if it is the only existence in the clock tower now, dealing with it is still quite difficult. If it weren't for deliberately exposing a flaw to ambush it, killing it wouldn't be easy. Everyone nodded. So that's how it is. This must be the mechanism set by the dungeon. Otherwise, if a pile of zombies appeared on the clock tower, the difficulty of clearing it would be too great. The source of the curse. The last instant kill move of the Tabby Cat was truly chilling. At that moment, my heart was in my throat. It was thrilling, but thankfully it was more of a scare than a danger. Lord Chen had already anticipated everything. To be honest, I was also surprised when Xiao Mo appeared at the last moment, but thinking about it, with so many people, who would notice a scout with such low presence? The main point is that damage transfer skill. That skill is a lifesaver for summoners. Hee, we cleared the hell level. I never expected that Linley could have today. I suddenly feel like I can do it again. What do you think? Should I change my name back to Brave to take first since no one has cleared the hell level yet? We are the first team. I think it's better to leave it. Without Lord Chen, you wouldn't even be able to defeat the most ordinary loss. That hurts. After clearing the hell level of Old City Alley, they chose a hidden spot for transmission. Not far away on the main road, a large luxury car was parked, and inside sat the Bai family's butler, Bai Yunqing. He opened the car door and walked towards Lu Feng and the others. In the hell level dungeon, the one that impressed me the most was that suspenders zombie. That zombie had personality and even had a middle part. Who would have thought that the Old City Alley dungeon would turn out to be a tragedy caused by a cat? Hey, do you think we are now among the fastest leveling batch? Many professionals who arrived at the Valley of the Dead just a few hours later probably haven't even reached level 6 yet. Definitely not. Do you think leveling to 6 is that easy? That's true. Ahem, speaking of which, now Lord Chen is completely famous. He cleared the hell level. To keep a low profile, we have to find such uninhabited areas. For transmission. Uninhabited area? Are you sure? I feel like someone is coming towards us. After coming out of the dungeon, everyone was chatting and laughing when they quickly noticed Bai Yunqing walking towards them. Bai Yunqing stopped in front of them. Lu Feng frowned and asked, "Is there something?" "In the mortal world, Lu Feng, we finally meet." The other party did not answer his question and immediately delivered a critical blow. In Wind City, too many people knew about the mortal world, but only a few knew that the mortal world was Lu Feng's. This middle-aged man not only knew his information but also waited solemnly at the transmission point. The visitor was not friendly. "Who are you?" Lu Feng didn't ask how the other party knew. He figured it was someone with a background, so he directly asked for an introduction. If it could be resolved, he would resolve it. If not, he wouldn't mind taking action. "By family, Bai Yunqing." Bai Yunqing clasped his hands behind his back, his tone flat, but his gaze carried an air of arrogance. By family? The head of the 3 great families in Wind City? Wang Tiany's family was also considered prominent in Wind City, so he naturally knew the Bai family's weight. In Wind City, their family's industries span half of the southeast province, employing tens of thousands of workers, and the taxes they paid to the government each year exceeded 100 million gold coins, a true giant. Why would the Bai family seek out Lord Chen? Looking to recruit? Given the other party's demeanor, it must be something important to discuss. Give them a little private space. Lu Feng and Bai Yunqing stepped aside to talk privately. "Alright, now it's just the two of us. What do you want to say? What do you need from me?" Lu Feng disliked beating around the bush and got straight to the point. "I hope you won't publicly reveal your identity and attract unnecessary trouble." Bai Yunqing's tone remained flat, but there was an added hint of threat in his words. "What you mean is, your Bai family doesn't want others to know that I, Lu Feng, am the one in the mortal world? You could say that." Lu Feng found it somewhat amusing, but how could such a thing possibly be kept a secret? It's only a matter of time before everyone knows. That's why we need to operate. As long as you stop appearing in public, and we will secretly suppress the popularity of your entries on the professional forums. Within 2 weeks, you will fade from everyone's sight. Bai Yunqing spoke as if it were a matter of course, as if Lu Feng had to agree. Stop appearing in public? So, I can't run any dungeons, can't clear any levels, and can't refresh any historical records. Is that what you mean? You understood correctly. But I can level up by running dungeons, I can get equipment drops, and the rewards from clearing levels are substantial. What makes you think I would listen to you? Lu Feng was almost laughing. In anger, he had never seen someone so shameless. "We, the Bai family, will compensate you for all that, a total of 300,000 gold coins." Bai Yunqing held up 3 fingers, speaking proudly, his words carrying a sense of condescension. "Moreover, you are just a commoner, with no power or status. The fact that I can speak to you here in such a calm manner already shows I am giving you face." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng could no longer hold back. He burst out laughing. "This is definitely the funniest joke I've heard all year. You want to compensate me with 300,000 gold coins and expect me not to run dungeons or refresh records? Please, the direct benefit I get from clearing an old city dungeon at hell level exceeds 500,000 gold coins, not to mention the later Fomua City dungeon? And stop calling me a commoner, acting like you're superior. In my eyes, you're not even worth a bug." After years of ups and downs, Lu Feng's temperament was much steadier than his peers, but facing someone who directly bullied him and treated him like a soft persimmon, there was no need to show any mercy. When he was weaker, he might have had some reservations, but now he was confident he could defeat any professional in Feng City. Not to mention his magic power had already reached 8,000, and he had 3 summoned beasts, 1 true king level and 2 overlord levels, whose stats were higher than those of a level 25 professional. And the highest level mayor in the entire Feng City was only level 23. Ha ha ha. Lu Feng's words made Bai Yunqing laugh heartily. "Young man, your spirit is quite vigorous. In the end, you're still a child, too impatient." Lu Feng replied coldly, "Compared to you, I am indeed very young." "What? The older you get, the more superiority you feel?" Bai Yunqing did not take the bait but instead proposed another option. "Actually, there is another way to resolve the current conflict, which is to sell me your account in the mortal world. I will find someone to take over for you and publicly state that this account belongs to the Bai family. But the premise is still that you cannot cause any new disturbances. Lu Feng chuckled lightly. 100 million gold coins. Ha, what did you say? Bai Yunqing's expression tightened, frowning. 100 million gold coins. If I agree to your conditions, isn't your Bai family wealthy and fond of using money to solve problems? Then, fine, as long as you give me 100 million gold coins, I can agree to everything you said. Lu Feng dug at his ear. In fact, he could refrain from running dungeons, but he needed a sufficient price. You think a few 100,000 gold coins would make him stop leveling up and farming equipment? Dream on. Kid, are you joking? Bai Yunqing's face darkened. Do I look like I'm joking? 100 million gold coins, not a single coin less. Lu Feng repeated his demand with firm resolve. Otherwise, no deal. Do you know what 100 million gold coins means? You little brat, you just blurred out 100 million. Would the Bai family spend 100 million for a lowly person like you? Bai Yunqing's emotions were gradually becoming agitated. Lu Feng clicked his tongue twice. Didn't you just say I was young and impetuous? I feel like at your age, you're not much better. Or have you all lived to the point of being in a dog's belly? Bai Yunqing narrowed his eyes and a powerful aura suddenly radiated from him. A strong sense of authority rushed towards Lu Feng. Kid, don't get the situation wrong. I'm not here to negotiate with you. It's either you do it or you have to do it. Offering you 300,000 gold coins is already quite polite. Facing Bai Yunqing's pressure, Lu Feng showed no fear. Is this your bandit logic? Just because I shine too brightly, you can't stand to see others do well? Or is it because I overshadowed your Bai family princess's brilliance, and you want to do everything to stop me? When Bai Yunqing came to him, Lu Feng could roughly guess the other party's background, most likely related to the girl he encountered in the novice trial ground. Sure enough, when Lu Feng mentioned the Bai family princess, Bai Yunqing's emotion showed a clear fluctuation. The black mist behind him flickered. You fireflies dare to compare yourselves to my lady? Lu Feng ruthlessly exposed. If you really thought that, you wouldn't have come here to find me. It's me who made you anxious and sweating, right? Here, I apologize for my strength, but unfortunately, I won't change. Lu Feng's words completely enraged Bai Yunqing. Impudent! The two were on the verge of drawing swords, ready to fight at any moment. Butler Bai, just a friendly reminder, fighting on the territory of the Guild Alliance comes with serious consequences. At that moment, a light voice floated by. It was the mayor's secretary, dressed in black stockings and high heels. Secretary Wang? What brings you here? Bai Yunqing was quite surprised by the appearance of the mayor's secretary. Oh, it's just that Feng City has finally produced such a talented young man, and the mayor specifically instructed us to take good care of him. Mayor, I have so many questions I want to ask him in person. Secretary Wang smiled broadly, glancing at Lu Feng with a look as if she were looking at a treasure. Bai Yunqing naturally heard the hidden meaning in Secretary Wang's words, warning him not to act recklessly. Such biased words, along with constantly mentioning the mayor, clearly aimed to pressure him. He, so that's how it is. We're just having a casual chat. The mayor's matters are the top priority. You all chat, I'll take my leave first. Bai Yunqing understood that since the government had intervened and expressed its stance, it was meaningless for him to linger any longer. No need to see me off. Secretary Wang smiled and slightly bent her knee, while Bai Yunqing got into the car and had the driver start. Looking back at Lu Feng, his eyes were dark and his whole face sank. The government is really fast. You think having the mayor behind you means anything? I have plenty of ways to deal with a small character like you. After Bai Yunqing left, Secretary Wang turned her gaze to Lu Feng. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm the secretary of the mayor's office, Wang Yuqing. Chencher Jian, nice to meet you. She smiled and extended her hand. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a smiling face, and Lu Feng shook her hand, unable to help but complain. Why do I feel like everyone knows I'm Chencher Jian? That's not true. Besides your few little friends, the Bai family people, and me and the mayor, no one else should know. Wang Yuqing counted on her fingers. Altogether, it shouldn't exceed 10 people. Lu Feng's mouth twitched. Isn't that still a lot? Secretary Wang put her hands on her hips. Being able to keep it this confidential is already quite impressive, okay? Young man, you should know that what you've been doing lately is enough to stir up the entire Wind City. Lu Feng scratched his head, indicating, is it my fault? But, speaking of which, Secretary Wang leaned closer to Lu Feng, carefully scrutinizing him from top to bottom. How on earth did you manage to refresh all the dungeon records in the old city alley, even clearing the hell-level dungeons? I looked for a long time, and aside from being a bit handsome, everything else seems quite ordinary. She rested her chin on her hand, looking puzzled. Do you think it's possible that the monsters in the dungeons were killed by my good looks? Lu Feng's response made Wang Yuqing burst into laughter. You're quite humorous. Alright, back to the point. She adjusted her glasses, her innocent smile instantly fading, replaced by a professional demeanor. Regarding your status as a mortal, Mayor Chen End, I respect your decision. Whether to make it public or keep it hidden, it's up to you. If you choose to continue hiding, we will fully cooperate with your work. Additionally, regarding the assessment of your strength, no one in the government believes that a B-level talent can reach such heights. We need a reasonable explanation and to conduct another talent assessment on you. The points Wang Yuqing mentioned were ones Lu Feng had anticipated. He knew this day would come sooner or later. But what surprised him was how friendly the government's attitude was towards him. It can only be said that when your value is significant enough, someone will naturally open a green channel for you. I accept the request for a reassessment of my talent. But can it be postponed until after the college entrance examination rather than now? Why? Because I'm not strong enough right now. Is that reason sufficient? When that day comes, you will know everything you want to know. Lu Feng looked into Wang Yuqing's eyes, his gaze intense, and his serious demeanor left her a bit dazed. When she came to her senses, a slight blush appeared on her face. Ahem. After the college entrance examination, all professionals who participated will undergo a second assessment. The measuring instruments then will be the most accurate. Moreover, before knowing the assessment results, let me achieve a good ranking for Wind City in the examination. That would also be a surprise, as the assessment of talent and profession would be based on good results. That would be double happiness. The more Wang Yuqing listened, the more she sensed the flavor of grand promises. But before coming, Mayor Chen had instructed her to prioritize Lu Feng's mindset and leave a good impression, so as long as his requests weren't too excessive, they would try to accommodate him. Thus, she could only cooperate with his performance when the time came. That makes some sense, right? Alright, then it's a pleasant decision. The other party's quick agreement left Lu Feng with a very favorable impression of the local government. I, Lu Feng, was born in Wind City. Regardless of life or death, I am a professional of Wind City. I will definitely work hard in the future and will not disappoint the kindness of the mayor and Secretary Wang. Lu Feng added a flattering remark. Secretary Wang crossed her arms, her right index finger resting on her lips, chuckling. You have quite a sweet tongue. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. The government has always been very tolerant and generous towards talents like you. He. Lu Feng felt a bit embarrassed but still mustered the courage to say, can you ensure the safety of my family? I'm worried that some ill-intentioned people might have designs on them. In Wind City, you can rest assured about this matter. There are external police and undercover agents guarding them 24 hours a day. No one would dare to act against them under such circumstances, not even the Bai family. But my dad is out on a long trip. Leave it to us, we'll send someone to assist him. The best advice for you personally is to let him hurry back to Feng City. With your current financial situation, it should be enough to ensure your family will never have to worry about food and clothing for a lifetime. Not exactly a lifetime of comfort, but at least it can allow them to retire early and enjoy life. Thank you, Secretary Wang. Alright, let's leave it at that. You continue to maintain your own pace, and we look forward to more surprises from you. Secretary Wang made a gesture of encouragement, and as she did, her ample bosom shook 3 times. Lu Feng sighed. This combination of pure desire is indeed top-notch. No wonder she could become the mayor's secretary at such a young age. It's truly 7 parts looks, 3 parts ability. Goodbye, handsome. A small road branched off from a main thoroughfare, winding forward into a sandy area where a long luxury business vehicle was parked at the end of the road. A driver dressed in black and wearing white gloves stood outside, looking around. Inside the car, Chen Jiawei sat in the back seat, polishing his glasses. In the front passenger seat, Wang Yuqing was reporting on work. Mayor, based on the current situation, it can be confirmed that Lu Feng's summoned beast was not provided by the Bai family. Bai Yunqing even personally found Lu Feng and threatened him not to reveal his identity as a student. But Lu Feng did not agree, and Bai Yunqing almost took action. Hearing Wang Yuqing's report, Chen Jiawei snorted coldly. This old man really has no shame, wanting to take action against a junior? But this also shows that Lu Feng has no ties with the Bai family. Bai Yuncheng is absolutely loyal to the Bai family. Since the young lady of the Bai family awakened an extraordinary talent, he can do many things that ordinary people cannot. For Bai Chushue's future, Lu Feng's brilliance is too overwhelming. He is worried that Lu Feng's light will overshadow Bai Chushue, damaging her martial heart. In this way, Lu Feng would become a shadow over her life. From his personal perspective, his methods may be a bit extreme, but it is understandable. However, from the public's perspective, from the standpoint of Feng City and even the entire southeast province of Long Country, this is absolutely unacceptable. A genius emerging out of nowhere, being suppressed and threatened for the selfish interests of the Bai family, even to the point of wanting to strangle him in the cradle. Such behavior is despicable and shameful. After confirming that the Bai family had not provided resources to Lu Feng, Chen Jiawei understood Lu Feng is a hidden genius. There must have been some oversight in the testing of the Eternal Tower. Lu Feng is very likely an S-class talent that was overlooked during the assessment, or even higher. Coupled with his performance in actual combat and that indomitable spirit when facing the Bai family's power, Chen Jiawei admired him even more. He felt that the future fortune of Feng City would not necessarily come from Bai Chushue of the Bai family, but from this student named Lu Feng. One is a born warrior, relying on his awakened S+ talent. The other is cultivated with the family's resources. The strengths and weaknesses are clear at a glance. Moreover, and most importantly, Bai Chushue comes from a family, while Lu Feng comes from an ordinary household. A child from an ordinary family has a deeper emotional connection to the city. He won't be solely focused on profit. Just based on this point, Chen Jiawei would choose Lu Feng over Bai Chu Xiuwei. Of course, the best scenario is that neither side has any extreme conflicts. After all, they are both geniuses rarely seen in Feng City for 100 years, and it would be unfortunate for either to be hurt. If the kids are just having minor squabbles, that's fine, it might even encourage their growth. But if the family steward gets involved, then this matter has gone too far. Bai Yunqing is just too small-minded, he can't tolerate anyone else besides the Bai family. I have to say, it's true. The birth of an SS-level advanced talent to reach the peak without experiencing storms and hardships, how can that be possible? If she can't even handle this little setback, she doesn't deserve to be called a prodigy of a century. Sometimes, being surpassed and struck down by others isn't necessarily a bad thing. Wang Yuqing reported all the dialogue to Chen Jiawei in her own words, and he looked down on Bai Yunqing's actions. He had already taken a stand to protect Lu Feng. Because this was not just about defending an S-level genius but also about upholding the laws and regulations of Feng City and maintaining the justice of professionals. Secretary Wang, what are your thoughts on this? In front of Chen Jiawei, Secretary Wang was always strict and serious in her work. Mayor, I share the same opinion as you. Good, since that's the case, I'll leave the protection of Lu Feng and his family to you. Also, keep a close eye on the movements of the Bai family. I'm afraid that Bai Yunqing, like a mad dog, might do something outrageous. Understood. In the Valley of the Dead, the notification of Lu Feng and their team's clearance of the Hell-level dungeon was broadcast on the big screen. Valley. Announcement: the team created by the Mortal Realm 5 people has cleared the Old City Alley Abyss dungeon Hell level for the first time. Valley announcement: the team created by the Mortal Realm 5 people has set a new clearance record for the Old City Alley Abyss dungeon Hell level, taking 2 days and 6 hours. As soon as the announcement was made, the professionals in the Valley of the Dead erupted with excitement. My god, they really did it! When they reached 80% completion at the Hell level, although I hoped they could create a miracle, I knew it was already the limit. After all, clearing the Hell level is almost impossible. It's a dungeon rated SS in danger level. What we didn't expect was that they did it. They really did it. The Mortal Realm has accomplished so many impossible feats, rubbing the faces of all the doubters in the dirt again and again. Damn, is there anything more thrilling than this? I suddenly feel that shouting and screaming isn't enough to release my emotions right now. So what do you want to do? B = laughing face, B = B question mark. Forget it, I'm still a rookie, I can't do that. I'll find that brother who likes others to slap him awake again. This time, I'll start with my hand, then use a slipper, and finally, I'll urinate on him. In such a shocking moment, can you all be a bit more serious? I really want to see what the God of Dust looks like. Such a legendary figure, I hope to catch a glimpse. Go check the professional forum, the discussion threads are exploding. With the announcement from the Valley of the Dead, the system of the Canyon forum was overwhelmed. Many people came in with thoughts of disbelief, false news seeking attention, and clickbait, but after seeing the official announcement, they were dumbfounded, their emotions skyrocketing from calm to fervent excitement. This shock and excitement, in the eyes of professionals in Feng City, surpassed even in esports. Team's championship win, and was no less than the national football team reaching world number 1. They stayed on the forum, discussing intensely. The number of participants kept increasing, from the usual daily active users of around 10,000, directly soaring to 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. There were 3 hot topics regarding the team created by the Mortal Realm. The most popular topic was, who exactly is the Mortal Realm? At this point, countless people wanted to know who this suddenly emerging god was. If it weren't for the fact that the vast majority of confidential video files are controlled by the Professional Alliance and the government and the Professional Alliance would want to protect the privacy of the professionals. They all want to directly gather information and check the background records. Who exactly is this person in the mortal world? I really want to see their true face. I've already flashed through countless images in my mind, but I can't seem to piece together their voice and appearance. What a pity, such a pity. The mortal world is truly a fascinating person. The more mysterious and inscrutable they are, the more curious I become, as if 1,000 ants are crawling all over me. It's so uncomfortable. What cannot be obtained is always in turmoil. The second hot topic is, how should we address the person in the mortal world in the future? In today's society, with the significant improvement in living conditions in recent years, ideas like clinging to the powerful, if you can't beat them, join them, worshipping the strong, focusing on being understanding and obedient, able to get familiar in front of the big shots, and how to show warmth have emerged continuously. Nowadays, many young people give their admired figures some honorific titles like Daddy Ma. I am the #1 fan of the person in the mortal world, YYDS, forever a god. I think just calling them the person in the mortal world is a bit too ambiguous. What level are they at, and what level are we at? This absolutely won't do. I've always called them Big Brother Chen, who still calls them the person in the mortal world in this day and age? There are countless big shots. This term simply cannot reflect their uniqueness and distinctiveness. What about God Chen? That title is a bit better, but I still think it's not enough. Not enough? We can't just call them Big Daddy Chen, can we? What do you think? If we add a comma after Big Daddy Chen, would it be more fitting? The third hot topic is an analytical one, detailed breakdown and analysis to deduce clues about the person in the mortal world. Those who can discuss this topic passionately are all a bunch of imaginative thinkers. This includes logical reasoning and analysis about the time of Chen, which still boils down to the first two theories. The first theory is that the person in the mortal world is an extraordinary talent from outside who just happened to come to Feng City for training. The second theory is that the person in the mortal world is an outstanding descendant of a prominent family that does not leave Feng City, with subsequent images of carriages pointing to the Bai family of Feng City. Initially, the proponents of these two theories held firm to their views, unable to convince each other until someone provided photos of the novice trial ground and added some brand new clues, intentionally or unintentionally mentioning the Bai family of Feng City, which tilted the direction towards the second inference. Look, this is the picture they deleted earlier. I took it outside the novice trial ground when the carriage came. It really is, and quite a few people came out together, all high-level professionals. If that's the case, then the refresh records of the novice trial ground can be completely explained. If they are indeed descendants of a prominent family with high talent, abundant resources, unique strategies, and absolutely leading team compositions, it is indeed possible to achieve these things. Logically, it all makes sense. Actually, if you think about it, how could such extraordinary figures from other places possibly come to our Feng City? Our Feng City is just a small county. How could such a coincidence happen? Look, someone below is identified as a member of the Bai family. They like the second inference. Does this count as an acknowledgement? Is it their Bai family's extraordinary talent? Yes, it's confirmed that carriage style is their Bai family's custom carriage. Actually, I wanted to say this carriage was from the Bai family a long time ago because I participated in its production. I was just afraid that saying something I shouldn't would bring me trouble, so I never dared to speak up, covering face. Wow, so it's the extraordinary talent from the Bai family, the first family of Feng City. No wonder they could refresh so many records, even clearing the warrior and hell levels. So, who is this person in the mortal world? Is it the extraordinary talent themselves? Still a strong member of the family, very curious, wanting to know. The third trending topic was clearly under the control of the Bai family, shifting everyone's attention from the outside world to themselves. They said nothing, but alike in lifting the previous image restrictions was equivalent to saying everything. The sensational effect of clearing the hell level was significant, but under the deliberate guidance of various forces with different purposes, the impact on Lu Feng was minimal. Especially offline, it was almost no different from usual. However, the online shops, due to their booming reputation, sold equipment like crazy. Within 3 hours of the clearing record being released, the equipment in the shops was sold out. Some genuinely needed the equipment, some simply came to show support and buy equipment, and others bought equipment hoping to add private friends to curry favor. Among those buying equipment, the most common message was, "Lord Chen, give me a chance to add you as a friend. I want to get to know the Bai family's prodigy. I have always admired the Bai family. I am willing to go through fire and water for it. I also share the surname Bai. It must be fate, right? Although I am not from your big family, we must have the same ancestor from hundreds of years ago." Showing teeth. Various Lu Feng found the flattering words disgusting. These people actually had the nerve to post them. Also, what the hell is the Bai family? When did Lu Feng become one of them? Thinking this, he logged into the forum of the Valley of the Dead, scrolled through the posts, and after looking at the third trending topic, he realized that someone had tampered with the forum. It was obvious that it was Bai Yunqing who was secretly causing trouble. The blatant impersonation and infringement showed no respect for Lu Feng at all. Just as Bai Yunqing had said at the time, he was not there to negotiate with Lu Feng, but to give him a notification. Offering 300,000 gold coins was already a charity to him. And it was indeed the case. They completely disregarded whether Lu Feng agreed or not. Whether he wanted this charity, they would do it anyway. Ha! Shameless old thing. Not to mention that Lu Feng had no intention of hiding his identity in the mortal realm. Even if he wanted to hide, he could no longer tolerate such behavior of directly claiming his achievements as their own. Without strength, I would be submissive, but with strength, I would still swallow my anger. What use is it for me to become stronger? Anyway, at this point, those who should know his identity already knew, and he believed that those assassins lurking around could probably use their resources to deduce the ins and outs of the matter, ultimately pointing the finger at him. Since he had to face it whether he revealed his cards or not, he might as well be straightforward. At least, it would feel good. Like to suppress and threaten? Like to impersonate and offend? To bully and dominate? Do you think ordinary people are soft, persimmons, easily manipulated and unable to stir up waves? Then fine, I will let you see clearly with your dog eyes. What you call dim light is actually fireflies or the bright moon. Having made up his mind, Lu Feng immediately called a video to the strongman. "Master Lu, business is too busy. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on clearing the hell level yet. Ha! You are truly amazing. To meet you in this lifetime and work under you is truly a blessing for me, the strongman." Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. "Alright, enough flattery. I have serious business with you." He, how can that be flattery? These are all heartfelt words from me. "Master Lu, whatever you need, just command. Give me." A title, tell them I, in the mortal realm, will personally carry out the clearing, guaranteeing success for warrior level and hell level. I won't do any lower level dungeons. Lu Feng's current level was 10, and the level requirement for Fengyue City was 11. He couldn't enter Fengyue City yet and had to stay in the valley to level up to 11. Just right, take this opportunity to earn some money. If you want to complete the easy level at 60% completion, it will cost you 299 gold coins, and for clearing it, you will need to pay 800 gold coins. For the normal level at 60%, it will cost you 900 gold coins, and clearing it will require 2,500 gold coins. The hard level at 60% will cost you 5,000 gold coins. Before clearing the hard level, no one has been able to do it. It would take at least 30 to 40,000 gold coins, right? But Lu Feng directly took on the warrior and hell levels and still managed to clear them. Unprecedented and unparalleled, this might be the only opportunity in his life. Charging 300,000 gold coins for clearing the warrior level isn't unreasonable, right? And for clearing the hell level, charging 2 million gold coins is also quite reasonable, isn't it? Moreover, this way he could also disgust the Bai family, making their lies self-destruct. The eyes of the masses are sharp. If you deceive them, they will never believe you again. An absolutely perfect plan. Life limit plus 1 constitution limit plus 0.1 life limit plus 2 constitution limit plus 0.1. Lu Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the feedback effect of summoning demons. His life limit and constitution limit were breaking through. Although the increase was small, it was continuous. With the nurturing effect persisting, in just one night, Lu Feng's life limit increased by 500 points and his constitution rose by nearly 30 points. Damn, this effect is insane. Upon seeing the permanent increase in his life and constitution attributes on his panel, he couldn't help but exclaim, having seen the world. A permanent increase in attributes without damage, and it can continue to increase by the second? How can such an unreasonable skill exist in this world? Lu Feng roughly calculated the time from last night when he got home until now. About 6 hours had passed. In 6 hours, adding 500 life points and 30 constitution points means an increase of 1.38 life points and 0.083 constitution points per minute. Although these numbers seem small, it's just 1 minute. It might just be the time it takes to go to the bathroom and take care of physiological needs, but in that short time, permanent attributes were added. You could do nothing at all, and just by relying on the nurturing feedback from summoning demons for a day, you could increase by 2,000 life points and 120 constitution points. What does that even mean? From level 1 to level 10, his constitution points only increased to 70 points, but now, under the feedback effect, he could gain 120 points in just one day. How exaggerated is that? Divine species, divinity is absolutely significant. No wonder the super divine talent is so valued. It turns out this is another cheat. However, the nurturing feedback from summoning demons also has conditions. It requires consuming the life points of the summoned demon to maintain the normal operation of the blood pool. Just in that short time at night, the summoned demon's health decreased by 600 points. Don't think that 6,000 points isn't much compared to its total health. But you have to consider that this is within the summoning space, where health recovery is based on percentage. After deducting the percentage recovery in the summoning space, it still lost 6,000 health points in one night, which is practically like drawing blood. Following this method of losing health, the feedback effect of summoning demons would be hard to maintain for long, and Lu Feng still needed to rely on it for battle. He couldn't just summon it and have it be low on health, right? Therefore, after thinking it over, the only solution he could come up with was money. He bought 1,000 interdimensional essence stones from the merchant guild. Interdimensional essence stone can increase the recovery speed of summoned beast's health in the summoning space by 20%, duration 1 hour. Each essence stone costs 100 gold coins, so 1,000 of them cost Lu Feng 100,000 gold coins. Damn, that really hurts. It's a good thing no one else can hear this. If they could, they'd be so furious they'd spit blood on the spot. 1,000 interdimensional energy stones can be used continuously for 41 days. Compared to the boost in health and physique that these 41 days can bring to Lu Feng, what are 100,000 gold coins worth? They wouldn't be able to exchange even 1 billion gold coins for it. At least for the next month or so, I won't have to worry about insufficient health anymore. After setting the timer for the 1,000 interdimensional energy stones, Lu Feng clapped his hands, exhaled a breath of stale air, and looked out the window as the sky gradually brightened. He stretched his arms wide. Clang! Just then, his room door was violently pushed open. Dressed in her pajamas, Lu Lingyue stormed in, her demeanor fierce. Early in the morning, she had gotten up to relieve herself and, passing by Lu Feng's room, had heard a noise. She thought there was a burglar. When Lu Feng returned home yesterday, both his mom and Lu Lingyue were already asleep, so he had jumped in through the window, and Lu Lingyue had no idea he was back. Upon seeing it was Lu Feng, the frown on her forehead immediately relaxed, and she placed her hands on her hips, but not satisfied, she changed to a hands-on-waist pose. Lu Feng, your courage is getting bigger and bigger. You dare to stay out all night, and it's been 2 days in a row without coming home. Lu Lingyue pretended to scold him in a motherly tone. The Lu family has strict family rules, with a deep obsession regarding staying out all night. However, Lu Feng still felt a sense of guilt deep down, like a child who had made a mistake. Didn't I call you guys on the light signal phone to say I was teaming up to fight monsters? I wouldn't be coming back at night. Lu Lingyue snorted lightly, furrowing her brows, and leaned closer to Lu Feng, her nose twitching rapidly like a smoke detector scanning him. Are you fooling around outside? Lu Lingyue brought up a sensitive topic. Using the excuse of staying up late to gain experience, are you spending the night with a girl? Lu Feng was completely taken aback. I say, with your imagination, you should be writing novels. It would be a waste of talent not to. And, please, stop misusing idioms. What do you mean by fooling around? It sounds like I'm being interrogated as a cheating husband. Lu Lingyue wrinkled her delicate nose and reluctantly withdrew her nose from Lu Feng. She had morning rhinitis and couldn't smell anything. Alright, I'll temporarily believe you. Since you're working so hard to level up, I'll go prepare breakfast for you. How about some vermicelli soup? Want an egg with that? Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Add it. Before dawn, Deng Meihua had already left to get supplies, leaving only Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue at home. After Lu Feng finished washing up and came downstairs, he casually asked, "When are you going back to school?" "I was supposed to go back the day after tomorrow, but the school is acting strange and told me to wait for a notice before returning." I'm speechless. Lu Lingyue scooped up the vermicelli soup and brought it over in a bowl. But it's just as well, I can rest at home for a while, and since the senior sisters are all in Wind City, I can just go back with them then. Here, breakfast is ready. On the dining table, 2 bowls of steaming vermicelli soup were giving off wisps of white steam, and Lu Feng's bowl was topped with 2 fried eggs that were slightly burnt. This egg, when I was frying the eggs, I got a message and then it turned out like this. Oh, it may not look great, but the taste is definitely good. Trust me. Lu Lingyue said confidently, her big eyes fixed on Lu Feng. Alright then. Under her gaze, Lu Feng took a bite. A bit too much salt. It's actually not bad. Hearing Lu Feng's affirmation, Lu Lingyue's tense nerves finally relaxed and she revealed a hint of delight. I told you, the taste is pretty good. She hummed a little tune as she sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and enjoyed the fruits of her labor. Slurp, slurp, slurp. While eating the small noodles and swinging her little legs, with her mom not at home, Lu Lingyue could only share her gossip insights with Lu Feng. Wah, I'm really so annoyed. The seniors failed the challenge again, mainly because the teammates are too weak, always dragging us down. If only we had stronger teammates, we could definitely clear the warrior level of Fengyue City. Gugu. Lu Feng took a couple of sips of soup and casually asked, "What's their completion rate now?" 85%. Again dragged down by the teammates. The tank in the team doesn't even know what protection means. When faced with danger, they stand further back than the rear row. After finishing his soup, Lu Feng wiped his mouth with a tissue. Aren't you a frontline professional? Why don't you go help your senior? Me? Lu Lingyue pointed at herself and then shook her head wildly. I can't do it. My level is too low, only level 11. All my attributes are too low. After level 10, the gap between levels can widen significantly. The seniors are already level 16, and the teammates they find are basically level 15. Someone like me at level 11 is just not enough. Sigh, I have the heart but not the strength. Lu Lingyue mumbled. Besides, I don't have much equipment. If I rely solely on basic attributes, a magic tanked warrior level is basically no different from a fragile character. Looking at Lu Lingyue's pitiful appearance, to be honest, Lu Feng felt a bit heartbroken. Should he give her that platinum gear earlier? Originally, he planned to wait a few days until Lu Lingyue's birthday to give her the equipment as a birthday gift. But seeing this little girl looking so miserable, he couldn't bear it. Just as Lu Feng was about to unlock his inventory to take out the equipment, Lu Lingyue's barrage of complaints pulled his thoughts back to reality. Forget it, it's useless to talk about this now. You should focus on leveling up, clear the novice trial as soon as possible, and go fight the Abyss dungeon. That's the way to go. You know, I only took 3 days to clear the novice trial. By the time of the college entrance examination, I was already level 7. Of course, you don't need to feel too much pressure, just achieving half of my results would be fine. Oh right, I made breakfast. You wash the dishes. I'm going online now to scold that Chencher Jian, give him a morning greeting. Lu Feng? Lu Lingyue's thoughts were bouncing around, leaving Lu Feng a bit confused. Wait, what do you have against Chencher Jian? Lu Lingyue's little face was displeased. What else could it be? It's because this guy stole all the limelight from my senior. That stinky guy, relying on the support of a big family behind him, is flaunting his power in the canyon, causing a stir in the city after clearing the hell level dungeon. Now many people are comparing Chencher Jian with my seniors, praising him while criticizing them. My seniors have been said to be miserable, so I hate this Chencher Jian. Lu Feng was speechless. He quietly watched Lu Lingyue, like a little demon, typing out crude words to send to Chencher Jian, who after finishing a short essay, Lu Lingyue felt relieved. I noticed that when you argue with people, you like to throw in a you sister here and there. Lu Feng caught a glimpse of some content on Lu Lingyue's screen and saw a lot of you sister as a filler. You sister, you white family's merchant deliberately advertising to make money, right? You sister, if you have the guts, don't hide and show off. What kind of hero are you? You sister. Don't you think adding that word makes it sound powerful? That's the dirtiest thing I could think of. Lu Feng cleaned up the dishes and passed by his mom's counter, picking up the calculator and pressing a button. 6. Lu Lingyue didn't want to bring that up and turned to ask Lu Feng. Almost forgot, you successfully changed your job. What's your new registered ID? I'll input it and add you as a friend. Lu Feng was taken aback. Wasn't this just perfect timing? He smiled. Then you lose the 3 words worldly dust. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingyue's face instantly fell. Are you kidding me? Forget it, whatever. No, just input and add a note for Lu Lingyue. I'll approve it for you. Ha! Lu Lingyue took a deep breath, a bit angry. Dust is the dust in your name, world is the world, and middle is the middle? That's right. After she input the 3 words worldly dust, only one person popped up, the one she had just cursed at. She looked up at Lu Feng with a resentful expression. You clicked to add as a friend first. Lu Feng wanted to give her a surprise, and under Lu Lingyue's astonished gaze, the friend request was successfully added, and he directly sent over the platinum level equipment, eagerly anticipating Lu Lingyue's reaction at that moment. After all, as an older brother, he had always wanted his younger siblings to admire him. Such a good opportunity couldn't be missed. He clicked to apply to add as a friend, but the result showed Worldly Dust has set it to not allow friend requests. Now, Lu Lingyue was sure that Lu Feng was messing with her. Alright, Lu Feng, you're playing with me. Damn! Lu Feng clapped his right fist against his left palm, realizing he had apparently turned off friend requests back in the novice trial area. Then wait a moment, I'll turn this feature back on, and you can add me again. Lu Feng said seriously, while Lu Lingyue was already rolling up her sleeves. You sound so serious. Once wasn't enough. You want to keep tricking me, right? Damn it, I kindly tried to add you as a friend. If you don't want to, fine, but why bully me like this? I'm going to fight you today. Lu Lingyue lunged at Lu Feng, and with that gritted teeth expression, if she caught him, he would definitely get bitten. Lu Feng was on the verge of tears. No, listen to me. I won't listen. Lu Feng ran around the table while Lu Lingyue chased him with claws outstretched. Lu Feng. He originally wanted to give Lu Lingyue a series of surprises, ultimately highlighting his love and greatness as an older brother, but who would have thought that he was worldly dust all along? Admire me, right? Surprised? How did things develop into this? It's so hard to act cool. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. A video call popped up. The notification was from Hao Chang, and he clicked to connect. Hey, Master Lu. Ha? Why is your camera shaking? On the other end of the video, Hao Chang had just washed his underwear, sitting on a small stool holding Chuchen. Feeling the camera on Lu Feng's side shaking, it made him a bit dizzy. It's fine, don't mind the details. Have you taken care of the matter I entrusted to you? Oh, I called to inform you about the substitute play. So far, 2 people have signed up, both are warrior level. Are they definitely coming? Definitely, they've already paid a deposit, and they're waiting for you in the canyon now. Okay. Lu Feng glanced at the time. Tell them I'll arrive in an hour. Understood. Last night, Hao Chang immediately used his powerful network to announce that Worldly Dust would personally substitute play. Initially, it caused quite a stir online, with a bunch of people expressing shock and excitement, all saying they had to go. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and missing it would mean losing it forever. But as various comments like "there are many online scammers," the Bai family refutes rumors, and using hype to scam money emerged, the news gradually became a target for public ridicule and attacks. In fact, within just half an hour, multiple ads with the same wording and prices flooded the screen, all claiming to be Worldly Dust personally substitute play. Clearly, this matter was definitely related to the Bai family. Fortunately, Hao Chang had his own customer group and promotional channels, and among his previous customers, 2 professionals were willing to sign up. Lu Feng only needed to lead them through a wave, and the truth would naturally come to light. Covering one's ears while stealing a bell, self-deception, Lu Feng muttered disdainfully. However, due to a lapse in video chatting, he was still caught by Lu Lingyue, who, like a dog, really did bite him, leaving a row of teeth marks on his arm. The rolling shutter door opened, and it was Deng Manhwa returning from outside. Mom, I'm not clean. As soon as she saw her mother come back, Lu Lingyue was the first to complain. Hey! Lu Feng raised his arm with the teeth marks. Who exactly is not clean? Get it straight. I think you're not unclean, but you just don't love cleanliness. Lu Feng disdainfully wiped with a tissue. I can tell you haven't brushed your teeth without even smelling. You! Mom, look at him, he comes back just to bully me. Deng Manhwa could only shake her head and smile. You two are such treasures. Lu Lingyue huffed into her palm and sniffed. Not stinky at all, it actually smells good. She shot a fierce glare at Lu Feng, snorted lightly, and then went to Deng Manhwa to complain. Mom, he tricked me into thinking he was from some worldly realm. I kindly wanted to add him as a friend, but he deceived me, just like when we were kids. He thinks it's fun to trick me. Oh heavens, oh earth. Lu Feng had no words to express his frustration. He estimated that even if he opened the attribute page for her to see, Lu Lingyue would still say he was fooling her with a fake interface. He was in a hurry and couldn't afford to let Lu Lingyue check in detail, plus Deng Manhwa had returned, so he restrained his inner impulse. It seemed he shouldn't develop any brotherly feelings for Lu Lingyue. Surprises could wait until her birthday. Just right, that day he could explain everything clearly and arrange matters regarding his dad's work. Let the bullets fly a little longer. By then, he must make her mouth drop wide open. The more claws and teeth you show now, the more shocking and submissive it will be later. Alright, I have things to do. I'll explain when I get back. Silly sister. You're the silly one. Lu Feng looked at Deng Meihua. Mom, I left a little money in your account. You don't need to take out a loan for purchasing goods. Just deduct it directly from the account. I have something urgent. I need to hurry to the dungeon, so I'm leaving first. Ha? Oh. Deng Meihua hadn't even reacted when Lu Feng had already run out the door. Lu Lingyue crossed her arms, fleeing in guilt. Deng Meihua scratched her head. What did your brother just say? He said he left money in my account. I shouldn't have heard wrong, right? Where would a newly promoted student get that much money? He's just bragging. He wants to run away. Did you see how he got the abbreviation wrong when he left? It was clearly the novice trial ground, but he said it was a dungeon. Deng Meihua nodded. Oh, I see. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the owner of the wholesale market called. Deng Mei, why did your goods payment come in so timely this quarter? Didn't you say your son just got promoted and needs money for college? This payment can wait a bit. Hearing this, Deng Meihua was stunned. She hadn't sent any money. She realized too late. Could it be that what Lu Feng said earlier was true? Was it from the old account? Yes, otherwise which one could it be? A one-time transfer of 50,000 yuan, 500 gold coins. I still have the transfer record. After hanging up the phone, Deng Meihua immediately asked Lingyue to help check the account balance. When they opened the account, a terrifying number appeared. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. Deng Meihua looked at Lu Lingyue, and Lu Lingyue looked at Deng Meihua, both staring at each other in disbelief. Lu Feng, my brother, where did he get so much money? In the VIP room of the Stronghold's Inn, the Valley of the Dead, two professionals sat on stools drinking tea, while the Stronghold paced back and forth anxiously. I say, Stronghold leader, you say that Chencher is your guild's honorary leader. You guarantee with your character that he will definitely come today. We brothers came here for your sake, otherwise, with the current public opinion online, your reputation is quite unfavorable. Yes, the Bai family from Wind City has even come out to refute the rumors, hinting that Chencher is one of their own. They say you are just using Chencher's name to swindle people. The Stronghold clasped his hands and said, thank you very much for coming today. There are still 3 minutes until the agreed time. Chencher should be delayed. On the way, the Stronghold looked at his watch. But he won't be late. Please believe me. The Stronghold placed a hand on his chest and bowed to the two. Alright, the two sighed. Brother Chang, don't blame us for being suspicious. Everyone in the group is watching. If something unexpected happens, we won't be able to hold our heads up. Moreover, the price is not just a few hundred or thousand gold coins, it's 300,000 gold coins, so we have to be cautious. These two were relatively influential figures in the Stronghold's client group and usually treated him well. The public opinion this time was significant, with many larger claiming to have Chencher. Even the Bai family had spoken out. But they were still willing to trust the Stronghold once. Don't worry, precisely because everyone is watching, I can't just ruin my reputation. If I deceive you, as soon as you go back and say something, I won't be able to do business anymore. The labels of fraud and charlatan will stick with me for life. The Stronghold patted his chest and said, so, my Chencher is definitely the real deal. Understood. Just then, a strong wind blew outside the room, causing the tent to rustle. Soon, the wind stopped, and a tall, handsome figure walked into the room, appearing before everyone. Fortunately, I made it in time. Lu Feng arrived just on the dot. Seeing Lu Feng, the Stronghold's face showed a relieved joy. Master Lu, you finally made it. He smiled and introduced the two professionals. This is our honorary leader, Chencher. The two professionals, who had successfully changed jobs for 5 or 6 years, had poor talent but came from wealthy families, relying on to level up. Both were currently at level 9. Hello. You are the god of Chencher? When they saw Lu Feng in person, the two were very surprised because, in their impression, Chencher's image was tall and imposing. Not to mention looking rugged, he at least should have that kind of sharp and powerful aura, right? But the person in front of them looked so gentle, almost like a student. There was no intimidating killing intent, and his face had no scars. Absolutely real. The two remained silent, and Lu Feng nodded. Thank you very much for your trust. If there are no issues, shall we enter the dungeon now? Lu Feng knew that his appearance was somewhat deceptive. Although the two didn't say anything, they must have many doubts in their hearts. At this moment, explaining wouldn't matter much. Breaking all the question marks, wouldn't clearing a warrior-level dungeon suffice? Alright. The two had no objections, and Lu Feng formed a team face-to-face, creating the party. Successfully created. A team name, team created by Chencher. This familiar team name, familiar atmosphere, familiar feeling. The team name was displayed, and upon seeing the captain's name, Chencher Jian, the two finally relaxed their anxious hearts. After all, the cost of clearing the warrior level was a whopping 300,000 gold coins. They had already paid the deposit, and if they encountered a fake, it would be a huge loss. Fortunately, their decision was correct. Chencher Jian was indeed a prestigious guild leader. Truly the great Chencher, I've long admired you. To see the true form of the great Chincher who shakes the canyon is worth it even if we don't run the dungeon. I didn't expect, great Chincher, that you would be so handsome and so young, truly a remarkable talent. But online, they say you are from the Bai family? After confirming Lu Feng's identity, the two instantly changed their demeanor, becoming quite chatty. I come from an ordinary family. Oh, is that so? Then it seems the first guess online is true. You come from somewhere else? No, I am just a practitioner from Feng City. Hiss, you are a practitioner from Feng City? An ordinary family. Lu Feng's answer surprised them as it completely contradicted the online speculations. It also shocked them that a practitioner from an ordinary family could achieve such a sensational feat in Feng City. This was too incredible. Since the team still lacked enough members, Lu Feng brought in Pang Fei and Wang Tianyi to make up the numbers. Thus, the five began the warrior-level dungeon in the old city alley. The deep, dark sky, the eerie old city alley, a chilling wind blew through. The first chaotic zombie appeared, casting insight. Upon seeing the zombie's stats, the two practitioners were terrified. 14,000 health points, 500 base attributes, are you kidding me? Yet, it was this monster that made them tremble. Lu Feng merely summoned a small familiar, which casually threw a poison dart, and the chaotic zombie fell straight down. 15,033 main passive damage, 1 dart kill. Cough, what did I just see? A basic attack killed it in one hit? This is too terrifying. The two stammered. What kind of damage is this? Lu Feng didn't care about their astonished gazes, sweeping through with Xiaomo, 1 poison dart for 1 zombie. It was no different from killing a chicken. Ha! Seeing the two doubting their lives, Wang Tianyi thought of his own initial experience in the warrior level. He could understand their current mental state. He patted their shoulders. Just keep up, we've only just begun. He originally had another line, there's plenty more to shock you later, but he thought better of it and couldn't bring himself to say it. Unlike the first time they tackled the warrior level, where there was some restraint and a sense of experience, this time, they were all about speed. Lu Feng directly used the most brutal method to push through. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Old City Alley Dungeon, warrior level. Congratulations, you have refreshed the clearing record for the Old City Alley Dungeon, warrior level. Clearing time 6 hours and 1 minute. From entering the dungeon to exiting, the two hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Warrior level cleared just like that? And refreshed the historical record. After years in the carry industry, they were experiencing for the first time what it meant to do absolutely nothing and just be carried along. Moreover, they were being carried through a warrior level that had never been cleared by anyone before Chenshi Jian. Wow, this feeling, it's transcendent. After the shock came endless exhilaration. Completing this achievement and seeing their ID still hanging on the historical record, the sense of accomplishment and excitement was irreplaceable. At this moment, they wanted to cry. I never expected that a waste like me could one day have my name on the warrior level clearing record. I'm so moved, great Chincher, thank you so much. This money is really worth it. The two professionals couldn't contain their excitement and posted screenshots of their record-breaking achievement on social media, promoting it in various professional groups. In a Lifetime series, accompanied by images, screenshots of clearing the warrior level and refreshing the warrior level record, the screenshots included their IDs and those of the Dust World. When the professionals saw the screenshots they posted, the various groups erupted. What the hell, Bosqua, Boss Wu, what happened? Did you clear the warrior level? Did the big shot from Dust World carry you through? Amazing, is it true that the big shot from Dust World personally played for you? Faced with everyone's inquiries, the two replied, it's true, grinning, the Dust God is really strong, so strong we can't even describe it, we were completely comfortable the whole time. Carrying people through the warrior level, this is really too outrageous, others can't even clear the hard level, yet he can carry people through the warrior level while lying down. This job, no one else could do it, except him. Wow, it really was the Dust God who carried you, I'm so envious. After all, it's 300,000 gold coins. Ordinary people can't afford that. Only rich people like Bosqua and Boss Wu can go. 300,000 gold coins. That's an astronomical price. This is thinking from the perspective of us poor people. If you think from the perspective of the rich, then 300,000 is very worth it. 300,000 to experience the feeling of clearing the warrior level, and you also get a record of clearing the warrior level. That's so worth it. You might only get this chance once in a lifetime. Once the Dust God levels up to level 11, no one will be able to carry others through the warrior level anymore. I previously saw that a rich person from another country was willing to spend billions for a space trip which had life-threatening risks, yet there were endless sign-ups. At that time, I couldn't quite understand it, but now, with what just happened, I can understand. I also want to experience their joy. By the way, Bosqua, Boss Wu, what does the Dust God look like? Also, is he really from the Bai family, or is he a genius training in Feng City? The two professionals, who were being pursued by the crowd, were bombarded with questions. When asked the key question, everyone fell silent, only to type +1 or the same question below. He looks very young and handsome, grinning. He is neither from the Bai family nor a genius from outside, but a professional from our Feng City. As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. What? The Dust World is a professional from our Feng City, not from the Bai family? No way, how can he be so strong? I've never heard of such a person before. It can't be. The Bai family has been hinting that this dust world is one of their own. Could it be that the dust god has some unspeakable secret? Boss Gua, Boss Wu, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Sweat. I specifically asked. The dust god said it himself. How could it be false? Alright, then it should be true. I didn't expect all our guesses to be wrong. Why would the Bai family deliberately say the dust world is one of their own? Who knows, they want to bring good things to their family? Or maybe they saw a business opportunity, so so shameless. Those who could chat in the same group as Boss Guo and Boss Wu basically understood their character, and with the brand new record images from the canyon all matching up, it seemed unbelievable, but it was the truth. However, this was still just a small-scale spread. Once someone posted this news on the Dead Canyon forum and the professional forum, it immediately attracted a wave of rebuttals. I'm really speechless. There are actually fools who believe this kind of thing. Photo editing technology is so advanced now. Dust World isn't from the Bai family? Are you kidding me? The Bai family is such a big family. Is there really a need to deceive the public over this? Even if those two were really brought over by the god of dust, who can guarantee that what they say isn't just bragging or for show? Come on, they're merchants themselves, trying to make money. They spent 300,000 to clear the warrior level. They have to find a way to earn that money back, right? If you believe them, you really have no brains. Yeah, a prodigy of the god of dust's level isn't some super talented genius from outside, nor someone cultivated with resources from a big family like the Bai family, but from an ordinary household? What a joke. In recent years, the highest talent in Wind City has only been S level. Unless you tell me someone was born with SS level talent, I won't believe it. But do you think that's possible? After seeing a lot of disbelief, someone who knew the truth came out to comment. I think this should be true. At that time, there was someone online called Hao Qiang who said that the Dust World needed to personally carry out the boosting, and those who needed boosting should contact him. Most people thought he was a scammer, but I happen to have boosted in his team and have been in his group for several years. Then, General Guo and General Wu, the two who went to boost, we know them. They are not the kind of people you say. Moreover, before going, they were also half believing, and after coming back, the screenshots and the time for clearing the canyon completely matched. I can also testify to that. I was in the group too. Bro, you guys are still too young. This is a script someone set up for them to act out. Anyway, I don't really believe what I see online anymore. I only trust my own judgment and brain. Analyzing things still requires thinking and having your own judgment. Alright, I can only say that different people see different things. The discussions online were intense, with all sorts of speculations and factions. Some even had differing opinions and almost arranged to fight offline. The situation became increasingly murky and chaotic, but the only thing that could be confirmed was that the Dust World was gaining more and more recognition in Wind City. Hao Qiang had been closely monitoring the trends on major forums and would timely place advertisements. After the incident with General Guo and General Wu came out, many people believed that the Dust World was indeed personally boosting, so when they saw such advertisements, they wouldn't immediately dismiss them as false scams. Additionally, with Hao Qiang having screenshots of the clearing proof and Lu Feng providing him with screenshots from the Dust World backend, it attracted quite a bit of traffic, and in just half a day, over a dozen new groups were created. Unfortunately, the actual number of people looking for boosting was very few. Most just came to ask questions. Plus, the boosting fees for the warrior and hell levels were not something an average person could afford, which directly filtered out 99% of the professionals. In the end, only 7 or 8 signed up for the warrior level, and with 6 more wanting to sign up after General Wu and General Guo's success in the old group, a total of 12 people registered. Lu Feng divided them into 3 groups, each with 4 people, and cleared the warrior level 3 times. Naturally, these people's feelings were the same as General Guo and General Wu's. Upon seeing the real deal, they were somewhat suspicious, and once they entered the dungeon, they were brushed with recognition until they came out, shocked to the point of their scalps tingling, as if they had just had a dream. Then came the delayed sense of pleasure and achievement. After this, there was another wave of people online claiming that Lu Feng wasn't from the Bai family but a professional from Wind City, with various screenshots and time records all matching up. You could say once was a coincidence, that it was photoshopped, or that the people involved were maliciously trying to create hype, but now it's happened 4 times in a row. Can you still say it's a coincidence? This is clearly the case that the Dust World is genuinely boosting, and these people have indeed inquired about the real situation of the Dust World. Bai Yunqing was anxious, he was very anxious. Seeing the fermenting comments online, he angrily slammed his fist on the coffee table, shattering it into pieces, scaring the group of subordinates kneeling on the ground. This Lu Feng really doesn't take my Bai family seriously. Find him for me immediately, I have something to say to him. Yes. One of the black-clad subordinates went out and soon returned with a communication device. It displayed Lu Feng's video number, which was currently calling. During a few waves of warrior-level challenges, Lu Feng discovered a problem. Although he was clearly the one gaining most of the experience points, his experience bar was progressing particularly slowly. After checking others' experience bars, he realized that he needed significantly more experience to level up than they did, about twice as much. Could it be that with a super god level talent he had to consume extra Experience? But if it was just double, that was still acceptable. After all, leveling up not only increased his intelligence points but also his magic power. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a video invitation popped up and Lu Feng saw it was from an unfamiliar ID. Beep. He rejected the video request. What was the point of answering a stranger's video? Ding ding ding. After being hung up on, the video invitation rang again. Again? Lu Feng frowned and casually rejected the video again. Could it be someone is looking for me? He thought of Wang Yuqing. Oh right, if someone knows my video number, it might be the government contacting me about my dad's situation. Lu Feng slapped his forehead in frustration and redialed a video invitation. On the other end, Bai Yunqing's mouth twitched, his hands trembling with anger. This is outrageous. He is clearly trying to go against the Bai family. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Feng's video call came back. Ha! This was unexpected. The connection was successful. Why is it you? Upon seeing Bai Yunqing on the other end, Lu Feng felt unlucky. Why is it me? Aren't you the one who caused this? Bai Yunqing coldly snorted. What good deed did I do? What I do is none of your business. I can do as I please. Lu Feng was truly speechless. He was being questioned right off the bat, making it seem like he had done something wrong. I remember warning you not to stir up trouble again. You did say that, but do I care? Did I agree to anything with you? Why should I listen to you? Bai Yunqing said coldly. Don't think I can't deal with you. If scaring me works, then go ahead and try. Let's see if you can intimidate me. What? Is there no other means besides shameless threats? We discussed everything last time. It's still the same. Either solve it with money and I can agree to your demands, or if the money isn't there, sorry, my own business is mine to handle as I wish, and no one has the right to interfere. I can handle the carry, and I can clear the dungeons too. Bai Yunqing's hands, which were behind his back, had already formed fists. He suppressed his anger and said, 1 million gold coins. If you think that's fair, we can sign a contract. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head. 100 million gold coins, not a single coin less. 200,000 gold coins, Bai Yunqing said again. 100 million gold coins. 220,000 gold coins, Bai Yunqing said in a deep voice. Lu Feng fell silent, and Bai Yunqing continued to raise the stakes. 250,000 gold coins. You look like a fool. You can keep raising it slowly. Come back to me when you can reach 100 million. This old man had no sincerity whatsoever and wouldn't know how to repent. His conversations always exuded an annoying sense of arrogance, as if others should naturally compromise for the Bai family. Continuing to talk to him was simply a waste of life. Therefore, after saying this, Lu Feng hung up the video. He had just gathered a hell-level order, and just the carry fee for a hell-level task was 200,000 gold coins per person. 2 million, and you want me to do nothing? You want me to abandon my dignity and face to be your dog? Dream on. You're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat, ugly and flashy. Lu Feng is really idle. Why is he wasting so much time with this Bai Yunqing guy? And Bai Yunqing is really shameless. He must call just to get himself scolded. Speechless. In front of so many of his subordinates, Lu Feng gave Bai Yunqing not a shred of face, and Bai Yunqing's expression darkened, a vicious look already appearing in his eyes. You little brat, you really think too highly of yourself. Alright, you like to play, huh? Then I'll play with you to the end and see who wins in the end. After saying that, he turned to his subordinates. Use all our connections to get rid of any news about the mortal realm. On the Feng City Forum. I don't want to see any statements claiming that the mortal realm isn't part of my Bai family. Yes. Also, leak his information through the dark web. Send a copy to every opposing forces organization within our country. Bai Yunqing's decision left several subordinates momentarily stunned. Boss, this is treason. With just a glance from Bai Yunqing, that subordinate dared not continue speaking, immediately shutting his mouth and standing respectfully. Yes. I will take care of it right away. In Lu Feng's team of hell-level players, there were 2 people from the other 2 major families of Feng City who initially had little expectation, but upon discovering that it was indeed the mortal realm himself, they quickly found suitable people to place orders for hell-level services. And Lu Feng did not disappoint them, leading them through the entire Old City Alley, experiencing the thrill of hell difficulty from start to finish. After one round, these high-quality clients all became little fans. Mortal God, add me as a friend. If there's such service in the future, we'll come to you. Our Wu family has many businesses in Feng City. Mortal God, if you're interested, just let me know. I can handle the entire project for you. Or if you don't want to do it, that's fine too. Just come on board as an honorary director. You'll get a high share every year. Mortal God, my dad said, as long as you are willing, our family is willing to cover all your expenses in the future, including various material and equipment costs. Mortal God, you are amazing. With you leading the team, it's only a matter of time before we grow strong. I'm willing to invest and even open sub-teams in other cities. Various invitations and olive branches came one after another, but Lu Feng declined them all. Firstly, he didn't trust these people enough, and secondly, his team was already very stable. The influx of capital would only complicate matters. Moreover, he clearly understood that the reason he could make big money was solely due to his unique strength. He accomplished what everyone else could not because his operational methods were particularly remarkable. Therefore, he felt that as Long as he was strong enough to make everyone convinced he didn't need to cooperate with anyone. Naturally, countless people would follow him and work for him. The strong only need personal charisma. Cattle and sheep gather in herds, while fierce beasts walk alone. After completing the Hell level and then a wave of warrior level dungeons, Lu Feng's level rose to 11. His attributes underwent a tremendous change. Name, Lu Feng. Title, none. Can obtain 16. Profession, Summoner. Level, LV 11, 0.6% per 100%. Health, 12500145000. Equipment plus 800 is equal to 15,300. Strength, 70130. Constitution, 168188. Intelligence, 150190. Agility, 80110. Equipment plus 200 is equal to 310. Magic power, 76801536. Lu Feng felt that his current panel attributes were completely out of whack. Almost all attributes, except for intelligence, were not following the original path of a summoner. The increase in health and constitution points under the summoning of demons was very obvious. After the constitution points increased, it also greatly boosted the strength points, as strength is intricately related to the basic constitution points. With a qualitative improvement in the basic constitution points, the increase in strength points naturally led to a dramatic surge. Therefore, from the attribute panel, it could be seen that this time, Lu Feng's strength points had increased by 50 points in one go. Magic power, it's 15,000 now. I can confidently say that no one in the entire Wind City can have a higher magic power than mine. Lu Feng calmly closed his personal attribute page and switched to the summoning beast page. Over the past few days, with the previous accumulation and the earnings from the Lu Feng's balance had already surpassed 10 million gold coins. This was more than enough to elevate Xiao Mo and Shui Shai to the next level. Summoning array, appear. With Lu Feng's light shout, a halo array of the Heavenly Dao contract appeared beneath Xiao Mo and Shui Shui. Heavenly Dao contract, activate. The SSS level talent Heavenly Dao contract consumed gold coins to enhance the rank of the summoned beast. Heavenly Dao contract in operation. Contract exchange, consuming 800,000 gold coins. Demon King. Scout successfully evolved. Demon King. Scout 5th rank, Overlord level. Great Demon King. Scout 6th rank, True King level. After evolving from 5th to 6th rank, Xiaomo's previously sleek black appearance grew fur again, but the color of the fur was a bright crimson. Its terrifying green eyes turned into deep obsidian, and a pair of demon horns sprouted from its head, above which a golden crown suddenly appeared. At the same time, the trident in its hand transformed into pure gold, and the heart of the trident gained an additional golden 6-pointed crystal. Summoned Beast, Great Demon King. Scout, 6th rank, True King level, LV 11. Health, 248,800. Equipment plus 1,800. Attack power, 11,600. Equipment plus 200. Attack speed, 17.4. Equipment plus 0.3. Movement speed, 12350. Attack talent coefficient is 60. Health talent coefficient is 1300. Attack speed talent coefficient is 0.09. Movement speed talent coefficient is 65. Attribute value equals summoner's intelligence, 190 multiplied by each. Attribute talent coefficient. Active skill, Scout's quick run. Enter stealth state. Movement speed increases by 100%. Attacking enemies grants a 200% attack power bonus. Passive skill, Q Toxin. The swift vanguards every normal attack carries. Toxic Sand, dealing 10,000 points of magic damage over 5 seconds to hit enemies, can be extended. Active skill, Deadly Flute. The scout shoots a special toxic arrow, causing a 4-second blinding effect. Under the blinding effect, the enemy's normal attacks are ineffective and accompanied by continuous toxin damage. Commander level skill, Elemental Bomb. Area damage, set an elemental trap that explodes when stepped on, dealing 38,000, intelligence, 190 multiplied by coefficient 200, magic damage over 3 seconds, and slowing enemies by 60% for 3 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. 1 elemental bomb costs 100 mana. Lord level skill, Frenzied Behemoth. After casting, movement speed bonus increases. The scout rapidly expands into a giant beast for a short time, shaking all nearby enemies, dealing physical damage and slowing effects. During the transformation phase, all resistances triple and attack power increases by 100%. Dominion level skill, Call of the Demon King, forms a massive Dark Energy Sphere, dealing area damage to the target. Intelligence, 190 multiplied by coefficient 300 multiplied by range distance coefficient, 1 to 10. True King level skill, Annihilation of the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King chance, performing a dark baptism on designated targets. Up to 5 friendly targets can instantly be elevated to Dominion level strength. Enemy targets can be controlled at a fixed point, petrification, and deal intelligence coefficient x 1000 damage. Seeing the attributes of the 6th tier scout, Lu Feng was at a loss for words. Compared to the inherent values, the equipment values were merely a drop in the bucket. Attack power has broken 10,000, terrifying indeed. Xiao Mo's base attack power exceeded 10,000, and the duration of the Q Toxin had significantly increased, allowing a single normal attack to trigger 4 instances of passive damage. Roughly calculated, that's over 50,000 damage per hit. An ordinary attack can exceed 50,000 damage. Can you call this an attack speed build? Absurd, utterly absurd. The most crucial part is that after leveling up, Xiaomo's true king level skill is a directional control skill that can control everything with a damage coefficient as high as 1000. This, seeing the boss go in and apply control, a single control can take off over 100,000 health, it must be questioning its life choices. At this moment, Lu Feng couldn't help but start to feel sympathy for his enemies. What on earth are they facing? Next, let's take a look at Shui Shui. Lu Feng rubbed his hands and activated the Heavenly Dao contract again. The light of the Heavenly Dao descended, enveloping Shui Shui. Heavenly Dao contract in operation. Contract exchange consuming 800,000 gold coins. Blue Flame True Master successfully evolved. Blue Flame True Master 5th tier Dominion level food 1 star. Zhuzijin. After Shui Shui was upgraded to the 6th tier from a distance, it was already difficult to discern its pig attributes from its face. The blue flames on its body retracted inward, and a belt made of human bones was added to its external iron armor. Summoned Beast food 1 star. Zhuzijin level LV 11 health. 950,000 attack power, 600 physical resistance, 16,150 magic resistance, 200 attack talent coefficient is 40, health talent coefficient is 5,000, physical resistance talent coefficient is 85, magic resistance talent coefficient is 80. Attribute values equal to Summoner's Intelligence 190 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. Active skill, Whirlwind Slash, swings a rake into the battlefield dealing Intelligence x 80 area damage to the target with a certain chance to trigger a 100% severe injury effect where damage stacks. Active skill, Chaos Heavy Strike, sits down with a mammoth dealing 500% to 1600% physical damage, Intelligence x 40 to the target and restoring a percentage of its own health, can bounce 3 times in succession. Commander level skill, Group Charge, leads the troops to launch a charge, boosting the morale of all by 80%, increasing attack power by 100%. Lord level skill, Damage Transfer, can transfer damage received by friendly targets to itself. Cooldown time 1.5 minutes. Dominion level passive, after switching forms, can freely control the otherworldly fire. Blue Spirit Cold Fire, each attack attaches a burning effect of the otherworldly fire. True king level skill, Blood Vengeance, across 1,000 miles. Zhuzijin infuses divine power into the rake. A single strike can shatter mountains and rocks, striking the ground, causing the ground within a kilometer radius to crack, and can trigger the underground lava power to erupt. Impact damage is Intelligence X coefficient 500, lava power eruption is Intelligence X 800, so brutal. For Shui Shui's brand new attributes and new true king level skills, Lu Feng truly couldn't find more fitting words to describe it. Its role is clearly that of a tank, already so tough that its health bar is nearly indistinguishable, yet this skill still carries such immense killing power. A tank, to lie in wait for corpses for 1,000 miles? I mean, do the others still want to play? During the time Lu Feng was playing on behalf of others, Pang Fei was also busy. He teamed up with Lin Li and Wang Tianyi to challenge the Old City Alley dungeon. With their current levels and strength thanks to their equipment advantage, clearing the Old City Alley on easy mode was not difficult. They could reach about 80% completion on normal mode. With each successive challenge, they accumulated a lot of combat experience and finally cleared the normal mode of Old City Alley on their 9th attempt. They also tried the hard mode a few times but got stuck at 70% and couldn't get through. Pang Fei originally lacked confidence in his abilities, but after returning to easy mode and trying to fight with turrets, he discovered that his damage output was actually quite good. Moreover, he could bring unexpected surprises to the team, which made him feel for the first time that he seemed to be quite strong. Gradually, he explored his own combat methods during battles and learned how to cooperate with other classes in the team. Fei Ge, impressive. Your turret placement is really clever. Once the turret was set up, it not only blocked the cat demon's normal attacks but also shot its backside several times. And that one time, we were surrounded by mad cows. Thanks to your turret formation, one stun immobilized 3 mad cows, and then the turrets fired in unison. Wow, that was really amazing. You can attack and defend, quite powerful. In the open space in front of the recruitment sign for the Haoqiang carry team, Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua praised Pang Fei back and forth, making him feel elated. Lin Li rolled her eyes repeatedly. She thought the way boys chatted was sometimes really boring. She didn't deny that Pang Fei had some impressive plays, but was it necessary to keep reminiscing and talking about it? She shook her head and often saw familiar figures on the road, smiling and greeting them. In recent days, more and more students had reached level 5 in the novice trial ground and came to the Valley of the Dead, including some of her classmates. This year's transfer students, about 30%, have reached level 5 to come to the Valley of the Dead for dungeons. The overall progress is slightly better than before, but the monsters in the Valley of the Dead dungeon are not as gentle as the green snakes and carrot spirits in the novice dungeon. They're going to hit a wall. A decent team can barely achieve 50% completion on easy mode. And for a weaker team, even 10% is tough. Wang Tianyi commented objectively. If they hadn't encountered God Shen at the beginning and had directly started the easy mode of Old City Alley, reaching 50% would have been their limit at level 5. Yeah, luckily we met God Shen first. Not only did we level up so many levels, but we also got so much good equipment. Going back to Old City Alley would be a completely different concept. Everything is difficult at the beginning. God Shen helped Us through the hardest part, directly boosting our combat power several times. Lin Li sighed, and speaking of this, she had to say it was great to know God Chen. While they were talking, Lu Feng and Hao Qiang also finished their business and came out of the private room. God Chen, strong brother. They greeted politely. Hey, you little guys are doing well. Hao Qiang greeted warmly, then said to Lu Feng, Master Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Lu Feng nodded. Hao Qiang returned to the tent, and Lu Feng looked at the familiar faces, smiling as he asked, how have you been these days? Hee God Chen, we cleared the easy and normal modes by ourselves. Lin Li said proudly. Oh, not bad. Lu Feng genuinely praised. In the entire Wind City, there were only a handful of teams that could clear the normal mode. For a team of newly transitioned players like them to clear the normal mode of Old City Alley was already quite remarkable. Upon seeing Lu Feng, they were like children who had encountered their parents eagerly wanting to tell him about their grades at school and seeking praise and compliments. However, just as the conversation was flowing smoothly, a harsh voice interrupted. Lu Feng, is that you? Great, we were just looking for you to settle some scores, and here you are. Not far from them, a group of 5, with expressions of resentment, was staring at Lu Feng, the leader among them speaking in a sharp tone. These 5 were none other than Lu Feng's classmates who had conflicts with him in the carrot field. Because of Lu Feng's reason, they had delayed their monster hunting rhythm, and it was only now that they had reached level 5 and arrived at the Valley of the Dead. On the street, they spotted Lu Feng chatting happily with others. A few stepped forward, clearly ready to pick a fight. But their aggressive demeanor didn't last long as they noticed Lin Li beside Lu Feng. Without bothering to greet Lu Feng, they immediately smiled and said, You are Lin Li, the Lin Goddess? Lin Li frowned, You know me? Of course, we know you. You are the recognized number 1 in our school, a genius in our eyes. We are all from the same school as you. I'm Xiao Heba, nice to meet you. Xiao Heba said excitedly. Lin Li was the strongest talent in their school and also the universally acknowledged goddess. Having the chance to meet Lin Li, he certainly had to fawn over her. Moreover, they had heard that Lin Li had already cleared the simple and normal levels of the Old City Alley, truly a genius and the pride of their school, which they took great pride in as students. They had to get close to her so they could brag about it later. Oh, Lin Li simply responded coldly. Faced with the indifference, Xiao Heba awkwardly scratched his head, but this did not dampen his enthusiasm. He still wore a smile. When he glanced at Lu Feng beside her, he immediately showed a look of disgust. Lin Goddess, why are you with someone like him? I'm telling you, this Lu Feng is also from our school, but he is recognized as a waste. It's one thing to fail high school and be held back, but his moral character is also very corrupt. Because of this guy, our entire team was delayed by 2 days just to reach level 5. Don't hang out with someone like him, it lowers your status. Yeah, Lin Goddess, Lu Feng really made us suffer in the novice trial. Hearing their words, Lin Li's face turned pale. If she could, she would really like to shoot these idiots who popped up from who knows where. Calling her Lin Goddess in front of Chen Dazhang was one thing, but talking bad about Lu Feng in front of her and telling her not to associate with Chen Dazhang? Were they crazy? Where did these brainless people come from? Who was with whom? Who ignored whom? Who had a lower status? Who had a higher status? Did she have the right to ignore Chen Dazhang? She was so anxious she could cry. If these idiots made Chen Dazhang angry, she wouldn't know where to cry. Lin Li nervously stole a glance at Lu Feng's expression, and any slight movement made her extremely anxious. No, Chen Dazhang, I'm not familiar with them. No, I don't know them at all. Please, don't misunderstand. Lin Li's awkwardness in front of Xiao Heba made him think she had a bad experience with Lu Feng, and he immediately rushed in front of Lin Li, self-righteously blocking her. Lin Goddess, what's the point of talking to someone like this? No need to explain, just ignore him. He's just a repeat student, a waste. Or did this guy use some vicious means to threaten you? Don't worry, we are here, and we will firmly stand behind you. Xiao Heba's words made Lin Li's face sink to the bottom. Enough. Her feet erupted with a vortex of energy, and a longbow suddenly appeared in her hands. Using the longbow as a sword, she slashed at Xiao Heba. The tip of the bow stopped just before Zhao's throat. Gulp. Xiao Heba immediately shut his mouth, raising both hands and daring not to move. After swallowing hard, he stared blankly at Lin Li. Lin God, what is this? Lin Li's gaze was icy, revealing a strong killing intent. As a classmate in school, I feel ashamed for you. I warn you, if you dare to speak ill of Chen God again, I will go to the arena with you and establish a life and death pact. No retreat until one of us is dead. Xiao Heba had never seen such a scene. What was wrong with Lin Li? He couldn't understand why Lin Li would defend the useless Lu Feng and even wanted to establish a life and death pact with him. Was he crazy? Lin God, what's wrong with you? What I said is the truth. Why are you defending Lu Feng? Before Xiao Heba could finish his words, the longbow in Lin Li's hand moved forward by an inch, the tip touching the skin of Xiao Heba's throat, a streak of crimson sliding down. Blood was drawn. Xiao Heba, frightened, shrank his neck and collapsed to the ground. Spare me, Lin God, I was wrong, please show mercy. Lin Li looked down coldly and said, I'll say it again, if I hear you or any of you speak disrespectfully of Chen God again, I, Lin Li, will not let you go. A few of Xiao Heba's teammates were intimidated by Lin Li's aura. None dared to refute or help Xiao Heba up. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua stepped forward with great interest. Seeing Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua, Xiao Heba felt a sense of familiarity and recalled. You are the first and second in the grade from number 1 high school, both have powerful A-level professions. Oh my, how are you two here? Wang Tianyi, with an elegant demeanor, held a sword in one hand, pointing it straight ahead. Because we, like Linli, are also admirers of Chen God. The light of Wang Tianyi's sword flickered, causing Xiao Heba to widen his eyes, not daring to breathe. To insult our idol in front of us, do you know how serious this is? Wang Tianyi's words left Xiao Heba dumbfounded. Idol. Lu Feng, he is your idol? Xiao Heba was completely disoriented, feeling his worldview collapsing. A repeat student from his own class had actually become the idol of the top students from number 1 and number 2 high schools? This must be a joke. But this was something the top student from number 1 high school had said right in front of him, and they showed such respect for Lu Feng, genuine admiration. Why was this happening? Wang, you and Linli are among the most outstanding awakeners in Feng City this year. You are both prodigies. How could you admire someone of the same age? You must be joking, right? Xiao Heba still found it hard to believe, or rather, hard to accept. He. Wang Tianyi laughed loudly. You are right, it is indeed hard for me, Wang Tianyi, to admire someone of the same age. This made Xiao Heba's expression ease slightly. Indeed, he thought, how could this be possible? However, just as his expression improved, it was abruptly cut off. But Chen God holds an unquestionable position in my heart. Wang Tianyi added, you can say anything bad about me, but if you speak ill of Chen God, I will truly kill you. Wang Tianyi's gaze turned cold, and the killing intent rising from him made it clear he was not joking. Sitting on the ground, Xiao Heba was drenched in cold sweat, fear causing him to inch backward, his eyes filled with disbelief and a deep-seated terror. Looking again at Lu Feng, he still wore a calm and serene expression, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. When he glanced at Linli and the others, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, he began to tremble all over. After retreating to a safe distance, he quickly scrambled to his feet and shouted, I'm sorry, everyone. I promise I won't speak carelessly again. With that, he ran off without looking back. A few teammates, seeing this, stood frozen for 2 seconds before they all hurried after Xiao Heba. Wang Tianyi sheathed his sword, shaking his head with a sigh. These cowards, do they not know that fighting is not allowed in the Valley of the Dead? They're so scared they can't even think of that? Zhao Hua added. Linli felt a bit anxious as she looked at Lu Feng, Lord Dust. To this, Lu Feng merely chuckled lightly and raised his hand to signal, it's nothing, just a few clowns. I'm not so easily swayed by them. At this moment, Pang Fei also chimed in with a tease. Sister Lin, you really underestimate my brother Dust. Besides, your performance just now was quite good. My brother Dust can't blame you. Linli shot a glance at Pang Fei, who scratched his head in embarrassment and decided not to dwell on the topic, instead looking at the retreating figures of Xiao Heba and the others, wanting to share a couple of lines. In this situation, I feel a couple of lines of poetry are particularly fitting. Fatty, what good poem did you think of? Lu Feng asked with a smile. Morning farewell. At Baidi, amidst the colorful clouds, the clowns are actually by my side. Haha, indeed fitting. Lu Feng was already level 11 and could no longer enter the Old Town Alley dungeon. If he wanted to continue leveling up, he had to go to the next dungeon in Wind City, the Wind Moon City dungeon. Wind Moon City dungeon, where mountains and rivers are from different realms, yet the wind and moon share the same sky. It is a city of endless transformations. Entering Wind Moon City at different times presents entirely different scenes. It is rumored that Wind Moon City was originally a brothel. As the prosperity fades over the long years, 10 miles of brothels wind along the river. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Flowers have a clear fragrance, and the moon has its shadows. This describes Wind Moon City. What kind of grand scene must the 10 miles of brothels along the river have been? Lu Feng, wearing a hidden identity badge, and Pang Fei gazed at the introduction on the ancient stele of Wind Moon City, feeling a sense of longing. Alright, you'll know once you experience the dungeon. Having just arrived, Lu Feng was already prepared to fight his way from the simple level of Wind Moon City all the way to the hell level. The transition from simple to difficult level was manageable, as there was no mandatory requirement for a full team. With Pang Fei to fill the numbers, they could proceed. As for the warrior level, they would need to start recruiting warriors. Just as the two were about to enter the simple level of Wind Moon City, suddenly, a full-screen announcement invitation popped up before them. Your Lord Crimson Eye, Roaming Gunner, and Peach's Ripe, Mecha Master, are preparing to challenge Wind Moon City, warrior level, waiting for the two warriors to join. Are those the two outstanding university students from Dongjiang University? It should be. Besides them, no one else invites people to challenge the warrior level in Wind Moon City. Pang Fei checked the basic information of the two outstanding students and exclaimed, Brother Dust, their levels are so high. Both of them are level 16. And it shows that their warrior level clearance rate has already reached 85%, unlocking the hell level of Wind Moon City. Hearing Pang Fei's introduction, Lu Feng felt very tempted. In fact, he had considered whether to team up with these two university students when he thought about coming to Wind Moon City. After All teaming up with them would save a lot of effort, skipping many tedious steps and directly unlocking the hell level difficulty of Wind Moon City. Let's make contact and see if there's a chance to form a team. Lu Feng clicked to apply to join their party. On the other side, Han Shenluo and Tao Tao, who had failed the warrior level n times, were gearing up to challenge the warrior level once again. This time, when looking for teammates, I must find someone reliable. Better to have fewer than to have many. At least level 15 is a must. Anyone below level 15, whether in basic attributes or combat awareness, really isn't enough. Han Shenluo wiped her gun, her eyes revealing determination. The new teammate seems quite good. He's a level 16 warrior-type hidden class. A warrior-type hidden class? Yes, most of his skills are control skills, capable of both protection and control, which can play a significant role in team battles. Sounds good. Han Shenluo flashed her small tiger teeth, just the kind of teammate we need. As the two women spoke, a team invitation caught their attention. The team Chenshur Jian invites you to join. Do you agree? Chenshur Jian? Is that the one that cleared the hell level dungeon in Old City Alley? Tao Tao exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Han Shenluo had a record of trading with Chenshur Jian, so when this Chenshur Jian applied to join, a special notification sound appeared in the background. It's this Chenshur Jian. Oh, he's now quite the big shot in Wind City, right? Almost a legend. Should I let him in? Tao Tao asked. Han Shenluo turned her head. Whatever. Lu Feng and Pang Fei joined the team chat. Wu Ningxia, Pang Fei, hello, esteemed seniors, smiling. Broadly, I'm a little newbie here, please take care of me, cupping hands. Tao Zishul, Tao Tao hee, welcome welcome, sweet smile, strong partnership. Chenshur Jian, Lu Feng, can we adjust the dungeon difficulty? It's your Lord Crimson Eye. Han Shenluo, what? Afraid of the warrior level? We don't play low-end games, if you think you can't handle it, just take a detour. Han Shenluo's words in the team were somewhat overbearing, and Tao Tao reminded her, Shenluo, don't be so blunt. He just broke through to level 11, it's normal for him to have concerns about challenging the warrior level right away. Han Shenluo huffed dismissively, isn't he called the most dazzling genius? If a warrior level scares him, that's really disappointing. If he can't handle it, he can go play low difficulty dungeons himself. I'm not forcing him, we can't just say that if he wants to lower the difficulty, we'll follow him to play low difficulty, right? Han Shenluo was quite unconvinced. It was this Chenshur Jian who had stolen her thunder. Although Old City Alley and Wind Moon City were not on the same level of dungeons, with Wind Moon City being significantly more difficult, they had not cleared the warrior level of Wind Moon City, while Lu Feng had cleared the hell level of Old City Alley. This led to online evaluations of her being less favorable than Lu Feng's. These ignorant masses didn't understand. There were even headlines online claiming that Chenshur Jian overshadowed the female prodigy of Dongjiang University. Han Shenluo said she didn't care, but deep down, she was very concerned. Also, it's still a bit early for him to challenge the warrior level, so let's find a polite reason to refuse him. After all, he is a rare strong player. Such a strong player deserves respect. Tao Tao felt Han Shenluo's words made sense. Chenshur Jian was famous, but currently, his strength was not enough to join them in challenging the warrior level. Their requirement was to have high-level players to clear the warrior level dungeon of Wind Moon City together. They couldn't let Chenshur Jian affect their pace. However, just as she organized her words and prepared to type on the screen, Lu Feng in the team channel replied. And the content left him speechless. Chenshur Jian, Lu Feng, I want to challenge the hell level of Wind Moon City. The atmosphere in the team instantly froze. Han Shenluo looked at Tao Tao, who shrugged, indicating she was also surprised by this response. Is this Chenshur Jian crazy? Did my words provoke him and he's saying this on purpose? Han Shenluo quickly typed on the screen. Is it your Lord Crimson Eye? Han Shenluo hell level? Are you joking with us? A person who is just barely qualified to come to Fengyue City wants to challenge the hell level right away? The arrogance and ignorance you display at this moment cannot be described with mere high ground. Chenshur Jian, Lu Feng, isn't it just to avoid the hassle? Directly going for the hell level saves time and effort, otherwise, we'd have to start from the beginning. Scratching head, Chenshur Jian, Lu Feng, if you guys don't want to, then forget it. It seems like you are the only ones who can open the hell level in Fengyue City, and I just happened to see you inviting teammates, so I came to ask. Han Shenluo stared at the information in the team channel, gritting her teeth. Damn it, this Chenshur Jian is too arrogant, acting as if clearing the level is a given. Have we become the ones who are afraid? No way. We absolutely cannot back down. Han Shenluo's chest heaved, the damned competitive spirit ignited. Since he wants to show off and seek death, fine, let's fulfill his wish and go for the hell level. Tao Tao's mouth twitched. Shenluo, are we really going into the hell level? Yes, isn't he Chenshur Jian so impressive? I want to see just how impressive he is. I hope that once we go in, he won't even be able to handle the smallest of monsters. Alright, fine, let's just treat it as an experience. Tao Tao understood Shenluo's temper. Once she got stubborn, she was as tough as a bull. Tao Tao clicked to enter the hell level of Fengyue City. The captain agreed to enter the hell level of Fengyue City, and the team members gathered in the dungeon from different areas. Outside the Sky City, in a peach grove, a man in his 30s with a warrior braid, upon seeing the surrounding scene, exclaimed several, "What the hell? What? The hell, what the hell, what the hell? He looked at Han Shanluo and Tao Tao, shocked, and asked, ladies, did you click the wrong button? I just took a nap, how did I end up in the hell level dungeon? Han Shanluo crossed her arms in front of her chest. No mistake, we are indeed going for the hell level. The man with the warrior braids face turned sour upon hearing this. I came to clear the dungeon, not to seek death. Brother, I advise you to just accept it since you're already here. Pang Fei stepped forward a couple of steps, comforting him. Anyway, you're already in. If you forcibly exit the guild now, it will cost you money and you won't gain anything while losing your status. That's too much of a loss. Hearing this, the warrior braided man turned to look at Lu Feng and Pang Fei, and upon seeing their levels in the team, he instantly petrified. You two are only level 11? He held his head in disbelief, rolling his eyes. Heavens, what kind of team is this? 2 level 11 newbies, dead weight, 1 shooter, 1 mech, 1 warrior, and you think this lineup can take on the hell level? You can't even handle the warrior level, let alone the hell level. This is simply a dream. Han Qianluo put her hands on her hips. If you think complaining is useful, then keep going. It's useless, sighed the man, deflated like a punctured ball, his hands drooping, but he quickly regained his spirit. Forget it, since I'm here. Then let's test our limits and see where they lie. His gaze was sharp. A gust of wind blew through the peach grove, stirring the peach blossoms. Whoosh, whoosh, they're coming. The man gripped his sword, focusing his mental energy, ready for battle. In front of a peach tree, 2 figures appeared, flower fairies adorned with floral stamens. The flower fairies had slender bodies, their fingers like whips, and a cluster of carnivorous flowers bloomed on their chests. They silently appeared behind the man, who drew his sword and charged forward. Sword, a flash. In the moment of drawing the sword, a white light flashed, and no one saw the process of the sword being unsheathed, but 2 deep cuts suddenly appeared on the arms of the 2 flower fairies. Minus 2789 to 2788. Long sword, slicing cut. He gripped a large knife, his entire body's energy circulating, energy orbs visibly converging around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless knife shadows shot out. Minus 1088, minus 1088, 1066, minus 1066, 1066, minus 1066, 1088, minus 1109. Dozens of damage numbers appeared on the 2 flower demons, and finally, a thick layer of earth and stone formed on the blade in the man's hand. Connect! His hands bulged with veins as he slammed down hard. The earth and stone shattered, creating an upward swirling air circle beneath the 2 flower demons, controlling them with the airwaves. It was in this moment of opportunity that Tao Tao, piloting the mech, had circled around them, and the 2 mech hands restrained the flower demons. Bang! At the joints of the mech's hands, jet energy burst forth, slamming the flower demon's head into the ground. Then the mech's hands transformed into drills, piercing and grinding at their napes, green blood splattering everywhere. Sister Taozi! Han Shanluo shouted from not far away, and Tao Tao understood. The jet energy beneath her feet propelled her backward. Just as her front foot left, several tracking projectiles hit the 2 flower demons. Boom, boom, boom. And it wasn't over yet. Han Shanluo was still holding a grenade launcher. Click, bang, click, bang, click, bang. Throw, 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 thud, 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 boom, boom, boom. The man gasped, watching the bombardment in the battle circle, exclaiming, the little girl is quite fierce. As the smoke cleared, in the central crater from the grenades, a patch of flower buds bloomed, and in the middle, vines twisted to form a wooden vine cage. Inside the cage were the 2 flower demons, battered and bruised. What the hell, they're not dead? Hell-level flower demons, are they that twisted? The long-braided warrior's eyes widened, while Han Shanluo and Tao Tao frowned. Tao Tao threw a spell forward. Abyss monster, Wind Moon City. Flower demon level, LV 18 health. For 7890/98500 skill, transformation can transform into human form. In human form, defense decreases by 20%, attack increases by 50% skill. Wild growth, the flower demon seeds can grow in an instant and continue to decay for the next 60 seconds until they finally wither. Skill, vine control, can manipulate vines for attack and defense. In the hell-level Wind Moon City, the small flower demon that appeared was already level 18, with nearly 100,000 health. This is troublesome. Both flower demons are so tricky. The long-braided warrior caressed his knife, his gaze sharp, and his figure vanished. So fast! Tao Tao exclaimed, and the next moment, the long-braided warrior appeared among the flower demons. A fierce wind surrounded his body, and a cold light flashed on his knife. Whirlwind, slash, pick, phantom dance. His angles of attack were very crafty and extremely fast, impossible to catch with the naked eye. In just a few blinks, the 2 flower demons were struck dozens of times in the air. On the ground, there were flashes of blades and the afterimages of the long-braided warrior. Hiss whoosh, take this shot, a direct hit. Han Shanluo seized the moment, shouldering the rocket launcher and firing. Boom! The long-braided warrior quickly dodged backward, and the rocket hit the flower demon in the air, creating a small mushroom cloud rising from the ground. Kill the flower demon, gain magic energy crystal plus 76800. Kill the flower demon. Gain magic energy crystal plus 76800. Seeing this battle scene, Pang Fei was stunned. Wow, they are so amazing. They just met, but their cooperation is incredibly tacit and their damage is so high. It looks like, with the flower demons having over 90,000 health, killing them isn't really that difficult. Regarding the performance of Han Shanluo and Tao Tao, Lu Feng was not surprised. After all, they were the pride of Dongjiang University, having undergone systematic combat training, and their professions and talents were of a very high caliber. What he didn't expect was this newly joined long-braided warrior. His level was also 16, but both his combat awareness and damage output were outstanding, not at all inferior to Han Shanluo and Tao Tao, and perhaps even stronger than them. I really didn't see it coming, uncle. You're actually this strong? After this battle, Han Shanluo could tell that the long-braided warrior was extraordinary. He was much stronger than the professionals they had encountered before. Hee, it's not bad, the long-braided warrior said, a bit shy as he scratched his head. If it were just a warrior level, I would have been quite confident about clearing it, but for hell level, if we can get halfway, I'd be grateful. Han Shanluo also recognized this. With this powerful uncle joining them, they could say that their chances of clearing the warrior level were at least 90% without much effort. She glanced at Lu Feng and Pang Fei. Isn't it what some people boasted, that we should tackle the hell level? We've all entered the hell level, although I didn't have too much hope for you, but at least you should put in some effort. Show us the combat power you should have. It can help a bit. Sorry, I've never been to the Windmoon City dungeon, and it all happened so suddenly that I was just watching the show, Lu Feng said, not particularly familiar with this cooperative combat style. After all, he hadn't experienced it himself. You're really naive, and your strength is so weak. I really don't know how you cleared the hell level in Old City Alley, Han Shanluo muttered, hands on her hips, not convinced. Just luck. Lu Feng was at a loss for words after being attacked by this little girl. It was only when Han Shanluo mentioned it that the long-braided warrior noticed Lu Feng's ID, and he exclaimed, "You're the one who's been causing a stir in the Valley of the Dead recently?" Lu Feng nodded. That should be me. Wow, then you're a big shot. You've set so many records in Old City Alley, being able to clear the hell level within level 10. You're definitely a powerhouse. The long-braided warrior gave Lu Feng a thumbs up. What powerhouse did you see? In our team, you're not of any use at all. Han Shanluo seized every opportunity to criticize Lu Feng. The long-braided warrior lamented, it's a pity that your level hasn't caught up yet. If you were level 16, maybe you would be leading us. Ha ha, Lu Feng actually wanted to say, can't it be me leading you now? But he didn't refute what the two said. Words were always the most powerless. The hell-level dungeon was so long, there would surely be opportunities for him to show himself. Pang Fei had nothing to say. He was just a professional slacker, and in this team, his strength was indeed not enough to be considered. Therefore, he openly informed everyone of his turret master identity and the performance of his turrets, stating that he would obey all arrangements. So weak, Han Shanluo commented, then looked at Lu Feng with a hostile gaze. Your friends are so self-aware, what about yours? Lu Feng activated the summoning array, releasing 3 summoners. Due to their astonishing stats, Lu Feng did not reveal their attributes. Ah ha ha ha. The big demon king, Little Mo, appeared, holding a golden fork and showing a big white smile. Gulping. The summoning demon, dressed in a diaper, appeared with a pacifier in its mouth, quite a sight, and when it came out, it even let out a baby-like cry. I am determined to become a deity. The handsome one, holding a rake and having shrunk several sizes compared to before, also appeared in the summoner's circle. When Han Shanluo saw these 3 summoned beasts, her mouth twitched, unable to hold back. 2 kids and a hideous monster. Is this your summoned beast? Han Shanluo rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront Lu Feng, but was caught by Tao Tao's mech. Horror. Small fists waved in the air. You bastard, are you really telling me you want to fight at hell level? You useless piece of trash, I even thought for a moment that you were serious. Bastard, son of a bitch. I want to challenge you one-on-one. Summoning a demon, a finger pressed against her eyelid, a pair of big eyes curiously stared at the tantrum-throwing Han Shanluo, making a face. Xiao Mo held a golden trident, heavily propping it on the ground, with a look of disdain. Poof. As for Shui Shui, he simply showed his disdain in human form. Aha! Seeing herself being mocked by the summoned beast, Han Shanluo became even angrier. Pang Fei stepped in to mediate. Actually, Chen Ji's summoned beast is not very good-looking. It looks small and stout, but in reality, it's very strong. Very strong? How strong can it be? The long-braided warrior suddenly asked. Pang Fei looked at the drastically changed summoned beast, feeling uncertain. He could only say, anyway, it's much stronger than me, at least 10 times. Exactly, it definitely won't hold you all back. Tao Tao also chimed in with a smile. You have more confidence in it than the world has in you. Ah, that's right, after all, I've been carried by it. All the way. Alright, since everyone has gotten to know each other, let's continue moving. The number of flower demons in the second wave will be more than in the first. And there may be unexpected traps, so everyone be careful. The long-braided warrior was the oldest and had the most combat experience, and the team had already subtly centered around him. After everyone reached a consensus, they walked along the peach forest towards the city. Just as they were about to reach the city gate, the surrounding peach trees began to shake violently, for vines rapidly spread towards their location from 4 different directions. Be careful, the long-braided warrior shouted, swiftly cutting through one of the vines with his long knife, leading everyone to break through in one direction. This way. However, just as they stepped out of the center of the vine encirclement, several flower demons appeared from the bushes, blocking their path. Realizing that battle was inevitable, the long-braided warrior took the initiative to attack, launching a surprise assault on the flower demon to the north. First, concentrate fire to take down the flower demon in the north, then slowly deal with the others. The long-braided warrior's shadow flashed, dodging the flower demon's poisonous stinger, and his long knife pierced horizontally. Poochie! The knife stabbed into a flower demon's body, the internal wind circulating, wreaking havoc within. 1022-1122-1120 Dawn Heavenly Gang. The extreme mark appeared on the back of the knife, greatly enhancing the long-braided warrior's slashing power. 2100-2024-2210 Pick a Fight Fly Sideways Phantom Dance. Another combo he had used before, followed by a burst of damage, the knife moved like lightning, shadows dancing along, completing dozens of slashes in just a few breaths. Once he finished his damage output, he didn't forget to release a control skill to give the backline damage dealers some space. Shark ship, go! He jumped back 2 meters, then pointed the knife down. A massive shark ship made of knife energy emerged from the ground. With a roar, the shark ship charged towards the flower demon group. Bang! The moment the shark ship hit them, all the flower demons were knocked back by the shockwave, causing them to be stunned. Seizing this opportunity, Han Shenluo picked up the Gatling gun. She aimed and swept across. Da-da-da-da-da. 1708-1646-1687-1711. The damage from the Gatling gun wasn't high, but its rapid fire rate was impressive, able to shoot hundreds of rounds in a second. After this round of sweeping, the Gatling gun was smoking, but several flower demons were also shot into holes. Kill the flower demon. Gain magic energy crystal plus 76800. Kill the flower demon. Gain magic energy crystal plus 76800. Kill the flower demon. Gain magic energy crystal plus 76800. The Gatling gun was planted in the ground, and Han Shenluo leaned against it, already panting heavily. This round of shooting had consumed more than half of her magic energy. Shenluo, are you okay? Cao Cao asked, and Han Shenluo shook her head while gasping for breath. I'm fine, the urgent matter is to deal with these flower demons first. The ones in the north are okay, but there are still flower demons in the other 3 directions. We must not let them surround us and use their group skill Wild Growth, or it will be troublesome. Just as she finished speaking and turned to continue fighting, she found that the south, west, and east were now completely empty. She looked around in confusion, then glanced at the calm Lu Feng and Pang Fei, asking, where are the flower demons? Lu Feng pointed to a pile of magic energy crystals on the ground. Oh, they've all turned into experience points. Looking at the magic energy crystals on the ground, Han Shenluo's small face was filled with disbelief. What did you say? These flower demons have all been dealt with? How is that possible? In the east, south, and west, there were at least 8 flower demons, and in such a short time, they've all died? Who did it? Not only Han Shenluo, but even the usually composed long-braided warrior turned to look. Who else could it be? There's no one here besides us. Cao Cao smiled charmingly, gazing at Lu Feng with interest. Just now, we were all focused on the flower demons in the north, so the only one who could have taken the chance to deal with the ones in the southeast and west is probably Changshi. Him? Hearing Cao Cao's analysis, Han Shenluo was the first to doubt. How could someone like him, an 11-level nobody, possibly do that? It does sound a bit far-fetched, but it's the only explanation. Little Mo on the battlefield jumped onto Lu Feng's shoulder, the shining trident gleaming brightly, sitting with her little bud crossing her legs, and playing with a piece of light energy crystal. Her relaxed demeanor was full of arrogance, as if saying, don't you see who they are up against? Before they could catch their breath, the city gate swung wide open. A gust of wind rushed out from the city, making it hard for everyone to open their eyes. Following that, colorful silks and beautiful women, radiant like fairies, rushed out from the city. Laughter and cheerful voices came pouring towards them. He. The silver bell-like laughter was enchanting, making people intoxicated. Pang Fei, with low willpower, was the first to succumb, his mind becoming hazy. Everyone be careful, don't look at them, this is all an illusion. The women pouring out smiled like flowers, their faces gradually enlarging in front of them, and just as they were about to touch them, with a bang, they transformed into clusters of peach blossoms falling from the sky. As the peach blossoms fell, pink pollen mixed in. Not good. Cao Cao realized this pollen is poisonous. Han Shenluo and Cao Cao, caught in the center of the peach blossoms, accidentally inhaled the pollen and immediately reacted, feeling their bodies drained and weak. Hasa. The long-braided warrior unleashed a wave of sword energy, dispersing the poisonous pollen mist. Are you guys okay? The long-braided warrior asked. I'm fine, but Shenluo seems to be in trouble. Cao Cao's mech had air filtration, so the toxins in the air were purified before she inhaled, thus having little effect on her. Han Shenluo gritted her teeth, supporting herself with one hand on the gun mount. Damn it, I feel so weak all over. It will be fine in a bit, but for now, you all have to hold on. Cao Cao and the long-braided warrior's expressions were serious. The main damage dealer in the team had dropped out, and the current situation was not looking good. Got it, then we'll do our best. Do what we can, leave the rest to fate, and see how far we can go. Miss, you stay back to protect the shooter. I'll take care of the front line and the charge. Okay. As soon as the long-braided warrior finished speaking, three ancient-dressed women appeared on the city wall, seemingly out of nowhere. The woman in the middle was playing a guqin, the one on the left was caressing a pipa, and the one on the right was holding a pink bamboo umbrella lightly adorned with makeup, her smile sweet. Dang 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 zhang zhang zhang. The sound of the guqin was gentle, like the murmuring of flowing water and the lonely cry of a swan filled with soft sighs. Suddenly, the tip of a sword flickered, and the music transformed into 1,000 notes, sharp as blades, surging downwards. Boom! The sound of the guqin was vast, like waves of sword energy crisscrossing. Wherever it passed, true energy burst forth and exploded. The sound waves are startling, concealing true energy. Everyone, don't let these sound waves hit you. The woman on the city wall played faster and faster, the attacks of the sound waves becoming increasingly dense. Below the city wall, the crowd dodged continuously, while Han Shenluo, who was being carried by Tao Tao's mech, aimed 2 rockets and shot them out. Boom! Buzz, the woman playing the guqin raised her right hand, propping the instrument up, and with a fierce flick of her fingers, a wall of sound formed in front of her, blocking the 2 rockets without harming them in the slightest. Is this even possible? Han Shenluo showed an expression of disbelief. The long-braided warrior gathered his strength and threw his large knife, which had a chain hanging from the handle. Clang! The knife smashed into the bricks below the city wall, and the long-braided warrior pulled on the iron chain, lifting himself into the air. In midair, he drew out his long knife and swung it towards the women on the city wall. Buzz, the tip of the knife was blocked by an invisible wall of sound, even sparking as it scraped against it. Damn it! He retracted the knife, gripping the handle, and struck down heavily from above. A cold light flashed. Boom! There was a massive explosion on the city wall, dust and smoke billowing up, and as the long-braided warrior landed, 3 figures shot up from the smoke. On the handle of the umbrella held by the woman on the right, a long knife mark was left. What the hell? They're fine. Sweat beads appeared on the long-braided warrior's forehead. He felt that this opponent was not just strong. After bursting out of the smoke, the woman playing the guqin launched a soundwave attack at the long-braided warrior. Dang dang, chan chan chang, dang chang dang chang dang chang. Waves of sound poured down densely, creating one deep pit after another. Tao Tao cast a detection spell. She discovered that the attributes of these 3 women were shockingly high. Abyss monster, illusory sound. Songstress level, LV19 health, 250000/250000 skill. Phoenix dance in the sky skill. Peach blossom everywhere skill. Vibrating sound waves attack and defense attributes could not be detected. But just from this 250,000 health value, one could see how exaggerated their attributes were. It's already extremely difficult to get close with both attack and defense, but is this health value for real? It feels like there's no chance of winning at all. Among the warrior-level opponents in Fengyue City, the strongest monsters they encountered had health values that didn't even exceed 200,000, yet here, at the hell level, they hadn't even entered the city gate of Fengyue and encountered such a invincible existence? Is there really anyone who can defeat such a monster? Tao Tao fell into deep doubt. Under the dense sound wave attacks from the opponent, the long-braided warrior accidentally got injured, blood streaming from his left arm. Damn it, these 3 girls are ruthless. The long-braided warrior retreated, using his mouth to assist his right hand in bandaging his left arm. The way he did it was so skilled it was almost painful to watch. Uncle, do you have any confidence? Han Shenluo, loading a grenade launcher, recovered a bit of health and jumped down from the mech. Look at me like this, and they're still in perfect condition. What do you think our chances are? If you ask me, if it really doesn't work, don't force yourself, just give up. Upon hearing this, Han Shenluo's small face was filled with unwillingness. They hadn't even entered the city gate. How could this be? It was simply a great humiliation. Ah! She aimed at the city wall and fired the grenade launcher. Boom! 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 The power of the grenade launcher was immense, with a wide range of impact, but it was clear that it couldn't hit the 3 women on the wall. Even if it did, the women's sound wall could absorb all the damage from the grenade launcher. Damn it! A deep sense of helplessness surged in her heart. She was very unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. They were too weak. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a figure appeared above the city wall. It was the unattractive, dark-skinned and ugly Fujuangsing Zhuzhen. The ground where he had been standing cracked open, creating a small pit, and he leaped up like a cannonball using his explosive muscle power. Then, in front of everyone, he slammed a rake down onto the sound wall. Clang! 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 Bang! The power of the sound waves stacked and intensified, and even the pipa player beside them began to play to enhance the power of the sound waves. But Fujuangsing Zhuzhen remained unmoved in the air, braving the sound waves as he charged down. Boom! The sound waves were all deflected, the sound wall was shattered, and Fujuangsing Zhuzhen struck down with the rake, crushing all of the opponent's defenses and smashing half of the city wall. Boom boom boom. Watching the collapse of the city wall, the atmosphere around them felt particularly eerie. Han Shenluo widened her eyes. She was impacted by the scene just now. The long-braided warrior directly exclaimed, "Who is this guy? So fierce?" Tao Tao glanced at Lu Feng behind her, adjusted her black-framed glasses, and said in shock, "It's Lu Feng's summoned beast." Summoned beast? Amazing, it can actually charge straight through the sound waves. Incredible. The long-braided Warrior praised sincerely, then quietly watched the battle in the arena. Whirlwind slash. After breaking through the soundwave barrier of the illusionary sound songstress, Shuai Shuai activated the close combat skill Whirlwind slash. He swung the rake, transforming into a blood tornado, spinning among the three women. Splatter, 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 fresh blood instantly sprayed out, turning into a blood mist that evaporated in an instant. Minus 14,899 minus 14,980 minus 15,000 14789 minus 15,021 minus 14,999 14989 minus 14,998 minus 15,002. The blood tornado spun, not only dealing high combo damage but also carrying a 100% severe injury effect. Seeing the numbers floating above, everyone below was dumbfounded. 15,000 combo damage? With this set of close combat skills, even 250,000 health points can't withstand it. The long-braided warrior exclaimed. Even the usually proud Han Shanluo was shocked by this damage. This ugly monster has such high damage. Tao Tao echoed. You can't judge a person by their appearance. The three illusionary sound songstresses were hit with severe injuries, their faces scratched by the rake, and they directly entered a state of rage. Bang bang! Two sound waves shot out at close range, one of which was blocked by the rake, while the other hit Shuai Shuai's shoulder. Slash. Minus 419, a damage value that surprised everyone. The long-braided warrior nearly had her eyes pop out. You have to know that just a moment ago, she had been grazed by a distant sound wave on her arm, and her health had dropped by over 3,000. Now, Shuai Shuai was hit at close range by a complete sound wave and only lost 400 health. Is that reasonable? After being hit by the sound wave on his shoulder, the illusionary sound songstress holding the paper umbrella closed it, transforming it into a spear, and thrust the umbrella's tip towards Shuai Shuai. Swish! The long tip pierced in, and the sound of the pipa began. The umbrella's tip that had pierced into Shuai Shuai's body actually produced a sound explosion, with tangible sound waves bursting out like bombs. Minus 455 minus 476 minus 499. This combination of moves had many hidden ultimate moves, but the final effect was astonishing, hitting a professional, casually dealing thousands of damage with skills, yet hitting on Shuai Shuai only dealt 4 to 500? It wasn't just the people below who couldn't understand, even the three songstresses were completely baffled. Only Lu Feng felt this was only natural. With 16,000 physical resistance and 15,000 magical resistance, did you think they were just for show? Ugh! Shuai Shuai let out a roar, shaking his body and releasing all the sound waves stirred within him. Then, a close-range rake hooked the songstress with the umbrella, grabbing her by the neck. One punch. Boom! Her entire body was smashed into the wall, then her hands crossed and transformed into a giant hammer. One smash. Two smashes. Three smashes. Without the slightest mercy, he brutally turned that songstress into a meat paste. Gurgle silence, a deathly quiet. Seeing this scene, the two illusionary songstresses actually felt a sense of retreat. But before they could act, the sky suddenly darkened, and looking up, they saw a mammoth crashing down like a meteor. Boom! The entire city wall was smashed down, and the two songstresses were pierced through their bodies by the mammoth's tusks, brutally nailed into the rubble. They couldn't move, blood gurgling from their mouths. Roar! The mammoth war elephant let out a roar, dragging their bodies forward like plowing the ground, the songstresses' intestines hanging out, the scene too bloody to bear. It can only be said that the three songstresses who were so pretentious at the beginning were now suffering immensely. Kill illusionary songstress, gain magic energy crystal plus 380000. Kill illusionary songstress, gain magic energy crystal plus 380000. Kill illusionary songstress, gain magic energy crystal plus 380000. So brutal. The long-braided warrior sighed, his gaze fixed on Shuai Shuai and the mammoth war elephant ahead, unable to look away. Han Shenluo furrowed her brows tightly, staring at Shuai Shuai and the mammoth war elephant, not knowing what she was thinking. Tao Tao's small mouth opened slightly, covering it with her hand, shocked into silence. Lu Feng walked over, calling Shuai Shuai back. When Shuai Shuai reappeared before everyone, their expressions had completely changed. No longer was there the previous contempt, all that remained was awe for the strong. That ugly figure suddenly felt majestic in their hearts. Chen, in the mortal realm, your summoned beast is so strong. Tao Tao was the first to speak. It's okay, otherwise, I wouldn't dare to challenge hell level without some confidence, Lu Feng replied, while Han Shanluo, with her hands crossed, snorted and turned her head away. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the facts were right in front of her. Lu Feng's summoned beast proved everything with its strength. Originally, when facing the songstresses, they felt there was no chance of winning, but unexpectedly, Lu Feng's summoned beast appeared and directly turned the tide, defeating the three songstresses. No wonder when we were surrounded by the flower spirits earlier, we barely managed to defeat the ones in the north, while the ones in the east, south, and west were all killed. With such a strong summoned beast, it could be done. Tao Tao didn't hold back her praise. We were still operating like tigers, and the result was only 250 damage. The long-braided warrior laughed heartily. I thought you were the most useless bum, but unexpectedly, you're actually a great god. Level 11, and your summoned beast is this strong. How did you train it? The long-braided warrior stared at Shui Shui, his eyes blinking with curiosity. Why so many questions? If he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't be called Chen Shijian, Han Xianluo said, her arms crossed, her eyes slanted. To clear the hell level of Old City Alley and make such a big commotion in Wind City, this person really has some skills. As she spoke, she took out a stack of rolled paper from her pocket, pulled out a pack of gum wrapped inside, tossed it into her mouth, and sighed in relief. Lu Feng just smiled. Although he didn't say it in words, he knew he had already gained recognition. This girl was just stubborn, which was quite similar to Lu Lingyue. After defeating the illusionary songstress, the 5 of them entered the city. At the city gate, they encountered a group of flower demons. Lu Feng let Xiao Mo lead the way. Xiao Mo swiftly shot out 2 poison darts. Her attack speed was now very fast, and the 2 darts were almost fired simultaneously. 22022-21776-21968-21778-21465 with a basic physical damage of 22,000 and passive damage over 4 seconds. She dealt over 80,000 damage. A flower demon with less than 100,000 health was instantly killed. This scene left everyone in the team with their mouths agape. At that moment, Han Xianluo, with her mouth open, even forgot how to blow bubbles. It was instant. A flower demon with 100,000 health was taken down by a basic attack. Can you believe it? A few people quietly stared at the soft and cute Xiao Mo, their shock evident. 1 poison dart's damage exceeded 50,000. 2 poison darts could directly take down a flower demon. This number, it must be a lie. Xiao Mo's prowess was not only reflected in her exaggerated damage but also in her astonishing attack speed. 2 poison darts took down 1 flower demon, and the interval for firing the next 2 darts was less than 0.5 seconds. This meant that, in the best-case scenario, Xiao Mo could fire 6 poison darts in 1 second, and with 2 poison darts, she could kill 3 flower demons in a second. Whoosh! Put! The flower demon fell, turning into a mass of magical energy crystals. Whoosh! The flower demon screamed as it succumbed to the poison, transforming into experience points. Wherever Xiao Mo went, poison darts flew, and the flower demons instantly perished, their death speed astonishing. Why do I suddenly have the illusion that hell level is so easy? Hey, we fought these flower demons before, they're really hard to kill, but in front of this little one, these flower demons are like paper, too fragile. Don't even mention these flower demons, even we can't withstand those poison darts. Do you want to give it a try? Trying means dying. After entering the city, they had already encountered several waves of flower demons, both in quantity and quality, far surpassing those outside the city. Yet, such beings were taken down in a single move by Xiao Mo. Basically, within just a few breaths after appearing, they were all eliminated. The long-braided warrior twitched at the corners of his mouth. He never dreamed he would enter Fengyue City in such a manner. Or rather, since he became a professional, he never imagined he would have such an experience one day. He didn't need to do anything, he just followed a big daddy forward, while the monsters were effortlessly dealt with. Who would have thought that this level 20 Fengyue City dungeon, Hell level, would ultimately be led by an 11-level player with 3 16-level players? Following the long-braided warrior felt reality was a bit surreal. Pang Fei tried to interject, hey, there's still an 11-level player here. Even though I have low presence, you can't just omit me. The proud Han Xianluo gradually recognized the reality. Lu Feng's strength far exceeded her imagination. Even though she was reluctant to admit it, Lu Feng had indeed conquered her with his strength, so when facing Lu Feng, she could no longer say things like trash. Her words were tough, but her heart was soft. Whether I'm omitted or not doesn't matter. But when facing Pang Fei, she still had her sharp words. Pang Fei clutched his chest, pretending to cough up blood. That's really heart-wrenching, but I have the self-cultivation of a bystander. Such words can't hurt me. Buddy, you may not be good at other things, but your mindset is top-notch. The long-braided warrior smiled and praised, young man, not bad. Just based on your thick skin, I can tell you won't be an ordinary person in the future. I'll take that as a compliment then. I was indeed complimenting you. A group of people walked through the street to the center of the main city, where 2 large marble pillars stood beneath the Yengu Gate, directly facing the Huaqing Palace, with the ground paved entirely in white marble bricks. Ascending the 100-step staircase, there stood a 3-tiered square cauldron with incense burning, the blue smoke curling gently. Outside the great hall, 2 rows of young attendants in palace attire stood, slightly bowing, respectful and solemn. Thud, thud, thud. From above the palace, a melodious sound of footsteps echoed, and a woman dressed in a phoenix robe and long skirt, adorned with a 9-colored glass hairpin, appeared outside the hall with the support of palace maids. Looking down from above, her gaze was cold and disdainful, as if looking down upon the world. Kneel before me. The woman did not speak, but a commanding voice resonated from all directions. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind rose. On both sides of the passage leading to the main palace, soldiers appeared in formation, armed and ready. At the forefront were armored feathered troops, along with illusionary songstresses wielding stringed weapons. A great battle was about to erupt. Outside Fengyue City, as the 2 hottest figures in the current Feng City formed a team to enter Fengyue City, the news was quickly picked up by those in the know, and spread rapidly, causing the entire forum to explode. Everyone, this is a shocking piece of news. Chenchur has reached level 11. He left the old City Alley dungeon and headed to the Fengyue City dungeon, and even formed a team with the prodigies from Dongjian University to enter the Hell level dungeon. What? He went straight into a Hell level dungeon? No way. Is he getting a bit too full of himself? The old City Alley dungeon is for levels 5 to 10, and him clearing the Hell level at level 10 is understandable, it shows his strength. But this Fengyue City dungeon, he's going straight for the Hell level? That's a level 20 dungeon. For him, an 11 level player to challenge a level 20 Hell dungeon, although I'm his fan, this move of his makes me think he's lost his mind. It's too irrational. The gap between level 11 and level 20 is not something to be taken lightly. The leap in strength is too great, he's taking too big a step, it's easy to get himself into trouble. Look, those two prodigies from Dongjian University, they spent half a day and couldn't clear the warrior level of Fengyue City, with the highest completion rate only at 85%, let alone the Hell level. The difficulty of the Hell level is at least 3 times that of the warrior level. Maybe it's really the recent honors that have given him some kind of illusion? But it's also good, perhaps facing some setbacks won't be a bad thing. Setbacks? Brother, going for the Hell level in Fengyue City isn't just facing setbacks, it's a place where you can easily lose your life. The attributes of the Hell level monsters in Fengyue City are at least 5 times that of the Hell level monsters in the old City Alley. The professional forum was filled with news about Chenchur teaming up with the prodigies from Dongjian University to tackle the Hell level dungeon in Fengyue City. Previously, the two eye-catching figures had their own separate heat, one in the old City Alley and the other in Fengyue City. Now, the two heats merged into one, capturing the attention of almost all professionals in Feng City. The Bai family, by Yunqing, was equally shocked upon hearing the news of Lu Feng entering the Hell level of Fengyue City, but soon that shock was replaced by disdain. This reckless guy dares to challenge the Hell level of Fengyue City at level 11? It seems he's been blinded by my provocation and taunting, wanting to confront my Bai family head-on, trying to do something outrageous to gain more attention, and then he goes into the Hell level? Come tell me, what declaration do you want to make to me, Bai Yunqing? The thought is good, but it's just too naive. The Hell level of Fengyue City is not something a little kid like you can touch. With your current strength, going in would be a matter of life and death. Dying in there would be well-deserved and would save me a lot of effort. Inside an executive business car, Shin Jiawei looked anxious as he was on the phone with the head of the Guild Alliance. I don't care what price you pay, I must ensure the safety of those few professionals in the Hell dungeon. No matter who it is inside, if anything happens, you won't be able to bear the consequences. After hanging up the phone, Shin Jiawei let out a heavy sigh, leaning his head against the cushion and rubbing his temples. He was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He truly hadn't expected that Lu Feng, the young and fearless newcomer, would directly challenge the Hell level upon arriving in Fengyue City. The Hell level of Fengyue City, let alone these kids, even if he personally led a team, he might not be able to clear it. Level 11, and he dares to challenge a level 20 dungeon. What on earth is Lu Feng thinking? And those two college students from Dongjian University, have their brains been kicked by a donkey? They repeatedly failed when challenging the warrior level before, and now they're going to mess around with a high school student? When forming a team, can't they see each other's level information? Is level 11 that inconspicuous? What nonsense, this is truly nonsense. Lu Feng's value in Feng City goes without saying, he is a once-in-a-century genius professional. Shin Jiawei treasures him immensely. If anything happens to him, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. It took so long for such a level of genius to appear, and the incredible fortune was about to be bestowed upon Feng City. At such a critical moment, something goes wrong? That would definitely mess with the mindset. And these two prodigies from Dongjian University, if anything happens on Feng City's turf, wouldn't the leaders of Dongjian University come to him for answers? What surprised him the most was that he had an acquaintance in this dungeon, his unfortunate younger brother. That's right, the long-braided warrior is none other than his brother, Chen Jiahao, a professional storm warrior with an S rank who has been honing his sword intent in the military district for years and is currently a level 16 professional. Now back in Feng City, he needs to quickly raise his lagging level and then assist with his work in Feng City. He has a certain understanding of his brother's strength. He is a bit stronger than the two prodigies from Dongjian University. In a dungeon like the warrior level of Fengyue City, if he encounters non-sabotaging teammates, he has the ability to clear it. But the Hell level of Fengyue City, his strength is still far from enough. It's clearly a death wish. Chen Jiawei has personally experienced the terror of the Hell level in Fengyue City. When he was level 20, he once took the strongest professionals from Feng City to venture in. The completion rate barely reached 55%, with 3 out of 5 professionals dead, and he and another professional severely injured, requiring 3 days of emergency treatment in the hospital to be saved. The terrifying scene from back then is still vivid in his mind. Therefore, no one is more worried about the safety of the team than he is. If 5 level 20 professionals faced such a fate, how could a few inexperienced kids fare any better? 3 level 16 and 2 level 11. This is truly madness. He already thought it was absurd for level 16 to challenge the Hell level, and now level 11 dares to go for a level 20 dungeon? What's even more shocking is that level 11 just barely qualified to tackle the simple level of Fengyue City, is now challenging the hell level. This can't just be described as madness, it can only be described as sheer stupidity. After level 10, every level difference can create a significant gap, not to mention a difference of 9 levels. The disparity between a level 11 and a level 20 monster is like a chasm. I hope they can be smart enough to know when to retreat. Don't be foolish and think about achieving a historical completion rate that could easily lead to death in battle. After all, the strength of hell-level monsters can seriously injure or even kill someone with just one mistake. By then, even if you want to exit the instance, it will be too late. Chen Jiawei was worried. He never expected such a thing to happen. Secretary Wang Yuqing also frowned, trying to comfort him. Mayor, from my interactions with Lu Feng, I don't think he's someone who acts recklessly. Could it be that he has confidence going into the hell-level instance? Hearing Wang Yuqing's words, Chen Jiawei looked as if he had heard a funny joke. He has confidence? What confidence can he have? A kid who has never been into the Fengyue City instance has no concept of the dangers involved. He clearly misjudged his own strength. Yes, I believe he isn't someone who would act carelessly, but after all, he's still a high school student. The success in the Old City Alley's hell-level instance gave him a false sense of security. He thinks the hell-level instance in Fengyue City won't be too difficult. But the truth is, the hell-level instance in Fengyue City is real hell. Compared to that, the Old City Alley's hell-level instance is just child's play. One is a level 10 instance and the other is a level 20 instance. That's a 10-level difference. A whole 10 levels. Although Wang Yuqing had never played the Fengyue City instance, she knew that Chen Jiawei had always been unflappable in the face of danger. But this time, even Chen Jiawei was flustered, which made her realize the seriousness of the situation. It was definitely worse than she had imagined. In short, what we can do now is to provide as many protective measures as possible and have the guild members monitor the instance 24 hours a day. The trouble with hell-level instances is that the guild cannot set up a monitoring system. We can't see what's happening inside, nor can we actively contact the people inside. This puts us in a very passive position, leaving us anxiously waiting outside. Chen Jiawei pondered, do our best and leave the rest to fate. I hope we don't have to see the worst outcome. His mood had been good these past few days. His brother returned from the military district, and the rising star was gaining popularity in Fengyue City. Even a rare genius had appeared. However, these people had all entered the hell-level instance together, facing life and death situations. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him in a state of heaven and hell. At Lianyu grocery store, Lu Lingyue couldn't understand how Lu Feng suddenly had so much money. Look at my foolish brother's guilty expression. This money probably comes from a dubious source. Lu Lingyue analyzed. He wouldn't have been tricked into taking some student loan, would he? That silly brother. Deng Meihua was also worried about this. She knew Lu Feng was a good kid who wanted to help his family, but unfortunately, there were too many bad people in society, especially loan scammers. She feared Lu Feng had been deceived. Oh no, what should we do? Deng Meihua said anxiously, I told him long ago that he doesn't need to worry about family matters, but this child just won't listen. He just wants to do something for the family, but he isn't at that stage yet. He should wait until he finishes college and finds a job. What do you think we should do? What can we do? Lu Lingyue pouted and comforted her. Mom, don't panic. When brother comes back, we'll interrogate him. Don't touch the money in the account for now. If it really is a loan, we can pay it off immediately. Since the principal is still mostly intact, paying it off quickly will minimize the interest. Well, that's all we can do. Deng Meihua anxiously paced back and forth. She had just called Lu Feng several times, but the other party didn't answer, which made her even more anxious. Lu Lingyue also frowned tightly. This Lu Feng really is too much, always making people worry. After saying this, she sighed and opened the professional forum. Today's hot topics were all about Chenshi Jian and Dongjian Tianjiu entering the hell-level dungeon in Fengyue City together. Chenshi Jian, level 11, dares to go to Fengyue City to fight at hell level with the same level as me? Is he crazy? And the senior sisters, are they also messing around with him? My goodness, no wonder the forum is exploding. It must be this Chenshi Jian who lured my senior sisters. In the hell-level dungeon of Fengyue City, the long-braided warrior Chen Jiahao, Han Shanluo, and Tao Tao panicked when they saw the army composed of so many monsters. The insight skill showed that even the most ordinary flower demon soldiers present had health points exceeding 100,000. The attributes of the illusion sound songstress were as strong as the songstress they encountered outside the city. Can we handle so many at once? This situation is a bit overwhelming. Chen Jiahao and Han Shanluo whispered, while simultaneously looking at Lu Feng. I say, brother Chenshi Jian, what do you think? If it doesn't work, we shouldn't force it. Lu Feng looked at the flower demon soldiers surrounding them and then at his 3 eager summoned beasts, and he had an answer. Let's give it a try. I think we can still fight. Hearing this answer, Chen Jiahao gasped, and Han Shanluo skeptically asked, Are you sure? This could cost lives. Lu Feng confidently replied, Sure. Han Shanluo frowned. She glanced at the calm Pang Fei beside Lu Feng and found that he also looked unfazed. Hey, is there something wrong? You're the weakest in the team, yet you seem unaffected by this situation. Do you really trust Lu Feng that much? Facing Han Qianluo's doubts, Lu Feng decided to show her with strength. Shuai Shuai, summon the legion. Lu Feng commanded, and Shuai Shuai, holding a token, shouted to the sky. 2 vanguard generals appeared behind him, followed by 4 formations of soldiers, totaling more than 60 summoned beast soldiers. These soldiers were imposing, and in terms of momentum and killing intent, they crushed the flower demon soldiers that appeared in the palace. In fact, in terms of various stats, they were far stronger than the flower demon soldiers. Especially the 2 vanguard generals. As Shuai Shuai reached the true king level, their ranks also increased, now being dominant level vanguard generals. In terms of stats, they were comparable to a regional overlord, with health points exceeding 300,000. Launch a group charge. Shuai Shuai raised the spiked rake, and the soldiers, led by the 2 vanguard generals, initiated a group charge. Commander level skill, group charge, launching a charge with the troops, increasing overall morale by 80% and attack power by 100%. With the group charge activated, the attack power increased by 100%. Archers fired in unison. Gunshield soldiers moved to the front to stab with their guns, and cavalry charged. 2899-2799-2839. With the attack power doubled, the soldiers' single target damage reached nearly 2009. This damage was even higher than Han Qianluo's skill damage. Being able to summon a legion is one thing, but these ordinary soldiers' damage is higher than mine? Are you sure these are frontline soldiers? Han Qianluo felt like she had taken a critical hit of 10,000 points. She prided herself on being the king of damage, a rare high-explosive professional from Dongjiang University, yet her damage was even lower than that of the frontline soldiers summoned by Lu Feng's summoned beasts. This wounded her pride, and she instantly crumbled. No way. Han Qianluo was unconvinced, setting up a grenade launcher to fire a few rounds, only to find the damage was around 2005. When did summoners become this strong? Earlier, seeing Shuai Shuai and Xiao Mo in action, she thought it was already outrageous, but at least Lu Feng's summoned beasts had a limited number, they could only be a bit strong. But now, summoning an army directly, can any soldier be this strong? If we compare purely in terms of damage, one soldier is equivalent to her. Han Qianluo, oh no, her health and defense are far lower than that of a soldier, and these soldiers can also work together to execute coordinated attacks. As for her, it seems that apart from having higher attack power, she is utterly useless. In other words, she, a top student from Dongjiang University, is not even as good as a big soldier in Lu Feng's summoned beast army. The corners of her mouth twitched, finding it hard to accept this fact. Not to mention her, even Tao Tao, who usually has a calm demeanor, wanted to curse upon seeing this scene. Chen Jiahao had drawn half of his sword but then put it back, elbowing Pang Fei. I say, is your friend always this fierce? Pang Fei, resting his chin on his hand, replied seriously, he has been like this since he successfully changed jobs. I've somewhat gotten used to it now. Successfully changed jobs? Chen Jiahao became interested in this topic. When did he change jobs? About 10 days ago. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jiahao felt as if something had choked him. He widened his eyes. What? Did you just say he just awakened his job? Is he a high school graduate today? Yes. Pang Fei's answer left Chen Jiahao dumbfounded, as if he were too shocked to believe it, and he turned to Lu Feng. Brother in the mortal world, is what he said true? It's mostly true, but he left out one point. I actually spent 3 years in my senior year of high school and only this year qualified to participate in the job change ceremony, awakening as a summoner. After receiving confirmation from the person himself, Chen Jiahao was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Good heavens, 10 days after changing jobs. To be this strong, is this reasonable? He had seen countless extraordinary talents in the military district, but he had never seen anything this exaggerated. You are a practitioner from Feng City? From an ordinary family? Chen Jiahao was drenched in sweat. Yes. Lu Feng did not shy away. I'm about to take the college entrance examination. Chen Jiahao shivered unexpectedly. Taking the college entrance examination? Someone like you, a freak, going to take the college entrance examination? I really worry for this year's candidates. What kind of peers will they face? Han Qianluo and Tao Tao also heard the conversation between Lu Feng and Chen Jiahao, exchanging glances, unable to calm down for a long time. When did high school students become this strong? She remembered that when they finished their job changes back then, they were already the invincible existence in the entire county, defeating all their peers, but compared to Lu Feng now, let alone them back then, even now they would just be getting beaten up. A monster, a true monster. Tao Tao gave a very pertinent evaluation. I think even those freaks from Capital University can't reach this level. If he goes to university, it might turn the world upside down. Han Qianluo felt a sense of sorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be among the top 10 in Dongjiang province. Tao Tao agreed with Han Qianluo's statement. Top 10 in Dongjiang province, what an honor. I remember. You back then, you only made it into the top 1,000, right? Han Qianluo gritted her teeth. It was 1,088. The handsome pig army engaged in fierce battle with the Feather Forest Army, Flower Demon Armor Army, with 2 vanguard generals facing off against the leading guard of the Feather Forest Army. Xiao Mo set up the formation. Shuai Shuai, take the little demon and charge in, capture the king first. Lu Feng pointed directly at the woman in the phoenix robe above the palace. Following Lu Feng's command, Xiao Mo set up elemental bombs around, and after arranging the elemental bombs, he used poison darts to ambush the flower demon soldiers. His poison darts were both deadly and fast, firing 6 shots per second, capable of taking down 3 flower demons in a second. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 1 2 3 4, 1 2 3 4. It kills with great delight. Whenever a small army is filled with hatred and seeks revenge, it leads them into the hidden elemental traps. The flower demon army that steps into the elemental trap suffers massive damage and is slowed by 100%, becoming Little Mo's live targets, crying out in despair. Little Mo alone is worth an entire army. With no one to stop it, it can wipe you out in minutes. What frustrates the enemies the most is that this guy has skills like Deadly Flute that can nullify your physical attacks, and Little Mo, Run Fast, which grants invisibility, increased attack speed, and damage. At critical moments, it can unleash explosive damage. Even if you can't defeat it, it can vanish and speed away, creating distance that you can't close. Outside the Great Hall, the woman in the phoenix robe let out a fierce roar, and several massive light orbs appeared around her, shooting out in all directions. Wherever the orbs passed, the white jade floor shattered and flew, and the pig soldiers hit by them suffered enormous skill damage. 8890-9788-8889-8899-8790. Meanwhile, 5 beams of light descended from the sky, and above the beams, energy orbs of divine punishment fell, causing targets hit to shatter in an instant, suffering area control and damage. What a powerful control skill! With such high damage, this guy is amazing. Chen Jiahao dodged the casting range of the light beams and commented. He wanted to find an opportunity to charge in, but unfortunately, there were 4 songstresses guarding the woman, and a squad of feathered troops surrounded her. With his strength, he feared he would be killed by sound waves before he even got close. Therefore, he chose to remain in the back and watch the situation unfold. After all, the front line and the charge in the team were not him, but Fu Duanqing and Zhu Zizhen. Shuai Shuai, with a little demon on his shoulder, charged forward riding a mammoth war elephant. Along the way, the flower demon soldiers blocking him were all knocked away, and the woman in the phoenix robe joined forces with the phantom sound songstress to unleash a group skill. Sound waves combined with the divine punishment energy orbs. Shuai Shuai thrust his rake forward, needing the energy orb. Buzz at the moment Shuai Shuai's rake made contact with the sound wave, a violent energy spread out from the point of contact, and the shockwave alone caused a nearby stone pillar to explode, ultimately breaking in half and collapsing. But Shuai Shuai withstood the shockwave and charged forward against the sound waves and energy orbs. Drink! He shouted, tearing a hole in the energy orb and leaping up to the front of the great hall. Dang dang dang, clang! The sound wave formed a sound wall to block Shuai Shuai. The woman in the phoenix robe threw her head back and roared, her facial expression gradually twisting, black, lizard-like veins crawling all over her face. Then, a purple-black energy orb shot up from her chest, directly hitting Shuai Shuai in midair. Zizizizi. 3888-3888-3888-3888. This purple-black energy orb dealt extremely high damage. Even Shuai Shuai with high defenses suffered significant blows from it. One skill can deal 10,000 damage to Shuai Shuai. You can be proud of that. Lu Feng was cold as ice, his face showing no emotional fluctuations, looking at the woman in the phoenix robe as if she were a dead person. Shuai Shuai, horizontal thrust, combo. At the command, Shuai Shuai fell from the air, directly creating a large pit on the ground, the force of his energy waves shaking off the 4 songstresses, ignoring the attacks from others. He thrust his rake, lifting the woman in the phoenix robe into the air. Floating 3 consecutive rakes, dragon sweeping horizontal strikes, vertical slashes, diagonal thrusts, leaf spins, left and right rake stabs, dragging and pulling. Boom! After a series of combos, he charged up a rake and slammed her down to the ground, then dragged her body up the stairs with the rake. 8999-8888-8799-8679-7980-299899. Charge a strike and drag for continuous damage. The nearby Feather Forest army and the 4 illusionary songstresses saw their master getting beaten and quickly bared their teeth, rushing over to help. The little demon on Shuai Shuai's shoulders stretched lazily and stood up with a flip. It aimed its hands and silently recited an incantation. A mass of blood spread from its palm, forming a huge blood-red halo around it. This was its lord skill, Blood Tide, infusing its own blood and detonating it, capable of causing area damage, with damage calculated as magic power multiplied by a coefficient 1 to 10. The longer it charges, the higher the damage. Judging by the range of the little demon's tide, it was clear that it was going to detonate a significant amount of blood. Lu Feng glanced at his health and found it had suddenly dropped by 100,000. Boom! Sure enough, the power of the blood tide was astonishing. 115000-115000-115000-115000-115000-112000. The coefficient damage was maxed out at 10, and a wave of tide exploded, causing massive area damage. The low-health flower fairy was instantly blown into a pile of magic energy crystals, and the 4 songstresses lost nearly half their health. Chen Jiahao rubbed his eyes and opened them again. Damn, I must be seeing things. That little thing in a diaper just wiped out an entire Feather Forest army with one skill? However, what surprised him even more was that the summoned demon slid down Shui Shui's arm down to the bottom of the rake and then viciously sucked blood from the woman in the phoenix robe beneath the rake's prongs. -4200060000 it activated the active skill Blood Pact, absorbing the target's health to convert it into damage and restore a percentage of its own health, with damage being 3.5 times the magic power and the restored health being magic power multiplied by a coefficient 1 to 10. The lower its health, the greater the coefficient. Chen Jiahao was stunned. It can do that? Blood sucking? And it sucked 60,000 health in one go? Damn. Han Chen Luo and Tao Tao also stared blankly at the scene, falling into deep existential doubt. Shen Luo, it seems like we don't even have 60,000 health. Combined. That little thing just sucked 60,000 health in one go, equivalent to sucking both you and me in one bite. I saw it. From now on, whoever says summoners are weak, I will be the first to smash them. On another note, several readers who previously cursed me and then saw the latest chapter realized they were wrong and apologized for their bad reviews. To this, I can only say, you can curse me, but can you not immediately give a bad review? I would really appreciate it. If you give me 5 stars, I would just keep writing. Bad reviews only mess with my mindset and lead to less writing. Whispering, it must be 5 stars. Those who gave bad reviews can actually change it to 5 stars. Abyss Monster. Illusionary Songstress. Princess, top card, level, LV20, health, 147688/400000, skill, Earth Shatter Dance, skill, Energy Pillar, skill, Momentary Splendor, Special Energy Mass. Chen Jiahao cast an insight spell to check the attributes of the woman in the phoenix robe. He discovered that despite taking such a fierce hit, her health was still as high as 140,000. 400,000 health. Amatba, luckily there's a great god in the team, otherwise, even if I used a knife, I wouldn't be able to kill her, even if the knife got dull. Shocked, Chen Jiahao watched as Shui Shui launched another attack, withstanding the skill damage from the 4 songstresses and the woman in the phoenix robe, and unleashed a whirlwind slash. The blood-red tornado spun among them, directly sending their belly bands and pants flying, along with pools of blood. 4 songstresses, the woman in the phoenix robe, was brutally killed step by step. The woman in the phoenix robe managed to withstand the whirlwind slash, but ultimately could not endure the next combo from the handsome one. For mages like them, who relied on skills to deal damage, facing such a tank was truly frustrating, with no chance of victory. They were simply worn down and died. The term humiliation fits perfectly. Kill illusion sound. Songstress, gain magic energy crystal plus 380,000. Kill illusion sound. Songstress, gain magic energy crystal plus 380,000. Kill illusion sound. Songstress, gain magic energy crystal plus 380,000. Kill illusion sound. Songstress, gain magic energy crystal plus 380,000. Kill illusion sound. Princess Headliner, gain magic energy core X2. Converted to experience points, gain magic energy crystal plus 1 million. Detected. Item drop, Harp Strings of the Harp Maiden, Platinum, Ring of the Illusion Workshop, Platinum, Wristband of the Divine Shrine, Platinum, Ding, congratulations, your level has increased, LV11 LV12, name, Lu Feng title, none, can obtain 18. Titles, Profession, Summoner level, LV12, 1.1% per 100%. Health, 16500190000. Equipment plus 800 is equal to 19,800. Strength, 130180. Constitution, 218243. Intelligence, 190240. Agility, 110150. Equipment plus 200 is equal to 350. Magic power, 15360300720. Lu Feng's health end. Constitution points were continuously being nurtured by the little demon's feedback skills, thus they had been steadily increasing, and this upgrade added a significant amount. The intelligence attribute increased by a full 50 points, which greatly enhanced the summoned beasts. It is worth mentioning that the handsome one's health broke the million mark, and its physical defense also surpassed 20,000, reaching a new height. Then, turning attention to the magic power section. It doubled again, and the later the doubling, the more impressive it became. This time, the magic power increased by over 15,000 points at once. Putting aside the profession of summoner, if I say I am the #1 mage in Wind City, no one should refute it, right? Even if my magic isn't necessarily as much as that of a grand mage, with this magic power, I feel it compensates for a lot. With magic power at this level, Lu Feng was eager to try. He was keen to know how much damage he could deal in a group. He hoped the subsequent plot in the Wind Moon City dungeon would give him a chance to test it out. Additionally, regarding equipment, since challenging the hell level of Wind Moon City, many pieces of equipment had dropped, but they were mostly gold level. Platinum level equipment had appeared for the first time, with the woman in the phoenix robe dropping 2 pieces of platinum equipment and one of the songstresses dropping another piece, totaling 3 pieces of platinum equipment. The required level to equip them was LV18, and the attributes of the equipment need not be mentioned. An 18-level platinum item would definitely be a high-end piece in the Wind City market. I'll gladly accept these pieces of equipment. You all have no objections, right? Lu Feng asked tentatively. Everyone shook their heads repeatedly, saying, no objections, no objections. Come on, this dungeon was completely cleared by him alone. They were just happy to gain some experience. How could they shamelessly ask for equipment? Ha, then I won't be polite. Lu Feng collected all the items. A great harvest. Previously, he had auctioned off the level 9 platinum equipment he obtained from the mayor and the girl in the old city alley at the hell level, selling for 300,000 and 400,000 gold coins respectively, netting him 595,000 gold coins after fees. Now, one could only imagine the value of the level 18 platinum equipment. Selling for over $1 million each would be completely reasonable. Of course, he felt that the consumption capacity of the Wind City Chamber of Commerce was limited, and he wondered if he should put the equipment up for auction on a larger stage to maximize his profits. This would certainly incur higher fees, but if the auction price could exceed that of the Wind City Chamber of Commerce by more than 10%, he could still make a considerable profit. As Lu Feng pondered this, he didn't rush to put the equipment up for sale. Instead, he locked it in his inventory, planning to study it thoroughly after completing the dungeon. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, after Shuai Shuai and the little demon had defeated the woman in the phoenix robe, and the songstress Xiao Mo also began to exert his strength. It was poised to strike, rapidly expanding in front of everyone, transforming into a ferocious beast with fangs like mountains. This was its lord skill, the rampaging behemoth. After activation, its movement speed increased and the scout quickly swelled into a giant beast, shaking all nearby enemies, dealing physical damage and applying a slow effect. During the transformation phase, all resistances tripled and attack power increased by 100%. After becoming the giant beast, it let out a thunderous roar, creating a massive area soundwave attack. It pushed back all the Flower Fairy army by several meters, and the direction of the push was precisely towards the trap formation that Xiao Mo had set up in advance. Bang bang bang! The elemental traps were triggered, and the area was instantly engulfed in elemental toxins, exploding in succession. The traps would explode when stepped on, dealing 48,000 intelligence 240, multiplied by coefficient 200 magic damage over 3 seconds, and slowing enemies by 60% for 3 seconds. Any Flower Fairy caught in the blast of 2 elemental traps would be instantly killed, turning into a pile of magic energy crystals. In an instant, the scene was chaotic, with wails echoing everywhere. The pig army also seized the opportunity to beat the drowned dog, dealing damage and cleaning up the aftermath. Before long, the Flower Fairy army below was completely wiped out. Stepping into the great hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. In the center stood a tall dragon throne carved from golden silk Manhwa wood, inlaid with various gemstones that sparkled brilliantly. In front of the dragon throne stood an elderly woman with white hair, leaning on a dragon-headed cane that was taller than she was. "I have been waiting for you all for quite some time." The old woman turned around, her skin wrinkled like aged parchment, her eyes deeply sunken, resembling a candle that had burned out. "She can talk? Is she speaking to us?" Pang Fei was startled by the old woman and asked in surprise upon hearing her speak. "Yes and no, this scene is preset. To be precise, she is speaking to those who entered the Great Hall back in the day. Hell level 100% restored. What happened back then? Our experiences are merely the arrangements of the abyss." The long-braided warrior Qin Jiahao revealed the essence of the abyss's existence. "So what exactly is this abyss? Why can it continue to exist, refreshing repeatedly? That, you would have to ask the Martial Alliance. This is the power they control, able to designate an event as an abyss dungeon, allowing it to continue indefinitely as long as the energy persists." Energy? Yes, for now, you can understand it as the Martial Alliance using some method to support the mysterious power of the abyss dungeon from the outside. And the magic crystals that the dungeon provides to the professionals also come from this mysterious power. Lu Feng pondered. He had actually thought about this question long ago. The monsters in the dungeon refreshed repeatedly and could provide professionals with experience points, magic crystal energy. But where did this energy come from? It must adhere to the law of conservation of energy. The abyss dungeons controlled by our country are rare resource materials. In other countries, professionals even have to fight hard to gain entry into the abyss. Is it really that easy to seize the magic core from a true beast and enhance one's own power? Fortunately, our country is vast and rich, with the efforts of our predecessors in cultivation and the endless emergence of various heavenly methods, which is how so many adventurers can enter and gain power from the abyss dungeons. Chen Jiahao spoke with the tone of someone who had been through it all, his words heavy with meaning. Han Xianluo interjected. "I say, uncle, your level isn't that high, but you seem to know quite a bit." "Oh," Chen Jiahao waved his hand dismissively, "it's only natural. I'm at least 10 years older than you." He gestured to the old woman in front of them. When one reaches a certain age, there are many reflections, especially when seeing the elderly, it inevitably evokes a sense of sorrow in me. Tao Tao commented. "A melancholic uncle, huh?" A large bead of sweat dripped from Chen Jiahao's forehead. "Don't say that, you make me feel lonely." "The generation gap shouldn't be that wide, right?" Lu Feng chimed in. "I don't know about the generation gap with you, but with her, there definitely is one." Lu Feng's reminder drew everyone's attention back to the old woman, whose murky eyes were fixed on them, exuding a chilling aura. "A group of worms, yet you have the ability to defeat the princess I nurtured. How surprising. However, this Taiha Hall should be the end of your lives. As long as I am here, the imperial power will endure. No one can trample on the dignity of the royal family." With that, she leaned her dragon-headed cane against the ground. Buzz, a wave of energy spread throughout the hall, and soon, the empty space was filled with the sounds of women's laughter, gradually growing louder and more chaotic. It sounded like a scene from an ancient brothel's reception hall. Swaying and drifting. In the hall, thin female phantoms began to appear, some hanging from the beams, some circling the pillars, and others hovering in the air. There. Laughter and soft whispers seemed like the wandering souls of female ghosts. Casting the insight spell, everyone discovered that these so-called phantoms could actually reveal their attribute information. They all shared the prefix illusory sound, with their names representing their identities in life, such as Red Card, Xingyin, Xingguan, performing arts without selling their bodies, T-Girl, and Maid, working, but among them, the strongest was Red Card, slightly weaker than the woman in the phoenix robe outside the hall, but stronger than the previous songstress, with health reaching 300,000. Clearly all characters from a brothel, yet they have to set up a palace and even give the top card the title of princess. What a peculiar thing. Pang Fei, who had some research on ancient brothels, couldn't help but comment. These are all roles with specific functions in the brothel. That old woman in front, could she be the madam? He cast a spell, and the information from the spell appeared. Abyss monster, illusory sound. Chief Steward, Madam, level, LV20, health, 600000/600000, skill, Dance of the Demons, skill, God-Eating Ghost Pearl, skill, Rakshasa Divine Dragon Staff. Upon seeing the old woman's information, Pang Fei couldn't help but exclaim, so it's really the madam. And she even boasts the title of Chief Steward. How shameless. Lu Feng teased, how does she compare to the massage places you usually go to? The technicians here aren't as good looking, but as for the madam, this old woman is far behind. And with that soul-snatching look, she doesn't seem like a good person at all. Pang Fei added. Let's think together. Lu Feng said with a smile, looking at the strange scene. He planned to have Shuai Shuai scout the way with his physical body first. Shuai Shuai, lead the troops, charge. Shuai Shuai received the order and led the pig-human army to launch an attack on the old woman on the platform. The old woman waved her cane, and with a gentle flick, the originally gentle and lovely phantom in the air immediately glowed red in its eyes, transforming into a fierce ghost that pounced down from above. They bared their fangs and claws, letting out a piercing scream, and at the moment they made contact with the pig-human warriors, black mist wrapped around them, their hands and heads became substantial, and they frantically bit at the bodies of the warriors. Crack crack, -2228-2239-2198. Wherever they passed, damage values floated above the pig-human soldiers, scratches appeared on their bodies and heads, and under the wrapping of the black mist, the warriors seemed to be drained of their vitality, continuously losing health, and all resistances were declining. Look, at the top of that old woman's cane, there's a bead, and it's glowing red. Pang Fei, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted the bead embedded in the skull pattern groove on the cane. This thing is just like a soul-calling banner. It can control those female ghosts in the air. The female spirits in the air drifted, and the pig-human warriors' attacks could be easily dodged by them. Moreover, in the midst of the spirits, their attributes would sharply decline, as if their feet were stuck in water, making it very difficult to move. Shuai Shuai, suppressor. Lu Feng commanded Shuai Shuai to take the lead. Shuai Shuai leaped out of the formation, charging through the female ghosts and directly arriving in front of the old woman, swinging his rake down. Clang! The old woman, hunched over, seemed frail, but her movements were quite nimble and agile. She lightly jumped back to evade Shuai Shuai's rake attack, then thrust her cane forward to meet the rake, creating a fierce spark. After a clash of the two weapons, Shuai Shuai remained unmoved, while the old woman was pushed back a distance by the force. As she landed, her light feet touched the ground, and then she suddenly charged at Shuai Shuai. Black mist surged from the cane, and the bead at the top glowed brightly. Facing the attack, Shuai Shuai raised his rake to meet it. Boom! The moment the rake and the cane made contact, a violent wave of energy surged out, the black mist at the center of the cane thickening, even forming a semicircular black ring, with the center of the black arc flashing with an eerie red light. Physical resistance -300, magical resistance -250, agility attribute -300. In the fierce confrontation between the two, Shuai Shuai's attributes began to decline, while the old woman wasn't faring much better. Her health was visibly decreasing. It seemed that maintaining such powerful strength came at a cost. The bead is sucking the old woman's blood, Pang Fei exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, a cute red-haired demon king, Xiaomo, suddenly appeared beside Shuai Shuai. He used active skill, Scout's Quick Run, entering a stealth state, with his movement speed increased by 100%, gaining a 200% attack power bonus for attacking enemies. Taking advantage of the standoff between Shuai Shuai and the old woman, Xiaomo stealthily approached and launched a poison dart attack. At such a close distance, the old woman couldn't evade at all. -72998-21986-21988-22190-21987. The moment the stealth state was lifted, Xiaomo's attack power received a 200% bonus, and the two poison darts, almost fired simultaneously, dealt over 72,000 damage just from the basic physical attack plus the passive Q Toxin's magical poison, causing the old woman to lose over 160,000 health. The old woman suddenly realized the danger and, despite the backlash from her own spell, made an effort to distance herself from Xiaomo. However, Xiaomo was not going To let her have her way, his speed was incredibly fast and he quickly closed the gap, launching several poison darts in an instant. The old woman widened her murky old eyes, swinging her cane to defend herself while silently chanting incantations, causing the female ghosts floating in the sky to stir violently and rush towards her side. Ding 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 ding! Four poison darts struck the cane, piercing through the black mist and hitting the old woman's limbs. Although the cane and the black mist absorbed most of the damage, the 4 poison darts still inflicted 200,000 damage on her. As she watched her health plummet, the red-haired scout demon king in front of her continued to chase and shoot poison darts, and in the blink of an eye, several more darts were on their way. The old woman raised her hands and grabbed 2 female ghosts to shield herself. The 2 female ghosts, each with over 200,000 health, absorbed Shamo's 10 poison darts with their bodies, giving the old woman a chance to catch her breath. She summoned the female ghosts to form a ghost wall in front of her, releasing a chilling Halloween energy that unleashed ghostly mist, delaying Shamo's attack and movement speed. Meanwhile, hiding behind the pile of female ghosts, the old woman cruelly grabbed a few of them with her withered hands, and a surge of black mist rose. The beads on her cane glowed fiercely red, and the youthful faces of those female ghosts vanished in an instant, turning into withered visages, ultimately being drained completely, turning to ash. How the old woman exhaled a breath of foul air, and at that moment, a hint of color returned to her aged face. Pang Fei checked her health and found that the old woman had recovered more than half of it. Immediately, her gaze turned cold as she looked at the people in the great hall, her eyes flashing with green light. The black mist continued to pour from her cane, and the female ghosts mutated. Their skin was torn apart, and their bodies appeared as if they had emerged from flames, not a single part intact. Their faces became hideous, completely transforming into vengeful spirits. The original mist bodies all gained physical form, becoming monsters crawling on all fours, collectively writhing and oozing as they approached. Shuai Shuai and Xiao Mo were the first to bear the brunt. Xiao Mo jumped onto Shuai Shuai's shoulder and aimed poison darts at the targets on the ground, while Shuai swung his rake to fend off the attacking female ghosts. However, due to their overwhelming numbers, these female ghosts had completely lost their minds, becoming mindless zombies. They lunged at him recklessly, and soon several female ghosts were clinging to Shuai Shuai's feet and arms. Form a formation. The overflowing female ghosts posed a threat to Lu Feng and the others behind them. Lu Feng ordered the pig army to form a battle formation. The infantry and cavalry charged forward to engage directly, while the gunshield soldiers lined up, holding shields to protect the rear, with archers positioned behind them for ranged attacks. Puff puff puff. Shen Jiahao drew his sword and stood ready beside Lu Feng, while Han Shenluo and Tao Tao were also busy. Han Shenluo used a Gatling gun and grenade launcher for long-range fire support, and Tao Tao's mech-fired laser cannons. Even Pang Fei had installed 4 artillery pieces on both sides of the troop formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Various ranged attacks bombarded the female ghost army, causing significant damage. However, due to their generally high health, many female ghosts stubbornly withstood the waves of fire and charged forward, lunging at the shields of the gunshield soldiers. Poochie poochie. The gunshield soldiers stabbed wildly with their long spears, the frequency of thrusts incredibly high. At such close range, each thrust was essentially a critical hit, staining the shields with blood. The archers also aimed directly for their heads, and while some female ghosts had their heads shot off, their bodies continued to crawl forward, creating a truly bizarre scene. The old woman urged the female ghosts to launch a collective assault. After the first wave was repelled, there was basically no more turbulence. Those who were left were either injured or dead, especially after Xiao Mo quickly cleared all the female ghosts around Shuai Shuai. Shuai Shuai, with Xiao Mo, rushed straight towards the direction of the old woman. The old woman pointed her cane directly at Shuai Shuai, and with a furious shout, a lion made of black mist opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Shuai Shuai's shoulder. Shuai stubbornly dragged the black mist lion to the old woman's front, swung his rake with one hand to knock the cane away, and then with his large hand, he directly struck her forehead, lifting the old woman's frail body as if she were a chick, and slammed her heavily onto the dragon chair. Boom! The entire dragon chair shattered into pieces. Shuai Shuai held the old woman with his left hand and struck her fiercely with his right. Bang! 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 Lao Lu and Xiao Mo were also busy shooting poison darts from the side. To prevent the old woman from pulling any tricks, the steady Xiao Mo also shot a bamboo arrow, a deadly blow. Whoosh 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 whoosh. As the cane spun in the air and fell to the ground, the entire dragon platform collapsed. The old woman, unwilling, gasped her last breath and died. At the same time, the beads on the cane shattered with a loud noise, and the cane slowly rotted into a piece of decayed wood, turning to ash and dissipating. Ding! Killed. Abyss monster, illusion sound. Chief Steward, old prostitute, obtained Magic Core X3, Magic Core converted to Magic Energy Crystal, experience points, plus 1,500,000, detected item drop, copper foil of self-cultivation, platinum level, soft jade inner armor, platinum level. Killing the old woman only dropped 2 pieces of platinum level equipment, but these 2 pieces were somewhat special, suitable for only a few specific professions, especially the latter inner armor, which surprisingly had a restriction that it was only for female practitioners. Lu Feng placed these 2 pieces of platinum level equipment together with the previous 3, planning to deal with them all at once after they went out. It is worth mentioning that in addition to the equipment, the old woman also dropped a portable pill that could temporarily enhance the ability to drain blood. Lu Feng thought this would be perfect for the little demon, sucking and sucking, to create a bright future. With the mastermind old woman dead, the remaining female ghosts became a scattered mess held back by the gun shield soldiers outside, while the infantry and cavalry returned to the scene, swiftly clearing all the female ghosts. Killed Abyss Monster Illusion Sound. Maid obtained Magic Energy Crystal plus 200,000. Killed Abyss Monster Illusion Sound. T-Girl obtained Magic Energy Crystal plus 220,000. Killed Abyss Monster Illusion Sound. Clear Courtesan obtained Magic Energy Crystal plus 230,000. Killed Abyss Monster Illusion Sound. Clear Singer obtained Magic Energy Crystal plus 250,000. Killed Abyss Monster Illusion Sound. Red Card obtained Magic Energy Crystal plus 300,000. The equipment drop from these minor monsters was only of golden level. Lu Feng basically just glanced at the golden level equipment and directly set a price to list it in the marketplace, as the equipment previously listed in the Wind City Trading Association was mostly dropped by flower demons. Golden equipment dropped later in dungeons was relatively rare, and its attributes were much better than those dropped by flower demons. Therefore, Lu Feng would list his golden level equipment at a premium. For equipment with slightly worse effects, a 50% markup was about right, and for equipment with better effects, it should at least double, right? It is said that rarity increases value, and even if it is just golden level, this is the first time such golden level equipment has appeared in the Wind City Trading Association. Doubling the price seemed reasonable to Lu Feng, and he believed that those who truly needed this equipment would understand. Just like this. Lu Feng hung up all the golden grade equipment. Han Shenluo had previously bought a close combat air compression cannon from Lu Feng's shop and had been following him, so she received notifications whenever Lu Feng updated his equipment. She opened the shop and saw the equipment Lu Feng had listed along with their prices, unable to help but pout and complain. What a schemer. In fact, among the dropped equipment, there were two pieces she quite liked, but she couldn't bring herself to ask Lu Feng about them. Additionally, the equipment had a level restriction of above level 18, and she was only level 16, still a long way from 18, so she decided to let it go. After seeing the prices Lu Feng had set, she was even more disheartened. Level 18 golden grade equipment priced at over 200,000? I might as well go rob someone. Han Shenluo muttered softly. Lu Feng didn't care. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. Looking at the dungeon progress, it had already reached 60%, leaving only the last 40%. He then glanced at his own experience bar. Level LV12, 27% per 100%. If I'm lucky, I might level up after finishing Hell difficulty. After cleaning up the battlefield, the group walked to the collapsed dragon throne and platform, discussing the grim scene before them. A brothel has turned into a palace, with a princess, a chief steward, and even a dragon throne. Are we going to see an emperor come out at the end? Looking at the plot, it really seems possible, but the madam can only be a chief steward. Who would be the emperor then? The real boss behind the brothel is still the plot and clues in Fengyue City are even less than those in Old City Alley. We'll find out if we keep going. Where to go? This is the main hall, with the dragon throne right here. What else can we do? Forgive my brain for shrinking, my imagination is really limited. While they were talking, the scout, Xiaomo, discovered a hidden door on the east side of the hall, sensing a strange fragrance coming from behind it. Lu Feng and the others arrived at the hidden door, and Chen Jiahao knocked on it with his hand. It's empty behind this, it should indeed lead to another world. But this door doesn't even have a handle. How do we open it? Chen Jiahao was still scratching his head looking for a mechanism, but Han Shenluo directly blasted the door open with her cannon. Boom! Damn, you scared me. Chen Jiahao, with a grass root in his mouth, felt the shockwave from the explosion, his long braid fluttering, feeling embarrassed. Next time you plan to blow something up, at least give a warning. Han Shenluo didn't respond and shouldered her cannon as she walked inside. The moment she stepped into the room, she was stunned by the scene before her. The others noticed she had stopped moving and curiously asked, "What do you see? Why aren't you saying anything?" As they asked, they turned their gaze forward, and when they saw the scene, they collectively froze. Damn! After a moment, several men almost simultaneously cursed. The sight was too alluring, leaving them dumbfounded. Before them was a pebble-formed pool, with 4 pure gold ladles slowly pouring in hot water. Rose petals floated on the surface of the pool, and in the center of the steaming mist, a stunning woman with rosy cheeks was bathing. Petals drifted down from above, creating a breathtaking scene at that moment. Upon seeing the crowd, the woman in the bath continued to scoop water with a ladle, gently sprinkling it on her creamy skin with droplets sliding down, her bright eyes and white teeth resembling a water lily, making those present feel a bit parched. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept through, and the center of the pool exploded, sending countless splashes of water into the air. The woman in the bath soared up, her clothes flying up behind her, landing on her body as the water splashed down. She descended slowly from the air, like a celestial being coming down to earth. Everyone was left stunned, especially Pang Fei, whose tent unexpectedly stood up. Qin Jiahao saw that Han Shenluo and Tao Tao had noticed, and quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, Xiao Fizi, your zipper door is not closed. Pang Fei suddenly realized, embarrassed, and turned his body away, quickly zipping it up. Pervert. Fatty. The two women's faces flushed slightly, both muttering under their breath. As they spoke, the stunning woman had already stepped onto the water's surface, her hands spread wide as she swiftly moved forward. Be careful! Tao Tao shouted, but just as she was about to act, she felt a powerful pressure descending from the sky. It felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on her shoulders, making it difficult for her to even straighten her back. She struggled to turn her head and found that everyone else was also in pain, drenched in sweat. Only one person remained calm, watching the woman in front of him as if nothing were wrong. The woman seemed to have noticed Lu Feng. She smiled and gently descended in front of him, looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Lu Feng was also looking at her, or rather, at the clothes she was wearing. Upon closer inspection, he saw that her black robe was embroidered with a 12-chapter pattern featuring a purple gold dragon in the center, an emblem reserved for ancient emperors. Empress? Lu Feng exclaimed with interest. What a strong rule pressure. Lu Feng could clearly feel the turmoil of the surrounding spacetime elements. A powerful force was being activated, compressing the surrounding space. This was the strongest elemental control he had encountered so far. However, when this elemental control touched the space around Lu Feng, it recoiled like a startled bird, not daring to approach even a fraction. Abyss Boss Illusion Sound. Empress Avatar Courtesan Level LV20 Health 1000000/1000000 Skill Sovereign of the World Skill Blooming Thought Skill. Thousands of troops using his throwing technique to see the opponents attributes. Lu Feng discovered that the woman in front of him was merely an avatar of an Abyss Boss. An avatar could be this strong. He focused his thoughts, and the surrounding space elements scattered, restoring Tao Tao and the others to normal. Who? The group exhaled deeply, their backs soaked, looking at the stunning woman before them as if facing a great enemy. They were ready for a fierce battle, but she merely smiled disdainfully, shook her head, and when she looked at them again, it was as if she were looking at ants. She leaped lightly, stepping back and shattering a flower window behind her. The group moved forward, peering through the broken hole to see the Empress's figure rapidly descending, her toes lightly touching the ground, landing steadily. They looked down and witnessed an unforgettable scene. Below was a training ground the size of several football fields, with a solemnly assembled army. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with people, and in the center stood a woman in military uniform riding a white horse, looking exactly like the Empress who had just descended. The Empress walked up to the woman in military uniform, reached out to hold her white horse, and in an instant, she transformed into rose petals that scattered before the horse. That is the true ruler, the Empress of this dynasty. She commands thousands of troops, cutting down all enemies that dare to invade. Shen Jiahao said with a tone of both shock and despair, forget about the powerful Empress herself, just the army behind her, even the most ordinary flower demon army, would be enough to flatten the entire palace. Now I finally understand why she looked at us with such disdain. What can the five of us use to fight against thousands of troops? Tao Tao also said self-deprecatingly. They knew that Lu Feng's summoned beast was strong, but that strength was still limited. Being able to defeat several teams of flower fairies was already impressive enough, and that was understandable. But what they were facing now was the Empress leading thousands of troops. The opponent wouldn't come at them in waves for a war of attrition, it would be a full-on charge. In such a situation, facing an entire army's assault, to put it bluntly, even all the professionals in Wind City might not be able to withstand it. Just relying on them? That was simply impossible. Pang Fei's legs were trembling. He had already seen at least 1,000 bows and crossbows aimed at them. Chen, Brother Chen, what do you think? To everyone's surprise, in the face of such a scene, Lu Feng showed neither shock nor tension. Instead, he was laughing, and his laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, he felt every cell in his body trembling. It was an indescribable pleasure, an indescribable excitement. He was thrilled, extremely thrilled. The feeling of standing alone against thousands of troops, with a lofty spirit and boiling hot blood, reaching its peak, was simply too captivating. The others looked at Lu Feng in confusion, and Han Shenluo even called out, thinking he was having a fit. Lu Feng did not respond. They simply could not understand or experience Lu Feng's feelings at this moment. Having come this far, he finally encountered an opponent that made him take things a bit more seriously. He was excited. Whoosh, a gentle breeze brushed past, stirring his black hair, and Lu Feng's clothes fluttered. His gaze shifted, revealing overwhelming battle intent. Shui Shui, Xiao Mo, kill them all, not a single one left, wipe them all out. Xiao Mo jumped onto the rooftop from the broken opening, the trident gathering elemental energy. In no time, a massive elemental sphere as large as a meteor formed and continued to grow larger. At the same time, as blue flames rose in Lu Feng's pupils, a whoosh echoed through the vast training ground, and blue flames erupted from the center, instantly engulfing the entire arena. Strange fire, blue spirit, cold fire.
2498-2758-2448-2567-2566-2567-2556. The last time Lu Feng used the group Blue Spirit Cold Fire in Old City Alley, the area damage dealt was over 300. Now,
Compared to then, Lu Feng's magic power had increased eightfold, and when facing thousands of troops, releasing a group skill could already cause over 2,000 damage. Don't underestimate this over 2,000 damage, after all, this was not a single target attack but a group damage. For a mage to achieve this level of group damage was terrifying beyond imagination. If you told others, they would think you were dreaming. Seeing the blue flames suddenly rising in the training ground, burning fiercely like boundless karma fire, Han Shanluo and the others were so shocked they couldn't speak. Group skill, such a large area group skill, not to mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it. Pang Fei shivered and put on his coat. Familiar coldness. Chen Jiahao's mouth was agape enough to fit a duck egg. I say, folks, who did this? The range of this group skill is one thing, but is this damage for real? Didn't they say that the range and damage of skills are inversely proportional? Can someone tell me what's going on now? However, before he could finish his words, Xiaomo's elemental energy ball shot down from the rooftop like a torrential downpour. Dominion level skill, Call of the Demon King, forms a massive dark energy sphere that deals area damage to the target. Intelligence 240 multiplied by coefficient 300 multiplied by range distance coefficient 1 to 10. Like a meteorite falling, the elemental energy sphere smashed down from the sky, instantly vaporizing the flower spirit army. It touched into a pile of magic crystal energy, leaving no trace behind. Upon hitting the ground, the surface collapsed, countless fragments turning to dust in the dazzling light, and the surrounding army was engulfed by the explosion of the elemental energy sphere, their figures ultimately vanishing. Boom! The elemental energy sphere crashed through, melting the army in its path. Collapsing pillars, those directly hit suffered damage of intelligence 240 multiplied by coefficient 300 multiplied by coefficient 5 or more, with those having total health below 400,000 basically turning into magic energy crystals upon contact. Those on the periphery who were lightly grazed received damage ranging from 72,000 to 280,000, not counting magic resistance. In other words, a single elemental energy sphere caused the deaths and injuries of more than half the army. Fortunately, the Empress, who controlled the power of time and space elements, managed to block the energy sphere just as it was about to strike the main army with her powerful spatial techniques. Although this energy sphere had consumed 80% of its energy, being able to withstand it alone was impressive enough. At least Lu Feng had to give her a thumbs up. But did you think that was the end? This was merely an appetizer. After a long build-up, Shuai completed his skill charge, leaping high into the air, his rake growing 100 times larger, with flowing lava light swirling at the rake's tip. Have you ever heard of a technique that descends from the heavens? True King Technique, blood suppression across 1,000 miles. True King level skill, blood suppression across 1,000 miles. Zhu Zhizhen infuses divine power into the rake, capable of shattering mountains and rocks with a single strike, causing the ground within a kilometer radius to crack and triggering the underground lava to erupt. Impact damage is intelligence X coefficient 500, lava. Eruption is intelligence X 800. The massive rake fell from the sky. Boom! The entire training square collapsed, all the ground was destroyed, countless fragments shot up into the air, reaching the height of the palace where Qin Jiahao and the others were, then surpassing it, flying higher than the rooftops, falling back down in a chaotic shower before their stunned eyes. Buzz, a terrifying wave of energy rippled out, spreading through the surrounding palace complex. Minus 113,000, minus 113,000, minus 113,000. Minus 113,000, dash 113000, minus 113,000, minus 113,000, minus 113,000, dash 113,000, minus 113,000, minus 113,000, minus 113,000. The range of blood suppression across 1,000 miles is a kilometer in radius, 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters. The impact damage reached a staggering 113,000. But that wasn't all. After the strike, the underground lava was triggered, bubbling up, followed by a gurgling sound. Whoosh, rumble. The lava erupted upwards. Minus 190,000, minus 190,000, minus 190,000, minus 190,000, dash 190000, minus 190,000, minus 190,000, minus 190,000, dash 190000, minus 190,000. Minus 190,000, minus 190,000. Ding, your level has increased. LV1 to LV13 level, LV13, 39% per 100%. Lu Feng leveled up, and his magic power and intelligence were further enhanced. Magic power doubled from 30,720 to 61,440, and intelligence points increased from 240 to 300. However, since there was no time to convey the power of the contract to the summoned beast, its state did not recover to full status in time. While its health and magic energy returned to full, its stamina remained depleted. On the ground, a visually striking skill created a scene of great shock, a devastating rake that split the mountains and cracked the earth, with lava erupting and splashing for miles. The once grand training ground, filled with a solemn and imposing army, had now turned into a landscape littered with magic energy crystals and countless pieces of equipment and items. Only the Empress remained, gazing up at the figure of Lu Feng, her expression complex. She looked at the devastation around her, the chaos everywhere, as the army that had protected her realm disintegrated before her eyes, and she let out a mad laugh. In an instant her figure vanished, reappearing before Shui Shui, her delicate hand grasping his neck. Despite her slender fingers, she possessed immense strength, lifting Shui Shui off the ground with one hand. The use of the True King technique, blood suppression across 1,000 miles, came at a cost. Within half an hour after using the skill, Shui Shui would become exceptionally fragile, with all attributes dropping to their lowest point, especially his stamina, which was greatly overdrawn. Even if he leveled up, his depleted stamina would not recover quickly. Therefore, facing the Empress's rule-based elemental attacks, Shui Shui's health dropped rapidly, losing 100,000 health points in the blink of an eye, and as the Empress's rule power continued to pour in, the damage she inflicted on him increased. Lu Feng knew that Shui Shui had temporarily lost his combat ability. If he wanted to eliminate the last Empress, he had to act. The little demon jumped down from high school, the blood tide exploded, and the massive shockwave shattered the Empress's rule defense. However, the Empress still possessed the ability to shift space. With one hand holding Shui Shui, she executed a spatial transfer to evade the explosion range of the little demon's blood tide. The little demon rushed forward again, wanting to use the blood pact, but the Empress instantly appeared beside it, kicking it hard. Bang! The little demon was sent flying like a ball, crashing into the earthen wall. Before it could react, the Empress appeared before it again, grabbing the little demon by the neck, infusing it with rule power, causing the little demon to emit a painful groan. Its health was not as robust as Shui Shui's, and under the control of the rule power, it could not hold on for long. Helpless, it had to use its immunity skill, active skill, blood dark pool, transforming itself into a pool of blood, evading any damage and becoming unselectable. The little demon turned into a mist of blood, escaping the battle circle and retreating 100 meters away, its chest heaving as it faced the expressionless Empress, feeling a sense of oppression so strong. This was its impression of the Empress at that moment. Mountains crumbled and thousands of troops were annihilated, yet she could still control the battlefield and wield the power of the universe. It clearly understood that it could not defeat the Empress on its own, so it looked up, its pacifier twitching, seeking support from Lu Feng. Xiaomo's level had risen to 13, and its magic energy had returned to optimal condition, having mostly replenished the losses from the earlier summoning of the Demon King, and it had enough stamina to continue fighting. Lu Feng's eyes lit up as he greeted Xiaomo, who understood and slid down a slope, activating the active skill, Scouts. Quick run, entering a state of invisibility and doubling its movement speed. Watching Xiaomo disappear before her, a sense of danger rose in the Empress's heart. She furrowed her brows, glancing around, yet she couldn't detect where Xiaomo was hiding. She couldn't predict from which direction Xiaomo would attack. Several times, due to her tense nerves, she activated spatial displacement to create distance, but Xiaomo still did not appear, making the Empress somewhat anxious. She let out a roar and smashed the handsome weapon in her hand forward, channeling the power of the laws, trying to compress the air around her to force the invisible Xiaomo out. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that during this process, her body was slowly petrifying. Not far away, Xiaomo revealed himself, eyes closed as he chanted something, the trident before him floating in the air, transmitting black elemental chains, which were connected to the Empress. True King level skill, the annihilation of the Demon King. The Demon King chants, performing a dark baptism on a designated target. Allied targets can instantly be elevated to Overlord level strength. Enemy targets can be precisely controlled, petrified, and take intelligence. Coefficient x 1000 damage. The True King skill, the annihilation of the Demon King, precisely controlled, petrified the Empress, and she was also losing health rapidly, with the intelligence coefficient multiplied by 1000, causing her to continuously lose 300,000 health during the control phase. With 300,000 health plus the damage from the elemental energy ball and the handsome weapon at True King level inflicted on the Empress, she still had nearly 400,000 health left. The little demon had run too far, the control time was insufficient, and during this control period, he couldn't finish off the Empress. Once Xiaomo's control time ended, the opponent would regain spatial abilities and the ability to teleport, making it difficult to kill her again. Therefore, Lu Feng did not hesitate. Almost the moment Xiaomo controlled the Empress, he pushed his mental power to the limit. 9 heavens mysterious abyss transform into divine thunder. Majestic heavenly might cannot be one world. Words follow the law, heavenly punishment. Boom! Thunder roared in the low sky, and the clear sky was suddenly filled with dark clouds, rolling thunderclouds. Crash! Lightning gathered, and in an instant, like a galaxy hanging upside down, it poured down from the sky, striking the Empress. Crash! 93,000 93,000 93,000 93,000. The continuous bombardment of lightning infused into the Empress, terrifying damage values appearing above her head. 60,000 magic power multiplied by a 1.5 coefficient plus a base damage of 3,000 points from the skill. After deducting the Empress's magic resistance, the single target lightning strike caused over 90,000 damage. Under the continuous infusion of lightning, in less than a breath's time, the Empress was shattered by the thunder. In her painful scream, the armored Empress knelt on the ground, vitality dissipating. The blue lightning illuminated the faces of several people in the palace, their hair flying, staring intently at this shocking scene, unable to recover from the shock until the lightning faded and everything settled. Chen Jiahao's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, mumbling something incoherent.
Tao Tao's breath was steady, but she remained silent, watching the scene before her. Only Han Shanluo, amidst the shocking image, voiced her doubts, her expression gradually shifting from shock to complexity, then to ferocity. Sister Taozi, don't you think this lightning feels familiar, revealing a hint of a familiar taste? That's right, it's too familiar. They were indeed struck down by lightning. If it weren't for being struck down from a military helicopter back then, they should be participating in a genius training camp in the military district right now. Oh, so it's you. Han Shanluo ambushed Lu Feng from behind, jumping directly onto him, her hands tightening around his neck as she shouted, if it weren't for you, how could I and Sister Taozi have fallen to such a state? You owe us the qualification to participate in the genius training camp. You owe me for my beloved pants. Do you know that my favorite pants have a hole burned in them because of you? I've been searching for you so desperately. I swear I'm going to strangle you. Han Shanluo and Tao Tao were originally supposed to attend special training in the military district, but they were struck by a mysterious lightning bolt, perfectly missing their time slot. Therefore, the two decided to level up by doing dungeons in Wind City, while also looking for the mastermind behind it all. Han Shanluo had vowed that once she found the mastermind, she would make him pay. This was also why they were so high profile upon entering Wind City. On one hand, it was to easily recruit teammates, and on the other hand, it was to gather information about lightning mages in Wind City. Over the past few days, they had asked many local professionals, but all said there were no high-level lightning mages in Wind City. They were puzzled. Who would have thought that the instigator would actually be a summoner? It is said that enemies meet with extra hostility, and Han Shanluo wanted revenge for her pants. Ahem. Lu Feng was caught off guard by Han Shanluo's ambush. He didn't even know what was happening. Goodness, could it be that she's jealous of my strength? Or is she just too excited to see a strong person? Even if she's excited, there's no need to jump on me. And now you're strangling me. Are you trying to murder your husband? Lu Feng executed a shoulder throw, sending Han Shanluo crashing to the ground. Dazed from the fall, Han Shanluo sat on the ground, glaring up at Lu Feng, her eyes slightly red. I'm sorry. In a moment of panic, he had accidentally thrown her out. Seeing the delicate little girl about to cry, Lu Feng's anger instantly dissipated. He scratched his head and reached out his hand. Slap! Han Shanluo swatted Lu Feng's hand away, tears welling up, and ultimately, they fell. She covered her eyes with her elbow, pounding the ground with her hands and feet, crying uncontrollably. Wow, boo-hoo, you're bullying me. This left Lu Feng completely bewildered. What's going on? For someone who didn't know the situation, it really seemed like something serious had happened. It seemed he hadn't provoked her at all. If it was because of the shoulder throw, wasn't it her who had choked him first? Lu Feng was at a loss, and at that moment, it was Tao Tao who came over to explain the situation. Only then did Lu Feng realize, oh, I see. This is how it happened. We really didn't expect you to be the enemy we've been looking for. Tao Tao used her mech to shield Han Shanluo, tugging at her clothes to signal her to get up quickly, but once Han Shanluo started crying, she couldn't stop. It wasn't until Tao Tao took out a limited edition pack of gum that Han Shanluo's cries gradually quieted down, eventually turning into soft sobs. After hearing Tao Tao's explanation, Lu Feng was speechless. Was there really such a dramatic story? He could only say, I guess this is fate. Isn't it true that we wouldn't have met without a fight? Chun Jiahao, who had been sitting on the ground since he collapsed, also tried to comfort them, saying, yeah, if it weren't for that lightning bolt, you wouldn't have stayed in Wind City, and you wouldn't have encountered a powerful summoner like Mr. Lu. Look at all this mess, the spoils of battle. Without him, would we have witnessed such a grand scene? Experiencing a hell level clear of Fengyue City is enough for a lifetime. Now, their evaluation of Lu Feng could only be described as monster. They couldn't think of any better words. This kind of super cognitive strength and combat style was beyond comprehension, utterly incomprehensible. The head hurt from thinking but couldn't figure out why. Fortunately, he simply stopped thinking about it. Perhaps there are indeed such invincible monsters in this world. It was one thing for the summoned beasts to possess the perverse attributes of a hell-level dungeon boss, but they could actually wield the elemental powers of lightning and fire, and a single lightning strike dealt hundreds of thousands in damage? It was incomprehensible. How could they possibly understand this? But what they couldn't fathom even more was that this lightning was not a skill of the summoned beasts, but his own words manifesting power. Luckily, they didn't know. If they did, they would probably be desperate to die. Great God, regarding the hell-level dungeon, we won't speak of it without your permission. Their address to Lu Feng had completely changed, and Tao Tao even directly called him Great God. Lu Feng shrugged with a smile. It doesn't matter anymore. After all, no one has stipulated that summoners can't be that strong. Choosing to tackle the hell-level dungeon in Fengyue City, he was already prepared to reveal his hand. He remembered what he had said when he awakened. The tall tree will be toppled by the wind, but when one becomes strong enough, what's wrong with facing the storm alone? Moreover, the current situation could no longer be concealed. Revealing the truth was actually the most beneficial and safest option for him. When everyone knew of Lu Feng's existence, all the focus would be on him, and the dark hands behind the scenes would have more to worry about, giving them less opportunity to strike. Ding! Killed Abyss Boss. Phantom sound. Empress Courtesan obtained Magic Core X10, converted to Magic Energy Crystal plus 5 million. Detected item drop. Goddess's Tear, Diamond level. The only piece of equipment
dropped by the Empress was a talent-based defensive item, Goddess's Tear.
The display showed it was actually Diamond level equipment, a level that had never appeared in Foam City before. Goddess's Tear, Diamond level. Note, only obtainable on first clear. Equip level LV20. Equip class female class. Health plus 6000. Defense plus 1000. Active effect triggers the goddess's protection, forming a 360-degree defense with no blind spots, and has a certain chance to reflect damage. Seeing the attributes and skill effects of this equipment, Lu Feng was stunned. A health boost of 6000 and a defense boost of 1000. It was too exaggerated. Normally, a level 20 platinum defensive item would add 3 to 400 defense, but this diamond level goddess's tier added a full 1000. Previously, the exquisite platinum equipment from the old City Alley, although level 10, only added 1 to 200 defense. Now, a pendant added 1000 defense, ridiculous. And the most perverse aspect was its skill effect, a 360-degree defense with a chance to reflect damage. Who else could compare? Lu Feng searched for similar defensive items of the same level on the national trading platform, and the prices were generally over 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins, a full billion. Lu Feng suppressed the urge to drool and collected all the equipment scattered on the ground. Annihilating an entire army had yielded over 3,500 items, among which there were more than 300 pieces of equipment, primarily golden level. There were 179 golden items, 63 silver items, and 108 bronze items, along with 2 platinum items. All of them were level 19 equipment. After roughly estimating the price, this batch of equipment could be worth several tens of millions of gold coins. Outside, the news of Fengyue City's hell-level dungeon clearance echoed in the announcements of the Professional Alliance. Instantly, the entire Foam City fell silent. Canyon announcement. The professional team Chitao Zaiwanzi, 5 people, has cleared the Wind Moon City dungeon hell level for the first time. Canyon announcement. The professional team Chitao Zaiwanzi, 5 people, has set a new record for clearing the Wind Moon City Abyss dungeon hell level, taking 2 days, 6 hours, and 13 minutes. They cleared the Wind Moon City hell level? They actually did it. What the hell, is this for real? No reporting errors? This is the Wind Moon City hell level, a level 20 hell difficulty, and they cleared it? If you said they cleared the old City Alley hell level, I could understand that. After all, it's a level 10 dungeon. Clearing a level 10 hell level is reasonable. But now you're telling me 3 level 16 and 2 level 11 players cleared the Wind Moon City hell level? That's impossible. Are they too crazy, or is this world too crazy? I've thought of countless possibilities, but never thought they could clear it, yet they did. Right now, it feels like 1,000 grass mud horses are galloping through my heart. Can someone slap me twice and tell me this isn't a dream? Sorry, no time. I feel like I haven't even woken up yet. I want someone to wake me up and tell me I'm still dreaming. Previously, when the old City Alley hell level was cleared, most professionals on the forum were cheering and excited. After all, a miracle was created in the mortal world, winning glory and honor through their own strength. But clearing the Wind Moon City hell level? Most people were dumbfounded because no one believed that Lu Feng and the others could clear the hell level. In fact, most didn't even think they could achieve 50% completion. Going to challenge a level 20 dungeon at level 11 was just too reckless. However, the fact is, they really cleared it. It shattered everyone's perception. It felt like the national football team, which hadn't even made it to the World Cup, was challenging the world's #1 team. The gap in strength was too vast. No one would support or believe they could do it, yet they defeated the world #1 and shut them out. In the eyes of fans, 100 people would say it was a fixed match. Just like now, Lu Feng and the others cleared the Wind Moon City hell level. No professional would think they could do it. It was simply impossible, yet it truly happened, far exceeding their expectations, and they cleared the hell level. God, I feel like my worldview is being washed away. Is it really possible for someone to do this? I've seen those 2 prodigies, but what about the other 3 in this team, especially the god of the mortal world? Who exactly is he? I really want to interview them about how they cleared the Wind Moon City hell level. It can't be that those 2 prodigies were deliberately hiding their strength, right? Or is it that clearing the hell level mainly relied on the other 3? But that's impossible too. Among the other 3, 1 is an unknown level 16 warrior, and the other 2 are only level 11. No matter how powerful the god of dust is, he can't just run rampant in a level 20 dungeon. At level 11, right? I'd rather believe that the Professional Alliance made a mistake, that they intentionally released false information. I can't believe they really cleared the Wind Moon City hell level. I've been in this profession for 6 years. 2 years ago I was level 13, and now I'm barely level 15, just managing to clear the Wind Moon City easy level with a 60% completion rate on normal and 31% on hard. I'm not even qualified to challenge the warrior level yet. But they cleared the hell level on their first visit to the Wind Moon City dungeon? It's too surreal. I can't believe it at all. Really, how can there be such a freak? Since Lu Feng went to Wind Moon City, all the heat surrounding the old City Alley has shifted to Wind Moon City, especially after Lu Feng teamed up with Han Shen Luo and Tao Tao to enter the Wind Moon City hell level. Everyone's attention has focused entirely on Wind Moon City now that the hell level has been cleared. An announcement is made in the canyon, and all the professionals in Fengyue City are in disarray. Inside an executive business car, Chen Jiawei looks at the information on the screen, silent and speechless. Even someone like him, who has seen grand scenes, is completely bewildered. It's simply outrageous. Is it really possible to clear the hell level of Fengyue City? Could it be that the old man from the guild is up to something? He immediately dispatched someone to investigate, and soon Wang Yuqing returned to report, "Mayor, it has been confirmed. The news is true. They really cleared the hell level." The people from the guild said that when they saw the completion rate reach 60%, they realized something was off and covered up the completion information, but in the end, they didn't manage to modify the announcement, and the news was still reported. They mentioned that after reaching 60% completion, they rushed to 100% in a very short time, but what exactly happened during that time, the people from the guild are also unaware. Listening to Wang Yuqing's report, Chen Jiawei remained silent, but his fists unconsciously clenched. His expression was solemn as he asked seriously, "Have the personnel from the Dark Division taken their positions?" "They have. Have you notified the provincial government and the military district?" "All notified. The military district has dispatched a large number of experts to assist, expected to arrive in Feng City tomorrow." Chen Jiawei shook his head and spoke again, "Not enough, still not enough. I need to apply for at least 3 generals to escort our city's unparalleled genius." Chen Jiawei knew very well the strength of those two prodigies and his brother. With their abilities, they could only achieve about 40% completion at most in the hell level. Clearing the hell level was far beyond their capability, yet they had done it, which only left one possibility. Although it sounded shocking, it was the only possibility. Lu Feng had carried them. If that were the case, Chen Jiawei could hardly imagine the level of talent assessment and future potential evaluation Lu Feng had reached. He even felt that Lu Feng was very likely to have awakened a national-level talent. Such a genius must not be lost. What Lu Feng represents is no longer just the fortune of a small city like Feng City. He is significant enough to attract provincial attention and has even risen to the level of national fortune. A genius with national-level potential, if they grow up, could influence the rise and fall of the country. Generals? It's not so easy to apply for the transfer of such high-level individuals, especially 3 at once, Wang Yuqing said in surprise. "There's no buts about it, just do as I say. I will communicate with the higher municipal and provincial governments. You only need to submit the application materials. Remember, you must use the highest level documents to apply. This time, it's better to work hard for nothing than to be careless in the slightest." Chen Jiawei sighed and leaned back against the seat. It seems calm on the surface, but in reality, there are undercurrents. I hope I'm overthinking it. As he spoke, he looked out the window and murmured, "By Yunqing, you mad dog, with the master of the house not around, if you dare to come out and bite people, don't blame me for being rude." In the Bai family, Bai Yunqing stared intently at the announcement of the hell level clearance in Fengyue City on the screen, his teeth grinding in anger. A little brat from a common family, a little bastard who has been rude to him time and again. How could someone like him repeatedly do such despicable things? The Bai family had finally produced a prodigy like Bai Chuxue who could lead the Bai family to glory and peak. The brightest existence in Feng City should be there by Chuxue. And now Lu Feng has taken all the spotlight away. Hasn't all their years of effort gone up in smoke? The genius of the Bai family was suppressed as soon as he was born? This is outrageous. Bai Yunqing cannot tolerate such a thing happening. Anyone who harms the interests of the Bai family and poses a threat to the young lady is my enemy. From the very beginning of his contact with Lu Feng, he had always regarded Lu Feng as a sharpening stone for his young lady, but the development of events gradually slipped out of his control. The brilliance that Lu Feng displayed was simply too dazzling, so much so that it overshadowed the light of his young lady. Therefore, he planned to cut his losses and personally approached Lu Feng, willing to offer him a sum of money to keep a low profile, but to his surprise, Lu Feng not only refused but also showed blatant disregard for Bai Yunqing and the Bai family. Later, he endured and set aside his pride to initiate another conversation with Lu Feng, only to be met with a ruthless rejection. Lu Feng continued to create one miracle after another, drawing all the attention of Feng City to himself, his brilliance blinding. The most critical part was that he showed no respect for Bai Yunqing. Facing the Bai family, a commoner should be submissive, right? He even dared to insult himself in front of his subordinates. Thus, the enmity between him and Lu Feng was no longer just about Lu Feng overshadowing the young lady of the Bai family. It had become mixed with personal grievances. He wanted this brat to know the cost of offending him. After Lu Feng entered the dungeon, he hoped that the other party would stop there or that something unexpected would happen in the dungeon, preferably a serious injury or even death. However, this brat seemed to be favored by the gods, clearing every dungeon he entered, setting countless records and creating numerous miracles along the way. This made Bai Yunqing's eyes turn red, grinding his teeth in anger. When he heard that Lu Feng had just reached level 11 and was entering the Fengyue City dungeon, he was pleased for a while because he knew that no matter what, Lu Feng could never stir up waves in the hell-level Fengyue City. The myth was about to be shattered. Lu Feng, who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, would likely fall there. But what he never dreamed was that Lu Feng not only faced no issues in the level 20 hell dungeon but also cleared the Fengyue City hell level. Just this achievement was enough to make him a legend in Feng City, and it would not be
an exaggeration to say that he was unprecedented and would never be repeated. Once the world knew his true identity as a student, the entire Feng city would erupt, and Lu Feng would naturally become the recognized #1 genius. But what would happen to the young lady of the Bai family? An astonishing SS-level genius, hidden for so long, finally ready to shine in the college entrance examination, riding the wave of a once-in-a-century genius title, dominating Feng city and even the entire Dongjiang. And at this moment, a commoner suddenly appeared, stealing all the limelight from the young lady of the Bai family? Would his young lady only be able to serve as a palette for a commoner? Everyone's attention would only be on the first place, the second would fade into obscurity, becoming a supporting role. He would not allow it, absolutely not. This concerned her future path, the future fortune of the Bai family, and his own dignity and authority. How is the matter I asked you to handle going? Bai Yunqing's eyes were cold and sharp, suppressing his anger, his voice low and chilling. In the darkness, a figure half-kneeled respectfully, reporting to the head of the family, the messages that needed to be conveyed have all been sent through the dark web. The dark department has noticed something, but they have not discovered our whereabouts. After his subordinate finished speaking, he seemed a bit hesitant and stammered, however, head of the family, this is a critical moment, should we consult the family head? White Yunqing's blood-red eyes were like those of a mad beast, glaring fiercely like copper bells, and he said harshly, the family head is busy negotiating business overseas, and I am in charge of all matters concerning the Bai family in Fengcheng. For such matters, my decision is sufficient, he need not be troubled. Or do you think I am unqualified to make this decision? I dare not. The subordinate hurriedly lowered his head. Thud, thud. White Yunqing slowly walked in front of the subordinate, looking down from above. In the darkness, only his pair of eyes filled with hatred and malice could be seen, a feeling of venomous and treacherous intent that sent chills down one's spine. This matter must not be mentioned to anyone. If it leaks, you should know the family rules. I understand. I am a living person of the family head and a ghost of the family head in death. I will never do anything that harms the family head. White Yunqing snorted coldly, then nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and gently waved his hand. The figure behind him slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness. Just as that figure withdrew, a woman in black poked her head out from the beam of the room. Family head, the death warriors you wanted are ready. Go, proceed according to the original plan. I want him to suffer more than death. With that outsider involved, it will be a sure thing. What you need to do is to cooperate as much as possible and divert the government's dark forces. Yes. Whoosh. The woman's figure on the beam vanished like a night-walking wildcat in the blink of an eye. White Yunqing, with his hands behind his back, said coldly, I don't know how long it will take for the underground organization of that country to act. To prevent this little brat from causing greater harm to my Bai family, we must strike first. At that time, everything can be blamed on the foreign forces. Don't worry, you won't be arrogant for long. With me, Bai Yunqing, here, you won't have the chance to take the college entrance examination. I have said before, if you offend me, I will make sure you die a miserable death. Pa! Inside the Fengyue city. Instance, Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of saliva. Just now, when he was choked, that guy Han Xianluo's fingers had poked his throat. Han Xianluo was blowing his nose, using a piece of paper that was still wrapped around chewing gum. Accidentally. A small bit of gum mixed with snot, and the sticky feeling made the three big men feel distressed. Pang Fei grabbed his face with 5 fingers. From now on, I have to quit jelly. After cleaning up the battlefield, they found the Empress still kneeling under the martial arts platform. The sun was setting, the golden afterglow bathing the Empress, with wild geese flying across the sky and the palaces below bathed in the sunset. This scene was incredibly beautiful. So beautiful. Tao Tao exclaimed, while Chen Jiahao's attention was on the flying geese. These birds are flying at just the right time. At this moment, it's time to distinguish between cultured people and rough ones. Pang Fei coughed, facing the golden sunset, with somewhat proud demeanor. Oh? Chen Jiahao raised an eyebrow. Is there such a saying? Of course there is. Then tell me, how should cultured people say it? Pang Fei placed his left hand behind him, and with his right hand, he gently pointed to the distant sky. The setting sun and the solitary wild goose fly together. The autumn waters and the long sky share the same color. Wow, that really has some substance, quite fitting. Chen Jiahao was somewhat surprised that such poetry could come from Pang Fei's mouth. Then how would a rough person say it? Pang Fei changed his posture, instantly transforming into a loser who had never seen the world, jumping up and excitedly pointing at the sky. Wow, so many birds. Everyone facepalmed. And Chen Jiahao laughed, saying, you are too vivid, no need to say more, the latter is me. While chatting and laughing, Tao Tao noticed that the Empress kneeling on the martial arts platform had started to bleed from her 7 orifices. You all look quickly. Tao Tao shouted, and everyone's gaze focused on the Empress on the martial arts stage, only to find that the serene Empress had blood flowing from her ears, nose, and eyes. Pang Fei stuffed his right hand into his mouth, stunned. Damn, it can't be that my poetic talent has shocked her back to life. Lu Feng laughed and replied, it really could be. The Empress on the ground bled from all 7 orifices, and a colorful scene appeared in the air above the martial arts stage. Just like the images on the walls of the Hell-level church in the old city alley, composed of one pattern after another, but this time the images in the air above the martial arts stage were vibrant.
The beginning of the scene was in a brothel, where a handsome young man held a paper fan in a room, listening to the tune and composing poetry. When the music stopped, a woman stepped out from behind the curtain and approached the man. The man, satisfied, picked up the rice paper and recited his poem to the woman, who listened intently, their eyes filled with love. A careless glance between them lingered, unable to break away. At that moment, a voice from downstairs, the young man's personal guard, reminded him that it was time to leave. Reluctantly, he bid farewell to the woman and went downstairs. The woman watched him leave through the crack of the door, then turned her gaze back to the poetry on the table, reminiscing about their time together, smiling sweetly. The gauze fell away, revealing an exquisite face. It was the empress, but at that moment, she was merely the courtesan of the brothel. The scene shifted to the young man's perspective. After leaving the brothel, he boarded a carriage waiting at the street corner, which slowly drove into the resplendent imperial palace. Through a series of subsequent scenes, everyone learned of the young man's identity as the crown prince, whose ambition was to marry the woman he loved and become a wise ruler. At that time, he was full of vigor, with boundless aspirations. The reason he visited the brothel was simply that he had caught a glimpse of the stunning woman while passing by a few days earlier, and he fell in love at first sight, believing she was the one he had been searching for all his life. He disguised himself as a wealthy young master to enter the brothel, and each time he came, he only sought the courtesan to listen to the tune and compose poetry, sharing his stories and ambitions. The courtesan also fell in love with him, and after secretly cherishing her feelings, she no longer accepted other clients, waiting only for him to come. However, due to his status as the crown prince, he had few opportunities to visit, with long intervals between each visit, and he had to leave shortly after arriving. Yet, this did not hinder the passionate love between the two. Thus, one played the tune while the other composed poetry, expressing their hearts to each other. Their relationship grew closer until one afternoon, as they played and recited poetry as usual, an accidental touch sparked electricity between them, and the love they had accumulated over the days erupted at that moment. The courtesan gave herself to the crown prince for the first time. The crown prince also revealed his identity to her and promised to marry her. Expecting the courtesan to be surprised, he was taken aback when she simply smiled and said she had already guessed his unusual identity, noting that his attire, demeanor, and generosity were not something an ordinary wealthy young master could possess. The crown prince was momentarily speechless, while the courtesan gently leaned against him, expressing her feelings, saying she loved him as a person, not because he was the crown prince. The crown prince was deeply moved and held her tightly. From then on, he visited more frequently, and their relationship reached the level of eternal vows. One day, the crown prince came to find the courtesan, his expression revealing something was off. The courtesan asked him what was wrong, but he said nothing, simply lay on her lap and slept for a while, then kissed her forehead before leaving. After the crown prince departed, the courtesan felt a lingering unease in her heart. The following scenes depicted her waiting in her room day after day, each time filled with disappointment as she awaited the crown prince's return. Time passed, and one day, news spread through the imperial city of the new emperor's ascension. The new emperor was not the crown prince, but the third prince. The courtesan recalled the crown prince mentioning the fratricidal struggles among brothers, where in the end, only one could survive to inherit the throne. She had thought the situation was settled. He was the crown prince, and the throne was essentially his. Moreover, he had no intention of harming his brothers once in power. He was a man of deep loyalty. Yet perhaps it was precisely because of this that some unforeseen event occurred, leading to the crown prince not becoming emperor in the end. The courtesan spent money to inquire and received news that shattered her heart. The crown prince had been forced to hang himself from the crooked tree in the eastern palace, leaving behind a farewell poem for her. The courtesan wept, contemplating following him in death, but on that day an unexpected guest arrived at the brothel, the third prince, accompanied by the laughing matron. It turned out the third prince had learned of the crown prince's affair with the courtesan. He came with enthusiasm, personally bringing the farewell poem to the courtesan, mocking and reading the crown prince's farewell poem in front of her, ridiculing the crown prince's weakness, claiming someone like him could aspire to be emperor. He brazenly laughed at their love, detailing after that, the empress remained alone in the imperial city, commanding thousands of troops. Even though he was no longer there, she would still guard the promise between them. As the peach blossoms faded and the leaves turned green, she waited for his return, with flowers falling all over the wind in Moon City. What a poignant story! Han Shen Luo and Tao Tao felt deeply moved after watching the scene, unable to let it go for a long time. That prince recited poetry, and I recited poetry too. Does that mean I am equivalent to the prince? I can't be the reincarnation of the prince, can I? Pang Fei always had a peculiar way of thinking, and he was quite thick-skinned in this regard. However, it must be said that the introduction of this scene that triggered the plot and revealed the origins of Wind and Moon City might indeed be related to the two lines of poetry Pang Fei recited, which triggered the empress's memories. No matter how you look at it, you and that prince don't match at all, Zhen Jiahao teased Pang Fei, implying that their physiques and appearances were completely mismatched. Pang Fei was quite taken aback by this but seemed unable to refute it. Lu Feng shook his head with a smile and said, "Alright, the hell-level journey in Wind and Moon City has come to a perfect end. We should head out now." Pang Fei nodded. "Okay, as usual, I'll find a more discreet place for the transmission." But Lu Feng said, "No need, this time, we will exit the instance openly." Lu Feng called Wang Yuqing to ask about his father, Lu Lianyu. Wang Yuqing said that the people they sent out had already picked up Lu Lianyu and were on their way back to Wind City, so he would be back soon. Since they could ensure their family's safety while facing the Bai family's repeated provocations, what else did Lu Feng have to worry about? He laid his cards on the table. He, Lu Feng, was not some useless person or an ordinary individual, but a genius, a true genius. He, Lu Feng, was the one in the mortal world. The 5 of them were transmitted out of the instance, and when they appeared in the Hall of Wind in Moon City, the professionals inside did not react at first. After all, many teams entered and exited the city every day, and who would specifically pay attention to one team? But when someone noticed that among those who walked out of the transmission light array were the 2 outstanding female students from Dongjian University, they exclaimed, "Oh my, it's the team that cleared the hell level. They have exited the instance." This shout was no less than the lion's roar of the landlady in Zhulong Chengjai, sharp and high-pitched, attracting half the hall's attention. What? The team that cleared Wind in Moon City has come out? Is it the team from the mortal world? No way, hasn't the mortal world always used hidden transmission addresses? I don't know, but someone clearly saw it. It's those 2 outstanding female students from Dongjian University, and 5 people came out together. Really? Hurry, let's go watch. If we wait until they leave, there won't be another chance. I've always wanted to see the great ones in action. They cleared the hell level of Wind in Moon City, fulfilling the dreams of so many. What I want to see the most is that mysterious mortal world. Who exactly is he? It's been rumored online for so long. I must see his true face today. Where are they? Where are they? What? They're almost at the hall's exit? Oh no, it's a mess in here. Everyone is in chaos. How am I supposed to find them? Silly, they are all walking together. Just find those 2 outstanding students from Dongjian University. Thus, with Lu Feng and the others' appearance, the entire Hall of Wind and Moon City was thrown into chaos, frantically searching for the 5's figures. Finally, the smartest group spotted Han Shanluo and the others walking towards the hall's exit. The sides were packed with people, creating a path in the middle, cheering enthusiastically. Heroes, you are the heroes of Wind and Moon City, a team that will be recorded in history, having broken through the hell level. 2 outstanding talents, you are just amazing. I want to have your babies, my idols. We all know the 2 outstanding talents, but I just want to know who the great god of the mortal world is. Wow. I can finally see the true face of the great god of dust. It shouldn't be that chubby guy who looks a bit plump, otherwise it would stain the image I have in my heart. It must be one of the other 2, that young man. Although he is handsome and has charisma, he seems too young. The image of the great god of dust in my heart is that of someone who floats above the world, untouched by the mud. I feel it must be that swordsman. The great god of dust, the swordsman, he even has a grass root in his mouth, a long-haired warrior. Wow, perfectly matches the image in my heart. He is the great god of dust. That's right, he is the great god of dust. The name Dust of the Mortal World is born for the swordsman. It has a sense of chivalry. That swordsman looks like a big shot. At first glance, he seems to be a calm expert. Oh, finally, I can see the true face of the big shot. It's not easy. The time for the crowd to watch was short, just a small distance to the entrance of the hall. And they all got into their cars and left. Many wanted to follow along, chasing after Chen Jiahao. Chen Jiahao, sitting in the back of the car with a grass root in his mouth, glanced at the crazy fans behind him and helplessly said, having cleared the hell level of Wind Moon City, it's really hard not to be popular, but I really didn't expect them to be this crazy. But why are they all following me? Chen Jiahao wondered, is it because I'm handsome? Haha, what's going on? I feel like I've been influenced by that little fatty. When did I become so narcissistic? Many people followed out, but most weren't so exaggerated to that extent. After seeing the team that cleared the hell level, they were more or less satisfied. At this moment, someone suddenly realized, punching their left hand with their right fist, oh no, my brain was too excited just now, I was just cheering and shouting, and forgot to think. How could that swordsman be the great god of dust? The swordsman is obviously a melee class, but the great god is a summoner. This person's words awaken many around. Yeah, the great god of dust is a summoner, not a warrior. I was too excited just now, plus that swordsman looked too much like the image we have of the great god of dust, which led to not reacting in time. Wow, if the great god of dust isn't that swordsman, then it must be one of the 2 young men? The little fatty or that handsome young man. The crowd reacted, and the place was in an uproar. Those followers chased the wrong person. These stupid pigs, they say brain-dead fans, and they really are. When the brain gets hot, it becomes brain-dead. Lu Feng got into a taxi alone. Driver, go to the Mage Association. After breaking through the hell level of Wind Moon City, Lu Feng had already chosen to go public. The government had long intervened, and now he wanted to bring the Professional Alliance of Wind City along to create a sensation throughout the city. How could he do without the Professional Alliance? Moreover, becoming a professional requires going to the Professional Alliance for rank assessment. He was just going early. Behind him, several cars followed, filled with professionals from Wind City. The number was much less than those following Han Shanluo and Chen Jiahao, but still not few. Just right, let's go together to witness. Lu Feng murmured, calmly closing his eyes, quietly waiting to arrive at his destination.
After about 20 minutes,
the car steadily stopped at the entrance of the Mage Association. Getting out of the car, Lu Feng paid the fare and stepped into the Mage Association. The Mage Association, like the Warrior Guild, Tank Guild, and Archer Association, is one of the major
guilds under the Practitioner Alliance.
It is not only the place where elemental mages undergo certification assessments, professions primarily based on magical strength, such as beast tamers, summoners, necromancers, light mages, and formation
masters, are all governed by the Mage Association.
However, since mages make up the majority of magic-based practitioners, the association is named after them. The Mage Association is large, gathering many practitioners who come to take assessments. Lu Feng followed the sign to the window for registration. Name, age, social status, and detailed profession for certification. The staff at the window didn't even look up at Lu Feng, using a professional script to ask the questions he had heard
countless times before.
With skilled hands, they pulled out a form from the side of the desk, pressed the button on a ballpoint pen, and waited for his response to write it down.
Lu Feng, age 20, just successfully changed jobs 12 days ago. Profession is summoner. Upon hearing Lu Feng's answer, the staff raised their head in confusion. 20 years old, just successfully changed jobs?
Yes. I was held back for 2 years and only succeeded in changing jobs this year, Lu Feng replied
calmly.
The staff looked at Lu Feng suspiciously, opened the internal light screen of the Practitioner Alliance, and input Lu Feng's information.
Seeing that all the information matched, they finally relaxed their brow, stamped the form, and said, "Alright, go to the basic assessment area to queue and wait for your number to be called.
Once you pass the basic assessment, someone from the specialized profession branch will come to take you."
Thank you.
Lu Feng took the form, thanked them, and
went to the waiting area to line up. Watching Lu Feng's back, the staff reviewed the information again, confirming it was correct, and scratched their head. It's really strange. A student who was held back, their grade shouldn't be very good, right? How come they came for the certification assessment just 12 days after successfully changing jobs?
Those who come for the certification assessment are all outstanding individuals in their respective professions.
Even the simplest level 1
assessment has a pass rate of only about 3%, so most participants are seasoned practitioners with a certain level of experience and combat skills. Of course, there are students who come as well, but most of them only do so after completing their college
entrance exams or gaining some strength in university.
This kid, how could they come so soon after just changing jobs?
Unclear about the rules and the difficulty of the profession certification assessment? That can't be, this is basic knowledge from high school textbooks.
The staff was curious. After years in the industry, it was the first time they encountered a high school student coming for profession certification before the college entrance exam. However, while they were still curious,
a group of people rushed in from outside, hurrying to the window. "Excuse me, did a young man just come in? Where is he now?"
The participants in the assessment were arranged in batches into a centralized room for basic selection assessments, which included tests for strength, agility, and attack power.
As long as their attributes weren't too poor, most people could pass. Next, let me introduce the content of the last item in the basic assessment.
The assessor was a tall man who scanned
the practitioners in front of him and said sternly, "You see the dummy behind me?
This is a high-level dummy specifically for the Mage Association, with defensive attributes comparable to a level 10 elite monster.
I will give each of you 3
chances to attack. There are no restrictions on methods.
As long as you can exceed 200 in value at least once, you will be considered qualified. If you can't even hit 200, I advise you to give up early. I can clearly tell you, you have no hope of passing the profession certification. Even the lowest level 1 is much more difficult than you think. Alright, next, I will call out names. Come up and attack the dummy to test your damage."
The examiner walked up to the puppet and pulled out the identity information of the newly arrived batch of candidates from the table beside him.
Dangly, step forward for the test.
A man in his 30s, with a round belly and wearing a wizard hat, walked out from the line to stand in front of the advanced
puppet.
He politely bowed to the examiner, who nodded lightly.
"Let's begin."
The man nodded, suppressing the smile on his face, becoming focused and serious. "By the oath of water, in your name, with my body and my devotion, I summon the power of
the water spirit." Water drop technique.
At some point, he had taken out a light blue magic wand, and while reciting the incantation, he waved the wand, causing the surrounding water elements to gather before him, ultimately condensing into several
water droplets the size of basketballs.
Go! The water droplets shot towards the puppet, striking it and causing a slight wobble in its form. The 5 water droplets caused a total of 5 damage points, accumulating 117 points of damage, still far
from the passing line of 200. Not qualified. Next, the examiner announced directly.
Hearing this result, the man was puzzled. "I only used 1 chance. I still have 2 left.
3 chances are reserved for candidates who perform poorly due to
nervousness and other factors. Your spellcasting was stable just now, and even with the use of the wand's performance, you barely managed to deal just over 100 points of damage.
Even if you were given 100 more tries, you wouldn't pass the 200 mark, so why waste time?" Although the man was reluctant, the examiner was right.
He sighed in frustration and had no choice but to leave the room.
"What's there to be smug about? Next time, I will definitely pass your lousy assessment." The examiner merely glanced coldly at him before announcing the next candidate. Next, Jin Jiawei. The second person to take the stage was also an elemental mage skilled in earth magic.
His first spell dealt 189 damage but did not pass the qualifying line. His second spell dealt 201 damage, successfully passing. The third, fourth, and fifth candidates all failed after 3 attempts, while the sixth and seventh, like the first Dangli, were eliminated after just 1 attempt.
When it was the turn of
the eighth candidate, he was a disheveled man carrying a scythe, a rare profession known as a necromancer. He summoned a skeleton warrior, and with a single slash, he carved a deep gash into the puppet.
The damage value of -477 drew gasps from the
professionals present, and when they looked at the scythe-wielding man again, their faces were filled with awe. Even the usually stern examiner nodded slightly, signaling a good rapport with the scythe man. To deal such high damage with a casually
summoned skeleton warrior, this necromancer is unfathomable. I wonder what level he is.
The professional assessment does not consider levels. Everything is based on fist combat power.
As long as you are strong enough to pass the assessment, you will gain the recognition of the Professional Alliance and become a certified professional.
As people discussed among themselves, a few more candidates came up for testing, including a summoner girl and an elemental mage who both passed the assessment.
Wow, this girl looks so soft and cute, but I didn't expect her summoned beast to be so fierce. 300 damage with 1 punch.
You have to know that this puppet's defense is equivalent to a level 10 elite monster.
It seems she is fully capable of passing this professional certification. We have no chance.
The values tested outside are quite different from those here at the Professional Alliance. I can hit around 210 in outside tests, but with this puppet in the Professional Alliance,
I can only reach a maximum of 190.
I've done my best, brothers. I can only fight again next time.
Good luck to you all.
Then if that's the case, I'm also in trouble. And even if I barely pass the qualification line with this level of strength,
I definitely won't make it through the real assessment.
Sigh, I underestimated the difficulty of this assessment.
After preparing for so long, it's still not enough. Hey, look, there's someone behind us who's so young, trying to get certified at such a young age? Probably just here to join the fun? Not necessarily, maybe they're a big shot, or they just look young. Doesn't seem likely. Let's see if he can pass. The assessment officer had to evaluate hundreds of professionals every
day and was used to all kinds of situations, but when he saw Lu Feng's personal information, he couldn't help but frown.
A student who had only successfully changed jobs 12 days ago? Coming to participate in the professional certification? Are you kidding me? At this time, he should still be grinding in the old city alley dungeon at the beginner level, right?
Even those with poor grades should still be in the novice trial ground.
Professional certification? If it weren't for the strict
verification of the identity information of those who registered for the assessment, he would even suspect that the staff outside
had mixed up Lu Feng's identity information. You are a student? When it was Lu Feng's turn to take the stage, the assessment officer asked with a furrowed brow. Yes, Lu Feng replied, and upon receiving a positive response, the officer's eyelids drooped a bit more, showing no goodwill towards Lu Feng. It seemed like another one here to join the fun, and a high school
student who had just changed jobs at that.
If nothing unexpected happened, the damage would likely be in single digits, even below
5. A newborn calf that doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth coming to a place like this, wasting time on assessment.
Resources.
Let's begin. Summon your summoned beast, the assessment officer said irritably, waiting for Lu Feng to make a move so he could immediately send him away without wanting to look at him again.
Okay.
Lu Feng slightly raised his hand, and a very ordinary flame appeared in his palm, then he casually tossed it.
Boom!
It seemed like such a light toss, but the moment the flame made contact with the advanced puppet, the puppet was instantly vaporized, turning to dust. The flame continued forward without any obstruction, crashing into the wall of the room and explosively creating a large hole. Bang! After blasting a large hole, the flame disappeared into the air outside. Silence. The entire examination room was deathly quiet.
The assessment officer, who was already prepared to coldly announce Lu Feng's failure, twitched at the corner of his mouth, his whole body trembling. Are you kidding me? A fireball turned an advanced puppet to ashes? Also, isn't this guy a summoner?
He mechanically turned his head to look at Lu Feng, still that harmless-looking, gentle young man, with no sign of emotion on his face. Even when facing his gaze, Lu Feng slightly tilted his head and politely asked, Assessment officer, does
this count as passing? Passed. That's good. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect this puppet to be so fragile.
When he said this, Lu Feng genuinely had no intention of showing off. After all, he was using ordinary fire, not blue spirit cold fire, but he still underestimated his current strength.
Even ordinary fire could easily obliterate an advanced puppet. The assessment officer didn't speak, not because he didn't want to, but because he was too shocked to say anything.
Just now, he had deeply felt the agitation of elemental energy. The terrifying magical aura still left him with lingering fear. He looked at the spot where the puppet had turned to ashes and swallowed hard. If that kind of fiery power hit him, his outcome would likely not be much better than that advanced puppet.
Assessment officer. Lu Feng passed the assessment. After waiting for the assessment officer to announce the result, the other assessors present finally reacted from their shock, lowering their voices to whisper among themselves. What the hell? Who is this kid? He turned a high-level puppet to ashes with a single skill? How high must his magic power be?
I don't know, but usually, no one has ever destroyed a high-level
puppet like this in the assessment. Oh no, not even breaking it or damaging it. This is too exaggerated.
So strong, no wonder he seemed calm and composed all the way, hardly speaking.
This is absolute confidence in his own strength. What kind of monster is this?
Not to mention us, even the assessors who are used to various scenes are stunned.
Who wouldn't be stunned?
Forgive me for being blind earlier, I thought he was just a little karami, but it turns out he's a formidable big
shot.
Under the astonished and reverent gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng walked into the line of qualified candidates.
The scythe-wielding necromancer extended his hand. Hello, Pan Yifan. Unlike his previous aloofness, he now looked fervent and took
the initiative to greet Lu Feng, who smiled and shook his hand gently. Lu Feng. Next to him, a petite girl with a ponytail shyly said, nice to meet you, I'm Cheng Chingchen.
Big shot, there's me, I'm called. Lu Feng smiled and
nodded, standing in the space they made in the line, feeling a sense of admiration.
No matter where you are, it's always the strong who are respected.
As long as you are strong enough, you can earn the recognition and respect of others, simple and
brutal.
Soon, the preliminary assessment ended, with a total of 39 professionals passing, including 17 mages, 6 beast tamers, 5 summoners, and the rest being particularly rare mage-type professionals, like the scythe-wielding Pan
Yifan, a necromancer that might only appear once or twice in Wind City over many years.
Everyone, please line up according to your profession. Next, someone will take you to your respective certification assessment points, the assessor said. Soon, several female professionals dressed in the Professional Alliance uniforms led them to the transmission array connected to the hall. This transmission array connects to another space, and they open 3 unique spatial passages in total.
The array.
Mages were merged into the mage group for assessment, while the necromancers were merged into the summoner team.
Enter the assessment space.
Under the gaze of the crowd in the hall, they stepped into the other space.
The corresponding space for
summoners was in a relatively enclosed environment, with walls made of dark, overlapping crystal blocks, the exact material yet to be explored. In front of them were 6 yellow light gates, with the words Level 1 Summoner Certification Assessment.
Entrance indicating that they should enter different light gates for assessment. Level 1 certification, I must get it. This time, I plan to aim for Level 2. Pan Yifan clenched his fist, said this, glanced at Lu Feng beside him, and was the first to enter the first light gate.
The ponytailed summoner girl exclaimed in surprise, then smiled at Lu Feng before stepping into the second light gate. After everyone had entered the light gates, Lu Feng shook his head helplessly.
A professional alliance was still the one he knew, with all its red tape and the requirement to take assessments step by step, which really gave him a headache. Can't they just jump straight to the intensity?
Dungeons are like this, and so are certification
assessments.
There was no choice but to follow the rules and enter the light gate. Once inside, he found himself in a narrow passage, wide enough for only 3 people to walk side by side. Just then, a sweet female voice echoed in the space. The criteria for judging whether a summoner's certification is successful or not is very simple. As long as you can walk from one end of the passage to the other, you pass the assessment.
Wish you a pleasant assessment. In the control room, a woman with
green glasses and a commanding presence closed the full-screen broadcast, watching with great interest as the videos split apart on the screen, especially focusing on Lu Feng's video, which was placed at the center.
I wonder if any of the participants today will surprise me.
Both of her hands were made of titanium alloy, skillfully multitasking as she operated the screen cuts. Behind her stood the examiner from the previous basic assessment.
Sister Lu, there are several promising candidates.
Today, that necromancer and that female summoner, I think both of them have the ability to pass the secondary certification assessment.
And then there's that boy. I can't see through him. The woman smiled. Oh, it's rare to hear you speak so
highly of someone. I must take a good look. As the two chatted, several videos began to emit the screams of the professionals. Hee, look at these useless guys, sigh, they've scared themselves silly.
If they can't win, they can't win. The rule is
that passing through the passage counts as passing.
Can't they at least dodge or run?
They just stand there and take a beating, then beg us for mercy.
Sister Lu, you make it sound so easy.
They have to be able to run away first. In such a narrow passage, they need some strength to resist and a bit of wit to have any chance of passing. The woman with green glasses placed her index finger on her lips, gently tapping. True.
But who told them to be so weak? After understanding the
certification rules, Lu Feng didn't want to waste time and summoned all 3 of his summoned beasts in one go. He moved forward, and soon 2 life-sized humanoid figures, each nearly 2 meters tall, appeared in the narrow passage. These figures were different from the ones used in the damage testing phase. Their facial features were more realistic, and they could fight flexibly.
Squeak! Intruder detected, initiating expulsion. The figures, resembling robots, had their eyes flashing with infrared light.
Upon scanning Lu Feng and his summoned beasts, their gaze locked onto him. Target locked, attack. A mechanical voice echoed in the passage. After locking onto the target, the 2 figures simultaneously launched their attack, agilely jumping onto the walls on either side, crossing each other in a dazzling display of speed.
Bang!
However, just as they got close to Shui Shui, he grabbed one by the head with each hand, a terrifying force altering their trajectory, smashing
them directly into the ground.
2 large craters were created, with the figures lying in them, parts scattered everywhere, emitting black smoke and electric arcs crackling as they short-circuited, instantly incapacitated.
In the control room,
the woman with green glasses, who had just finished teasing and had not yet completed her dismissive remarks, was taken aback by the scene on the screen where Lu Feng was located, swallowing her words.
This boy is quite interesting. The woman specifically pulled up Lu Feng's video, enlarging it and placing it at the top.
To be able to cultivate summoned beasts to such strength, I haven't seen anyone directly defeat a magic puppet like this in a long time, and so easily.
The examiner
behind her stared at the screen, his eyes fixed, his throat making sounds, his face filled with shock. Noticing his loss of composure, the woman with green glasses snorted lightly, hands on her hips. He must be the boy you said you couldn't see
through, right?
Yes. The examiner swallowed hard, briefly recounting what had happened during the basic damage assessment. He doesn't need any incantation, he can release flames with just a raise of his hand.
With a simple wave, the testing damage puppet turned to ashes. Hearing the examiner's account, the woman with green glasses raised an eyebrow slightly and softly said, "Oh?" She gradually became excited. It seems that among today's candidates, there's someone remarkable.
How
wonderful.
I also want to see just how many surprises this little guy can give me. I hope it won't be too disappointing. After all, standing here every day watching a bunch of weaklings beg for mercy and fail time and again is quite boring.
Finally,
something fresh has come my way. The woman with green glasses was a spatial manipulator, possessing powerful mental energy, able to multitask in the alternate space while controlling hundreds of puppets.
The magical puppets encountered by the
candidates in the narrow passage, including the constructs from 3 different spaces, were all being operated by her using the power of super magical crystals. Her daily job was to remotely control the puppets to ravage the candidates in the alternate space. Most candidates, when faced with magical puppets in the narrow space, could only be beaten and hung up. Those who could resist would quickly fall and ultimately beg for mercy and give up the assessment.
Only a few could withstand the
attacks of the magical puppets and showcase some of their combat skills and abilities. Although they couldn't defeat the puppets, they could successfully reach the finish line. Unexpectedly, among today's candidates, there was someone who directly
defeated the magical puppet, and so easily. Such a thing might not even happen once a year. The last time someone defeated my magical puppet upon entering the first level certification was 2 years ago. Not only did they complete the 3rd level certification in one go, but they also almost completed the warrior level certification. I wonder how far you can go. I have a feeling you might be slightly stronger than him. He, the woman known as Sister Lu by the examiner revealed an evil smile. The examiner felt his heart tighten at the sight of that smile because every time he saw it, he felt something terrifying was about to happen. Sister Lu, you need to take it easy, we still haven't had the last punishment lifted. The woman
with green glasses did not respond but stared at Lu Feng on the screen like a predator eyeing its prey, licking her lips. Oh no, the examiner sighed inwardly, she's getting carried away again. I hope nothing goes wrong this time. Just thinking about the tragic fate of that exceptionally talented professional during the warrior assessment made him shudder. Lu Yen was notorious in the professional alliance for being a madwoman. She would go crazy at the sight of a challenging powerful
professional.
The advantage was that she would never go easy during assessments, but the downside was that in moments of excitement she would inadvertently increase the difficulty of the assessment, making the candidates cry out in despair.
The last one had passed the 3rd level certification but was carried out of the alliance during the warrior assessment.
In the narrow passage, Lu Feng rested his chin on his hand, looking at the mangled puppets in the pit, deep in thought. These puppets were much weaker than he had imagined. Compared to the dungeon monsters he had encountered in the abyss, they could at most be compared to the hell-level overalls wearing zombies in the old city alley. They might be faster than the overalls wearing zombies, but in terms of health and defense, they were significantly inferior.
1st level certification, is this it?
He thought it would be much harder. It seems they can't even warm up. He shook his head and quietly walked through the passage to the finish gate. Congratulations, you have passed the 1st level professional certification. By passing through this door, you may choose to continue challenging the 2nd level professional certification or end the assessment.
To continue the
challenge, enter the light gate on the left. To end the assessment, enter the light gate on the right. It was that sweet female voice from the beginning again. Lu Feng did not hesitate at all and stepped into the light gate on the left. Behind the light gate is a passage connecting to the previous section, but this passage is longer than the one before.
He walked a distance forward, and ahead, 5 magical puppets stood in a human formation blocking the way. Is there only 5 puppets for the 2nd level certification?
He didn't even have time to think or feel puzzled. Shui Shui charged forward, taking down one with a punch, while 2 magical puppets were crushed into the walls on either side, and one was shattered underfoot.
What a
pity, those immobile puppets sell for 100 gold coins at the trade fair.
This one is a level above the advanced puppets and can fight. It must be worth several thousand gold coins, right? Now it's turned to mush and can't be used anymore. You won't make me pay for it later, will you?
It shouldn't come to that, Lu Feng replied as he walked, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the end door of the second level certification. Congratulations, you have passed the second level professional certification. By passing through this door, you may choose to continue challenging the third level professional certification or end the assessment. To continue the challenge, enter the light gate on the left. To end the assessment, enter the light gate on the right. The female voice sounded as expected, but this time, the tone was not as steady as before. It carried a hint of tremor. In the control room, the woman with green glasses, after a brief shock, suppressed her excitement, letting her glasses slide down without adjusting them, instead leaning closer to the screen to get a better look at Lu Feng. Interesting, so interesting. Ah, I smell the scent of a strong person, huh? Watching Lu Feng breeze through the second level certification as if he were sipping tea, she already knew she had another powerful professional candidate waiting. Before long, during the third level certification assessment, it was still only Shuai Shuai who took action, easily defeating 12 magical puppets. At this point, the woman with green glasses could no longer contain her excitement. She laughed, a bit maniacally. These low-level things are no different from toys in front of him. I think if he keeps passing these levels, it's just a waste of time. Third-tier warriors, second-tier warriors, haha, why not just jump straight to the first-tier warrior assessment? Brothers, I suddenly realized that the gift you sent me to Power Love actually costs a dime. But for you, it's free. I mean, can you move your little hands that are destined for wealth and give me a click to Power Love? Please, pitifully, if 10 people click for me, that's $1. I can buy a lollipop. Congratulations, you have passed the third-level professional certification. By passing through this door, you will directly participate in the first-tier warrior trial assessment. Lu Feng was somewhat surprised by this announcement. Shouldn't the third-level certification be followed by the third-tier warrior assessment? And what about the right to choose? Why was it directly chosen for him to participate? It seems there was no choice at all. Although he didn't know what had happened, being able to skip the third and second-tier warrior assessments was just fine with him. Lu Feng stepped into the light gate, and on the other side, a scene completely different from before appeared. Inside was a spacious secret room, with walls glowing with a pearly white light giving off a somewhat high-tech vibe. In the center stood a large, round-headed tin robot, with a vertical chimney on its back emitting steam. Creak, its head could rotate 360 degrees, and its massive body was as tall as 2 stories, with a health bar displayed on its head, showing an HP value of 80,000. 80,000 health points. This strength barely reaches the level of the hellish flower demon in Fengyue City. I wonder what the opponent's real combat power is like. For the first tier warrior assessment, just based on the name of the assessment, Lu Feng was quite looking forward to it. Whoosh, he walked forward slowly, and that seemingly clumsy robot swung a punch directly at him. The fist was wide and thick, larger than a door, almost completely covering Shuai Shuai's entire body. Bang! However, facing the opponent's attack, Shuai Shuai extended his hand, and that small hand met the massive hammer-like fist. The tremendous force of the punch created a gust of wind that nearly knocked him off his feet, but the hammer fist was firmly caught and held tightly, unable to move. The impact was visually striking. Creak, with the right fist caught, the robot swung its left fist down hard, but in response to this punch, Shuai Shuai chose not to block with his palm. Instead, he pushed back with his right leg and countered with his fist. Boom, the two fists collided, and the robot's left fist was instantly shattered. The explosion's shockwave roared like a hurricane, causing Lu Feng's clothes behind him to flap wildly. The little demon in white pants was blown off his feet, clutching the trident of Xiaomo, but couldn't hold on and was blown backward, finally grabbing onto Xiaomo's tail, fluttering in the wind. Minus 41,200 with this punch, a damage value floated above the robot's head. Shuai Shuai at level 13 has an attack power of 12,000. When fully charged, the coefficient can reach 4.5, but with this punch, the robot only lost 40,000 health. It seems its defense is much higher than expected, at least about twice that of the hell-level flower demon in Fengyue City. Lu Feng analyzed confidently. His battle experience wasn't extensive, mainly limited to the Old City Alley and Fengyue City dungeons, so when encountering opponents in the outside world he had no particularly good reference points and would compare them to the strength of the monsters in the dungeons. The range and power of the attack are also superior to that of the flower demon. It seems that although its health is not as high as the flower demon's, its overall combat power is stronger. After gaining a rough understanding of the robot's strength in the first-class warrior assessment, Lu Feng realized that this level of opponent was far from being serious enough for him. It seems that the rumored warrior assessment, which is like a purgatory and a watershed certification for professionals, is much simpler than I imagined. Gradually, Lu Feng could catch a glimpse of the strength of the professionals in Wind City, feeling that it was completely different from the impression he had before. Previously, he thought professionals were strong and mysterious, distant from him, but now he felt that they were just like that, even thinking, how weak. This meant that, looking at the professionals, he was stronger than he had imagined. Just as Shuai Shuai was about to deliver another punch to finish off the robot after knocking off half of its health with a charged blow, the robot transformed its fist into a palm, and the iron plates on its body stood upright. Then, a powerful electric current surged out from its entire body, forming an electric net around it. Shuai Shuai quickly dodged the impact of the current, and the electric net vanished in an instant, lasting only a blink of an eye. After the current disappeared, a large amount of steam burst out from the steam pipes behind the robot, and at the same time, the sound of internal gears turning echoed, with its attributes visibly rising at a rapid pace. Its health value alone increased by 30,000. Eliminate them all. The robot emitted a trembling mechanical voice, angrily charging at Shui Shui. With a punch, compared to before, both its movement speed and punching speed had increased by at least 50%. Bang! But its fist was once again firmly caught by Shui Shui, who then swung his other fist for another punch. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed throughout the entire chamber. This time, the fist struck directly at the robot, creating a large hole in its abdomen. With a swift motion, Shui Shui's left hand exerted force, and with a crack, he crushed the robot's remaining right fist. It dragged its body, its health bar began to shrink, and at the same time, its body felt as if it were filled with lead, moving only slowly. This was the aftereffect of its sudden surge in power. Having lost both hands, it still wanted to resist, but in the end, Shui Shui delivered a fierce kick, sending the massive creature flying several dozen meters, crashing into the wall. The robot's chest on the other side caved in deeply, its head tilted, and a round, bulging iron eye fell off, turning it into a pile of scrap metal. In the control room, the battle examiner from earlier watched in shock, his jaw dropping. One punch dealt 50,000 damage to the Bullet robot. Is this even human? This is an assessment for first-class warriors, and this young man remains so relaxed and composed. Just where is his bottom line? The examiner knew Lu Feng's identity. He was a high school student who had just transitioned to a professional not long ago. For a high school student to be this powerful was simply surreal. He kept checking Lu Feng's information. Is there really no mistake? He just transitioned successfully this year? And that damage value, it can't be wrong. 50,000. What kind of monster could deal such damage? In front of the monitoring station, the woman in green glasses was laughing, a wicked smile on her face. Very good. This is the strongest examiner I've encountered in Wind City since I started my career. Can't even satisfy you with a warrior level assessment? Then I'll upgrade you to the highest level assessment in Wind City's Professional Alliance, First-Class Warrior Guard. Let's see who is stronger. You are our first-class warrior summoner in Wind City, ha. The woman once again altered the assessment process in the background, jumping 2 levels, directly assigning Lu Feng to the First-Class Warrior Guard assessment. Congratulations, you have passed the First-Class Warrior assessment. The next assessment is for the First-Class Warrior Guard. At this moment, the voice of the announcer had completely transformed from a sweet and gentle tone to that of a perverted queen. Jumped 2 levels straight to the highest assessment in Wind City. Quite nice. This treatment is an honor for me. The space changed again, and before Lu Feng appeared a more expansive enclosed space. However, compared to the previous puppets and robots, this time, the First-Class Warrior Guard assessment faced a real person. A woman with short wine-red hair, dressed in leather, held a nail clipper in her hand, filing her nails. She blew away the nail dust, put away the clipper, and then turned her gaze to Lu Feng, sizing him up for a while before slowly speaking. Oh? A young and handsome guy actually made it to the First-Class Warrior Guard assessment. But even if you're a handsome guy, I won't go easy on you after all. I'm the final checkpoint for the professional certification assessment in Wind City. The short-haired woman clasped her hands together and stretched, then said, the conditions to pass are the same as before. Gain my recognition or defeat me. Hey, are you ready? If you're ready, we're about to start. The short-haired woman had been guarding the First-Class Warrior Guard checkpoint for many years and hadn't seen an examiner reach her front in ages. Of course, she didn't come every day. During her guarding period, she mostly spent her days bored in this enclosed room, year after year. Now that a challenger had finally come, she needed to stretch her muscles. For a warrior guard level gatekeeper, crossing her threshold was not an easy feat. Lu Feng smiled and nodded. All right. The short-haired woman, not shy at all, summoned an attack-type summon beast Phantom Cheetah. The Phantom Cheetah, belonging to the high-tier summoned beasts of the excellent grade, was a creature that combined attack, speed, and defense. You only summoned one summoned beast? Lu Feng frowned slightly and said, to guard the first-class warrior assessment, a summoned beast must be at least level 15 or higher. You should have at least 4 summoned beasts. The woman dug at her ear with her pinky finger. Handsome, it's not that I look down on you, but I see you only have 3 summoned beasts, and I assume none of them have exceeded level 15, right? And I am currently at level 18. You know, as levels increase, the power gained from each level up becomes greater. My level is so much higher than yours, and my attributes are also higher. If I summon 4 summoned beasts right away, you won't be able to handle it, little brother. You don't still think you can defeat me, do you? He. Don't be naive, just be good. As long as sister recognizes your strength, you can also pass the first-class warrior assessment. I guarantee that as long as I can summon a 3rd summoned beast, sister will recognize you. So, don't think I only have 1 summoned beast, but in reality, this 1 summoned beast's strength is not to be underestimated. The short-haired woman said, and suddenly made a move. The shadowy leopard beside her whooshed and disappeared in an instant, reappearing above the handsome one. Sensing the sharp killing intent, the handsome one took out a rake and positioned it horizontally. Clang! Squeak. The shadowy leopard's sharp claws struck the rake, producing a crisp sound of impact followed by the sound of claws
scraping against the handle.
The shadowy leopard was not large, but its attacking power was significant enough to make the handsome one's rake dip slightly. It was evident, just as the short-haired woman said, that it indeed had strength.
Clang!
The handsome one shook the horizontal bar, causing the shadowy leopard to be stunned, its front paws numb. It flipped and jumped to the ground, swaying left and right, rushing past like a gust of wind, targeting Lu Feng behind.
In fact, the
short-haired woman's target from the beginning was not the handsome one, but the summoner Lu Feng. As the handsome one was thrown off by the shadowy leopard and it circled to Lu Feng's side, a smile had already formed at the corner of her mouth.
It's over. Shadowy leopard, use lightning claw strike.
The short-haired woman pointed her sword and waved it down from a distance, and the high-speed charging shadowy leopard shot towards Lu Feng like a bolt of lightning.
Roar! It let out a low growl, its front claws revealing sharp hooks, lunging at the dust. Whoosh! Lu Feng remained calm and collected, with Xiao Mo on his shoulder launching a bamboo arrow.
The bamboo arrow hit the shadowy leopard's brow precisely, and with one shot, the
poison struck home, halting the leopard's pounce.
All physical attacks dealt no damage. But as the poison from Xiao Mo's bamboo arrow spread, the shadowy leopard collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth.
Bang! It transformed into several light spots and disappeared into the air.
Summoned beasts do not truly die, but after being defeated, they will sleep in the summoning space for a long time before they can be summoned back to reality to fight.
What? How is this possible? A tiny bamboo arrow defeated the shadowy leopard? Moreover, it was clearly about to attack. Why did it suddenly change its attack trajectory and miss completely?
Faced with this outcome, the short-haired woman could not accept it. Such a small, seemingly insignificant summoned beast could deal such high damage, which she found hard to believe.
In real combat, especially between professionals, unless one deliberately reveals their attributes, both sides cannot see each other's attributes and damage values. Only the final result. And the final result was that her level 18 shadowy leopard was actually taken down by that little scout with a single bamboo arrow? This was completely different from what she had imagined.
In her expectations, her shadowy leopard
should have pinned Lu Feng to the ground, and she would mock the little brother from a superior position, right?
Brother, you're still a bit inexperienced in front of your sister. She's already prepared this line, how could it be like this?
Lu Feng said without holding back.
In fact, he was quite happy when he first encountered the short-haired woman. After all, it was the first time he met such a strong practitioner, and it was also the first time he fought against a real person instead of
dungeon monsters. He was really looking forward to it.
Who would have thought that this woman would come off a bit too arrogant, completely disregarding Lu Feng, only summoning one summoned beast? Such behavior was very impolite.
Therefore, Lu Feng also had no intention of being polite. Reciprocity has always been a traditional etiquette in Manhwa. TCH.
Being mocked by a younger brother, the short-haired woman showed a damned expression. She no longer held back and summoned her remaining
3 summoned beasts.
Since you're looking for death, then as you wish.
Roar!
Her 3 summoned beasts included a spiky tree-ant, an armored long-tailed mountain man, both of which had strong combined attributes of offense and defense, and the last one was a half-human tall flower spirit, a support-type summoned beast. At this moment, the short-haired woman had completely lost her earlier frivolity and composure, her eyes coldly fixed on Lu Feng. Let me bring out my full summon lineup.
You can be proud of yourself. But this is where it ends, you will pay the price for your actions.
The short-haired woman clasped her hands together, green fluorescence shimmering on her hands, and the 3 summoned beasts beside her instantly
brimming with battle intent.
This was her innate skill, allowing her summoned beasts to enter combat mode in the shortest time possible, and in subsequent battles, their life recovery would increase by 15% and defense would increase
by 5%.
Go, Tree-ant, Mountain Man, tear the enemy apart. Flower Spirit, prepare support skills, ready to apply shields and buffs at any time. The short-haired woman had become completely serious. Earlier, she treated Lu Feng as an elder, would treat a junior like a sister, teasing her brother, believing that no matter what, Lu Feng could never defeat her. However, his summoned beast had defeated her nether leopard, which made her feel embarrassed. She needed to regain her face. The Mountain Man and Tree-ant launched a grand offensive, with the Mountain Man burrowing underground and quickly moving beneath the surface, while the Tree-ant stretched out its entire body, charging forward like a landslide.
Behind them, the support type
Flower Spirit flapped its transparent wings, always ready to sustain the 2 summoned beasts in front.
What does it matter if your little burst is strong?
In a real battlefield, what summoners compete with is the lineup of summoned beasts, the
sustainability of summoned beasts.
Just now, I was careless with the current lineup. Let's see how you fight me.
With just those 2 little ones and a grotesque creature? Surrender. Surrender now, and sister might consider going easy on you.
Lu Feng helplessly shook his head. He had heard similar words too many times. He didn't want to explain anything, glancing at Xiao Mo, who understood and jumped from Lu Feng's shoulder to Shui Shui's shoulder.
Let's make it quick. The first level
battle assessment was not as wonderful as he had imagined. Since that was the case, he might as well pass it early and make the guild tremble. Holding a rake, Shui Shui took 2 steps forward, directly facing the attack of the opposing summoned beasts. The mountain man burst out from the ground, leaping into the high air above them, its scales raining down like a storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shui Shui confidently gripped the rake with one hand, spinning it like a propeller. Ding ding. Dang dang, the scales were all deflected, embedding themselves into the ground around them. Crack! At that moment, several vines sprang up from all directions, binding Shui Shui's body and wrapping around the rake in his hands. The rake, hindered by the vines, slowed its rotation, and the scales in the air sliced down like blades from above. Swish, 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 swish. Waves of baptism passed by. These scales were sharper than a razor, capable of piercing concrete, let alone flesh, surely, leaving it bloodied and mangled. However, when these scales struck Shui Shui through the rake's defensive circle, they produced a clang and ding sound, as if the scales were hitting a body forged of steel, leaving no marks at all. How is this possible? The attack is ineffective? The short-haired woman nearby exclaimed in disbelief. But there were many more things that seemed impossible. This was just the beginning. Crack! Shui Shui clenched his fist, and his powerful muscles erupted, instantly snapping all the vines that bound him. Boom! A large pit appeared beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the mountain stone man, delivering a punch that soared to the heavens. Bang! For a moment, the mountain stone man's body flew back like a cannonball, crashing hard into the ground, the force of the punch creating a circular wave of energy where fist met flesh. Following this, Shui Shui charged after him like a meteor falling to the earth, striking down into the deep pit below with another heavy blow. Boom! The pit, several meters deep underground, sank another 10 meters, a deep, resonant sound echoing from within, accompanied by the fading light of the mountain stone man's life. My mountain stone man has 100,000 health points and over 2,000 physical resistance, and it was just killed outright? His summoned beast, how can it be so strong? What kind of attributes does he have to achieve this? He isn't even level 15, no matter how high his intelligence attribute is, it can't surpass mine. My intelligence attribute is already 360. Could it be that his summoned beasts are of a superior grade? Then, what grade could they be? Why does it feel like my summoned beast has no power to fight back at all? Commander level? Even Lord level? That can't be possible. How could such a grade of summoned beast appear in Wind City? Even if such a grade existed, his low level and intelligence point limitations would be significant unless his talent level is very high. Intelligence increases quickly. The short-haired woman was completely unsettled, questioning her life, but before she could finish her murmurs, another unforgettable scene unfolded before her eyes. The treant on the ground was grabbed by Shui Shui's foot from below and such a massive creature was dragged down with brute force. Flower spirit, hurry and assist, heal, the short-haired woman urgently called out. But as soon as the flower spirit approached, another large hand reached out from underground, grabbing the flower spirit like a chick and pulling it down as well, accompanied by the dull thuds from below. 2 points of light floated in the sky, converging towards the short-haired woman. How is this possible? Such a monstrous creature, how does it even exist? Her temples were already soaked with sweat, and she felt a deep fear towards Shui Shui underground, ultimately concluding, such a monster is simply unbeatable. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and her head stiffened as she looked back, realizing that the little figure from earlier was now behind her, holding a trident against her waist. As she slightly rotated her elemental energy, the short-haired woman let out a moan as if electrocuted, collapsing weakly to the ground, nearly fainting. Thud, thud, thud. She heard footsteps and looked up to see Lu Feng slowly approaching. Liu Feng's face was expressionless, just as it had been when he entered, like a gentle breeze, light and carefree. He asked, I passed the first-level warrior assessment, right? May I ask where the exit is? Ding ding, as soon as he finished speaking, 6 light gates appeared on the wall directly opposite him, and a person walked in through each gate. These 6 individuals, like the short-haired woman from the Mage Association, were first-class warrior assessors from various professions. Due to someone's influence, they had gathered at the scene of the summoner's first-level warrior assessment. Is Sister Lu out of her mind? She teleported us all here to deal with a single assessor? Usually, there might not even be one person for the warrior-level assessment for half a year, and those who can participate in the warrior assessment are almost extinct. Even if there are categorized professionals guarding the final stage. Over the years, no one has been able to obtain a first-level warrior certification from us, and now we're all gathered to assess a single professional? It's absurd. The most critical point is that the Professional Alliance doesn't have such assessments. If word gets out that we're teaming up against a single assessor, we'll be the laughingstock. They were quite displeased about being inexplicably transported from other categorized professionals' alternate spaces to the summoner's assessment space to deal with a single assessor. After all, they represented one of the highest combat powers among categorized professionals in Wind City. Forcing them to unite against an assessor felt somewhat insulting. They were discussing this as they walked toward Lu Feng and immediately spotted him and the short-haired woman lying on the ground. They halted in their tracks, glancing around at the chaos, and instantly understood what had happened. The guardian of the summoner's first-level warrior had been defeated. Woohoo! This is going to be a good show, the green-eyed woman in the control room exclaimed excitedly. Sister Lu, is this really okay? This is a violation of the rules, the assessor quietly reminded her. The person he referred to as Sister Lu was once the vice president of the Wind City Professional Alliance. She had been demoted for making arbitrary decisions that violated regulations during a previous assessment. After becoming the branch president of the Mage Association, she had somewhat restrained herself, but with Lu Feng's appearance, today she had once again become abnormal. He was scared, afraid something would go wrong. Violation of the rules? For a genius like him, this is the treatment he deserves. A guardian shouldn't let him go all out. Yes, he passed the first level warrior assessment, but no one said I couldn't give him extra training, right? As long as he completes my assessment, I will personally submit an application for his overall battle school certification. I can't wait to see where this little guy's limits are. Hee, it's been such a long time since I've encountered such a strong man. Once the woman made a decision, even 3 oxen couldn't pull her back. The assessor could only scratch his nose in frustration and say nothing more. Ding! Ding ding! At that moment, a video call came in from Chen Jie, the president of the Wind City Professional Alliance. She frowned slightly, composed herself, and answered the call. Once the video call connected, she fiddled with her hair, her voice sweet and delicate. Hello, President, why do you have time to call me today? Stop being coy. Lu Yan, I'm talking business, so don't be so frivolous. Alright, President, go ahead. The information has been placed on my desk. Has Lu Feng been certified by the Mage Association? Such an important matter, and you didn't report it to me? Lu Yan's face instantly fell as she glanced at the assessor behind her, who was shaking his head frantically, indicating that he hadn't reported anything. President, the association has produced such an impressive talent. I was just thinking of completing the assessment first and then reporting to you so I could give you a surprise, right? She switched back to her delicate demeanor and pouted. Faced with such a woman, Chen Jie on the other side of the video could only sigh helplessly. If only you could understand a bit of decorum, it would be so much better. Do you know you almost messed up something big? Let me tell you, this Lu Feng is quite a remarkable person. Our profession alliance has never had the opportunity to recruit him. Now that he is coming to the alliance for certification, as long as he can certify as a professional of the alliance, I can then legitimately negotiate with the government. Do you understand? Oh, so it turns out the president has taken a liking to him. You should have said so earlier. Don't worry, with his strength, passing the certification assessment is a piece of cake. Of course. I know he can pass the assessment. But you should consider who he is the world of dust. I'm worried you might pull some tricks on me. That's why I called, to give you a warning. The president emphasized again, now that we've reached this point, you should understand the importance of this matter. Don't mess it up. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hanging up the video call, Lu Yan turned her gaze back to the screen, looking at Lu Feng, her expression twisted. Again, so, you are the world of dust that has been making waves in Feng City recently, the hell-level dungeon that has been cleared. No wonder you are strong to this extent. The assessment officer beside her had overheard Lu Yan's conversation and widened his eyes, almost gasping in shock. Fortunately, he quickly covered his mouth with both hands to avoid making any strange sounds that would draw Lu Yan's attention. World of dust? This young man, he is the world of dust? My God! A high school student who just changed jobs 12 days ago, cleared a level 20 dungeon in Fengyue City? This news was enough to make his brain feel like it was being spun in a drum 100 times, and he couldn't even begin to describe his shock. If he hadn't heard it from the president, he would have thought the person saying it was crazy. How could a high school student reach such a level? But he slowly turned his head to look at Lu Feng in the video, who had already passed the battle guard level assessment. If they were the same person, he felt that with such strength, he indeed deserved to be extraordinary and unrivaled in Feng City. In the narrow passage, at the end of the level 2 certification, Panifei, bruised and battered, leaned against the doorframe of the light gate, watching the puppets that had been chasing him retreat back into the passage, revealing a delighted smile. Level 2 certification, I passed. Ha! The figure of Lu Feng appeared in his mind. I know very well that level 1 certification is definitely not difficult for you, but level 2 certification is not that simple. I wonder if you passed, haha. Although I admit that the damage you dealt in the basic assessment was impressive and shocking. Battles between professionals are not just about numerical damage, they look at overall strength. No matter how high your damage is, if you lack sustainability, it won't work. As he muttered this, a sense of pride appeared on Panifei's face. After all, as a rare professional, he was already a standout among professionals, considered a genius. It wouldn't be easy for him to acknowledge a much younger boy, and he had his pride. Now that he had passed the level 2 certification, he thought he could compete with Lu Feng. At home surfing the internet, Lu Lingyue jumped up in surprise when she saw the Chitao team clear the hell-level dungeon in Fengyue City. Deng Meihua, who was calculating the accounts at the counter, paused her hand on the calculator and glanced at Lu Lingyue. You girl, making such a fuss scared me. Mom, did you know? Someone has cleared the hell level of Wind Moon City. My goodness, this is a huge news that has shaken the entire Wind City. Lu Lingyue opened her arms, gesturing a big chest. How on earth did they manage to do it? It's unbelievable. Lu Lingyue was searching for pictures online and found them scattered, with only a few well-taken ones. The clearest one was of the team already at the entrance, with a hand raised in the crowd behind. In the photo, only Han Xian Luo and Tao Tao could be seen clearly, while the faces of the three people behind were partially obscured. This person looks quite old, with a beard, and I can't see his face clearly, but from his outfit I can tell this guy is from the mortal realm. She stared at Chen Jiahao for a long time before shifting her gaze to Lu Feng and Pang Feishan behind. Ha! This person looks so much like Lu Feng. Lu Lingyue rubbed her eyes and looked again. Although part of his face was obscured, the facial outline and hairstyle were very similar. Mom, come quickly and see if this person is my older brother. Lu Lingyue showed the photo from the forum to Deng Meihua, who squinted and asked, "Isn't this your brother? He does look like him." I thought it was my older brother at first, but upon closer thought, I realized it couldn't be him. This place is the Wind Moon City Hall, and only those above level 11 go there to do dungeons. How high is my brother's level? At most, he's only level 5 right now. There are hardly any who can reach level 6 before the college entrance exam. Moreover, this person is in the team that cleared the Hell level dungeon in Wind Moon City, so he must be an extraordinary expert. Sigh, if only it were my brother, he could take me along. But looking at the current situation, it seems like I'll only be the one taking him in the future. After all, I'm his senior, and he doesn't have the talent I do. It'll take him ages to catch up to me. Lu Lingyue explained to Deng Meihua, but Deng Meihua was seriously staring at the photo, looking at it carefully several times. Isn't this person really your brother? The more I look, the more it seems like him. Oh my, you can rest assured, it can't be him. I've made it very clear. Oh, alright. As Deng Meihua shifted her gaze, she glanced at the photo again but ultimately concluded that she must have mistaken the person. Speaking of your brother, that kid still hasn't come home. What are we going to do about the loan? Mentioning this made Lu Lingyue angry. A few days ago, they called Lu Feng, but he didn't answer. It was only on the second call that he picked up, saying he was busy leveling up by fighting monsters, and he probably wouldn't be home for a couple of days. This was clearly an excuse for fleeing from guilt, trying to fool her and her mom with such excuses. Lu Feng still hasn't realized his mistake. Mom, when he comes back this time, we absolutely cannot let him off easily. Let's see if he dares to mess with online loans again. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Really, in some aspects, this fool Lu Feng was even more brainless than her. Even if he wanted to do something for the family, he shouldn't be getting involved with loans. So frustrating. Forget it, let's wait until he comes home and then interrogate him strictly. Lu Lingyue huffed lightly, glancing at the cake in the kitchen before turning her eyes away. Today was her birthday. Although her mom celebrated it with her, her dad and older brother were not home, and she felt a bit lonely, even a little wronged. In the past, when celebrating her birthday, the whole family would be together, and her dad and brother would also give her gifts. Oof. She shook her head, shaking off the unpleasant thoughts, and then recalled Han Xian Luo and Tao Tao clearing the Hell level. A light bulb flashed in her mind. Right, my senior cleared the Hell level and successfully broke through herself. This is something worth celebrating. Plus, it's my birthday, and since I'm technically the host, I should treat the seniors to a meal. Hee hee, what a great idea, let's make it happen. Without hesitation, Lu Lingyue sent a message to Tao Tao on the chat app, inviting her to dinner. To her surprise, Tao Tao replied instantly, agreeing readily and mentioning that she hadn't eaten well in the past 2 days while in the dungeon and was craving hot pot. Coincidentally, Lu Lingyue also wanted hot pot, so they hit it off perfectly. Then it's settled, senior. We'll go for hot pot together this afternoon, hee hee, smile. After making the plans, Lu Lingyue jumped up happily. Woo, at critical moments, the senior is still reliable. I can ask them about the details of fighting at Hell level during dinner. They are just too amazing, truly my idols, hee hee. In the other dimension, magic surged and flames roared. Lu Feng had already engaged with 6 gatekeeper professionals. 6 against 1, what a joke if this gets out. Let me take the lead, I don't think you all need to intervene. One of the 6, a slender formation master with 2 little mustaches, said confidently. He was level 19, the strongest among them, and his volunteering proposal met no objections. He used a magic pen to draw several runes on the ground, and then with a spell, a light diagram immediately spread across the ground, a massive formation operating beneath their feet, covering the entire enclosed space. In my formation, I am the master. The slender formation master stroked his mustache and smiled slightly, then placed 2 fingers to his lips. They say to catch the thief, first catch the king. The best way to deal with a summoner is, of course, to defeat the summoner. Sun character, break the wind. As he chanted the spell, a whirlwind suddenly rose from the light formation on the ground, raging towards Lu Feng. Xian character, bind. 3 golden light cages formed in front of Shui Shui and the others, obstructing their movements. The formation master aimed to control the summoned beast and then defeat Lu Feng in one go. Perhaps Lu Feng's summoned beast was indeed strong, but without exception, the summoner was weak. This was common knowledge. The damage from the whirlwind to the summoned beast was minimal, but a single strike could render the summoner unconscious. Bang, however, to his surprise, just as the whirlwind was about to approach Lu Feng, it seemed to hit an invisible wall, instantly dissipating, like a swarm of ants collapsing a dam, defeated without a fight. What's going on? The formation master frowned, having never encountered such a situation. He was unwilling to accept it and continued to activate the formation Kuan character Earth River Cart. The ground around Lu Feng began to crumble and a massive earth cart rose from the ground, charging towards Lu Feng. But strangely, just as the earth cart was about to reach Lu Feng, it stopped, unable to advance even a bit, and then, with a gentle touch from Lu Feng, the earth cart instantly collapsed into dust. What's happening? The formation master felt his scalp tingle. Feng Shui formations emphasize the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Within the 5 elements and 8 trigrams formation, these skills shouldn't fail. This had never happened before. But now, it was happening right in front of him. The 8 trigrams and 5 elements were ineffective against this boy? It was no wonder he was so shocked. After all, who could understand the charm of the master of elements? The elements of heaven and earth. The 5 elements were merely the most basic elements. Before Lu Feng, how could they dare to act recklessly? Lu Feng didn't even need to deliberately control them. With just a slight thought, he could make these elemental energies change course. Bang! 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 Shui Shui smashed the cage with a rake. The little demon shattered the light cage with a bloodburst, and Xiaomo's poison dart caused the cage to disintegrate in an instant. 3 summoned beasts stared intently, and Shui Shui rubbed his fists, taking the initiative to strike first, swinging a rake down with force. Koan character 3 layers of stone walls. Bang! 3 stone slabs rose up in front of the formation master, blocking his way, but Shui Shui's rake shattered them all in succession, finally hitting the formation master directly. Whoosh! He was sent flying, rolling on the ground several times, leaving a long drag mark on the surface. Wow! After coming to a stop, the formation master spat out a mouthful of blood, and the light priest arrived just in time to give him a healing spell. Body of light, rest and recuperate. Holy light, shine upon the earth. The light priest halted the formation master's injuries, allowing his health to recover somewhat, but Shui Shui's earlier strike had broken his ribs, leaving him quite seriously injured. Cough cough. He coughed violently twice and said to the others, "This kid is a bit tricky, and his summoned beasts are a bit too strong. That one hit almost sent me away. Let's all go together." Hearing the spirited formation master say this, the remaining few naturally dared not be arrogant anymore. They faced the young man seriously and calmly said, "Wow, this examiner's strength is unfathomable. No wonder Sister Lu wanted to gather us all together. Yes, he's tough to deal with, we mustn't be careless. You 4 go first, I'll heal old Zhao." Okay. Reaching a consensus, their eyes were bright, and they stood ready, no longer daring to underestimate him. Phew. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Shui Shui had held back his strength and hadn't accidentally attacked the formation master with the rake. Otherwise, he would have truly feared that Shui might accidentally kill someone. After all, this wasn't a dungeon fighting monsters, but real life, and the other party was an examiner. If he accidentally killed someone, that would be a real crime. For this reason, Lu Feng only let Shui take action and didn't let Xiao Mo and the little demon intervene. Those two had too high damage, and since they couldn't see the health values, it was easy for them to kill someone. The opponent was at most level 20 and a fragile mage, unable to withstand such high damage. "My flames, please heed my call." The elemental mage summoned the fire element, forming a huge fireball in the air. "Wind god, heed my call." Wind slicing. A series of compressed gales sliced through the fireball, breaking the massive fireball into smaller ones that shot down from the sky. Boom boom boom. The area covering fireball skill shot towards the ground where Lu Feng stood. To avoid the fireballs, movement would be restricted, and being hit would result in burns, which was intentionally meant to expose him to an attack from others. However, Lu Feng merely waved his hand lightly, and the raging flames in the sky were instantly extinguished, leaving only wisps of ash when they hit the ground. What? At this, everyone couldn't hold back anymore. This is possible? It's one thing for the 5 elements and 8 trigrams to be ineffective, but even the mage's elements are ineffective against him. What on earth is happening? I see he hasn't done anything. Why are all these skills failing? While they were speaking, Shui Shui had already jumped over from a distance. Not good, quickly dodge. The few of them scattered in different directions. Bang! Shui Shui landed on the ground where they had originally stood, shattering the surface beneath his feet. Seeing this exaggerated physical damage, everyone couldn't even spare a moment to exclaim, "Human-shaped battle machine," and each activated their skills to attack Lu Feng. Wind blade, wind knife, dark ray, curse power. However, as soon as the skills reached Lu Feng's vicinity, they immediately became ineffective, completely dissipating. Useless? Damn, this is really strange. They say the weakness of a summoner is the summoner themselves. I feel like this so-called common knowledge needs to be revised. I feel that attacking the summoner's body again has no meaning. This must be a special effect of some summoned beast capable of protecting its safety, rendering skill effects ineffective. That makes sense. Didn't you see that those 2 little summoned beasts have been by his side without coming out to fight? I see. Then let's work together to deal with this humanoid summoned beast first. No matter how abnormal his physical body is, it ultimately has its limits, and his health has an upper limit too. Agreed. While moving, they quickly discussed their battle strategy and began to focus fire on Shui Shui. Steel wire entanglement. Roar of fire, fire tornado. the controller deployed hundreds of fine steel wires. As soon as Shuai Shuai triggered the wire trap, he immediately retracted the wires, wrapping them around him, trying to strangle him into meat paste. However, Shuai Shuai's body could not be measured by common sense. With over 25,000 physical defense and 24,000 magical defense, it was not just for show. The wires could do nothing to Shuai Shuai, who expanded his body and shattered the wires. Although he lost a bit of health, this amount was negligible compared to his total health. The elemental mage followed up with a fire elemental skill, flames sweeping over and engulfing Shuai Shuai, burning away the clothes on his upper body, but causing no harm to his skin. Instead, it revealed his muscle, as solid as steel. His long hair flew wildly, his expression was emotionless, and his eyes were fierce, filled with bloodlust, like a demon from hell. Is this really a summoned beast? The controller said in terror. The next second, Shuai Shuai charged at him with astonishing speed. Oh no, I can't dodge. Ding! At the critical moment, a cage of light formed in front of Shuai Shuai as the formation master restored some health and re-entered the battle. Hurry back, the formation master urged. The controller dared not hesitate and immediately ran back. Shuai Shuai smashed the cage of light with a punch and continued to chase forward. During this time, the others also used skills to interfere, but it was all in vain. The controller saw he was about to be caught and hit, forming a thick steel cocoon around his body with the steel wires. Boom! A punch came, and the controller felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His health surged, and his consciousness blurred. In an instant, he seemed to see his great-grandmother. Whoosh! Bang! He was directly punched away, like a high-speed baseball crashing into a wall, creating a large spider web. Damn, no skill works on him. This summoned beast seems immune to physical skills? It shows no reaction at all, and it can even withstand skills and chase forward. You know, my magic power is over 1,000, plus the base damage of magical skills. The value of a skill should at least be a few thousand. I can't understand, completely can't understand. Could it have super strong magical resistance? But that can't be possible. How high would it have to be to reach this level? Shuai Shuai's strength exceeded their understanding. They didn't comprehend, but not understanding didn't mean Shuai Shuai would stop attacking them. Whoosh! Another figure flew out, that of the elemental mage, and another spider web appeared on the wall. Roar! Just as Shuai was about to attack the next one, a deafening sound echoed in the chamber. A claw larger than a person stomped down from above, crushing Shuai Shuai into the ground. Behind the few gatekeepers stood a beast as massive as a mountain. This beast had a missing occipital bone, a low triangular ridge on its humerus, attached to a pectoral triangle muscle, with its femoral head vertical to the femoral shaft, standing upright, its armpits facing outward, sharp teeth like saw blades, and a viscous liquid dripping from its mouth. Behind the giant beast, a man dressed in robes maintained a summoning posture, holding the end of a glowing rope, the other end of which was tied around the neck of the giant beast. I apologize, everyone, but this raptor is currently in its molting phase and is exceptionally irritable. If I can't control it properly, it could go out of control, so I really don't want to summon it unless absolutely necessary. This man was a beast tamer, and his raptor was a family heirloom. It was said that their family was a branch of a prominent beast-taming family in the capital, and within that family there had once been powerful dragon tamers capable of commanding dragons, a formidable species, in battle. His beast was inherited from the family, and while it wasn't a true dragon, it still had some connection if traced back to its roots. Is this the raptor that is said to be the strongest beast in Wind City? It truly is extraordinary to see it today. A descendant of dragons possessing dragon blood, its combat power is terrifying. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since even the raptor has come out, this farce should come to an end, right? Everyone looked at the weak Shuai Shuai under the giant raptor's feet and felt it was time to conclude this assessment. They acknowledged Lu Feng's strength, still feeling a lingering fear, but unfortunately, it was over. I didn't expect that the one to end. This summoned beast would be the beast tamer's own beast. It seems quite reasonable that the ranking of professionals in Wind City places beast tamers far ahead of summoners. The female light mage spoke calmly, then raised her voice towards Lu Feng. The distance, young man, your strength has been recognized by all of us. However, now that your strongest summoned beast has been suppressed by the raptor, it can be said that your defeat is certain. May I announce the end of this assessment? The short-haired female summoner, who had fallen to the ground and lost her fighting ability, let out a tch at this statement, but it was an undeniable fact that beast tamers of the same level were indeed stronger than summoners. The formation master, with his hands behind his back, added, ahem. To cultivate such a powerful summoned beast at such a young age is indeed astonishing. Congratulations, you have passed the warrior assessment, but ultimately you were unable to defeat us. So regarding your application to the battle school, in truth, everyone had already concluded that Lu Feng's strength surpassed that of a warrior and could be rated as battle school level. However, if they acknowledged this fact, it would mean they were inferior to Lu Feng. After all, they were representatives of various professions in Wind City, and the idea that so many of them almost got defeated by Lu Feng would be quite embarrassing if it got out. Therefore, they were unwilling to grant Lu Feng a green light, only willing to acknowledge that he had defeated the Summoner Guardian and passed the first-class warrior assessment. Lu Feng did not understand the little calculations in their hearts and did not want to know their considerations. He only knew that they seemed quite ridiculous at this moment. Why did they have the illusion that Shui Shui was done for? Just because this little bug was big and Shui Shui was stepped on once, they completely forgot about the beating they just took, right? Excuse me, examiner, who told you that the battle has ended? A cold smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. For these impolite and rule-breaking examiners, Lu Feng wanted to let Shui Shui give them a good beating, otherwise it would be hard to vent his displeasure. Although he also wanted the assessment to progress faster and the difficulty to increase as much as possible, those were two completely different concepts. After all, from their perspective, it was an act of disrespect towards the examiners. If that was the case, then get ready to stand there and take a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, the raptor beneath him began to stir. Shui Shui stood up, bracing himself against the raptor's claws. The raptor sensed it and tried to push down with all its might, but it found it couldn't press down at all. Instead, its body lifted off the ground. Shui Shui held onto its claws and lifted the entire raptor up. The shock of this scene left everyone dumbfounded. It lifted the raptor? Am I dreaming? The beast tamer's mind was buzzing at that moment. No, isn't this a bit of a violation of the law of conservation of energy? My raptor weighs a full 20 tons. It lifted it up? These people had seen their fair share of storms and were pillars of the profession in Wind City, so they wouldn't normally be so flabbergasted by anything. But the scene before them felt surreal, leaving them at a loss. You call this a dragon? That's just a big lizard. Lu Feng chuckled lightly and waved his hand. Upon receiving the command, Shui Shui slammed the raptor's claws down to one side. Bang! The ground shattered in a row, dust flying everywhere. Roar! The raptor smashed to the ground, let out a roar, blood streaming from its mouth and nose. It tried to resist, but Shui Shui grabbed it again and slammed it down in the opposite direction. Boom! On the other side, the ground shattered again. The raptor was hit so hard it couldn't even roar anymore. In pain, it lifted its head, still not reacting, and its entire body was lifted off the ground again, then slammed heavily to the other side. Boom! Just like that, Shui Shui swung the raptor back and forth, causing the ground to collapse. The raptor, which the beast tamer had feared would go berserk and lose control, was now as docile as a kitten, having no temper left after being beaten. Hey, I think that light chain in your hand doesn't seem to be doing anything. It can't stop the raptor from getting hit. The short-haired summoner felt that things weren't so simple. Sure enough, that monster wasn't so easily defeated. Although she was part of the assessment officer's team, seeing the summoned beast mercilessly thrashing the beast tamer made her feel a sense of schadenfreude. Who was it that said beast tamers were far stronger than summoners? Looking down on summoners? Well, they were immediately slapped in the face. With the continuous swinging, most of the chamber was filled with dust. After a while, the sounds of impact in the center of the smoke stopped. The beast tamer saw the light chain in his hand dissipate, which meant his raptor had been defeated. Not good. Whoosh! Shui Shui's figure burst out from the smoke, charging towards them. Realizing the crisis, everyone's first thought was not to fight back, but to run. But the speed difference left them in despair, only able to watch as Shui Shui grew larger in their vision, then faced the onslaught of fists. Bang! 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 Several people were sent flying like cannonballs, crashing through the smoke and hitting the walls one after another. In the control room, Lu Yan, watching this scene on the screen, appeared surprisingly calm, without the previous manic laughter, excitement, or fervor. She unbuttoned her clothes, revealing her titanium alloy upper body, placing her coat and clothes on the control panel. After stretching her fists and feet, she walked towards the door behind her. Lu Jia, where are you going? The assessment officer called out to her. I want to witness the birth of Wind City's most outstanding genius and crown the new king. The formation master clutched his chest with one hand, sliding down the cracked wall, gritting his teeth in pain. I mean, I'm at least the oldest among this group. Can't you go a little easier on me? Crack! He tried to touch his waist, only to find that he had broken another rib on his right side. Great, these bones are going to take a lot of suffering to heal. He turned his gaze to the light mage next door, whose spider web on the wall was larger, and as it slid down from above, her golden hair fell all around. Seeing this, the formation master immediately felt a sense of psychological balance. Hitting a beautiful woman and hitting himself were no different, and in fact, the force used against the beauty was clearly even greater. He then looked to the other side, where the controller was, whose pit was larger, with half of his body directly sunk into the wall. From this, he drew a chilling conclusion. This summoned beast has been controlling its strength while fighting us, not using its full power. This means that while facing our six-person simultaneous attack, it isn't thinking about how to defeat us, but rather how to control its strength during the battle, afraid that it might accidentally use too much force and kill us? No way. Does that mean that in its eyes, we aren't even a threat at all? The light mage did not agree with the formation master's conclusion, or rather, she was unwilling to believe it was true. Nonsense, are you saying we don't even qualify to be its opponents? Then what are we doing here? As examiners, isn't that just a complete joke? You all are just a joke. Someone echoed the light mage's words, and a figure slowly descended from above, landing in front of them. Vice President Lu, Sister Lu. When they saw the newcomer, their pupils involuntarily constricted. You've been living too comfortably for too long. Look at yourselves, what have you become? Lu Yen glared, and several of them lowered their heads in shame. The light mage wanted to say something but hesitated. I know that you have a sense of underestimating this little guy in front of you and that you're somewhat unconvinced that he could beat you to this state. All I can say is that you overestimate yourselves. You are not his opponents at all. Don't believe it? All right. As Lu Yen spoke, her iron fists clashed together. Now, focus all your energy, bring out your full strength, and fight with me. I just want to see how much strength this young man will use against us. Lu Yen's words left everyone stunned, their eyes filled with shock. Who was Lu Yen? She was once the vice president of the Wind City Professional Alliance, and even now she was the vice president of the Mage Association. In terms of strength, being in the top 5 of the Wind City Professional Alliance was no small feat, and yet she said that everyone, including herself, couldn't make the young man use his full strength? This meant that in Lu Yen's view, they had no chance of winning against Lu Feng. Hearing such words, they felt somewhat horrified, but Lu Yen's expression was serious, showing no signs of joking. Moreover, now that they calmed down and recalled the previous battle, if they set aside their preconceived notions and the fact that the opponent was an examiner and looked at the battle again, it was indeed true that up to this point, Shuai Shuai's strength was unfathomable and unbeatable for all of them. Now, with Lu Yen saying such things, it was like a bucket of cold water waking them up. Yes, if this were a real battlefield, with their earlier display of combat awareness and underestimation, they would have died countless times already. Blinded by the false name of the mundane, they could no longer distinguish reality. A few exchanged glances, realizing their mistakes, and they nodded, firmly standing behind Lu Yen, ready to fight Lu Feng with all their might. Lu Yen stepped forward and introduced herself, Vice President of the Mage Association, Lu Yen, here to conduct the assessment. Accepting the assessment. Lu Feng smiled in response, and it seemed that this woman was indeed the mastermind behind it all. With a gentle lift of his right hand, a layer of hard steel-like skin emerged on it. The SSS level Heavenly Dao contract allowed the use of summoning beast skills and passives, and this layer of steel-like flesh was obtained by Shuai Shuai after reaching the true king level. After extracting this passive, Lu Feng's power and defense could rise exponentially. But at the same time, his eyes flickered, and a sudden storm swept through the enclosed space, wreaking havoc throughout. The previous assessments by those people seemed frivolous, showing no respect at all, and Lu Feng naturally would not be polite, letting the summoning beasts deal with them. But now that the other party had shown an attitude of fighting with all their might, he should respect them and adopt a true combat attitude. More importantly, he wanted to personally beat up this branch president who had recklessly changed the rules. Fortunately, he was strong enough, otherwise he would have suffered a bit. Thinking from this perspective, he had to entertain Lu Yen properly. Not getting his hands dirty would not be satisfying. Seeing this scene, the crowd behind Lu Yen finally realized how ridiculous their earlier mistake was. This examiner had not taken them seriously at all, he was just playing around. A summoner who could manipulate wind element magic to such an extent and had steel-like skin like Shuai Shuai, they could hardly imagine the true strength of the opponent. Perhaps, as Lu Yen said, they had no chance of winning at all. Come on, let's fight. Lu Yen, the highest level in the arena, at level 21, set up her mental field, leaped, and threw a punch without holding back. Shuai Shuai met it with a punch, and the two fists collided, creating a shockwave. Buzz 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 boom. Lu Yen was knocked back several meters, while Shuai took half a step back. Ha, you really have to step into the ring to truly experience the terror of your strength, Lu Yen laughed. In the entire Wind City, there are no more than 10 people who can take my punch, and your summoning beast not only caught it, but its power is much greater than mine. Impressive. Again. Lu Yen charged again, throwing another punch, but this one was different from the last. The previous punch concentrated all her power into one point to collide with Shuai Shuai, but this punch dispersed her energy widely. At the moment of contact with Shuai Shuai, the shockwave from her fist bypassed him and struck behind. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Along the path from Shuai Shuai to Lu Feng, slabs of stone rose from the ground like inverted dominoes. The punch wave smashed into the slabs, shattering them one by one. With each slab destroyed, the shockwave weakened. Finally, in front of the third slab from Lu Feng, it only cracked the slab without breaking through. What? Earth magic? Such a large area of earth magic, and he didn't even recite the incantation. No, isn't he a summoner? This magic isn't released by him, is it? The summoning beast, the elemental mage behind them exclaimed. In shock. Shuai Shuai's punch landed solidly on Lu Yen's abdomen, causing her to spit blood, but as she flew into the air, she manipulated threads of mental power with her 10 fingers, connecting to a puppet legion. She swung her arms forward, fingers pointing ahead, and at least dozens of puppets appeared out of thin air, thrown towards the area where Lu Feng was. These puppets were covered in sharp blades, and their backs carried self-destructing bombs. The Mage Association's hall was now crowded with people. Besides the usual examiners, many professionals from Wind Moon City had rushed over, searching for the figure of Chen Jian, and upon learning that he had entered the professional certification assessment, they had been waiting outside. What's going on? Why are there so many people today? That's not right. This is the certification point for the mage profession. Why are there other types of professionals here? The one with the sword at his waist must be a warrior, and The one with the shield is obviously a tank. Those with guns and bows are even more obvious.
Did we come to the wrong place? I don't know. If you say we came to the wrong place, it can't be that so many people are wrong, right? Just as the
professionals in the hall were discussing, the LCD screen above the spatial transmission array displayed the first batch of names that passed the profession certification. Congratulations, Professional Ma Hongjian, for passing the Level 1 Summoner certification. Congratulations, Professional Zhang Genshua, for passing the Level 1 Elemental Mage certification.
Congratulations, Professional Lu Shooting, for passing the Level 1 Elemental Mage certification. Congratulations, Professional Pan
Ifei, for passing the Level 2 Necromancer certification. As soon as the list was released, it caused a stir below. The quality of this batch of candidates is so high, for people actually passed the profession certification and one even passed the Level 2 certification. Impressive. That's right, the last batch only had one person pass the Level 1 certification. Level 2 certification, TSK, and it's a rare profession of necromancer. The future is bright. Passing the Level 1 certification means a monthly professional subsidy of 30 gold coins, and once you pass Level 2, the subsidy can reach 80 gold coins. 80 gold coins converted to money, that's 8,000. Earning 8,000 a month is just too great.
It's great, but you have to have the ability to earn it.
Don't forget how hard it is to get Level 2 certification. Out of 1,000 professionals participating, only a few can pass Level 2. I've already participated in the assessment 7 times this year, and I haven't even
passed Level 1 yet.
Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the few professionals who passed the certification walked out of the spatial transmission array in the hall. Pan Ifei was at the forefront, holding his head high, enjoying the flowers and
applause amidst the cheers and envy from below.
However, among those who succeeded in the certification, he seemed not to see Lu Feng's figure.
He felt a bit surprised. Lu Feng couldn't have failed even the Level 1 certification, right? Quick, look.
That person with the side is the one who passed the Level 2 certification. From his appearance and aura, I can already tell he is a powerful professional, very imposing.
So envious, the sour lemon is crying. When can I be as strong as the big shot?
I don't even ask to pass Level 2, just passing Level 1 would be enough to thank the heavens. If I could pass Level 2, it wouldn't matter if my ancestors' graves were on fire. A powerful necromancer professional, please accept my knee. I really want to be friends with the big shot, but unfortunately, I'm not worthy. I went in to take the assessment with him. I was there when he was fighting the dummy. The skeletons he summoned dealt nearly 500 damage with a casual hit.
At that
moment, I thought he was extraordinary. Passing Level 1 was definitely a given, and he had a chance to pass Level 2.
Sure enough, he really did pass.
I was also there, but I remember the most stunning one was that young man who turned the entire dummy
to ashes with a fireball.
Hearing someone mention that the young man turned the dummy to ashes with a fireball, many people's attention was drawn to it, including several professionals who had rushed over from Fengyue City.
Ha! A fireball turned the dummy to ashes directly, is that true? Are you kidding? How could that be possible? Do you know how much defense and health that dummy had? To turn it to ashes, the damage must be incredibly high.
With that kind of strength, let alone passing Level 3 certification, he could probably pass the warrior certification too.
Not bragging, it's true, not just me, everyone who was there knows.
You didn't see it, the examiner was dumbfounded.
Well, it could indeed be true, but damage doesn't equal combat power. Real combat ability is about comprehensive capability. There have been cases before where someone dealt high damage in the basic assessment but didn't perform well in the certification assessment.
True. So, was that boy among
these 4? Not those 4. Not those 4? So he didn't pass the certification assessment? I thought he was some remarkable figure. If he couldn't even pass the first level certification, what use is his high damage? He probably falls into that category of being able to unleash skills that deal several times his own damage, but with strong backlash effects after casting. I don't know about that, but in the basic assessment, his fireball left us all speechless. They were discussing below when they were surprised to find that the list of those who passed the certification had already been announced, yet the transmission array to the alternate space still existed. Ha! Strange, didn't the certification assessment end? Why hasn't the connection array to the alternate space disappeared? Could it be that someone is still inside and hasn't come out? Impossible. At this point, even the second level certification should have long ended. How could anyone still be in there? Just then, the practitioner who had previously mentioned Lu Feng frowned as he looked around at the participants who had come down from the assessment, but he didn't see Lu Feng's figure. I don't think I saw him. Saw who? The boy I told you about. The one who turned the puppet to ashes with a fireball. They couldn't help but frown simultaneously. No way, could he still be in the alternate space? Without warning, the transmission array in front of them began to shake violently. All eyes in
the hall were focused on the alternate space transmission array, and those close to the array instinctively stepped back to maintain their distance.
What's wrong with the array? Beep beep.
The hall was filled with the sound of a red emergency alarm, and the staff rushed over with anxious expressions. When they saw the energy sustaining the alternate space becoming unstable, they showed puzzled expressions. How could this happen?
This has never occurred before.
They knew that the alternate space was personally controlled by the president and it had always been very stable. Not to mention such violent fluctuations, even slight tremors had never happened. In an instant, the staff were at a loss, only able to try their best to maintain order in the hall and prevent crowd unrest. Buzz, ding, ding, crack. The transmission array appeared with spatial cracks like a piece of glass developing gaps, and the gaps grew larger until it suddenly shattered. Accompanied by the shattering of the array, a wave of spatial energy spread throughout the hall, causing the female practitioners in the venue to scream. The array broke. Someone in the crowd shouted in disbelief. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. After the array shattered, 7 figures shot out like cannonballs, crashing into various spots in the hall. One of them even headed towards the center of the crowd, but fortunately, it was dodged in time and didn't hit anyone directly, though the powerful shockwave still knocked many bystanders away. Among the 6 figures, all were limp and unable to rise, except for the one in the center of the crowd who crawled out from the deep pit in the hall. She struggled to climb up, but due to her injuries, she could only kneel on one knee to barely support herself. When the staff saw who it was, they were taken aback. Is that the president? Hearing the staff call out president, all the practitioners present gasped in astonishment. President? The president of the Mage Association? How could she be here, looking so disheveled, as if she had just gone through an incredible battle? What exactly happened? Just as everyone was shocked and confused, the president seemed oblivious, her eyes fixed ahead, a smile gradually appearing on her face. Following her gaze, the crowd turned to look forward, where a figure slowly emerged from the shattered transmission array, stepping into the public view, a gentle, graceful young man. Above his head, a new announcement appeared on the LCD screen. Congratulations, Professional Lu Feng, for passing the first-class warrior assessment. This announcement silenced everyone present. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the corner, Panifei clenched his fists, staring at the assessment information, unwilling to believe it. He had thought their strengths were comparable, and that he might even be stronger than Lu Feng, but when the results came out, he found that Lu Feng had actually passed the first-class warrior assessment, a full 7 levels above the second-level certification. Countless people were left with their jaws dropped. No matter how they tried to hold them up, they would still hang down. This news was too shocking. However, what they didn't expect even more was that Lu Yen in the center of the hall burst out laughing. What nonsense is this first-class warrior? I, a proud warrior school, have been beaten to this state. How could he only be a warrior? Lu Feng, he is undoubtedly a warrior school level. The highest rating that Feng City can give you is a first-class warrior, but I guarantee to the Professional Alliance with my lifelong honor that Lu Feng has passed the warrior school certification. The highest certification assessment in Feng City can only reach the warrior level because the strongest professionals in the Professional Alliance are only first-class warrior schools, so they can only conduct lower-level professional certifications and cannot conduct higher-level professional rank evaluations. But if a professional can defeat a warrior school level and gain the other's recognition, then he can also obtain the certification of the same level warrior school. However, the second method of certification is even more difficult than the first. After all, once one reaches the warrior school level, who would be willing to admit their defeat? Especially to a student assessor. Only someone like Lu Yen, seen as a madwoman in the eyes of the secular world, would publicly admit such a thing, sacrificing herself to fulfill Lu Feng, to fulfill a man she believes truly deserves the title of stronger, the yet-to-be-crowned king. Lu Yen is a second-class warrior school. She was defeated by Lu Feng, and she wholeheartedly acknowledges him. Thus Lu Feng can also receive the certification from the Professional Alliance's second-class warrior school. Her words echoed in the hall of the Mage Association, reaching the ears of everyone present. Warrior school? That young man completed the warrior school assessment. This is unprecedented certification in our Feng City. Oh my, he looks so young, yet he completed the warrior school level assessment in one go. Warrior school level, what does that even mean? This is definitely the emergence of a true dragon. Forget about warrior school level, even passing the warrior level or even the soldier level would be big news for Feng City. What on earth is this young man? How does he possess such formidable strength? Or is it that he just looks young but is actually quite old? Soon, someone in the crowd burst out in exclamations, and others quickly followed suit, expressing their shock. He is the dust of the world. At that moment, one of the professionals who had followed from Fengyue City shouted loudly, "Dust of the world? The one who broke all the clearance records in Old City Alley and cleared the hell level of Fengyue City? Damn, is Dust of the World that young? And isn't it rumored online that Dust of the World is an outsider genius? But this young man is from our Feng City. Who told you that Dust of the World is an outsider genius? He is our Feng City's genius, a true genius, a great being standing tall above the rest. Ha! This Dust of the World is Lu Feng? Yes, this online name and real name really match, and given this strength, he can only be from the mortal realm. The great Godshen has finally emerged. To witness the grandeur of the great Godshen at the Mage Association is enough for this lifetime. Wow, I didn't expect to see my idol here, Chen Shijin. It's really Chen Shijin. He has created a series of miracles and forged a legend. The professionals in the hall gradually realized that the boy in front of them, certified at the battle school level, was none other than Chen Shurjian, the one who created the legend. Great God, the true deity of Wind City. We are your fans, screaming, "You are our glory." Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lu Feng stepped down from the stage, and as he walked into the hall, the crowd parted to make way for him, cheering wildly on both sides, whistling, their eyes shining with fervent light. Soon, news of the events at the Mage Association spread to the professional forum of Wind City. Many hot topics appeared, such as the true face of Chen Shurjian surfaces at the Mage Association. Chen Shurjian's real name is Lu Feng. The great god Chen is a handsome young man, the dream of millions of girls. Chen Shurjian, certified at battle school level, emerges with an invincible stance. On the forum, someone had already posted information about Lu Feng after his certification, along with a photo of him, and everyone saw the real Chen Shurjian. After waiting so long, I finally saw the true face of the great god Chen. Handsome, really handsome. I just didn't expect him to be so young. The great god Chen's surname is clearly Lu. He is a professional from Wind City. Why were there so many rumors saying he was from the Bai family? It's simply nonsense. The Bai family is really disgusting, just trying to glorify themselves. They've misled everyone online for so long. I even bought their stocks before, but I'm selling them all now. I told you all earlier, we were personally brought by Chen Shurjian and saw him in person. You didn't believe it then, but do you believe it now? The Bai family must have a purpose in doing this. They want to bury the great god Chen. Humph, but how can true shining gold be covered up by them? Pah! Trash Bai family. I feel nauseous just seeing anything from them. So, the great god Chen is a professional from Wind City, not from the Bai family. Who exactly is he? Does anyone know? Please share the real information. I couldn't find any information about Lu Feng in many past events in Wind City. I even checked the college entrance examination candidates from a few years ago and found nothing. Strange. What exactly is the background of the great god Chen? It feels like he just appeared out of nowhere. No wonder there were so many misunderstandings before. Even now, there's still one big mystery unsolved, which is what social identity the great god Chen has. Can't the professional alliance check it? Come on, this thing can only be seen by internal personnel. Even if someone knows, who would dare to post it on the forum? They still need their job. But there's no need to worry, since the great god Chen chose to appear in such a high-profile manner in public, he must be ready to reveal everything. I believe we won't have to wait long to find out. Yes, I'm sitting in the front row, enjoying the show. It's so exciting to see such an extraordinary figure rise in my hometown. I've been so distracted these days, all I think about is Chen Shurjian. The news about the Mage Association also reached by Yunqing, and one of his subordinates reported nervously, "Boss, public opinion is already out of control. Now on the forum and even on our Bai family's account, everyone is cursing us for being shameless." Bai Yunqing picked up a cup of tea from the coffee table and smashed it down. Crash! The cup shattered instantly, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. "Get out!" "Why yes!" Bai Yunqing roared madly, and his subordinate scrambled out in a hurry. After a long while, Bai Yunqing's breath finally calmed down, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Lu Feng, you are already a dead man. Why do you still choose to do such things before you die?" Bai Yunqing had already set in motion the plan to assassinate Lu Feng, and it was about to be executed. Who would have thought that Lu Feng would choose this moment to publicly reveal his information to the outside world? This caught Bai Yunqing off guard, disrupting all his plans. He had intended to assassinate Lu Feng before he publicly revealed his identity, framing it as the work of an external assassin. This way, no one could hinder the emergence of the young lady. But now, Lu Feng had disclosed his information ahead of time, and everyone in Feng City knew of his existence. Even if Lu Feng were eliminated, Bai Chushue's brilliance could never overshadow Lu Feng. She would forever live in his shadow. Moreover, the most crucial point was that they had previously taken many small actions to prevent the public from knowing that Lu Feng was Chen Shurjian, and now everyone was aware of it. The Bai family had become a laughingstock. If anything happened to Lu Feng, the Bai family would undoubtedly become the target of everyone's scorn. Damn it! You deliberately chose to make a splash on the territory of the Guild Alliance, announcing to the entire Feng City that you, Lu Feng, are Chen Shurjian. First, it draws peak attention, ensuring your own safety. Second, it strikes back at the Bai family, deliberately challenging Fengyue City and then immediately going to the Mage Association to certify that you are not a member of the Bai family, making my family the object. I really didn't expect him to be so young. To reach such heights at such a young age, he truly is a prodigy. The heights of a great deity are beyond our understanding as mere mortals. It's said that in Wind City, a genius like him only appears once in 10,000 years. At the very least, within 100 years, he is definitely the strongest. No peer can shake his brilliance. Looking at his age, he must have just changed jobs a few years ago. To be this powerful just after changing jobs this year is truly exaggerated. I just wonder why he only appeared now. If he had come out earlier, he would probably have been the top combat power in Wind City. Hey, I don't know if you all feel the same, but I think the great deity looks a bit familiar. Haha, really? Don't be shameless and say he looks familiar just because you see a great deity. No, he really looks familiar. It's like I see him often, but I can't remember who he is. What did you just say the true name of the great deity is? Lu Feng, Lu from land, and Chang from beyond reach. The other teachers were a bit confused, but after thinking carefully, it seemed he really did look familiar, and this name sounded very familiar too. Lu Feng? One teacher seemed to recall something, suddenly looking as if struck by lightning, staring seriously at the photo on the screen. Isn't he the repeating student from old Zhu's class? Ha! Old Zhu, come take a look. Zhu Xiaotian was leisurely drinking tea at the back and hadn't noticed the teachers in the front discussing the photo. He was pulled to the front by the great leader, who pointed at Lu Feng on the screen and asked, Old Zhu, do you know him? Zhu Xiaotian was halfway through his tea when he saw Lu Feng on the screen, and he froze completely. Not only did the water he drank flow back into the thermos, but even the tea leaves were spat back out. He stared blankly at Lu Feng on the screen. Lu Feng? Isn't that our class's Lu Feng? Are you sure? Upon hearing this, the great director stood up abruptly, as if a spring had been placed under him. I'm sure. This is my student. Others might not recognize Lu Feng, but how could his homeroom teacher, who had taught Lu Feng for 5 years, not recognize him? He recognized him at a glance. And the name matches too. Bang! The great director slammed the table, grabbed Zhu Xiaotian's hand, and ran out. Quick, Old Zhu, come with me to the principal's office. In the principal's office, the principal, holding onto his reading glasses, was shaking badly, his lips trembling slightly. He sat back in his chair and took several big gulps of water. He splashed a bit of water on his face with his hand, raised his head to look at the grade director and Zhu Xiaotian, and asked, This shouldn't be a dream, right? This Lu Feng is a student from our school? Principal, this news is indeed hard to believe, but it's absolutely true. Old Zhu has taught him for 5 years, it can't be wrong. And what are the odds of having the same name, looking the same, and even having the same profession? Upon hearing this, the principal finally closed his eyes and nodded heavily. It's true, it's true. After saying it's true twice, a smile finally appeared on the principal's face, gradually turning into a crooked grin. Since I became the principal of No. 2 High School, I haven't achieved any particularly outstanding results. But now, you tell me, a peerless genius has been born in our number 2 high school. As the principal, don't I also get to share in the glory? With such a person emerging from our number 2 high school, our reputation will surely rise, and surpassing number 1 high school is inevitable. The great director chimed in. The principal nodded in agreement. So, our school must do everything possible to make Lu Feng satisfied and must not let him harbor any grievances against his alma mater. He turned his gaze to Zhu Xiaotian. Xiao Zhu, go home and prepare a bit. We'll be going out later. Going out? Where to, principal? Where else could we go? Of course, it's to the students' homes. Lu Tao, how much funding is left in the school? Besides the daily expenses, bring me the rest. On the way back, Zhu Xiaotian felt like he was in a dream. Lu Feng, the international student in his class, the poor student he worried about the most, had suddenly transformed into a super genius that the entire Feng city was proud of. How could he accept this in his heart all at once? What had happened in just over 10 days? He had thought that Lu Feng awakening a B-level talent was already a surprising stroke of luck, but compared to now, that surprise was completely insignificant. In this world, the genius that all professionals in Feng City admired was his student. It seemed like he was also one of his fans. Life truly full of drama. Soon, people in the second high school recognized Lu Feng. They gasped in astonishment and crazily shared it in various class groups. In this world, his name is Lu Feng? Don't we have a student named Lu Feng in our second high school? I remember he was quite famous. No way, right? But looking at this photo and name, they match up. I'm in Lu Feng's class. To be honest, this Lu Feng really looks the same as the one in this world, and the name is the same too. It can't be the same person, right? Covering face. The key point is, Lu Feng is a repeat student, his grades are at the bottom, and in this transfer, he only became a B-level summoner. Summoner? But that genius in this world is also a summoner. Wow, everything matches up. I would rather believe my eyes are blind than accept this fact. How is it possible that our school's Lu Feng is the same as the Lu Feng in this world? My god, this is simply mind-blowing. No, I just leveled up to level 5 yesterday from the novice trial ground, and now I'm being beaten by the simple level muscle chicken in Old City Alley. If I can reach 20% completion, that's already a blessing. Leveling up to 6 is even further away. You tell me he has already cleared the hell level of Fengyue City while I'm still struggling? What a gap. This is too ridiculous. Although I don't know what difficulty Fengyue City is, those who have been through Old City Alley know that 90% of people can't achieve a simple level completion rate of 30% before the college entrance examination. And in this world, he had already broken all the records in the canyon 10 days ago. Is he even human? I remember the top students in Feng City in previous years weren't that exaggerated. Forget about breaking records, there are very few who can achieve over 60% completion in Old City Alley before the college entrance examination. There was an S-level talent mechanic who cleared simple and normal levels before the exam and reached 50% in the difficult level, which was already the highest record. But this Lu Feng cleared all difficulty dungeons, including the hell level.
Moreover, he cleared the hell level of the Fengyue City dungeon, which requires level 11 to enter. I don't know how difficult the hell level of Fengyue City is, but judging from the comments of those powerful professionals who have been around for years in Feng City, this is definitely a record that can make him a legend. Repeat student Lu Feng, the genius Lu Feng in this world. These two figures cannot overlap in my mind at all. My god, I feel like my head is about to explode. But there's no doubt that Lu Feng is the pride of our second high school, the pride of our Feng City. The students in the second high school were discussing wildly, while Linli and Xiao Heba were eavesdropping. Linli let out a sigh. The genius in this world, you are finally known by others. Xiao Heba trembled all over. Finally. Understanding why Linli and the others had spoken to Lu Feng back then, he also clearly realized how ridiculous his previous behavior in front of Lu Feng was. A clown, no, even more of a clown than a clown. In this world, Lu Feng, this world is too crazy. He grabbed his head in frustration with both hands. He once had an opportunity to cling to a powerful figure right in front of him, but he didn't cherish it and instead mocked and belittled that figure. He was such a fool. Xiao Ji Ba, see, you just can't think big, you're destined to be a loser in this life. Sigh. At the Xianhezhuang Barbecue Hot Pot Restaurant, table A303, surrounded by steaming mist, Lu Lingyue, Han Shenluo, and Tao Tao were leisurely enjoying their hot pot. The special sauce at this hot pot restaurant is so delicious. I haven't had such good hot pot in a long time. Tao Tao, having taken off her coat, was devouring her food, while Han Shenluo didn't say anything but was very honest with her body, stuffing piece after piece of meat into her mouth, not even noticing the sauce at the corner of her mouth, her cheeks puffed up. Junior sister, today is your birthday, happy birthday. Receiving the blessing and seeing them so happy made Lu Lingyue's mood very bright. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Lingyue sweetly revealed a small tiger tooth, graceful yet lively and cute, looking completely different from the little tyrant at home. By the way, senior sister, I'm very curious about your experiences in the hell level of Fengyue City. How did you manage to clear it? That's amazing. Han Shenluo stirred the sauce with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and clicked her tongue, her brows slightly furrowed. Oh, you mean the hell level, right? Being able to clear it has nothing to do with us at all. Han Shenluo's words puzzled Lu Lingyue. How can it have nothing to do with you? Didn't you create the team? And you were in the clearing team, right? The records above Fengyue City still have your names on them. Tao Tao smiled and explained, Junior sister, you misunderstood. Xianluo didn't mean that. What she means is that being able to clear the hell level of Fengyue City was due to the contributions of the other members of the team. Whether we were there or not didn't really make a big difference. Lu Lingyue's brows furrowed even deeper. What do you mean? It means we were carried the whole way. Han Shenluo put a piece of cooked lamb into her mouth, chewing gently, her big eyes looking at Lu Lingyue, seriously saying, Ha! This answer surprised Lu Lingyue. It was completely different from what she had imagined. Didn't the senior sisters hide their skills? Didn't they break through their limits in adversity? Wasn't it because they found the perfect partner and cleared the hell level through perfect cooperation? Seeing your expression, we can understand. I believe if we told anyone, they would have the same reaction as you. Tao Tao wiped her mouth with a tissue and took a sip of her cold drink. But the fact is, our entire team was carried the whole way by one person, and that person is Chenshur Jian. Chenshur Jian? Lu Lingyue's small face showed great confusion. But when he teamed up with you, he was only level 11, right? Yeah, only level 11. Who would have thought that a level 11 professional could be this strong? Tao Tao's straw circled in her cold drink, and when she mentioned Chenshur Jian, a gentle smile spread across her face as if recalling that magical experience. Even Han Shenluo, who is usually proud and unyielding, added, he's very strong, much stronger than you think. As for us, besides being higher level than him, we are useless in every other way. But he's really not that great, he's a jerk. Ding dong. Just as they were chatting, a text message notification popped up. Seeing the title, Tao Tao couldn't help but click to open the content. Chenshur Jian has certified for the battle school level? Where is it? Let me see. Just now, Han Shenluo was saying that Lu Feng was a jerk, but as soon as she heard it was news about the mortal world, she immediately leaned in. Look, isn't this it? Tao Tao, sitting beside Han Shenluo, showed her the information on the screen. Han Shenluo saw Lu Feng standing in the Alliance Hall, looking imposing and receiving recognition from Lu Yan, and she softly humped, look at his smug, narcissistic face. The god of dust has finally emerged from the world. Next, Wind City will be completely ignited, Tao Tao sighed. But what does that have to do with us? We're leaving soon anyway, Han Shenluo interjected. Lu Lingyue originally wanted to check the forum, but upon hearing Han Shenluo say they were leaving soon, she hurriedly asked, Senior, are you guys leaving? What else? Staying in Wind City is pointless. We've cleared the hell level dungeon in Fengyue City, and the murderer has been found, so what are we still doing here? We can level up. The level 20 dungeon in Fengyue City can bring you great benefits. Han Shenluo shook her head. We can't even get past the warrior level on our own, let alone hell level. The experience from the difficult level is very limited. Even if we grind day and night, it's hard to make significant progress. Unless, never mind. Tao Tao said with a smile, you mean unless the god of dust takes us along, right?
He won't take us. The only reason he can team up with us is that we qualify to challenge the hell level in Fengyue City. Han Qianluo was very self-aware. That's not necessarily true. Maybe he's interested in you, Tao Tao teased. Hearing this, Han Qianluo's face immediately turned red like a steam engine, her ears and nose steaming. Sister Tao, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore. Han Qianluo crossed her arms and turned her head, feeling hot all over, her heart racing. He. Tao Tao covered her mouth and chuckled, while Lu Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief, finding it incredible that her cool and fierce idol senior would blush because of a guy. Was that bearded, long-haired uncle really that charming? No, I need to check the forum right away to see what's happening. Soon. She logged into the forum, which was already buzzing. The top 10 posts were all about the Alliance and the mortal world. She clicked on one at random and saw many live photos, the most eye-catching being the one of the god of dust looking down on the masses, standing face-to-face with Lu Yan, resembling a king ruling over the world. Clicking on the most liked photo, she zoomed in, and a familiar face came into view. Brother? How could he be in this photo? Lu Feng had completed what he needed to do. After leaving the Mage Association, he headed straight home, leaving everyone far behind. At the corner of Jining Road, he was about to hail a cab when he spotted a familiar figure through a glass window. Wasn't that Lu Lingyue? He walked over, wanting to greet her, but unexpectedly, she was completely engrossed in whatever she was looking at. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng tapped on the glass, but it was Han Qianluo and Tao Tao who noticed him outside the transparent window, both showing surprise. How did he get here? Hi. Lu Feng smiled and waved at them. Lu Lingyue, attracted by the commotion outside, looked at Lu Feng and blurted out, Brother? Brother? Hearing Lu Lingyue call Lu Feng that, Han Qianluo and Tao Tao were stunned. Junior, what did you just call him? Brother? Oh, I forgot to introduce him. He is my brother, Lu Feng. Lu Feng walked in from the dining area and approached the table. Lu Lingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit awkward introducing her brother in front of her senior. Hey, they are my senior sisters, the geniuses among geniuses from Dongjiang University that I've been telling you about. Han Qianluo and Tao Tao looked shocked, their chopsticks falling from their hands. They glanced at Lu Feng, who was smiling shyly. In their eyes, that smile was 3 parts mockery, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts nonchalance. Then they looked at Lu Lingyue, who was speaking very seriously. The two of them twitched their lips, momentarily at a loss for words. To call oneself a genius among geniuses in front of the mundane world? Moreover, they were the ones Lu Feng had brought along. Saying they were geniuses in front of him was an awkwardness only they could understand. Lu Lingyue pulled Lu Feng to the seat beside her, her face showing anger and questioning. Tell me, where have you been wandering these past few days? Do you know Mom is very worried about you? At such a young age, not studying. Well, borrowing student loans, hurry up and pay it back, otherwise you can forget about entering the Lu family home. She had tried to lower her voice, but Han Qianluo and Tao Tao still heard her, awkwardly fiddling with their toes, numbly watching the scene unfold. Wait, student loans? Isn't that thing capped at several tens of thousands of gold coins? Lu Feng could easily earn more than that just by hitting a piece of equipment in Fengyue City, right? Just from one trip to the hell level of Fengyue City, his direct income would be several tens of millions of gold coins, and he's talking about a few tens of thousands of gold coins in student loans? The more they listened, the more confused they became. Also, with such an impressive brother, what were you thinking when you were praising us? I mean, are we really your idols? Clearly, compared to your brother, we are nothing, yet you treat us like treasures? The two of them were in disarray, but in front of the great god of the mundane world, they were still a bit reserved, not knowing how to start, only able to quietly watch the performance of the siblings. And what's going on with this photo? Lu Lingyue projected the photo she had seen halfway through, which was a picture of Lu Feng receiving a first-class battle guard title. Why were you at the Mage Association? I was just wondering about that, and the next moment you appeared, so explain? Lu Feng was delighted, looking at his silly sister. He said, I mean, Lingyue, when you look at this photo, don't you think about the circumstances under which you saw it? It's the certification of professional levels at the Mage Association in the mundane world. So? Lu Feng's gaze was piercing. So you didn't focus on the dungeon but went to chase stars? But Han Qianluo, who was eating popcorn, sprayed it out. Lu Feng was also helpless, suppressing his smile, and explained quite formally, Lingyue, I've told you before, your older brother Lu Feng, am the true self in the mundane world. Lu Lingyue frowned, staring blankly at Lu Feng for a long time. You? Lu Feng, the mundane world? Aha! Doesn't it look like it? Absolutely true. By this point in the sibling conversation, Han Qianluo and Tao Tao finally understood what was happening. It turned out the younger sister didn't know that the mundane world was her brother. This plot was somewhat cliché, but also quite thrilling. However, upon closer thought, it made sense. After all, Lu Feng had only successfully changed jobs 12 days ago, and most of his time had been spent in dungeons. Moreover, the family had long been accustomed to Lu Feng's original role. Suddenly, he became the idol of the entire city, the strongest young professional, which anyone would find unbelievable. Even if there had been some doubts earlier, no one would think in this direction. Just now, Lu Lingyue had already seen the photo, and her first reaction was still that Lu Feng hadn't been focusing on the dungeon but had gone to chase stars. Who could have thought of that? It was like the city had been buzzing for a long time about someone winning a lottery worth hundreds of millions, and then within a few days, they made billions and became the richest person. Could you imagine telling that to family members who never bought lottery tickets? I can't even think about it, I really can't. It was only after some time that Lu Lingyue realized something was off. She turned to Han Shenluo. And Tao Tao, Sr., is what my brother said true? Is he really from the mortal realm? Do you know him? Han Shenluo and Tao Tao sat up straight, nodding obediently like little chicks pecking at rice. Even with the confirmation from her idol, Lu Lingyue still felt a bit dreamy. She pinched her own cheek and then Lu Feng's. It's true. You, a newly awakened B-level summoner in just 12 days, have turned into someone from the mortal realm of Feng City? She looked at Lu Feng, feeling that her older brother was quite unfamiliar. Lu Feng smiled and placed his hand on Lu Lingyue's head, gently rubbing it, and said, "Aren't you always saying you want me to get stronger? Now that your brother has gotten stronger, you're not happy?" Even though she had grown up, being patted on the head by Lu Feng made Lu Lingyue a bit shy. However, seeing Lu Feng's gentle demeanor, her body involuntarily began to adapt to this warmth, and her face turned red. But, without giving her a chance to protest, Lu Feng directly took out the gift box he had prepared for a long time, a total of 5, 4 of which were equipment, all perfectly suited for Lu Lingyue's profession. A platinum-level flame sword, a platinum-level soft jade armor, a platinum-level Tang gem necklace, and a diamond-level tear of the goddess. The Tang gem necklace was something Lu Feng had chosen instead of gold rewards after clearing the hell level of Fengyue City. With this entire set of equipment laid out before her, Lu Lingyue was stunned. Forget about the diamond level, she had never even seen platinum level equipment before, let alone having these items right in front of her, now belonging to her. "Lingyue, happy birthday," Lu Feng said gently. When it came to outsiders, Lu Feng always gave off a cold vibe, but only when dealing with his family did he reveal such sincere emotions. Seeing Lu Feng's generosity, Han Shanluo and Tao Tao were genuinely envious. High-level platinum equipment was incredibly hard to come by unless one was lucky enough to obtain their own profession's gear, otherwise it would require a significant cost. But now Lu Feng had directly gifted 3 pieces of platinum-level equipment, all top tier. Not only were their attributes extraordinary, but they also looked stunning. Most importantly, there was the diamond-level tier of the goddess, a unique piece of equipment in the world. It could only be obtained by clearing Fengyue City for the first time. Just thinking about it, if the gift was for her, how happy would she be? So envious. Too envious. Control yourself, don't let the drool flow down. Looking at these fine pieces of equipment, Lu Lingyue did not accept them with her usual delight. Instead, she felt a bit sad. She gently touched the equipment on the table, feeling a sense of melancholy. In front of her family, she appeared optimistic and cheerful, like a little devil. In reality, especially after successfully changing her profession, she had endured many grievances at school, but she never told her family. She always smiled at home. She was an A-level talent who had entered Dongjian University with excellent scores, ranking in the top 5 in the Feng City College entrance examination, yet she had never worn even slightly better professional gear. While in Feng City, she had saved up quite a bit of money from various rewards for her good grades, enough to buy a decent golden-level piece of equipment, but she thought of her family's situation in Lu Feng, and in the end, she only bought herself a silver-level piece of equipment and gave the rest of the money to her family, a large portion of which went to Lu Feng's repeat studies. This was something she had never mentioned. It has been a year since she started university, and the best equipment she has is still that low-level silver piece she wore back in Wind City. With an A-level talent, you might be a genius in Wind City, but at Dongjian University, where prodigies gather, students with A-level talents are as numerous as cattle, many of whom not only have exceptional talents but also come from wealthy families. Lu Lingyue in university can only be considered average in talent, and as a poor girl from the countryside, she has long faded into the crowd. So she envies Han Shanluo, who comes from a similar background but can rely on her combat power to establish herself step by step at Dongjian University, exuding the aura of a big sister. In every situation, daring to love and hate, and looking out for many. She wants to become someone like Han Shanluo. She doesn't seek to be impressive in university or to protect anyone in particular, she just wants to ensure her family can live a good life. At the very least, she wants to look out for her foolish older brother. Her grades in university are poor, she is a poor girl, and because her equipment is lacking, her attributes suffer. Very few people in school are willing to team up with her, and the cold stares and repeated rejections flood her mind, causing her long-buried grievances to be released all at once. Her roommates boast about their high-level equipment in the dormitory, and she forces a smile, praising and envying them, hiding her inner loneliness. When asked why she doesn't have any, she just laughs it off. She is a strong girl, one who doesn't cry easily, but at this moment, for some reason, her nose feels sour, and a glimmer of tears appears. Suddenly, her head is embraced, pressed against a broad chest, and when she looks up, her eyes sparkling, she meets Lu Feng's clear gaze. "Lingyue, from now on, with me around, you will never suffer again." Lu Lingyue is so moved that she feels like crying. She instantly thinks Lu Feng is the best brother in the world. But what she didn't expect was that at such a good moment, Lu Feng's next sentence would shatter the atmosphere like a piece of dog poop. "However, the grievances you suffer here don't count. Okay? What does that mean? It means he still plans to bully his adorable little sister. Lu Feng's words instantly stop Lu Lingyue's tears, her veins bulging as she punches him lightly on the chin, then crosses her arms, looking furious. One must say, as expected of Han Shanluo's little fan, even when angry, she looks so similar. Lu Lingyue didn't use much strength, but it still hurt, and Lu Feng covered his chin. Hey, are you trying to murder your brother? I went out of my way to prepare so many gifts for you, and this is how you treat me? Who told you to have such a loose mouth? Lu Lingyue shot him a glare, snorting lightly, shaking off all her worries and frustrations, letting them dissipate. She opened her mouth, her eyes sparkling like shiny gold coins, looking at the equipment on the table, returning to her true nature. Wow, this equipment is so beautiful, platinum level, sob, I love it so much. The attributes it adds are so insane, no wonder equipment of this level is so expensive. With this equipment, who would dare to look down on me? Lu Lingyue picked up the equipment, examining it from left to right, unable to put it down. Brother, is this equipment diamond level? At this level, I doubt anyone in our entire university has it. This is the goddess's tier, it's talking about me, the goddess. Unfortunately, Lu Lingyue's level is still too low, only at level 11, and currently, she can only equip the flame sword. The rest of the equipment requires at least level 18, especially the diamond level goddess's tier, which requires a level 20 or above. They say women are materialistic, and the little sister is no exception. Before, it was always Lu Bangzi or the fool, but now, she sweetly calls him brother with every breath. In this regard, Lu Feng was also very happy, even feeling a bit blissful, but more than that, it was a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps, this is the meaning of striving and becoming stronger at this stage. Han Shanluo and Tao Tao watched the playful bickering of the siblings, feeling quite annoyed. It was now their turn to be envious, right? Junior sister, Chendasha, could you at least consider our feelings? Besides the 4 pieces of equipment, the 5th gift box from Lu Feng contained a delicate piggy bank filled to the brim with gold coins. He remembered when he was young, wanting to buy something with Lu Lingyue but having no money. Lu Lingyue would generously take money from her piggy bank, which led to her never filling it up. The most she ever saved was not even a third of the height of the piggy bank. Moreover, the money in her piggy bank used to be copper coins, but now it was gold coins, a whole jar full of them. Lu Feng's indulgence was unexpected for everyone, including Lu Lingyue, who once thought he was just a straightforward guy. This was her most unexpected birthday, and also the one with the most rewards. After finishing the hot pot, Han Shanluo and Tao Tao bid farewell to Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue, planning to take the train back to Dongjian University today. Is that it? You're just leaving? What else can we do, Chendasha? Staying in Fengcheng would be pointless, right? Unless, Tao Tao's words shifted. You could take us to Fengyue City, then we might consider it. Then you should just go. Lu Feng's ruthlessness made Tao Tao laugh. As expected, you're still as cold as ever. After the meal, Han Shanluo popped a piece of gum into her mouth and started chewing, blowing bubbles. Let's go, Sister Tao. There's nothing to say to this heartless guy, he just wants us to leave. It was clear she really loved blowing gum. Actually, we are a bit reluctant to leave, but in order to become stronger and catch up with you, we need to go back to school and do our school dungeon tasks. Tao Tao explained. After all, the dungeons at school are the ones truly suitable for professionals to enhance their combat power, both in terms of practical experience and obtaining magic crystal energy. Alright, let's leave it at that, we're going in. Goodbye, senior. Yeah, junior sister, see you at school. Chendasha, you can also come to our school to play with Lingyue when you have time. I'll treat you to a big meal then. Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue sent the two to the entrance of the high-speed train station, watching them go inside. Hey, they just left like that, Lu Lingyue sighed a bit sadly. It's not like we won't see them again. When we go back to school, we can meet whenever we want. True, she replied, inadvertently looking up to meet Lu Feng's gaze, and seeing his smiling face, she felt a bit shy and turned her head away. Let's go home, you must tell me everything about your job change, no hiding anything. In this world, Lu Feng, you really have some great skills. Even your own sister has been kept in the dark for so long. Lu Feng scratched his head. Well, that's a long story. Lu Lingyue called for a ride-hailing car, then make it a short story. Fengcheng, Professional Alliance, President's Office. In his 60s, Chen Jia had a short haircut with hardly any gray hair. He had one hand behind his back, holding a brush in the other, writing on a piece of rice paper, the strokes vigorous and powerful. In front of him stood a few people, with Lu Yan among them, all waiting respectfully until Chen Jia finished writing. Haha, it's been a while since I practiced, and my level has indeed declined. Chen Jia put down the brush, saying his skills had slipped, but in reality he was quite satisfied with this piece of calligraphy. He planned to give this calligraphy piece to Lu Feng. It had been a few years since he last wrote. Partly because there were too many matters with the Professional Alliance that left him no leisure, and partly because he just wasn't in the mood. But now, he was happy. After waiting for so long, Lu Feng had finally certified with the Professional Alliance. In fact, he had already received intelligence about Lu Feng when he broke through the difficult level of the Old City Alley and had been paying attention to him. However, Lu Feng was just a newly awakened student, and the Professional Alliance had no reason to intervene or the right to extend an olive branch to him. But now it was different. Lu Feng had successfully certified with the Professional Alliance and had become a second-tier battle school certified by Wind City.
Chun Yingjie now had enough reason to silence the government.
He had been sitting in the position of president of the Wind City Professional Alliance for 15 years, thinking this would be the end of his career. Unexpectedly, heaven had opened its eyes and bestowed such an extraordinary genius upon Wind City. As long as he could bring Lu Feng into the camp of the Professional Alliance and nurture him well, once he became successful, the returns could definitely take him further, perhaps even to a level he had never dared to imagine. Such a good opportunity, how could he let it slip away? Therefore, he had been worried every day about not being able to contact Lu Feng, but now this opportunity had finally come. Eagle gazes at the soaring rock. Fish swims in water. Scenic mountains rise with clouds. President, your skills are still as good as ever. A middle-aged man beside him gave a thumbs up, flattering him. I'm getting old, but I can still manage to write a few characters, Chun Yingjie
said, looking at the 8 large characters. Dragon mark returns. Rock soars 10,000 miles, nodding.
He then cleaned it up, personally mounted it, and tied a big red ball to the frame.
Lu Yan, what do you think of this calligraphy piece for Lu Feng? Not bad, right? Chun Yingjie suddenly looked at Lu Yan and asked.
Lu Yan smiled and replied, President, even someone like me who doesn't understand characters thinks it looks particularly good, let alone those who do.
Ha ha ha. Upon
hearing this, Chun Yingjie laughed heartily, pointing at Lu Yan. I used to say you were slow to understand, but I never expected you to handle this so beautifully this time.
In front of so many professionals, granting Lu Feng the battle school level certification really gives him face and greatly enhances his good impression of us. Earlier, Chun Yingjie had called Lu Yan to remind her not to set the assessment difficulty too high, which could lead to unpleasant incidents during the assessment or give Lu Feng a relatively low certification, causing him to develop negative feelings towards the Professional Alliance. Although he wasn't sure how much combat power was needed to pass the hell level of Wind Moon City based on his assessment, Lu Feng's strength definitely had a chance to pass the highest level of first-tier battle guard assessment in Wind City. The best outcome he envisioned was for Lu Feng to obtain the first-tier battle guard certification, making both sides
happy and then publicly announcing it to the professionals in Wind City, thus binding the Professional Alliance and Lu Feng together. But Lu Yan clearly thought more thoroughly, giving him a big surprise by guaranteeing Lu Feng a battle school level certification, an unprecedented certification level in Wind City's history. She granted the genius special treatment and enough respect. President, may I say, you might be misunderstanding, Lu Yan said helplessly. Actually, I conducted the assessment at the highest standard, but Lu Feng, he defeated the entire Mage Association.
I believe you know what kind of person I, Lu Yan, am.
Even if the sky were to fall, I would not let a single bug slip through my fingers.
I simply cannot allow any leniency, she said.
I can only increase the difficulty for capable candidates, but I will never lower the standards, nor will I break my own principles to create a green channel for anyone.
The only reason I do this is that his strength
has impressed me. I admire the strong, and that's all there is to it. He is a genius, and he will eventually become a true king. In my name, I will support him. With my own efforts, I will pave the way for him.
I feel very honored. Lu Yan, usually
so carefree, spoke to Chun Yingjie with utmost seriousness. Hearing her words, Chun Yingjie was somewhat surprised.
Oh, it seems things are not as he imagined. Lu Feng defeated both Lu Yan and the experienced examiner alone?
He earned a place at
the military academy through sheer strength?
So that's how it is, he nodded lightly, affirming Lu Yan's statement.
As the conversation progressed, Lu Yan's expression suddenly grew heavy, as if she were conflicted, but after a moment, she spoke.
President, after this battle, I feel there are significant flaws within the alliance. Those high-ranking examiners have lived too comfortably for too long. They have forgotten how cruel this world can be.
If a war were to break out, and Feng City truly had to rely on them.
She didn't finish her sentence, but anyone present could understand her implication. There were too many freeloaders within the alliance's system.
Chun Yingjie didn't think as deeply as Lu Yan. He dismissed thoughts
of war, as the country was currently peaceful, and such matters were not for them to worry about. Alright, Lu Yan, I know you are a strict person, and your intentions are good, but sometimes you shouldn't be too alarmist. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Feng City is just a small county-level city. But if every small place's alliance is in such a lax state, with assessments so casual and lenient, then most of the certified professionals we select will just be parasites, living off the financial resources. The original intention of establishing the professional alliance was to seek the strong to join and protect our homeland, but now, 90% of those coming for assessments are here for the so-called welfare benefits. How many are living off departmental kickbacks and so-called reimbursements, flaunting their carefree lives outside? Enough! Chun Yingjie interrupted Lu Yan. Lu Yan, I think you need to calm down. And remember, our Feng City Professional Alliance is just a county-level organization. Many things are beyond our control. Just do your own job and complete the assessment tasks assigned by your superiors. That's all that matters. Worrying too much about other things is unnecessary. Lu Yan's chest heaved as she looked at him defiantly after his rejection. After a long moment, she turned away and said nothing more. You should go back. There are a lot of matters waiting for you to handle at the Mage Association.
Lu Yan, in her high heels, didn't greet Cheningjie, huffed, and left without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, a hint of loneliness appeared on Cheningjie's resolute face. He too had seen this issue, but such matters were far beyond their level to interfere with. The system was top-down, one move could affect the whole body. Even if there were many in the Alliance's system who were inactive and lacked combat effectiveness, what could they do about it? A single action could bring forth many formidable figures from above. Being in the officialdom for a long time, I have long seen through the essence of society, as well as my own powerlessness and weakness. Only by striving for greater heights can I have more choices. Lu Yan, she is an excellent and responsible professional, but she is not a good manager. After leaving this evaluation, Cheningjie withdrew his thoughts and no longer tangled with it, instead turning his gaze to the vice president beside him. Old Wu, go take care of Lu Yan's emotions, don't let her do anything foolish. President, Vice President Lu didn't mean to confront you, that's just how she is. She's also doing it for the good of the guild, but her temperament is a bit too impatient, and her behavior is greatly influenced by her parents, especially Yingxuan. She has always been so strict just to avoid seeing. He spoke well of Lu Yan, and Cheningjie nodded gently, saying, Old Wu, after working together for so many years, I naturally know what kind of person she is. Understood. Keep a close watch on her, I don't want anything like last time to happen again. Yes. The middle-aged man in a suit responded and left the office. Cheningjie stood there, his expression fluctuating, before finally returning to his initial calm demeanor. Let's go. He called to his secretary, who carefully placed the framed document into a storage box along with other gifts and notified the driver downstairs to prepare the car. Destination, Lianyu grocery store. On the way home, Lu Feng succinctly recounted the events of the past few days to Lu Lingyue, who listened in stunned silence. So, the money you transferred to mom's account wasn't a student loan at all, but money you earned from selling equipment? It's real money that can actually be spent? Lu Feng shrugged helplessly. It's all in my personal account. How could that money be fake? And I say, can you guys have a little faith in me? I wouldn't need to take out a student loan. I'm not stupid. Loans are just things that devour people without spitting out bones. Lu Lingyue pouted, showing a that seems right expression, realizing it indeed shouldn't have been a concern. But why didn't you say it earlier? I wanted to, but I was afraid you would keep asking me questions. You know, during that early period, the leveling tasks were tight, and I thought it would be better to avoid trouble, so I didn't tell you. Lu Feng answered honestly. Then why are you so strong? You're clearly just a B-level talent. Ultimately, Lu Lingyue hit the key question. Well, maybe it was mismeasured. My talent should be more than B-level. On the issue of his talent, Lu Feng did not reveal everything. Mismeasured? Lu Lingyue asked suspiciously. Although the error rate of the Eternal Towers tests is less than 1 in 10,000, and there have been no cases of errors in recent years, it seems that could only be the reason. So what level is your talent? Well, when the college entrance examination comes, we'll retest and then we'll know. The testing equipment for the college entrance examination is several levels more accurate than during the job change. Lu Lingyue was very curious but could only say, alright, but seeing how well you're developing now, I estimate your talent is at least S level. When she said this, she felt a bit dissatisfied, having gotten used to her new older brother. This godly older brother was a bit hard for her to adjust to. So what level are you now? Level 13. You're higher than me, I'm only level 11. It's fine, let's go back and report to mom that we're safe, explain things, and after that, I'll take you to grind the Fengyue City dungeon. Before the college entrance examination ends, you shouldn't go to school, just follow me to grind dungeons. Really? This is something I've been thinking about for a long time. Once everything settles down, I'll take you flying in Fengyue City. If I don't take you, are you going to take someone else? You should know that others are willing to spend a fortune to join my team, but I won't let them in, Lu Feng said proudly. Oh, look at you. Showing off. Hee, but that's fine. I really want to see for myself if this world is as incredible as they say, if it's really that powerful, Lu Lingyue said, her eyes blinking. If it weren't for the high-level equipment lying in her inventory that she could touch at any moment, she would still feel like it was a dream, a bit too unreal. Their conversation was taking place in the back seat of a ride-hailing car, which meant that their dialogue was inevitably overheard by the driver. Through the rearview mirror, the driver had actually recognized the world of mortals since they got in, and it wasn't until their conversation ended that he finally mustered the courage to speak up. You are the great god of the world of mortals, right? I saw your photo in the Mage Association on the professional forum. I was dumbfounded when I heard you briefly talk about your experiences just now. You're still a student? Just successfully changed your profession? Lu Feng had already chosen to come clean. It was only a matter of time before the public knew he was a student, so he smiled and generously admitted, yes, I am a student from number 2 high school. Wow, really? I remember the profession change ceremony was only 12 days ago. In these 12 days, how many miracles have you created? It's incredible, really, just too incredible. Although I can only be considered a half-professional, I'm your fan. I've been following professional matters since you were in the old city alley. It was unclear whether the driver deliberately slowed down after recognizing Lu Feng, but Lu Feng felt that the journey home was longer than usual.
The driver was very talkative, and once he opened his mouth, he couldn't stop, mostly praising Lu Feng, then talking about how his relative's daughter was doing in school, comparing her to Lu Feng and belittling her as if she were worse than dog poop. Typical, lifting one while stepping on another. At first, Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue responded a few times, but later it became a one-man show by the driver. After a long wait, they finally arrived at their destination. When they got out of the car, the two noticed that something seemed off about their grocery store. Outside, several luxury cars with local plates were parked, and many neighbors were gathered at the entrance, peering inside as if something very interesting was happening. When they reached their doorstep, Sister Wang from next door kindly urged, "Oh, Xiaoye, Xiaoqin, hurry, go inside and take a look. Today, several remarkable people came to your house, each carrying something. I don't know what's going on. These ordinary folks didn't have professional accounts and certainly couldn't browse any forums. So only a few knew about the world of mortals, and even fewer knew that Lu Feng was one of them. They only knew that today, Liangyu grocery store had a lot of visitors and it was particularly lively. Those with keen eyes had already noticed the grandeur of the cars and the license plates symbolizing power and status, so they all gathered at the door to peek. As soon as they entered, Lu Feng saw that the small sofa in the living room was already filled with people, some familiar faces and some unfamiliar ones. Their homeroom teacher, Zhu Xiaotian, was also there, sitting in the corner of the sofa. Teacher? Zhu Xiaotian smiled humbly but didn't engage in conversation with him. He looked over at Zhu Xiaotian's side, where the principal of the second middle school was sitting, and in the seat of honor above them sat a capable-looking old man with a crew cut. They all seemed to be quite wary of the old man. Before he even spoke, no one dared to approach Lu Feng to greet him. Chen, you finally came back, said Deng Meihua, an ordinary woman who had never seen such a scene. At first, she thought it was someone from the student loan office coming to scare her, but later realized it was the homeroom teacher and principal of the second middle school, so she hurriedly prepared tea and fruit. Later, another group of people arrived, and she didn't know who they were, but she heard someone introduce them as the president of the Practitioners Association. She was so shocked that her face turned pale, flustered and unsure of how to entertain the distinguished guests at home. She kept pouring tea, creating a very awkward atmosphere. Moreover, seeing the exquisite gifts piled up in half the room, she was quite restless, not knowing what was happening. Fortunately, just as she was about to call Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue, the siblings returned. Hello, Lu Feng, we are from the Practitioners Alliance. This is Chen Jie, the president of the Feng City Practitioners Alliance, said a well-dressed secretary with a smile, respectfully introducing Lu Feng. Chen Jie looked at Lu Feng with a warm smile, and Lu Feng returned a polite smile. Hello, President Chen. Lu Feng was not surprised by the arrival of the alliance, as he had anticipated this outcome long before going to the Mage Association for certification. However, he did not expect that the president of the alliance would personally come to his home. Haha, indeed a young talent, a dragon among men, Chen Jie said as he stood up from his chair and handed a framed calligraphy piece to Lu Feng. Dragon's mark reclaimed, soaring far and wide. This is a piece I just wrote, a gift from Jie. Heroes emerge from youth. Lu Feng took the framed piece and gently touched it, while Lu Lingyue beside him had a wow expression. Looking at the exquisite frame and the president's high praise, she felt honored. But in the face of such a generous gift, Lu Feng remained calm and composed, slightly bowing in thanks. Thank you, President. Seeing Lu Feng's steady demeanor, Chen Jie's smile widened and his admiration deepened. Over the years, he had seen many geniuses, but few were as composed as Lu Feng. Just this temperament was already much stronger than his peers. Of course, this was the first time he had encountered a genius of such strength. With extraordinary abilities and an excellent temperament, such a person would surely achieve great things in the future. His evaluation of Lu Feng rose a few notches in his heart. You're too polite, young friend. Chen Jie was also a cunning old fox. Although their social statuses were worlds apart, with Chen Jie being much higher than Lu Feng, he was well aware of what Lu Feng would become in the future. Therefore, he would not directly call Lu Feng by his name or elevate himself by calling him classmate, but instead referred to him as young friend to foster a closer relationship. I came today to present this calligraphy as a secondary matter. The main purpose is to officially award you the professional rank badge on behalf of the Feng City Practitioners Alliance. The practitioners present were well aware of what had happened that afternoon at the Mage Association, so there was not much surprise. However, Deng Meihua, who was completely unaware, looked astonished. Professional rank badge? Although she was an ordinary person, she at least knew what a professional rank badge was. It was often discussed among neighbors, said to be a symbol of status. With this badge, one could earn a considerable amount just from subsidies. The neighbor's son, who returned from military service, had been a practitioner for 10 years and had obtained a Level 3 certification, earning 30,000 a month, 300 gold coins, just from subsidies. You don't have to do anything, and you can earn 30,000 in a month. 30,000. Her little shop barely makes 10,000 a month, which has always made her very envious. If their family could earn 30,000 a month, life wouldn't have to be so tight. And now, upon hearing that they were going to give Lu Feng a professional badge, Deng Meihua's eyes immediately lit up. Xiao Chen has also passed the professional certification? The most basic level 1 certification? It seems like there's a subsidy of 3,000 a month.
However, this event seems a bit too grand, doesn't it? Even the president has to come in person to present a professional badge.
Deng Meihua's confusion was evident to Lu Lingyue, who covered her mouth and chuckled, finally understanding the fun in this.
Girl, what are you laughing at? She pulled Deng Meihua aside and whispered, Mom, my brother is prospering now. You have no idea how popular he has become recently. All the professional practitioners in the city say he is the most outstanding professional in Feng City in 100 years. Ha! This statement left Deng Meihua stunned. What did you just say? Your brother. He's really impressive now. His level is even higher than mine. The money he gave you last time wasn't from a student loan, it was his own earnings. Lu Lingyue's words struck deep, leaving Deng Meihua in shock. But he just awakened, right? Seeing her mother in a daze, Lu Lingyue fanned the flames. Isn't it shocking? I felt the same way when I first heard the news. But think about it, if it weren't for this, how could a leader like the president of the Professional Alliance come to our home personally? This is called respecting the worthy, and the premise is that you have enough value and potential. They came because they recognized my brother. Lu Lingyue said proudly, my brother has succeeded, our Lu family is shining. Deng Meihua swallowed hard, and after a long while, she finally calmed down and accepted reality, almost in tears. Oh my, your brother is so impressive. Oh dear, all my hopes over the years weren't in vain. And my prayers weren't for nothing. Over the years, because of Lu Feng's great retention, the family's financial pressure increased, not to mention the gossip from neighbors. Many came to kindly advise her that Lu Feng had no talent to become a professional, that studying was pointless, and spending money on education was unnecessary. But she always stubbornly believed in her son. She had argued and fought back, but every time the unsatisfactory results came out, she felt so powerless and disappointed. After all, which parent doesn't wish for their child to succeed? Fortunately, heaven opened its eyes, and Lu Feng succeeded. 3 years of perseverance, 3 years of hiding his talents, led to this moment of glory and achievement, all of which were worth it. She was glad she held on, glad she believed in her son. Mom, this is a good thing, don't cry. I'm not crying, I'm just excited. Deng Meihua exhaled, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. It's a pity your dad isn't home, otherwise he would be so happy to see this. Dad. Lu Lingyue rested her chin on her hand, missing her father. While Lu Lingyue and Deng Meihua were talking, Chen Ningjie placed the professional level badge on Lu Feng. His badge was made of pure silver, engraved with 2 silver stars, representing a second-class military school badge. Chen Ningjie congratulated him, and applause erupted in the room. At the same time, he handed Lu Feng a black bank card. This is the exclusive black card from the Professional Alliance. Starting this month, you will receive a government subsidy every month. For a second-class military school, the monthly subsidy is 15,000 gold coins. Hearing this number, a wave of envy erupted from the crowd. A monthly subsidy of 15,000 gold coins, that's a total of 150,000. Classmate Lu Feng, our Feng City's highest certification standard is actually only the first-class battle guard level. To get the second-class battle school level certification, it was President Chen who worked hard to get special approval from the higher-ups for you, the man in a suit added at this moment. Once again, thank you for President Chen's care, Lu Feng said as he took the card, expressing his gratitude. Although he knew the other party had ulterior motives, the title and benefits were indeed substantial. After receiving the black card, Lu Feng walked over and handed the card to Deng Meihua. Mom, this card is like your son's salary card. From now on, the money that comes in will be subsidizing the household expenses, and you can manage it. This action left everyone astonished. He just handed the card over to Deng Meihua without keeping it for himself? Moreover, calling 150,000, 15,000 gold coins a household subsidy? Is that reasonable? What kind of family needs 150,000 for monthly expenses? Take it, Mom, just consider it as me entrusting it to you, he said. For an ordinary person, or even for the vast majority of professionals, 15,000 gold coins a month was already an astronomical figure, but for Lu Feng, it was neither here nor there and wouldn't provide him much help. 15,000 gold coins? It was less than the profit he could make from casually selling a piece of platinum-grade equipment. Furthermore, if he wanted to enhance his strength by upgrading his summoned beasts in the future, he would need far more gold coins than this amount. So, it was better to let his mom Deng Meihua manage this stable income of 15,000 a month. He thought it would be nice for her to experience what it feels like to be wealthy. To improve the lives of his family, he first needed to change their mindset. Being frugal is a good habit, but once you have endless money, that may not necessarily be a good habit anymore. To change this deep-rooted mindset and habit, he needed to help them relax first, by regularly depositing 150,000 every month. Over time, their mindset would gradually change. The courage to step into a prosperous life would sprout, taking one big step at a time until it grew into a towering tree. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Feng said this, and Deng Meihua did not refuse, accepting the card. Alright, I'll take care of this card for you. If you ever need money, just come and get it. Don't worry, Mom won't spend it recklessly, I'll save it for you. Mom, I actually hope you spend it recklessly, Lu Feng said honestly. If I ever need to use the money on this card, it means I've really hit rock bottom. Lu Lingyue understood immediately. Yeah, Mom, don't be polite with brother. Spend boldly, this is to honor you. He. If you don't know how to spend it, I can help you. Deng Meihua playfully scratched Lu Lingyue's nose, looking at the two mischievous kids, both angry and amused. You two really are something. Watching this warm scene at home, the others in the room also wore warm smiles. Lu Xiaoyu, besides the special approval from the Profession Alliance for the Professional Badge and Black Card, the Foam City Professional Alliance has also prepared a small gift, Chen Ningjie said as he took out a special material box from his waist pouch. What is this? Lu Feng asked as he took the box and opened it, discovering a purple crystal lying inside, about the size of a thumb, shaped into a three-sided crystal form. Energy purple crystal, Chen Ningjie explained with a smile. It is a currency that is popular among professionals. Similarly, it can serve as currency and can also be absorbed to become your source of energy. Lu Feng furrowed his brows tightly, while Chen Ningjie continued at a leisurely pace. This energy amethyst only grows beneath the 1,000-mile glacier and within the 100-mile lava, and its quantity is extremely rare. It contains powerful energy, which we refer to as source, the origin of power in this world. The available energy amethyst is limited, and its control lies in the hands of the state. Currently, the state only releases about 100 tons of energy amethyst to the market each year, which is very limited. And what is its specific application? Let me give you an example. To maintain the operation of a dungeon, the most important energy substance is the energy amethyst. Under certain specific methods of use, it can allow the dungeon to refresh repeatedly and enable those magical beasts to gain crystal energy. We first discovered the energy amethyst beneath a naturally occurring dungeon, and after decades of research, we finally figured out how to use it. In addition, energy amethyst can also be absorbed by professionals. It cannot be directly converted into crystal energy to level you up, but it can restore all your injuries in the shortest time, bringing your combat power back to its peak state. This method of use is simple and crude, but it is the most wasteful way. Its energy conversion rate is less than 1%. But even so, energy amethyst is still favored by professionals because it is something that can save your life at critical moments. Theoretically, the more energy amethyst you possess, the less likely you are to die. Those who have excess energy amethyst will exchange it for the supplies they need. Thus, over time, it has also become a circulating currency. The currency you have in your hand is one crystal dollar, equivalent to the purchasing power of 1 million gold coins in the secular world. The amount of information revealed in Chen Ningjie's words was substantial, especially the term energy amethyst, which had never appeared in Lu Feng's understanding before, making his comprehension of this world clearer. Energy amethyst, so the operation of the dungeon relies on this thing. Lu Feng carefully examined the purple crystal in the wooden box, which contained a dark energy mass that faintly reflected human figures. Closing the wooden box, Lu Feng once again respectfully expressed his gratitude, to which Chen Ningjie merely chuckled, a small token of appreciation, nothing to mention. If we were to consider its actual value, it wouldn't be much for you. Unfortunately, the budget is limited, otherwise, I would really want to give you something substantial. But if you have any requests, feel free to mention them, and I will do my best to fulfill them. President, you personally came to my home to award me a medal and bring me gifts. Lu Feng was already very surprised and did not dare to have any other thoughts. Lu Feng was young and had not experienced the political scene, but he could still tell the difference between sincere words and polite phrases. Alright, young man, I have high hopes for you. Perform well, and I look forward to your performance in the college entrance examination. Before leaving, Chen Ningjie patted Lu Feng on the shoulder and even sincerely shook hands with Deng Meihua, thanking her for raising such excellent children. One must say, as the president of the association, he handled matters appropriately, making everyone present feel comfortable. He could have directly expressed gratitude for raising such an outstanding son, but seeing Lu Lingyue present, he immediately changed it to children, which made Lu Lingyue's face slightly flush, and her impression of Chen Ningjie improved significantly in his warm smile. This President Chen is quite a nice person. Family, even if I can't whisper sweet nothings to my wife every day, if I can leave a good impression, it will allow them to speak well of me in front of Lu Feng. A wise person in a high position knows that this is the best way to win people's hearts. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. After Chen Ningjie and the others left, Lu Feng turned his gaze to the principal of the second high school. The homeroom teacher, Zhu Xiaotian, quickly stood up to introduce Lu Feng. This is our school's principal. Lu Feng recognized the principal and smiled, calling out, "Hello, principal." Hello. The principal extended his hand and shook hands warmly with Lu Feng. Having a student like you is a blessing for our second high school. The compliments that should be said were already mentioned by President Chen. My purpose for coming this time is the same as his. First, to congratulate you on the certification of the second-tier military academy. Second, I have a gift from the school to present to you. Although it can't compare to what President Chen gave, it is our heartfelt intention. The principal took out a light gold check from his pocket, which was written with the number 100,000, representing the amount of 100,000 gold coins. From Lu Feng's current perspective, 100,000 gold coins is indeed not much, but for an ordinary high school to come up with this amount is quite remarkable. Since the establishment of the second high school, the highest scholarship awarded has only been 50,000, and this time, the school directly offered 100,000. Thank you, Principal.
Lu Feng had attended this high school for 5 years and had seen the principal many times, but in Lu Feng's impression, he still remembered him as the stern and serious figure at the school assembly. It was indeed the first time he saw him so amiable and friendly. With the homeroom teacher as the intermediary, after some casual conversation, Lu Feng sent them off, bidding them a warm farewell as they got into their car and left. Lu Lingyue, who had been pretending to be obedient and smiling, let out a sigh of relief, blowing her bangs up. By the way, big brother, can I discuss something with you? What is it? You should be considered a successful rich man and star now, right? Just your job subsidies and scholarships add up to an unimaginable number for an ordinary person. Lu Lingyue pressed her index finger against her right cheek. Our family is doing well now, so can we not let dad run long distances anymore? I can see that mom misses dad too, so let them run a grocery store together and live a good life. If they get bored, they can build a big house and drive around the city. That would be nice. Seeing Lu Lingyue seriously talking to him, Lu Feng rubbed her head. You've thought this through. I think the same as you. We just need to wait for dad to come home and hold a family meeting. Dad is coming back? Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be home today. Yay, that's great! Lu Lingyue exclaimed joyfully. Big brother, what are we going to do next? Since today is a good day, how about we run a dungeon? Sure, I haven't run a dungeon since I got home, and it's just the right time to try out my new gear, hee. The two siblings said goodbye to Deng Meihua and headed out to Fengyue City. These two kids, how could they go out again right after coming back? Deng Meihua was still reminiscing about the scenes from earlier, feeling as if it were a dream, somewhat unreal. After tidying up the house, she couldn't wait to share the news with Lu Lianyu and dialed his number. However, the call couldn't get through, and she furrowed her brows. Strange, why is no one answering? In the mayor's office, Chen Jiawei poured a cup of red peach oolong tea for Chen Jiahao. Try this, it's specially prepared for you to welcome you. Chen Jiahao picked up the teacup, gently blew on it, and after smelling the tea's fragrance, he sighed. Wei Gu, it's been many years since we last met, and you still love tea art so much, he said, putting down the teacup and picking up another can of drink from the table, gulping down 2 big mouthfuls. How this thing is still refreshing to drink. Chen Jiawei shook his head helplessly. How could his younger brother, after so many years in the military district, become even more free-spirited? You guy, you come back early and don't even say a word, sneaking off to Fengyue City to run dungeons. Chen Jiahao laughed. Well, I came back empty-handed, didn't prepare any gifts for you, and after being away from Feng City for so long, I had to make some noise to prove that I, the once genius boy of Feng City, have returned. Fengyue City has always been the place of greatest interest for professionals. I was thinking of breaking a warrior-level record there to announce my return. Just right. I ran into those 2 girls from Dongjiang University teaming up. I thought it wouldn't be too much trouble to take down a warrior level with a success rate of over 80%, and there's even a chance to clear the warrior level of Fengyue City. In this way, while announcing my return, I could also bring you some glory. After all, the warrior level record of Fengyue City can represent the highest combat power of the professionals there to some extent. But I never expected to run into Chenshurjian there. In just a moment of dozing off, 5 people entered the hell level of Fengyue City. Mentioning the hell level of Fengyue City, mentioning Chenshurjian, mentioning Lu Feng, unforgettable images from the hell level flashed in Chen Jiahao's mind. He had seen stronger fighters before, but he had never seen such a young boy with such extraordinary means, a level 11 refreshing a level 20 hell dungeon. It was simply too shocking. He had always prided himself on being a genius, but in front of Lu Feng, he was just a slightly larger grain of sand. Chen Jiawei was also very curious about their experience in the hell dungeon of Fengyue City. What exactly happened in there? Back then, he had also challenged the hell level of Fengyue City, bringing along 4 other level 20 professionals all the way to the Taiha Hall, but ultimately stopped under the dragon staff of the Grand Minister, unaware of the latter half of the 50% of the plot. One person holds the pass, 10,000 men cannot open it. This phrase doesn't quite fit. To be precise, it should be described as 1,000 troops and horses, one person standing alone and extinguishing them. Chen Jiahao picked up the oolong tea and took a gentle sip. 1,000 troops and horses? Chen Jiawei frowned. Yes, at the end of the dungeon, the Empress led an army capable of flattening the entire palace, slaying the invading intruders. Among her army, even the lowest-ranked soldiers had attributes exceeding those of the outside Yulin army. Chen Jiahao's words deepened Chen Jiawei's frown. It sounded so fantastical. Was this really a dungeon? 1,000 troops and horses? And they were all monsters with health exceeding 100,000. With such a formation, the entire Feng City would surely fall. You're exaggerating a bit, aren't you? I know that kid Lu Feng is amazing, but what you're saying is too surreal. Chen Jiawei was a materialist, believing in scientific reasoning. One person holding off 1,000 troops and horses, all with health exceeding 100,000. He simply couldn't imagine that battle scene. There was no chance of winning at all. Chen Jiahao shook his head with a smile. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I would also think someone saying this was crazy. But the smile in his eyes faded, replaced by seriousness and earnestness. This is indeed something that really happened. He single-handedly wiped out an army, including that final boss, the Empress. Chen Jiawei looked at Chen Jiahao, sweat beading on his forehead. He remained silent for a long time, as if forcing himself to accept this fact. Just as I was about to ask about the specific details of Chen Jiahao's instance, there was a hurried knock at the door. It was Wang Yuqing. Mayor, something big has happened. She entered and saw Chen Jiahao was also there. Chen Jiawei said, there are no outsiders here, just say it directly. What happened? Mayor, the Dark Division, escorting Lu Feng's father back to the city, has gone missing. When Lu Feng brought Lu Lingyue to Fengyue City, they came wearing masks and the two entered the instance to take on the challenge. Before reaching the warrior level, a team of 5 was not required. 2 people could take on the challenge. Let's start with the easy level. Although Lu Feng had cleared the highest hell level of Fengyue City, he had not cleared the other instances. In other words, if he cleared them all once, he could receive the completion rewards and refresh record rewards. Choosing the easy level instance, the initial scene for the two was on a dirt road with a peach orchard ahead. There was still a long way to go to reach the orchard, and if nothing unexpected happened, there would be quite a few magical beasts along the way. Brother, where's your summoned beast? It's already in the instance, you can summon it now, right? The easy level challenge corresponds to a difficulty between level 11 and 15. Generally, a team above level 13 has a chance to clear the easy level, while a team just reaching level 11 might find it difficult to achieve even 30% completion. As it was Lu Lingyue's first challenge, she felt both nervous and excited. She was nervous about facing powerful magical beasts, and in the instance, it was just her and her brother, which made her feel a bit empty and insecure. She was excited because she now had a powerful platinum level weapon, and she was eager to try it out. Activating the summoning array, Lu Feng summoned Shuai Shuai. The appearance of Shuai Shuai startled Lu Lingyue. Wow, such a scary summoned beast. Sensing the bloodline aura on Lu Lingyue was similar to Lu Feng's, Shuai Shuai showed no reaction and instead respectfully bowed slightly. If it were someone like Pang Fei, Shuai Shuai would have definitely shown a disdainful expression. Shuai Shuai may look a bit ugly, but he's very strong. He's the tank of the team, Lu Feng introduced. Tank? Lu Lingyue thought she was also a tank, but her classification was more of a magic tank and a slightly needier tank, so she wasn't particularly familiar with the warrior tank type. A warrior type tank, right? Balanced in offense and defense? Lu Feng recalled Shuai Shuai's combat scenes and his skill attributes and said somewhat reluctantly, sort of. As the two talked while walking towards the peach orchard, a large rock on the ground moved. It rose on 4 legs, revealing a long head that resembled a turtle. Instance monster, Stone Shell, Xiao, Goblin level, LV11 health, 9780/9780 skills, Stone Bullet Impact, Stone Shower. Lu Lingyue cast an insight spell and, after seeing the opponent's attributes, her expression became slightly heavy. This goblin has nearly 10,000 health points, it's not that easy to deal with. Brother, I want to try out my equipment and get a feel for it. Let me fight it for a while, and while I'm entangled with it, you let Shuai sneak attack and take it down. Lu Feng understood his sister and could empathize with her excitement and desire to fight after getting new equipment, so he only summoned Shuai, thinking that once Lu Lingyue's novelty wore off and she got tired, he would step in, or Shuai could at least coordinate with her. As for the little demon and Xiao Mo, their damage was too high, these monsters couldn't withstand it at all. Lu Lingyue drew the flame sword, which shone brilliantly in the sunlight, greedily absorbing the power of light. This sword is really beautiful. The more Lu Lingyue looked at it, the more she liked it. Holding it in her hand, the feeling of battle surged within her, her gaze suddenly sharp, she drew her long sword and charged at the goblin. The goblin moved slowly, but its physical defense was high. As Lu Lingyue approached, she struck its back with her sword. Minus 201 damage from a tank was quite surprising to Lu Lingyue. Swish, swish, swish. After being hit by her sword, the goblin let out a dull cry and then used telekinesis to control the rubble on the ground, shooting it towards Lu Lingyue. Shield of the Blazing Sun. Lu Lingyue raised her sword in front of her and a shining light shield appeared, blocking most of the rubble. A couple of stones hit her, dealing only a few dozen points of damage. My armor is no less than yours. She brushed off the dust that had settled on her and snorted coldly, charging forward again. As a tank, she was fully clad in heavy armor during battle, with high armor and health. With the enhancement from her equipment, her attack and defense had risen to another level, allowing her to trade blows with the goblin. Dodging and slashing, Lu Lingyue's offensive became increasingly fierce. A strike to the goblin's back could cause it to lose 200 health, and breaking through its rocky shell to hit its head could deal over 500 critical damage. The battle between the two continued back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, after several rounds, the goblin's health was below 5,000, but Lu Lingyue had also lost several hundred health. In a battle, tanks have high durability and lose health slowly, but their damage output is indeed a bit low, which is why this class heavily relies on high-output teammates. Lu Feng sat nearby watching the kids fight and commented sharply, the front line is just there to take damage. If a front line could deal explosive damage, wouldn't that be invincible? Lu Lingyue took a step back. Brother, I've had my fill of excitement, you can let your summoned beast take action now. Lu Feng made an okay gesture and gave Shuai a look. Shuai, holding a rake, jumped forward and swept it horizontally. Do you need me? Lu Lingyue was about to ask if she should hold the goblin back, but before she could finish, Shuai's rake came down, shattering the goblin's rocky shell, killing it on the spot and turning it into a
Magic Energy Crystal.
Not to mention that the stone-skinned goblin had only half its health left. Even at full health, it couldn't withstand Shui Shui's normal attack. With a base physical attack of 12,000, a casual swing of the rake dealt
over 10,000 damage. Lu Lingyue took a deep breath. Did the goblin just die from a single rake? After a brief shock, she realized, oh right, he is from the mortal realm. But even with that mental preparation, seeing the goblin being killed in one hit was still shocking, especially since she had just fought it and deeply understood its combat power. Yet this goblin, which she found troublesome, couldn't withstand a single rake from Lu Feng's summoned beast. A rake that can take out half the health of a goblin is indeed terrifying, Lu Lingyue murmured, just as another goblin appeared on the dirt path. Shui Shui stepped forward slowly, swinging the rake again, and a bright light flashed, with sparkling crystals floating up. Again, another one-shot? This time, she clearly saw the damage value floating above the goblin's head. Minus 11,620.
The Feng City TV station broadcasted a news report stating that Lu Feng had passed the first-class battle soldier assessment at the Mage Association today and was honorably promoted to second-class battle school under the guarantee of the association's president. This was the first time in the Feng City Professional Alliance that someone had achieved this professional certification. And the person was a high school student who had just completed his job change 12 days ago with the online ID of Mortal Realm. As soon as this news broke, not only the Feng City professionals but the entire Feng City was in an uproar.
Ha! What did I just see? The God of Dust is a student who just successfully changed jobs? Hey, am I seeing things?
He looks so young in the photo, but he just awakened successfully and has already broken the hell level records for Old Town Alley and Wind Moon City.
Isn't that too outrageous?
It must be true. This is a TV station and the Professional Alliance has confirmed it directly, which means it's a done deal. I can prove it. I just successfully changed jobs too. The chat groups in the neighboring second high school exploded, and the school officially announced that Chen Shijian is one of their students. Facepalm, in 12 days, I barely reached level 5, still being trampled by that middle-parted rooster, stuck at 20%.
Completion in Old Town Alley's easy level. Who would have thought that the god Chen, who also changed jobs on the same day, has already stormed through Wind Moon City? The gap between people is like a chasm. Ha! Encountering such a person at the same time is both your luck and your misfortune. I used to think of Chen as a child of destiny, an absolute genius, but now I feel that term is insufficient. It should be freak and monster. My goodness, to reach this level in just 12 days. After changing jobs is no longer just surpassing peers, it's about reaching the pinnacle of Wind Moon City's professionals in 12 days. I've been in my job for 10 years and just reached level 15, with my highest achievement being 70%. Completion in Wind Moon City's hard level. I thought I was doing okay, but compared to Chen, I'm just cow dung. I can't believe that such a genius has emerged from our Wind Moon City, coming from an ordinary family, breaking records in Old Town Alley in just 12 days, and clearing Wind Moon City's hell level. These words combined are explosive, simply explosive. I feel he represents the fortune of our Wind Moon City. The rise of Chen Shijian will change the fate of our entire city. I have a premonition that he will be a figure recorded in the history of Long Country. Whether he can be recorded in history is uncertain, but one thing I can be sure of is that in the college entrance examination in more than 10 days he will shine brightly. He will achieve an unprecedented good ranking in the East River exam. Chen Shijian has borne too many expectations from people. It's not an exaggeration to say he is the hottest professional in our Wind City now. The future is promising. Once it hit the TV, the news that Lu Feng is Chen Shijian, a student from second high school, spread like wildfire. As long as one isn't an old fossil who doesn't go online or watch TV, everyone knows he has become the #1 genius in Wind City. The expectation and pride of countless people. After the incident, the neighborhood where Lu Feng lived became popular and their supermarket became even more bustling. The neighbors were incredibly enthusiastic and polite, each one more excited than if they had given birth to a great genius themselves. The most outrageous part was that Deng Meihua's phone was bombarded with calls. Relatives came from afar to visit. It was one thing for close relatives, but even distant relatives who hadn't been in contact for years showed up with expensive gifts, all smiles and warmth. Anyone who didn't know would think they had a great relationship. In the information technology department, Chen Jiawei paced back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back. Before long, the head of the information technology department approached him with a report. What's the news? Any updates? Chen Jiawei asked. We couldn't find any signals left by the dark department. The last signal was received in the area outside Lushan. It seems they encountered a group of very professional people who erased all the signals along the way, and they are no longer in this world. Every member of the dark department has an electronic positioning capsule implanted in their body which can be monitored in real time. Even if a member of the dark department dies, the information department can locate their body through special positioning methods. The signal has completely lost contact, and there is only one possibility: someone has destroyed the body and also damaged the electronic capsule. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jiawei's face immediately darkened. Doing such things right under the eyes of Feng City is too audacious. It goes without saying that the other party is targeting Lu Feng. Is there any news about the Bai family?
On the surface, the Bai family has been very well behaved lately, not doing anything out of the ordinary, but we have monitored that the activities of the
Dark River have been quite frequent recently.
The Dark River is a mercenary group established by Bai Yunqing, initially meant for guarding the house, but it has gradually evolved into helping the Bai family deal with some tricky matters that
cannot be handled openly.
It has slowly transformed into an assassin organization. The Feng City government had sent an undercover unit to monitor it years ago, and there are undercover agents infiltrated within, especially with Lu Feng's recent
rise. Chen Jiawei has been paying close attention to the Dark River. Hearing this, Chen Jiawei's right eyelid twitched and he had a bad premonition.
I always feel that something big is about to happen, regardless of whether it was the Bai family's doing. The urgent task at hand is to find Lu Liangyu and safely bring him back to Feng City, otherwise I won't be able to explain to Lu Feng. Chen Jiawei sighed heavily, his eyes filled with anger. Also, anyone who dares to act against the
undercover unit, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. It cannot just be brushed aside.
If I find out who did this, I will make them regret living in this world. He clenched his fists, his gaze fierce.
Director Zhang, thank you for your hard work. The Information Technology Department needs to work overtime.
We must uncover the hidden hand behind this as soon as possible.
If there is any news about Lu Feng's father, notify me immediately.
Understood, Mayor.
After Chen Jiawei left the Information Technology Department, Secretary Wang was waiting outside the door.
Yuqing, have the 3 battle generals requested from the higher-ups arrived? Mayor, 2 of the battle generals have been delayed due to matters on the road. Currently,
only 1 battle general is in the city. Delayed on the road?
Yes,
the incident occurred suddenly. Upon hearing this report, Chen Jiawei felt increasingly that things were heading in a bad direction. Which battle general is in the city?
It is General Hu from the Nanchang branch of the Yidong district. Go tell General Hu about our situation and ask him to take the undercover unit to Lushan. I'm not too reassured with just the undercover unit going.
Also, inform the other 2 battle generals to meet up with General Hu in Lushan after they resolve their issues.
The methods of battle generals are far superior to ordinary people. I hope they can safely bring back Lu Feng's father.
At the Bai family, Bai Yunqing sat upright in a grand chair, sipping tea.
Outside, thunder roared and the wind howled, stirring the greenery in the courtyard, a scene of chaos. A flash of lightning illuminated the area, and in the next moment, 2 figures appeared at the door, half kneeling on the ground, facing Bai Yunqing in the grand chair.
Without my orders, how did you 2 return?
Bai Yunqing coldly questioned while playing with the tea lid. Patriarch. The 2 spoke in unison, cupping their hands in respect. Please reconsider
the matter regarding Lu Feng.
These 2 are members of the Dark River, but they also grew up under the Bai family's favor. Upon learning that the Dark River was about to initiate an assassination plan against Lu Feng, they hurried back. They are well aware that Lu Feng is a once-in-a-century genius in Feng City, and the government will undoubtedly take it very seriously, even at the national level.
Now, the Bai family is about to risk the world's great disapproval by attempting to assassinate Lu Feng. This action could easily push the Bai family into an irretrievable abyss. Lu Feng? Reconsider? What are you referring to? Bai Yunqing asked knowingly. We are already aware of your order to send the young lady to assassinate Lu Feng. That assassination order has even appeared on the front page of the dark web.
Parents, Lu Feng is the treasure of Wind City. Even the country is paying attention to him.
It is truly inappropriate for you to go and assassinate him now. Moreover, revealing information about Lu Feng to foreign forces, I believe this is a grave mistake. Bang! Hearing the advice from the 2, Bai Yunqing was furious. He kicked the chair, which collapsed, and a gust of black wind swept through as he appeared before the 2, reaching out with both hands. One person faced one hand, and they fought back. One was sent flying by a palm strike, while the other was grabbed by the neck with one hand by Bai Yunqing. Black mist coiled around his arm, lifting the man off the ground. His face turned red, veins bulging, and he struggled in vain as Bai Yunqing's black mist prevented him from activating any skills. Parent!
Seeing his brother being choked by Bai Yunqing, the other subordinate urgently called out.
You need to calm down and think carefully about the future of the Bai family. How did we get to where we are now?
It has not been easy, and we cannot let a moment's wrong decision ruin everything.
It's not too late to pull back from the brink. He still wanted to persuade Bai Yunqing to turn back. After all, he was the head of the Dark Division, the greatest contributor to the Bai family, and one of the people they respected the most. They did not want Bai Yunqing to make a mistake. However, they were ultimately too naive. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yunqing laughed, starting from a chuckle to a loud, maniacal laugh, and then his expression suddenly turned cold. With a sudden surge of strength, he snapped the neck of the subordinate. He was choking, killing him on the spot. Xiao Hu.
Seeing his brother killed, another subordinate named Along's eyes turned red, and he screamed hoarsely.
What do you think you are, to come here and preach to me about principles? And when did it become your turn to point fingers at me?
The black mist around Bai Yunqing surged, engulfing the corpse on the ground, and then it surged towards Along. Since you would rather go against my wishes as the head of the family to speak for an outsider, then there's no use in keeping you ungrateful wolves around.
Go to hell with that little brat Lu Feng.
Along knew the black mist was powerful and that he was no match for Bai Yunqing, and since the other party had murderous intent towards him, staying would mean death. You've completely lost your mind, head. He drew his long knife, swinging it to disperse the air with blade light and sword shadows, and after several exchanges, a long was struck on the left shoulder by Bai Yunqing's palm, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Using that force, he leaped up, intending to escape. But just as he reached the eaves, a black mist quickly chased after him, wrapping around his left arm and pulling him back. At that moment, the alarm in the courtyard had already sounded, and he would soon be surrounded by his colleagues, making escape impossible. Along gritted his teeth and directly swung the knife at his left arm. Crack! He severed his left arm, blood splattering, and he broke free from the black mist's control, leaping over the courtyard wall and fleeing without looking back. After him, Bai Yunqing was quite surprised that Along managed to escape. The Dark River guards had all arrived, and he issued a death order at all costs, bring his corpse back. The black mist dragged Along's severed arm back, and Bai Yunqing saw that it was smeared with a layer of light blue powder, revealing a sinister expression. These two traitors came prepared. He must not be allowed to live, he knows too much. His eyes narrowed slightly, and under the moonlight, the shadow beneath Bai Yunqing seemed to understand his words, rising from the ground and charging out of the courtyard with a swirl of black mist. In the simple level dungeon of Wind Moon City, Lu Lingyue stared blankly as Shui Shui pushed through everything effortlessly. She wanted to say something, but found she had no idea what to say. She thought it was already shocking. Enough to take down a half-health goblin in a second, but then, he casually took down a full-health goblin with a normal attack, dealing an astonishing 11,000 damage? Goodness, isn't he a tank? How can his damage be so high? Could it be that their understanding of a tank is different? She thought of a tank as a warrior type with some damage capability, while Lu Feng understood a tank as a battle tank. A damage-focused war god tank? It was one thing to take down a goblin with a pitchfork. After all, they were the lowest level monsters in Wind Moon City, but then he also one-shot a vine monster with 11,000 health, a man-eating flower with 15,000 health, and even a peach spirit with 20,000 health. Hey, this is just too much. Thus, they fought their way to the boss, and Lu Lingyue never saw Shui Shui use a second attack on any monster. It was all one-hit kills. The difference was that earlier he could casually take down a monster with a pitchfork, while later he charged up a bit before using a pitchfork for a one-hit kill. From the back, it looked like Shui Shui was clearing the path ahead, casually using the pitchfork to sweep away the rubble, calm and simple, with no challenge at all. Finally, facing the boss, she thought she would see Shui Shui take it a bit more seriously, but instead, Shui Shui charged up for a long time, then slammed down with the pitchfork, and that boss peach spirit was smashed so hard that its brain matter exploded out. Pink blood splattered on the falling peach blossoms, which looked quite beautiful. Congratulations, you have cleared the Wind Moon City dungeon, simple level, and received the clearance rewards: Declaration of Victory, platinum level; Wang Ru's arrow, gold level; Peach of Immortality, gold level; Earth Core Essence X78, Peach Blossom Brew X99. Congratulations, you have refreshed the record for the Wind Moon City dungeon, simple level, and received historical record rewards, which include 1. 100,000 gold coins; 2. Professional skill book, not for sale; 3. One piece of level 11 platinum equipment. Choose one, not for sale. Having refreshed the record for the simple level of Wind Moon City, Lu Feng was quite familiar with the process and chose the 100,000 gold coins. He let Lu Lingyue pick through the equipment they had obtained, and whatever suited her, he equipped her with, while the rest he dumped into the shop for sale. It's worth mentioning that due to his rising fame, his shop account had also surged to the top of the trending searches. A large portion of the equipment from Wind Moon City had already been sold, and he had over 30 million gold coins in cash. Adding the gold coins he had accumulated earlier, Lu Feng's account had surpassed 60 million gold coins. 60 million gold coins, based on the most basic currency, amounted to a staggering 6 billion, a truly terrifying number. However, this money was still not enough for Lu Feng to upgrade a summoned beast. The gold needed to upgrade from 6th to 7th tier was 80 times that needed to upgrade from 5th to 6th tier, meaning that upgrading a summoned beast from 6th to 7th tier required 64 million gold coins. Wind City is still too small. Even though I can quickly accumulate resources, there is ultimately a limit. After coming into contact with energy purple crystals, Lu Feng clearly understood that to continue growing stronger, he must venture into broader skies to obtain money. Only by spending can his summoned beasts undergo a qualitative change. The gold required to reach the 7th tier was already a terrifying number. What about the 8th and 9th tiers? He couldn't even imagine it. Using gold coins as a currency for conversion was no longer suitable. He needed to quickly find ways to obtain energy purple crystals. What kind of vast sky will university and big cities be? Lu Feng felt a hint of anticipation, but before that he had to pass the college entrance examination, and what he needed to do now was to make himself stronger before the exam. After finishing the simple level dungeon in Wind and Moon City, Lu Lingyue still hadn't recovered from the shock. As a professional who had awakened for a year, she had long been through the brutal training of dungeons, so when she was carried away, she was much more shocked than Wang Tianyi and the others who had just come out of the novice village. Is it really that easy to clear? Honestly, ever since that handsome summoner made his move, she felt that tackling dungeons was as simple as going shopping. All she had to do was follow behind him and keep moving forward. The magic energy crystals, experience points, would automatically increase, and
equipment would drop automatically.
In just a short while, her experience bar had risen by a third. Simple level, isn't it just that simple? Lu Feng joked, shrugging his shoulders. Seeing him so relaxed and even a bit smug, Lu Lingyue pouted slightly without retorting. Simple level, is it really that simple? This phrase, probably only you could say it. Brother, is your summoner the kind that looks like it has low attack power on the surface but deals astonishing damage? Lu Feng pondered for a moment and asked, you mean the handsome one? Aha. That shouldn't be the case, his damage is high and the combat effects look quite impressive. Ha? Then why does he seem so casual when fighting monsters? From behind, it looks like a street cleaner sweeping the road, just a few swipes and the monsters are dead. Hearing Lu Lingyue's confusion, Lu Feng realized, oh, that's what you mean. It's just that these monsters are too weak, there's no need to get serious at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingyue was momentarily speechless. She had only heard rumors about Lu Feng's strength, but experiencing it firsthand was simply outrageous. Initially, she still held a bit of disbelief because it was too bizarre. But after witnessing the handsome one annihilate monsters in Wind and Moon City at the ordinary level, she believed it. Then came the hard level, where the handsome one got a bit serious, and in that cruel combat mode, she even began to feel sorry for the hard level bosses. After finishing the hard level, Lu Lingyue's level had already risen to 12 and her experience bar was over half full. She estimated that after one more warrior level, she would reach level 13. So fast! Lu Lingyue exclaimed. Am I leveling up again this quickly? This feeling, which she had never experienced before, made Lu Lingyue feel both dreamy and enchanted. This is just too exhilarating. A princess-like treatment. Wow, I can level up just by lying down. For the warrior level, Lu Feng summoned Xiao Mo and Xiao Evil to speed up the clearing process. When Lu Lingyue saw the adorable forms of Xiao Mo and Xiao Evil, she almost questioned it out loud, but recalling the previous instances of being slapped in the face, even though she felt 1,000 kinds of disbelief in her heart, she held her tongue. It was a good thing she did, because when she saw the damage numbers these two little ones produced, she finally understood what true damage meant. Monsters with 50 to 60,000 health were instantly killed by these two little guys. The little one wielding a magic fork shook its body, and with a single basic attack, it took down a monster. The most crucial part was its attack speed, which was so fast it left after images. As for the little one in a diaper, a single area skill directly caused the monster group to explode with experience points. That's so exaggerated. Lu Lingyue had always thought her eyes weren't big enough or watery enough, but she could guarantee that today her eyes were big enough and sufficiently watery. No wonder the senior sisters say you're abnormal and call you a monster. This, Lu Lingyue boldly imagined, in the hell level dungeon, you wouldn't be carrying them through like this too, would you? Also one-hit kills? Lu Feng nodded, pretty much, but the hell level monsters are much more enjoyable to fight than the warrior level ones. Warrior level monsters just don't hold up well. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaomo's 2 consecutive darts had already struck the warrior level boss, dealing over 180,000 damage and sending it away instantly. The warrior level boss was eliminated just like an ordinary monster. This scene was the best answer. After becoming a second-level battle school in the guild, one can receive special treatment, allowing 2 people to challenge the warrior in hell, which is a privilege for Lu Feng. Lu Lingyue's lips twitched. She finally understood the mental state of her seniors at that time. This was purely a dimensional suppression. The numerical monsters were ruthlessly overwhelming in terms of stats, and this dungeon could be said to have no challenge at all. Perverse? Too perverse. Lu Feng took Lu Lingyue to the Fengyue City dungeon, where records from simple to warrior levels were all refreshed, causing quite a stir. However, compared to today's big news, the continuous record-breaking felt almost expected and not so shocking anymore. After all, it was the mortal realm, and that godlike man. It's all done, now all the dungeon records in Feng City are from the mortal realm. Haha, what about the other prodigies? They must feel terrible. It's an absolute crushing superiority in strength, no one can compare. It feels like there's a gap in the middle. He's so far ahead of the second place that they don't even know how many streets apart they are. Big shot, really fierce. Brothers, have you seen the news? The God of Dust is still a high school student who just changed jobs. Too strong. I declare, at this moment, the era of the mortal realm has begun. After Lu Feng refreshed all the dungeon records in Fengyue City, his personal attribute list gained several more titles, accumulating to 29 now. Lu Feng clicked to claim them. These titles were mostly for record-breaking and first completions, all belonging to the first-class honor level. However, Lu Feng was an exception because he not only had the first-class honor titles for Hell level first completions and record-breaking but also held all the records for the entire canyon and Fengyue City. Given this special situation, the guild awarded him 2 supreme titles. Congratulations on becoming the first professional in the canyon to qualify for the supreme title. Please fill in your supreme code. Congratulations on becoming the first professional in Fengyue City to qualify for the supreme title. Please fill in your supreme code. Lu Feng pondered for a moment and chose 2 titles, Canyon Ghost's Grief and Empress of Fengyue Drama. Once the titles were named, a black gold frame and a purple-pink frame appeared next to the titles above Lu Feng's head. At the same time, the guild also announced in the canyon and Fengyue City, Congratulations to the God of Dust for obtaining the title Canyon Ghost's Grief. Congratulations to the God of Dust for obtaining the title Empress of Fengyue. Drama. In the canyon, as the announcement was made, the screen displayed the clock tower in the center of the old city alley, its bells resonating and sweeping across the entire canyon. In Fengyue City, the screen showed an empress in a dragon robe, standing outside the main hall, gazing into the distance, while countless pink peach blossom petals fell from above the Fengyue Hall. In both locations, the professionals in the hall cheered and waved flags for this exciting moment. Through the light screen, Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue saw the scenes from both locations, and smiles appeared on their faces. Everyone's spirits are so high, Lu Lingyue said, cupping her face with her hands as she looked at Lu Feng beside her. They really see you as an idol. And who would have thought that the God of Dust in their eyes is right here beside me? Lu Lingyue chuckled lightly, a hint of secret delight rising in her heart. The God in everyone's heart is my brother. This feeling seems quite nice. Now you know how powerful your brother is? Lu Feng replied with a smile. Lu Lingyue wrapped her arms around the bear and let out a light hum. So what if you know? Knowing is just knowing. Do you want me to praise you and be submissive to you? Not gonna happen. She slightly bent down and made a gesture like a dam. You are a great god, and I can still bully you. Looking at Lu Lingyue's little bully demeanor, Lu Feng found it somewhat amusing and wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt that this was what family was about. If everyone thought he was a god, then there would be a sense of distance between people and gods. Only family, regardless of what level one reached, would not change their feelings. In their eyes, there was no such thing as a great god, it was simply the identity of being a relative. Ah, great. Looking forward to your becoming stronger. Lu Feng mocked, pulling down his lower eyelid with his index finger and making a funny face. Lu Lingyue got angry, pouting her little mouth, occasionally shaking her fists, but after glancing at the three summoned beasts, she ultimately didn't dare to step forward and act recklessly. After finishing the warrior level, Lu Feng didn't take Lu Lingyue to challenge the hell level, as it required too much time. The storyline progress would take at least 2 days, and today was the day Dad was coming home. How could they spend it in a dungeon? Therefore, after finishing the warrior level, Lu Feng took Lu Lingyue into the warrior level again. He first called home to ask if Mom and Dad were back, but he was told that Dad's phone was unreachable. Lu Feng tried calling and found it indeed couldn't get through, so he called Wang Yuqing. Wang Yuqing was vague and evasive, saying they would definitely safely send Lu Lianyu home, and they were on their way back but might be a bit late. However, Lu Feng clearly sensed something was off. A bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Dad, could something have happened? Now that he thought about it, he gradually realized something was wrong. The Bai family, which had always liked to come find him, seemed to have disappeared for a long time. Ever since he left Fengyue City, the Bai family had seemingly vanished, behaving unusually quietly, which was very unlike Bai Yunqing's style. Coupled with Wang Yuqing's attitude and Dad's disappearance, he couldn't help but think in the worst direction. After taking Lu Lingyue through the warrior level dungeon, again, Lu Feng was somewhat distracted. Brother? What's wrong? Is it too exhausting to control the summoned beasts in battle? If you're too tired, we can stop for today? Lu Lingyue noticed Lu Feng was preoccupied, glanced at the time, and saw it was already 10 o'clock at night, about time to go home. Looking at her progress bar, she was already 1/5 of the way to level 13, and she was quite satisfied. At this rate, catching up to the senior sisters was not a dream. I'm fine. Lu Feng shook his head, ruffling Lu Lingyue's hair with his big hand. Silly, I didn't use any summoning skills, the only one getting tired is the summoned beast. It has nothing to do with me, the summoner. Oh. Lu Lingyue's mouth formed an O shape, and as if she thought of something, she asked Lu Feng, by the way, brother, we share the experience points. I'm already level 13, why haven't you leveled up yet? Aren't you at level 14? Lu Feng needed more experience than a normal professional, and when he came out of the hell level in Fengyue City, he had only just passed 1/3 of the experience progress. Now he was at level LV13, 91.143% per 100%, and he would need to clear the warrior level twice more to level up. Not yet, I need more experience, but I'm close. I'll definitely reach level 14 before you. TCH. As they spoke, a video call came in from an unknown number, and the signal source showed as unknown. Lu Feng frowned, gently clenched his fist, as if sensing something, and he answered the video call. As soon as the video call connected, snowflakes appeared on the screen, accompanied by a cacophony of static. After a long while, the signal finally stabilized, revealing an image of a tall, slender tree with Lu Lianyu tied to the trunk. Seeing his father unconscious and bound to the tree, Lu Feng's heart raced and his brows furrowed tightly. Dad! The person on the other side remained silent, deliberately zooming in to let Lu Feng see his father's condition clearly, only switching the view after Lu Feng confirmed it. He. Lu Feng, right? Can you see clearly? The speaker, dressed in black with his head hidden beneath a dark hood, continued, your father is in our hands. If you want him to live, you need to arrive at this address outside the city by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. He provided a detailed address and added, remember, come alone. Otherwise, you can wait to collect your father's corpse. The threat in his words was blatant, and he hung up the call immediately. He was certain that Lu Feng would come. After all, this was the nature of a spirited youth, especially one with strength, who would think he could solve everything himself. Moreover, they had done ample research. Lu Feng was someone who valued family deeply, and he would never stand by if his father was in danger. On the other end of the video, Lu Feng stared at the now disconnected screen, a frown etched on his face. It seemed his premonition was indeed accurate. His father had encountered trouble. Who exactly are the ones who kidnapped Dad? Countless possibilities flashed through Lu Feng's mind, but he felt the most likely culprit was Bai Yunqing from the Bai family. His behavior had been exceedingly abnormal these past few days, no longer keeping a low profile or looking for trouble. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something sinister at play. Barking dogs rarely bite, and the truly dangerous ones are silent. Bai Yunqing, you have some nerve. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed, revealing a strong intent to kill. Family was his Achilles heel, and anyone who touched it would die. Although he had never truly killed anyone in reality, he would not hesitate to act if his family was in danger. Bro, why did the video chat end so quickly? Who called? The moment the strange video call came in, Lu Feng activated shield mode, so Lu Lingyue had not seen the video or heard what was said on the other end. Being all mysterious and not letting me see, is it a new little girlfriend? Lu Lingyue put her hands on her hips, looking like a little devil. To prevent her from worrying or noticing anything amiss, Lu Feng feigned nonchalance as he closed the screen, smiling helplessly. Every day, I really don't know what's in that little head of yours. Lingyue, Lu Feng said, lowering his head under the moonlight before slowly raising it to reveal his deep, beautiful eyes. Let's not go back just yet, let's play a couple more rounds at the warrior level. Originally, Lu Feng could have taken his time, not feeling an urgent need to level up, but with Lu Liangyu captured, it was clear the enemy was targeting him. The higher his level, the better his chances. Although he felt that with his current strength, he could already surpass the kidnapper's expectations, he didn't want any unexpected incidents to occur and needed to maximize his power before tomorrow morning. Didn't you say we were going back? Why do we have to play again? 2 rounds at the warrior level will take at least 4 hours. By the time we're done, it'll be dawn. Lu Lingyue asked, puzzled. Lu Feng pulled up his experience bar. I just checked my experience points. I'm almost ready to level up to level 14. I can't wait to see how much my summoned beast's attributes will improve at level 14. Oh, I see. Lu Lingyue rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Of course, if you don't want to accompany me, you can go back first. I can solo and enjoy the experience faster. No. Lu Lingyue firmly refused. I want to go with you and leech your experience. I'm about to reach level 14 too. After finishing 2 warrior dungeons, my experience bar should exceed 75%. Wow, then according to the progress, I'll be able to catch up to you soon. She excitedly discovered a bright spot. Lu Feng used his pinky to scratch his ear and chose to enter the warrior level dungeon in Fengyue City. Seems like it. It's just as I said. Lu Lingyue put her hands on her hips. You need much more experience to level up than I do, almost 3 times as much. That's strange, but also normal. You're so much stronger than others at the same level. It makes sense that you need more magic energy crystals to level up. With Lu Feng's words, Lu Lingyue's leveling addiction kicked in. Looking at the rapidly increasing magic energy crystals, her sense of leveling up was at its peak. Outside the city, a crescent moon hung low. In a clearing in the woods, a dozen assassins in matching outfits were gathered around a central fire pit. Beside the fire, there was a man wrapped in bandages with only one right eye exposed who was continuously throwing firewood onto the fire. Mr. Bangu, I sensed it. Several presences are approaching our location. The leading woman of the assassin group looked at the man tending the fire and reminded him, among them, one presence is particularly strong. If I'm not mistaken, it might be the war general from the Yidong garrison coming to us. Our mission is to eliminate Lu Feng, but with a war general involved, it might be a bit tricky. Upon hearing the woman's words, Bangu, wrapped in bandages, did not respond but continued to tend to his fire. One of the subordinates beside the woman, seeing his rudeness, was about to step forward to theorize with him but was stopped by the woman. She spoke to Bangu. Again, Mr. Bangu, the war general will find us soon. Once they discover us, we will be in a passive position. Should we retreat first? Or do you have other plans? Look at how scared you all are. It's just a war general, what is there to fear? Don't say he hasn't found our exact location yet. Even if he does, so what? He is in the light while we are in the dark, and we have the hostage in our hands. I have plenty of ways to make sure they come and go without return. Bangu scoffed disdainfully. Mr. Bangu, I don't mean to question your strength, but this mission is to deal with Lu Feng, not to. Before the woman could finish, Bangu interrupted her directly. He's already come to us. If we don't eliminate him and just cower, it will only lead to more complications. To achieve our common goal, we must nip all factors in the bud. But if this goes wrong, the consequences could be severe and lead to a direct failure of the mission. I'll say it again. Bangu's exposed eye was filled with bloodshot veins. Anyone who comes here to be a nuisance won't live to go back. An invisible pressure swept out, enveloping the entire clearing, startling the birds in the woods to scatter. But before they could fly high, they fell dead from the low sky. The woman
and the assassins looked grave, not daring to breathe loudly. The oppressive feeling was suffocating.
Understood. Our Dark River Society will cooperate with your actions, sir.
Feeling Bangu's terrifying strength, the woman chose to bow down to avoid unnecessary internal strife before completing the mission.
As soon as she finished speaking, the heavy pressure dissipated.
Bangu said nothing and continued to tend to the fire.
The woman made a gesture of respect and led her subordinates to stand guard around.
Sir, are we really going to listen to that mummy and confront the war general? The order given to us by the elder is to ensure the completion of the mission to kill Lu Feng. We can't afford to waste time with a big shot like him. Whether we can defeat him is secondary. Even if we have a chance, it will definitely
affect our subsequent actions to hunt Lu Feng.
The male assassin in the eastern woods expressed his concerns.
You've seen his contempt and strength. If we don't follow his orders, things will become even more
troublesome.
Moreover, the elder's command is for us to cooperate with him, which means he is the leader of this mission. I have a feeling that this outsider might really be able to deal with a war general.
A war general can represent the highest combat power of a city.
In a small county like Feng City, the highest professional certification is only a first-class war academy, which shows how powerful a war general is.
Therefore, in their inherent beliefs, a war general is an invincible existence. However, there are always stronger beings beyond the horizon.
Perhaps they are just frogs at the bottom of a well, and experts from outside can possess such strength as well. Since the elder dares to take such a big risk to hunt Lu Feng, he must have his confidence, and that expert from outside should be his reliance.
You don't need to worry about these things anymore. What you need to do now is to keep an eye on this old man and ensure that he is still alive before Lu Feng arrives tomorrow.
The woman gestured with her eyes towards
Lu Lianyu, who was tied to a tree.
Rest assured, my lord, I have already fed him explosive clay.
Within 24 hours, he won't have any issues. But once the 24 hours are up, or if he is triggered
by someone, he will turn into a human bomb, exploding into brilliant fireworks.
I guarantee it will give that little brat Lu Feng a big surprise. He revealed an evil smile. Looking at the
unconscious Lu Lianyu, the woman also smiled playfully, anticipating the despair on Lu Feng's face tomorrow.
Opposing the Bai family and the Dark River, this is the consequence.
While Lu Feng was leveling up to the warrior rank, he was handling his equipment in the marketplace. He had some high-performance gear that he initially planned to sell at the best price after weighing the pros and cons.
However, after
glancing at his balance, Lu Feng realized he was still short on funds to upgrade his summoned beast. Therefore, in order to gather enough money in the shortest time possible, Lu Feng directly sold that batch of
equipment at market price.
After disposing of this batch, his balance reached 69 million gold coins. 69 million gold coins was enough for him to upgrade one summoned beast, but who should he
upgrade? Lu Feng pondered this question. He was about to face a group of unknown enemies who would stop at nothing to kill him. If he upgraded Shui Shui, it might become a physical war god, but it wouldn't effectively prevent various skill attacks from hitting Lu Feng himself. He was particularly worried about high-burst assassins among the enemies, as Shui Shui might not be able to protect Lu Feng closely. Moreover, considering its current attributes, it was already sufficient. Leveling up one more stage wouldn't have much significance. Then there was Xiao Mo, who was the type of summoned beast that excelled in dungeon runs, but was much less agile than human opponents in real combat. Its normal attacks and skills could be dodged, making the cost-effectiveness of upgrading it not very high either. Little Demon? The Little Demon was a divine species, and half of its skills could directly benefit Lu Feng in reality. Summoning crows had significant combat reconnaissance value in real life. The skill nourishment could infinitely increase Lu Feng's health and constitution, fundamentally strengthening the summoner. Therefore, Lu Feng felt that upgrading the Little Demon, this divine species, would provide him with greater security. Not to mention its new skills, just enhancing the nourishment skill alone would yield substantial benefits for Lu Feng. Little Demon, be strong this time. I've decided to go all in on you. After careful consideration, Lu Feng ultimately decided to promote the Little Demon. He recalled it to the summoning beast space, and a beam of heavenly light descended. Summoning array, appear. With Lu Feng's soft command, a halo array of the heavenly contract appeared beneath the Little Demon's feet in the built-in summoning space. Heavenly contract, activate. The SSS level talent, Heavenly Contract, consumed gold coins to elevate the summoning beast's rank. Heavenly Contract activated. Contract exchange, consuming 64 million gold coins, successfully evolving the demon. The summoned demon, 6th rank, True King level, successfully evolved into the Evil Emperor's True Eye, 7th rank. After successfully evolving to the 7th rank, the little demon's diaper disappeared. Its horns gradually shrank to the point where they were barely visible, and its body grew larger, adorned with a long robe featuring red clouds, giving it a cool appearance. The most significant change was in its eyes, which transformed into eerie red pupils. Upon closer inspection, one could see patterns swirling within its pupils, like the gears controlling the world. Very good, you've grown. Lu Feng quickly summoned the little demon's new data panel, and upon seeing its latest stats, he was greatly shocked.
Evil Emperor's True Eye 7th rank, level LV13, health 900,000, magic power 60,000, movement speed 45,000, magic power talent coefficient 200, health talent coefficient 3000, movement speed talent coefficient 150, attribute values equal to summoner's intelligence 300 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient, active skill blood pact, absorb the life force of any target, converting it into damage and restoring a percentage of health to oneself. Damage equals magic power multiplied by 8.0, health restoration equals magic power multiplied by a coefficient of 525. The lower the health, the higher the restoration coefficient. Active skill blood pool, transform into a pool of blood, evading any damage and becoming untargetable targets that come into contact with the blood pool will be slowed by 70% and continuously lose health. Magic power multiplied by a coefficient of 4.0. Lord level skill Crimson Tide, infuse one's blood and detonate it, causing area damage. Magic power multiplied by 525. The longer the charge, the higher the damage. Overlord level skill Raven God's Favor, gain the power to control crows, enhancement 200%. True King level skill Nurture, nourish the summoner's body, increasing the summoner's health and constitution limits. Enhancement 300%. Skill 3000 Crow's Kill, see through all disguises, perceive everything, create a vast world with eye techniques, immersing enemies in the world of eye techniques. Even a single ordinary contact without staring into your eyes can release illusions on them. Upon seeing the various attribute values, Lu Feng truly felt the terror of the magic power coefficient and skill coefficient had more than doubled, and most importantly, the two skills beneficial to Lu Feng's main body had received tremendous boosts, especially the nurture skill, which was enhanced by 300%. This meant that Lu Feng could increase his permanent health by 6,000 points and stamina by 360 points every day without doing anything. This effect is incredible. At this rate, in less than half a month, my health will exceed 100,000 and my constitution will break 5,000. What does that even mean? This terrifying number made Lu Feng hesitate to think further. He had somewhat anticipated these changes before the promotion, but what truly surprised him was that the 7th rank skill turned out to be an eye technique skill. The introduction of this eye technique skill was somewhat concise, and Lu Feng couldn't fully grasp its function and power. Therefore, he decided to use the Flower Demon from the Wind Moon City dungeon as a guinea pig. Absorbing the power of the Lu Feng wanted to try it out himself. When the little demon reappeared after its evolution, its appearance immediately caught Lu Lingyue's attention. Brother, your little demon, its baby bottle and diaper have all disappeared, suddenly transforming from a child into a boy of 12 or 13? The little demon was wrapped in a cloak, with Lu Feng's strikingly handsome face, slightly pointed ears, and nose, and sharp fangs, resembling an ancient Western vampire. It has evolved. Lu Feng had already extracted the little demon's eye power. When he opened his eyes, those deep black eyes had become profoundly enchanting, and the surrounding world appeared entirely different in his gaze. Not only could he see the biological structure and the flowing energy within, but he could also clearly perceive the energy circulating in the air and soil. Evolved? This was the first time Lu Lingyue had heard this term. Yes, my talent allows my summoned beasts to evolve. The current little demon is the evolved version. As Lu Feng spoke, he walked slowly toward the peach orchard ahead. A gust of wind swept up, lifting the petals from the ground, and a few flower spirits hiding in the shadows launched a surprise attack. Brother, be careful. Lu Lingyue looked at Lu Feng, this weak summoner, as he stepped into the center of the battlefield. It wasn't until the flower spirits attacked that she snapped back to reality. Lu Feng's summoned beast was strong, but the summoner himself was weak. Ignoring Lu Lingyue's shout, Lu Feng seemed not to have heard it at all and even motioned for Shuai Shai to step back. All the flower spirits surged toward Lu Feng, intent on tearing this intruder apart. However, unexpectedly, all the flower spirits halted their assault less than 10 meters from Lu Feng, their expressions shifting from fierce to bewildered. They staggered forward a couple of steps before coming to a complete stop, frozen in place, their eyes vacant, as if they were mere walking corpses. Stopped? Lu Lingyue looked at this scene in disbelief, then at Lu Feng. At that moment, his pupils had completely changed color, and she could vaguely see a blood-red hexagram pattern in his eyes. What is this? Before she could think further, a chaotic series of explosive sounds erupted among the flower spirits, like the dull thud of firecrackers. A lump protruded sharply from their hearts, and black-red blood gushed from their mouths. In their final moments of clarity, they unwillingly transformed into a pile of magic energy crystals. Lu Lingyue was stunned. What on earth had just happened? These flower spirits were about to attack Lu Feng, then inexplicably lost consciousness, followed by their hearts exploding, leading to their collective demise? It was known that these were warrior-level flower spirits, with a health pool of 50,000, roughly equal in strength to herself. And these flower spirits had died so bizarrely? Whose power was it, and what kind of power could achieve this? Was it Lu Feng, or his summoned beast? Lu Lingyue stared at Lu Feng, especially at his eyes, feeling as if she had been drawn in again. Can summoners really be this strong? She murmured, suddenly feeling a weight on her shoulder. Turning her head, she found that Lu Feng's scout Demon King had jumped up, watching closely. This little guy was fluffy and quite cute. Nudge. Little Mo was also unreserved, affectionately rubbing its head against Lu Lingyue, then bouncing and gesturing as if to say, "Don't think too much about it, just get used to your master's strength." Lu Lingyue gently rubbed her forehead. Okay, she was even comforted by a summoned beast. In fact, just now, Lu Feng had used the little demon's eye technique, the 3,000 crow kill, on the flower spirits, putting them into a state of illusion. Targets affected by the 3,000 crow kill illusion would have their consciousness enter Lu Feng's dominion space, where he could do as he pleased. As long as he could break the opponent's will in this consciousness space, he could control their body, making them commit suicide with ease. Although it seemed like only a moment had passed in the outside world, in the realm of the 3,000 crow kill, the flower spirits had endured inhuman torment, and their will had long since collapsed. This feeling of dominating everything brings immense confidence to a person. Lu Feng was also shocked by the eye technique of the 3,000 crows, an illusion, a kind of illusion that can create a self-contained world, killing invisibly, and can also play a role in delaying and misleading in many critical battles. If he encounters a strong enemy he cannot defeat in the future, this illusion can be used for self-preservation, even to remain undefeated. It seems I need to study this carefully and quickly explore its specific applications in actual combat. Lu Feng excitedly clenched his fist and continued deeper into the peach forest without hesitation. The points he was researching mainly included the conditions for making the target enter the illusion, how to control and take over its body, how to create scenes identical to reality to mislead the target into thinking they are real, thus prolonging their stay in the illusion world, how to construct false plots within the illusion world, and how to extract the opponent's memories. These flower demons were all Lu Feng's guinea pigs. Soon, another batch of flower demons entered the illusion world, their bodies standing still in place. After seeing several waves in a row, Lu Lingyue could no longer contain her curiosity, and asked, "Brother, how exactly are you able to make them stay still?" She walked in front of the flower demons, waving her hands in front of their eyes, but they showed no reaction at all. "This is so amazing." Observing the flower demons up close, Lu Lingyue couldn't help but marvel, her gaze drifting down to the flower demons' upright bosoms, the softness behind their skin armor. The woman's gossiping heart suddenly surged, and she muttered, "Is this chest of the flower demon real?" She was curious to touch it but held back, feeling it was too indecent. However, she didn't expect that her little assistant, Mo, had seen through her thoughts and gently poked the flower demon's chest with a trident. Boing! It was very bouncy. Mo revealed a big white smile, looking at Lu Lingyue as if to say, "Confirmed, it's real." In Lushan, between the woods, Hu Xiufeng led the dark department personnel in a targeted pursuit. To his left rear, there was a young servant holding a compass, with a bamboo basket on his back filled with talismans and bells. "Xiao Wu, are you sure the person we are looking for is right here?" Hu Xiufeng, dressed in a divination robe, asked while stroking his small mustache. Their group had been circling around Lushan for several hours, yet they hadn't found any trace of the enemy. The young servant looked at the compass in his hand, which was emitting a green light, and affirmed, "Old Hu, it can't be wrong, the compass shows this direction, they are right ahead." The pointers on the compass, guided by the green light, all pointed straight ahead, very close, less than 100 meters. As soon as the young man's words fell, the expressions of everyone except Hu Xiufeng turned serious, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, two figures sprang out from the bushes to the right front, wielding long guns, and threw them towards them. The long guns were tied with explosive runes, resulting in a massive explosion in front of everyone. Boom! The explosion forced everyone to halt, and as the smoke cleared, the two figures had already slipped into the woods. 3 dark department members skilled in tracking, under the captain's signal, chased after them, leaping through the trees. Creak! One of the pursuers snagged a transparent wire on a branch. Crack! The wire was connected to a hidden explosive. Bang! An explosive grenade hidden in the trunk exploded violently, flames instantly engulfing him, and the shockwave tore his body apart. "They bomb?" The dark department captain, witnessing all this from behind, exclaimed, "These guys have received specialized military training. The people in the dark organization are all carefully selected professionals, possessing a strong awareness of outdoor combat. They can see through ordinary traps at a glance, especially traps buried with large bombs, which cannot be hidden from them unless they are set by very specialized individuals. Only those with strong military combat skills would set 8 mines during a pursuit, which, as the name suggests, are designed to lure professionals into stepping on traps." Realizing something was amiss, there was no time to call back the remaining 2 subordinates. Arrows rained down from the trees, magic flickered, and after 2 screams, there was no more sound. "Do not act rashly." The young man, holding the compass, stared solemnly at the trees ahead. "We don't know how many people are lying in ambush in this forest, but our mission is to save people. Are we just going to sit here and wait?" The captain of the dark organization gripped the sword at his back, drawing it out, already prepared to lead his men into the forest to fight. "No, I think you may have misunderstood." Hearing the captain's words, the young man smiled. "What I mean is not that the forest is dangerous, but that the forest is too large, making it inconvenient for us to fight. It would be better to just settle it here and finish the fight in one go." The dark organization captain was puzzled, but soon, several attacks shot in from all directions. Whoosh! 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 Buzz! The young man tapped the compass a few times with his white finger, and a green circular shield enveloped everyone, blocking all the hidden weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Ha ha ha. From the shadows behind the trees, assassins dressed in uniform appeared, led by a woman with 3 knives at her waist. Oh dear, I really didn't expect this. I thought I could lure away the troublesome people and then properly entertain the guests from afar. I didn't expect to be seen through. The woman extended her long hands to draw her short sword, gesturing in front of her, then gently stroked her cheek and licked her tongue. She revealed a sickly smile. The Dark Organization captain finally realized that with so many traps in the forest, if they were really just aiming for a sneak attack, there would be no need to intercept them in the open space before the traps. There was only one explanation. The traps and personnel in the forest were meant to divert the Dark Organization. They had planned to engage in combat in this open space from the very beginning. But why here? It's that smoke. He recalled the smoke produced after the 2 long guns exploded. The smoke did not disperse normally but quickly dissipated, with a large portion even burrowing into the ground. The Dark Organization captain looked down at the ground and, sure enough, discovered traces of a formation. Clang! A massive formation formed in the open space beneath their feet. This is bad, we've fallen into an ambush. Find a way to break the formation. The Dark Organization captain commanded, instructing the remaining members to disperse and unleash their energy. Whoosh! 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 He was the first to strike, quickly jumping within the formation to find weak points and soon discovered the formation's core. Without hesitation, he thrust his knife, and the formation slightly shifted, an invisible light wall forming. The knife clashed against the wall, and, under the immense force, the light wall began to materialize, gathering energy and producing a shockwave explosion that sent the Dark Organization captain flying. Useless? He clutched his chest, shocked. He had used all his strength in that strike, and yet a full-force attack couldn't shatter a formation barrier? Sir, there's no need to hide anymore, just come out. Ignoring everything happening before him, Shufeng continued to stroke his beard, smiling as he looked toward a specific direction. He. Accompanied by a low, deep laugh, a man with a severely hunched back, his body wrapped in bandages, appeared on a branch of the nearest tree. To be able to set up a formation of this level, their strength is enough to rival that of a general. This little wind city truly hides dragons and crouching tigers. Looking at the bandaged man ahead, Hu Shufeng still wore a smile on his face. He had long sensed the presence of the other party. To him, those assassins were mere insignificant characters. The real challenge was here. No wonder. Upon learning that a general-level figure had come to pursue him, he not only did not hide but chose to confront them here. It was either arrogance or absolute confidence in his own strength. In response to Hu Shufeng's compliment, Bangu did not engage further. His eyes were only on Hu Shufeng as he calmly said, "This formation is prepared to prevent anyone from disturbing us." Oh, is that so? Hu Shufeng stopped. Stroking his beard, flipped his palm, and with a slap to the ground, he soared into the air, passing through the formation and arriving in front of Bangu. Bangu chuckled lightly, a wicked smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and then both of their figures simultaneously vanished from the spot. The next moment, intense sounds of fighting erupted from the center of the nearby woods, with explosions and trees toppling, dust filling the air. Outside the formation, members of the Dark River Assassins took out their pre-prepared ranged weapons and began shooting at the people inside the formation in rounds. Whoosh! 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 The weapons used by the Dark River were quite varied, employing not only domestic weaponry but also those from various foreign nations. Bows, darts, shurikens, clink, 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 clink. The people inside the formation were like lions in a cage, facing the attacks from outside. They could only passively defend. This formation allowed those outside to attack those inside, but those inside could not launch an attack outward, nor could they escape. Once they touched the edge of the formation, they would be blocked by the energy wall of the formation. They could not break out like Hu Shufeng, relying on sheer strength. Thus inside this formation, they were treated as live targets with no means to fight back, which was quite frustrating. Be careful. Most of the people inside the Dark Department could still respond calmly to the attacks from the ranged weapons outside, but they also had to consider the safety of the young man. Ever since the formation was activated, he had been holding a compass, eyes closed in deep concentration. The captain of the Dark Department led his men to shield the young man, using superb swordsmanship to block all attacks. Protect Mr. Wu. A few subordinates of the Dark Department, upon receiving the order, fearlessly stood in front of the young man, guarding against the relentless attacks from the other side. You are already like rabbits in a cage. No matter how you struggle, it will only lead to death. I advise you to die obediently, and I can at least make your deaths a bit more dignified. The woman outside the formation laughed maniacally, pulling back an arrow tied with a lit talisman. Whoosh! The arrow shot through the air, aimed at the young man. Clang! The arrow was blocked by a blade, but they could not withstand the shockwave from the exploding talisman. Boom! Ugh! Ah! Cries of agony came from within the formation as Dark Department members were injured by the explosion. Damn it! This witch is targeting Mr. Wu, knowing he can't move, focusing her attacks on him. Mr. Wu, what is he doing? Why is he not moving? I don't know, but before we set out, the higher-ups instructed us to ensure Mr. Wu's safety at all costs. The captain of the dark department, with eyes closed and silently reciting a spell, understood in his heart but said nothing, taking action to protect the young man. The other side seized this weakness and launched targeted attacks. Although they knew that protecting Mr. Wu meant taking damage, risking injury or even death, every member of the dark department showed resolute expressions, with no one choosing to retreat.
Oh, this is interesting.
Such a scene of life and death, I almost feel moved.
The woman
said insincerely, drawing back her bow with 3 arrows, each tied with an explosive talisman. Whoosh, 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 3 arrows shot out, and a member of the dark division had been waiting in the shadows
for a long time.
With 2 quick steps forward, the glint of a blade flashed, and before the arrows could reach Mr. Wu and the others, he swiftly severed the bowstrings with 3 precise cuts.
The tips of the
arrows continued to fly forward, easily intercepted by the other members of the dark division protecting the young man, while the arrow tails, tied with explosive talismans, were deflected and exploded in midair.
The dark division member also skillfully used the delay of the explosion to evade the shockwave. You cut my arrows.
Very good. Your agility has earned my recognition. But you can stop 3 arrows. Can
you stop 30, or even more?
The woman called out, and all the assassins behind her drew their longbows, replacing the arrows with more powerful explosive talismans. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the space. They were positioned for a concentrated strike, and under such a dense barrage, complete interception was impossible.
Boom, 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 boom.
The arrows overwhelmed them, and a series of explosions erupted around them, but as the smoke cleared, the people at the center of the explosions remained unharmed.
A large energy
shield formed in front of them, a protective technique of the dark division that consumed physical strength and magical energy to create an absolute defense barrier.
However, this energy shield could
not be maintained for long, and once used up, everyone would enter a state of weakness.
Oh,
quite resilient, the woman said, her expression darkening as she saw the people within the formation.
Unharmed. But I want to see how long you can hold out.
With that, she immediately concentrated her firepower for an assault, wave after wave of vigorous attacks finally causing the energy shield to
tremble and crack.
This is bad. The external assault is too fierce, leading to excessive consumption of magical energy.
We don't have enough left, said a slightly burly member of the dark division.
Everyone understood that once the energy shield was broken, they would have to face the enemy's assault head-on.
Captain, do we really have to risk everything for him? He's just standing there like a live target.
Yes. The dark division captain's words were brief but resolute. Although the burly member was reluctant, he still obeyed the order, vowing to protect the young man at all costs.
Ding, ding ding, crack, crack.
After holding on for several minutes, the energy shield shattered, and the members of the dark division were all hit by the backlash, spitting blood.
Most of them unable to stand upright.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
But the enemy showed no mercy. Instead, they intensified their firepower, aiming to wipe them out in one go.
We're done for. I never expected to die in such a pathetic way.
Damn, I'm really not willing to accept this.
If I could just get out there to fight, I would definitely tear them apart.
We've done our best, no regrets.
As they watched the explosive arrows shooting towards them, they had no strength left to resist and could only watch as the arrows approached, waiting for death.
Boom!
But at that moment, the formation on the ground began to operate again, the arrangement of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams changing.
Reversed the heavenly gang.
The young man, whom they referred to as Mr. Wu, opened his eyes at a critical moment, and the compass in his hand shone brightly, causing the formation beneath his feet to shift positions.
Clang, clang, rumble.
The arrows that were about to hit them suddenly encountered an invisible wall blocking their path, and the shockwaves from the explosions were all deflected. Those with sharp eyes would notice that this spatial wall was the formation's light wall that had previously blocked the
dark division's attack and exit. Everyone, thank you for buying me precious time.
I had a little mishap. I thought I could just break the formation, but then I felt it wasn't enough fun, so I modified the formation a bit. After opening his eyes, the young man slightly bowed to the members of the dark
division in gratitude. What happened? Our arrows were all blocked by the formation?
Seeing this scene, the woman couldn't help but exclaim, "Kid, what
have you done?"
The young man gently tapped the compass, and dark green light mist gradually gathered into a series of crossbow arrows.
He smiled and said, "It's nothing, just turned the formation in a different direction. Now, you are inside the formation and we are outside. Next, let you experience the feeling of being beaten without the ability to fight back. Enjoy it, and good luck to you."
As soon as the young man finished speaking, over 100 dark green arrows had formed behind him like a force of 1,000 pounds, and 100 arrows were shot simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark green light arrows pierced through the formation, charging straight towards the assassin group.
Furious lion, roar.
One of the assassins in the group clasped his hands together in a flower bud shape, gathering energy and charging forward. A lion formed from energy surged forth, its fangs bared, disrupting the arrow formation, but it only managed to block the front row of light arrows, while the subsequent arrows pierced through its body, nailing it to the ground, and finally
dissipating into light points with a mournful cry.
Seeing this, the assassins behind each displayed their skills to fend off the dark green light arrows, but one
assassin was shot through by an arrow due to underestimating them.
Watching her relatively strong subordinate get killed in one hit, the woman's expression had turned
quite ugly. Who exactly are you?
Looking at the young man in front of her who could not only modify high-level formations but also unleash such a wide-ranging
magical skill, his strength was extraordinary, far from ordinary.
I am Wu Qingfeng from the Alliance of Friends. The young man replied in a clear voice.
You are the most outstanding hidden class formation master in Xinjiang in recent years, Wu Qingfeng, combining the other party's appearance, age, and the uniqueness of his weapon. The woman thought of Wu Qingfeng, a descendant of the Wu family known for their yin-yang masters. It was rumored that this young man inherited the family's I Ching at the age of 12, could open 3 orifices, and his mental strength was several times that of his peers. He successfully changed jobs last year, ranking in the top 300 in the college entrance examination in the entire Dongjiang region, and within just a year of entering university he had already surpassed level 20. Aha, you must be talking about me. Indeed it is you, but what is the Alliance of Friends? I've never heard of it. Oh, that? It's an alliance formed by my friends who enjoy sharing witty jokes.
You see, the prefix in the name makes it sound a bit more impressive, Wu Qingfeng said, scratching his cheek with his index finger.
The woman's mouth twitched. Is this guy a clown invited by a monkey? The Alliance of Friends? Are you kidding me? Oh, by the way, it's time for a reversal. Does anyone want to surrender?
If you surrender now, you can avoid physical punishment, otherwise, you know the consequences.
Wu Qingfeng's
eyes were small, and no matter what kind of smile he wore, his eyes would curve into crescents.
He cast a recovery magic array for the dark members beside
him, allowing them to regain some stamina and magical energy in a short time.
They had just been beaten so badly in the cage and couldn't fight back. They had been
holding back their immense anger, and now with the positions of the formations reversed, the assassins could not leave the formation or attack outside, while they
could attack inside. They would definitely repay tooth for tooth. Moreover, the cruelty of their methods must be repaid double. Facing the persuasion to surrender,
the woman's expression was cold, and she scoffed lightly. Dream on. She signaled her 2 subordinates with a glance. The 2 of them braced themselves, hands crossed. Whoosh! The woman took a running leap and landed steadily on their hands, then their veins bulged as they exerted all their strength to throw her up. She drew 2 knives, crossing them in a cross shape, and at the top of the formation she slashed out 2 waves of knife energy.
The 2 waves of knife energy had substance resembling long crescent moons, unparalleled like a hanging Milky Way.
Clang! Above the formation, the crystalline barrier of the array appeared, and after a moment of stalemate, the blade energies suddenly collapsed, with some of the energy waves rebounding back. The woman, with her dual blades crossed in front of her,
was smashed down by the energy wave. How is this possible? Mr. Bangu said that the weakest point of this formation is right above it. As long as the power is concentrated at one point, it can break through the formation. The woman, landing on the ground, left a deep drag mark as she looked up at the formation, her voice filled with doubt.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention, I slightly reinforced this formation, especially the area above it, and specifically patched it up several times. Wu Qingfeng explained kindly. This appearance made the opponents grit their teeth in anger. You, seeing the other party's furious desire to eliminate her but having no way to do so, Wu Qingfeng added insult to injury. Don't be in such a hurry to get angry, because there's more to be angry about later.
After Wu Qingfeng
finished speaking, the members of the dark department behind him had already recovered, standing up to stretch their muscles.
Thank you, Mr. Wu. You're too polite.
Everyone, I don't need to elaborate on how they treated you just now. New grudges and old debts, let's settle them all at once, Wu Qingfeng said with a
smile.
The crowd cracked their knuckles, readying their skills, looking at the assassins within the formation, killing intent soaring. Sir, next, it's up to us. Under the sparse moonlight, Lu Feng completed 2 warrior-level clearances in Windmoon City, successfully raising his level to 14. At level 14, Lu Feng's total health value had already surpassed 30,000. And his intelligence points had increased by a full 100, from 300 to 400, which meant that all summoned beasts' attributes received a 25% boost. Most notably, his magic power had doubled again, breaking the 100,000 mark. Magic power 122880. Looking at this value, Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. It's doubled again, with 120,000 magic power. A single basic fire spell can deal nearly 200,000 damage. The legendary general who can move mountains and fill seas might be able to fight me now. Lu Feng's strength had long surpassed that of a battle academy level, but he had no clear concept of the strength of a general, so he imagined it with the highest estimate. Even so, he felt that he should be able to face a general head-on now. With the eye technique of a 7th tier and magic power exceeding 100,000, with these 2 trump cards, he was confident he could venture into that dragon's den and tiger's lair alone. Lingyue, I have something to do. I'm going out for a bit. You go home first. Lu Feng planned to head to the agreed location early, taking advantage of the night to catch the other party off guard. Otherwise, if he waited until tomorrow morning when the other party was fully prepared, his chances of winning would decrease. He pursued absolute certainty, leaving no room for error. Brother, where are you going so late? Lu Lingyue asked worriedly. Is it related to Dad? It was already past midnight and there hadn't been a call from home. Coupled with Lu Feng's various unusual behaviors, Lu Lingyue wasn't foolish and had sensed something. Under the moonlight, Lu Feng's silhouette stretched long as he slowly turned his head, speaking firmly. Don't worry, I'll be with Dad and come home safely. Wait. Lu Lingyue called out to Lu Feng, clenching her hands. Brother, you must be careful. Lu Feng smiled slightly, gently responding with an as crows circled above him and he disappeared into the shadows. Under the moonlit sky, the guards stationed outside the city gate yawned. In another hour, it will be dawn. Why do I feel especially sleepy today? Usually, I don't feel anything until the rooster crows. Hee, it's probably because your little fairy at home has worn you out these past few days. Go to hell. Who says I'm lacking in vitality? I'm quite vigorous. You think I earned the title of 7 times a night for nothing? Ahem, it might just be the recent change in weather. Once dawn breaks and we switch shifts, I won't drink soy milk anymore. I'll order a bowl of black chicken soup. A few guards joked around, as this was the time when the city gate had the fewest people. Almost no one would come by, and they had the leisure to chat, preventing them from dozing off in the latter half of the night. Quack, quack, quack. Just as they were chatting, a large flock of crows was circling in the sky above the city, flying towards the outside, passing right over their heads. What the hell? How can there be so many crows at this time? I usually only see a few perched in the trees at dusk. Look now, the ones flying in the sky are densely packed. It looks like a black cloud, quite eerie. The guard who had just joked about his colleague hiding a little demon based on his professional instinct took out the binoculars hanging around his neck to observe the flock of crows above. These crows looked somewhat different from the ones they usually saw. They seemed much larger than ordinary crows, their feathers glossy with a unique metallic black sheen, and their eyes were not the usual yellow but a sinister crimson red. Something's not right. He sensed something was off and zoomed in with the binoculars, letting the other guards take a look as well. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that above the center of the crow flock there seemed to be a figure. Did you see that? There's a person above the crows in the center. No way. How could a person stand above crows and fly in the sky? Besides, those crows flew out from the city. Controlling crows to fly in the air? That's unheard of. Could it be a big shot from the city? But that shouldn't be. If they wanted to leave the city, they could just do it openly. No need to fly over at this hour. Quick, report this matter. If something goes wrong, we can't take responsibility. The guards reached a consensus. They had no ability to intercept a flock of crows flying in the air, and the means to control them was too sinister. At this moment, the most important thing was to report the situation promptly. Ding-a-ling. Not long after, Chen Jiawei, who had just leaned back on the sofa for a short nap, was awakened by the phone ringing. Rubbing his furrowed brows, he answered the call. Mayor, the city defense department is reporting. Secretary Wang relayed the situation. The guards had seen to Chen Jiawei, who was equally shocked upon hearing the news. What did you say? The city defense department saw someone controlling a flock of crows flying out of the city? Are you sure these guys aren't seeing things? He knew many professional powerhouses in Wind City, but he had never heard of anyone whose abilities were related to crows. Moreover, the key point was that such means of flying in the air could not possibly be mastered by their level 20 professionals. Mayor, it has been confirmed multiple times, and the city defense department also sent back a video from the scene, which has been sent to your phone. Chen Jiawei opened the video file, and upon seeing the strange scene, his face once again showed shock, but along with the shock was a heavy seriousness. The sudden emergence of Lu Feng had stirred up dark currents in Wind City, and the disappearance of Lu Lianyu along with the personnel involved had already given him a headache. Now, with the appearance of this unknown powerhouse in the city, Chen Jiawei was even more worried. I understand. After closing the video, Chen Jiawei didn't express much. In fact, he couldn't do much. Secretary Wang, is there any news from Old Hu's side? The Dark Department just reported back that they encountered an attack from a group of assassins, and after a fierce battle, they are currently in a dominant position. Oh, these guys are so bold, they dare to take the initiative even with a war general among them? Yes, and it seems there is an extraordinary formation master in their ranks whose strength assessment has reached the level of a war general. Upon hearing this report, Chen Jiawei's expression darkened. It seemed his premonition was not wrong. A war general level enemy had indeed appeared. Tell me more about the situation. Old Hu was engaged in a one-on-one battle with that formation master, while the remaining dark forces are fighting against the assassin group under Mr. Wu's leadership. The assassin group has been completely suppressed. Defeating them is just a matter of time. At this point, Chen Jiawei's expression eased slightly. Remember to leave some alive. Yes. Also, when will the 2 war generals arrive at Lushan? They have quickened their pace, traveling day and night, and are expected to arrive at Lushan by 10 in the morning. Chen Jiawei glanced at the time on his watch. It was 5 in the morning. There are still 5 hours left. I hope nothing unexpected happens in between, and if we can wait for the 2 war generals to arrive for support, then everything will be settled. Keep a close watch and report to me immediately if there is any news. Understood. After ending the call, Chen Jiawei got up from the sofa and looked out at the sky, his expression filled with worry and melancholy.
Why do I still feel so uneasy inside? Sigh, I hope it's just my illusion. As dawn broke, a faint fish belly white spread across the sky. In the east, Lu Feng gazed at the sky about to brighten, urging the flock of crows to descend into the woods. Though little Demon's master-level skill, the Crow God's favor, allowed him to control all crows within 100 miles for his own use. Lu Feng extracted this skill through the Heavenly Dao contract, using the crows to carry him to Lushan outside the city, landing about 10 miles from the address given to him by that man in black. He also sent out a team of crows to scout the situation ahead. About an hour later, the sun had risen, and the little crows returned one after another, perching on Lu Feng's arm. Lu Feng used his demon eyes to read the memories from the crow's eyes. The details within a 30-mile radius were thoroughly investigated, and the first piece of news brought back was not about Lu Lianyu, but information from two battlefields. One was Wu Qingfeng leading the dark forces against the assassin group Dark River, and the other was Hu Shufeng battling the foreign assassins. Without needing to think, Lu Feng could guess that Qin Jiawei's people had already engaged with those who kidnapped Lu Lianyu. Finally, the crows located Lu Lianyu's position, which was less than 5 miles from where Wu Qingfeng and the others were fighting. It was an open area where Lu Lianyu was tied to a large tree to the north. However, this open area was not the agreed-upon meeting point with Lu Feng. There was also a Lu Lianyu at their agreed location, but that Lu Lianyu was a fake. Lu Feng quietly obtained first-hand information about the battlefield. With these little crows, it was as if he had opened a god's perspective. The enemy has 3 groups of people. 2 groups are fighting against the reinforcements, and 1 group should be lying in ambush at the designated location, ready to kill me. This is excellent. It greatly increases my chances of successfully rescuing my dad. If there were no reinforcements, he would have to deal with all these people himself. Now, with the external support from Feng City delaying them, Lu Feng's battle could be looser, allowing him to pay more attention to his dad's well-being. Facing this world's assassination organization for the first time, there had to be an adaptation process. If too many came at once, the intensity would be too high, leaving Lu Feng with little room for error. Now, only the group specifically lying in ambush for Lu Feng remained, and dealing with them would be more than enough. It's good that I arrived early, while they can't attend to both ends. I must quickly rescue my dad. The little crow discovered many trap devices at the meeting place of Lu Lianyu, with 7 killers lying in ambush in the bushes and woods. In the actual place where Lu Lianyu was held, there were at least 10 killers guarding him, and among them 2 possessed invisibility skills. It seems they are quite prepared, and they have given a high assessment of my combat power. This lineup against a high school student, should I be angry or honored? With all the battle readiness information clear in his mind, and having memorized the appearances, corresponding positions, and characteristics of the characters, Lu Feng headed towards the agreed location. In a clearing in the woods, the bound Lu Lianyu was trapped in a magical barrier. 2 black-robed killers, dozing off near the magical barrier, noticed someone approaching not far away. They slowly raised their heads and looked over as a handsome young boy stepped out from the shadows of the woods. Oh, when they saw it was Lu Feng, a mocking expression appeared on their faces. Wasn't it agreed to meet at 10 in the morning? Why are you so eager to come over? The one who spoke was a bald man with a scar at the corner of his left eye. He licked his lips, revealing a meaningful smile, the kind that looked at prey. I like to arrive a bit early for the agreed time. Lu Feng looked at the bald killer with a blank expression, but upon seeing Lu Lianyu behind him, his brows furrowed tightly. What do you want? Let my dad go. Kick. The bald killer's teeth were sharp like a shark's, and he chuckled. What do we want? Come closer, and I'll tell you. Just as he imagined, the high school student was indeed still a high school student. No matter how good his combat talent was, how mature could his mind be? Still so naive, asking a question that made him laugh out loud. What did they want? Was that even a question? Of course, to kill you. The corners of Lu Feng's mouth tightened, and with a wave of his hand, he declared, let my dad go. The bald killer's mocking smile grew wider as he stepped on Lu Lianyu. He's right in front of you, under my foot. What's wrong? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and save him. Let me see the once-in-a-century genius of Feng City, the one revered as a god, if he's really as powerful as the rumors say. Lu Feng clenched his fists, tension and anger evident on his face. Come out. Lu Feng summoned all 3 of his summoned beasts, and they charged at the bald killer. The bald killer did not dodge. Instead, he took out a scythe, gathering power for a horizontal slash, wanting to test the level of the opponent's summoned beasts. Clang! The scythe emitted a powerful magical energy, easily blocking the attack of the 3 summoned beasts and successfully repelling them, while he only took half a step back. Aha! Is that it? I thought the world was so powerful, but it seems it's just this. I thought this strike would at least force me to use my full strength or that I would be knocked back, but the result, TSK. The bald man had not even used his full strength in that strike and was able to repel the 3 summoned beasts. He felt that while the opponent did have some strength, it was far from the legendary level. He pointed the scythe at Lu Feng, the blade gleaming in the morning light. He no longer acted conservatively but contemptuously kicked Lu Lianyu aside and slowly walked towards Lu Feng with the scythe in hand. In response, a serious expression appeared on Lu Feng's face.
Take down this arrogant guy. Lu Feng commanded the summoned beasts to continue their attack on the bald killer. Whoosh! Suddenly, the bald assassin vanished from his original spot, reappearing 10 meters ahead of him in the next moment, then disappearing again, moving another dozen meters in the blink of an eye. This high-speed movement left Lu Feng and the 3 summoned beasts stunned and seeing. Their expressions only made the cold smile on the bald assassin's lips grow wider. Crack! With rapid displacement, swift evasion, and high mobility in combat, the 3 summoned beasts couldn't land a hit on him while he effortlessly glided between them, swinging his scythe, striking one blow after another, his movements smooth and perfectly connected. Kid, your summoned beasts have decent attributes, able to withstand so many of my attacks. That's commendable. But I'm not one of those rookie professionals you encountered in the novice village. In front of them, you're a god, but in front of a killer like me, you're just a pile of stinking dog shit. As the scythe swung rapidly, waves of air surged, and after a series of slashes, the 3 summoned beasts turned into sparkling dots. The cold smile on the bald assassin's face transformed into loud laughter, so confident that he didn't even look back. Seeing how easily the other had dealt with the 3 summoned beasts, Lu Feng involuntarily swallowed hard, stepping back 2 paces, his face showing a look of terror. How is this possible? Noticing Lu Feng's expression, the bald man rested the scythe on his shoulder and slowly walked towards the frightened Lu Feng, full of pride. The mortal world? Heh, it's just like this. The elders really overestimated you, preparing various traps and mechanisms for a little brat like you, even sending an entire team from the Dark River over. TSK, and what happened? A mere pawn like me took care of you. Of course, my strength ranks in the top 10 of the entire Dark River. Dying at my hands isn't a disgrace to your title of genius. Under the terror of the bald man, Lu Feng's legs went weak, unable to stand. Seeing this, the bald assassin burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, genius? Just a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet. The assassins lying in ambush near the bald man were now confused. From their perspective, after Lu Feng appeared in the clearing, the bald man seemed possessed, standing there with a blank stare, grinning. As he laughed, drool began to drip from his mouth. They were still puzzled about what was happening, thinking they could only contact the 2 elders behind them for instructions. At that moment, a flock of crows appeared above the trees, circling above them, then suddenly diving straight down towards their position without warning. The crows' feathers were like blades, and a single scratch would leave them bloodied. Several ambushed assassins had no choice but to leap out of their hiding spots, engaging in a struggle with the crows, exposing their positions. In the distance, the 2nd elder of the Dark River, watching everything through binoculars, furrowed his brow and asked, "What's going on over in Area 1? The meeting place they had arranged with Lu Feng was called Area 1, where the fake Lu Liang Yu was located, surrounded by traps, the first ring of the Heavenly Net plan, while Area 2 was their command center and the actual place where Lu Liang Yu was imprisoned. The 2nd elder and the scouts had been observing the situation in Area 1, and upon seeing the bald assassin frozen in place with a silly grin while the other ambush team members were attacked by the crows, even he, despite his rich experience, was caught off guard by this anomaly. 2nd elder, do we need to go take a look? In a concealed corner of the bushes, the figures of 2 invisible professionals slowly emerged, seeking orders from the man in black. Just as the man in black, the 2nd elder, was about to agree, his expression suddenly changed as he looked up. Whoosh! Boom! In the sky, an unknown object fell from above like a cannonball, directly smashing into the thicket where the 2 invisible assassins had just been. The force was so great that the bushes and the soil beneath them instantly vaporized, dust flying everywhere. The massive shockwave sent the 2 family heads retreating several dozen meters before they could finally stop. When the dust settled, the thicket had transformed into a pit over 10 meters in diameter, and the 2 professionals within had turned into a mushy paste. At the center of the pit stood a man with long hair flowing, muscles like steel, radiating a demonic light. As he rose, he let out a low roar, and with a gentle exhale, a thick steam formed around him. He fixed his gaze on the 2 family heads, his eyes glowing red like those of a hellish demon, sending chills down their spines. Boom! Instinctively, he dodged and jumped into the air, and sure enough, the spot where he had just stood was hit by another large pit. The strength of that body, the speed, and the explosive power were shocking. What is this sudden monster? Mother of the winds, please heed my call and grant me power. Power of the storm, wind blade. Faced with the attack, the assassins from Area 2 reacted quickly, with the main battle mage and 2 swordsmen taking the lead. The mage chanted wind magic, and arc-shaped blades of wind swished towards the attacker in front of them. Bang! The wind blade struck, and he didn't even dodge, crossing his arms in front of him. Bang bang bang! The wind blades hit the area around him, creating terrifying ravines, and he was enveloped in the storm's cutting force. Buzz! But when faced with the final wave, the most powerful and densely packed wind blades, the center of the storm suddenly came to a halt, and the wind energy was abruptly severed. As the wind dissipated, the demon spread his arms wide, and the wind blades struck him as if hitting a rock, instantly being deflected. How is this possible? My wind blades are 3rd-tier magic, and he actually withstood them with his body? The elemental mage, holding a magic staff, widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. The 2 swordsmen attacked from both sides, their long blades creating flowing arcs of light, slashing right and left, with no way for the opponent to evade. Clang! To their surprise, a long rake appeared, slanted in a hook shape, perfectly blocking their attack. Then, with a surge of power, a vortex rose from beneath him and a violent energy burst outward. Boom! The two were knocked back by this force, retreating a good 10 meters. What overwhelming power! They exchanged glances, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Aduras give taku kilo wang mastiai. Magic language. Translated, O faithful apostle who gazes upon the holy temple, may the sacred power accompany me, truly descending the world's judgment, cleansing the sins of causality. Behind the elemental mage stood a pure mage, his hands shining with golden magic light, his black robe rustling. He chanted a long incantation, and above the demon a massive magical halo appeared, within which fireballs rained down like a storm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The rake in the demon's hand spun like a propeller, and the fireball rain fell like flowing light, yet at its center it was as if a pure land existed. All the fireballs that touched the rake were deflected away. By the time the spell ended, he tightly gripped the rapidly spinning rake, which was still hot to the touch, with smoke rising from it. Looking at the scorched earth where he stood with the rake, hair flowing, everyone's face showed a serious expression. The magic casting ended, but the assassin group's attack on the demon did not cease. Two knife wielders once again entangled themselves, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed, the sound of blades clashing incessantly. While the three were locked in combat, from the first area came a series of anguished screams. The assassins in that area had inexplicably jumped into a trap, dying within it, while Lu Feng had also vanished from sight. The scout relayed this information in real time to the second-in-command, who, shocked, refocused his gaze on the demon. What on earth is happening? They were supposed to be the hidden assassins, so why were they the ones who had all exposed themselves? And where did this incredibly powerful demon come from? It couldn't possibly be Lu Feng's summoned beast, could it? Although he already had an answer in his mind, he was reluctant to accept this fact. A single summoned beast taking on their entire well-trained professional assassination team? That was simply too bizarre. It should be known that their lineup included warriors capable of fighting, and a summoned beast could rival a warrior? It was utterly incomprehensible. The intelligence report indicated that Lu Feng had 3 summoned beasts. Impossible. Can a professional who has only awakened for 13 days really reach such a terrifying level? The second-in-command, who had long been accustomed to bloodshed, felt that something was off, very off indeed. What kind of existence has the family head chosen as a target? And he saw the video sent back from the first area by the scout, dazed eyes, voluntarily seeking death? Such a skill was not mentioned in the previous data. Their assessment of Lu Feng's combat power was based on his achievements, and to ensure the mission's success, an additional level was added on top of that. With the current lineup and a series of routines and traps, even a warrior-level assassin had over a 60% chance of killing him. However, when facing Lu Feng's summoned beast, the second-in-command felt a ridiculous intuition that even they combined might not be able to defeat this summoned beast. Controlling the traps, bamboo arrows shot out, wooden boards filled with sharp blades, rolling stones, fireballs, and magical sulfuric acid. All traps were deployed, but the demon's summoned beast before them had a physical body stronger than imaginable. These ordinary means had little effect on it. Aside from the magical sulfuric acid causing some minor flesh wounds, the remaining physical traps were no different from mere tickles. These chain traps that could annihilate countless professionals seem like mere decorations in front of it. Our attacks can't inflict significant damage on it. This guy's resistance is absolutely outrageous. The mage was casting speed and attack enhancement spells on the 2 knife wielders in front, barely managing to entangle it, sweat already beading on his forehead. Those 2 can be considered among the top assassins in our line of work. They have even wounded warrior-level fighters before. Yet now, with a significant magical attribute boost, they can only barely maintain a stalemate together? How strong must this summoned beast be? Second-in-command, if you don't take action soon, we might not last much longer. Upon hearing this, the second-in-command's face showed even more conflict. His long-standing plan was to implement the decapitation strategy himself, conserving strength to eliminate Lu Feng. But now, with Lu Feng's whereabouts unknown and unable to deal with the summoned beast in front of him, he found himself in a dilemma. That kid must have gone to rescue the hostage. With explosive earth guarding them, he can't possibly take the hostage away safely. And the summoned beast we are dealing with now should be one that he has used some means to concentrate all its power into, raising its strength to a terrifying dimension. As long as we defeat it, he will have no support left. And usually, such means require a very high price, with backlash being quite normal. It won't last long. As long as you make a move, it will surely be easy to capture. The magician analyzed the situation, and the 2 guardians felt there was some truth to it. He made a decision, slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a copper-colored aura erupted from his body. This was the fighting spirit that only a 4th-tier paladin could master. The fighting spirit was unmatched, and with the blessing of the holy sword, it could shatter all impurities in the world. Oh, Lord of the Earth, I am your devout apostle. Please heed my call and grant me the power of the earth. Rock spike. The magician chanted earth magic, and the elemental mage combined it with the power of wood elements, causing vines to grow and roots to emerge from the ground, binding Shui Shui's rake. Then, the ground beneath him instantly turned to rock, which sprang him into the air as if it had springs at the bottom. In the air, there were no points of force to dodge, and with the rake controlled by the vines, the two swordsmen seized the opportunity, leaping high from both sides, gathering their strength, their blade energy surging. Two streaks of blade light shot towards Shuai Shuai in the air, who could not evade and extended his arms to block. Clang! The blade energy struck his arms, leaving circular cuts, blood flowing from the wounds. Seeing that their charged attack only caused such minor injuries, the two swordsmen frowned simultaneously, then their expressions hardened as they unleashed a flurry of blade energy. Clang 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 clang. Shuai Shuai was covered by the blade energy, cuts appearing on his arms, legs, and body, as if sliced by fine steel wires. Whoosh! As the blade energy subsided, the two had already moved to Shuai Shuai's sides, with the swordsman on the right slashing at his neck and the one on the left targeting his abdomen. Crack! Shuai Shuai spread his arms, gripping one of the sword hilts. At that moment, the guardian, enveloped in fighting spirit, made his move. He had been waiting for a chance to deliver a fatal blow, and now, that opportunity had come. The copper fighting spirit gathered on the holy sword, his face twisted in rage as he swung the sword down fiercely. Crack! The copper brilliance surged, the fighting spirit howled, and this sword struck with the force to topple mountains, causing several nearby large trees to be injured by the residual sword energy crashing down. As for Shuai Shuai, a shocking blood mark appeared on his chest, with half of the sword embedded in his flesh. What? The two guardians were stunned, as were the two swordsmen and the magician below. The fourth-tier paladin's full-force holy strike could not obliterate him, nor could it even split him in half. It barely sank into his flesh by less than an inch. This was simply jaw-dropping. What was this monster's body made of? Its defenses and health points must have reached a perverse level. In the classification of professions, there are 9 tiers from beginner to advanced, and the division of combat power corresponds from warrior to war god. A 4th-tier professional, even if just entering the field, would at least be of the caliber of a top-tier warrior school, and most war generals are also at this 4th-tier level. While tier does not equate to combat power, it greatly influences it. A 4th-tier paladin's full-force strike, even a warrior in high level armor of the same tier would be split in half without evasion, yet Shuai Shuai before them had withstood it with his flesh. Moreover, what left them speechless was that his wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing speed. Still reeling from the shock, Shuai Shuai had already countered, kicking out and striking the second family head in the stomach. Blood gushed from his mouth as he shot down from the air, crashing into the ground. Roar! Its hands gripped the blade tightly, the skull beads at its waist glowing red, a surge of black energy clinging to its arms. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, it brought both hands, along with the blade and the person, together. What's going on? My hands can't leave the hilt. The two swordsmen tried to abandon their blades and flee, but were astonished to find their hands stuck as if glued, unable to break free, forced to watch as they collided with each other. Crack! The two crashed in front of Shuai Shuai, dazed and disoriented from the impact, their teeth shattered and faces twisted. Shuai Shuai snapped one of the swords, bringing the blade down on the neck of the closer swordsman. The carotid artery was severed, black blood gushing forth, followed among the members of the Dark River watching over Lu Lianyu, a man with hair like black satin, neatly combed. With a part, listened to the fierce sounds of fighting not far away, his brow furrowed. I wonder what's happening over there. Baotu, you don't need to worry about it. Our task is to keep an eye on the hostage and when necessary, wait for orders from above to take him over. Another killer with dyed blonde hair and a slender build, chewing gum, replied flippantly. With 2 parents in Area 2, what could possibly happen? To put it bluntly, we're just here to watch the show. A whole assassination team dealing with a high school student seems like overkill to me. How much are we being underestimated? They really think we're just a bunch of nobodies. I don't know what the parents are thinking. Baotu's expression was solemn, completely different from the blonde's thoughts. The 2 parents have never acted without reason. There's a rationale behind this arrangement, so we must not be careless. Moreover, even if the target is just a high school student, he has the government backing him. Upon hearing this, the blonde killer scoffed. The government? Just those dark operatives. It's not that. I looked down on them. Last time, I killed 6 of their level 18 operatives like they were chickens. Baotu didn't refute this. Indeed, last time, the blonde had single-handedly taken down 6 level 18 operatives. He looked at a tall, burly man beside him who rarely smiled. Forget it, big guy, stay alert. I have a feeling something nearby is watching us, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Shoo shoo. The blonde whistled to himself, walked over to Lu Liangyu by the tree, playfully kicked him a couple of times, and laughed mockingly. Old man, you can really sleep. Did you have any good dreams last night? Lu Liangyu slowly woke up, and upon seeing the teasing expression on the blonde's face, he looked around in panic. He was in a sparsely populated forest, and his whole body was tied up with ropes. Who are you? What do you want with me? Recalling his journey, he remembered being notified by government personnel to be escorted back to Feng City and being told how excellent his son was in Feng City. He had been overjoyed, looking forward to reuniting with his family. But just as they were about to arrive in Feng City, the escort team was attacked. He was just an ordinary person. He couldn't get involved in the battle of professionals and could only hide in the car during the chaos. Before long, the Attackers gained the upper hand, and the situation turned one-sided. They killed the government escort team and dragged Lu Liangyu out of the car, knocking him unconscious. When he woke up again, he found himself in this unfamiliar environment. I remember you, you're that murderer. You cruelly killed so many government personnel, you will eventually face retribution. The blonde killer stepped on Lu Liangyu's chest. Retribution? You talk to me about retribution, ha ha ha, that's quite laughable. And don't count those deaths on my head, I was just following orders. The order was to take you away and leave no survivors. What could I do? Then it can only be one knife at a time, killing them. The blonde shrugged, laughing cruelly. Their desperate expressions, the unwillingness and fear they showed before dying, still linger in my mind. Ha ha. Listening to the other's description, the righteous Lu Liangyu said angrily, You devil, how can you trample on the lives of others like this? I'm just an ordinary citizen. Why do you have to do this? That's right, you are indeed an ordinary person, as ordinary as can be. But your good son is extraordinary. He is a once-in-a-century genius from Feng City, worshipped and flattered by countless professionals. The strength of the yellow-haired man on top of Lu Liangyu gradually increased, and blood began to seep from the corner of Lu Liangyu's mouth. Lu Liangyu was an honest and diligent man, but that didn't mean he wasn't smart. Combining the words of the yellow-haired killer with the current situation, he instantly realized that these guys were after Lu Feng. You want to use me to threaten Xiao Chen? Not a threat, but to use you as bait to kill your precious son here. The yellow-haired man's eyes bulged like marbles as he leaned in close to Lu Liangyu, smugly revealing this to him. Seeing the change in Lu Liangyu's expression, he felt quite satisfied. He enjoyed the thrill of the cat and mouse game, the cruel double torture both physically and psychologically. At this moment, he wanted to plunge Lu Liangyu into despair, making him helpless to do anything but watch his son jump into the fire pit. It won't happen, Xiao Chen won't come. You will never succeed. Oh, that's too bad. Your son is very filial. He has already come alone to meet us. Listen, can you hear that wonderful sound of fighting coming from next door? That violent crashing sound, could it be the sound of your son's bones breaking and blood flowing? Beaten to a pulp, and then, shut up, you madman, let me go. I need to save Xiao Chen, let me go. Lu Liangyu struggled, but the yellow-haired killer just smiled and clicked his tongue, contentedly exclaiming, I love seeing the emotional outburst of prey in their moment of despair. Weaklings, your sense of helplessness truly fascinates me. Come back to me. The yellow-haired killer, pleased with breaking Lu Liangyu's spirit, walked away without looking back, heading to a nearby bush to relieve himself. Ha! He whistled while urinating. The splashes of water from the worms danced freely. He was completely unaware that in a patch of grass ahead, a hidden creature was stirring. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure emerged from the grass in front of him, and a bamboo arrow shot out directly. The yellow-haired killer was startled. Years of professional reflexes made him quickly form a protective shield in front of him, but that seemingly thick shield was as fragile as tofu against the small bamboo arrow, shattering upon impact. Then, to his shock, the bamboo arrow broke through the shield and struck his little worm. The smooth flow of life instantly contracted and stopped, the poison spreading, and the hit area turned black and purple, rotting away completely. Watching his lifeline completely ruined before his eyes, the yellow-haired killer wore a face of despair. In that moment, he thought of everything from his past life to this one, with the most frequent thoughts being of ancient eunuchs and neutered cats. Anger then flashed across his face, but before he could make a move, a wave of immense weakness surged from every cell in his body. His life force was plummeting rapidly, and with a heavy thud, his heart stopped beating in less than 2 seconds. Hiding in the grass was naturally Xiaomo, who had been waiting for a long time, just waiting for the opponent to let their guard down to deliver a fatal blow. With such close proximity and the opponent unprepared, the chance of dodging the bamboo arrow was almost zero. Hitting the vital point, the damage from the bamboo arrow took him out. The little yellow-haired man wanted Lu Liangyu to helplessly watch Lu Feng walk to his death and experience that despair, so now let him first experience the helplessness of watching his brother leave him, and then he would join him. Pa! Looking at the yellow-haired killer, whose body had turned dark purple and was dead beyond recovery, Xiao Mo spat in disdain. In fact, given his current stats, it would have been easy to instantly kill the yellow-haired killer. With a sneak attack, the reason for using the bamboo arrow to torment him was to give Lu Feng and Lu Liangyu a chance to vent their anger. The summoned beasts are all spiritual, let alone high-tier summoned beasts like Xiao Mo. Ahaha. Bao Tu and the tall assassin noticed something unusual, and as they hurried over, they glanced at the corpse in front of them, then at Xiao Mo, who revealed 2 gleaming white front teeth, a signature smile of mockery. Summoned beast? They cautiously retreated to Lu Liangyu's side and activated a mechanism. The photon bindings surged towards Xiao Mo like strands of kelp, but to their astonishment, this little thing displayed an astonishing level of agility, easily dodging the high-speed, dense photon bindings with its nimble movements. So fast. The burly man beside Bao Tu, also a summoner, knew well how incredible it was to achieve such agility in a summoned creature. After a brief moment of surprise, the burly man muttered something under his breath, and suddenly, a gust of eerie wind swept through. The ground beneath Xiao Mo began to tremble, and then a summoned creature burst forth from the earth. It was a giant snake, as thick as a tree trunk, opening its massive jaws and lunging upward to bite. Crack! The giant snake swallowed Xiao Mo whole, but Xiao Mo remained unfazed, using a trident to brace against the creature's upper and lower jaws. Then, with two unremarkable elemental poison darts, the fierce and domineering giant snake, after a low growl, disintegrated into sparkling particles. With a loud bang. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo, holding the trident, descended from the air and returned to the ground. What? How is this possible? The burly man's face was filled with shock as the summoner of that giant snake. He had clearly seen his summoned beast's hundreds of thousands of health points vanish in an instant. What did it do? My snake just disappeared like that? His Yulon snake was a tier 3 creature capable of contending with other professionals at level 21, yet it couldn't last 2 seconds against this little thing? Don't be fooled by its appearance. Its stats are very high, with the ability to instantly kill targets. Glancing at the corpse of the yellow-haired man on the ground and recalling his own summoned beast's experience, the burly man urgently warned. Bao Tu nodded, and a clump of white clay emerged from his sleeve, flipping over in his palm to form a ball. He quickly stepped in front of Lu Lianyu and pressed the clay ball into the ground. Cartoon. The white clay beneath the ground pulsed like a breathing heart, extending vein-like light outward, covering the entire underground area, then drawing out a short sword to press against Lu Lianyu's neck, glaring fiercely at Xiao Mo. I warn you, don't come over, or you'll face the consequences. The burly man summoned the remaining 3 summoned beasts, surrounding them in the center. Xiao Mo obediently stood still, not approaching, which eased Bao Tu's expression slightly. He then scanned the surroundings like a hawk and coldly said, "The one behind, are you not going to show yourself? Come out, I know you're hiding nearby." Although he couldn't understand why someone from the first district would let people run to the rear, he had no time to think about it now. Moreover, this seemingly soft and cute yet extremely dangerous Xiao Mo forced him to keep his nerves taut. He felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he sensed a chilling cold from within. Whoosh! A massive blue fireball surged from an unknown source, and at the same time, the large tree beside him seemed to come alive, reaching out its arms, branches, towards Bao Tuesday Mountain's shield. The burly summoner formed hand seals, using a summoner skill to enhance the shield-type summoned beast. In an instant, the enormous creature, now holding a steel shield, visibly grew larger, and the shield was enveloped in a layer of special protective glow. Boom! The blue flames collided with the battle shield, astonishingly reducing it to ashes in a terrifying display, so fast that the melting process was barely visible. Whoosh! The battle shield turned to ash, engulfed by the blue flames, as the summoned beast howled, instantly reduced to nothing but bone dust. This can't be real. A single fireball defeated my strongest defensive summoned beast? Not to mention, at the same level, even a level 25 mage, with the shield's protection, couldn't inflict fatal damage. Even if the shield was discarded and the mage was allowed to attack, with its physical resistance and health, 100 magical skills might not be enough to kill it. But now, you tell me that under full defense, a meat tank summoned beast was taken out by a fireball? Batu grabbed Lu Lianyu, using him as a shield against the attacking vines, and whenever an attack was about to hit, the vines would pause their assault as if they had a mind of their own. He jumped beside the burly man, grabbing Lu Lianyu by the neck and shouting, "Hey, if you make any more moves, don't blame me for being ruthless." Thud, thud, thud. From the shadow ahead, Lu Feng, with a little demon perched on his shoulder, slowly stepped into the clearing before them. Target identified. Lu Feng, it really is you. Is there anyone else? Bring them out. Seeing who had arrived, Batu kept a wary eye on Lu Feng, gripping Lu Lianyu tightly. Xiaochen, don't worry about me, just go. Lu Lianyu shouted anxiously upon seeing Lu Feng, but Batu tightened his grip, choking him so that he couldn't speak, his face turning red. Seeing this, Lu Feng's expression darkened. It's just me, no one else. He had considered countless ambush strategies, but had no confidence in taking out all 3 assassins at once. If he couldn't eliminate them in one go, Lu Lianyu could be caught in the crossfire. After all, he was an ordinary person who couldn't withstand even a little harm. He also knew they had many hidden means to control him. Lu Feng couldn't afford to take any risks. Reluctantly, he could only settle for less, choosing to take down the blonde one first, testing the hidden tactics around them in the ensuing battle. Then he would engage the remaining 2 assassins, needing some time to prepare a few things. Impossible. You're just a kid, how could your summoned beast be so strong? The battle over there is still ongoing, how could it be just you? Besides, someone clearly used advanced elemental magic earlier. There must be a powerful mage hiding in the shadows. Perhaps even a magic tutor, ready to strike at any moment. The burly man, who was usually taciturn, shouted in disbelief. Lu Feng helplessly lowered his head and shook it, saying, "The battle over there is my other summoned beast fighting your people. The remaining 2 are right here. As for the magical flames you mentioned." Lu Feng slowly raised his head, extending his right hand, where elements gathered in his palm, a wisp of blue flame rising. This should be it. Seeing the blue spirit fire in Lu Feng's palm, the burly man's face showed disbelief. A blue magical fireball? You're a summoner, how can you use elemental magic? Who says a summoner can't use magical skills? Lu Feng played with the flame in his hand, slowly walking towards them. At this, the burly man was even more shocked. A summoner could control elements so skillfully, and the power of that fireball left him dumbfounded, still unable to recover from the shock. TCH. Watching the other party's nonchalant expression as if everything was under their control made Bato very displeased. He admitted that the boy was much stronger than he had imagined, even to the point of being unfathomable. Facing him gave a heart-pounding feeling, but now the initiative was in their hands, with a hostage in their possession who could threaten Lu Feng. Kid, you're strong, but I hope you understand your current situation. Your dad is in our hands. Analyzing the two previous battles, he was certain that he and the burly man would no longer be Lu Feng's opponents. Therefore, to achieve their goal, they could only act on the hostage. That was their trump card. To be honest, from the moment you appeared, you were destined to die. Beneath our feet, the ground is filled with my clay bombs, and I can detonate them at any time. Once they explode, their power is comparable to a small nuclear bomb, leveling everything within a kilometer. Hearing the threat of the bombs, Lu Feng's expression was nonchalant. Then why don't you detonate them? Isn't your goal to get rid of me? What, are you afraid of dying and don't want to accompany me to the grave? Ha, that's a choice I won't make unless absolutely necessary, and right now there's a plan that can satisfy both sides. Oh, let's hear it. That is, you take your own life. Then the nuclear bomb underground won't be needed. The words of the burly man amused Lu Feng. What makes you think I would commit suicide? What makes me think? Because your father is in our hands. You have no choice. If you resist instead of cooperating, I will detonate the bomb and we all go to hell together. But if you can choose to commit suicide, aside from your death, we can all live, including your father. I guarantee that after you die, he will be safely returned to Feng City. The burly man informed Lu Feng of the current situation. In any scenario, Lu Feng was doomed. The difference was that the latter could save Lu Lianyu, and any normal person in his position would choose the former. It's indeed a good proposal, Lu Feng said with a smile. I'm going to die anyway. If I take my own life, you won't have to bury me, and my father will have a chance to live. It's a win-win solution. But let's say, is there a third possibility? As he approached within 3 meters of the burly man, Lu Feng stopped. That is, my father and I are safe, and you two go to hell. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, the burly man seemed to have heard the funniest joke. At this point, you're still daydreaming. Let me emphasize again, you, Lu Feng, cannot leave here alive. Either you die alone, or everyone dies together. The burly man activated the magic energy within him, and glowing veins appeared on both him and Lu Lianyu, the light emanating from the explosive clay embedded in their bodies. Stop thinking about unrealistic things. The explosive clay has already been implanted in your father's body. If I want him dead, it's just a thought away. Just one thought, and the explosive clay in his body will be activated, leading to a massive explosion. I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. 5, 4. Wait. Lu Feng interrupted him. Before you make a decision, I have a question. Is this explosive clay within the realm of earth elements? Of course it is. The burly man didn't understand why Lu Feng was asking this and replied impatiently. Why do you ask that? Nothing, just curious. Oh right, I've made my decision. Lu Feng took a deep breath and closed his eyes. So what's your decision? My father and I live, and you two die. You bastard, the burly man cursed, but in the next moment Lu Feng suddenly opened his eyes, which were eerily red. Quack, quack, quack. The surroundings changed in an instant. Everyone beside Bato vanished, and the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, with crows circling overhead. What is this? Ding! He hadn't yet reacted to the sudden change in environment when he felt his body become involuntarily immobile. Only his consciousness remained. What's going on? What happened? Is it an illusion? He looked in terror at the boy in front of him. With eerie red eyes, countless possibilities flashing through his mind. But isn't he a summoner? Not only can he use elemental magic, but he can also use illusions? And when did I fall under an illusion just because I looked into his eyes? He tried to channel the magic energy within him but was astonished to find he could sense none. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Feng approached him expressionlessly with a small knife in hand, then thrust. The knife plunged into his abdomen. Bato's eyes widened, his pupils constricting, the transmission of pain overwhelming. Ugh! In this dominion of space, the sensation of pain was magnified tenfold. After inserting the knife into his abdomen, the small blade twisted and turned, the agony making Bato wish for death. Finally, Lu Feng directly reached into his abdomen and pulled out his intestines. Watching himself being eviscerated, feeling the tenfold pain, Bato wanted to faint but couldn't. He could only endure this dual torment of body and mind. As the pain drove him to the brink of collapse, Bato's consciousness shattered, but just a breath later, he awoke, his body restored, facing Lu Feng once more. This time, in the illusionary space, there were several Lu Fengs, each holding tools, some with small knives to cut open his belly, some to gouge out his eyes, and others using pliers to rip off his fingernails and pierce his fingers with bamboo sticks. The sounds of his anguished screams echoed. He wept bitterly, wanting to die, yet his consciousness remained painfully clear. After reaching the limits of his body, he would be restored again, enduring this torment repeatedly. Bao Tu, what's wrong with you? Outside, Lu Feng merely opened his eyes after closing them. Less than a second had passed, but Baotu had been tortured in the illusionary space for a full 3 days and nights. Exhausted, he could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing Baotu manage to endure 3 days in the illusionary space of the 3,000 crows, Lu Feng couldn't help but regard him with a bit more respect. You actually made it out. Heh, didn't expect that, did you? Since I can remember, I've crawled out from piles of corpses. What does it matter if I'm cut 1,000 times? Is there any suffering in this world worse than that? He caught his breath, tearing apart his upper clothing to reveal the explosive clay pulsating where his heart was. Since you won't cooperate, then let's go to hell together. Remember, your father could have lived, but because of you, he must accompany you to the grave. Baotu's eyes turned fierce, his hands raised to channel the explosive clay. Brilliant fireworks explode. However, the anticipated nuclear explosion did not occur. Everything remained calm. Baotu's face was filled with confusion as he looked at his hands, then at the ground, which had vanished. How could this be? Are you looking for these? All the explosive clay floated quietly around Lu Feng. At a command, the mixed elements within the explosive clay were completely extracted, turning the clay in the air into ordinary soil, which then fell to the ground with a crash. Phew, luckily, my words have power, and my elemental control is efficient enough. While chatting with Baotu and the others was just a facade, Lu Feng had been conducting elemental sensing all along, locating the clay and separating its elements. Initially, he had little confidence, but since Baotu had admitted it was earth element, that made things much easier. Looking at the carefully arranged explosive elements all separated from the clay and turned into a pile of waste soil, Baotu's lips trembled. He couldn't imagine how Lu Feng had managed to do it. If he had to describe his feelings at that moment, it would be relief. That boy, like a deity, was a crushing presence that instilled fear and shook their worldview. Impossible. How could anyone do such a thing? This must be a joke. The weakened Baotu lay on the ground, already feeling the loss of connection with all the explosive clay. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze blew, and under the grip of the burly man, Lu Lianjie felt the wind rise beneath his feet, a blade of wind slicing upward. Crack! The speed at which the elements gathered was unprecedented, and the power was immense. Before there was any reaction, the burly man's hands were severed on the spot, and then Lu Lianjie's body soared into the sky, earth and stone swirling around him, grass and trees gently entwining, safely tossing him into the air. Just then, a flock of crows flew by, catching Lu Lianjie in midair. Caw caw caw. Two of the crows even used their sharp feathers to cut the ropes binding Lu Lianjie, who was astonished to find himself free, peering down at the ground from atop the crow flock. Son! At that moment, Lu Feng was also looking up at Lu Lianjie. Dad, the crows will take you home. I have a few things to take care of, and as soon as I'm done, I'll come back home. Just wait for me at home. He smiled at Lu Lianjie and then waved his hand. The crow brothers obeyed, carrying Lu Lianjie towards the direction of Wind City. Lu Lianjie said nothing in response. Although he was worried, he understood that he could do nothing and would only hinder Lu Feng. In the air, he clasped his hands together and prayed, Xiaocheng, you must be safe. After safely sending Lu Lianjie away, Lu Feng's gentle expression instantly turned cold, his face bearing a surge of killing intent. Next, it's time to settle the score with you all. Lu Feng was never a soft target, especially for those who harmed his family. They could never be forgiven. Previously, he had to consider Lu Lianjie's safety, so his series of battle plans and arrangements had been relatively gentle, and many skills and tactics were not daring to be used. If there was no 100% success rate, he would pass, but now that Lu Lianjie had been successfully rescued, he could unleash his full fury. Those who came today, none of you will leave alive. In the initial phase, Lu Feng's command of various elements had reached 100% affinity. Using clay as bombs, Baotu's attack methods were indeed powerful enough to make many high-level professionals wary. But in front of Lu Feng, it was merely child's play. All explosive clay would become ineffective, for in the presence of the elemental master, the elements would betray their apostle. The burly man, with his hands severed by the wind blade, bled profusely, screaming in pain as he threw a hemostatic potion from his inventory. Advanced wind element control. How did you do it? Not to mention a high school student, even encountering a battle general, they could not comprehend how a summoner's summoned beast could be so powerful, and yet this summoner also had high-level control over various elemental attributes. Was this reasonable? It completely exceeded their understanding. How did I do it? Curious, are we? Lu Feng lowered his brow, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his lips. All elements of heaven and earth are under my control. Whatever I desire, naturally, I will have. As soon as he finished speaking, a stalagmite shot up from the ground behind the burly man, piercing through his body. After the stalagmite pierced him, its tip quickly spread and forked into several barbs, immobilizing him. The surrounding winds howled, and thunder rumbled. Whoosh! Lu Feng disappeared from in front of them and reappeared in front of the burly man in the next moment, delivering a heavy punch to the man's wound. Gah! A mouthful of black blood spewed from his lips as he stared blankly at the cold youth before him, his lips trembling in shock. You, Lu Feng, how do you possess such agility and strength? What kind of monster are you? Before the burly man could finish his words, Lu Feng reached out a hand and grasped his head. The man's eyes widened as he saw dark clouds rolling in the sky. A bolt of lightning tearing through the heavens and striking down.
With a crash, amidst the thunder, the burly man was reduced to nothing but ash.
Accompanying this was the 2 remaining summoned beasts, which also turned
into crystals.
Watching this heart-stopping scene, Baotu's eyes remained wide open for a long time. He seemed somewhat mentally unstable, laughing wildly yet also mocking his own foolishness.
Have you ever experienced despair?
The rumbling lightning illuminated Lu Feng's face, making him look like a god of death. His eyes were cold as he looked down at Baotu and asked lightly.
No, but now I have. He looked at Lu Feng, feeling unexpectedly calm inside. To witness Lu Feng's unparalleled combat power, he felt his death was not in vain. He finally understood why so many people couldn't deal with him, because he was truly powerful. It was the kind of helplessness like an ant trying to shake a tree. Do you want to say something before you die?
Baotu knew that Lu Feng had countless ways to kill them.
Choosing to use means other than exposing the summoner to
kill them was to vent and punish them, to make them open their eyes and see what kind of existence they were targeting.
Nothing left, just go ahead. Baotu closed his eyes.
In fact, he thought of 2 words that perfectly described the moment, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. It was his last shred of dignity.
Ants. This was the best and truest interpretation. Flames swept over, and Baotu's body burned on the ground. Lu Feng had personally
killed 2 people, 2 living beings. This was his first time killing, and he felt no physiological discomfort. On the contrary, it was an indescribable sense of relief and exhilaration. Looking at the still warm blood staining his hands, Lu Feng clenched his fist, and the breeze brushed away the bloodstains.
After the 3 died, he looted everything from their inventory. Let's go, Xiaomo.
Lu Feng called out, and Xiaomo scampered over,
leaping onto Lu Feng's other shoulder. Over there in Area 1, the little leader from the Dark River was still fighting with Shui Shui. Lu Feng planned to go over, cripple the opponent, and extract information about the mastermind.
Once there was direct evidence and testimony linking it to the Bai family would be doomed, and the government would never let them go. If given the chance, under the legal framework of Longhua, he would personally go to the Bai family in Feng City and take down Bai Yunqing.
There are so many geniuses in the world, yet you choose to target me? Just because I influenced your Bai family's fortune in Feng City and helped your young lady take first place? Or is it because I'm just a child from an ordinary family that you think I'm easy to bully? You've gotten used to bullying commoners, right? Now that you've met a hard nut, your psychological balance is thrown off?
Perhaps it started for these reasons, but as things escalated, the contradictions accumulated and intensified.
It had transformed into a personal vendetta, a fight to the death. Lu Feng sneered repeatedly, a shocking killing intent already appearing on his face. Bai Yunqing and the entire family were not fools. Who would want to offend such a genius? It was just one misstep after another. Once hatred was established, it became a matter of life and death. Deep in the dense forest, chaos reigned, with fallen trees, crumbled earth and stone, and the ground pockmarked with the scars of battle. Hu Shufeng and Bangu stood facing each other. Hu Shufeng's brocade sleeves were torn in several places, and his pant legs were covered in dust, while a large part of the white bandages wrapped around Bangu's exterior had turned black with dirt. The ancient
water school Xingyiquan truly lives up to its reputation. Bangu spoke first, his voice hoarse and eerie. Among the people I know, there are not many who can enter battle with ancient martial arts, and those like you, who have reached the master level, are even rarer. So far, you are the third I have encountered. Hu Shufeng stroked his beard and replied calmly, You flatter yourself, your strength is quite impressive as well. Not only do you have considerable research in formations, but your martial arts skills are also quite remarkable. You are mistaken, I am not being modest. The reason I mention this is not for small talk or flattery, but because the other 2 I encountered before have already been killed by me, and today you will be the third. Bangu's exposed single eye, with its green strands, seemed to swell with blood, giving an indescribably strange impression. Hearing this, Hu Shufeng's expression darkened immediately, and he snorted coldly, You speak arrogantly. He stopped stroking his beard, spread his arms, and assumed a stance similar to white crane spreads its wings. With a movement of his foot, he charged at Bangu, and as his arms extended, a strange energy flowed along with them. It seemed light and airy, but when he struck, Bangu clearly dodged, only to be grazed by the back of the fist. He was sent flying like a ball by an invisible force, crashing into a large tree behind him. Bang! As soon as Bangu's body hit the tree, Hu Shufeng's figure flashed in front of him, transforming his fist into a palm, his fingers pointed like a sword, thrusting forward. Bangu tilted his head, and Hu Shufeng missed him, instead piercing through the trunk behind. Bangu kicked with his knee, and Hu Shufeng used his other hand to block while his right foot aimed a kick at Bangu's waist. Bangu grabbed his leg, ready to exert force, but Hu Shufeng's hand, which had pierced the trunk, swung like a sharp axe, slicing towards Bangu's head. Bangu's eyes widened, and he had no choice but to push Hu Shufeng's body upward with both hands. Hu Shufeng took advantage of the force to perform a front flip, creating some distance between them, both gathering strength, and each threw a punch. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and a terrifying shockwave rippled from the point of contact. The ground beneath Bangu cracked, soil and stones flew, and a pit naturally formed where they stood, while the tree
behind them was blown down, uprooted and carried away by the shockwave.
In the standoff, Bangu sneered, compared to the beginning, I can clearly feel your strength weakening.
What's wrong? Is this your limit?
Hu Xiufeng did not respond. He knew the other party was trying to disturb his mind. He was well aware of the current situation, which was favorable for them. It wouldn't be long before the other two battle generals would arrive.
He didn't
need to defeat Bangu, he just had to hold on until the other two arrived and everything would come to an end. Therefore, he wouldn't use high consumption skills or low tolerance skills, focusing instead on stability and
consuming the opponent's energy. Ignoring me, huh? He. Bangu laughed. I know your plan, you're waiting for reinforcements, right?
As long as you can stabilize the situation, victory will ultimately be yours.
But, do you know? It's not just you who is waiting, I have been waiting too.
He looked up at the sky, where the sun had risen high, morning light shining down on him, and a smile crept onto Bangu's lips.
You are waiting for someone, and I am waiting for my skills to cool down.
Once my skills are ready, you won't be able to wait for the people you want, you'll only be waiting for death.
As soon as the words fell, the bandages on Bangu's back began to gradually fall off.
With a crack, a hand stretched out from behind him, and as the bandages were swiftly pulled away, a pitch-black figure crawled out from Bangu's back.
Its entire skeletal structure was twisted and deformed, and after a series of crack sounds, it stood upright, transforming into the form of a normal person. Raising its head, an eerie light shone in its eyes. Whoosh!
The figure leaped forward, charging
towards Hu Xiufeng with a speed as fast as lightning.
Seeing this, Hu Xiufeng's pupils constricted, and he had no choice but to adjust his stance defensively. However, the seemingly emaciated figure threw a punch that sent Hu Xiufeng's blood surging, causing him to stumble back several meters before he could steady himself.
A punch infused with true intent? A master level?
The power of this strike immediately registered with Hu Xiufeng. The opponent was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, and their skill was not inferior to his own. But what shocked him even more was that another person crawled out from Bangu's bandages, this one much smaller in
stature, with wrinkled skin, an elderly dwarf.
The old man's gaze was sharp, and just standing there exuded a sense of pressure.
Another master? How is this possible?
No, they have flesh and true intent, but lack the most
fundamental element of a martial artist, vital energy. Moreover, I can't sense any magical energy fluctuations from them.
Hu Xiufeng, with his rich experience, quickly noticed something was off with these two martial arts masters. Without vital energy or magical energy, one could not become a master. But he could clearly sense that they possessed the body and true intent of masters, which left only one possibility: these two were not living
beings.
Following this line of thought, he soon noticed that fine, almost imperceptible energy threads connected the two.
What is this? You are a puppet master. Hu Xiufeng looked at Bangu in shock. At this moment, Bangu,
having shed his bandages, revealed his full form. Aside from one eye, the rest of his body was made of puppet-like mechanical materials.
A level 27 puppet master, Bangu.
These two were once martial arts masters. Let me introduce them. This is the former patriarch of the Tianhe sect, Duan Shengfeng, level 28.
Bangu proudly pointed at the old man. And this one is a direct disciple of Kondong Mountain, who became a master at the age of 25, level 25. They are my most perfect creations. These two, needless to say, were the two martial arts experts that Bangu had killed using the special methods of a puppet master to refine their corpses and supply them with energy from purple crystals, allowing them to exert over 90% of their pre-death combat power. Now, I am about to have a third puppet of a martial arts master. Bangu manipulated the two martial arts master puppets from behind, launching a double assault on Hu Xiufeng.
Hu Xiufeng had already fought Bangu for an entire night, and his physical stamina was severely depleted.
Now, facing
two martial arts masters of equal strength, he had lost any advantage. But he understood that he had to hold on, to endure until the arrival of the other two warriors. He was the strongest combat force in the Wind City team. If he fell, everyone who had come with him would suffer. Hu Xiufeng had high energy chips placed over his pupils, similar to ultra-thin film contact lenses, maintaining contact with the Wind City government. Everything that had happened earlier was projected onto the screen in a secret conference room, where Chen Jiawei and other leaders were watching. Bangu, an S-level war criminal on the international wanted list, has killed no fewer than 10 war generals.
He is an extremely dangerous individual. The security department retrieved information about Bangu from the database.
The minister reported loudly. According to the data, Bangu's skill to control
puppets has a special limitation. It can only be activated during times of ample sunlight.
No wonder this guy has never used puppets. Instead, he fought with old Hu all night, saying he was waiting for some skill to cool
down. It turns out that controlling puppets has prerequisites.
Bangu himself possesses the strength of a war general, and on top of that, he can control war general level puppets.
We don't even know how many he can control at once. If such a skill could be used at will, wouldn't he be invincible? It's normal for there to be limitations. However, the problem now is that we learned about this too late. He has already successfully activated the puppets. If this continues, the situation doesn't look optimistic.
The two deputy mayors discussed, and Chen Jiawei let out a heavy HM, turning to Wang Yuqing, Secretary Wang. How long until those two war generals arrive? 2 hours. Although that's faster than expected, it's still too long. Watching the scene on the screen where Hu Shufeng faced two opponents, Chen Jiawei was worried. Given his understanding of the war general level, Hu Shufeng might not even last an hour. And once Hu Shufeng falls, everyone else will die, and Lu Lianyu will become a knot in Lu Feng's heart, and he will have no face to confront Lu Feng again. Since hearing the news of crows appearing outside the city early in the morning, Chen Jiawei had been anxious. Even though he tried to comfort himself, the unexpected had ultimately arrived. After arranging so much and considering so many details, he never expected that the S-class war criminal Bangu would appear in the assassination group that kidnapped Lu Lianyu. But right now, there was no better way. He could only hope that Hu Shufeng could hold on until the other two war generals arrived. Lu Feng, I really have done my best, Chen Jiawei sighed and murmured, but fortunately, this crisis can at least ensure your safety. For the country and for Feng City, I can consider it a responsibility fulfilled. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the head of the investigation department rushed over in a panic. Mayor, something bad has happened. What happened? Lu Feng, he is missing. What did you say? Chen Jiawei exclaimed in anger. Everything they had done was for Lu Feng. Sacrificing anyone could not endanger Lu Feng, the unparalleled talent of Feng City, the one who carried the fate of Feng City's future for the next 100 years. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him at all times? How could a perfectly fine person just disappear? I'm sorry, Mayor. He was in Fengyue City with his sister doing dungeons and never came out. We couldn't enter the dungeon to monitor him, so we could only communicate with the guild to send all the fixed transmission locations. We had people stationed at each point, but even after his sister exited the dungeon, he still hadn't come out. Initially, we thought he was going to solo it, but after checking the guild's records, we found that the ID Chenshur Jian hadn't re-entered the dungeon, which made us realize something was wrong. Upon investigation, we found that he exited the dungeon 10 minutes before his sister, but we didn't see him at any transmission point. Hearing the report from the investigation minister, Chen Jiawei lost control of his emotions. A bunch of useless fools, you can't even keep track of one person. If he hasn't exited the dungeon, where could he possibly go? Mayor, he must have used some special means to evade our sight. Around the time he logged out of the dungeon, a group of crows appeared near a transmission point close to East City. Crows? This clue struck Chen Jiawei. 3 hours ago, the city defense had reported seeing a person flying out of the city with a group of crows, which coincided perfectly with the timeline. Thinking of a certain possibility, Chen Jiawei suddenly turned to the technical staff of the investigation department. Quick, check immediately if Lu Feng received any communication calls during this time period. The technical staff of the investigation department checked repeatedly, and finally, after cracking a hidden wall encryption, found the video of the call. This video was taken just before Lu Feng left for the instance. When the video was opened, it showed a man in black threatening Lu Feng with Lu Lianyu, forcing him to go to Lushan outside the city. Given Lu Feng's actions, how could he not know that this crow was Lu Feng's method, that Lu Feng had gone outside the city to Lushan? Chen Jiawei closed his eyes, his heart like dead ashes. Then, as if venting, he slammed his hands on the table furiously. Bastard. The agreed meeting time is 10 o'clock. He set off at dawn. He should have already arrived at Lushan. The head of the investigation department pulled up several dark department perspectives around, and aside from Hu Shufeng, Bangu, and the dark department's battle circle, there had also been signs of a fight on the east side of the woods. Due to the distance, it was not clear, but when carefully adjusted and magnified, some smoke could be seen, and one of the images even showed abnormal thunderclouds in that direction. In the secret meeting, Chen Jiahao was also present. When he saw the thunderclouds, he suddenly stood up from his seat. It's Lu Feng. This thundercloud is a skill of Lu Feng's summoned beast. I saw him use it in Fengyue City to deal with the boss. Are you sure? Chen Jiawei asked solemnly. Sure. After hearing Chen Jiahao's affirmative answer, Chen Jiawei spun the ring on his hand, and suddenly, a set of battle armor appeared on him, with a red cloth billowing behind him. Old Wang, Old Song, Shadow, you come with me to Lushan. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, we must not give up. Lu Feng, he cannot die. That's right. Let's go together. We must protect Lu Feng at all costs. Chen Jiahao volunteered. I will go too. Chen Jiawei looked at him deeply, waved his red robe, and prepared to enter the city's teleportation array, which was a silent acknowledgement. Under Bangu's control, two master-level puppets engaged in fierce combat with Hu Shufeng in the woods. The battle between martial arts masters was very pure, relying on the collision of physical bodies, the blending of skills and true intentions. This kind of hand-to-hand combat consumed a lot of physical strength, especially in a 1-against-2 situation. Hu Shufeng could not withstand the attacks of the two masters without going all out. Bang! 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 Their speed was as fast as lightning, and in the midst of their movements, they had already exchanged several blows. From the perspective of the outside world, only their afterimages could be seen. Eagle's Claw, Diamond Smash. Hu Shufeng unleashed his true intention, executing a stance with a tiger stance and a well stance, launching a fierce punch. Roar! His shingi technique contained a continuous true intention, and a fierce tiger formed from true intention appeared behind him, pushing back the two martial arts masters. Tiger. Roar! The true intention tiger roared, and the massive sound wave stirred up layers of dust, carrying a domineering energy impact forward. Ding! The short old man formed a palm in the air with one hand, and a blue true intention formed a water ball that blocked all attacks. Taking this opportunity, the other master puppet leaped up, standing on the water ball, and jumped high, descending from the sky, gathering orange true intention like the blazing sun in his hand, and punched down towards Hu Shufeng's true intention tiger. Under Hu Shufeng's urging, the true intention tiger struck with its claws, while the orange true intention in the puppet master's hand transformed into a fiery explosion. Boom! The ground where Hu Shufeng stood visibly sank down. At this moment, the short master also moved, gathering light blue true intention in the palm of his hand, striking from the front. Seeing this, Hu Shufeng narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, throwing a punch to counter. Bang! The collision of energy formed ripples of true intent that spread outward between the fists. At the same time, Hu Shufeng struggled to withstand the attacks of two master puppets, gritting his teeth in sheer determination. The true intent and demonic energy within him were being consumed wildly, and in the blink of an eye, his originally rosy face turned pale. The calmness he had at the beginning was long gone. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. The strength of these two master puppets was beyond his imagination, and under their joint assault he could hold on for at most a quarter of an hour. Boom! Hu Shufeng decisively self-destructed the true intent tiger, sending the two masters staggering back, but he also suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he couldn't care less about his injuries and quickly took out two energy purple crystals from his inventory, one in each hand. Crack! He crushed the two energy purple crystals, which shattered into crystal points, a small portion of which transformed into strands of purple energy that flowed into his body through the veins in his arms. What a grand move, using two crystals at once. But, it's just too wasteful. With such a crude absorption, you probably won't even absorb 1/10,000th of the energy. Bangu, behind the two masters, was already confident of victory, having regarded Hu Shufeng as his own possession. Seeing him still struggling, he chuckled lightly. It is indeed a bit wasteful, but it's the only way to replenish my demonic energy in the shortest time possible, Hu Shufeng replied coldly, blood staining the corner of his mouth. So what if you replenish your demonic energy? Your true intent is already nearing its limit, and my two puppets have energy constantly driving them. The efficiency of one energy purple crystal is over 100 times yours. So, what are you trying to say? Hu Shufeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and assumed a fighting stance. What am I trying to say? Of course, I'm telling you, you have no chance of winning. Bangu manipulated with his 10 fingers, urging the two master puppets to launch another round of attacks. You can self-destruct your true intent once to buy time to absorb the energy purple crystals, but what about the second time? Do you still have enough true intent to self-destruct? Can your body withstand the backlash? Accept your fate, you have no opportunities left. You talk too much, just fight. If you can kill me, then come at me, Hu Shufeng taunted. After saying that, he did not engage directly but instead jumped back to create distance, dodging the attacks of the two masters, then began to run in large circles around Bangu. Still stubborn even when death is imminent, Bangu increased his control, raising the load intensity of the puppets. However, Hu Shufeng continued to evade without resisting, running circles around Bangu at varying speeds, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Bangu realized that his intention was to buy time. He tried several times but found that he could not effectively strike during the opponent's circling. The moving target made it impossible to capture his exact position. With a two-way interception, Hu Shufeng deliberately used his body technique to increase the linear distance from the center of the circle, continuing to run in circles on another arc. Who says having only demonic energy is useless? I will. Were you down with time? Hu Shufeng, also a master, was confident that he could evade their pursuit and buy time within the battle circle. Childish. Bangu sneered, a dignified master resorting to such childish tricks. After speaking, the short old master in front of him slightly twisted his body, his murky old eyes shining with a crystalline light, and the energy purple crystal embedded in him shrank significantly. The light blue true intent in his hand was maximized by the demonic energy. Then, he crouched down and punched the ground beneath him. Sizzle. In a place much further out than where Hu Shufeng was located, the ground displayed a circular, arc-shaped crack, and after completing a full circle, the entire circular ground exploded downwards. Those standing above lost their footing, and under the heavy force, they all began to fall. In the moment of falling, it was equivalent to being suspended in the air, rendering Hu Shufeng's agility useless. He was stunned by the old man's punch, not expecting the ground to fracture in such a manner. By the time he realized something was wrong and tried to leap out using the rubble, he was already targeted by two puppet masters. The young master flashed in front of him and threw a punch. Hu Shufeng was forced to brace with his elbows but was still punched into the side of the earth. The old master followed, and the two plunged into the earthen wall. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, close combat erupted on the ground, striking from the side all the way to the bottom of the earth, where Hu Shufeng, stuck in a pit several meters deep, had no choice but to fight. But how could he, alone, contend against two masters? Before long, he found himself at a disadvantage, his fists unable to fend off 4 hands. The old man's palm strike cut into Hu Shufeng's abdomen, causing blood to gush forth, and the young master's fist struck his head, distorting Hu Shufeng's face with such force that he was sent flying, crashing into the side of the earthen wall, tons of dirt falling and burying him beneath. When he crawled out from the mound, he could barely stand. Cough, cough. Damn it, I can't see clearly. Blood streamed from the corners of Hu Shufeng's eyes, obscuring his vision. It seems today is the day I meet my end here, but even if I die, I will drag them down with me for a while longer. Wiping the blood from his eyes, he leaped out of the deep pit with all his strength, the 2 expressionless puppet masters closely pursuing him. Just as he emerged from the pit, the young master caught up and landed a heavy punch. He fought back desperately, crashing into the trees and breaking several large trunks. Cough. Hu Shufeng spat blood, feeling as if all his bones were shattering, his consciousness gradually fading. Fortunately, he was a master of body refinement. Had he been another type of practitioner, such a heavy blow would have likely killed him long ago. Is this how it ends? His eyelids were heavy from the fight, but his final willpower pushed him to take out a blood vial and healing potion from his inventory. He couldn't give up this opportunity. However, just as he used half of the healing potion, a figure descended from the sky like a cannonball, crashing down. Sizzle. After leaving the city and rushing towards Lushan at full speed, Chen Jiawei had been keeping an eye on Hu Shufeng's situation. Just moments ago, after Hu Shufeng fell into crisis, the communication feed was cut off. The communication device Hu Shufeng used was attached to his pupil. Unless he suffered a severe blow or injury, it wouldn't affect normal communication. The cutoff on the other end indicated that Hu Shufeng had encountered a heavy strike. Chen Jiawei's expression grew serious as he gazed at the lush forest, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Faster, faster. On the way, he had been praying that nothing would go wrong, that nothing would happen. But the situation was worse than he had imagined. Hu Shufeng's disappearance likely meant failure. If he fell, the others wouldn't last long either. And once Bangu was free, he would go after Lu Feng. Against other assassins, Lu Feng might still have a chance to survive, but if Bangu directly intervened, Lu Feng's chances of survival would be almost zero. Chen Jiawei couldn't bear to imagine that outcome. The signal from Hu Shufeng's side was lost, and everyone behind him had seen it, naturally knowing what it meant. In such a heavy atmosphere, no one spoke. They had all thought of the worst possible outcome. If anyone in the team was the most optimistic, it had to be Chen Jiahao, for he was the only one who had directly experienced Lu Feng's strength, having witnessed how he had effortlessly defeated the Empress of Fengyue City and her countless troops. So, in his view, if it came down to numbers, he felt that ordinary assassins were no match for Lu Feng's summoned beasts and would even be crushed by them. But as for that Bangu, it was hard to say. In his eyes, Bangu and Lu Feng both gave off an intuitive sense of strength that reached a certain dimension. If he had to compare, he really couldn't say. But even if their numbers were comparable in terms of combat experience and tactics, Lu Feng would seem like a child in front of Bangu. If they truly encountered each other, Lu Feng would likely be in grave danger. Lu Feng, you mustn't have any accidents. Otherwise, who will take me through the dungeons in the future? Chen Jiahao had a lazy personality, valuing fate and going with the flow. It was hard one to have such a strong ally. He couldn't just lose him like that. If I had known, I would have prioritized leveling up in the military district all these years. What good are all these training skills if my level hasn't kept up? Even if I go, my effectiveness will be very limited. He sighed and shook his head, but his gaze became resolute. Forget it, overthinking is useless. Let's take it one step at a time. If something really happens, I will definitely avenge you. The members of the Dark River, led by a woman, were trapped in the formation, suffering greatly. Her clothes were in tatters, and many behind her were missing arms and legs, with arrows and knives stuck in their backs. Looking at you all, your magic energy must be exhausted, right? If you don't surrender now, you'll really be left with no way out, said Wu Qingfeng, who had somehow obtained a paper fan with the words "Sweet Potato Monster" written on it in brush strokes. He waved it gently, smiling as he urged them to surrender. Stop dreaming. If you have the guts, kill me. No rush. Once I've drained all your stamina and magic energy, I can open the formation to deal with you at my leisure. Shameless. The woman pointed her knife at Wu Qingfeng, seething with anger. If you have the guts, come and have a fair duel with me. I guarantee I'll chop you into pieces on the spot, leaving you unable to live or die. In the face of the woman's provocation, Wu Qingfeng merely smiled, rolling his eyes in disdain. They say that little girls generally have bad tempers. Seeing it today, it seems to be true. What did you say? The woman didn't understand Wu Qingfeng's meaning. Little? What are you talking about? That, just that. Wu Qingfeng's gaze shifted downward, and she finally reacted, quickly looking down. She saw that her well-padded chest had been exposed due to the damage from the fireball attack, revealing part of her figure. I really didn't expect that a professional female assassin would carry something like this. This situation makes me unable to resist reciting a poem. The young lotus has just revealed its tip, and already a dragonfly stands on top. Shut up, the female assassin shouted angrily, covering her chest with one hand while throwing her knife with the other in fury. However, after flying a short distance, it was blocked by the formation's light screen. Oh dear, life is so beautiful, yet you are so irritable. That's not good, not good. Wu Qingfeng appeared like a gentleman, but his words were so cheap that they drove the woman completely mad. She frantically grabbed the knife that bounced back, gathering strength to slash at the formation's light curtain again, but it was futile. The formation's wall remained unmoved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Outside the formation, the dark faction launched another round of attacks, casting spells and shooting arrows in a volley. The woman stepped back and shouted urgently, "Defend!" With the remaining subordinates, they wearily resisted the attack. This time, facing the fireball, the woman felt somewhat overwhelmed. And, coupled with the psychological shadow left by the earlier fire that burned the bear, she failed to block a fireball coming straight at her with her dual blades. Crash! The fireball sent her flying, and the raging flames scorched a patch of black in front of her. After rolling on the ground twice, she plunged her knife into the earth to support herself. She intended to shield her chest but suddenly thought of something, gritting her teeth and letting go, exposing her entire upper body. Then, she glared at Wu Qingfeng with a look that seemed to want to kill and drink blood. "Oh, you have such a grudge against me, but unfortunately, you can't hit me within the formation. You can only be hit by me while you can't retaliate. Moreover, you are already exhausted and unable to fight any longer. I will ask you one last time, will you surrender or not? If you refuse to surrender, I have plenty of ways to make you speak." But just a moment ago, Wu Qingfeng was speaking freely, but the next second, his expression suddenly changed. He looked up sharply and saw a figure crashing down from the sky, landing precisely at the switch of the formation. Buzz! The formation activated, the defensive light circle guarded, and that body collided with the formation's defensive light circle. After a moment of stalemate, the formation shattered with a loud bang. Clang! As the light wall of the formation broke, the figure also fell to the ground. Upon seeing the face of the figure clearly, Wu Qingfeng's eyes widened in shock. Old who? Moreover, at the moment when the chest was exposed, it suddenly reminded me of a scene from a movie where several people were trapped in the wilderness, and the water they drank was filtered through a chest pad, boiled over a fire. From this perspective, is it possible that the female assassin didn't wear this thing because she thought she was too small? Hu Shufeng appeared in such a manner, stunning everyone. He was covered in blood, his breath weak, feeling as if he could pass out at any moment. Old Hu! Seeing this, Wu Qingfeng hurried forward, casting 3 talisman lights on the compass, illuminating the area and temporarily stopping some of his external injuries. How could this happen? What on earth happened? Wu Qingfeng and the members of the Dark Department surrounded Hu Shufeng to prevent a sneak attack from the Dark River. Now that the formation was destroyed, the female assassins could act freely. But in fact, not only Wu Qingfeng and the others, but the female assassins also did not expect such a result. The opposing war general was actually defeated and severely injured? Hurry! Hurry and go! Hu Shufeng gasped, and after finishing this sentence, he completely fainted. Wu Qingfeng promptly treated him. He has lost too much blood, and there are multiple internal injuries. We must quickly send him to a professional hospital for systematic treatment. 2 members of the Dark Department took a stretcher from the spatial compartment and placed the barely conscious Hu Shufeng on it. Just thinking about saving someone feels troublesome. It's simpler to kill, straightforward, and saves effort. 2 figures, one tall and one short, one old and one young, appeared to their north. Behind them, a figure moved rapidly through the bushes, jumping onto a nearby tree branch and slowly descending to the front. Mr. Bangu. At this moment, Bangu had rewrapped some of his bandages. Upon seeing the visitor's face, the female assassin exclaimed. This time, when addressing him, the female assassin was clearly much more respectful than before. Earlier, when interacting with him, although she was polite on the surface, she still held doubts about Bangu's strength in her heart, even questioning it more than once. But now, with the strongest war general in the opposing team being beaten to such a state by Bangu, she no longer dared to underestimate him, feeling both surprised and delighted. If it weren't for Bangu's decisive victory over the war general, they would have been trapped and suffocated in the formation. And now, Banguli has turned the tide, and the situation has instantly changed. Look at him, defeating a war general seems effortless. The elder was right, this Mr. Banguli's strength is unfathomable. With him here, our mission is secure. The female assassin thought to herself as she tore a piece of cloth from a colleague's corpse on the ground to use as a black shroud, wrapping it around her chest. Then, she took out some recovery potions from her inventory to replenish her energy, her eyes fixed maliciously on Wu Qingfeng. Once she regained some magical energy, she would personally take Wu Qingfeng's life. In contrast to the relieved female assassin and the members of the Dark River, Wu Qingfeng and the members of the Dark Division wore serious expressions. Faced with a formidable enemy, they had to be fully alert. This guy is the one who beat Old Hu to this state. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Everyone, be careful, the captain of the Dark Division said solemnly, making a gesture for the team members to spread out, while the 2 members carrying the stretcher stood at the back of the group. Mr. Wu, do you have any good ideas to deal with him? The captain of the Dark Division still held a glimmer of hope. We are not his match, Wu Qingfeng replied blankly. He had studied the I Ching and the 8 trigrams since childhood and could see the so-called qi, especially in relation to physical practitioners. Now, Bang Yuli and the old and young duo gave him a feeling that their chi had reached a terrifying level. In terms of personal strength, he was far from Wu Shufeng's level, and the three of them currently possessed strength comparable to Wu Shufeng, equivalent to having 3 war generals present. For them to deal with 3 war generals was utterly absurd, like an ant trying to shake a tree, seeking its own demise. Then, what should we do? I'll find a way to hold him off. You all take old Hu and leave first, Wu Qingfeng said, placing the compass on the ground to draw a boundary, speaking resolutely. In response, the captain of the Dark Division did not hesitate. The only one present who could hold off Bang Yuli was Wu Qingfeng. He bowed respectfully and then left with the 2 members carrying Hu Shufeng without looking back. Don't let them go. The female assassin tried to chase after them but was blocked by the remaining members of the Dark Division. Bang Yuli, however, wore a nonchalant expression, glancing at the time, confidently stating, "Don't worry, they won't escape my grasp. Once I deal with this kid, I'll take care of them." Bang Yuli had already marked them with his martial arts seal. They couldn't run far, and how could their speed compare to that of a master? It was merely a game of cat and mouse, with victory assured, a mere plaything to toy with. Whoosh! The 2 master puppets struck simultaneously, and to block their attack, several members of the Dark Division acted first. But in less than 2 exchanges, they were defeated. The gap in strength left them unable to withstand the opponent's assault, torn apart by fists and palms. Seeing this scene, everyone was filled with fear, and a heavy expression appeared on Wu Qingfeng's face, but he knew he had to fight. The compass, which marked the boundary, circled around him, and a brilliant green light shone from the ground, forming a massive green dragon crescent blade above his head. Receive my strike from Lord Guan. A projection of a long-bearded man with red eyebrows appeared on the jade pendant on Wu Qingfeng's chest, wielding the green dragon crescent blade and swinging it down with all his might. This strike, Bang Yuli did not dare to underestimate. He adjusted the positions of the 2 war general puppets, unleashing their true intent for a combined attack. Bang! The illusion in the sky shattered, and the jade pendant on Wu Qingfeng's chest also broke apart. He staggered back 2 steps, blood flowing from his ears and nose. Indeed, it still isn't enough. The jade pendant allowed him to use a war general level skill once, the power of which was equivalent to a full-force strike from a 2-star war general. If he had faced a 1-star war general, perhaps this strike could have annihilated them, but unfortunately, both of Bang Yuli's puppets were above the 2-star war general level, and their combined true intent strike was already approaching that of a 3-star war general. Is that the Wu family's worship of the Buddha? I didn't expect you to be the son of that old dog Wu. Ha, truly the heavens have eyes, letting me encounter you here. Back then, if it weren't for your father's gang, I wouldn't have had to wander like a stray dog for so many years. Just right, this time I return not only to hunt down the genius of Wind City and complete the organization's mission for a hefty reward, but also to take revenge and make that old dog Wu lose his most beloved son. That will definitely hurt him more than 1,000 cuts. He will surely hate me to death. I'm sorry, but I will make him extinct. Ha ha ha. After recognizing the identity of the other party, Bangu became even more excited. He didn't expect this assassination journey to yield such unexpected gains. Rest in peace, kid. After you die, I will cut off your head and send it to that old dog Wu. After a combined strike shattered Wu Qingfeng's green dragon crescent blade, the puppet master reached out towards Wu Qingfeng with both hands, moving so fast that he couldn't react. The other members of the Dark Division could only watch helplessly as the fists loomed larger before them. No, don't. Wu Qingfeng's eyes widened, both horrified and fearful. Slap. However, the scene he expected, where a punch would smash Wu Qingfeng's body, did not occur. The fists of the 2 puppet masters were caught by someone with a palm. The figure before Wu Qingfeng appeared abruptly, unnoticed by anyone. Bang! The fists of the 2 masters were caught, and a terrifying force spread outward in layers, making those around feel somewhat unsteady. If hit directly, the consequences were unimaginable. Oh! Wu Qingfeng was stunned. From his perspective, he saw a broad back and a head of explosive black hair, and this sudden change made Bangu furrow his brow in surprise. He actually caught the punches of 2 masters. One member of the Dark Division exclaimed in astonishment. Faced with the true intent behind the master's punches, the speed and power that left the brain unable to react, a normal person's body would have long been numb, unable to muster any will to resist. Yet this suddenly appearing man successfully blocked the master's attack, and he did so by standing against the simultaneous assault of 2 masters. The master's punches were like towering waves, surging and overwhelming, but this man stood there like a majestic mountain, immovable. An invisible aura radiated from his body, repelling the master's punches entirely. With every wave of his hand, every lift of his leg, he exuded unparalleled strength and authority, as if declaring to the world that he was the true ruler of this realm. An unparalleled shock surged within Wu Qingfeng. At the same time, he felt a deep self-loathing. At such a critical moment facing the enemy, he had actually gone weak in the knees. He was afraid. All along, he had thought of himself as a favored child of heaven, believing he was different from others. But at that moment he realized that in the face of death, the inherent cowardice of human nature would be fully revealed. Damn it, Wu Qingfeng, what are you doing? He lamented, holding his head, slapping his legs in frustration, angry at his own failure. If I can't overcome this, how can I become a general? He raised his head to look at the man before him. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. Only the figure of that man shone brilliantly under the sunlight like a deity. Boom! After he caught the attacks of the two masters, his figure flickered and soon he was entangled with them in battle. Another punch was exchanged and he was not at all at a disadvantage in a one-on-two fight. Now, not to mention the others, even Bangu's face was no longer calm. How is this possible? He was all too clear about the strength of these two puppets. Even though the battle with Hu Shufeng had consumed quite a bit of his true essence and magical energy, they were puppets with no physical limits. Just this body alone could contend with a battle general. Now, this suddenly appearing ugly man was single-handedly blocking two masters? Moreover, looking at the other party's demeanor, he was calm and unflustered, not even breathing heavily, and still had energy to spare. Suddenly, Bangu felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed something extremely dangerous. Whoosh! Two poison darts shot out from behind him. The color and shape of the poison darts were quite unique, carrying the power of dark elements, and they were so fast that they reached him in the blink of an eye. Bangu drew out the binding straps and spun them in one hand, twisting them into the shape of a parasol's ribs, the bone tips colliding with the elemental poison darts. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as the binding straps were ruthlessly shattered by the poison darts, rushing straight towards Bangu. His eyes widened in disbelief at the outcome. He barely managed to dodge the two poison darts by sidestepping. What? Bangu was horrified. In his expectations, the twisted rope gun formed by the binding straps should have been harder than iron and easily swatted away the poison darts. Who would have thought that these two small poison darts would shatter the twisted rope gun from the tip? He immediately understood the terrifying energy carried by these poison darts. Touching them would lead to serious trouble. At this moment, the small MO who had launched the attack also revealed its form after cancelling its invisibility. After becoming visible, it gained a temporary speed boost. Quickly closing the distance, a high attack speed small MO unleashed poison darts without reservation, firing 7 shots in a second with concentrated strikes. Bangu dared not touch the poison darts and could only dodge quickly, waiting for an opportunity to control the two master puppets to defend backward. He jumped from tree to tree, evading while scanning the surroundings from the branches, searching for the figure of the summoner behind the scenes. A summoner capable of summoning such terrifyingly damaging beasts must undoubtedly be at the battle general level. However, according to the intelligence he received, there shouldn't be a battle general nearby. Moreover, how could there be a battle general summoner? The two battle generals hired by Wind City didn't seem to have a summoner. No need to look, I'm right behind you. In the midst of his thoughts, a youthful voice rang out from behind. Bangu turned around, and a bursting blue fireball was already close at hand. He controlled the flying binding straps to form an energy shield in front of him. However, what terrified him was that the moment the blue fireball made contact with the energy shield, it directly melted a large hole through it. He hurriedly transmitted a massive amount of magical energy, barely preventing the energy shield from being melted, but after withstanding for a while, it was completely engulfed by the flames. Boom! Crash! Lu Feng's magical strength exceeded 120,000, and with the addition of the blue spirit cold fire, which had a high damage coefficient in a one-on-one situation, if calculated according to instance values, the damage of this fireball had already reached over 500,000. Not including damage reduction and magic resistance mitigation, it should be noted that a normal level 25 battle shield fully equipped with platinum gear had a health value of around 300,000. Even if the opponent stacked all their magic resistance, Lu Feng's single target elemental fireball could easily take them out. Now, the level 27 Bangu was facing an elemental fireball head-on. He wouldn't die but would definitely be severely injured. The elemental density contained in this fireball is truly unprecedented in my life. It's incredible. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, a young man emerged from the woods. Upon seeing his face, everyone was taken aback. Lu Feng? At the scene, whether it was the assassin group or the protectors, they were all too familiar with the target's photo. How did this kid get here? How could he be here? Both sides voiced their different questions. The female assassin shifted her killing intent towards Lu Feng, planning to strike at any moment. Although she didn't understand why Lu Feng had appeared here early, nor why the two families showed no reaction, their ultimate goal was to kill Lu Feng. As long as they killed him, the outcome would be the same. Before she could make a move, Bangu stumbled out of the blue flames. At that moment, the bindings on his body had been reduced to ashes, and a large part of his mechanical body was burned, especially the right shoulder, which had a large charred area with blackened bits of tar sticking to it. I never expected that the one who would force me to this point would be you. As he emerged from the flames, Bangu's face showed both surprise and delight. No wonder all factions are offering such high bounties for you. Your magical damage nearly took me out in one hit. A summoner with such heaven-defying magical means cannot be left alive. If it were anyone else, they would probably fall to you. He. Too bad the person you encountered today is me. With a sharp tone, a head with green skin and sharp teeth burst forth from the vacant space in his body, slithering like a snake straight towards Lu Feng. Whoosh! 2 stone slabs, over a meter thick, shot up from the ground, and the young beast's head crashed into the slabs. Boom!
It smashed a large hole in the first slab, slowing its momentum, and everyone could finally see its true form: a puppet with an extremely long neck, resembling a giraffe. To make me summon this last puppet, you are indeed dying in the right place. Bangu laughed heartily as the rubber snake-bodied puppet stirred between the slabs, raising a cloud of dust. In the next moment, it suddenly appeared beneath Lu Feng's feet. Unable to avoid it, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed downwards. Ding! The puppet, which had charged like a battering ram, momentarily lost its focus, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Feng jumped back to create distance. Oh, what's going on? You can freeze my puppet? It seems you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. When facing unnatural beings, the effects of Lu Feng's illusions would be greatly diminished. He couldn't directly inflict lethal illusions on his target but could only influence their actions to some extent during battle. Your words are too dense. Lu Feng didn't like to talk while seriously fighting, and he firmly believed in one principle: villains die from talking too much. You're quite noisy. Since Bangu dared to appear, it meant he was confident he could deal with him. Having a trump card was irrelevant, he would still take him down. The ground beneath Bangu and his puppet began to shift. Crash! The ground where they stood sank down, forming two stone slabs on either side, creating a V-shape with Bangu and the puppet in the middle. The slabs slammed together. Bangu exerted force with his legs, preparing to leap high, but he found the slabs were incredibly smooth, preventing him from gaining leverage, and a force of wind was blocking his ascent. Crack! The slabs closed, the heavy impact smashing Bangu's already damaged body into a pulp, simultaneously operating wind and earth elements. I didn't even see him cast a spell. How did he do it? The key is, why is the power of this gentle elemental skill so great? Now reduced to a pile of wreckage, Bangu was jolted awake by the brick, and upon re-evaluation he realized that the powerful fireball earlier was not a long-prepared summoning spell but rather a casual elemental strike. To achieve such elemental power, one must have strong magical strength supporting it. A single elemental skill could crush him. What level of magical strength was required? Moreover, the key point was that he was not an elemental mage but a summoner. He glanced at the two masters fighting against Shui Shui, who were evenly matched, with 1 against 2 showing no signs of falling behind Dai. In the ensuing battle, both sides engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of blows. When the summoned beast landed a punch on the master puppet, cracks appeared on its body. Although these cracks were minute, it wouldn't take many punches before a hole would be created. As for the summoned beast, it took the master's true intent punch head-on, enduring the clash. This physical body, this health and defense was truly terrifying. It made the onlookers' hearts race. The summoned beast's strength assessment indicated that only a summoner above level 30 could possess such a being. The speed of elemental casting was at least that of an elemental mage above level 30. The variety and application of elemental types were also rated above level 30, and as for the evaluation of elemental power and magic strength, it was undoubtedly above level 30. All indicators of capability had reached above level 30, and when combined, its true combat power had long surpassed that of an ordinary general. Is this kid really a high school student? Bangu thought to himself. The biggest obstacle in this mission turned out to be the target himself? This was something he never expected, not even in his wildest dreams. The snake-bodied puppet had its outer shell armor shattered by the stone slab, revealing the segmented neck joints inside. The long-necked figure stood upright, towering several meters high, with large fangs and a gaping mouth that spewed flames. The flames were swept away by the vortex of wind surrounding Lu Feng, dissipating in an instant. Then Lu Feng shot up from his position, 3 blades of wind bursting forth. This time, Bangu saw clearly that Lu Feng cast his spell without any incantation, not even opening his mouth. The elements seemed to appear out of thin air, forming with just his thoughts. With this absurd explanation in mind, Bangu was unwilling to believe it. How is this possible? I've never heard of anyone being able to do this. Even SS-level elemental mages can't achieve this, let alone he's a summoner. Talent? Even if that's the case, what about his magic strength? That magic strength could never be what someone of his age and level should possess. Bangu was experiencing a mental storm, quickly analyzing the battlefield, but he found that there seemed to be no way to prevent his defeat. Bang! The puppet, which had transformed from a snake-like state to a centipede-like state, barely dodged the 3 wind blades, but it failed to notice that strange things were mixed within the wind blades. It was a summoned beast dressed in a windbreaker, somewhat elegant, a little demon. Here comes the little flying stick. Lord-level skill, Blood Tide. Infusing its own blood and detonating it can cause area damage. The little demon had been charging up for a long time, and when thrown next to the puppet, it detonated the tide. Boom! The little demon's 80,000 magic strength multiplied by a damage coefficient of 525 erupted, causing a direct damage of 2 million at close range. Crash! The puppet was shattered by the blood tide, its body breaking into segments, falling to the ground with a clatter. Defeated? Mr. Bangu was defeated by that kid? That was too fast, right? The assassins of the Dark River were all stunned, and Wu Qingfeng showed an expression of disbelief, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng, whose face was as resolute as a chiseled stone. He couldn't believe that this was a high school student, someone they were supposed to protect, possessing such strength.
The one meant to be protected had instead turned around to protect them. This was beyond absurd. Lufeng slowly walked up to Bangu, about to finish him off with a fireball, when a large blood-red character appeared before him. Kill! The character successfully manifested, blocking Lufeng's fireball, and at the same time, a token fell, its red inscription fading away. This is. Seeing the blood character and the token, Wu Qingfeng's pupils trembled. The blood-killing order of the White Rose. This blood-killing order could block fatal attacks at critical moments. Giggling, the now useless Bangu laughed, his single eye rotating, the white turning black, and the pupil shrinking to the size of a sesame seed. Now that you've seen this token, you definitely can't leave here alive. After he finished speaking, the last glimmer of light in his pupil vanished, and his entire eye turned into a hollow black. Then, with a swish, his eye split into several black monsters the thickness of earthworms and as long as electric wires, attacking everyone present. The monster's head opened like a carnivorous flower, revealing rows of serrated teeth inside. Those with lower strength couldn't dodge in time and were bitten, instantly freezing in place. Then it began to greedily suck them dry, their bodies visibly shriveling before turning into mere skeletons. As Chen Jiawei raced through the woods, he saw the scene on the dark side freeze with tentacles filling the sky, and after the screen went black, the flicker of hope he had ignited turned into deep sorrow. After losing contact with Hu Shufeng, the accompanying technicians redirected the central control data to the members of the dark side, many of whom wore advanced retinal communication membranes. Once connected, the first thing they saw was Hu Shufeng lying on the ground, followed by the battle between Bangu and Wu Qingfeng. Wu Qingfeng's defeat was expected by everyone, and just when they thought he was about to fall, Lu Feng appeared. The moment Chen Jiawei saw Lu Feng, he shouted in excitement. Lu Feng was fine, he was still alive. This was tremendous news for him. But then he realized something was off, because the good news was Lu Feng was fine. The bad news was, after being fine, Lu Feng not only didn't choose to hide but directly exposed himself in front of Bangu. This made Chen Jiawei and the others' hearts leap to their throats, each cursing Lu Feng for being foolish. Now that they were safe, why would he go back to trouble Bangu? Wasn't that handing over his head? And it was a big head at that. Although the dark side was also the elite of Wind City, Chen Jiawei felt pained by their sacrifice, but since the situation was set, they had to honor their sacrifice. They died to protect Lu Feng. They couldn't let their sacrifice be in vain. Who would have thought that Lu Feng would actually return? Moreover, the combat strength he displayed shocked them. Especially when he defeated Bangu, they were all dumbfounded, feeling at that moment that Lu Feng was like a deity descending to earth. But then a sudden change occurred. Bangu had actually joined the White Rose organization, and in the end, he unleashed terrifying methods they had never seen before. I never expected Bangu to be a member of the White Rose, Chen Jiawei sighed. The wanted information in the country showed that Bangu's strength was at the 2-star warrior level, but based on what he had displayed, it had at least reached the 4-star warrior level. And now knowing he had joined the White Rose, his true danger level would rise another notch. The White Rose never takes in the weak, even the most ordinary members must reach the warrior level, and each one is outstanding among their peers. For Bangu to obtain the Blood Kill Order token, it means he is not an ordinary member. You must know that only those who have achieved the feat of killing a 5-star warrior can obtain this token. A 5-star warrior? Usually, to reach this level, a professional must be at least level 30, yet he is only 27. This Bangu is also a young prodigy. An S-class rare professional, a king among puppeteers. What a pity, he's a traitor to the country. The people behind Chen Jiawei discussed. The urgent matter is to hurry up and get there. Xiao Lu, upload all the relevant information to the intranet and update the past information. Outdated information really harms people. Yes, everyone, get ready for a tough battle. This Bangu is more troublesome than we imagined. They didn't dare to delay for a moment. Planning and discussions were done at full speed while on the move. Chen Jiawei prayed, Lu Feng, you must hold on. Don't let me become the sinner of Wind City. Wu Qingfeng was handling the compass, green light flickering, dodging the tentacles while casting talismans. These tentacles feared the power of the talismans, unable to touch them. For now, they were safe, but others were not so lucky. The tentacles were harder than fine iron, their attacks ineffective. Crack, crack, crack. One by one, people caught by the tentacles were drained alive. The dark river assassins were ambushed, nearly wiped out. The female assassin fought desperately, calling out, Mr. Bangu, we are one of you. You've attacked the wrong people. One of you? Precisely because you are one of us, you should be attacked. Our goal is to kill Lu Feng, and the only thing you can do is provide me with nourishment to drain your energy. After absorbing some of the energy from the bodies, a mass of black energy rapidly expanded, with 2 red eyes and a large W-shaped mouth flickering within. The voice coming from it was Bangu's. He laughed cruelly, deliberately sending multiple tentacles rushing towards the female assassin. Wah, purine body, what a great supplement. The chest pad rolled to the ground, rolling forward for quite a distance before crashing into a stone and finally stopping, spinning like a coin before coming to a complete halt. The energy Mass formed by Bangu gradually took shape, resembling a face with only eyes and a mouth, the tentacles on its head resembling dreadlocks, dancing wildly. As they swayed, small pits were smashed into the ground. Lufeng dodged left and right, seeing its clumsy head-down escape. Bangu laughed. This is my true form, my final shape, born from death. A fleeting moment of glory, just to make all beings submit.
You speak so arrogantly.
Lufeng realized that this guy named Bangu had probably been repressed for a long time, leading to a twisted psyche, seizing the opportunity to
take advantage and indulge in self-absorption?
If it were an ordinary person, they might have been fooled, but daring to act like that in front of
him was like putting a green onion in a pig's nose, acting like a big shot.
The opponent's size had grown so large, and with a clear target, Lufeng was no longer afraid of missing. Xiaomo, he called out, and Xiaomo, holding a trident, jumped to the treetop, chanting a spell, gathering dark
elemental energy, forming a massive elemental energy ball in an instant. True king level. Demon King chanting, "Go!" The dark elemental energy ball
whistled down, shattering the earth and stone in its path, charging straight at Bangu. Seeing such a huge energy ball, Bangu, who had just been showing off, had to take it seriously again. He summoned all his tentacles to meet it. What terrified him was that the moment the tentacles made contact with the elemental ball, they were engulfed by the dark energy, able to withstand the impact of the energy ball but unable to bear the violent dark
energy. No. The dark energy ball exploded, dark elements rampaging, dyeing the entire nearby sky purple-black.
Under the illumination of the energy beams, Bangu's expression twisted and deformed, ultimately being annihilated along with the dark energy in the void.
Bangu's final form was
displayed for no more than 3 seconds before being obliterated by Xiaomo's dark energy ball. Standing on the treetop, Xiaomo wiped his nose, pointing
the trident head down as if to say, "So weak."
Lufeng found this scene perfectly natural, but not far away. Wu Qingfeng was left dumbfounded. In the most primitive state of the Bangu, they were unable to deal with it, yet the Bangu, whose hidden cards continuously emerged and whose strength soared,
was ultimately easily eliminated by Lufeng.
This, he couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. Was it joy, shock, astonishment, or
perhaps a dreamlike state of confusion?
In short, it was very complex, an indescribable complexity, especially when he realized that the other party
was still a high school student.
Wu Qingfeng was born into a prestigious family in Jinchang, among the most talented young people in his family. And even in the entire city, last year he achieved one of the top 3 scores in the college entrance examination in Jinchang, ranking among the top
300 in Dongjiang.
Moreover, in just 1 year, his level had broken through to level 20, far ahead of his peers, and there were even people saying that Wu Qingfeng was the next mayor of Jinchang. Not long ago, he accompanied his father to the military district for observation and learning, where he encountered old Hu, who was heading to Fengcheng for support.
After understanding the situation, Wu Qingfeng was very interested.
Firstly, the genius from Fengcheng was rumored to be extraordinary, and he wanted to witness it with his own eyes.
Secondly, his mission was assessed
by the military district as having a moderate level of danger, with little chance of unexpected events, making it a good opportunity for Wu Qingfeng
to gain experience.
Therefore, he followed old Hu's team to Fengcheng, met with the Dark Department, and formed a team to rescue Lu Feng's father,
Lu Liangyu, and then a series of events unfolded.
In the moment of life and death, he realized his weakness in front of true powerhouses,
along with a deep shock towards Lu Feng.
This high school student, the one he was supposed to protect in this mission, ultimately defeated the Bangu
and saved him.
He had once prided himself on being the most outstanding professional in Jincheng throughout history, but recalling how he had trembled in front of the master compared to Lu Feng's calm and confident defeat of the Bangu, he found his previous thoughts laughable.
Genius? In front of Lu Feng, what kind of genius was he? It was only today that he understood what true extraordinary talent was. The gap was self-evident, especially since having attended university. Wu Qingfeng understood even more that the real transformation period occurs in university, reaching such a level before university had long exceeded Wu Qingfeng's imagination, making it something he could only look up to. Are you okay? Just as Wu Qingfeng was
lost in thought, Lu Feng had already finished clearing the battlefield and taken everything that needed to be taken, coming to Wu Qingfeng and asking,
I'm fine.
Faced with Lu Feng, Wu Qingfeng felt a bit nervous. I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of you all earlier due to my lack of combat experience, Lu Feng said with a hint of apology.
Wu Qingfeng's protective charms had saved several members of the Dark Department, and they, having
survived, were taken aback by Lu Feng's concern and shook their heads, and no,
it's fine.
Clearly, they had failed to protect Lu Feng, and now that Lu Feng had saved them, he was apologizing to them, leaving them at a loss. After Lu Feng dealt with the second-in-command of Area 2, he initially thought of returning to Fengcheng immediately, but the fight between Hu Xiufeng and the puppet master had caused a great commotion, with smoke
and dust rising.
After careful consideration, Lu Feng decided he couldn't just leave like that. After all, these people from Fengcheng had risked a lot to rescue his father. Regardless of their strength, they had done their best, which was a form of kindness to Lu Feng, and he couldn't just
ignore it.
Additionally, after assessing the strengths of both sides, he felt he had the power to influence the outcome of the battlefield without risking his life, so he ultimately chose to go to the battlefield for support. So many heroes have sacrificed, and I am very sorry. Here, I express my sincerest gratitude to you. Looking at the Dark Department personnel on the ground who had already lost their vital signs, Lu Feng bowed to them. Now, the danger has been lifted, so I will trouble you with the cleanup work. Although he was escorted by the little brother Crow, Lu Feng still felt uneasy. He needed to hurry and catch up to his dad. Only with his dad by his side would he feel at ease. Where are you going? The mayor and the others will be here soon. Lu Feng turned around and said, I'll head back to Wine City first. As for the explanation with the mayor, I'll leave that to you. After saying this, Lu Feng waved his hand and ran off without looking back, disappearing into the distance among the branches. Ah! This, sigh. The Dark Department couldn't stop Lu Feng and could only sigh in resignation. Watching Lu Feng's disappearing figure, Wu Qingfeng smiled. Lu Feng, we will meet again. Meanwhile, Chen Jiawei and the others who were rushing to Wu Qingfeng's location ran into the Dark Department captain who was carrying Hu Shufeng back. After handing the person over to the medical team, Chen Jiawei continued forward with the rest. When they arrived, the two battle generals were already on site. Seeing the chaos on the ground, he approached the two battle generals. Battle General, this Bangu has already been taken care of, one of the battle generals said. And Lu Feng? All is well. That's great. Thank you so much, Battle General, for arriving in time to eliminate the war criminal and protect the pride of Win City. The two battle generals smiled and shook their heads at Chen Jiawei's words. Mayor Chen, I think you misunderstood. We didn't arrive a few minutes earlier than you. The battle was already over when we got here. Hearing the battle general's words, Chen Jiawei was somewhat puzzled. What do you mean? It means that before we arrived, someone had already taken out that S-class war criminal, and according to your subordinate's description, the one who took out that S-class war criminal is your Win City's pride. What? The words of the two battle generals left Chen Jiawei in shock. You mean, it was Lu Feng who took out Bangu? Hee, we had the same expression when we heard this news. We only know the result. As for what exactly happened, I think you should ask your subordinates. In response, Chen Jiawei thanked the battle generals and immediately went to the front line to summon the surviving members of the Dark Department. Those few Dark Department members reported in detail the process of Lu Feng taking down Bangu, and Chen Jiawei and the others who had rushed over were left with goosebumps. They found it hard to accept that the result was like this. Lu Feng had become this strong? It completely exceeded their imagination. Only Chen Jiahao remained relatively calm. Chen Jiawei sent people to check the battle conditions at various sites, and they returned with footage from the scene. Seeing the shocking battlefields, he felt somewhat disoriented, especially the battlefield in Area 2, which was filled with scorched earth, with molten lava erupting from the ground and dismembered corpses floating above. After seeing the brutal battlefield, Chen Jiawei's brows remained furrowed, unable to relax for a long time. If it weren't for his identity as mayor, he probably would have exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! All the assassins are dead, and not a single body is intact." The inspector's report echoed in his ears, making Chen Jiawei swallow hard, feeling parched. The power to shatter mountains and crack the earth, even the underground lava can be manipulated. How is this even possible? Tell me, how can a student like Lu Feng be this powerful? Even more so than me, the mayor, by a lot. He's hidden himself quite well. I thought his strength was just a bit stronger than a level 20 professional, but I didn't expect he could even take down the S-class war criminal. Bangu. That's a being whose strength exceeds that of a 5-star battle general. All this destruction was caused by his summoned beasts. Who can tell me what kind of summoned beast possesses such powerful skills? Chen Jiawei's mind felt a bit hazy, his words filled with deep shock and a sense of collapse after having his worldview and understanding of genius refreshed after so many years. There is a sense of anxiety as they prepare everything, believing their government is the backing behind Lu Feng, ready to support him. However, they soon realize they are of no use at all, feeling somewhat overly sentimental. He self-deprecatingly laughed. Our misjudgment of Lu Feng's strength, our arrogance, seems quite childish at this moment. With Lu Liangyu captured, he pretended in front of Lu Feng that everything was fine, while secretly hoping to use the government's power to successfully rescue Lu Liangyu. He overestimated their strength and underestimated Lu Feng's, ultimately relying on Lu Feng's absolute power to get through this crisis. This feeling left Chen Jiawei quite uncomfortable. Brother Wei, both Lu Feng and his father are fine. Shouldn't that be a good thing? Moreover, the stronger Lu Feng is, the more beyond our imagination he becomes. Isn't that better? It shows he is truly a genius. You said it yourself. Lu Feng is the most outstanding professional to emerge since the establishment of Win City, someone who can influence the fate of the nation. If such a person could be easily seen through in terms of true strength and the limits of development, then he wouldn't be called a fate-bearer. Chen Jiahao, chewing on a grass root, stepped forward slowly. It is precisely because he is a once-in-a-century prodigy that we cannot see through him or understand him. That is normal. Otherwise, could a prodigy be seen through? On the contrary, the more surprises and shocks he brings us, the better. Ideally, it should be terrifying. Chen Jiawei turned to look at Chen Jiahao and pointed to the lava area behind them, asking, "Isn't
this scene something you saw in Fengyue City?"
Chen Jiahao nodded. "Yes, this is one of Lu Feng's summoned beast skills, capable of causing mountains
to collapse and magma to erupt, dealing secondary damage to the target. At that time in Fengyue City, in hell level difficulty, he used this skill
against the Empress's thousands of troops, and with one move, there were corpses for miles. The destruction caused by the scene before us is not
even 1/10 of what it was back then."
Listening to Chen Jiahao's response, Chen Jiawei stared at him for a long time, finally nodding and smiling. This smile cleared the heaviness from his heart, and he acknowledged what Chen Jiahao said. "You're right, Lu Feng is the most outstanding prodigy. Since the establishment of Wind City, the more outrageously strong he is, the happier we should be. But then again, tell me, if such a thing were
to be said today, who would believe it?"
Chen Jiawei laughed and shook his head. "If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, I would think it was a tall tale." Just like yesterday's detailed conversation with Chen Jiahao in the office, where Chen Jiahao spoke about the hell level difficulty of Fengyue City and Lu Feng's performance, he expressed deep skepticism, believing the difficulty and Lu Feng's strength were greatly exaggerated.
Even
the words of his own brother were hard to believe.
But now, having seen it with his own eyes, he believed it and accepted it. "I think I can roughly understand your mental state back then now."
Chen Jiawei walked up to Chen Jiahao and patted his shoulder with his broad palm.
Chen Jiahao lowered
his head and smiled bitterly. "As long as you understand otherwise, do you think I would be the kind of person to catch a high school student and
call him a great god? Ha ha ha."
Chen Jiawei was amused. "That shout of great god is warranted. Next time I see Lu Feng, I should shout like that, too." After coming to terms with and accepting the fact that Lu Feng is amazing, Chen Jiawei quickly adjusted his mindset and entered work mode. After handling all the finishing tasks, he took people to transport all the bodies to the forensic department for DNA molecular sequence comparison, to determine the identities of the deceased. Before long, the comparison results came out, and the head of the forensic team in a white coat came to
report the results. "Mayor, the genetic sequence comparison shows that none of the deceased match any DNA in the database. These people all lack identity in society and are not registered professionals."
The maneuvering between the Dark Division and the Dark River had been going on for several years, and Chen Jiawei naturally knew that these people were assassins from the Dark River. However, everything requires evidence, especially when
it comes to confronting the Bai family.
Acting rashly without evidence would likely not withstand the pressure from above.
The Bai family could thrive
in various places. It was impossible without some connections, and it was quite normal for some high-ranking officials to be bound by interests.
That old fox Bai Yunqing probably still doesn't know the outcome regarding Lu Shan.
We must take the initiative before he gets the news.
Chen Jiawei
had already dispatched all available personnel to gather relevant clues and information, and he reported the situation to his direct superiors,
informing the provincial authorities.
Upon learning this, the province issued a temporary military district pass, and the army was dispatched for protection. They secretly withdrew more than 10 elite soldiers from the main urban area of a nearby prefecture-level city to Fengcheng, and the provincial inspection team also participated in the investigation. The provincial inspection team used secret techniques to track based on the characteristics found on the bodies of Dark River members and located a man who had fainted from excessive blood loss by the riverbank. This man was none other than the male assassin who had escaped from Bai Yunqing's hands that day, an important member of the Dark River. That night, he had persuaded Bai Yunqing to stop at the cliff in time, but his brother had met a tragic end, and he had to sever his arm to survive, relying on his familiarity with the Dark River and his proficiency in divine movement techniques to escape with his life. However, he fainted by the riverbank due to exhaustion and
blood loss, narrowly escaping death and being washed downstream to the riverbank. "What is your name?" "Along." "I asked for your full name, not your code name."
"We have no names. We've been with the Bai family since we can remember."
"Along is my name." In Fengcheng, inside the electronic
prison, the professional police were interrogating Along face to face.
After the inspection department brought him back for treatment, when they
inquired about what had happened, he did not answer, only saying he was being chased. When asked who was chasing him, he fell silent.
"You are a member
of the Bai family's Dark River. In Fengcheng, it seems that only the Dark River has the capability to chase you.
Tell us, what exactly happened? Why does the Dark River want to kill you? Did you betray the organization, or did you violate some family rules, or do you know something you shouldn't, that they want to silence you about?" Faced with the questions, Along shook his head, refusing to answer. "Unwilling to tell us? Then that means you still wish to remain loyal to the Bai family that wants to kill you?"
The special police leaned back in the chair, playing with a pen in hand, smiling sarcastically. "They want your life, yet you still protect them like this.
I can't understand it. If that's the case, why do you need to escape? Just give your life to them." "No, I can't die.
I want revenge. I want to avenge my brother." The special police's words successfully angered
Along. "Moreover, the ones who want to kill me are not the Bai family, it's the Dark River."
"The Dark River is the Dark River, and the Bai family is
the Bai family. They are not the same." "Oh, but isn't the Dark River part of the Bai family?"
The Dark River is indeed part of the Bai family, but the actions of the Dark River are unknown to the Bai family. It's all the doing of the patriarch. Oh no, the demon Bai Yuncheng. Along emphasized that in his heart he believed he was loyal to the Bai family, not the Dark River. When the interests of the Dark River conflicted with those of the Bai family, he would choose to stand with the Bai family. Moreover, Bai Yunqing was ruthless and had killed his brother. He wanted revenge and could not just watch the Bai family be implicated by Bai Yunqing. It seems you have many stories. These just happen to be the intelligence we need. It's clear that Bai Yunqing has done something evil to you. Since that's the case, tell us everything you know so we can help you. The special police gently guided him, hoping to get him to reveal key information while his emotions were stirred. But Along still shook his head in refusal. Staring at the special police officer, he said, I want to speak to someone who can make decisions here. You don't trust me? Yes, this is a serious matter. I must be extremely cautious, and I need him to agree to one thing, otherwise I won't say anything at all. The glass of the electronic monitoring room was two-way. The inside couldn't see the outside, but the outside could see everything clearly inside. Chen Jiawei and the leaders from Fengcheng were observing the situation from outside the monitoring room. They heard the entire conversation between the two. The police chief originally intended to go in but was stopped by Chen Jiawei. Let me go. Mayor, why do you need to personally interrogate a criminal? Chen Jiawei shook his head. He is not an ordinary criminal. Whether we can catch the entire Dark River this time depends on him. If he has requests, as long as they are not too excessive, we must try to meet them. Isn't he looking for someone who can make decisions? When it came to catching the entire Dark River, a glint of coldness flashed in Chen Jiawei's eyes. Bai Yunqing's actions had completely angered him. He wanted to seek justice for Lu Feng and give an explanation to the subordinates who sacrificed for this. Creak. After receiving the notification, the special police left the room and Chen Jiawei walked in. Let me introduce myself. Mayor Chen, I know you. Chen Jiawei wanted to reveal his identity to facilitate communication, and it was good that the other party recognized him, saving a lot of trouble. That's great. Since you know me, I don't need to prove my identity. As a mayor, I should be qualified to make decisions, right? Along nodded. Chen Jiawei sat down on Along's chair and gestured for him to speak. Tell me your conditions. What do you need to tell us everything you know? Mayor Chen, please give the Bai family a chance. This matter was entirely orchestrated by Bai Yunqing. The head of the family and the young lady are still kept in the dark. Are you pleading for the Bai family? Yes. My life was given by the young lady. I can't watch that bastard Bai Yunqing ruin the young lady in the Bai family. But how do you know they are unaware? What if Bai Yunqing is acting with their tacit approval? Upon hearing this, Along's emotions flared up. The young lady and the head of the family could not possibly know. After the young lady left the novice village, she went into a secret realm dungeon to meditate and won't come out until the college entrance examination. During this time, all matters were handled by Bai Yunqing. As for the head of the family, my brother and I went to advise him precisely because Bai Yunqing's actions were utterly outrageous and he feared we would inform the head of the family, so he wanted to kill us. At this point, a look of desolation appeared in Along's eyes. My brother had his neck broken by him, and I severed my own arm to escape. I will never forget the scene when he died. I want to avenge him. Chen Jiawei hesitated for a moment and said, this is just your one-sided account. We still need to investigate whether the head of the Bai family and the young lady were involved. Mayor, what I am asking for is this: a chance to prove their innocence. The one harming is Bai Yunqing from the Dark Department, not the Bai family. Bai Yunqing is just a steward. His arrogance outside can only represent the Dark River, not the Bai family. Alright, if it is later confirmed that this matter was the act of Bai Yunqing and the Dark River and has nothing to do with the Bai family, I will do my best to advocate for the Bai family. The government will not make things difficult for them. But if evidence is found that the head of the Bai family or Bai Chu Shue was involved, then I understand the consequences. You mentioned, I firmly believe that the young lady and the head of the family are unaware, which is why I implore you to give the Bai family a chance. Only in this way can we save the Bai family and save the young lady. If we bind the Bai family and the Dark River together and confuse them, the Bai family will be finished. Along's eyes revealed determination. He knew very well that this was the only chance to save the Bai family. It was not too late to mend the fold after the sheep were lost. To redeem one's mistakes was to have a glimmer of hope. To err again and again and stand on the wrong side was truly to head towards destruction. Alright, I agree. Upon hearing Chen Jiawei's promise, Along nodded solemnly and then laid out everything he knew. This included not only the origins of the Dark River, their training methods, their means of concealment and addresses, but also all the dirty deeds Bai Yunqing had done behind the Bai family's back. When he heard that Bai Yunqing had leaked information about Lu Feng to the external assassin organization and colluded with foreign forces, Chen Jiawei's expression darkened, dark enough to almost kill that mad dog. Bai Yunqing, tearing him apart wouldn't be enough to vent my anger. In Fengcheng, in an alley, Lu Feng and Lu Liangyu, surrounded by a group of crows, slowly landed. Chener, have we arrived home? Lu Liangyu recognized that this was an alley close to their home. As an ordinary person, seeing These magical means inevitably felt astonishing. These crows seemed to have been summoned, bringing them back from so far outside the city. It was unbelievable. Yes, we are home, Dad. Lu Feng replied with a smile. After dealing with Bangu, he had followed Lu Liangyo's flock of crows all the way back home. Good, it's good to be home. Lu Liangyu looked at Lu Feng and sighed. Xiaochun, you've grown up, you're an outstanding professional now. Lu Feng touched his nose and laughed. Dad, the way you say that is a bit too official. It makes me feel a bit awkward. If you really don't know what to say, just give me a thumbs up. I think that would be better. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Now you're even teaching me. I haven't been to school, so I don't know much about you professionals. The previously serious atmosphere was instantly broken, and Lu Liangyu scratched his head awkwardly, then said, by the way, don't mention what happened today to your mom and sister. It's all in the past, and there's no need to make them worry for nothing. Lu Feng nodded, sharing the same thought as Lu Liangyu. Men outside always think first of their family's feelings. Years ago, Lu Liangyu worked hard outside, suffering silently, always bringing home a smile. Let's go home, let your mom prepare some good wine, and we'll have a good drink together. Then tell me about your career change. I can't wait to hear my son's legendary story. Lu Liangyu put his arm around Lu Feng's shoulder and they walked towards Liangyu's supermarket. Manhwa. As soon as he entered, he saw Deng Meihua calculating at the counter and called out. Hearing the call, Mom Deng Meihua looked up, and when she saw Lu Liangyu at the door, her face lit up with joy, but soon that joy turned into scolding. Putting down her work, she strode forward and twisted Lu Liangyu's arm hard. You deadbeat, where have you been? You said you'd be home yesterday, and now it's only just now. You didn't even answer your phone. You made me worry sick thinking it was you. The ominous words that followed were left unspoken, but she shot Lu Liangyu a fierce glare. Me? What could have happened? I just had a little trouble with the communication device on the way back, and I had to hand over some work temporarily, so I didn't manage to call you back. See, I rushed home as soon as it was light this morning. I haven't even had time to replace my communication device. Let's eat something first when we get home. I'm hungry. After eating, give me some money to get a new communication device. This time, we must buy something better. Cheap things really don't have good quality. Lu Liangyu was skilled at lying, his face flushed but his heart steady. Deng Meihua believed him, giving him an annoyed sidelong glance. Alright, are you trying to pin this idea on me again? Luckily our son is doing well now, otherwise I really wouldn't be willing to spend money on a new communication device. It was only then that she came to her senses and looked at Lu Feng beside her. Xiaochun, why did you come back? With your dad? I heard Lingyue say you were grinding monsters in the dungeon. Oh, I happened to run into my dad on the way back, so we came back together. Lu Feng had to cooperate with the lie. It was just like when he was a child, when Lu Liangyu came home late and their mother found out it was Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue who provided the cover. I see. Deng Meihua didn't probe further. You must be hungry, go wash your hands, and I'll make you dinner. After saying that, she hummed a tune, tied on an apron, and started cooking, also bringing out 2 bottles of liquor from the counter. Good quality old white liquor. Wow, wife, you are so good to me. Go, it's thanks to your son, it has nothing to do with you, old man. After serving the food, Deng Meihua shouted upstairs, girl, come down for dinner. In a little while, Lu Lingyue came down from upstairs, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Lu Liangyu, she instantly woke up. Dad, she exclaimed happily, rushing over to hug Lu Liangyu, who stumbled slightly and almost fell. He laughed. Lingyue, your dad is getting old, I can't take such a hit. He patted his lower back, a result of years of driving, leading to chronic back pain. Sorry, Dad, I was just too excited to see you. I missed you so much, Lu Lingyue said, transforming into a docile little kitten, sweetly. Dad missed you too, it's been so long since we last met, and Lingyue has become even prettier, Lu Liangyu said, stroking Lu Lingyue's head as she linked her arm with his, and they sat down together. They say daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets. That saying is true, Lu Liangyu said joyfully. Not leaking wind is already pretty good, Lu Feng teased, and Lu Lingyue shot him a big eye roll. Brother, you're just jealous of me, Lu Lingyue huffed lightly, not really angry. Seeing her attitude towards Lu Feng, Lu Liangyu was greatly surprised. Lu Lingyue had never called Lu Feng brother before. She either called him by his name, bastard old brother, or you old thing. He had even educated her multiple times to call him brother properly, but it had never worked. It always went in one ear and out the other. How come now she was calling him brother so smoothly? Watching Lu Liangyu's astonished expression, Lu Lingyue smiled and said, Dad, you don't know how impressive my brother has been lately. Let me tell you, he has broken all the records for practitioners in our Feng city. All the records now belong to him. Lu Lingyue proudly recounted Lu Feng's heroic deeds to Lu Liangyu, who finally understood what was going on and realized why this girl was being so well behaved. He was also amazed, occasionally exclaiming, wow, my son is so amazing, come, let's have a drink. Not only did he refresh the dungeon, but he also got certified at the military academy level. This is unprecedented. Even the president of the Profession Alliance came to our house, personally, bringing money and plaques. You see, the one hanging at home was given by President Chen. He personally wrote the characters for your old brother. Lu Lingyue, who usually only drank soda, had gotten a bit tipsy after getting excited, wrinkling her brow and exclaiming, "Refreshing." The table was lively, and Deng Meowa's face was also beaming with smiles. This joyful and warm atmosphere made Lu Feng feel the warmth of home. The scene of the whole family together was intoxicating. The whole family spent a full 2 hours eating this meal. During this time, Lu Liangyu also understood the current situation at home, which was that Lu Feng's incredible rise had changed the family's circumstances. Lu Lingyue strongly advocated for Lu Liangyu to stay at home and help their mother manage the grocery store, no longer needing to go out and drive. In the past, Lu Liangyu might have refused, but after seeing the balance on Deng Meowa's card and experiencing what happened today, he agreed. Not to mention that they would never spend all that money in their lifetime. Even to avoid causing trouble for Lu Feng, he would no longer leave the city and would stay home. Honestly, going out of the city would only give those bad people an opportunity to threaten Lu Feng and put him in danger, which he never wanted to see again. Hearing Lu Liangyu's agreement, Lu Lingyue clapped her hands in joy, and although Deng Meihua didn't say anything, the smile on her face said it all. Looking at the harmonious scene at home, Lu Feng felt quite pleased and proud that he had the ability to give his parents the choice to live a comfortable life. The meaning of striving, the meaning of becoming stronger, seemed to suddenly be defined at this moment. After the meal, Deng Meihua closed the grocery store and held the drunken Lu Liangyu upstairs, while Lu Feng and Lu Lingyue each returned to their rooms. Sitting on the bed, Lu Feng finally had time to check the items in his inventory. After the morning's battles, he had wiped out the assassins from the dark river and Bangu, looting everything in their inventory without having time to look. Let's see if there's anything good. Lu Feng opened the inventory, added a tag, newly acquired, and then sorted it all with one click. In the item classification section, the first main category displayed various currencies: crystal coins, energy purple crystals, gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, and some currencies from outside the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, there were 26 energy purple crystals worth 26 million gold coins, and the total value of the other currencies converted to gold coins was just over 10 million. 70% of this came from Bangu's inventory. The second main category displayed equipment with over 30 new pieces of equipment and 60 old pieces worn on his body. The two families had 2 beginner space rings, which could store items that the inventory could not hold and could be used in extreme environments instead of the inventory. In some ungoverned areas or secret realms, electronic radiation interference could cause communication devices to lose effectiveness, making it impossible to connect to one's inventory. Therefore, when venturing into wild dungeons and secret realms, there was no national system to back you up. You had to rely on space rings made of special materials to store necessary items. Analogous to mobile communication, many mountainous areas have no signal or internet. Without a connection, you can't access the item space. No wonder they wear these rings directly on their hands. At the time, he didn't think much of it and just tossed it into his inventory. Lu Feng specifically searched them all and found that the price of these space rings was astonishingly high. A beginner space ring, which could store 1 cubic meter, cost 2 million gold coins. Then he looked up how to open a space ring online, which required using some special materials to erase someone else's spiritual mark and then inscribing his own spiritual mark with a specific spell. After all that effort, he spent several thousand gold coins to successfully erase the previous marks from the 2 space rings. Open. Inside the 2 families' space rings was a broken diamond-level holy sword, a scroll, and several bottles of high-level magic potions. Bangu's space ring contained a bag of black sand gold, several bottles of elixirs, and a book. Body refining pill, marrow refining pill, dragon tiger pill. Looking at the labels on the bottles, Lu Feng felt a sense of fantasy. What are these things? Ancient martial arts body refining pills? Why do they look like something for cultivating immortality? Lu Feng shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. Anyway, he wouldn't take the risk of consuming these pills. There is a risk in not speaking. But the most critical point is that he seemingly does not need this thing. He has the little demon's return, and even if he lies around all day, his physique and blood volume will still increase significantly. Find an opportunity to ask in the ancient martial artist community if I can sell it. For a good price, then sell it. The items that Bangu specially placed in the space ring must be extraordinary. Figures at the battle general level should be able to use them. People of their caliber need them, so they should be able to fetch a good price. Lu Feng nodded and took out the book to flip through it. The complete guide to puppet making, which records how to refine puppets using corpses. Puppet reincarnation? By sacrificing an equivalent living being, the reincarnated puppet can gain over 90% of its battle power from its previous life. Upon seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. If one could obtain over 90% of their previous battle power, then if he could collect the corpses of powerful individuals and turn them into puppets, wouldn't that make him invincible? He continued flipping through the pages and realized that the power source for these puppets was energy amethyst, and the stronger the puppet, the more energy amethyst it required. Maintaining a battle general level puppet at full power for an entire day requires consuming 1 piece of energy amethyst. This complete guide to puppets includes methods for
efficiently utilizing energy amethyst, allowing for the highest energy conversion rate. One piece of energy amethyst can let a battle general fight. For me all day, that sounds like a good deal. As long as I have enough energy amethyst, wouldn't that mean? At this thought, Lu Feng's breath became a bit heated. This Bangu is a war criminal, his activity area is restricted, and his way of making money is very limited. Therefore, he hasn't accumulated much amethyst money until now. But Lu Feng is different. He is a prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom, a student with unlimited potential, and the Dragon Kingdom will provide him with abundant resources. If he really has enough energy amethyst, then what's wrong with creating an army of puppets? Not to mention battle generals, even battle kings could become puppets, as long as there are corpses in amethyst. Gulp. Lu Feng swallowed hard and quickly put the items away. This information must not be known to others. He never expected that this Bangu fellow actually had such a heaven-defying item. No wonder his strength had suddenly increased so much in recent days. Even the updates to the National Treasury couldn't keep up. This puppet guide should be his own secret. Other powerful individuals don't know about it, otherwise he would have long attracted a fatal disaster. This item is not something someone of his level should possess. Lu Feng was certain that if this puppet guide fell into the hands of a powerful and capable practitioner, it would not just exhibit the power that Bangu is shown now, he could create puppets far stronger than battle generals. And theoretically, as long as you have enough amethyst, there would be no limit to the number of puppets. The book states that these puppets do not require personal control. Once created, they can have autonomous consciousness to fight and obey unconditionally. However, Bangu used puppet chains when releasing the puppets, which now seems clearly intentional. Using his identity as a puppet master as a smokescreen, others would take these methods as his innate talent and skills as a puppet master, rather than suspecting him of having a puppet secret manual. Indeed, being at level 27 and having strength exceeding 5-star battle generals is inherently illogical, but if he has this trump card, then everything makes sense. Lu Feng sorted out all the logic, hiding his achievements and fame. What a good person, even after death, he gives me such a big gift. Just then, a video call came in, startling Lu Feng. He put the space ring back into his item bar, and when he looked at the caller ID, it was Secretary Wang's call. After connecting the video call, the person on the other end was not Wang Yuqing but a slightly plump middle-aged man, the mayor of Feng City, Chen Jiawei. Hello, Lu Feng, I'm Chen Jiawei. Chen Jiawei greeted Lu Feng warmly. Mayor Chen, why are you personally calling me? Lu Feng had no good attitude towards Chen Jiawei, who had sworn to protect Lu Lianyu and ensure his safe return home. But where was that protection? Chen Jiawei knew that Lu Feng held a grudge against him, and he felt quite guilty about it. He could understand Lu Feng's attitude towards him. Student Lu, regarding your father's matter, it was indeed our oversight. This time in Lushan, I feel quite ashamed. If it weren't for your intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As a mayor, he had never been so respectful and humble in front of his direct superiors, but now, in front of Lu Feng, he lowered his posture to the lowest, as if he were asking for forgiveness for a mistake. It's good that you know. Lu Feng didn't actually blame them, but he wanted to seize the current psychological state of the other party to lay a solid foundation for bargaining. Mayor Chen, you didn't call me just for small talk, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. No need to beat around the bush. Lu Feng's cold demeanor made Chen Jiawei feel like he was getting a cold shoulder, but he had no choice but to smile along. Yes, what you say is right, student Lu. Actually, I called you to discuss two matters. The first matter is regarding the items on those assassins. According to the Dark Department present, the items on those assassins were all taken by you. Oh, don't misunderstand, I don't mean to ask you for them. You can keep the money and equipment. What I want to know is whether there are any items in the inventory that can prove their identities. I need crucial clues to determine their identities so that we can catch them all. Therefore, I hope you can hand over those items to us first, and we will return them to you after we confirm. How about that? This way, when we find the mastermind, we can give you an early explanation. Chen Jiawei's proposal was rejected by Lu Feng without a second thought. Mayor Chen, the items in the equipment inventory are nothing more than things used by professionals. There's nothing special. They are assassins who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Do you think a group of people who are determined to die would carry anything that could expose their identities? If they did, they wouldn't deserve to be called professional assassins. Chen Jiawei seemed to have anticipated Lu Feng's response. He chuckled a couple of times. That does seem to make sense. Look at my brain, asking such a pointless question. Since student Lu has already checked and found no issues, then let's just let this matter pass. Lu Feng was somewhat surprised by Chen Jiawei's reaction. It was just going to pass like that? He thought it would take more back and forth reasoning with him emotionally. Then let's directly talk about the second matter. The inspection department captured a core member of the Dark River today, and he revealed some facts to us. This assassination attempt against you is greatly related to the Dark River and the Bai family. We are about to conduct a surround and capture operation against the Dark River, and I would like to invite you to witness it.
Chen Jiawei had already obtained substantial evidence from along, and the reason he mentioned the items on the previous assassins in front of Lu Feng was to soothe Lu Feng's emotions, turning a blind eye to do him a favor, and it could also be
seen as a way to make amends with Lu Feng.
Then he would lead into the real matter he wanted to discuss with Lu Feng.
Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh.
Inwardly, old fox, already having the evidence but still pretending to ask for it from him, and then openly telling him that he had obtained the
evidence while inviting him to join in the extermination?
Trying to curry favor in various ways. It must be said that Chen Jiawei knew how to play.
Lu Feng remained unfazed. Invite me to witness? Are you sure you're not asking me to be a thug? Ah, classmate Lu, it seems we have indeed left you with a very bad impression.
I apologize once again for the misjudgment and lack of preparation regarding the Lushan incident, but this time, please rest assured, we are fully prepared. Even if the Dark River is filled with battle generals, they won't be able to stir up any waves. The special forces from the provincial capital, Jinchang, and the military district were already ready to go.
With them around, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut.
There was no room for surprises.
This matter could be resolved by Chen Jiawei and the others themselves, and since this operation was classified, coming to inform Lu Feng was purely out of respect for him, and it could be considered an explanation. Do you wish to go together and witness the downfall of the Dark River?
The enmity between Lu Feng and Bai Yunqing was not something that had developed overnight.
The various
past grievances were not worth mentioning, but this time, they even had the intent to kill and kidnap his family, which was absolutely unforgivable.
Go!
Lu Feng's eyes shone brightly as he spoke decisively. He had thought that the government would need to go through some twists and turns to deal with the Dark River, but he didn't expect such substantial progress to come so quickly. Perfect, he could settle old scores along with new ones.
Alright, I'll send someone to pick you up right away. After ending the video call, Lu Feng pondered for a moment, then reopened the item inventory page and hung all the equipment separately at the business associations of various county-level cities under Jinchang. The prices for the new equipment
were listed at market value, while the worn equipment had some wear and tear, and the second-hand prices were generally very low, selling for
less than half of the new equipment's price.
However, after all this fuss, these items could still bring Lu Feng a profit of a few million gold coins. Additionally, their inventory contained a variety of items, arranged by level, and Lu Feng sold off all the very useful items and the generally
mediocre low to mid-level items at a 10% discount.
Although the unit prices of these items were not high, the large quantity still brought Lu Feng a
profit of nearly 3 million gold coins.
Finally, what surprised Lu Feng was that among the items he obtained, there were over 100 related to summoners, mainly looted from the burly man. There were 2 skill books that enhanced the effects of summoned beasts and over a dozen summoning books. Blessing and Underworld River could grant summoned beasts a 5% increase in all attributes and an additional 1,000 defense points.
Effect
lasts for 1 minute. Underworld River allowed summoned beasts to leave a shadow in place and teleport to any position within 5 meters.
The effects of these 2 summoner skill books were quite good, especially Underworld River, which essentially gave summoned beasts a blink ability. This ability would be remarkably effective in instant kills and extreme defense. Additionally, the summoned creatures collected by the burly man were all rare varieties, with the lowest being second tier. There was even a summoning creature illustration that he had locked with a cipher. Lu Feng spent
some money to forcibly unlock it, revealing a sealed summoned creature inside. It was a translucent green snake, about the same size as the green snake in the novice trial ground, but its aura was many times stronger than that of the green snake.
Moreover, the most crucial point was that Lu Feng
felt this snake looked quite beautiful, and the more he looked, the more fascinated he became. After being single for so long, even a snake looks
elegant.
Lu Feng couldn't help but find it absurd, but upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't his problem. The snake indeed had its unique
charm.
Its tier was 3rd, and its attributes were even stronger than some 4th-tier creatures, especially its skill effects, which were exceptional. What amazed Lu Feng the most was that it had faint azure patterns on its body, long and delicate, reflecting the beauty of mountains and rivers,
reminiscent of the legendary dragon patterns. Could it be that this little creature has dragon blood flowing through it? Lu Feng was about to reach
level 15 and could contract a new summoned beast. The summoning illustration of the luminous snake might be a good choice. If there is indeed dragon blood within it, even if it's very weak, through the ascension of the heavenly Tao contract, perhaps a dragon could be born. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng did not hesitate to open the illustrated guide. Golden light surged, and on the introduction page, there were only a few sparse
numbers.
Azure glimmering serpent, female, durable, thick-skinned.
A long black car stopped at the entrance of the Liangyu grocery store. Lu Lingyue
knocked on Lu Feng's door. Big brother, there's a car outside, it should be looking for you.
Got it.
Collecting his emotions, Lu Feng stretched
and got up from the bed.
As soon as he stepped out the door, the window of the passenger seat of the black car rolled down, revealing Wang Yuqing
with a bright smile, enthusiastically greeting Lu Feng. Hello, Lu Dishin, long time no see. Lu Feng smiled in response, walked to the back of the car, and opened the door, only to find another person in the back seat, a girl with a bow on her head and long hair tied up.
The girl's face was beautiful and fresh like the tender shoots of spring, making it hard to look away.
Wang Yamong? Lu Feng recognized the girl in the car. She was the cute girl he had met in the taxi.
At that time, to ensure she wouldn't be late for work, Lu Feng had used a wind trail to take her through the woods and, with a powerful kick, helped her clock in successfully.
Lu, Chen, nice to see you again.
Wang Yameng blushed when she saw Lu Feng speaking a bit nervously, not daring to face him directly, her cheeks red like a ripe apple.
This is my sister. The mayor asked me to pick you up and take her to the Job Alliance for facial recognition. This girl has worked hard and passed the Job Alliance's entrance exam, so she is now a formal employee.
Wang Yuqing said with a smile, and Lu Feng suddenly understood. No wonder he always felt familiar when he first met Wang Yuqing, both in appearance
and name. It turned out that Secretary Wang was Wang Yuming's sister. Wang Yamun, Wang Yuqing. I never thought of that. What a coincidence.
Lu Feng had a deep impression of this little girl who was well behaved and understanding, a soft and cute sweet girl. Plus, they had shared a particularly memorable incident which made Lu Feng recognize Wang Yameng at first glance.
Yeah, what a coincidence. When my sister told me she knew you, I couldn't believe it. But maybe this is what they call fools have good fortune.
My sister is naturally soft-hearted, a typical, sweet and innocent girl,
and meeting someone like you is indeed her blessing.
By the way, Lu Dixin, you probably don't have a girlfriend yet. What do you think
of my sister? Although Wang Yuqing and Wang Yameng were sisters, their personalities were completely opposite.
Wang Yuqing was the lively social
butterfly, like a flamboyant peony.
She could tell that her sister had a bit of a crush on Lu Feng, so she teased without holding back.
And in fact, it was true. Wang Yuming's awakened talent level was not high. To become a civil servant at the age of 20 and secure such a stable job, relying on her sister's connections was still a bit lacking. It took a lot of effort just to get her a chance to enter the probation period. If it weren't for Lu Feng's sudden emergence, the higher-ups at the Job Alliance wouldn't have given special care upon learning of Wang Yuming's connection with
Lu Feng, opening a green channel for her sister. Wang Yuqing's words made Wang Yuming's already flushed face even redder, all the way to her neck. Sitting in the back seat with Lu Feng, Wang Yameng kept her legs together, slightly angled, her small hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes,
shyly saying.
In the car, Lu Feng could smell Wang Yuming's unique fragrance, a scent that was not cloying but rather refreshing, combined with Wang Yuming's innocent demeanor. It was like a flower blooming in the morning, covered in dew, delicate and dripping. Even though Lu Feng knew Wang Yuqing was joking, he couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, while Wang Yameng was secretly glancing at Lu Feng, shy yet vaguely expectant.
Lu Feng
turned his gaze to Wang Yameng, who immediately lowered her head.
Yameng is quite good. Oh, it seems like there's a chance. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Yuqing saw the state of the two in the back seat. You two should just become a couple, and I can bask in the glory, letting you call me sister, haha. Without Yameng, I can still call you Yuqing Jia. Lu Feng's response surprised Wang Yuqing. Her eyes curved with a bold thought. I say, you don't want to pick both flowers, do you? Good things come in pairs, flowers are offered in twos, there's no reason to offer just one. At this critical moment, Lu Feng wouldn't be naive enough to think that his encounter with Wang Yameng was a coincidence. It must have something to do with Wang Yuqing's scheming. He had no way of knowing her exact intentions, but he understood that the best way to deal with such a woman was to be slick. Since she wanted to use her sister to play the emotional card, fine, would she dare to throw herself into the mix? If she dared, Lu Feng would accept. If not, then she should just back off. After hearing Lu Feng's response, Wang Yuqing smiled dimmed. After saying Lu Dajuan so elegant, she backed off and didn't continue steering the conversation in that direction but instead talked about the government's crackdown on the Dark River. The Bai family has 3 residences in Feng City, 2 of which have already been sealed, leaving only the last one, Dongsheng According to insider revelations, the Dark River's lair is in Dongsheng, which is not only heavily fortified but also has multiple layers of barriers. Moreover, it is heavily guarded. The outer personnel have basically been cleared out, and upon entering the main area they encountered fierce resistance. But under the military sweep, this resistance is gradually weakening. As of now, all members of the Dark River have been compressed into the Zitting Garden area. They are like fish in a barrel, unable to escape. The black sedan drove through the military's blockade into the controlled area. Under Wang Yuqing's introduction, Lu Feng looked outside the car, where members of the Bai family were being escorted to a police car in handcuffs. Bai Yunqing is still stubbornly resisting, right? Yes. Since he is still resisting, then he is a thug, the leader of a vicious and evil organization. If he gets accidentally disabled for life or even killed during the capture, that shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem. People like them, defined as war criminals, have already been stripped of their civil rights in Longwa, and any practitioner can act against them under appropriate circumstances. Got it. Lu Feng felt no sympathy for the Bai family's current situation. They brought this upon themselves. He even thought that just watching wasn't enough. If necessary, he would take action himself, especially against that Bai Yunqing. He always felt unsatisfied unless he personally dealt with him. Now that he knew he could act, Lu Feng was also clear. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Yuqing looked at Lu Feng's calm face, sensing his coldness and indifference.
She re-evaluated him in her heart. He was not only incredibly powerful but also had a
remarkable mindset. Not young anymore, yet ruthless. This was completely at odds with his gentle and handsome appearance. Such a person was truly the most terrifying, destined for great achievements in the future. Perhaps this Lu Feng would go further than they imagined. As her thoughts flowed, the car had already arrived at the area surrounded by the military, where fighting was happening ahead, and the military commander was supervising the battle with Chen Jiawei from the rear. Upon reaching their destination, they got out of the car, and Wang Yuqing smiled and waved at Lu Feng. Now that I've delivered you, my task is complete, so goodbye. After sending Lu Feng off, Wang Yuqing had the driver take the car away. She leaned back with one hand, looking regretfully at Wang Yameng. My silly sister, I've created such a good opportunity for you. Can't you be a bit more proactive? If you like someone, just say it. At worst, you'll be rejected. That person is quite a catch. What kind of woman won't he find in the future? If you don't seize the moment now, you'll never have another chance. Wang Yuqing earnestly advised, while Wang Yameng listened attentively. Remaining silent, her fingers intertwined in spinning. She liked Lu Feng, but her feelings were simple. She didn't care about his achievements. She lacked confidence and was afraid of causing trouble for Lu Feng. Glancing at her troubled sister, Wang Yuqing sighed, "You are just too naive." After saying that, she leaned back in her seat, her eyes sparkling as she murmured, "But no matter what, Lu Feng is still a young man." All those rotten men are the same. He wants both sisters. Can you handle that? This flirtatious nature, he must be a bad boy. Little Lu, you finally arrived. Chen Jiawei greeted warmly as he spotted Lu Feng. Mayor Chen, Lu Feng politely called out. Chen Jiawei smiled broadly and immediately introduced the officer in military uniform beside him to Lu Feng. Lu Feng, this is Xue Changgui, the deputy commander of the Jincheng Military District Headquarters, and he is about to be appointed as the head of our Fengqing City Defense Department, Major General Xue. The officer held the rank of Major General, and politically he was 3 ranks higher than Chen Jiawei. Jincheng is a prefecture-level city with 17 county-level cities, and Fengqing is just one of them. The fact that such a significant figure from the military district would be assigned to Fengqing as the head of the city Defense Department shows the government's importance placed on Lu Feng. Xue Changgui's shoulder insignia also bore the emblem of the military alliance, marked with 7 gold stars representing the certification of the 7-star warrior's strength. General Xue, Lu Feng said respectfully. Ha ha ha, no need to be so formal. I've long heard that young friend Lu is quite the handsome talent, and seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary. These big shots were not as aloof and proud as Lu Feng had previously perceived. On the contrary, they were quite approachable in actual contact. Whether they were sincere or not was another matter, but they certainly gave a good impression on the surface. A significant figure from Jincheng, greeting him so warmly and casually calling him young friend was something Lu Feng had not expected. You're too kind, General. Oh, come on. Little hero Lu, don't be modest. I've heard all about your heroic deeds, especially in the battle at Lushan. You became famous in one battle. Xue Changgui looked at Lu Feng with a hint of admiration. He was a pure soldier, and the most genuine way to respect someone in the military was through strength. Having strength earned respect. Although Lu Feng was not in the military, the strength he displayed made even this major general admire him. Yes, it was not surprise, nor joy, nor shock, but admiration. The level of respect that could impress a major general was not easy to achieve, but Lu Feng had done it. As a high school student, he had defeated the Dark River Professional Assassin Group and faced off against Bangu, who possessed the strength of a 5-star warrior. Moreover, the most important thing was that the elder Hu Shufeng he saved was Xue Changgui's mentor. It won't be long before your strength surpasses that of this old man, Lu Feng said with a friendly smile. Chen Jiawei seized the opportunity to interject. General Xue has high hopes for your performance. In the college entrance examination, show your strength and make a name for Fengqing and Jincheng. At that time, as long as your ranking reaches the top 50, General Xue will be able to offer you a great opportunity. In the eyes of Chen Jiawei and Xue Changgui, Lu Feng was the strongest candidate among this year's Jincheng examinees, and securing the top spot in Jincheng was a certainty. Now, it all depends on how well he can rank in the entire Dongjiang. Based on past year's results, the top 300 in Dongjiang are basically all students from the provincial capital, and if Jincheng's first can make it into the top 500, that would be quite impressive. However, Lu Feng's strength clearly surpasses that of previous firsts from Jincheng, even creating a significant gap in power. Therefore, their expectations for Lu Feng are very high. They are no longer satisfied with just the top 300 or even the top 100, but are aiming for the top 50, even the top 10. They are quite confident, though they haven't expressed it too boldly, as the college entrance examination is a matter where 9 points depend on strength and 1 point relies on luck. It all depends on what kind of exam paper the question setters come up with. If the exam paper is poorly designed, it would be very unfavorable for the summoners, which would definitely affect Lu Feng's performance, making it difficult to achieve high scores within the stipulated time.
After all, the exam tests not only hard strength but also resources, cooperation, skills, and luck. Luck in exams is something that cannot be predicted. Measuring with scores ultimately has uncertain factors. But Lu Feng's hard strength is evident. No matter how much he is targeted, his base score won't be low, and the lower limit is limited. No matter what, the top 50 is secure. And if luck is on his side, he could even make it into the top 10. Lu Feng has never taken the college entrance examination, so he doesn't know how high the gold content really is, but judging by the words and actions of Chen Jiawei and Shui Changgui, the difficulty of the exam might be greater than he imagined. Given the strength Lu Feng has currently displayed, they all feel that it would be unexpected for him not to make it into the top 10. To define a top 50 is enough to illustrate how abnormal the candidates from the provincial capital are. The college entrance examination is a comprehensive assessment with a high proportion of skills and non-strength factors being decisive. Lu Feng knows what he is shouldering. I will fight hard for the honor of Feng City and Jin Chang. Lu Feng raised his right fist above his head and said solemnly, "Good, ha ha ha, I really like young men like you, with both character and strength." Shui Changgui laughed heartily. "Young friend Lu, since you are new here, I didn't bring anything to give you. This is a pass from the military district. Showing this token is like seeing me, ensuring you can move freely anywhere in Jin Chang." Hiss! This gold medal made Chen Jiawei, who was standing nearby, gasp in surprise. The significance of this gold medal is immense. "Thank you, General Shui," Lu Feng said as he accepted the token. Shui Changgui nodded in satisfaction. "Besides this token, please step forward, young friend Lu, and look below." Lu Feng walked to the outer pavilion where Shui Changgui and Chen Jiawei were standing, looking south, where he could see the center of the battlefield where the military was suppressing the Dark River. "The Bai family has wronged you. Today I will seek justice for you. Destroy their entire clan and make the Bai family completely disappear from Feng City." In the Far East, in the icy wilderness, there is a valley, and at the bottom of the valley is a large artificially created flat area where hundreds of machines are set up. Employees dressed in thick cotton clothing are operating the machines in an orderly manner, drilling holes and opening wells beneath the glaciers, with long pipes extracting and transporting rare energy materials. Not far away, there is a tower building. Through the glass, a middle-aged man in a gray suit with neatly combed black and white hair is watching everything below, and he strikes the glass with a fist. "Damn it! Is this dog slave how you manage the Bai family for me?" This suited man is Bai Yuanshan, the head of the Bai family doing business in the Far East. Recently, he received news that all of the Bai family's assets in Jin Chang had been sealed by the government, and now only a mansion in Feng City remains unsealed. Moreover, the reason it hasn't been sealed is that Bai Yunqing is openly resisting the government with the Dark River. Bai Yunqing knows he has no way out, so he is breaking the pot and smashing it, making a final desperate resistance. Behind Bai Yuanshan, an old woman with graying hair elegantly swirled her wineglass while crossing her legs. But what he is doing will lead the Bai family to utter destruction. Bai Yuanshan roared. He really didn't expect that Bai Yunqing's audacity would be so great, secretly colluding with foreign forces to assassinate the genius of Feng City. Right now, he was even resisting arrest with force against the military. No matter which law of the dragon country you look at, this is enough to be sentenced to death. The responsibility is also extremely serious, especially since the scoundrel Bai Yunqing's actions represent the Bai family, which made Bai Yuanshan unjustly bear this burden. He keeps saying it's for Chu Shua's good and for the Bai family's good, but everything he does is pushing the Bai family into the fire pit, pushing them into the abyss. I see he is just doing it for his own selfish interests. Bai Yuanshan trembled with anger, having trusted Bai Yunqing so much, handing over more than half of Feng City's business to him to manage. Who would have thought that just during Chu Shua's short retreat he could create such a mess? Master, the situation has come to this, and it has exceeded our ability to control. Right now, there is only one way that can work. Separate the Bai family from the Dark River, push all the blame onto Bai Yunqing to clear our relationship. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. The old woman took a small sip of red wine. Then go find that lord and offer half of the shares in the Far East with both hands. The old woman's words made Bai Yuanshan close his eyes and face the window, feeling very unwilling. After struggling for so many years in the Far East, he had finally opened up the market and established a foundation, yet he had to hand over the fruits of his labor. Who would be willing to do that? But if he didn't do it now, the inspection team's arrest warrant would soon be sent to the Far East, sealing off the Bai family's assets, and Bai Yuanshan would also be thrown into prison. At that time, he would really be at the mercy of others, and the Bai family would be completely finished. Cutting off an arm to survive, struggling to exist. As long as there are people, there is still hope. If there are no people left, what use is even the greatest business? The old woman spoke again. Think about the young lady. What should she do? Chu Shuai. No matter how reluctant Bai Yuanshan was, he had to calm down at this moment, especially when he thought of his daughter. He no longer hesitated. Old fan, I understand. I will go find him immediately. I would appreciate it if you could introduce me. There will be a generous reward once the matter is accomplished. No problem. I watched you grow up. The Bai family is in trouble. I naturally won't stand by. The old woman put down her wineglass, stood up from the sofa, her expression kind. In the Far East, outside an office, stood the inspection team members. The leader of the inspection team saw the location clearly and waved his hand. You all wait outside for now. After saying that, the leader of the inspection team came to the office door and knocked. Come in. Upon entering the room, the leader of the inspection team saw the target, Bai Yuanshan, and sitting next to him was the minister stationed at the joint embassy, Antonio. What's the matter? Antonio asked lightly, holding his cigarette. The leader of the inspection team looked at Bai Yuanshan, who was silent with his head down, and then at Antonio, who was leisurely drinking tea and smoking. He hesitated to speak but finally said, Leader, this person is the wanted criminal specifically named by the inspection department. I know. Antonio continued to drink tea. He is right. Here, in my office. The leader of the inspection team frowned tightly. This was difficult. The other party was clearly trying to protect Bai Yuanshan. In the Far East, Antonio was the highest-ranking official, and the provincial inspection team had no right to question his decisions. Moreover, the other party was openly trying to protect him. If they took Bai Yuanshan away, it would not only offend Antonio but also bring very bad negative effects to him, effectively making them enemies. The consequences of offending the other party, let alone a small team leader like him, even the captain of the inspection mobile team could not bear. After hesitating for a few seconds, the leader of the inspection team chose to turn a blind eye. I'm sorry, leader, we must have come to the wrong place. The person we are looking for is not here, and we apologize for the disturbance. I will immediately go to other places to search, so I will take my leave now. Antonio exhaled a large smoke ring. No need to see me off. Inside the Zizhuyuan, a man dressed in black hurriedly ran into the main hall, half kneeling on the ground to reporting to the head. The government troops have already attacked the inner courtyard, and the hidden transmission formations have all been destroyed. We now have no way out. Bai Yunqing sat upright in the Grandmaster's chair, listening to his subordinate's report, his expression shifting between dark and light. In fact, up until now, he still did not know what had happened. 2 hours ago, he was still waiting for news from the Dark River in the mansion. However, no news had come back from Lushan. While bad news arrived from the base, the government troops had surrounded the Bai family and were about to conduct a thorough search. Bai Yunqing's right eye twitched uncontrollably, and he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The government had launched such a large-scale operation. His actions must have been exposed. However, he couldn't understand why it had been exposed. All the plans had been laid out so perfectly. Which link had gone wrong? Lushan? The elite of the Dark River plus Bangu, the generals would surely suffer in the northwest. It was very secure. How could there be any accidents? But as he waited for the agreed time to pass, Bai Yunqing sent a coded message, but no one answered, and until now, no one had replied. They destroyed all our transmission formations in advance? This must be a betrayal within the Dark River. Someone has defected to the government. Bai Yunqing's eyes were bloodshot, every possible scenario flashing through his mind. Is it Xiaoyu? Lu Ming? No, it can't be them. If it were them, the action plan would have been exposed long ago. The government troops wouldn't have waited until now to act. But if it's not them, why haven't they contacted me yet? What has happened? And if it's not them, then who could have betrayed the Dark River? Bai Yunqing had never thought things would come to this point. The Bai family's entire business had been sealed off, and the Dark River had been driven into a corner. Their destruction was only a matter of time. Head, if it really doesn't work, we should retreat. The subordinate's words were not finished when Bai Yunqing extended his right hand. A mass of black mist surged towards the opponent's vital point, transforming into a large hand that pierced through his brow. The man's eyes glazed over, and he died instantly. It is because of you weak-willed individuals that the Dark River has come to this point. Even now, Bai Yunqing still did not feel he had done anything wrong. He was angry at his subordinates for their lack of resolve. Along. This scene reminded him of a stormy night when he had killed a Huhir, but Along had escaped. The Dark River assassins who chased after him said he was severely injured and swept away by the river. At that time, he had insisted on seeing the living or the dead, but because of the assassination plan against Lu Feng, he had temporarily set it aside. Now, looking back, he still hadn't seen Along's body. It must be him. After thinking it over, among the elite personnel of the Dark River, only Along was most likely. The others were all nurtured by him, absolutely loyal to the Dark River, and had no ties in this world. Bai Yunqing was their only father figure. Even in death, they would not betray the Dark River or him. Bai Yunqing, thinking this way, it can only be him. For some reason, when he thought that Along was most likely the one who betrayed the Dark River, Bai Yunqing felt a hint of joy. Because if it wasn't someone else's betrayal, it meant that the plan in Lushan was being carried out normally. And under normal circumstances, it would be a dead end for Lu Feng. The good news was that Lu Feng was dead. His heart was filled with great hatred. As for Along being able to create such a big stir with the government, it must be that he has revealed all his private matters. But Along only has verbal evidence and no actual proof. As long as he insists that it is a personal grudge between him and Along, and that the other party fabricated false evidence to slander him, pushing everything onto the dead, perhaps there could still be a turn of events. Thinking of his way out, Bai Yunqing stood up from his chair, convinced that Chen Jiawei had no substantial evidence pointing to him. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Bai Yunqing grabbed it and ran to the courtyard, closing the protective formation. Once the formation was cancelled, the government troops rushed in, surrounding everyone in the courtyard. Bai Yunqing raised his hand and shouted loudly, "I want to see Mayor Chen." In the crowd, Chen Jiawei and Shui Changgui stepped forward. Upon seeing Chen Jiawei, Bai Yunqing immediately put on a pitiful expression and cried out, "Mayor Chen, it's a misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Chen Jiawei clasped his hands behind his back, looking coldly at him. Bai Yunqing, you know very well what you've done. Colluding with foreign forces, openly opposing the government, and you still talk about misunderstandings with me? Hurry up and surrender, or don't blame us for being merciless. Mayor Chen, oh, you really wronged me. I'm just a small steward of the Bai family. How could I have such abilities as you say? Colluding with foreign forces? Even if you gave me 3 more guts, I wouldn't dare. Everything is about evidence. Mayor Chen, you absolutely cannot put such a hat on me. And as for your claim of openly opposing the government, wasn't it your army that barged into my Bai family without a word? My people didn't know what was happening, they were just acting out of loyalty and had no idea. Bai Yunqing spoke eloquently, managing to portray himself as innocent while making Chen Jiawei and the others seem like villains. In the wrong. Unaware? I see that you, Steward Bai, are pretending to be confused while knowing full well, Chen Jiawei said. Bai Yunqing, at this point, there's no need to act anymore. You've lost. Completely. And utterly. We are already clear about your actions, otherwise we wouldn't have mobilized such a large force. The Bai family is finished because of you. Bai Yunqing was still holding the corpse of his subordinate, just about to shift the blame onto him when Along stepped out from behind Chen Jiawei, his eyes flashing with hatred, facing Bai Yunqing directly. Bai Yunqing, I've already told Mayor Chen about the dirty things you've done behind the scenes. You harm your fellow countrymen, collude with foreign parties intending to harm the pride of Fengcheng. Your crimes are heinous. Admit your guilt, don't make things worse and tarnish the Bai family. The Bai family has been good to you, and this is how you repay them? Can you live with yourself? Do you have any conscience or sense of right and wrong? Along's accusations made Bai Yunqing scoff. He laughed. I thought so. I, Bai Yunqing, have always acted with integrity. How could I end up in such a treacherous situation? It turns out you were the one causing trouble. Along, you did something wrong, and I merely punished you a bit harshly. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so malicious, going to Mayor Chen to fabricate all sorts of falsehoods to slander me, to trap me in the Bai family in injustice. What are your intentions? This is truly outrageous. Bai Yunqing had guessed that Along had reported him to Chen Jiawei. He was certain that the other party had no substantial evidence, only Along's verbal claims. Therefore, he only needed to insist that Along was making a fuss, that the other party was slandering him, and then Chen Jiawei would not be able to convict him, leaving room for a remedy. Seeing how Bai Yunqing could turn black into white, Chen Jiawei couldn't help but admire his thick skin and ability to argue. He sneered, "It seems you still hold on to a glimmer of hope. But unfortunately, your crimes have already been established, and all the evidence is very solid," he said, calling out to Lu Feng, who walked up to him. Upon seeing Lu Feng appear, Bai Yunqing's face immediately fell, turning the color of pig liver. Lu Feng? He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Old dog Yunqing, are you surprised that I can still appear here in one piece? As soon as Lu Feng stepped out, he looked at Bai Yunqing with a mocking and derisive demeanor, calling him an old dog without any pleasantries or unnecessary words. Are you thinking about your good subordinates? Curious about where they are, aren't you? Lu Feng saw through Bai Yunqing, delighting in teasing him. Don't worry. Lu Feng pressed his left fist against his right palm, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoed. You'll find out soon enough. They're on the road to the underworld, waiting for you to take them to drink their own urine. After all, before they died, I smashed their bladders. You're looking for death. Lu Feng's appearance was already enough to infuriate Bai Yunqing. After meticulously planning for so long, Lu Feng was still unscathed. This meant that all his plans had failed, and he had ended up in such a situation, a complete loss. He was unwilling to admit that he would lose to Lu Feng, and so miserably. Now, Lu Feng's public humiliation only fueled his rage. He could not accept that a person he despised so much was standing over him, mocking him, and calling him an old dog. When enemies meet, there's always a spark, let alone when an enemy insults you. A surge of black energy erupted from behind Bai Yunqing, like a black sea, churning with waves, roaring towards the sky. A gust of black wind swept through Bai Yunqing's hands, carrying a fierce aura, as if it wanted to tear the entire world apart. His eyes were like ink, deep and mysterious, revealing a chilling power. He struck out a palm towards Lu Feng, like a black meteor streaking through the night sky, carrying the might to destroy everything. Impudence! Shui Changgui shouted angrily, his voice booming like thunder throughout the courtyard. His figure moved swiftly like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Lu Feng. His fist was tightly clenched, shimmering with golden light, like a burning sun illuminating the entire world. His gaze was firm and resolute, like a deity. When their fists collided, a deafening sound erupted. Bai Yunqing's black energy quickly dissipated, as if it had encountered its nemesis. In front of Shui Shangui, the golden light surged, and a gigantic one-eyed war gorilla appeared above his head. This war gorilla stood dozens of feet tall, radiating golden light, baring its fangs and roaring explosively, as if it wanted to devour Bai Yunqing. Bai Yunqing's face changed dramatically. He felt an unprecedented pressure. His black energy retreated under Shui Changui's attack, completely dissipating. He was unwilling to fail like this, using all his strength to try to resist Shui Changui's attack. However, Shui Changui's power was too overwhelming. His attack was like a mountain pressing down on an egg, leaving Bai Yunqing unable to withstand it. Bang! Bai Yunqing's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and despair flickered in his eyes. He knew he had lost, and lost terribly. He was unwilling, but he could not change the facts. His strength barely reached the threshold of a battle general, and in front of a solid 7-star battle general like Shui Changui, he could not stir up any waves. To enhance your strength, you actually resorted to such underhanded methods. The black energy Bai Yunqing wielded did not belong to any practitioner. It was a very evil auxiliary cultivation method, one that had been banned by the authorities. The moment such an evil method appeared on the market, those practicing it would be immediately captured and judged. Bai Yunqing was recklessly cultivating, triggering the law. Considering the crimes you've committed before, it's enough for you to die several times over. Shui Changui's gaze was icy, and a spear that seemed to reach the heavens materialized in his hand. He was going to judge Bai Yunqing. Let the evil forces dissipate in the brilliance of justice. Stop. I plead guilty. According to the law, a criminal who does not resist should be imprisoned and await the judgment of the professional court. You have no right to judge me directly. Feeling the chilling intent to kill emanating from Shui Changui, Bai Yunqing panicked. He knew that if he showed any further signs of resistance, this man before him would surely kill him on the spot. That may be true for ordinary criminals, but for a vile creature like you, my military has the right to execute first and report later. Shui Changui's voice was like thunder, rumbling loudly as golden lightning surged on the spear. The gorilla above him transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into the spear, causing its brilliance to reach its peak. Lu Feng stood behind Shui Changui, and he could clearly feel the destructive power contained within that spear, more terrifying than any means he had ever encountered. Is this the power of a 7-star general? Though he was also a general, the difference in strength between each star was immense, especially between the lowest 1-star and the highest 7-star. The gap was like heaven and earth. In the entire Golden City, including the military, most were within the military, with civilian professionals being a minority. There were already over 500 certified generals, but most were below 3 stars, with only about 100 above 3 stars, and among them, only 3 had been certified as 7-star generals, with Shui Changui being one of them. Seeing Shui Changui take action, Lu Feng realized just how vast the gap between generals could be. Against someone like Bangu, whose strength was equivalent to a 5-star general, Lu Feng could easily kill him. He had thought that he might have surpassed the general level, but after witnessing Shui Changui's power, he knew he had underestimated the situation. The higher the certified level, the more difficult it became to advance to the next level. This also meant that a 2-star difference in certification might correspond to a significant gap in the actual professional LV level. Moreover, many professionals possessed extraordinary skill books, most of which came from inheritances. These inherited skills could greatly enhance combat power, and Shui Changui's inherited skills came from the military. Therefore, the LV level could only represent a lower limit, not an upper limit. The true strength depended on professional certification, which was the most valuable aspect. Shui Changui's 7-star strength was not to be underestimated. He felt that with this means alone, it would be easy for Shui Changui to kill Bangu as well. If he had encountered such an opponent, it would have been hard to say who would win. Against Shui Changui, Lu Feng might only have a 90% chance of victory, not a 100% guarantee of defeating him. Lu Feng secretly resolved to find a way to obtain these impressive inherited skills. Of course, the existence of 7-star generals could be counted on one hand in a prefecture-level city. They were not easy to encounter, and those who reached this level were significant figures capable of shaking an area. Seeing that the other party had no intention of letting him go, faced with such a terrifying opponent, Bai Yunqing felt no urge to resist. He couldn't even care about his hatred for Lu Feng. At this moment, all that remained in his heart was fear. No, I don't want to die. I can't die yet. Bai Yunqing threw a pill into his mouth, and with a pft, all the pores in his body released air like a fart, and he rapidly shrank in size. He shouted loudly, "Stop him." After saying that, he used a technique to shrink his body, and the members of the Dark River behind him surged forward towards Shui Changui. "You seek death, I shall fulfill your wish." For these assassins of the Dark River, Shui Changui felt no pity at all. He threw his spear, piercing through their bellies, golden lightning spreading like a thunderous serpent. Under the lightning, those with slightly weaker strength lost their lives on the spot, while those slightly stronger fainted directly. Want to run? No chance. Lu Feng had actually wanted to make a move long ago, but he had been hindered by the lack of opportunity. Now, the subordinates of the Dark River temporarily blocked Shui Changui, and as Bai Yunqing attempted to escape, Lu Feng seized the chance to strike. The technique of shrinking the distance, as the name suggests, is a supernatural ability that folds space to make the far near, but Bai Yunqing used drugs to perform it, which was at most slightly stronger than ordinary teleportation skills. Lu Feng clenched his fists, extracting the skills and attributes of his summoned beasts, and in a few quick steps he caught up. Then he flashed above Bai Yunqing, who was trying to climb over the wall to escape, and charged up a punch. Boom! Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Bai Yunqing was struck down from the air like a ball, crashing onto the courtyard floor and creating a large pit. You! He spat out a mouthful of black blood, staring in horror at Lu Feng, who was slowly descending from above, revealing an expression of disbelief. The power of this punch was so great? Wasn't he a summoner? Still reeling from the shock, a gust of wind rushed past him, and Lu Feng's figure appeared like a ghost. Slap! A resounding slap landed on Bai Yunqing's face, crisp and heavy, deforming his entire face, 2 teeth flying out of his mouth. The force of Lu Feng's slap was immense, twisting Bai Yunqing's nasal bone, and his face quickly swelled up into a pig's head. His whole body spun in the air, flying back towards Shui Changui, crashing several times on the ground before finally rolling to the feet of a military law officer. The officer stepped on him, binding his hands and feet with electronic shackles. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, there must be a mistake, something must be wrong. Bai Yunqing struggled and roared, his impotent fury evident. He could not accept, could not believe, that this would be the final outcome. How could a newly graduated professional have such speed and such heavy punch power? And you are a summoner? Aren't summoners supposed to be strong because of their summoned beasts? Why is the summoner so strong? Listening to Bai Yunqing's unwilling and unconvinced words, Lu Feng dug into his ears and said lightly, I've heard that line so many times. By the way, your subordinates had the same expression before I took them down. So shocked, can't believe it? But this is the truth. A child from a family of commoners that you thought was lowly, a civilian professional who could only be trampled underfoot by your noble families, is now looking down on Weikyu. And I achieved all of this in less than half a month. Lu Feng spoke each word with precision, striking at the heart. No! I don't believe it, I don't believe it, this is all fake. Bai Yunqing went mad, already losing his mind. The young lady of the Bai family is the true prodigy you Lu Feng are. Nothing, just a child of commoners, only fit to be a stepping stone for my lady. Self-deceiving. Who is whose stepping stone? I think you already understand, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to see it. As Lu Feng spoke, a blue flame rose in his palm. He intended to personally end Bai Yunqing, to conclude all this evil. However, at that moment, the ground of the courtyard was rapidly freezing, the cold wind blowing, and the flame in Lu Feng's hand flickered precariously, as if it would extinguish with his next move. Such powerful magical fluctuations, Lu Feng thought to himself. Who is it? Shui Changui shouted angrily, throwing a crescent moon blade towards the eaves on the side. Stop playing tricks here. Accompanied by the sound of the magic shield colliding with the curved blade, a petite figure rolled down from the rooftop. Oh dear! She landed headfirst, with her feet in the air, and got a face full of dust. The newcomer was a short-haired woman in a loose magic robe, with a petite frame and golden short hair. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards her, the small girl hurriedly got up and sincerely bowed to apologize. I was too anxious just now, and had no choice but to use magic. If I have offended anyone, please forgive me. Her voice was sweet and clear, completely lacking the arrogance typically associated with high-level mages. On the contrary, she gave off an impression of being soft and easily deceived. A certified 6th-level mage from the Mage Guild? Upon seeing the badge on the woman's robe, which was a mark only a 6th-level mage could possess, someone exclaimed. There were only 2 6th-level mages in the entire Golden City Mage Guild, the Great Mage Good and the legendary Mage Zijuazi, both of whom had been renowned for decades, standing tall in Golden City for many years. In all this time, no one had ever received 6th-level certification. But now, this girl, who was barely in her early 20s, was actually a 6th-level mage, an existence on par with legendary mages. Hey, be careful, don't push so hard, ouch, get off. You're pushing against my skin condition. Amidst the crowd's shock, an old man with a beard, also dressed in a magic robe, was being lifted over the courtyard wall by 2 men in black suits, and then he was shoved over the wall. Cough. It seemed that the previous words had been overheard, making him a bit embarrassed, so he coughed a couple of times to cover it up and quickly walked to the center. Good. This old man was none other than the renowned 6th-level Mage of Golden City. General Shui, long time no see. Good, greeted General Shui Changui with a smile. What brings you here? Seeing him arrive at such a critical moment, Shui Changui had a bad premonition. Although Good was not from the military district, he had always dealt with the government and the labor union, holding significant influence in Golden City. He wouldn't easily leave Golden City unless it was for something important. And traveling all the way from Golden City to Wine City meant he had urgent matters to attend to. Sure enough, when asked why he was there, Good stroked his beard and looked at Bai Yunqing on the ground, smiling as he said, General Shui, could you spare his life for my sake? Instead of killing him today, let the normal procedures take their course and hand him over to the professional court for a final death sentence. Shui Changui frowned. Why? Do you have some connection with him? Ha, not at all. I have never met him and have no ties to him.
Then why do you want to help him?
Good shook his head. I'm not helping him, I'm helping you.
Helping? Me?
Yes.
Good nodded. Can we talk privately? Shui Changui sensed something was off and followed Good to the side.
Good waved his hand, and a transparent magical barrier formed around them, preventing those outside from hearing their conversation.
Now we can talk.
You must give me a good reason, otherwise I'm afraid I can't agree.
Shui Changui laid down the law. Someone doesn't want him to die so soon, Good said succinctly.
Who? Someone from above, a person neither of us can afford to offend. Good continued stroking his beard and added, you don't need to guess who this person is. They are neither in Golden City nor in the Far East, and they have no connection to the Bai family. However, the head of the Bai family is clever, knowing to sacrifice a pawn to save the king, and has allied with Anong.
Not the Antonio from the Far East, then the person you mentioned. Could it be someone from Kyoto? One of the imperial powers? What could his purpose be in keeping Bai Yunqing alive? Shui Changui did not understand.
After guessing where this person might be from, he did not dare to ask further, feeling somewhat unwilling. After all, he had promised Lu Feng to eliminate the Dark River today. The thoughts of those above us are not something we can fathom.
I only know to follow their
orders, Guda said meaningfully, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. General Shui, we have been friends for a long time, and I do not want to see you caught up in this whirlpool, so I advise you to stop meddling
in this matter of Bai Yunqing.
What he is involved with is not as simple as just the Bai family. He hides many secrets.
As long as these secrets exist, Bai Yunqing cannot die, Guda continued. Moreover, he still
has great use. If he dies just like that, the plans of that person above cannot continue. In fact, he has long been paying attention to this genius from Feng City, and he has high hopes for him, so he has set up a grand scheme for him, just so he can grow and be of use.
The Bai family is merely a piece on that chessboard. Shui Changui remained silent.
The current situation was turbulent, with several big figures from Kyoto vying for power, affecting a wide range of people. It was no longer the peaceful and prosperous era of the past. If it were just small figures, it would be fine. They wouldn't even qualify to be pawns, living carefree in the prosperity
and harmony on the surface.
But Lu Feng's exceptional talent had drawn the attention of those in the imperial city, leading to such a calamity, pulling him into this massive conspiracy.
Guda smiled. Let Bai Yunqing die as he should. He glanced at Shui Changui, stepped closer, and whispered, do you really think that a mere steward from the Bai family would dare to collude with foreign forces against the talents within the country? Even if he dared, he wouldn't have the ability on his own. So, if you ponder over what lies behind this, it won't be hard to understand. You mean to say that this matter has been tacitly approved by those above, or that they are secretly pushing it along? Shui Changui's eyes widened, a chill running through him. He was well aware of the methods of those big figures. One person could cause thousands to fall. As for the so-called rules, the rules were set by them, and they could ignore them outside of those rules. The small Feng city, even Jin City, was merely a leaf on a small boat. Indeed, once it involves politics and the struggle for imperial power, things become complicated. But is what they are doing really right?
Shoo! Gude made a gesture for silence, then stretched lazily. Many things have no right or wrong, there are only different positions. Since ancient times, before rules were established, the fist was the reason. Well, having said that, I believe General Shui knows what to do. He looked at the girl in the center of the courtyard, a gentle expression appearing on his face. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce her to you. She is our newly certified 6th level mage from the Jin City Mage Association, and my second disciple since I turned 70, the great
Mage Yu Lingyan.
At just 22 years old, her magical prowess is already not much inferior to mine. Given time, she will surely surpass me and become the first certified 7th level mage in Jin City.
A 6th level mage, a 5-star general certification at the age of 22. She probably hasn't even graduated from university yet.
Gude, you have found a treasure. Shui Changui chuckled lightly, shifting the sensitive topic back to reality, and at this moment he had calmed down.
Ha ha ha, indeed a treasure.
However, although my apprentice has astonishing magical talent, she is too pure-hearted, and her character needs to be honed properly. To truly grow to the point of being independent, it will take a few more years. Good did not hide his fondness for Yu Lingyan. Pride was evident on his face when he mentioned her. After all, at his age, with one foot already in the grave, the greatest sense of achievement comes from nurturing a powerful junior. Especially in the profession of a magician, which has a strong sense of inheritance, cultivating a great
magician before one's own extinction is a tremendous honor.
Now, Good has found this rare jade in Yu Lingyan. With a little polishing, she could become a stunning masterpiece. If she dedicates herself to honing her skills, she might just create something extraordinary. Therefore, no matter what task he undertakes, Good always brings Yu Lingyan along. A few years can feel long or short. Time is fair to everyone, Shui Changui said,
hands behind his back. Before long, this world will be the stage for the young.
Lu Feng possesses 100% affinity for all elements and even the laws. Good spatial isolation techniques had no effect on him, and he heard every word of their conversation. His first reaction was shock mixed with a bit of anger, but he quickly recognized his position, and the so-called impotent rage naturally dissipated. Indeed, in front of true big shots, what is Lu Feng worth? In terms of status, he is just an ordinary person from a common background. Without national resources or protection, he is nothing. The reason the government and military are so determined to eliminate the Dark River on his behalf is merely because of his extraordinary talent and promising future. If he didn't have this talent and were an ordinary person, wouldn't he just be an ant at the mercy of the Bai family? Who would care about him? Others would just turn a blind eye. So he is very clear about his current position. He has no power or resources. All he has is the government's favor and others' investment. Without these, aside from his talent, he has nothing. Therefore, he will no longer have any psychological fluctuations about what the government should do or how the military will ultimately deal with Bai Yunqing. Because this is not something he can influence, Lu Feng has no decision-making power. If he were to throw a tantrum because of his talent, that would be the act of a fool, achieving nothing and being looked down upon. A wise person often thinks that the trend is irreversible. If so, one must find a way to maximize their own interests. Not killing Bai Yunqing on the spot would go against Xue Changgui's promise, and morally and logically he would feel guilty towards Lu Feng. Moreover, words spoken in the military are like nails hammered in. If Xue Changgui goes back on his word, he would lose face. Thus, the most awkward position at this moment is Xue Changgui. He cannot provide Lu Feng and everyone else with a satisfactory explanation. If Lu Feng insists on demanding something now, it would be difficult for him to back down. But fortunately, as the brilliance of magic faded, just as Xue Changgui was contemplating how to speak, Lu Feng took the initiative to say, "General Xue, you have swept away the Bai family for me, completely eradicating the Dark River, and even given me the opportunity to personally beat up Bai Yunqing." Lu Feng is already content. If the general has any difficulties in speaking, there is no need to force the execution of that old thief Yunqing at this moment. After all, he will die sooner or later. Let his dog life linger a little longer. It doesn't matter for a few more days. Just send him to the professional court to be dealt with legally and publicly announce the destruction of the Dark River. Lu Feng's words deepened the frown on Xue Changgui's brow. Although he was giving him a way out, as long as he nodded, all the awkwardness could be easily resolved. However, this only intensified his feelings of guilt towards Lu Feng. From his perspective, it was clearly he who had wronged Lu Feng, yet he had to make Lu Feng take the initiative to let go of hatred to ease the situation. This was so considerate that it was heart-wrenching. In Guda's eyes, however, Lu Feng's performance was viewed quite differently. He had heard of Lu Feng's remarkable feats, his strength astonishingly formidable, not at all weaker than his own little apprentice. He had thought that at this age, Lu Feng would be somewhat naive, but to Guda's surprise, Lu Feng was incredibly composed. In the current situation, the only way to achieve a perfect resolution was for Lu Feng to voluntarily request to spare Bai Yunqing's life. This way, Xue Changgui would not only avoid going against the higher-ups' wishes but also preserve his own face. But how could a normal young man act this way in such a situation? Just being able to control his emotions without losing control was already impressive, yet Lu Feng could take the initiative to step forward and make a request? The ability to see the situation so clearly in this level of composure were truly rare. Lu Feng. Xue Changgui hesitated but ultimately steeled himself and said, "In that case, let him live a few more days, locked up in the sky prison, awaiting trial." Chen Jiawei, with his keen insight, also saw through this and chimed in, "General, let us take care of the prisoner to avoid any gossip that could harm the military." After receiving Xue Changgui's nod of consent, personnel from the Dark Department, along with some uniformed officers, appeared and escorted Bai Yunqing to a police car by the roadside. After Bai Yunqing was captured, the era of the Dark River in Feng City came to an end, and the Bai family withered overnight. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Those associated with the Bai family hurried to sever all ties, eager to distance themselves as much as possible. All related businesses were sealed and shut down, including the villas and courtyards in Feng City, which were all confiscated by the city government and could be auctioned off immediately if needed. Lu Feng was very interested in this and attempted to negotiate with Chen Jiawei several times to acquire some of the Bai family's assets, but Chen Jiawei never agreed. In the end, it was Xue Changgui who intervened and sold many of the Bai family's assets to Lu Feng at a low price. Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at how knowing someone with real power made many things easier and more convenient. No wonder one often hears the saying that to succeed, strength is one aspect, but connections are even more important. The strength of one's connections is what truly matters. All of the Bai family's assets were complete enterprises with a full set of facilities and basic staff from production to supply and demand, and even the corresponding regulations were readily available. This meant that Lu Feng only needed to replace the core members, and in due time, these enterprises could completely transform into those of the Lu family. Dingling, he called Hao Chang. Once connected, a familiar rough voice came through the line. "Master Lu, what can I do for you?" Ever since the Dai De Tuan proclaimed that the world was their honor group leader, their business had exploded, attracting numerous professionals. Even several sizable Dai De Tuan directly allied with Hao Chang, becoming vice leaders of the Dai De Tuan. In just a few days, the scale of the Dai De Tuan expanded by dozens of times, and the volume of business grew exponentially, making it the largest Dai De Tuan in Feng City. As more and more talented Individuals emerged under him. Hao Chang delegated the business to various vice leaders and established a series of healthy competition systems, freeing up his own time.
Hao Kang, you must have heard about the Bai family's situation, right? I've heard. In the name of the world of substitute gaming, I've purchased a batch of the Bai family's pillar industries, and now I need someone to manage them. The personal tax is high, but under the company name, we can reasonably avoid taxes. I want you to take charge. Lu Feng got straight to the point, and Hao Kang was somewhat surprised. Me? Master Lu, the Bai family's industries are numerous and mixed. I have no experience in those industries. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it.
Each industrial sector has old hands who understand the relevant technology. What you need to do is not to do everything yourself, but to manage these people well,
Lu Feng said with a smile. You have a talent for business. Since I've chosen you, I believe you can do it well. Don't be afraid of failure. Take your time. People must always progress, right? You can't say that being the leader of a substitute gaming team is the end of your life, can you? Lu Feng's words left Hao Kang momentarily speechless.
Yes, the opportunity was right in front of him, and he had plenty
of time to learn and try. Lu Feng believed he was capable of great things, so what was there to be afraid of?
If he missed such a good opportunity, there would be no place for regret.
He decisively patted his chest and said, all right, since Master Lu has said so, I, Hao Kang, will roll up my sleeves and pave the way for your future.
That sounds encouraging, Lu Feng praised.
Then this matter is entrusted to you. Got it. Since Lu
Feng became the actual controller of the substitute gaming team, Hao Kang had already made up his mind to follow Lu Feng for life. He clearly understood how he had reached this point and how his glory had come about, all because he had followed the right person. If he wanted to achieve greater things, he had to steadfastly choose to be Lu Feng's most loyal subordinate. When Lu Feng took off, he would rise with him. His height depended on Lu Feng and how significant his role was in Lu Feng's endeavors. Lu Feng was constantly progressing, and Hao Kang had to keep improving as well, otherwise he would inevitably be eliminated for failing to keep up. Before handing over the industries to Hao Kang, Lu Feng drafted several contracts and had the relevant personnel sign their names. Although he had complete trust in Hao Kang, the necessary formalities still had to be in place. No one knew what changes might occur in the future. Hao Kang could be trusted, but who knew if those under Hao Kang would have ulterior motives later? After signing the contracts, Hao Kang took the stage to conduct the ribbon-cutting ceremony, making him the visible owner of these industries. Lu Feng remained the true big boss behind the scenes. Once everything was settled, Lu Feng devoted all his energy to the upcoming college entrance examination, preparing to level up in the hell-level dungeons of Fengyue City. During the leveling process, he would not only bring along Lu Lingyue but also invite wealthy individuals willing to spend money to join in the dungeons. Many of these wealthy individuals were key figures from the three major families of Feng City. After deeply experiencing Lu Feng's strength, they naturally developed a sense of awe towards him, making it easier to discuss future cooperation. Previously, the four major families of Feng City operated independently with little collaboration, especially the Bai family with the other three. The Bai family was the most powerful among the four, and the other three could only join forces to contend with it to a certain extent. Now that the Bai family no longer existed, a significant portion of its industries had fallen into Lu Feng's hands. There was no longer any hostility or competition between families. Cooperation was undoubtedly the best way to achieve a win-win situation. Therefore, Lu Feng planned to connect with the other families, centering around himself and using them as bridges to spread throughout the entire Feng City. If Lu Feng had not taken them through a hell-level experience, they would have looked down on him somewhat at the negotiation table due to his age and qualifications, making the process of bargaining lengthy and complicated. However, after Lu Feng took them through a hell-level experience, things became much simpler. The entire negotiation was almost completed satisfactorily according to the conditions set by Lu Feng. Meanwhile, the office of the Feng City government received a notification from above, stating that the head of the Bai family had been detained by the Far East and could not be sent back to Feng City due to his involvement in some matters related to the Far East. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jiawei and others were clear-minded. This was merely an excuse from Antonio to protect Bai Yuanshan. However, he himself did not intend to pursue Bai Yuanshan's responsibility, as investigations showed that Bai Yuanshan was indeed unaware of Bai Yunqing's actions. He had promised along to give the Bai family a chance at innocence. Bai Yuanshan's daughter, Bai Chuxue, had been in the secret realm all along and was completely unaware of the situation. Considering the Bai family's circumstances and the fact that she was a high school student, the government absolutely would not pursue her, allowing her to participate normally in the college entrance examination, and would not seal off some of the Bai family's businesses in the outer city. However, it would be impossible for her to return to Feng City to reclaim the family's assets. Neither the Bai family nor the Dark River could appear in Feng City from then on. During this time, Bai Yunqing and Bai Yuanshan had a video call, and as soon as they met, Bai Yuanshan began to curse, hurling all sorts of insults. He repeatedly emphasized in front of the public prosecution court that the Bai family had no connection to the Dark River and all crimes were orchestrated by Bai Yunqing alone. Watching by Yuan Shan, who had given up on himself and wished for him to descend into hell immediately, Bai Yunqing laughed at the camera. A mad laugh. Time flew by, and it had been 15 days since the Bai family was removed from the records of Feng City. After clearing 6 hell-level dungeons, Lu Feng successfully leveled up to level 15. Congratulations! Your level has increased. LV14 LV15 with the level increased to 15, Lu Feng's attributes underwent a tremendous change. His intelligence points increased by 120 from 400 to 520. His magic strength doubled. Again, reaching a terrifying 245760. Currently, the element with the highest damage coefficient he mastered was the handsome Blue Spirit True Fire, with a coefficient of 4.5, meaning that just using Blue Spirit True Fire against an enemy could deal over 1,000,000 damage with a single fireball. This value was truly frightening to behold. And what kind of scene would it be to enter a solo dungeon with such values when refreshing a group of wild monsters? Lu Feng was very much looking forward to it. He was not far from being able to clear the entire map with a single skill. During these 10 days, Lu Feng had also obtained quite a bit of equipment. He had become adept at monetizing them, auctioning or selling them at various suitable trading associations. During this period, his income was astonishing. Coupled with the high commission from the world of boosting teams and the initial success of the Bai family's acquired industrial chain, Lu Feng's gold coins had exceeded 9 digits, reaching an astonishing 180 million, plus he had a few dozen energy purple crystals on him, bringing his pure cash to over 200 million. This was enough for Lu Feng to upgrade all his summoned beasts to the 7th tier. Summoning array, appear. Lu Feng called out lightly, and beneath Shui Shui and Xiao Mo's feet, a magical circle of the Heavenly Dao contract appeared. Heavenly Dao contract, activate. The SSS level Heavenly Dao contract could upgrade summoned beasts as long as one spent money. The cost to upgrade from the 6th to the 7th tier was 64 million gold coins. Heavenly Dao contract in operation, contract exchange, consuming 64 million gold coins. Food 1 star. Zhuzi's true evolution successful. Food 1 star. Zhuzhen, 6th rank. True King level, Underworld 5 Paths Physical Body Emperor, 7th rank. Shui Shui successfully leveled up, and after reaching the 7th rank, his entire demeanor underwent a tremendous transformation. If his previous appearance resembled a demon from hell, now he was cloaked and hatted, with a rounded face, serene expression, and dignified demeanor, much like the Xidagarba king riding a beast of the earth. Throughout the long river of history, there have been some myths and legends. It is said that during the Eastern Peak period, under the command of the Flying Tiger General, there was a pig demon known as the 5 Paths General, whose physical body achieved sainthood, guarding the 5 entrances of the underworld in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, with strength surpassing that of the 12 golden immortals. Now, Shui Shui's prefix also carries the title of Underworld 5 Paths, and he is a physical body emperor. One wonders if his evolution is aligning with that of the former 5 Paths General. Lu Feng did not know how strong the golden immortal was defined in ancient times, but he knew that Shui Shui's evolution this time had brought his physical body to an astonishing level. Not to mention achieving sainthood, but in its current state, his physical body was already extraordinary. Summoned Beast, Underworld 5 Paths Physical Body Emperor, 7th rank. Level, LV 15 Health, 7, 800 000 Attack Power, 52 000 Physical Resistance, 93,600 Magic Resistance, 88 400 Attack Talent Coefficient, 100 Health Talent Coefficient, 15,000 Physical Resistance Talent Coefficient, 180 Magic Resistance Talent Coefficient, 170 Attribute values equal to the Summoner's Intelligence. 520 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. Active skill, Whirlwind Slash, swings the rake into the battlefield, dealing intelligence x 200 area damage to the target, with a certain chance to trigger a 100% heavy injury effect, where damage stacks. Active skill, Chaos Heavy Strike, sits down with a mammoth, dealing 10 to 30 times physical damage, intelligence x 100, to the target and restoring a percentage of his health. Can bounce back up to 7 times. Commander level skill, Group Charge, leads troops to launch a charge, boosting the morale of all by 100% and increasing attack power by 150%. Lord level skill, Damage Transfer, can transfer damage received by allied targets to himself. Cooldown 30s. Overlord level passive, after switching forms, can freely control the otherworldly fire, Blue Spirit Cold Fire. Each attack attaches a burning effect of the otherworldly fire. Area damage increase of 600%. True King level skill, Blood Suppression for 1,000 miles. Zhuzhen infuses divine power into the rake. A single strike can shatter mountains and rocks, striking the ground, causing cracks within a kilometer radius, and can trigger the underground lava power to erupt. Impact damage is Intelligence X coefficient 1000. Lava power eruption is Intelligence X 1500. Skill, Ultimate Martial Path. When the Emperor enters the Ultimate Martial Path state, all attack attributes increase by 60%, defense increases by 300%, forming a shield with 50% of health, and can reflect skill damage by 100%. After reaching the 7th rank, Shui Shui's health value has soared to 7,800,000, a level 15 summoned beast with nearly 8 million health. If this were to get out, it would surely scare people to death. The effects and damage coefficients of all his skills have also undergone qualitative changes, and his skill is A.
Transformation-like skill, which feels quite powerful from the description, representing an ultimate enhancement in individual combat. But how it performs in actual combat remains to be tested. Next up is Xiaomo. Let me see what kind of surprise you can give me. The magic circle operated, and the halo of the Heavenly Dao contract descended again, enveloping Xiaomo within. The Heavenly Dao contract operates. The contract exchanges, consuming 64 million gold coins. The Demon King Scout, 6th rank, True King level, successfully evolves. The Demon King Scout, 6th rank, True King level, Sword Immortal Scout, 7th rank. Little Mo has been upgraded to the 7th rank, and the change is significant. Its originally red fur gradually thins out, and its body is adorned with a complete set of Taoist robes. A Taoist hat covers its pointed ears and demonic horns. 2 mixed element ribbons dance in the wind, and it holds a celestial sword, exuding an air of immortality. Wow, the scout creature is starting to follow the path of cultivation? This evolution direction was indeed unexpected for Lu Feng, but looking at its transformed appearance, it resembles a petite sword immortal. The staff and dark elements have changed, so its attack method must have changed as well. Lu Feng, curious, asked Little Mo to demonstrate a normal attack on the spot, discovering that the elemental poison dart's attack method had indeed changed, transforming into sword energy shaped by the celestial sword. After the attack method changed to sword energy, its normal attack range increased, and the damage became area damage, with sword energy sweeping across, capable of inflicting sword energy damage on creatures within a radius of several meters of the targeted area. Summoned Beast, Sword Immortal Scout, 7th rank, level, LV 15 health, 1,301,800, equipment plus 1800, attack power, 78,200, equipment plus 200, attack speed, 78.3, equipment plus 0.3, movement speed, 72,800, attack talent coefficient is 150, health talent coefficient is 2,500, attack speed talent coefficient is 0.15, movement speed talent coefficient is 140, attribute values equal to the summoner's intelligence. 520 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. Active skill, Scout's Quick Run, enter stealth mode, increasing movement speed by 100%, gaining a 300% attack power bonus when attacking enemies. Passive skill, Cute Toxin, the Swift Vanguard's every normal attack carries poison sand, inflicting 100,000 points of magic damage, can be sustained on hit enemies for 6 seconds. Active skill, Deadly Flute, the Scout shoots a special poison arrow, causing a 4-second blinding effect. Under the blinding effect, the enemy's normal attacks become ineffective and incur continuous poison damage. Commander level skill, True Chi Bomb, area damage. Infuse True Chi into any item, turning it into a trap that explodes when stepped on, dealing 260,000 intelligence, 520 multiplied by coefficient 500 magic damage over 3 seconds and slowing enemies by 90% for 3 seconds. Lord level skill, Frenzied Behemoth. After casting, movement speed bonus increases. The scout rapidly expands into a giant beast for a short time, shocking all nearby enemies, causing physical damage and a slowing effect. During the transformation phase, all resistances double, and attack power increases by 180%. Overlord level skill, Call of the Demon King, forming a massive dark energy ball that deals area damage to the target. Intelligence 520, multiplied by coefficient 800 multiplied by range distance coefficient 320. True King level skill, Annihilation of the Great Demon King. The Great Demon King chants, performing a dark baptism on designated targets. Up to 5 allied targets can instantly elevate to True King level strength, while enemy targets can be controlled, petrified, and take damage of Intelligence coefficient x 2500. Ancient Immortal Array. The formation activates, and thousands of flying swords rain down from the sky, each celestial sword capable of inflicting damage equal to intelligence points 520 multiplied by coefficient 1000. After being hit by sword energy, a layer of mark is counted, which can stack infinitely, exploding under the sword intent to cause secondary damage. Little Mo's upgrade to the 7th rank has resulted in absurdly exaggerated values, with a base attack power of 78,000 plus its poison passive, allowing a total damage of over 400,000 for a normal attack. Moreover, the attack speed has reached 78. What does 78 mean? Converted into an objective attack frequency, it translates to 20 swords per second. It is a ranged attack, which means that under a stable output environment, it can continuously launch sword energy, and the sword energy can stack and be released in a pile. A Gatling gun fires 167 rounds per second, so this attack speed is still a bit away from that. Imagine that scene, with flying swords launching like Katyusha missiles from behind. That spectacle would surely be quite magnificent. Ancient Immortal Array, all swords unleashed. How awesome is that? Little Mo's Imperial level skill not only has a large attack range but can also stack secondary explosion damage. Considering the super high values, even gods and demons would be refined by it. Suddenly, I feel like the hell level dungeon in Wind Moon City has lost its appeal. Lu Feng propped his chin on his hand, thinking carefully. If Little Mo and Shui Shui were to tackle the hell level dungeon in Wind Moon City now, a single rapid fire normal attack might send the Empress packing. With that thought, Lu Feng couldn't help but straighten his back a bit. His summoned beast was one of his important supports, and with a powerful summoned beast, his confidence naturally grew.
From the numbers, ordinary battle generals wouldn't need to use their trump cards, but they
wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword from little Mo. Lu Feng murmured, having a preliminary estimate of his own strength improvement.
My overall strength should be at the King of War level now, at least in terms
of numbers. It has definitely reached that.
After upgrading little Mo to the 7th tier, Lu Feng did not exit the built-in summoning space,
because his ascension was not over yet. His current level was 15, and with an extra summoning slot he could contract the Azure Green Fire Snake.
After successfully contracting it, the attributes of the Azure Green Fire Snake appeared before Lu Feng. Summoned Beast Azure Green Fire Snake level LV 15 health 520000 attack power 13,000 magic power 52,000 defense 62400 attack talent coefficient 25 health talent coefficient 1000 magic power talent coefficient 1000
defense talent 1200 attribute
value equals the summoner's intelligence 520 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient. The various talent attributes of the level 15 Azure Green Fire Snake were clearly a notch higher than those of other summoned beasts of the same tier. Lu Feng felt that this little guy must have dragon blood flowing within it, but it just hadn't been truly activated yet, or perhaps the bloodline's purity wasn't high enough. But that didn't matter. As long as it existed, Lu Feng could use the Heavenly Dao contract to change its fate.
Heavenly Dao contract descend. The light of the Heavenly Dao enveloped, and the magic array operated. Heavenly Dao contract in operation, consuming, accompanied by the rotation of light. The Azure Green Fire Snake began to undergo transformation, changing from a snake form to a python form, then from a python to a dragon. And then a dragon transformed into a juvenile dragon.
Clearly, Lu Feng was right. This Azure Green Fire Snake indeed flowed with dragon blood. The juvenile dragon, in a certain sense, is actually a young dragon, and its
bloodline is already quite pure.
Given time and certain opportunities, it could grow into a true dragon.
However, Lu Feng clearly couldn't wait that long. He wanted a real dragon now. During the process of upgrading
from the 6th tier to the 7th tier, Lu Feng's gold coins were insufficient, so he immediately filled in 12 crystal units to keep the Heavenly Dao contract running. Under the flickering light, the juvenile dragon's head and body gradually emerged, its wings spread out, and unique dragon scales grew on its body, finally transforming into a true dragon. This was a very elegant dragon, and just like when it was still a snake, it had
a captivating presence that made it hard to look away.
Lu Feng was momentarily entranced, exclaiming, "So beautiful. If this were a girl, she would definitely be a great beauty,"
he muttered to himself just as he
finished speaking. A golden light radiated from the dragon, and under the golden light, Lu Feng could vaguely see a figure. Also, let me explain the content issue. The time you have is indeed limited, and many details may not have been fully considered, but rest assured, the main storyline is correct, and the combat power and settings are still intact, definitely not going to collapse.
I can only say that my writing
style is relatively new, so misunderstandings are normal, including that you can't guess what will happen next. After all, no one has written like this before. I can only say that the storyline for the college entrance
examination is purely original, and the exam content is definitely interesting. Okay, that's it, let's continue writing. Sob sob sob.
Under the golden light, a figure gradually emerged. She had long green hair, skin like jade, and her face was unclear, but just by looking at her outline, one could tell she was an extraordinary beauty.
Wow, how strange, I'm feeling a bit unusually nervous, and what's with this wicked thought? Lu Feng
slapped his own face, feeling that the development of events was somewhat unexpected. It was indeed the first time he had seen a summoned beast transform into human form. Slowly, the radiance on her body faded, and her pure white skin was about to be revealed.
Lu Feng's heart suddenly tightened. This won't do, it's against ethics. The relationship between a summoner and a summoned beast must be pure.
However, the naked beautiful girl he anticipated did not appear, as if the radiant energy was insufficient to maintain her human form. At a critical moment, a mass of energy wrapped around her again, and when the energy dispersed, roar,
accompanied by
a dragon's roar. A robust blue dragon with a long pointed head, a long tail, sturdy limbs, and huge wings appeared before Lu Feng.
It's actually a 5-colored dragon.
Seeing her full form, Lu Feng exclaimed. He had thought that the azure green fluorescent snake had a certain chance of evolving into a dragon, but he never expected that the blood flowing within it was so noble. A 5-colored dragon under the bloodline of the divine
dragon.
The 5-colored dragon is divided into the white dragon, green dragon, blue dragon, red dragon, and black dragon, which are the highest grade of dragons in the secular sense, with attributes and abilities far
stronger than ordinary dragons by countless times.
For example, the lower grade dragons include earth dragons and bipedal flying dragons, poison dragons, whose combat power is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary
beasts and are often tamed by humans as mounts.
The 6th grade dragons are subdragons, which are not pure dragons but have a portion of dragon blood, such as Tyrannosaurus, bone dragon, copper dragon, bronze dragon,
etc.
The 5th grade includes silver light dragons, golden light dragons, gemstone dragons, emerald dragons, and sapphire blue dragons, which can wield elemental powers, magic. The 4th grade is the legendary true dragon. The 5-colored dragon, which also includes the golden holy dragon, dark holy dragon, etc. In the secular sense, the most powerful dragons that have appeared in human history are the 4th grade true dragons, and the summoned beast that Lu Feng currently possesses belongs to the mutated bloodline of the green dragon among the 5-colored true dragons. As for the higher grades, they are the dragons recorded in history. The 3rd grade dragons are the silver dragon, golden dragon, mountain dragon king, fire elemental holy dragon, and other highest representatives of elements. They are all sons of the dragon god, possessing the strongest combat
power from ancient times.
The 2nd grade includes the Silver Dragon King and Golden Dragon King, the strongest batch of dragons from the Dragon God War era, with powerful physiques and elemental control. The 1st grade is naturally the Dragon God, the highest existence in the dragon realm, capable of moving mountains and calling the wind and rain. It is said that a dragon's breath can turn a world into scorched earth. The difference between each grade is vast. If the combat power of the lower grade is only 10,000, then the combat power of the 6th grade dragon can reach 100,000.
The beast tamer's velociraptor that Lu Feng
encountered earlier is a dragon that lies between the lower grade and the 6th grade, and in terms of rank, it should be considered a peak of the 4th grade, but its true attributes are stronger than most 5th grade beasts.
The dragons of the first 3 ranks only exist in ancient texts.
In the current world of professionals, the highest ranked dragon is the 4th ranked dragon.
My Azure Dragon is already the strongest existence.
Indeed, very impressive.
Lu Feng wouldn't dwell on those ethereal things.
Whether the dragon god exists is still unknown. For now, having a true dragon, he was already very satisfied.
They say the physical quality of
the dragon race is quite domineering, so let me see just how formidable it is.
He was eager to check the attributes of his companion.
Opening the attribute page, the complete attribute information appeared before him. Summoned Beast, Azure Dragon, 7th rank, level, LV 15 health, 10 920 000 attack power, 104 000 magic power, 156 000 defense, 130 000 attack talent coefficient, 200 health talent coefficient, 21,000. Magic power talent coefficient 300, defense talent, both resistances are the same, coefficient 250, attribute value equals the summoner's intelligence 520 multiplied by each attribute talent coefficient, active skill.
Single target continuous healing, applies a healing buff to friendly units, restoring health.
Health restored within 1 minute equals intelligence multiplied by coefficient 200, active skill, soars into the air, forming a defensive circle around itself, reducing single target damage resistance. Active skill reduces spell hit rate for multiple targets, weakening the attributes of all units within a
1 kilometer radius.
Commander level skill deals fire type special attack damage, doubling damage to controlled and debuffed enemies, and inflicting intelligence 520 multiplied by coefficient 1.5 multiplied by the summoned beast's magic power, magic damage, slowing enemies by 80% for 15 seconds. Lord level skill deals ice type damage, additionally slowing by 30% and inflicting 200% critical damage along with a 70% freezing burn effect, with a damage range covering 3 miles. Overlord level skill, in conjunction with, can instantly turn a piece of land into an icy wasteland, unleashing a blizzard that continuously slows and damages enemies in the area. Damage equals intelligence coefficient multiplied by 1000, with magic lasting for permanent. True king level skill ignores both resistances. The flames exhaled are like molten lava, extinguishable by no water, capable of inflicting total damage equal to magic power multiplied by 500. Dragon Blood War God infuses the power of dragon blood. First stage can increase strength by 2 to 10 times in one go, instantly unleashing tremendous power. In the second stage, in a peak state, can mark the target's weakness. The second hit on the same spot can amplify one's strength by 5 times. The third hit can multiply it again by 5 on top of the second, and so on, stacking up to 9 times at most.
Lu Feng was dumbfounded upon seeing the Azure Dragon's attributes. What is this? Such a monstrous thing.
Its attack power and magic power are even higher than that of the main dual cultivation Xiaomo, while its defense and health are absurdly better than that of the tanky Shui Shui, especially the health value, which has directly surpassed 10 million.
A level 15 summoned beast with 10 million health? How can others even play like this? All attributes are explosively powerful. Could this be a dragon? This extremely abnormal creature.
The most crucial part is, it is clearly an Azure Dragon, yet it possesses multi-element skills, and all skills are explosive area damage skills. To this, Lu Feng couldn't help but say, "You're impressive." Finally, he focused on the skill. This skill on a dragon felt somewhat out of place.
Dragon Blood War God, infusing dragon blood into a dragon's body? This seems quite inappropriate. It feels like it was specially prepared for me. Lu Feng's SSS level talent, the Heavenly Dao contract, can extract the skills of summoned beasts and materialize them for his own use.
He felt that this skill was more suitable for him. With this thought, he communicated with the medium between him and the Azure Dragon, and dragon blood flowed into Lu Feng's body. Thump! The moment he came into contact with the dragon blood, Lu Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. A fiery sensation coursed through his meridians, and an unmatched violent power swept through his limbs and bones. He felt as if his body was about to explode. It was hot, extremely hot. Lu Feng's entire body turned red. The energy contained in the dragon blood exceeded his imagination, and with the current strength of his meridians, he was barely able to circulate a small cycle, let alone a large one.
Who, after completing a small
cycle, Lu Feng immediately severed his connection with the azure dragon.
Water, come.
As he spoke, the laws followed. Lu Feng summoned the water elements from the world, countless droplets extracted from the grass and trees, converging into a stream that poured down from above his head.
Sizzle.
When the water met Lu Feng's body, it was as if it had encountered a piece of red-hot iron, and in an instant, steam rose, shrouding the area
in mist.
After the temperature dropped and some time passed, the burning sensation within him gradually faded. After the pain, Lu Feng was astonished to discover that his constitution points had undergone an astonishing
change.
After being cleansed by the dragon blood just from a small cycle, his constitution had increased by 1,000 points,
equivalent to the little demon's relentless nurturing for 3 days. Wow, if you rinse a few more times and complete a large cycle, wouldn't my constitution points undergo a qualitative leap?
Lu Feng seemed to have discovered a new continent. Over the past 10 days, the little demon had been diligently nurturing Lu Feng's body at all times, and his constitution points and blood volume had grown remarkably. Now, his personal attribute page had completely twisted. Name, Lu Feng. Title, Canyon Ghost, Wind and Moon Play Empress. Profession, Summoner Level, LV 15, 0.016% per 100%. Blood volume, 96,000. Equipment plus 800 is equal to 96,800. Strength, 1266. Constitution, 5363. Intelligence, 520. Agility, 440. Equipment plus 200 is equal to 640. Magic power, 245760. Summon slots, 4/4. How to put it, even though Lu Feng had anticipated this, when the various data truly transformed into this form, he couldn't help but sigh.
Over 5,000 constitution points at level 15 was higher than that
of ancient martial artists who specialized in body refinement. Moreover, with the increase in constitution, Lu Feng's strength would also correspondingly rise. Over 1,000 strength points already surpassed 99% of practitioners at the same level who focused on strength. As for blood volume, it was also higher than that of tanks at the same level.
It was all just exaggerated and absurd.
And this was just the beginning. Now, not only was there the little demon's nurturing, but also the transformative power of dragon blood.
As time went on, the gap between Lu Feng and them would only widen. Given time, even without relying on summoned beasts, he himself would be a demon king existence akin to a bug. Tsk tisk. He clicked his tongue twice, added a new summoned beast, and upgraded all his summoned beasts to the 7th tier. At this moment, he wanted to sing a song, How Lonely Invincibility Is. But thinking of the conversation between Gudi and Shui Shangue that day, the tail he had just raised instantly drooped. A hint of imperceptible coldness flashed across his face as he murmured, Am I really just a pawn? If I don't demonstrate enough value, will I be eliminated and replaced? No, I want to be the master of my own life. As for the power struggles of those hidden figures in the shadows, I have no interest in participating, but that is not up to me. I just hope I can have the opportunity to choose. Lu Feng is already quite strong now, but still not strong enough. When will he be powerful enough to break the rules with his fists? Only then can he truly attain real freedom, otherwise, his fate will never be in his own hands. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. What an inspiring saying. But to truly achieve it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The summoned beasts are what he shows to others, but his real trump card is himself, his super god level talent, and his ability to double his magical power with every upgrade. He is enduring, waiting for the real explosion. The height of a person's achievements is certainly influenced by talent, but ambition is also indispensable. With such powerful talent, who would want to be an ordinary person? To dominate the world and achieve the highest divinity, why not? Lu Feng lightly clenched his fist, hiding this thought deep within his heart, closing his eyes, then opening them again, returning to the appearance of an ordinary student, his eyes clear and harmless. The college entrance examination is the first step I take. Dongjiang, tremble. In the following days, Lu Feng spent his days in the Wind Moon City dungeon testing the new skills of the Azure Dragon and trying out new strategies for coordinating with summoned beasts. He found that with the Azure Dragon, the path to combat suddenly opened up, especially in combination with the little demon. He even developed a perpetual motion machine strategy where the little demon drains blood to unleash group damage skills, the Azure Dragon heals him, and the little demon can also absorb blood, perfectly filling the gaps in skill cooldowns, allowing the little demon to unleash group damage Crimson Tide without taking damage. In addition, he would extract dragon blood every day to circulate his energy, progressing from being able to circulate one small cycle at a time to being able to circulate 7 small cycles at once and then large cycles. As his physique strengthened, it became easier and easier to circulate. In just a few days, his physique points increased by more than 20,000, reaching a terrifying 30,000 points, and his strength value soared from 1,002 to 5,000. Lu Feng tried hitting trees with his fists and found it effortless, then moved on to hitting rocks and mountains, able to create a large circular pit in the rock wall. He even went to Wind Moon City to personally engage in hand-to-hand combat with the flower demons and the Empress. Relying solely on his physical combat power, he could easily take down hell-level flower demons and could match the Empress in strength.
Of course, he could only match her in terms of strength. Without using magic, he was no match for the Empress, and his agility attribute was too weak, becoming a significant shortcoming. If it came to a real brawl, he wouldn't even be able to touch the Empress, only standing there to be hit by her. However, being able to reach this level with his physical body before the college entrance examination, Lu Feng was already very satisfied, far exceeding his expectations. Thus, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. All students in Wind City had to gather at the city gymnasium before 9 in the morning. A huge transmission array had already been set up in the gymnasium, and students entered the array in order of their numbers, randomly being transmitted into the college entrance examination array map, representing Wind City in the annual Dongjiang Province College Entrance Examination.
Dongjiang,
located in the southeastern coastal area, implements a provincial unified examination format, placing all candidates into a massive group dungeon. In this group dungeon, the scores obtained by students within the dungeon serve as their final college entrance examination results. The rules of this group dungeon are the same every year, but the terrain and corresponding magical beasts within the dungeon change annually, and the scoring calculations can vary greatly. Therefore, the idea of studying past dungeons to cheat for high scores is not feasible. It still relies on solid system training and hard power. Of course, if one is lucky enough to guess the right questions, that can happen, but those are very few and purely a case of survivor bias. Setting up such a massive group instance consumes an incredibly terrifying amount of energy in purple crystals, a feat only the wealthy government, which controls the rights to mine these crystals, can achieve. The number of array mages responsible for the normal operation of this college entrance examination has reached 3,000, with over 4,000 spatial mages, and the number of related staff exceeds 100,000. From the provincial government to the county government, a large amount of manpower and resources has been mobilized to hold this annual, highly anticipated college entrance examination event. In the Valley of the Dead, in the simple level instance of Old City Alley, Xiao Heba was covered in long bloodstains, his face twisted in rage, staring fiercely ahead. Directly opposite him was a muscular, mutated rooster with blades strapped to its claws, its neck twisting rhythmically up and down, the chicken's head swaying in sync. This was the last rooster their team had encountered. Heba, this is the last mutated chicken. As long as we take it down, we can get the completion treasure chest, said one of Xiao Heba's 4 teammates, who were now exhausted, leaving only Xiao Heba with the strength to fight. Over the past few days, they had challenged the simple level Old City Alley instance hundreds of times without completing the chicken pen segment, but this time they saw hope. Victory was within reach. Looking at his teammates' eager expressions and then at the mocking movements of the mutated rooster before him, Xiao Heba felt a surge of blood rush to his head. With adrenaline pumping, he let out a roar, seemingly forgetting his injuries, and charged at the mutated rooster with his large knife. Facing Xiao Heba's attack, the mutated rooster showed no signs of retreat. It raised a claw, the long blade meeting Xiao Heba's large knife. Clang! The two blades clashed, creating a flurry of sparks. Ugh! Ah! After a period of stalemate, Xiao Heba suddenly erupted, exerting force to swing the mutated rooster's blade aside, then twisting his body for a heavy cut, a horizontal slash, and a backhanded power strike. Crack! Accompanied by the chicken's head hitting the ground, the mutated rooster transformed into a pile of magical energy crystals. Since his teammates were far from the battle circle, most of the magical energy crystals were absorbed by Xiao Heba. Feeling the warm energy of the crystals, a white light surged beneath his feet. He leveled up from level 5 to level 6. It's been a month grinding in the simple level instance of Old City Alley in the Valley of the Dead, and I finally leveled up to 6 before the college entrance exam. Ha! Xiao Heba laughed joyfully, looking up at the sky. Although it's tough to even reach 30% completion in the simple level Old City Alley, reaching level 6 already puts me at an upper middle level. Based on previous year's students from Wind City participating in the college entrance exam, those who reached level 6 before the exam were at least in the top 10 of their class, meaning they were among the top 5th of all examinees. Congratulations! Xiao Heba, you've reached level 6. After defeating the last mutated rooster, the team skillfully exited the instance, replenished their energy potions, and teammates rushed over to congratulate him. It was just good luck. That last hit happened to be a critical strike, so I gained a bit more experience than usual, Xiao Heba replied with a smile. You guys will catch up soon. Once the college entrance exam starts and you kill some small monsters in the instance, you'll immediately reach level 6. Yeah. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Time flies, a month has passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, our practical combat skills have visibly improved. Yeah, I wonder how the others are leveling up. A few days ago, I checked the class group and the school group, and I even browsed the professional forum. In our school, aside from a few freaks who have reached level 7 or above, there are very few at level 6. Most people are still struggling at level 5. What about Lu Feng? Someone asked curiously, but as soon as the question was asked, the others fell silent. Lu Feng, Xiao Heba wanted to say something but hesitated. Forget it, someone like him, a child of destiny, has long transcended the mundane. He will undoubtedly be the brightest star in Wind City. Hearing Xiao Heba not mocking Lu Feng but rather praising him, several teammates felt a bit uncomfortable. One girl chuckled, "Heba, you're quite cute when you're softening up.
After what happened last time, your hostility has disappeared." Xiao Heba shrugged, helplessly spreading his hands. "What can I do? Right now, I don't even have the qualification to mock Lu Feng. To be a clown, you need to have strength, let alone the
simple level." He cleared all the difficulties in Old City Alley on his first try, and the record for Fenghua City was broken over half a month ago, which represents the highest combat power of Wind City's professionals.
So, when facing someone like that, it's hard not to feel calm inside.
These days, Xiao Heba thought a lot and realized clearly that his way of dealing with people and his moralistic mindset were indeed too naive.
Looking back now, he felt like a fool. Alright, let's not bring up the past.
It's almost time for the college entrance examination. Let's take a break and prepare to head to the city gym for the exam.
I must change others' views of me. I want to achieve a good ranking in the exam, aiming for the top 50 in the school. Top 300 in Wind City. Okay, let's go for it.
In the Valley of the Dead, Old City Alley, difficulty level hard. Linley pulled back her longbow, and with a whoosh, the arrow struck the Frost Cat Demon's eye. With a reluctant roar, the Frost Cat Demon fell to the ground.
The frosted ground shrank back, returning to its original state.
Beside it lay the corpse of the executioner zombie. Zhao Huaxing, holding a battle shield, excitedly made a yay gesture. Linley, Zhao Hua, and Wang Tianyi had become an inseparable trio, plus their
two classmates who were A-level hidden professionals.
The five of them charged through, not only clearing the simple and normal levels but now even the hard level.
After so long of striving, we finally achieved
the record for clearing the Valley of the Dead. Wearing prayer beads and smoking a pipe, the uniquely styled swordsman Wang Tianyi stretched lazily, unable to suppress the smile on his face.
Since the establishment of
the Valley of the Dead, only 4 people have cleared all levels from simple to hell, with Lu Feng being the first, followed by Wang Tianyi and his companions.
It was Lu Feng who led them through the warrior and hell
levels, but now their success in clearing the simple to hard levels was entirely due to their own efforts.
Who could understand this sense of accomplishment? Especially for Wang Tianyi, who always cared about rankings. He felt invigorated, never having felt this good before.
His two classmates could only shake their heads with bitter smiles, saying, "Clearly, our strengths weren't that different in the novice trial ground, so why is the
gap widening now?"
Upon hearing this, Zhao Hua, Wang Tianyi, and Linley exchanged glances, falling silent as a figure almost simultaneously appeared in their minds.
"Lord Dust, it's been a long time. I wonder how far you've come now."
In fact, if they hadn't encountered Lu Feng, based on their normal trajectory, their strength would have only been slightly stronger than that of these two classmates, unable to clear even the normal level, let alone the hard level. Achieving 30% would have been a blessing. And now, all their achievements were due to meeting Lu Feng, who not only significantly boosted their levels in the warrior and hell levels, putting them ahead of others, but also granted them golden level exclusive weapons, which multiplied their combat power several times compared to their time in the novice trial ground. As their combat experience grew richer and their cooperation became more tacit, the 3 of them reached level 10, successfully conquering the difficult level of the Old City Alley. Although we can't compare to the record of Lord Chen, who spent 10 times the effort to wear down the boss to clear it, we can at least say we are among the first teams to clear the Old City Alley on our own, aside from Lord Chen, Linley said proudly.
Level 10. This is a level I never even dared to dream of before.
Achieving such a level in the college entrance examination, aside from Lord Chen, we 3 are the strongest. This time, Wang Tianyi was quite confident. Being one person below 10,000 was no exaggeration. As far as they knew, aside from the 3 of them at level 10, the next highest levels belonged to the 2 classmates who had joined them in the dungeon, both of whom had reached level 8. Beyond that, it seemed there were no level 8s, though there were a few level 7s, but not many, and most of them had just recently reached level 7, still far from level 8.
Who knows, the top 5 in Wind City might all be here, Zhao Hua laughed.
That makes sense, Linley agreed. His 2 classmates exchanged glances, wondering which of them might make it into the top 5.
We're really looking forward to this college entrance examination.
Wang Tianyi laughed, having set his sights on second place in Wind City, aiming to surpass the scores of most previous top scorers. In a secluded secret realm, at the heart of a lush forest,
a mole on a unicorn carriage paced anxiously on the pedal. There was one thing he had been pondering for over half a month. Should he tell the young lady about the incident with the Bai family? According to his usual style, he had already reported the matter, but Bai Yunqing had told him before leaving that no matter what happened, it was not as important as the young lady's seclusion. All he needed to do was wait for her to finish her meditation and not to do anything else. He firmly remembered this sentence, so despite the significant events happening outside, he had not uttered a word, even forcing himself not to think about it, coming down to guard the place. However, with the college entrance examination approaching, Bai Chushua had yet to emerge from her seclusion. The mole was anxious. He didn't know what to do, sitting down with his hands on his head. What to do? What should I do? It's so tangled. He looked towards the snow tower, sighing in self-reproach. It's all my fault, I'm just too stupid. The snow tower, a secret dungeon. 3 2-meter tall, muscular.
White-furred snow gorillas stood, exhaling hot air from their nostrils, rising on two legs, pounding their chests with their fists, emitting a low growl. Under the interference of sound waves, the ice and snow on the ground churned. Facing the combined attack of the three white-furred gorillas, Baichushua, holding a short ice staff, simply extended her hand, silently reciting and chanting a spell. During the chant, in the blink of an eye, her spell was completed, and a magical circle appeared above her head from which several massive ice spikes shot out. Crack, crack, crack. The power of the ice spikes was immense, piercing through the bodies of the white-furred gorillas, blood staining the ice spikes red. They let out a piercing howl, but Baichushua's heart remained unmoved. Her staff glowed brightly as she slightly raised her hand, uttering a soft command, then forcefully waved her hand downwards, pressing the heavy ice spikes down. The three white-furred gorillas could not withstand the subsequent damage and collapsed into shards of magical energy. Sparkling fragments scattered, merging with the snowflakes drifting from the sky. Putting away her offensive stance, Baichushua gazed at the vast horizon, gently extending her hand to catch a snowflake. Tap, tap, tap. Behind her, an old woman with a hunched back, leaning on a cane, slowly approached. It was Mengpa from the Bai family, who had entered the secret realm with Bai Yunqing to guard her when Baichushua first went into seclusion. Her status in the Bai family was on par with Bai Yunqing, having been loyal to the Bai family for even 20 years longer than Bai Yunqing. Her strength was unfathomable, making her the strongest combat force of the Bai family. Since Baichushua was born, she had been by her side, guarding her. In her twilight years, she asked for nothing more than to see Baichushua, whom she had watched grow up, flourish. To her, Baichushua was more important than the Bai family itself. It's snowing in the secret realm, Baichushua murmured. Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen such heavy snow. The last time was the day you were born, Mississippi. You first met the family head in the snow, and I mentioned it to him. He thought it was wonderful, and that's how your name came to have Chushua in it. Baichushua's name was given by Mengpa, who regarded her more like a granddaughter. Baichushua smiled and did not pursue that topic but instead asked, "Why haven't I seen Uncle Yun?" "Oh, he said he had something to attend to half a month ago, and we haven't heard from him since. He probably won't be back in the short term. It's a pity. He won't be able to see you off for the college entrance examination in person." Mengpo's face showed no sadness or joy, her wrinkled features giving off a kind aura. After the Bai family's assets were sealed, thanks to Bai Yuanshan's maneuvering and Chen Jiaowei's agreement to Along's conditions, this matter did not affect Bai Chushua, ensuring that her college entrance examination would not be disturbed. Of course, without any notifications, they still did not know what was happening outside. "I see," Bai Chushua nodded. "It's fine, I'll go by myself. The honor that belongs to me should be claimed by me alone." During her time in the secret realm, aside from eating and sleeping, she had only one thought in her mind: to become stronger. She wanted to defeat the boy who had humiliated her in the novice trial ground and reclaim her glory. Just then, a snow weasel hidden in the shadows launched a surprise attack from behind her. Baichushua's eyes sharpened, and a cold light flashed across her delicate face. "Beast seeking death." She turned her body, waved her staff, chanted a spell, and the falling snowflakes instantly condensed into a dozen ice spikes the size of arms, shooting straight out. Put, put, put. 333-333-335. After a round of ice spikes, the level 10 snow weasel was reduced to a corpse. Seeing this, Mengpo's face lit up with unexpected joy. "Miss, you dealt over 300 continuous damage against a level 10 snow weasel. Not bad at all. To reach such a level at level 11 is enough to look down upon others. For a normally qualified practitioner, under all conditions being met, it would take at least a year to level up from level 5 to level 11. Not to mention those who did not meet the conditions. Some practitioners might never reach level 11 in their lifetime. However, someone like Baichushua, who could level up from level 5 to level 11 in just a month by hunting alone, was extremely rare in the world. Of course, this was also related to the Bai family's substantial financial resources, which allowed them to provide Baichushua with a secret realm for training. Baichushua was attuned to the ice element, so the Bai family found an ice-type dungeon to maximize her elemental abilities, greatly improving her efficiency in monster hunting. But even without this secret realm, if Baichushua had gone to fight in the old city alleys like the commoners, while she might not have reached level 11 as she did now, reaching level 10 would still be no problem. Moreover, an SS level talent was not only about the speed of leveling up but also about her innate abilities and magical skills. The speed and damage she displayed in casting spells were simply astonishing, easily recognizable as the mark of an absolute genius. A standout among the crowd. Baichushua watched the snowflakes in her hand melt into water, her eyes cold, gazing into the distance like an ice queen. "Lu Feng, I wonder if you still have the qualifications to be my opponent." In the hell-level Fengyue city, facing the thousands of troops of the Empress, Lu Feng rode atop the Azure Dragon. Little Cheng, Dragon's Breath. The Azure Dragon soaring in the sky received the command, taking a deep breath of the elements of heaven and earth, and a fiery red cross pattern lit up on its chest, resembling something like erupting magma. It was clear that it was charging up. Whoosh! A massive pillar of fire erupted from the dragon's mouth, sweeping down like a tidal wave, instantly blocking out the sun, dimming it slightly. Minus 78 million. Dragon's breath ignores any defensive effects, with damage calculated as the summoner's magic power. 156,000 multiplied by a factor of 500, resulting in a total damage of 78 million. The frontline soldier was instantly reduced to ashes, not even a trace left, and the Empress was also caught in the blast. Even a mere graze resulted in over 1 million damage, leading to her immediate demise. Looking at the hellish battlefield, Lu Feng had Xiao Cheng unleash 2 more dragon's breaths inside. What used to take more than 2 days to clear at hell level can now be done in just a few hours with Xiao Cheng. In the past few days, Lu Feng had cleared hell level 8 times, but unfortunately, the experience required for leveling up increased significantly at higher levels, otherwise he would have aimed to reach level 16. 8 hell level runs were not enough to push his experience bar past 1/3. It seems that the magic energy I can gain from the Fengyue City dungeon is already quite insufficient, Lu Feng realized. He understood that to maintain his rapid leveling pace, relying solely on Fengyue City was no longer feasible. For now, it was manageable, but after leveling up 1 or 2 more times, the required experience would be outrageous. Even if he played every day, clearing a few times a day, he might not see much progress in a year. He glanced at his experience bar and noticed that the experience needed for leveling was also increasing exponentially. This meant he had to seek out stronger dungeons to fully absorb magic energy crystals, or more precisely, magic cores. However, these dungeons were only available in large cities, and many secret realms could only be accessed after entering university. After all, within the country's borders, these resources were controlled by the military and the guilds, who decided who could enter and who could not. This is why many professionals, despite having great talent, had to align themselves with certain powerful factions. In the end, whether one could enhance their strength and level depended not on their ability to clear dungeons but on their eligibility to access them for magic crystal energy. To obtain magic crystal energy without going through dungeons, one would have to explore uninhabited areas, demon zones, or deep secret realms, but such explorations were perilous, and few could gain magic energy crystals and grow stronger this way. Having dungeons to clear is indeed a blessing, Lu Feng thought. Besides wanting to announce his achievements to the world, Lu Feng was also eager to excel in the college entrance examination to gain admission to university because he wanted to tackle high-level dungeons. The better his exam results, the more opportunities he would have for training, and choosing a good university would naturally allow him to select higher-level dungeons. Even though he had a heart that sought to break the rules, he was still weak, lacking personal strength and influence. Humans build under eaves. What does it matter if they bow their heads? Since that's the case, it's better to adapt to the environment and gradually grow stronger under the rules established by others. Squeeze their resources. Not to mention, he was still a baby now. After all, he was still a student, and he should make use of his own resources. Before awakening, Lu Feng felt a strong sense of belonging to his country and family, but now, he can only say that the stronger he became, the more he should only trust himself. Especially after experiencing the Dark River incident and hearing the conversation between Shui Changue and Gude, he became even more certain of this. After leaving Wind Moon City, Lu Feng did not take a taxi but instead had his little brother Crow come to pick him up. Running on the ground is nowhere near as fast as flying in the sky. Moreover, at this moment, even if someone saw him, it wouldn't matter. Who in Wind City doesn't know Lu Feng? He had originally thought about riding a dragon, but that seemed a bit too ostentatious. Drawing too much attention is not good either. Thus, under the transport of his little brother Crow, Lu Feng successfully arrived at the city sports stadium. Inside the stadium, there were layers of people, with candidates and their accompanying parents and family members. The security lines were drawn one after another, yet they could not stop the enthusiasm of the parents. Kids, do your best. You must make us proud. Years of hard work, the first checkpoint of a professional career, thousands of troops crossing a single log, jostling to climb Manhwa. Once you pass, you will leap like a carp over the dragon gate. Not to mention prestigious universities. Even getting into a third-tier university will mean a completely different concept from ordinary professionals after graduation. Another year of college entrance exams. 10 years of hard work come to this. 10 years of grinding. Today's test, the bitter will turn sweet. It's never too late. May our Wind City strive for excellence in this year's college entrance exams and create brilliance. Again. Outside the security line, there were many people with red cloth tied around their foreheads, writing encouraging words with markers, holding banners, cheering and shouting to boost the morale of all the students. Amidst the cheers, many parents were reminding the martial arts candidates to be careful and prioritize safety. Thus, the students walked into the stadium under the spotlight, checked their admission tickets, received the corresponding college entrance exam items, and entered the preparation area to wait for the transmission array to open at 9 o'clock. At this moment, Lu Feng's appearance instantly attracted a large crowd. Many people present were Lu Feng's fans, specifically there to see this outstanding talent from Wind City take the college entrance exam, hoping he could bring honor to Wind City. Look, it's the earthly deity, Lu Feng is here. Wow, the great god, we've waited so long to finally see him. Great god Chen, you must take first place, the first in Jinchang. Our Wind City Super Seed, the biggest dark horse in this college entrance exam. All our hopes are pinned on him. I wonder what kind of good results great god Chen can achieve. First in Win City is definitely stable, but the ranking in Jincheng is uncertain. I've heard that Jincheng has also produced many talents this year. Moreover, looking at past results, our best performance in Win City barely ranked 11th in Jincheng. Great God, Chin is better than their past geniuses. I think Jincheng will also be first. Hee, that would naturally be the best. I believe in his strength. Great God, Chen, go for it. Lu Feng's popularity was extremely high, with people shouting hoarsely, whistling, and even setting off their own fireworks. Amidst the cheers, Lu Feng walked to the front of the stadium and slightly bowed to the audience behind him before turning to walk inside. Inside the city sports stadium, the seats had already been divided into areas according to different schools. First middle school, second middle school, third middle school, fourth middle school, fifth middle school, and many affiliated middle schools, as well as town and rural middle schools were all in place, with the grade directors and class teachers present to call names and organize. As Lu Feng walked in, he happened to run into Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua. Great God, Chen. Long time no see, you've become even more handsome. Wang Tianyi, in his normal form, was a spirited young man with a pompadour hairstyle, greeting Lu Feng cheerfully. You guys too, it looks like you and Zhao Hua have both grown a bit taller, or is it just the way your hair stands up? Lu Feng noticed the changes in Wang Tianyi and the others. They had matured from their initial youthful innocence, losing some of their flamboyance and gaining a sense of steadiness and confidence. Ah, you found that out. I was still in my growth period. Recently, when fighting monsters, I had to jump up to slash zombies. I've been jumping, and I really have grown 2 centimeters. I'm almost 1 meter 80 now. Me too, Lord Chen. I've grown 1 centimeter, and look at my muscles, as hard as iron. Zhao Hua rolled up his sleeve, revealing his biceps, striking poses that looked somewhat silly and funny. Usually, Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua were both proud and aloof, lonely and cold. After all, they were the ace seeds of the first high school, ranked first and second in their grade. In front of Lu Feng, they acted like children, eager to show off their recent achievements to their parents. Congratulations! Lu Feng also wore a gentle smile. I can see that you've made great progress and are very confident in yourselves. Of course. During the time you were away, we worked hard in the Valley of the Dead. After all, we are people you brought out, Lord Chen, and we must not lose face. No need to boast, but at least I have to live up to my ID. Striving for the top 3. I'm counting on you. Go for it. Yeah, Lord Chen, you too. Due to time constraints, they didn't have much time for small talk. After a few simple exchanges, they each went to their respective school areas. Lu Feng found his spot in class 5 of the second high school. His number was 1. He sat in the first position of the first row. Lu Feng's arrival caused a stir in the class, and all eyes turned to him, with countless friendly gazes directed his way. Linley, sitting in a far back position, greeted Lu Feng enthusiastically, and Lu Feng waved back with a smile before sitting down and closing his eyes to rest. After about 5 minutes, the podium in the gym was filled with government officials, union leaders, and the school principal. Outside the venue, inside, above, and at every entrance, there were personnel guarding the area, equipped with special noise processors. Traffic control was in effect within a 10-mile radius, and the military was on escort duty. This year, due to special circumstances, the military responsible for the security of the college entrance examination in Feng City had raised its specifications by 2 levels, personally led by Shui Changue. In a separate area away from all the school zones, a girl sat alone in a front position next to a corridor guarded by soldiers. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice her at all. She had light golden hair and wore a white shirt with blue edges, her eyes tightly closed and her brows slightly furrowed, as if she disliked the surrounding noise. Students, the magic array will open in 5 minutes. Before entering the transmission array, we will distribute the necessary items for the exam and check if everything is in order. The staff handed each exam student a transparent bag containing 2 items, a necklace and a watch. Scoring necklace, connected to the East River Province's main network. When candidates kill monsters, the monster's magic energy crystal will flow into the candidate's body through the scoring necklace, which can sense the contained magic energy and calculate the score based on the type of monster. Transmission watch can form a golden light shield within 1,000th of a second and teleport the wearer out of the exam dungeon before the shield dissipates. Activating the transmission watch means the answering of the college entrance examination is over, and the score will be fixed at the second before the watch is used. The items have a flashing indicator. If the light is on, it means they are normal. On the podium, the representative of the Student Alliance, dressed in a suit, reminded everyone and then explained the rules of the college entrance examination again. The group dungeon map is participated in by all students. In Dongjiang, it is a huge circle divided into 9 areas. From the outside to the inside, it is a circle, and from a god's perspective, you can see the dungeon is concentric circles, with larger circles containing smaller ones. Once transmitted in, everyone's landing point is in the outermost area, which is the largest circle. In this largest circle, the range contains the lowest level monsters. As you move towards the center of the circle, the monsters become stronger. However, to cross from one area to another, that is, from one circular monster zone to a higher level monster zone, there are limits on scores and the number of people. 4.
Example, there are boundary lines separating the areas, concentric circles. To move from the outermost monster zone, Zone 9, to the next concentric circle, Zone 8, you must first find the connecting gate between the areas, one-way gate. Once you find this gate and your score reaches 100, you can pass through it. Of course, if the number of people passing through a gate exceeds 500, that gate will completely close. If all the gates on a circular wall barrier are closed, it means you can only stay in the previous monster area to fight monsters and cannot enter the next area until the end of the college entrance examination. Therefore, after entering the dungeon, you must assess the difficulty of the monsters in Zone 9 at the first opportunity, have a clear understanding of your own strength, and then arrange your farming rhythm in the shortest time based on your situation. As for whether to proceed to the next dungeon area and at what time point to enter the next dungeon area for maximum benefit, that depends on your own planning. These points of knowledge are common topics. In the usual senior year classes, there is a dedicated lesson each week to discuss the rules and some strategic planning for the college entrance examination. At the same time, teachers also provide detailed explanations using past dungeons such as when to farm monsters in Zone 9, how to rush to the one-way gates between areas while farming, and at what speed to farm and move to arrive near the gate when the score reaches the requirement, and so on. Because these are common topics, most people listen with little interest, only paying attention to a few sentences due to the tense atmosphere. After all, this can be considered a last-minute effort. Alright, time's up. Good luck to all candidates. As the countdown on the large screen in the sports venue ended, at exactly 9 o'clock, all scoring necklaces floated in the air, emitting blue light. Then, as if sensing the user's identity information, they confirmed it was correct, and with a whoosh, both the person and the necklace transformed into a blue light and were absorbed into the transmission array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by streams of blue light entering the transmission array, a light screen appeared above the transmission array, recording the ranking of the candidates. Meanwhile, through the reflective mirror, a huge light screen projected into the sky outside the venue. It detailed the rankings of Fong City, Idong City, 17 county-level cities. Above that were the prefecture-level cities of Jincheng, Taiyan, 33 prefecture-level cities, along with detailed lists of county-level cities under each prefecture, and finally, the provincial capital, Hangchang. The last was the overall ranking, a real-time leaderboard ranking the entire Dongjiang. The group dungeon for the college entrance examination is called the Forest of Granji Nuwa, and everyone participating in the exam was transmitted into the dungeon at the same time. Jincheng was randomly matched to the position it coordinates 1790, located at the far west of the Forest of Granji Nuwa. The students from the various county-level cities below Jincheng would also be assigned to different locations within the designated area of Jincheng. The students from Fong City were transported to a place in a forest near a large mountain. Once everyone entered Granji Nuwa, the public channel for communication was opened. In this channel, not only could they check their points, but everyone could also communicate and interact here. There were corresponding channels for the main channel, the channels for each prefecture-level city, and the channels for the subordinate county-level cities. Wow, check in. I got the first comment on the main channel. In crowded places, there is always a standout presence. As soon as the channel opened, someone spoke up, proudly claiming the channel's first blood. Bro, how many years have you been single? With that speed, even Katu would have to bow to you. Ha, little Katu, haha, how ridiculous. What? If you guys snatched the comments? I want to get the first blood in Granji Nuwa, kill the first monster. No more talking, I just landed and found a goblin. I'm off to kill monsters, or someone will snatch it from me. Haha, your concern is valid. I've already successfully killed the first beast. Damn, so fast? I haven't even seen a shadow of the beast and you've already killed it? Hurry up and move. Fight. If you don't start battling, the monsters will all be killed by them. The outermost area of Zone 9 is filled with goblins, which range from level 2 to level 5. Killing a level 2 goblin, the lowest level, earns 1 point. Killing a level 3 goblin earns 2 points, killing a level 4 goblin earns 3 points, and a level 5 goblin earns 5 points. The attributes of goblins are very low, even weaker than the same level green snakes in the novice trial ground. Most people can solo a level 2 goblin one-on-one. Among the students entering the dungeon, the first reaction is to open the chat channel. As they are in the minority, the majority's first task is to understand the terrain and the attributes of the monsters before starting to hunt. However, the sheer number of students in the group dungeon creates a lively atmosphere in the channel, as if everyone is chatting. When facing the weakest goblins, everyone chooses to conserve their strength, trying to deal with them using basic attacks. Because of their low movement speed and simple attack methods, even mages and support tanks can usually handle them without taking damage. Wouldn't it be better to save that little bit of mana for fighting higher level monsters later? Normally, each profession has a so-called mana bar, especially elemental mages, who are quite mana hungry. But why does Lu Feng seem to have no shortage at all? Because this guy has an exceptionally high elemental affinity for the same ordinary spell, others need to spend dozens or even hundreds of times the cost to gather the same elemental energy to cast the spell. Meanwhile, Lu Feng can easily gather it, and the mana consumed is almost negligible. This leads to the situation where, although Lu Feng's
Mana bar isn't large, it feels like infinite firepower. Using a skill only costs a tiny bit of mana, and the amount spent is even recovered faster than it is consumed, making it seem like he doesn't use mana at all. Achoo! After a long time without sneezing, Lu Feng let out a big sneeze. He didn't know which handsome guy was cursing him from behind, or if he was a bit allergic to the air in Grand Jinhua, feeling a bit unaccustomed. Upon entering Grand Jinhua, the first thing Lu Feng did was open the scoring necklace's map indicator to find the nearest one-way teleportation gate. For him, what level 1, 2, or 5 monsters? They were nothing. He couldn't even be bothered to wave his hand to kill them. Deliberately hunting these monsters was just a waste of time. First, the mana crystals, experience points, from these monsters were too few. He didn't even know where that experience could go. The decimal points and the percentage wouldn't budge at all. Second, he was somewhat unaccustomed to fighting such monsters. Level 4 and 5 monsters may still pose a challenge for most candidates. After all, a considerable number of candidates who have passed the novice trial have never ventured into the level 3 area, continuously fighting level 2 monsters to reach level 5, but for him, there was no sense of achievement. He needed to hurry to the core area of the college entrance examination. That was where he truly belonged, where he could gain some experience and points while also farming magic energy crystals. The dungeon map for the college entrance examination was, after all, the result of a year's hard work by provincial examiners and tens of thousands of professionals, and Lu Feng had to take a look at the whole picture. Xiao Mo, ride the sword. Lu Feng summoned Xiao Mo, who jumped onto Lu Feng's shoulder and silently recited a spell. A celestial sword broke through the air and stopped in front of him. Lu Feng stepped onto the celestial sword, which, once activated, flew low towards the connection gate of Area 8. On the other side, Xiao Heba began fighting monsters as soon as he landed. He disdainfully looked at the 3 level 2 goblins in front of him, a few green dwarfs easy to deal with. His figure flickered, and his long sword danced, the sword light flashing as he swiftly maneuvered, and in no time, he had slain all the goblins. Compared to the mutated roosters in Old City at level 5, these level 2 goblins are far too weak. I can easily take them down by myself. The 3 goblins transformed into magic energy crystals and flowed into Xiao Heba's body, the magic energy coursing through his scoring necklace, changing the number from 0 to 3. Not bad luck, encountering 3 goblins at once, gaining 3 points right away. Unable to resist, he opened the leaderboard for Wind City and found himself surprisingly ranked in the top 20. The first place had 7 points, held by an A-level ranger from the first high school, and the second place was an assassin from the second high school, also with 7 points. Besides the 2 7s, the rest were all 6s, and then there was a gap. After 5 points, it dropped to 3 points, with over 70 people at 3 points, but that still counted as tied for 20th. A highlight moment in life. Since most people could easily defeat the level 2 goblins at the beginning, the early scores purely depended on luck, seeing who could kill monsters faster and who had better luck encountering more goblins. He also searched the leaderboard for Lu Feng's name but found it missing. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said he probably hasn't made a move yet. Xiao Heba, what are you still expecting? Are you hoping that the first place in Wind City isn't Lu Feng? Hoping someone will pop up to take his first place? With that thought, he was about to continue searching for goblins while heading to the designated location to meet up with his teammates when he noticed the rankings on the leaderboard changing in real time, and the top 3 positions were instantly replaced. First place, Linley, A-level archer from Wind City Second High School, score 16 points. Second place, Wang Tianyi, A-level swordsman from Wind City First High School, score 15 points. Third place, Zhao Hua, A-level shield warrior from Wind City First High School, score 10 points. After being transported to the dungeon, Linley, with her bow in hand, ran towards the high-level area. Along the way, she encountered some oblivious level 2 goblins blocking her path, which she easily dispatched with a single shot. When she reached the area of level 4 goblins, she finally stopped to start officially hunting monsters. This was part of her pre-planned combat strategy, to kill monsters all the way through level 4 and wait until her score was close to 100 before appearing near the connection gate, thus greatly shortening the time needed to cross dungeons. The level 4 goblins wielded wolf-toothed clubs and rode wolf dogs. Linley's long-range shooting not only dealt massive damage but also pushed back and slowed down her opponents. A level 4 goblin would die from 3 precise arrows, and with a critical hit it would only take 2 arrows. Just as she arrived in the level 4 area, she encountered 5 level 4 goblins along the way. With her long-range shots, these 5 goblins never had a chance to come within 100 yards of Linley before meeting their end. 5 level 4 goblins scored a total of 15 points, plus 1 point for a level 2 goblin they happened to kill along the way. Lee's score temporarily placed her at the top of the leaderboard in Wind City. Of course, she was well aware that her first place was merely temporary and would soon be surpassed. All she could do was try to raise her score a bit and secure a spot in the top 3. Her goal for this college entrance exam was to surpass Wang Tianyi. After glancing at the leaderboard, she hesitated for no longer than a moment and rushed deeper into the jungle area, racing against time. As for Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua, they were indeed destined brothers. The distance they landed apart was less than 2 miles. Their thoughts mirrored Lin Li's as they directly abandoned the level 2 and 3 goblins and headed for the level 4 goblin area. On their way, they encountered some oblivious goblins, especially Wang Tianyi, who came across 3 level 2 goblins and dispatched them all with wild sword strikes. For the level 2 goblins, he took one down with each sword. The two quickly regrouped in the level 4 area, each fighting and killing monsters. After experiencing the weakness of the level 4 beasts, they headed straight for the level 5 area. Their thoughts were identical to Lin Li's. They knew first place was unattainable for them, and they were vying for the top 3 spots, with second and third place destined to emerge among the 3 of them. One of them would inevitably come last, while one would become the first under the gods. Second place is definitely mine, Wang Tianyi's. Little Lin, enjoy your moment of pride, just wait and see how I surpass you. Wang Tianyi's advantage lay in his prowess as a melee swordsman. His sword was as fast as lightning, and his combos were seamless. With his prayer beads and pipe in hand, as long as he could find a group of monsters, he could slaughter them without restraint, and his farming speed would surely outpace Lin Li's archery. Before long, they arrived in the level 5 goblin area, where the level 5 goblins were entirely ice blue, shackled, and possessed a certain elemental power, with a total health value reaching 2,000 points. Zhao Hua, even though we're brothers, let's rely on our own skills to score now. Without further words, upon discovering goblins in the level 5 area, the two split up to begin their respective farming. Wang Tianyi's swordsmanship combined with his excellent equipment meant that a level 5 goblin could hardly withstand 3 strikes from him. It would definitely be slain within 3 moves. Zhao Hua, being a tank, was noticeably less efficient in farming than Wang Tianyi, but at level 10, his attack power was not to be underestimated. Even without using skills, 5 basic attacks could kill a level 5 goblin. Being high level is great, our scores are shooting up. Look, the people behind us aren't making any moves. Compared to a month ago when their entire team could barely handle a level 5 monster, now they could easily face a group of level 5 monsters alone. They had come a long way. Amidst their banter, their scores skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, they left the people behind far behind. At this point, Wang Tianyi's score had surpassed Lin Li's, making him the first with 55 points, while Lin Li was second with 49 points, and Zhao Hua was third with 40 points. The fourth place had only 23 points, the fifth had 19, and the sixth had 17. Just arriving in the level 5 area, Bai Chushua opened the Wind City leaderboard. She initially wanted to see if Lu Feng was in first place, but to her surprise, there was no sign of Lu Feng in the top 100. What astonished her even more was the scoring speed of the top 3, which far exceeded her expectations. What's going on? How can someone score so high at this time? This is way better than previous years. So many strong contenders have emerged this year? Bai Chushue was quite surprised. She was a master of ice and water elements, and she didn't have much of an advantage in agility. Even if she ran at her fastest, she was still a bit slower than Wang Tianyi and the others. It's one thing for archers and swordsmen, but even the warriors. The ranking list of Wind City left Bai Chushue a bit confused, as she hadn't considered that their levels could be somewhat comparable to hers, and their equipment wasn't that inferior to hers either. In fact, they had more practical combat experience than she did. Forget it, it doesn't matter. If they're much stronger than previous years, then they're much stronger. To me, it's all the same. My goal is to be first in Jincheng and within the top 100 of the entire Dongjiang. No matter what, I have to be first in Wind City. Bai Chushue's gaze was intense, and the figure of Lu Feng appeared in her mind. But then she thought again. Not being able to see Lu Feng and not being able to check his information made her suspect that he might just be a coward or a fleeting talent, like a shooting star, powerful at first but now just blending in with the crowd. After her retreat, Bai Chushue headed straight to the exam site, having no time to learn about the legends surrounding Lu Feng during this period. She still felt regret for not being able to see Lu Feng's ranking. Not being able to defeat you with my own hands is my regret. Where are you now, and what are you doing? Please don't let me down. It's not easy to find a worthy opponent, and yet, was it really just a coincidence? Back in the novice trial ground? A B-level summoner casting spells without incantation, was that magic a skill of the summoned beast? No, it shouldn't be, but why haven't you shown up yet? After being in seclusion for so long, she aimed to prove that she was stronger than Lu Feng, to let him know the gap in talent, the terror of SS level. She looked forward to the shock on Lu Feng's face at her strength. But now, she felt a bit desolate. Her originally cool face became even colder, losing the thrill of surpassing the first place. When facing the level 5 goblins, she unleashed dual magic, as if venting her emotions. Ice Soul. Frost. Bai Chushue's eyes turned ice blue, with snowflakes seemingly swirling in her pupils. The ground beneath her feet sprouted ice vines, extending all the way to the feet of the goblin horde, instantly freezing their feet. Then, a massive sharp spear formed out of thin air, whistling through the air, piercing through their bodies one after another. After Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua charged into the level 5 goblin area, they were killing with great enthusiasm, but soon they realized something was off. The number of monsters was too dense, which meant their time to reach the one-way gate would be greatly extended. Their scores had already exceeded 300. But they had only advanced less than 500 meters in the level 5 area. Tiangu, I feel like at this rate, it will take at least another hour and a half to reach the one-way gate. There are just too many goblins. In this level 5 area, it's like they've made it their home. Zhao Hua couldn't help but complain. Killing goblins was starting to wear him out. After all, he was a tank, using a shield and heavy sword to fight monsters, and swinging them around was making his arms sore. We're taking a shortcut, choosing the area where goblins are most densely packed, Wang Tianyi said, moving through the chaos, his blood boiling with excitement. I initially thought that this one-way gate is the closest to Wind City, and normally, 99% of the people passing through this gate would be from Wind City. Each gate has 500 slots. No matter how fast or slow we go, we will definitely get a turn. There's no way we won't get a slot. So I thought I could achieve both a quick arrival and enough points. After all, our exam scores are based on points, and the points from Level 5 monsters are very important foundational points for us. We should farm as many as we can. But I didn't expect there would be so many goblins on this road. Wang Tianyi sidestepped to avoid a goblin strike, slashing diagonally to behead the creature. While fighting, he said, but it makes sense, the monsters in the college entrance exam won't respawn like in dungeons. We are the first batch of professionals, pioneers, to arrive in the level 5 area of Wind City. He analyzed, it's normal for the monsters we encounter now to be a bit dense. After all, there are plenty of people behind us waiting to fight level 5 monsters. But these monsters are too weak for us. To score more points within the limited time of the exam, we need to go to Zone 8. The monsters there won't be too hard to kill, and there are more magic energy and points. Zhao Hua used his shield to block the goblin's crossbow and hammer, forcefully pushing 2 goblins away, then stepped forward, slashing horizontally, lifting them up, charging his great sword, and cleaving down. Like a mountain, he smashed the 2 goblins into a pulp. That's true, but the path ahead is blocked by a horde of goblins. We can't get through unless we carve a bloody path. Unless we take a detour? If we can reach the one-way gate faster by taking a longer route, I think it won't be a big problem. Wang Tianyi shouted lightly, channeling his energy into his sword, drawing it and slashing. A wave of horizontal sword energy surged forward, forcing the front row of goblins back several meters. I'll hold them off. You look at the map and choose a new route. Okay. Zhao Hua stepped back out of the battle circle, opened the dungeon map of Grand Ziner, and searched for a suitable route to the one-way gate. The map indicated the density of monsters, with red triangles representing high density, orange for relatively high, yellow for high, and green for medium. Found it. After drawing lines and analyzing on the map, Zhao Hua quickly discovered a brand new path. Although it added 2 kilometers to the journey, the goblin density along the way was green, meaning they would encounter significantly fewer goblins. Great! Hearing Zhao Hua say he found a new path, Wang Tianyi quickly rushed towards Zhao Hua's direction after repelling the goblin horde with his sword energy. Zhao Hua understood and led the way ahead, 2 of them darting into a nearby thicket, jumping onto a tree trunk, and leaping through the woods. Finally some peace. Listening to those goblins whining made my ears sore. After distancing themselves from the goblin-infested area, Wang Tianyi dug in his ears and wiped his sword blade with a cloth he carried. Zhao Hua didn't respond to him, and Wang Tianyi glanced over to find Zhao Hua staring in shock at the information on the light screen. What's wrong? Tian. Brother Tian, your first place has been taken. Zhao Hua stared at the screen, incredulously saying, and her score exceeds yours by more than 3 times, already at 1,200 points. Upon hearing Zhao Hua's words, a trace of disappointment flashed across Wang Tianyi's face, but he soon smiled knowingly. Isn't it normal for my first place to be taken? With God Chen around, how could I possibly get first? A 3-fold gap? That's already pretty good. The gap will only widen from here. No, Brother Tian, if this person were God Chen, I wouldn't be this shocked. She isn't God Chen. What do you mean? Wang Tianyi frowned. If she's not God Chen, then who else could score so high in such a short time? He quickly opened the leaderboard for Wind City on the light screen, and the first place score had astonishingly increased by 50 points, reaching an incredible 1,250 points. First place, by Chushue, SS level elemental mage, Wind City number 1 high school, score 1250, SS level talent. Wang Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the information above. No way? Over the years, in the small Wind City, let alone SS level talent, even S level talent is hard to come by, with only one possibly appearing every 3 years. This year, the highest talent is A+. But what they didn't expect was that an SS level existence suddenly appeared out of nowhere. An SS level existence has never been seen in Wind City before. By Chushue, the Bai surname? Why does that name sound so familiar? Wait, I remember now, it's the prodigy from the Bai family who has been out of the public eye. Wang Tianyi exclaimed in shock. During the time in the Novice Trial Village, there had been some news circulating about the prodigy from the Bai family, and Wang Tianyi had paid attention to it. However, after the novice trial ended, the person seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and naturally, he had forgotten about it. The Bai family? But didn't I hear that the Bai family had some trouble recently, with many of their businesses being sealed by the government? Zhao Hua exclaimed. Just because the Bai family is in trouble doesn't mean their prodigy can't participate in the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination is a huge opportunity for everyone, and the prodigies from big families are no exception. They have their own goals to strive for. I just didn't expect that the Bai family really has such an extraordinary prodigy.
I thought S plus was already impressive enough, but I didn't expect it to be SS level. Staring intently at Bai Chushue's score and level assessment on the screen, Wang Tianyi felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. He had planned to secure second place, but unexpectedly, Bai Chushue had emerged out of nowhere. Damn it, am I going to have to settle for third place again? Wang Tianyi grumbled unhappily, suddenly feeling that his idea of striding for the top 3 was like a curse, stubborn as a mule. Was it really that hard to be second? He wanted to cry. It's over, it seems my top 3 is definitely gone, getting into the top 5 would be good enough. Zhao Hua also muttered in frustration. Wang Tianyi fell silent, putting away his initial relaxed demeanor. His gaze sharpened, and he made up his mind. No, I can't give up just like that until the last moment. She may be SS level, but my level is still much higher than others, and I have equipment advantages. Once I reach Area 8, I still have a chance. Zhao Hua nodded seriously. Yeah, just like when we tackled the old city alley on hard mode. At first, we thought it was impossible. But in the end, we cleared it, right? Believe in yourself, let's push forward. Wang Tianyi pulled out his pipe from his chest, took a deep puff of smoke. He had developed a habit of taking a puff when faced with uncertainty, invigorating his spirit and boosting his morale. Only with pressure can there be motivation, and only then can we break through ourselves. Bai Chushue, here I come. I must hold on to second place. Lu Feng looked up at the towering magical barrier in front of him, comparing it to the location shown on the map. This is definitely the right place, but where's the gate? To get here as quickly as possible, Lu Feng had chosen the route on the map with the least dense monster population and flew over on his sword. Although the journey was longer, it was free of troublesome monsters, allowing him to fly smoothly. However, when he arrived at the marked location, he found no teleportation gate on the magical barrier. He leaned against the wall and felt around with his hands but found no mechanism. Strange, it shows that it's here. To be honest, if it weren't for the clear rules in the college entrance examination stating that damaging examination props would require candidates to compensate for more than 25% of the value depending on the situation, Lu Feng would have wanted to blast open the barrier with a skill. Finding a door was so troublesome, it was really frustrating. Just as he was at a loss, he heard a series of low murmurs coming from the woods behind him. Pairs of eerie red eyes flashed in the darkness. Lu Feng turned his head and saw a group of goblins dressed in mink fur appearing before him. The leading goblin had a white beard, wore a pharaoh's mask, and held a magical wand. Behind him was a fully armed goblin army, complete with infantry, wolf warriors, cavalry, and magic soldiers. A goblin legion? Lu Feng observed them with great interest. The leading goblin elder spoke in their race's language. Although Lu Feng couldn't understand, the scoring necklace provided a translation. After a flurry of words, Lu Feng finally understood the situation. Their mission was to guard this light wall and drive away invaders. This legion was the strongest goblin army in the forest, usually not appearing unless they sensed someone approaching the light gate. This was their setup. In simple terms, it was a major challenge left by the examiners for the students, requiring the strongest group to defeat them to obtain the method to open the one-way door. Now that he understood what it meant and what was going on, it was easy to handle. Earth. Shark. Lu Feng said lightly. As soon as he spoke, the ground began to shake, and a giant shark made of rock and soil opened its massive mouth, swallowing the entire legion in one bite. The shark's jaws closed, and most of its body lifted off the ground, solidifying in mid-air, green blood gushing from its teeth. No matter what legion, no matter how many people, or what kind of coordinated army, goblin mages, goblin archers, all just fancy tricks. In the face of absolute power, it was just a matter of Lu Feng using one skill to wipe them out. The Goblin Legion was swiftly defeated, and the purple gem on the Elder Goblins, the chieftain's wand, slowly floated out, flying towards the magical barrier. A projection of a pet was cast out. It had long, white ears and was a small, adorable creature that bounced on the ground, finally wagging its tail joyfully as it merged into the magic wall. Ding! The radiant light burst forth, and a light gate opened in the magical barrier, with a rectangular frame above it displaying the number 500. Seeing the appearance of the light gate, Lu Feng's irritable mood eased slightly, and without any hesitation, he passed through the gate. After Lu Feng crossed the gate, the number on it changed from 500 to 499. The scenery in the 8th district was quite similar to that in the 9th district. The trees became sparse, the grass on the ground turned into yellow earth, and even moss-like plants were nowhere to be seen. After glancing at the general scene, Lu Feng summoned his fairy sword and flew again. On the sword, he opened the map to search for the nearest one-way light gate to the 7th district. For him now, nothing was more important than rushing to the next district. In the 8th district, what kind of monsters would level 6 to 10 produce? These monsters couldn't even withstand a basic attack from a summoned beast, and their magical energy was pitifully low. It was purely a waste of time. Hurry, hurry, Lu Feng thought diligently, with only one idea in mind: to rush madly to the suitable district to fight monsters. In the 9th district, a level 5 goblin area, after clearing a wave of goblins, Bai Chushue opened the leaderboard again. However, she didn't open the leaderboard for Wind City. Instead, she opened that of Gold City, because half an hour ago, she had already dominated the first place with a score more than 3 times that of the second place, making her first in Wind City a certainty.
She saw her ranking had jumped from the initial top 300 in Gold City to 9th place, with the top 50 mostly being students. From Gold City itself, and among the first of the 17 county-level cities, only Baichushue from Win City made it into the top 50. Moreover, the gap between the top 50 and the rest was enormous, even among the top 50. The score differences were significant, with the scores of the top 10 being more than double that of the 50th. Jincheng first, S plus talent, hidden profession, already at 1900 points. Quite interesting. Baichushue didn't bother to check the scores of others, only looking at the top rank in Jincheng. Just then, the leaderboard flickered, and Baichushue's rank suddenly jumped to 10th place. She focused her gaze in confusion and discovered a particularly eye-catching name had jumped ahead of her. 9th place, Lu Feng, B-level summoner, 2nd high school of Feng City, score 1,320 points. It's him! It's him! Upon seeing it was Lu Feng, Baichushue murmured softly. Her delicate brows relaxed, a hint of surprise appeared on her face, and at that moment, the Frost Beauty finally revealed a smile. I thought you were going to be a coward, but I didn't expect you to be working hard in the shadows all along. 1,300 points, not bad at all, worthy of the man I have my eyes on. You didn't disappoint me. Luckily, you didn't become a wasted talent. Seeing Lu Feng's ranking, Baichushue was instantly filled with strength, her fighting spirit rising a few notches. You've been quietly working hard for so long, finally surpassing me, but I haven't really taken it seriously yet. Watch me take back first place. Lu Feng's score was higher than hers, and Baichushue's competitive spirit surged. After all, one of the important flags of her emergence was to defeat Lu Feng fairly and squarely. Frost descends. Closing the light screen, Baichushue chanted her spell. After completing the incantation, she raised her ice staff, and a massive hexagram formation appeared in the sky and beneath her feet in the goblin area before her. Then, within the formation's range, hailstones fell like a mudslide from the sky. Boom! Boom! Each hailstone that fell dealt significant damage to the goblins within the formation and inflicted a 30% slow effect on them. Minus 2,931, minus 2,930, minus 2,929. The skill Frost Descends lasted for 5 seconds, and halfway through, all the level 5 goblins within the formation had been killed, turning into magic crystal energy that flowed into Baichushue's body. Passing through the scoring necklace, her score increased by another 250 points. The total score shot up to 1,500, and Jincheng's overall ranking suddenly climbed to 4th place. The good show has just begun. Baichushue was a high-damage elemental mage and possessed a relatively complete set of ice magic, most of which were area damage skills, both controlling and outputting, giving her a significant advantage in the assessment. In areas with many monsters, the efficiency of scoring was exceptionally fast. Glancing at Lu Feng, who had fallen back to 10th place in Jincheng, Baichushue chuckled lightly and walked deeper into the level 5 area, continuing to use area magic to strike at the goblin horde. Given her magical damage and skill effects, as long as she slowed the enemies down, she could wipe out all the monsters with a single area skill. Soon, her score rose again, reaching 3rd place. While rushing towards the one-way door, Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua, who had relaxed, had been keeping an eye on the ranking situation in Feng City. Earlier, Wang Tianyi had been cursing Bai's girl for being so fierce, only to see Lu Feng suddenly leap to 1st place. They then sighed in relief. Fortunately, there's God Chen to keep things in check. But before they could finish their sentence, Baichushue's score rapidly jumped again, directly soaring to 1,500, then 1,700. Damn, this Bai girl is too fierce, already at 1,250 points, and she can suddenly add so many points. Yeah, God Chen has been surpassed again. It seems she is on par with God Chen. Isn't that impossible? If she's almost as strong as Lord Chen, then how strong must she be? I can't believe it. Wang Tianyi expressed his disbelief. He could accept Lu Feng's strength because he had personally witnessed so many miracles and experienced his abnormality firsthand. Moreover, he was now a fan of Lu Feng and had grown accustomed to his power. But what about Baichushue? He couldn't accept it. On top of that, with the 2nd place no longer secure, who could understand this feeling? But she is SS level, and she has the full support of the Bai family resources. Everything about her is top-notch. Zhao Hua's words were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Wang Tianyi's chest. It hurt. Stop talking, just let me come to terms with the fact that I can only be 3rd. Wang Tianyi said dejectedly, feeling that deep sense of powerlessness again, which was so annoying. But even if I admit that I am indeed not as good as Baichushue, I still firmly believe that Lord Chen can definitely defeat her. In my heart, Lord Chen is an undefeated king. Even if the opponent is SS level, I still have 100% confidence in him. Wang Tianyi might lack confidence in himself and could accept others saying he wasn't good enough, but he had unconditional faith in Lu Feng, believing without reason that he could definitely do it. If others said Lu Feng was no good, he would get angry with them. Although on the surface Lu Feng was only B-level, they all knew that Lu Feng's strength had long surpassed the limits of talent. I also think Lord Chen won't lose, but to be fair, that girl from the Bai family is indeed impressive. Damn, why do I feel like you're always defending that girl? You wouldn't have a crush on her, would you? How is that possible? I don't even know what she looks like. True, forget it, let's keep moving. We need to hurry. Lu Feng was riding his sword, a man like the wind. After entering the 8th zone, he had been rushing towards the one-way gate to the 7th zone. Feeling bored on the way, he opened the score page to check his achievements, which displayed the number of monsters killed and the total score. The number of monsters killed was 79 and the total score was 1,320 points. Although the last defending goblin army was made up of level 5 goblins, they were not ordinary monsters but elite level beasts. That goblin elder was even of the exceptional level, so correspondingly, their magical energy values were much higher than those of ordinary level 5 goblins, and the score triggered by passing through the scoring necklace was also higher. With 79 monsters, he had a score of 1320 points, which currently ranked 10th in Jincheng, but on the overall leaderboard he couldn't even see the top 500. Seeing this ranking, Lu Feng found it quite dramatic. In past college entrance examinations, the top student from Win City could hardly even make it into the top 100 of Jincheng, because Jincheng was a prefecture-level city. The students from Jincheng not only had good sources but also received excellent resources from a young age and underwent systematic training. As for the students from county towns, most were wild kids born and raised there, lacking the resources for systematic vocational education before college. Therefore, in previous years, the top 100 on the Jincheng list were basically all candidates from the main urban area of Jincheng, with very few from county-level cities making it into the top 100, let alone the top 50 or top 30. Similarly, the provincial capital had the best education in Dongjiang, with the best sources and resources, making it very difficult for students from Jincheng and other prefecture-level cities to rank at the top of the overall list. Now, without exception, all the top 100 on the overall list were students from the provincial capital. But now, the rankings that were once unattainable for students from county-level cities, Lu Feng didn't even think about grinding for points, he just wanted to reach the area suitable for him to start fighting monsters. Passing through casually, he killed a batch of monsters with a skill, and his score shot straight into the top 10 of Jincheng. He laughed and shook his head. It seemed that the past myths of college entrance examinations and the established perceptions would all be shattered this time. He had always held a sense of reverence for the college entrance examination. From a young age, he had been influenced by the belief that students from the main urban area were insurmountable, and those from the provincial capital were like the sun, dazzling and beyond reach. This was a mindset instilled in students through their education, leaving them with a sense of inferiority, as if they were inherently one rank lower. However, upon actually participating in the exam, it seemed that these so-called geniuses were surprisingly weak. Moreover, the rankings appeared to be too simple. Or perhaps, he just didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength. Maybe he was actually quite strong. Lu Feng's lips curled into a smile, feeling a sense of superiority as if he were watching ants fight while remaining unchallenged. S rank? SS rank? Weak, all too weak, he mused, still basking in his self-satisfaction. Beep beep beep. His wristwatch chimed. It was a mission released by Grand Jinhua. Tip: the submission tasks in each district have been activated. NPCs will arrive in Grand Jinhua in 120 seconds to unlock the hidden treasures. The monsters deployed in Grand Jinhua each had their own backstories and corresponding bonds, similar to Team Dungeon scenarios. The exam question creators had recreated the true environment of the monster realm to a certain extent, and after deploying the monsters, they would place resources in the center of each monster area, along with NPC characters like human villagers, blacksmiths, and hunters, virtual projections. These characters would offer tasks of varying difficulty, and completing them would yield rewards, including score bonuses. The so-called hidden treasures were secret challenges set by the exam question creators in Grand Jinhua. Completing them would yield a treasure. This treasure might not be related to scores, but it was valuable and could have a profound impact on one's future development. Therefore, many students, once their scores reached the level to get into their desired schools, would stop grinding for points and instead seek out hidden treasures, aiming to obtain items they could take out of the dungeon. Of course, capable students could secure both scores and hidden treasures simultaneously. Ding! The basic conditions for opening the one-way gate to District 7 have been announced. Basic score, above 1,000 points, a divine treasure key, any number of people allowed through the one-way gate, 100 people. As Lu Feng was about to fly to the magical barrier wall of District 7, he felt like cursing upon seeing the new basic conditions. Still need a key? There weren't so many rules in previous years. But upon reflection, it seemed that in previous years, there hadn't been similar storylines or monster-killing tasks when passing through the magical barrier from District 9 to District 8. It appeared that this year's exam dungeon had undergone significant changes. Lu Feng felt helpless. He just wanted to fight monsters straightforwardly, but it was proving to be too difficult. With 3 days of exams, it felt like at least 20% of the time would be spent on travel. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. There was no choice but to open the map to see if there were any NPCs nearby with hidden treasure tasks. Found one, a weeping old hunter. A high reward hidden treasure task. Not bad, you're the one. Marking the location, Lu Feng set off in the direction of the NPC. In the dense jungle, there was a low hill, and at the foot of the hill, there was a damp cave. At the cave's entrance was an open area where 4 men and 1 woman stood. Among them, one pale-skinned, thin-faced boy and a medium-built boy with a buzz cut were together, while the other three were strangers to each other. In front of them knelt a middle-aged hunter who was crying on the ground repeatedly, mumbling, "Heroes, can any of you save my child? My son and I are hunters from the nearby area. Today, like any other day, we came to this forest to hunt, but unexpectedly, we encountered a giant spider. It bound my son and me with its web and took us into the cave. My son has a firecracker on him. At the last moment, he used the torch to burn the spider's silk off me and pushed me out, but he himself. Please, I beg you, can anyone save my son? As long as you can save my son, I am willing to agree to any request." A huge exclamation mark appeared above the hunter's head, followed by a time bracket. Among the five, there was a male student who was noticeably more robust than the others. He spoke first. "To appear in the level 10 area of Zone 8 at this time, your strengths are definitely in the top tier of this year's college entrance examination. I am Duan Tienda, from the provincial capital Hangcheng, Hang No. 2 High School." He introduced himself, and when he mentioned Hang No. 2 High School, the other four showed clear signs of surprise. "Hang No. 2 High School? Isn't that one of the top schools in the provincial capital? How did you end up here?" the only girl among the five asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Duan Tienda seemed to have anticipated it. He laughed heartily. "I knew you would ask that. It's actually quite simple. The competition in the provincial capital is too fierce. I didn't want to join the fray, so I bypassed the provincial capital area and headed straight for the transmission gate in the subordinate counties. Anyway, it's the same no matter where you pass through. Over there, you have to fight tooth and nail, while here, there's no pressure at all. The number of people passing through the one-way gates from Zone 9 to Zone 8 is the same, but the intensity of competition is completely different. The one-way gates in county-level cities might not have many people passing through for a long time, and some county-level areas might not even reach the population limit until after the college entrance examination ends. However, in the provincial capital, almost 99% of people have to pass through the one-way gate to the next zone, a bridge crowded with thousands. Duan Tienda has the strength to pass through the one-way gate in the provincial capital, but he doesn't want to be so intense. He wants to take a different route. After all, if he were to compete through the normal route to the provincial capital area, it would be a high-pressure competition, and the opponents he would encounter would basically be the strongest freaks of this year's college entrance examination. So, this can be seen as a form of speculation, a roundabout approach. Although it is a wise choice, this behavior is looked down upon by most people. A student from the provincial capital, especially one from a prestigious school, competing for spots in the lower-level county areas feels a bit shameful and embarrassing. So, it turns out to be a guy with no real ability, taking shortcuts. Doing such a thing and acting all pleased as if he got a great deal. "Your face is really thick." The thin-faced man crossed his arms and snorted, expressing disdain. "This method can only be used by the weak from the provincial capital, right? Those prodigies wouldn't look down on it. Hee hee, but the college entrance examination rules didn't say you can't do this, did they? Since it's within the rules, there's nothing wrong with it." Duan Tienda was not angry at the thin man's mockery. Instead, he directly revealed his score ranking, which was prominently ranked 230 on the overall list. "As for the idea that you must earn points honorably? I, Duan, don't care for those self-righteous types. Overall ranking 223, 3,600 points, S-class ancient martial arts master?" the girl exclaimed in shock. Apart from Duan Tienda, the other four were all from Jincheng, with two of the boys from Jincheng No. 1 High School and the other two from No. 2 and No. 3 high schools. All of them were among the top 10 in the Jincheng rankings. However, their scores were nowhere near as high as Duan Tienda's. The highest among them was the thin man, currently ranked second in Jincheng, 253 overall, an S-class professional, a talisman master. S-class professional, overall ranking 223, haha, how about that? Even in the provincial capital, I'm not considered weak, right? Duan Tienda laughed and said, "You've seen the battle results. So let's talk about serious matters next?" The secret stash mission has just been announced, and at this moment, there won't be more than 500 people who can reach the level 10 area. In this passage area of your Jincheng, counting me, there are probably only about 10 of us. Now that we can gather together, it's also a kind of fate. It seems heaven has destined us to take away the secret stash here. To be honest, I don't have much confidence in this level 10 secret stash. The spider monsters inside are at least elite level, and I need manpower. Is anyone willing to join me? Duan Tienda stated his purpose. He wanted to take the secret stash, but his strength alone was limited, and having strong teammates would provide a chance to obtain it. The four hesitated and said nothing, while the lone boy and girl looked at the thin boy and then at Duan Tienda, finding it hard to make a decision for a moment. "So, let's be straightforward," Duan Tienda urged. I think I'll pass. This secret stash is indeed tempting, but the risk is too high. If things go wrong, I could lose all my status or even have to withdraw from the college entrance exam. I don't want to take such a big risk." The girl shook her head, having made her decision. In normal areas, the magical beasts prepared for the candidates are of ordinary level. Even level 10 magical beasts wouldn't pose a significant pressure for the top students, but secret stash missions are different. The magical beasts in secret stash missions are basically
equivalent to the highest level in the area, and their beast rank is at least 2 levels higher than ordinary. 2 levels higher means that their attributes and overall combat power are not just slightly improved, but exponentially increased. At this critical moment, challenging a level 10 secret stash shortly after the college entrance exam is indeed very risky. If one gets eliminated at this point with just a few points, not only would they fail to get into their target prestigious university, but they might not even be able to enter an ordinary first-tier university. Right, let's focus on defeating monsters first. Once we have enough points, we can challenge the secret stash later, the lone boy echoed. What? Are you serious? A great secret stash is right in front of you and you choose to give up? What are you thinking? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If we can clear this secret stash, the rewards will definitely be substantial, and it might even be the first clear of the level 8 secret stash. That's first blood. Don't you care about first blood? He looked at the two in disbelief, and this secret stash instance has a time limit. Once the time is up, it's gone. Such time-limited secret stashes are usually rare and bring extraordinary benefits. Missing this opportunity means losing out completely. His tone carried a hint of questioning, and when the two didn't respond, he turned to the thin boy and his companion. The crew-cut boy shook his head. Sorry, we don't care about first blood. Hearing this response, Duan Tianda became excited. You don't care about first blood? You don't care about your future wives? That's a different matter, the crew-cut boy retorted. No, it's the same thing. In our eyes, in the eyes of the top students, it should be the same. Aren't you even willing to take a chance? Duan Tianda exclaimed. Fool, the thin boy said lightly, giving what he thought was the most fitting evaluation of Duan Tianda. What do you mean? Duan Tianda's face instantly darkened. The literal meaning, the thin boy slightly raised his face, meeting Duan Tianda's gaze. Are you insulting me? Duan Tianda narrowed his eyes, his fists already clenched. Yes, I'm insulting you. They have clearly stated they don't want to go. Why are you trying to force them to join? If they don't want to go, what can you do about it? If you want to go, then go alone. Afraid because your strength isn't enough? Aren't you supposed to be really impressive coming from the provincial capital? The thin boy mocked without holding back. Duan Tianda gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the college entrance exam restrictions preventing us from taking action in the first two areas, I would really want you to feel the punch of my sandbag-sized fists. How about going to the 7th district? With me? I guarantee you'll regret saying that now. Don't trip over your own tongue while boasting. You, of all people, aren't worthy of saying such things. The lean man pulled out a paper fan from somewhere, opened it, and boldly displayed the words idiot written on it. For you and me, the level 10 area in the A district is the best place for us to rack up points. I would be willing to give up such a large portion of points to go to the 7th district for a battle, but would you be willing? The lean man's words left Duan Tianda speechless, his mouth twitching. Kid, you're quite something. What's your name? I'll remember you. The lean man closed the paper fan. Remember this, your father. My name is Wu Di. He opened the fan again, and the words had changed to invincible. Looking at the rankings of Jinchang, Duan Tianda said, So, you're from the Wu family of Jinchang. No wonder you're so feminine, not only speaking in a strange tone but also waving around a broken paper fan. You. What? You can insult me, but I can't fight back? Not happy? Then let's have a match in the 7th district. Seeing that he had already made an enemy and that the hidden treasure couldn't be completed, Duan Tianda decided not to waste any more time. He wanted to leave after getting a bit of verbal revenge, thinking about hunting monsters and racking up points while also looking for others nearby. But just then, a strong wind rushed towards him, and with the sound of a sword's hum, a young man slowly descended from the air. Lu Feng landed gracefully from his sword, first locking eyes with Wu Di and the others, then immediately shifting his gaze to the old hunter lying on the ground, crying. Noticing the exclamation mark above the old hunter, Lu Feng knew this was the NPC he was looking for. He approached, and as he got within a certain range, the old hunter began to recount the events that had just occurred. Hero, please. You must save my son. If you can rescue him from the cave, I will repay you. Upon hearing that this hidden treasure task required saving someone, a look of what a hassle crossed Lu Feng's face. If it were about killing some monsters, he could just wave his hand, but saving someone required more consideration in terms of methods and restraint. After the old hunter finished speaking, he looked at Lu Feng with hopeful eyes, and at that moment, a message popped up on Lu Feng's screen. Would you like to participate in the hidden treasure task? Yes. Lu Feng accepted the task without hesitation. Great. Thank you, hero. My son is saved. The old hunter excitedly pointed to the cave and the small mountain ahead. You must return safely. It wasn't until Lu Feng accepted the hidden treasure task in front of the 5 that Duan Tianda finally reacted. Brother, wait. Is there something? Lu Feng, walking towards the cave entrance, heard someone call out and stopped, asking casually. This hidden treasure is no low level, it's a level 10 hidden treasure. High-level spider-type monsters are very difficult to deal with. Although I admire your courage, Duan Tianda said, casting a disdainful glance at the remaining 4 cowards. But you alone probably won't make it through. How about we team up? I'm Duan Tianda, an S-class boxer, and my strength is quite decent. No need. I'm enough on my own, it will be quick. After saying this, Lu Feng walked into the spider cave without looking back. Hey, Duan Tianda. Couldn't believe it, the other person just went in like that, and he had made it so clear that this was a level 10 hidden treasure task. Blindly confident, showing off? What the hell, what kind of people are you from? Jinchang? All so arrogant? Do you think you're above everyone else? Wu Di interjected, with someone like you, it's normal to be looked down upon. Always bragging about your talent, where do you think that will get you? Rejected, huh? Serves you right. You have the ability? Why don't you go and tackle the hidden lair by yourself, just like everyone else? Even if you can't win, I'll still give you a thumbs up. But this timid behavior of yours, wanting to fight but not being able to find anyone to help and not daring to go alone, is really pathetic. Facing Wu Di's mockery, Duan Tianda sneered, I don't even bother to argue with someone like you, a sissy. I know what I just said made you very angry and you want to get back at me. I won't give you the chance just to infuriate you. Humph, we both know very well what a level 10 hidden lair represents. It's impossible to complete it alone. Going in would be like sending your head to the enemy. So don't try to provoke me, only fools get provoked. Smart people, no matter how much you provoke them, they won't pay you any mind. The brother who just went in was brave, but he was just mindless bravery. For the sake of momentary face, he was arrogant? Pretentious? Just wait and see how he gets knocked out of the protective golden ring and has to withdraw from the college entrance exam. Although he didn't like Duan Tianda, Wu Di couldn't deny his words and agreed. A level 10 hidden lair contains spider kings, at the very least, which are exceptional magical beasts, and there might even be commander-level lords. Beasts of this caliber are at least equivalent to level 10 dungeon warrior bosses, and if luck runs out, they could be facing hell-level bosses. That would mean certain death, especially in their territory, with no chance to escape. Wu Di didn't speak or rush to leave. Instead, he silently stared at the cave entrance. As if in tacit agreement, Duan Tianda also stayed, snorting coldly without saying another word. However, the lone woman furrowed her brows and muttered, strange, I should have some impression of the geniuses awakened in this year's Golden City, but I feel like I've never seen him before. The entrance of the spider cave was thick with spider silk, damp and dark. The ground was soft and mixed with dense spider silk and liquid mud. Shuai Shuai, come out. In a place like this, even knowing he was safe and that such high-level magical beasts couldn't harm him, Lu Feng still instinctively called for Shuai Shuai. Looking at the fierce-looking Shuai Shuai, he felt much more at ease. At the end of the path there was a spacious area surrounded by rock walls, with a huge spider web crisscrossing the space, the silk thicker than an arm. Hanging on the web were several white balls wrapped in silk, 2 of which were wild boar-like animals drained of life, leaving only skin and a pile of bones mixed with spider silk. In the center was a young man, his head exposed, but the rest of his body was wrapped in spider silk, resembling a zongzi. Sticky rice dumpling. Slap. Seeing that there were no spider-type magical beasts on the web, Lu Feng was still curious about where the spiders were. A drop of saliva fell from the rock wall above, and then a giant 8-legged spider pounced down from above. Bang! Shuai Shuai, standing next to Lu Feng, threw a punch, and the spider with its pincers open was hit by his fist, its head and upper body exploding, green blood splattering everywhere. Buzz, a circular wind circle swept away the splattered liquid, startling Lu Feng with this sudden attack from the little beast. Quite cunning, huh? Looking around, he noticed several spiders of similar size hanging on the rock wall, their outstretched limbs about 3 to 4 meters long, their bodies pitch black, with only a hint of bright red on their mouthparts. Cave spider, commander level, LV9 health. 45,000/45,000 attack, 900 defense, 628 speed, 731 skill, stealth. Displaying the information of the monster, it is a 3rd-tier commander level beast. A monster of this strength is comparable to a warrior level boss. Even the mayor and the girl in the old city alley of hell level are merely commander level. And now, several level 9 commander level spiders have appeared simultaneously. If Duan Tianda and the others had come in and seen this lineup, they would probably have thought about fleeing. However, in front of Lu Feng, these were no different from the small spiders he usually crushed with ease. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Several spiders sprayed silk from their mandibles, wrapping Shuai Shuai into a silk ball. He merely moved slightly, and the thick, tough strands exploded into pieces. Then, whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot, appearing before the spiders like a ghost, a speed so fast that they couldn't react at all. Thud. With one punch, he brutally turned one into mush. He dodged, and the next spider met the same fate. Another punch, another pile of meat paste. After dealing with all the spiders, Shuai Shuai leaped and rescued the hunter trapped in the silk. He thought the task was over. Unexpectedly, a grave mound in the corner began to shake violently. A thick spider leg, as sturdy as a bamboo pole, emerged from the pile of bones, and then the grave mound exploded, revealing a spider larger than a dinosaur, brandishing its claws. Its shadow covered the entire cave wall under the light. This newly appeared spider was at least 5 times larger than the previous ones, with a human face and flower-patterned back, and the hairs on its legs resembled hanging blades, glinting ominously. One could imagine that if such legs scraped against a body, it would be severely injured.
Human-faced spider, Lord level, LV10 health, 110000/10,000 attack, 2700 defense, 2128 speed, 2031 skill, stealth danger level, 3 stars. The rescued hunter had just regained consciousness and, upon seeing the human-faced spider, was so frightened that he rolled and crawled behind Shuai Shuai's legs. Whoosh! The human-faced spider's spider spear shot down from the air like a fan, and Shuai Shuai slightly raised his head, delivering a punch. Boom! As the shockwave surged, blowing up dust and fragments of silk from the ground. Put! At the same time, the human-faced spider's spear exploded, splattering yellow-brown liquid everywhere. Roar! Shuai Shuai's punch was heavier than a mountain. To illustrate, it was like someone swinging an entire mountain at you. Could you withstand it? Moreover, the area of the mountain is vast, while Shuai Shuai's fist was only the size of a sandbag. The same force concentrated in one arm meant that the power of this punch was unimaginable. With a light touch, the human-faced spider's spear shattered into pieces, and then Shuai Shuai stepped back half a step with his right leg, gathering strength in his right fist, and punched out into the air. When the power and speed of a punch reach a certain level, it can compress the air to form a shockwave. This punch's shockwave struck the human-faced spider, creating a large hole in its body. The blood was drained by the concentrated air. Thud! The human-faced spider fell straight down, turning into a pile of magic crystal energy, along with some items and a copper iron forged treasure chest. But strangely, no key dropped? And what about the divine vault key? According to the setting, when the monster guarding the hidden treasure dies, the divine vault key should appear. Just as Lu Feng was puzzled, something began to squirm inside the hunter's clothes. Ah! What is that? The hunter let out a startled cry, falling to the ground in shock as a small black spider, the size of a cat, crawled out. This spider had a golden key hanging from its body and quickly scurried away towards the cave entrance. Outside the cave, the deafening roars of the humanoid beasts echoed from within, and they all heard it. Just from the sound, it was clear that the beasts inside were very powerful. The lone man covered his ears, his face looking somewhat grim. It's very likely that a lord-level beast has appeared. If there really is a lord-level presence in this cave, not to mention that kid alone, even if we all teamed up, we might not be able to get through. After judging that there was a high probability of a lord-level beast inside the cave, his mood actually improved. Because this meant that regardless of whether they formed a team or not, they had no chance of completing this hidden treasure, which made him feel much better. On the contrary, he might even be grateful that they hadn't formed a team. After all, if they had successfully teamed up, they would have entered the cave, wasting time and potentially facing a major setback. Perhaps this is the legendary saying, a blessing in disguise? Several of them said, basically convinced that Lu Feng was going to fail. Suddenly, the lone woman, who was very sensitive to vibrations, looked tense and warned, "There's movement." Everyone turned their gaze towards the cave entrance, maintaining a defensive posture. Whoosh! A black figure shot out from the cave. They hadn't even had time to see what it was when, behind the cave, magical flames spiraled along the cave walls and surged out. Whoosh! The flames burst forth, engulfing the shadow. Once the flames passed, a pile of charred ash fell, and ding, amidst the ash appeared a golden key. It landed steadily in a hand. It was Lu Feng who had walked out of the cave, followed by a rather unremarkable man who was holding the young hunter in one arm. Seeing the young hunter emerge, the old hunter was so excited that he stopped crying. "Son, my son." He placed the hunter on the ground and rushed over to give the old hunter a big hug. After a heartfelt exchange, the old hunter happily said, "Benefactor, my son's safe return is all thanks to your righteous rescue. Such great kindness, I have no way to repay you. Here is a family heirloom, please accept it." The old hunter presented a brocade box with both hands, on which was a key that looked just like the golden key Lu Feng had obtained. Opening the brocade box revealed a map for a hidden quest, with the coordinates marking the destination of a place called the Eternal Spring. Anyone who has played the game knows that after completing an important quest, the items given by NPCs are bound to be useful. Although it was just a level 10 hidden treasure, the name Eternal Spring sounded quite impressive. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 divine treasure keys and a divine treasure map. After finishing the hidden treasure, Lu Feng opened a platinum-level wrist guard. From the treasure chest, along with some scattered items, restorative potions, 2 divine treasure keys, and a divine treasure map. This haul was quite generous. With this, we can open the magical barrier door. After all this time, he finally got the divine treasure keys, and unexpectedly, there were 2 of them. He thought to keep one and use the other later to open the one-way door to the next area. At this moment, Duan Tianda, Wu D, and the others were frozen in place, staring blankly as Lu Feng collected the hidden treasure rewards and then summoned his mount, leaving the place on his sword. Did he finish it? He completed the level 10 hidden treasure quest? Wasn't there a lord-level beast inside? How is this possible? The few of them looked as if they had seen a ghost, rushing to the NPC old hunter, only to find that the task was already marked as completed. He really completed it. How did he do it? Just moments ago, they were still outside saying that Lu Feng would be eliminated and would leave the exam early, departing from Grand No, but in the next moment, Lu Feng completed the hidden mission, and he did it so effortlessly. Duan Tianda, in a grandiose manner, claimed that his strength was quite average and looked down on any prodigies, but in reality he was prouder than anyone else deep down. He believed that if he couldn't achieve something, then very few people in the entire Dongjiang could do it either. How could that be? He ran into the cave, wanting to investigate and see what had happened. Wu Di and the others hesitated for a moment, equally curious, and followed him in. When the three of them entered the cave, they saw dismembered bodies scattered everywhere, and the ground was covered in green blood from the battlefield. This shocking scene left them wide-eyed and speechless. What a violent and cruel method. From the moment he entered to completing the mission, it only took a few minutes, right? Are these spider monsters really that weak? No, it's not that these spider monsters are weak, but he is too strong. Wu Di walked up to the corpse of the human-faced spider and placed a talisman on it. The talisman emitted a green glow, and as the light faded, a drop of blood merged into it, revealing the word Lord on the talisman. This monster is of Lord level. Looking at the blood hole on the ground that was over 10 meters in diameter, he couldn't help but gasp. A Lord-level monster, with flesh comparable to fine iron, being able to inflict such exaggerated wounds was beyond their imagination. Gulp. Duan Tianda swallowed hard. What kind of guy is this? Did Jin City produce such a freak this year? When Duan Tianda asked this, the other four were equally bewildered, as they also did not recognize Lu Feng. Looking at your expressions, you don't know him either? The lone female and lone male students nodded in unison, showing innocent looks. What the hell? Where did this guy come from? There's no one like him in the provincial city. The lone female student rested her finger on her chin, seemingly deep in thought. The fierce-looking person behind him seems to be summoning creatures, but he uses a sword? He can even fly with the sword? I've never heard of such methods. I can't even guess what his profession is. Could he be a dual-class awakener? Impossible. Dual-class awakeners would have long been reported by the provincial news department, and they would definitely be protected by the state, sent to specialized schools, most likely arranged in schools in the provincial city. But I have no idea there are such people. Duan Tianda is right. He is indeed not from the provincial city, but from Arjin City. Wu Di, who had been mostly silent, opened the score list and spoke. However, he is not from the main urban area of Jin City, but from a county-level city, Fengcheng. On the score list, Jin City's first place had been taken by a boy named Lu Feng, with the regional introduction indicating he was from Fengcheng and his talent level was only B, a county-level city. A student from a county-level city can reach this height? Duan Tianda exclaimed. Although he was a student from the provincial city, he was aware of the college entrance examination results from previous years. Generally, there was a significant gap between students from the main urban area and those from subordinate county-level cities. The top 100 were usually dominated by the main urban area, and it was considered a good result if the first from a county-level city could make it into the top 100 of the main urban area. But this student named Lu Feng was currently ranked first in Jin City, and he actually came from a county-level city? Moreover, the most ridiculous part was that when they thought Lu Feng would have an exaggerated talent, they only saw a talent level of B, a goodness. In the top 30 of Jin City, the lowest talent level was A+, and the lowest in the top 10 was S-. Are you telling me the first place is just A B level? Are you kidding me? A B-level summoner? Damn, this is too crazy, right? Is this information accurate? Duan Tianda felt like his brain had been kicked by a donkey, completely stunned. He glanced at the overall ranking, and Lu Feng's rank was over 100 places higher than his, directly placing him at 93rd in the overall ranking, in the top 100. It seems that the magical beast in this secret vault is indeed a genuine lord-level creature, and completing the vault has significantly boosted his score, the buzzcut man analyzed. While everyone was shocked and discussing, Wu Di looked at the name and suddenly remembered. Before the college entrance examination, his brother Wu Qingfeng had told him to pay attention to a genius from Fengcheng who would completely overturn everyone's perception of the college entrance examination. He would become the top student in Jincheng, achieving the best score in Jincheng's history for the college entrance examination. Wu Di thought Wu Qingfeng was crazy, a student from a county-level city taking the top spot in a prefecture-level city and even breaking Jincheng's record? Had he lost his mind after going out for a bit? At that time, he was utterly unconvinced, and Wu Qingfeng just smiled, saying he would understand when the exam came. Wu Di shook his head dismissively, thinking it was just a joke, and assumed Wu Qingfeng was trying to fool him, as he had done many times before. Who would have thought it was true? Fengcheng really produced such an extraordinary person? Lu Feng, B-level summoner. Indeed, it's too incredible. In the woods of the 5th area of Zone 9, a chilling aura pervaded, frost forming on the ground, and the tender grass swayed in the cold wind, shivering, unable to stand. Bai Chushue stepped out of the 5th area and arrived at the front of the magical barrier gate. Upon seeing the number displayed above the magical gate, her brows furrowed slightly. 499? Someone from Fengcheng has already passed through the magical gate to the 8th area, moving so quickly. Who could it be? She had thought she would be the first to pass through the one-way gate, but someone had already gotten there first. It's Lu Feng. She recalled something and instinctively opened the score leaderboard. The top position of Fengcheng had already changed hands. First place, Lu Feng, B-level summoner, score 4,800 points. So fast? Seeing Lu Feng's score, Bai Chushua's mouth fell open, wide enough to fit a sausage, in astonishment. She knew her score had just reached 3,000. Previously, she had clearly been much higher than Lu Feng, so how did he suddenly leap up? This was too strange. Normally, scores should fluctuate and increase steadily, right? The more stable the increase, the higher the score, making for the healthiest, most durable competitor. But this kind of repeated surge, and such an intense one at that, could he be a type of competitor that relies on bursts? One wave after another, each higher than the last? But how did he manage it? Bai Chushue was stunned, and just as she thought about slowing her pace a bit, she immediately dismissed the idea. 4,800 points, Lu Feng, you truly have impressed me. I don't care how you did it, but I will never lose to you again. Her face showed determination as she took out a crystal of ice from her pocket and crushed it heavily. Crack! The ice crystal shattered, and blue light energy gathered beneath her feet, with blue wings of light sprouting from the sides of her magical boots. Whoosh! She leaped lightly, her speed astonishing, rushing through the magical one-way gate. Ice Soul Silver Needle. Upon reaching the magical beast area of the 8th zone, Bai Chushua unleashed her magical attack as she saw the beasts rapidly moving while harvesting magical energy crystals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vegetation in the 8th zone was much sparser than in the 9th, making it easier for her magic to unfold. She darted quickly through the forest, casting an ice-type spell at each landing point, leaving no beast behind, all turned into ice sculpture magical beasts. From the 6th area to the 7th, and then to the 8th, she completed it in just 20 minutes. Her magical energy was rapidly depleting, but at the same time, her score was soaring. 3,000 points, 3,200 points, 3,500 points, 3,800 points, 4,000 points, 4,300 points. Originally having dropped to 5th place in Jincheng, she fought her way back up, directly soaring to 2nd place, with her overall ranking climbing rapidly with a vigorous advance. Unstoppable momentum brought her to the 119th place on the overall leaderboard, entering the top 150. But just as she was about to catch up to Lu Feng's score and reclaim the title of the first in Win City, as well as the first in the nearby city, Lu Feng's score experienced a leap, suddenly increasing by 6,000 points, surpassing 10,000. It reached a terrifying 10,800 points. 10,080 points, an increase of 6,000 points at once? How is that possible? Bai Chushue, drenched in sweat from the battle, saw Lu Feng's score suddenly jump and directly shot up to 10,000, which was a full double of hers. Failing to manage her emotions, she exclaimed in shock, causing her spell, which was halfway through casting, to be interrupted due to her emotional shift. She looked incredulously at the leaderboard, doubting whether there was a bug in the ranking. How could there be such a sudden increase in points again? It was unreasonable. There was simply no way for such a scoring trend to exist. Unless he had taken down a group of high-level monsters in one go? That seemed to be the only plausible explanation. But how could Lu Feng have done that so soon after the exam started? To gain 6,000 points at once, he must have taken down at least a group of level 10 or higher high-quality magical beasts. Even she, Bai Chushue, an SS-level prodigy, couldn't do that. Is he stronger than me? Am I going to lose? No, I won't lose, I can't lose. He must have found a loophole in the exam and exploited it to rack up points. Otherwise, a B-level talent summoner, no matter how many trump cards he has, even with a summoner's skills being so overpowered at this stage, could still crush an SS-level awakened one? Bai Chushue felt a bit dazed, thinking about how many people in her family had such high expectations of her, only to end up being outperformed by a B-level summoner. How disappointing would that be for so many people? Especially by Yunqing, who had placed so much hope in her and invested so much effort. She couldn't let her father down, nor could she let Mengpa or Uncle Yun down. Leading is only temporary, I can catch up later. Bai Chushue comforted herself, pumping herself up, quickly adjusting her mindset, gripping her ice staff tightly, her eyes revealing a fierce killing intent. Ah! She roared, pointing the tip of her ice staff at the level 9 magical beast group in front of her, rapidly gathering ice elemental energy, and then a white beam shot out. All the magical beasts touched by the white beam were frozen, then received continuous heavy injury effects. Crack, 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 boom. The ice sculptures shattered, and the magical beasts inside transformed into sparkling magical crystal energy, surging towards Bai Chushue's chest. The energy flowed through her scoring necklace, which slowly floated up and quietly settled back down. Who she gasped for breath. This intense offensive rhythm, especially the last wave of group freezing beams, had left her with a significant depletion of physical and magical energy, with her magical energy value dropping to less than a quarter. Because of Lu Feng, she had been too impulsive. According to her prior plan, her magical energy consumption should have been at most 30%, but now she had used nearly 80% of her magical energy. Therefore, the subsequent rhythm would inevitably be affected. Even with magical energy potions for replenishment, it would take a long time to recover, and many of her skills also had cooldown periods, meaning she could only use them a limited number of times within a certain time frame, and to use them again, she would have to wait for the next charging to complete. I said it before, no matter what, I must defeat you. Lin Li passed through the level 5 goblin area and met up with Wang Tianyi and the others. The three of them arrived at the one-way door of the magical barrier. In the open space lay a gigantic stone shark, its mouth tightly closed, with dried brown stains of liquid on the outside. This stone shark doesn't seem to be naturally formed. It looks like a masterpiece of elemental magic, Linley observed keenly, noticing it first. This place must have experienced a battle, but it seems that this battle ended very quickly. Wang Tianyi said, looking at the number on the one-way door, which displayed 498. Before us, 2 people passed through the magical light gate. It should be one of them who left this. Is it the great god Chun or that SS-level elemental mage from the Bai family? Zhao Hua habitually glanced at the scores. The top 3 ranks in Feng City had not changed much, but the scores of the first place, Lu Feng, and the second place, Bai Chushui, had seen a huge increase. Lu Feng's score had already surpassed 10,000, while Bai Chushui's score had also reached an astonishing 5,100. Wow, you guys quickly look, the scores of the great god Chen and Bai Chushui are already this high. When Wang Tianyi and Linley saw the scores, they were both shocked, especially Wang Tianyi, who felt quite embarrassed because his score as the third in Feng City was just over 1,000, and the gap with the second place was too large. I told you, the great god Chen is still strong, suppressing that little demon is so thoroughly. His score is more than double hers. Over 10,000 points, that's terrifying. By the way, let's see how Jin City ranks. Just like Feng City, the great god Chen is first, Bai Chushui is second, and the third is a genius from Jin City, with a score of only 4,007. The gap between Jin City's genius and Bai Chushui's score wasn't that big, but the difference with the great god Chen was still significant. They were not in the same league. Zhao Hua's words were deeply acknowledged by Linley and Wang Tianyi. That's right, quickly, let's see the great god Chen's ranking on the overall leaderboard. The two urged, and Zhao Hua opened the overall leaderboard page, where Lu Feng's name was prominently listed in the 35th position. Entered the top 50 of the overall leaderboard, 35th overall. Amazing. Really too strong. The 3 exclaimed. Since the establishment of the college entrance examination system, students from county-level cities might enter the top 100 of prefecture-level cities, but no student from a county-level city had ever entered the top 100 of the overall leaderboard. Not once. But now, Lu Feng represented Feng City, not only firmly occupying the first place in Jin City but also breaking into the top 50 of the overall leaderboard. The top 50 of the overall leaderboard, something no one had ever achieved. Lu Feng was the pride of Feng City, and his situation on the leaderboard naturally attracted everyone's attention. After seeing Lu Feng's ranking, the examinees from Feng City were all excited, shouting and cheering. The messages in the channel exploded. Damn, brothers, the great god Chen is invincible, directly charging into the top 50 of the overall leaderboard. Wow, top 50 of the overall leaderboard? No wonder he's my idol, YYDS. He really brings glory to our Feng City, impressive, thumbs up. Haha, although I don't even have 100 points right now, it doesn't stop me from cheering for the great god Chen in the channel. The pride of Feng City, he has created a miracle again, being in the same era as him and witnessing so many legends firsthand is worth it. The other county-level cities under Jin City, as well as the people in Jin City, were all dumbfounded upon seeing Jin City's ranking. What's going on? In the Jin City ranking, the first and second places are both students from the county-level city Feng City? Ha! In previous years, let alone the top 10, it was already considered good if a student from a county-level city could enter the top 50, and now not only have they entered, but the first and second places are both from one county-level city? Damn, did Feng City suddenly produce 2 such monstrous talents this year? Directly suppressing all the geniuses from the main urban area? Crap, am I seeing things? There's such a spectacle? In the prefecture-level cities ranking, the first and second places are occupied by students from a county-level city. This, how can we bear it? Since the establishment of the Dongjiang College entrance examination system, such a thing has never happened, right? I've lived long enough to see this. And haven't you noticed the professions and talents of these 2 students? I can understand the second place being SS level, such a peerless talent that comes out of a million can dominate the crowd, I accept that. But can someone tell me why the first place is a summoner with B-level talent? B-level talent? Goodness, I didn't even notice until you reminded me. Now that I think about it, the first place is actually a B-level talent. A B-level talent occupying the top of the city-level rankings? Is this world too crazy, or am I just out of touch with the times? When did B-level summoners become this powerful? Speaking of which, are those prodigies from Jincheng just slacking off? Letting people from county-level cities press down on us? Damn, I'm embarrassed for you. TSK, if you think you're so capable, why don't you step up? You think they don't want to? First, they need the strength. Just look at how many points the first place has, over 10,000. And they're only 35th on the overall leaderboard. You should know that historically, the best score from Jincheng was only 40 on the overall list. In a sense, this has surpassed the previous top existence from Jincheng. Who knows who will win in the end? It's just a temporary score. Look at how excited you all are. He'll drop soon. Even if he drops soon, having shone brightly once is enough. Could you do it? You don't even have the qualifications to shine. The prodigies of Jincheng had already chosen to mute the chat channel as their leaderboard was overtaken. by people from subordinate county-level cities taking first and second place. This was truly embarrassing. In Area 8, after leaving the hidden area and grinding monsters in the level 10 zone, Wu Di couldn't help but smile wryly upon seeing Lu Feng's score had already surpassed 10,000, muttering, "What a freak." In another area, standing beside a unicorn corpse, Duan Tianda's lips twitched, 35th on the overall leaderboard. My goodness, this kid is too fierce. Even fiercer than me. To think a county-level city could produce such a monster, it's really beyond imagination. The scenes from the college entrance examination couldn't be transmitted, but the scoring leaderboard could be updated in real time and projected outside the instance. Inside the Fengcheng Sports Center, the leaders on the podium couldn't hide their smiles upon seeing Lu Feng not only secure first place in Jincheng but also rise to 35th in Dongjiang. Although it was expected, witnessing a student from Fengcheng break the historical record in top Jincheng still stirred excitement. In their hearts, Chen Jiawei was even more elated, laughing heartily and repeatedly exclaiming good things. Moreover, besides Lu Feng, the second place in Jincheng was also their Fengcheng prodigy by Chu Xue. Chen Jiawei was all smiles. Fengcheng has never been this glorious. We've made a name for ourselves. After this college entrance examination, the whole Dongjiang will recognize Fengcheng. While being first in Jincheng is certainly commendable, it's something we anticipated. What truly surprises us is the overall ranking. We expected Lu Feng to at least need to exert himself in the midterm to enter the top 50, but who would have thought he could achieve such a good score early on? It seems this time, we might even break into the top 10 of Dongjiang. The top 10 of Dongjiang in the past, that was something we wouldn't even dare to dream of. Who would have thought that one day, we might actually witness a student from Fengcheng break in? The leaders of Fengcheng were all smiles, taking photos to commemorate the moment, posting on social media, and writing little essays. Chen Jia from the Employment Alliance also smiled and gave a thumbs up at this scene. Wonderful, Lu Xiaoyu must be a great hero. Shui Changgui, with his hands behind his back, stared at the leaderboard on the Sports Center screen, murmuring, the speed of reaching this rank is much faster than I imagined. In fact, in Shui Changgui's heart, he believed Lu Feng's strength could at least rank in the top 3 of Dongjiang. But the college entrance examination tested integrated and systematic abilities. Being strong didn't necessarily mean being good at grinding. Moreover, as far as he knew, this year the provincial capital had produced several outstanding students, especially from the provincial number 1 high school, where it was said a hidden class of herbalists emerged, with a talent level reaching a terrifying SS grade. The hidden profession has reached SS level, and just in terms of potential, it can already rival an SSS level existence. Moreover, he is a herbalist, a profession that is like an emperor in Grand Zenori, with resources abundant in the dungeons. He has mastered a divine skill related to plants, allowing him to efficiently farm in the wild. With this divine skill, before taking the college entrance examination, his level had already reached 20, and this was still limited by the small size of the dungeon environment. If he were in a group dungeon, he could use his divine skill to farm infinitely. He may not be the strongest in power, but he is definitely the easiest and fastest at farming for levels. There are also S plus SS and SS level talents in Hang Air Middle School and San Middle School. Their talents alone are enough to create a chasm between geniuses, and on top of that, they have received the best combat thinking training and practical training in the provincial capital since childhood. It's not just that their talents are strong, their overall abilities are significantly stronger, far surpassing ordinary geniuses. The best of the best among geniuses have been competing since childhood, working much harder than ordinary people. Therefore, even if Lu Feng's strength reaches 5-star warrior, he cannot guarantee that Lu Feng will definitely make it into the top 10 in the college entrance examination. He can only say that the top 50 is stable, while the top 10 is really challenging. Not to mention the top 5 or top 3, that would truly be a battle among study gods. Generations of hard work and research experience, talents that are far ahead, and efforts several times greater than ordinary people, these combined make it inevitable that ordinary people cannot surpass them. Why should you lose to a few years of hard study and a passionate heart? Unless you can become strong enough to rise to the divine level alone, carrying the fortune of a province to soar. But such a thing has never happened since the establishment of the province, especially since this person appeared in a small county town. Compared to the calmness of the big shots, Zhu Shaotian, as an ordinary person, expressed his excitement and joy without needing to be so restrained. He jumped up directly from his seat below. Excitedly pointing at the public screen, he shouted, "Great job, Lu Feng! Well done!" His sudden rise drew the attention of teachers from other schools. Facing everyone's gaze, he did not shy away. Instead, he straightened his back and proudly said, "Sorry, everyone, I am his homeroom teacher, and Lu Feng is a student in my class." Seeing him bring glory to Feng City in the college entrance examination, I got a bit too excited and lost my composure. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaotian's words, the faces of the other teachers could not hide their envy and jealousy. At this moment, the grade leader from Air Middle School also jumped out and put his arm around Zhu Xiaotian's shoulder. "Teacher Zhu, with Lu Feng achieving this ranking, we have glory on our faces. This level of excitement is nothing. It's completely justified. Everyone, don't you agree?" The grade leader looked around and laughed heartily. The teachers from other schools nodded vigorously, their teeth nearly
Grinding. Yes, 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 not losing composure, not losing composure. They were just short of installing a loudspeaker to shout it out. The Lemon Knight took off his hood, revealing tears of lemon. Who would have thought that the connections in the world could be so magical? The student who once gave Zhu Xiaotian headaches, the bottom of the class, the bad student who would daydream during his lessons, would one day become the student he was most proud of in his career. What is meant to be will come naturally. This was what the other teachers comforted themselves with, although they were also proud of Lu Feng. But this pride was different from Zhu Xiaotian's. A teacher who could teach such a student could boast about it for a lifetime, and with Lu Feng's connection, the better Lu Feng performed, the brighter Zhu Xiaotian's future career would be. It would not be an exaggeration to say he could soar directly to great heights. Above the Feng City Sports Center, there was a huge light and shadow projection screen, with tens of thousands of spectators gathered outside. When they saw Lu Feng's overall ranking appearing in the top 50, the crowd erupted in excitement. God Chen. Awesome. Too awesome, he's already at the top of the leaderboard, truly a god, achieving what ordinary people can't even imagine. He is the pride of Wind City, and Wind City is proud of him. What are you shouting? I don't know, but I just want to shout. I feel like all the blood in my body is boiling. I'm so excited and thrilled, I'm just crazy. I can't hold it in. We are witnessing history. In the center of the crowd, on a high platform, Lu Lingyue came with her dad and mom to cheer for Lu Feng. Pang Fei set up a stage around, tied some straps, wore a red scarf on his head, and behind him was a group of strong men and a bunch of little brothers holding flags. Bro, voice breaking, go for it. Bring me back a first place. Lu Lingyue cupped her hands into a microphone and shouted. The people behind Pang Fei waved flags, and the little brothers chanted rhythmically, go first. Shingu, in my heart, you're already so awesome, I don't care anymore. Don't hold back, just be amazing to the max, let the whole Dongjiang see how powerful my brother is. They shouted, and although Lu Feng couldn't hear them, it didn't hinder their sincerity and heartfelt wishes. They hoped to see Lu Feng reach the peak, standing at the very top. Lord Lu, waiting for your triumphant return. The strong men looked at the screen, and the usually talkative one could only turn 1,000 words into this one sentence. In Zone 8, Lu Feng looked at the corpses of the ghostly magic wolves scattered on the ground and shook his head unexpectedly. Just like entering Zone 8 from Zone 9, there were also high-level monsters guarding the one-way door leading to Zone 7, a commander-level pack of ghostly wolves, numbering over 100. Xiao Mo's immortal sword whirled with sword energy, and the Wolf King was pierced by the immortal sword, a basic attack transformed by true energy, and died on the spot. The remaining wolf minions were directly killed by the shockwaves of the sword energy from the immortal sword. With a high attack speed, even the most ordinary basic attack could release dozens of true energy immortal swords within a second, and combined with the surging sword energy, the wolf pack couldn't last even a second. The total score from these wolves was 6,000, which is why Lu Feng's score suddenly increased by 6,000. From the command to finishing off the wolf pack, Lu Feng didn't even glance back but walked straight towards the light gate and stepped into the one-way door. The one-way door from Zone 8 to Zone 7 could accommodate 100 people, and Lu Feng was the first to pass through. After he stepped in, the displayed number on the light gate changed from 100 to 99. Upon arriving in Zone 7, Lu Feng flew directly along the route to the Fountain of Youth. The marked location of the Fountain of Youth was in the area of level 15 magical beasts, and from the map, there was a hidden quest point right next to the Fountain of Youth. In Zone 7, the mountainous terrain gradually increased, and the level limit for magical beasts was from level 11 to level 15. Moreover, in this area, the rule prohibiting students from fighting would be lifted, and as long as they did not maliciously endanger each other's lives, all means could be used. Finally, the restrictions are lifted. Lu Feng sighed softly. The reason he didn't fight monsters while rushing through Zones 9 and 8 was partly to save time for the next zone, but more importantly, he was afraid of accidentally harming others. His skill damage was simply too high, and facing these low-level monsters, he would definitely use area skills, which had a large range and could easily affect other candidates if he wasn't careful. And once affected with their strength, it would be fatal. So Lu Feng had been restraining himself, on one hand, to avoid breaking the rules, and on the other, he felt bad about harming fellow candidates from the same place for no reason. But it was different in Zone 7. The restrictions were lifted, and those who could come to this zone were not weak, so they wouldn't be unable to even defend themselves. Therefore, starting from the 11th level area, Lu Feng pushed through relentlessly, employing cruel methods, exterminating entire clans. Moreover, as he flew over many places on his sword, he would have Xiao Mo drop sword energy bombs from the air. These sword energies could be infused into anything from large trees and rocks to small flowers, grass, soil, and even a dead ant. Once stepped on, they would explode, releasing a burst of true energy, killing invisibly. Of course, his intention was for those magical beasts to step on them, which would yield quite a few pleasant surprises, but if some unfortunate genius happened to step on one, it couldn't be blamed on Lu Feng, it would just be their bad luck. Thus, Lu Feng continued his sword-flying slaughter into the 15th level area, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. Consequently, his score was rising at an extremely exaggerated speed: 12,000 points, 14,000 points, 19,000 points, 28,000 points.
In this way, Lu Feng's gap with the others on the rankings of Wind City and Gold City grew larger, while his position on the overall leaderboard climbed higher. 33, 30, 25, 20, 12. By the time Lu Feng arrived near the marked point of the Everlasting Spring, his total score had already reached 57,000 points, placing him in the top 10 at 5th place. He searched around but found no mountain gorges or anything resembling the Everlasting Spring. At the foot of the mountain, there was a woodcutter, an NPC for a level 15 hidden quest. Lu Feng felt that the Everlasting Spring was likely related to the hidden quest, so he stopped searching and approached the woodcutter NPC. A question mark appeared above the woodcutter's head. Brave adventurer, are you searching for the Everlasting Spring? Ah, there was indeed something fishy. Yes, Lu Feng replied. Do you know where the spring is? I know where it is, it's inside that mountain, the woodcutter said. I can take you to find it, but inside that mountain resides a group of man-eating tree monsters. I dare not take the risk and can only bring you to the entrance, you must go in alone. No problem. After following the NPC's dialogue step by step, the helpful woodcutter led Lu Feng to a narrow mountain crevice on the back slope. This crevice was obscured by large trees outside, making it hard to notice unless one looked closely. Just keep going in from here and you'll reach the back of the mountain. Behind the mountain is a snowy forest where the trees are very tall, many of which are disguised tree monsters. You must be very careful. I can only take you this far. On the other side of the passage was a vast snowy forest, with trees growing thicker and taller than those outside. The leaves were needle-shaped, not lush and green, but a calm, muted, dark green. Crunch, crunch. As soon as he stepped into the forest, there was movement in the snow before him, and several stout trees stood up from the snow, revealing their long legs. They turned their bodies, with branches and leaves transforming into hair, trunks as their bodies, and growing arms, with eyes located at the center of the branches. They had no so-called roots, only a pair of long legs, standing over 10 meters tall. Snowy Forest Treant, Commander level LV15 Health, 270000/270000 Attack, 3100 Defense, 5128 Speed, 2232 Skills, Old Tree Roots, Great Tree Stomp. Danger level? For stars, at the entrance of the forest, the Treants were activated one after another. The first batch to activate included 3 that roared and charged at the invader, extending their massive, withered hands to strike. As they swept across the ground, they kicked up countless ice shards, rushing toward Lu Feng like a tidal wave. Buzz with the sound of sword singing, the snow beneath Lu Feng erupted violently, sword energy crisscrossing and sweeping outwards. The withered long arm instantly broke into several segments, falling from the low sky, and then a sharp sword energy shot out, targeting its trunk. Its seemingly mountain-like robust body was sliced in half as if made of paper. Xiaomo's current base attack power was 78,000, plus the passive sword energy's 6-layer stacking. Even though the Treant was a defensive-type monster, a single normal attack could deal an astonishing 440,000 damage. 440,000, and Xiaomo's abnormality was not only reflected in his strong attack power but also in his terrifying attack speed. After a single sword energy took down the first Treant, Xiaomo manipulated the immortal sword, releasing a barrage of true chi swords, delivering dozens of strikes per second, with the true chi swords almost stacked together. Swish, swish. The immortal swords flew out, cutting through like chopping vegetables, the sharp blades cleaving dry wood, severing it in two. Moreover, Xiaomo's immortal sword normal attacks had a true chi diffusion area effect. Upon hitting the target, the sword energy spread out, causing explosions in the surrounding snowy ground. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves of the explosions buzzed, the shockwaves rippled, the snow was blasted into the air, and the massive Treants fell in droves. First batch, second batch, third batch. They came one after another, not only failing to harm Lu Feng in the slightest but instead lining up to give him points. A level 15. Commander level Treant could yield 1,000 points, and in a short while Lu Feng had killed over 30 of them. And where was it most enjoyable to kill? He charged directly into the woods, just wanting to set a big fire, when from the depths of the forest a towering Treant slowly emerged, blocking out the sun. The Treant spoke human words, "Please hold back." The newly arrived Treant stood over 20 meters tall, its branches and leaves dense, filled with bird nests, and even had wooden houses built on top, with raccoons, monkeys, and snow cedars moving about on it. Grass Tree Elder, Intelligent Being, level LV15 Health, Unknown Attack, Unknown Defense, Unknown Speed, Unknown Skills, Unknown Danger level. Using the Insight spell, Lu Feng could only see its level attributes. Intelligent Being? Can't even check the monster tier? Upon seeing the Grass Tree Elder's arrival, the surrounding Treants all stopped attacking, returning to their places, sitting down and turning back into trees. I apologize, my dear warrior, I am the chief of the Treant clan, and I apologize for the recklessness of my kin towards you. The Grass Tree Elder walked up to Lu Feng and surprisingly, like a gentleman, placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed politely. This left Lu Feng at a loss. After all, his initial intention for coming in was to slay monsters, loot equipment, and find the key to the divine treasure, ultimately leaving with the Fountain of Immortality. Yet now, just after engaging the boss in this hidden area, was speaking human words and actively showing goodwill? Earlier, Lu Feng had killed quite a few of the Grass Tree Elder's kin, and with the other party expressing an apology, Lu Feng put down his weapon and chose to converse. You can speak the human language? Yes, my warrior lord. I learned it 100 years ago. What you speak is the dragon language, the most obscure and difficult of all languages. The grass tree elder's response shocked Lu Feng. Learned it 100 years ago? Lu Feng exclaimed, wasn't that the map for the college entrance examination? Hadn't all the regional monsters just been introduced not long ago? Could they exist for 100 years? As if sensing Lu Feng's confusion, the grass tree elder smiled kindly like an old man. I know what you are thinking. I am a special existence in Grand Jinhua. As long as this soil remains, I will not die. Moreover, it has been 100 years since I last encountered a human. The grass tree elder's words sent Lu Feng's mind into a whirlwind, but he quickly grasped a key point. 100 years? Has no examinee entered in this past century? The grass tree elder shook his head. I do not know what you mean by the so-called examinee. I only know that I can sense all the creatures in this space. Apart from our kin and some beings that rely on us tree people, there are no other presences here. Lu Feng frowned slightly, sensing from the other's demeanor that the grass tree elder did not seem to be lying. Then do you know why I am here? Those who come to us are merely seeking the eternal spring. The grass tree elder replied calmly. The eternal spring nurtures the beings in this snowy forest. It is the source of our livelihood. With its existence, we tree people can thrive endlessly without withering. But unfortunately, the eternal spring is no longer here. The grass tree elder sighed. If the eternal spring were still here, my kin would not have all entered a state of hibernation. In the past, when the eternal spring was still present, we had a continuous flow of energy to move freely. Now, without the eternal spring, our energy is limited and we turn into trees to minimize energy consumption. Yet even so, we cannot resist the loss of energy and the erosion of time. Many of my tree brothers have already withered away. Lu Feng could not empathize, but he still expressed his condolences. My condolences, Mr. Grass Tree Elder. Warrior, I just saw your strength. You are a powerful human warrior. Could you do me a favor and bring back the eternal spring? If you can bring it back and leave a spring behind, you will be our benefactor, our faith. Our tree people will forever honor you, and whenever you need it, we can deliver the heart of the eternal spring to you. The more Lu Feng heard about this matter, the more he felt it was not so simple, especially regarding the eternal spring. What exactly was it? He grew increasingly curious, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this grass tree elder resembled an NPC. Please, elaborate. The grass tree elder told Lu Feng all the details. It turned out that the eternal spring was nourished by the heart of immortality, which was naturally cultivated. This spring water was only effective for herbaceous beings, allowing their vitality to surge and never wither. For other life forms, it could not achieve immortality. However, drinking the spring water could heal injuries, no matter how severe, as long as there was still a breath of life. This is divine water. No wonder so many heroes flocked to it. Calling it holy water is not an exaggeration. Lu Feng had never heard of something so miraculous, capable of granting immortality to plant beings and healing injuries for others. Even the highest grade magical potions could not achieve this. If it could be placed on the market, it would undoubtedly be worth its weight in gold. And their tree people were supposed to live in the ancient snowy mountains. They had no idea about things like college entrance examinations. They referred to their home as the Glen of Nuwa, the most primitive beast forest. Their holy water had been stolen by a mouse, which had carried the heart of immortality into another space. After much inquiry, they had recently received news of its whereabouts. The grass tree elder led Lu Feng deep into the forest, where a spatial door floated above a marshland. Our tribe's diviner has detected the location of that filthy mouse. It is just behind this door connecting to another space. In the other space, a mirrored shadow appeared, revealing the other end of the space. It was an area teeming with centipedes, and at the end of the area was a magical barrier. Lu Feng recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the magical barrier wall of the 5th district? The other side of this spatial door connects to the level 20 beast area of the 6th district. In the 8th district, after a period of rest, Bai Chushue set out again to grind in the level 10 area. After the great outbreak, she felt somewhat drained, as she was an elemental mage and needed to consume magical energy to fight. Moreover, the mage profession usually belongs to high damage and high burst with weak sustainability. It's fine in the early stages, where those small monsters can be killed with a single skill. But as the levels and strength of the monsters gradually increase later on, Bai Chushue can no longer eliminate a group of monsters with one skill. She needs skill combinations and coordination, and sometimes even a full set of skills to clear them, making the speed of farming increasingly slower. However, the good thing is that the monsters are stronger and of higher levels, which means the corresponding points have also increased. In the level 10 area, one monster's points are equivalent to 10 goblins. The farming speed has slowed down, but her score growth hasn't decreased much. Soon, her score reached a new level of 8,000 points, firmly holding second place in Jincheng, but her rank on the overall leaderboard dropped by more than 100 places. In a leaderboard filled with geniuses in fierce competition, standing still or making little progress is equivalent to regressing, and her rank is absolutely unsustainable. She had nothing to say about this. She could only rely on maintaining her rhythm to gradually catch up. After checking her rank, she habitually looked at Lu Feng's rank. It was better not to look, but seeing it made her heart ache even more. She had thought their scores would narrow and that Lu Feng would drop in the overall ranking like her. However, to her shock, Lu Feng had surged to 4th place on the overall leaderboard. His score had already exceeded 100,000 points. 100,000 points. How did he do it? Just recently, he had only broken 10,000 points, and now he's at 100,000 so quickly? Looking at this terrifying number, a deep sense of helplessness swept over her, spreading to every cell in her body. A score of 100,000 was no longer just a few points higher than Bai Chushue, it was a tenfold difference, enough to show that their levels were not on the same tier. This result was hard for Bai Chushue to accept. The person she had always wanted to defeat, the one she had always believed she could surpass, had become someone she could only look up to. 4th place on the overall leaderboard. Even someone as proud as Bai Chushue had never imagined she could reach such a rank. She knew in her heart that the mage profession was inherently weak in terms of sustained score. Farming. Even with an SS-level talent, achieving a place in the top 100 was already a good result. The top 50, the top 30 were things she couldn't even think about. As for the top 10 or even the top 5, in her mind it was simply impossible. Yet, Lu Feng had done it, achieving what she didn't even dare to dream of, bursting into the top 5 of the overall leaderboard. As a common student from a county-level city, with a B-level talent, he had reached such heights. The shock it brought her struck deep into her heart. Am I really not as good as him? Bai Chushue clenched her fists, her eyes reddening. Damn it. She punched a tree, and the image of their first encounter flashed in her mind, where he cast a spell without chanting, and a water ball hit her chest, shattering her magical shield. At that time, she was only unconvinced and acknowledged. Bai Yunqing saying of being a whetstone, believing that Lu Feng was just a B-level and would eventually be trampled underfoot by her. But was the reality really like that? Why, even though I've worked so hard, I'm still an SS level, yet looking at him, he feels so distant, like a mountain whose peak I can never see. Bai Chushue stared blankly at Lu Feng's rank on the leaderboard, and for some reason, she had a strong premonition in her heart that he wouldn't stop there. Could he even reach 1st place, ranking of Dongjiang Province, real-time, 1st place, Maguific, SS-level hidden profession, Hangqing number 1 high school, score, 213670. 2nd place, Duanheba, SS-level hidden profession, Hangqing number 2 high school, score, 192998. 3rd place, Shintubiao, SS-level hidden profession, Hangqing number 2 high school, score, 131677. 4th place, Lu Feng, B-level summoner, Fengqing number 2 high school, score, 112888. 5th place, Pan Jiang, SS-level holy gun, Hangqing number 1 high school, score, 61,000. 6th place, Zheng Yifeng, S+ soul fighter, Hangqing number 1 high school, score, 58,000. 7th place, Duan Lang, SS Soul Warrior, Hangqing number 1 high school, score, 53,000. Before Lu Feng appeared, there was already a break in the overall ranking, with the scores of the top 3 widening. The gap with those behind them, and Pan Jiang trailing Shintubiao by a factor of 2. Normally, everyone had already accepted that the top 3 were the most stable rankings, and it was basically impossible for any changes. After all, their strength was on a completely different level compared to other students, making it impossible to surpass them. However, now, a student named Lu Feng broke this constraint, suddenly soaring to 110,000 points, just over 10,000 points behind the previous SS-level hidden profession, Shintubiao, and ranking 4th. This caught the attention of countless examinees, and what was even more striking was that the top 100 on the leaderboard were all S-level, with the top 5 basically being SS-level, while Lu Feng stood out as the only B-level. A B-level student among a bunch of SS-level hidden talents? The visual impact was overwhelming. Moreover, Lu Feng was from Fengcheng. This left countless people stunned. I can't believe it. Where did this Lu Feng come from? I've never heard of him. How did he suddenly make it to the top 5 of the overall ranking? B-level talent? Ha! When did such talents start to rival SS-level hidden talents? What's even more ridiculous is, look, this guy is from Fengcheng number 2 high school. Where is that? I've never even heard of it. I just searched online. Fengcheng is a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Jincheng, a prefecture-level city. Wow, a student from a county-level city made it to the top 5 of the overall ranking? That's really big news. Not to mention county-level cities, I've never seen anyone from a prefecture-level city reach this level. Who would have thought? A county-level city actually produced such a powerhouse. Although talent doesn't equal combat power, and combat power doesn't represent the final score, but for a B-level talent to reach this level, I don't even know how to describe it. It's a level I wouldn't even dare to dream of. I'm S-level talent, and I'm still at 1300 on the overall ranking. I'm A+, over 3000. Before the college entrance examination, everyone had different goals, and according to past thinking, the strength of a provincial capital is greater than that of a prefecture-level city, which is greater than that of a county-level city. It's hard to see the pride of a prefecture-level city in the top 100 of the overall ranking, and the pride of a county-level city in the ranking of a prefecture-level city. Thus, the pride of prefecture-level cities initially aimed for the provincial ranking, only looking upward and not paying attention to weaker county-level cities. Similarly, people from the provincial capital only looked at the overall ranking and ignored everything else. In their eyes, the only competitors were other schools from the provincial capital. Therefore, even if Lu Feng reached the top of Jinchang, it only caused a stir among students from Jinchang and all its county-level cities, without gaining much attention from other prefecture-level cities in the provincial capital. But now it was different. Lu Feng had surged into the top 5 of the overall ranking, a position that was immediately visible upon opening the overall ranking. Such a conspicuous mark of a county-level city and the incongruity of a B-level talent made it hard not to notice. At first glance, they all wondered if they were seeing things. After confirming with a second look, they instinctively exclaimed their national pride, and their excitement lingered for a long time, firmly remembering the name Lu Feng. This name represented too many impossibilities. In the 7th district, after Shinta Biao tore apart a gale leopard in the level 15 monster area, he noticed Lu Feng, who was closely following him on the leaderboard, and let out a surprised "Oh, I can't believe there's a county-level city nobody who can make it into the top 5. I wonder what kind of tricks he used. But that doesn't matter now. The provincial leaderboard doesn't allow country bumpkins like you to appear." Although Shinta Biao ranked 3rd on the overall leaderboard in terms of one-on-one combat strength, even the first-ranked Ma Guifei was no match for him. His profession and talent were of the berserker type, born for battle. He might not be good at farming monsters, but fighting was his forte. Shinta Biao had a deeply ingrained prejudice, looking down on students from the countryside, especially when he saw them occupying the top spots on the overall leaderboard. He felt it was a shame, even an insult. Therefore, he decided to find this guy named Lu Feng and hunt him down. After all, anyone who could score over 110,000 points at this stage must have already reached the 7th district, where candidates could attack each other. He didn't care how Lu Feng managed to score so many points, as long as he could knock him out of the competition, that would be enough. Simple and brutal. Thus, he openly tagged Lu Feng in the chat, asking where he was because he wanted to duel him. This news immediately caused an uproar. The SS-level dueling king Shinta Biao was challenging the genius summoner from a county-level city? In an instant, various opinions emerged. Some expressed agreement, some were eager to watch the show, and others cautioned Shinta against being too arrogant, advising him to seek peace instead. However, the majority were there to watch, with the supporters in the minority, and only a few dared to advise, as they didn't want to offend a killing machine who would jump into a fight at the slightest provocation. On the west side of the level 15 monster area, Duan Heba, seeing the public screen message, revealed a cold smile. Shinta Biao, that simple-minded guy, really knows how to surprise me. Go ahead and fight. The more fiercely he battles that Lu Feng, the better. That way, I can eliminate 2 competitors at once. Duan Heba had already cleared all the wild monsters on the west side of the level 15 monster area, accompanied by 4 highly talented combat professionals he had hired. These professionals had signed contracts before the college entrance examination to help Duan Heba farm points. He was the heir of the Duan family in Hangzhou, lacking resources but craving honor. He wanted to take first place in the college entrance examination. With his own strength, he could stabilize in the top 3, but first place depended on luck. However, his luck seemed poor as he encountered the freak Ma Guifei. Therefore, he secretly used his family's connections to buy off 3S+ level prodigies to work for him, planning to meet up after the exam and farm monsters together. After weakening the wild monsters, they would bring them to Duan Heba to deliver the final blow, absorbing the magic energy and points. Yet even with this, the combined score of the 5 still couldn't surpass Ma Guifei, leaving a gap of 20,000 points. At this moment, Lu Feng appeared, charging up with unstoppable momentum. Duan Heba had been worried about gaining another competitor, but unexpectedly, the brute Shinta Biao made his move and challenged Lu Feng. That was perfect. Let the 3rd and 4th place duel it out, the more fiercely the better, without worrying about farming points. This way, he would only have Ma Guifei left as a competitor. Hit him. I bet you can kill that kid named Lu Feng, ha ha ha. Duan Heba laughed ominously, his white face twitching, red lips pursed, resembling a stunted Nan. In the 6th district, in the level 17 beast area, a herd of sword elephants was grazing on herbaceous plants when suddenly, several green tendrils sprouted from the stems and leaves, directly binding their heads. Stab! The fertilized sword elephants let out a beastly roar, and just as they were about to fight back, greenish-blue circles appeared beneath their feet. One circle targeted a sword elephant, and in the glow, the elephant's eyes gradually became dazed, ultimately losing consciousness and freezing in place. The circle spun, and with a flash of pure green light, the sword elephants seemed to be purified, transforming into a pale golden halo. Whoosh! In just a short moment, the herd of sword elephants performed a collective disappearing act, all being purified. Snap! On the treetop, a green-haired horse concubine held a banana, snapped her fingers, and all the halos turned into a pile of magic energy crystals rushing towards her, passing over the scoring necklace on her chest. Feeling the warmth of the magic energy, the horse concubine revealed a look of enjoyment. "Oh, god of plants, thank you for your grace." Lu Feng agreed to the tree people's request and was directly transmitted from the spatial transmission gate to the level 20 area of the 6th district. This is definitely a big bug in Grand Jinhua, being able to transmit to the next area without going through a one-way gate. Upon arriving at the level 20 beast area of the 6th district, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Setting aside everything else, just this transmission saved him at least 2 hours of travel time. Normally, he would have to first reach the magic gate between the 7th and 6th districts, deal with the Guardian to reach the 6th district, and after arriving, he would have to pass through the level 16 to 19 beast areas to get to the level 20 area. Now he had directly moved from the 7th district to the 6th district and the magic barrier leading to the 5th, a shortcut. Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings and found that the place he was in didn't seem like normal ground but rather like an underground lair from which he could see the outside situation, observing the transparent magical light barrier. A level 20 secret stash? It doesn't seem like it. Lu Feng felt that the situation was gradually becoming strange, but the more it was like this, the more his interest grew. It seemed he was about to discover the secrets of Grand Ji Nua. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the darkness, the soft earth shifted, and several robust centipedes with forked tongues surrounded Lu Feng in the center, then stood upright and suddenly launched an attack. Hiss. Golden-tailed centipede, commander level LV20 health 390000/390000 skills, 1000 legs bind, poison mist, bite scythe. Danger level 5 stars. The few centipedes that appeared had tails that shone like gold, glimmering with a golden light. As they lunged, Lu Feng dodged, but their tails could still cause a second wave of slashing damage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Feng flipped over, jumping back several meters to create distance from the golden-tailed centipede, then summoned Xiao Mo to attack with the sword. A series of flying swords shot out. Clang! The first flying sword struck a golden-tailed centipede, and the damage surprised Lu Feng. Minus 270,000 for a single sword attack plus a fierce burst of true energy, only dealing 27,000 damage to the golden-tailed centipede? It should be noted that Xiao Mo's base attack was 78,000, and with 6 layers of passive stacking, the damage should have been at least over 400,000. How could it only be 27,000? This meant that the level 20 centipede in front of him couldn't be taken down with just one basic attack from Xiao Mo. It would require 2 basic attacks to finish it off, although its attack speed is fast, capable of delivering over a sword strike per second at peak conditions. It cannot disperse its basic attacks to target multiple enemies. When focusing on a single target, it still requires a certain amount of time. The passive ability takes 6 seconds to fully cast, after which it must turn to lock onto the next target to unleash the celestial sword. Minus 270,000, minus 190,000, minus 190,000, minus 230,000, minus 230,000. Xiao Mo dispersed the operation of the celestial sword, regardless of what means the opponent used. He unleashed 3 celestial swords targeting a golden-tailed centipede. Due to the fast attack speed, these 3 celestial swords were essentially cast together. One celestial sword dealt over 30,000 damage, and in the following 6 seconds, the true energy spread, resulting in a total of 230,000 damage. During this 6-second delay, the golden-tailed centipede still had some combat capability, and before it died, it retaliated. Xiao Mo, relying on his high mobility speed of 70,000, skillfully maneuvered around, easily dodging while executing basic attacks, operating the celestial sword. In just a few breaths, these golden-tailed centipedes fell. During the battle, Lu Feng observed that they could negate nearly half of Xiao Mo's damage, which was related to their own attributes and passives. Their attribute was metal, and their bodies were as hard as iron, providing a percentage reduction against physical attacks. Additionally, Xiao Mo's magical passive was directly linked to physical damage, which halved the energy, thus significantly reducing the passive damage. These centipedes actually have such a characteristic, Lu Feng sighed. Fortunately, Xiao Mo had high attributes and was quite abnormal. If it weren't for that, a normal physical class practitioner encountering these creatures would probably find it difficult to break through their physical defenses, let alone kill them. Moreover, the golden-tailed centipede was long, had many legs, was highly agile, and had a health pool of 390,000. Under the same level and rank, this creature could definitely be considered one of the best among physical-type magical beasts. Soon, another batch of golden-tailed centipedes emerged from the surrounding mud walls, and their numbers were even greater than before. What? Did we enter a centipede nest? Lu Feng did not participate in the battle, leaving the battlefield to Xiao Mo, who controlled the sword, while he simply summoned Shui Shui and its mammoth war elephant, watching the show from the back. If they came over without opening their eyes, then Shui Shui would crush them into meat paste. After about a stick of incense's time, the ground was covered with sword marks and the mangled bodies of centipedes, with blue-brown bodily fluids splattered all over the earthen walls. Until those few soft soil areas no longer spewed out golden-tailed centipedes, Lu Feng opened the map to search for an exit. He discovered that he was currently underground, and to get out, he had to find a passage that led up. Xiao Mo, you go ahead and scout the way. The environment inside was intricate, and Lu Feng wasn't very good at finding paths. Coincidentally, Xiao Mo's original profession was Scout Vanguard, and scouting was its specialty. Plus, its small size and agility made it the best in the field. Therefore, Lu Feng proudly entrusted this task to it. While waiting idly, Lu Feng noticed that someone had been frantically tagging him in the channel. He jumped to the earliest tagged message and, after learning the ins and outs of the situation, Lu Feng sneered. He then replied with 2 words in the channel, blocked the user, and closed the page. On the other hand, because Lu Feng had been ignoring him, Shen Tu Biao felt very embarrassed. He tagged Lu Feng again and again, with his words becoming increasingly harsh, demanding a duel and asking for Lu Feng's location and address. Many of Shin Tubiao's fans and busybodies helped him tag Lu Feng as well. But Lu Feng never responded, which sparked much speculation among many people, wondering if this unparalleled genius who came to this county was cowardly. But thinking about it, Shin Tubiao was known for his combat prowess. Even seasoned warriors dared not challenge his brilliance and would retreat 3 steps when encountering him, especially his terrifying SS level talent skill, which, when severely injured, would trigger cellular nutrient metabolism, causing his body to shrink rapidly. However, at the same time, his strength would increase significantly. The more serious the injury, the more he shrank, and the increase in power was exponential. Theoretically, as long as he wasn't killed in an instant, he could defeat professionals who were several times or even hundreds of times stronger than him. Idiot. But just when everyone thought Lu Feng was going to be a turtle hiding its head and ignore it, a striking reply caused the frequently scrolling messages in the channel to come to a sudden halt. This message seemed to insulate itself from the rest. After it appeared, no other messages were sent out. Shin Tubiao had tagged Lu Feng so many times, and Lu Feng had ignored him, which had already filled him with rage. Now, Lu Feng directly replied in the main channel with idiot. This undoubtedly turned Shin Tubiao into a complete clown. He thought the other party was afraid of him and wanted to pretend not to see it to let the matter go. But who would have thought that the other side showed no mercy and directly called him an idiot? There were no embellishments or homophones used, just a straightforward expression. The term idiot was not very damaging, but was extremely insulting. Seeing this, Shin Tubiao went berserk on the spot, smashing his head against the giant rock in front of him, and with an angry punch, he struck the ground. A terrifying shockwave surged out, snapping nearby trees and hitting a startled fawn. He opened the light screen page, tagged Lu Feng, and furiously typed, but when he finished a long string of harsh words and was about to send it, he found that the other party had already blocked him. The system prompted that the other party was not visible. Shin Tubiao was about to go crazy. He hit the rock wall in front of him like a madman, smashing several meters into it before he stopped. He slowly walked out from inside and came to the fawn trapped under a tree, picking it up with one hand. Rip! He tore it in half, then bit down on the bloodied fawn, swallowing it whole. Kid, I'm going to pull your tendons and dig out your marrow. A well-meaning person in the distance happened to record this segment of video. The person was also a genius from the provincial capital and was discovered by Shin Tubiao, but he agreed to let the video be sent out. He wanted Lu Feng to see his power. He wanted the other party to tremble in fear, scared to the point of losing control. He wanted them to spend their time in fear of being found by him. For this, he even left a personal remark from Shin Tubiao on the video, telling Lu Feng to get ready. Once the video was released, it instantly attracted a wave of comments. Some lamented his brutality. Others praised his strength and said Lu Feng was doomed. In short, the public maintained a sense of fear towards Shin Tubiao, avoiding him whenever possible. However, after Lu Feng saw this video, he only floated a candid remark. This person must have anger issues, right? After killing the golden-tailed centipede swarm in the underground lair, Lu Feng's score had exceeded Shin Tubiao, reaching 153,000 points, climbing to 3rd place on the overall leaderboard. Seeing that the name of someone he already disliked was ranked higher than his, pressing down on him, Shin Tubiao was exceptionally irritable. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. What seemed normal to ordinary people was a disgrace in the eyes of Shin Tubiao, who wore colored glasses. He could not allow a country bumpkin to appear at the top of the overall leaderboard, especially not surpassing him. This was an insult, a blatant insult. Moreover, the other party showed him no respect, publicly cursing him. For Shin Tubiao, nothing was more important at this moment than finding Lu Feng and smashing him into a meat patty. College entrance examination? Go to hell. With his talent and family resources, he could still be recommended to the best university in the country. A generous reward for anyone who can provide me with Lu Feng's location. Shin Tubiao posted a bounty on the full-screen information. The so-called generous reward, in addition to some money and equipment in reality, also included Shin Tubiao's promise to help boost scores and improve the other person's college entrance examination results, ensuring they could get into a key university. Once this bounty message was released, the channel instantly erupted, with countless people flocking to it. In comparison, Shin Tubiao was the eldest son of the Shinta family in the provincial capital, holding a high position and power, while Lu Feng was just from a small county. In terms of talent, one was SS level and the other B level, with future potential vastly different. Moreover, this bounty was related to their own future, and many people, driven by greed, began to use their means to secretly investigate Lu Feng's location and information. Even if Lu Feng had high scores, so what? He could be respected but had nothing to do with them. However, as long as they played the bad guy and provided information to Shin Tubiao, they could benefit themselves and even change their own fate. From a human perspective, this was understandable. Therefore, many were willing to sell out this stranger in exchange for their own rise to prominence, and among them, even some people from Wind City privately messaged Shin Tubiao. Before the scout Xiao Mo arrived, Lu Feng had already waited for the magical beast to show up. The ground beneath him stirred slightly, and then it exploded. A long, dark centipede resembling a dragon burrowed up from the ground, its body shooting out like a train, segment by segment at high speed. Centipede Elder, Lord level, LV20 Health, 110000/11000000 skills. Iron Armor Scales, Molting Rebirth, 1000 Wounds Danger level? 6 stars. The Insight skill revealed the attributes of the opponent. This centipede, based on its stats, was even higher than the Hell level Empress of Fengyue City, and its size and destructive power were far more terrifying than the Empress. Lu Feng prepared for battle, instructing Shuai Shai to move forward a position, ready to attack at any moment. But just then, from above the centipede elder, Shamo's head popped out, holding a fairy sword and pressing it against a weasel's neck. Aha! This surprised Lu Feng a bit. Xiao Mo then kicked the weasel down. Thud, thud. A palm-sized mouse fell out from the weasel, and the two little creatures rolled down, landing in front of Lu Feng. The weasel had already fainted, but the mouse that fell seemed unscathed. It quickly stood up, bowed its head to the ground, and pleaded with Lu Feng, "Spare me, don't kill me. If you let me live, I can bring you value." This mouse, like the previous Treant leader, also spoke human language. Lu Feng examined it and saw that it was not an ordinary mouse but a shrew from the Guangdong region. The shrew's glands secrete a foul odor to make itself unappealing to predators, which is why it is locally known as the stinky mouse. "You are the mouse that stole the eternal spring, right?" Yes, but I did it out of necessity, forced by circumstances." "Oh, the situation is like this. I was originally in Area 2, and after offending the Lord of Area 2, I had no choice but to steal the eternal spring and offer it to him to survive." The stinky mouse trembled as it detailed the process, especially emphasizing its tragic experiences in Area 2 and how it had to steal the spring from the Treant clan. All bad people who do bad things will habitually find good reasons for themselves and pretend to be pitiful, trying to get others to let them off. Lu Feng replied flatly, his words carrying a hint of mockery. "I am not some saint, nor do I like to champion for others. I have a sense of justice, but not much. Whoever can bring me more benefits, I will stand with them." The Tree People clan implored me, insisting that when I find you, I must dismember you and bring back the eternal spring. If I do that, they will forever be loyal to me. They say that timid as a mouse, indeed, a mouse's courage is small. With just a slight scare from Lu Feng, the frightened mouse trembled on its legs and hurriedly said, "You mustn't listen to that rotten tree person. If you kill me, you will never get the holy spring back in your lifetime. Only I have a way to go to the second district. Moreover, I know many things. I am far more valuable than those tree people." Lu Feng raised an eyebrow playfully. "Like what? For example, I know. There is a treasure in Grand Zyner that hasn't been revealed for 10,000 years. That treasure is the greatest treasure of the Eastern River Province, and it lies at the core of Grand Zyner. Only I know how to get there." "The greatest treasure of the Eastern River Province? Are you joking? I'm looking at the college entrance examination map." "Really? I'm not lying to you. The college entrance examination map is essentially a treasure artifact. In the treasure artifact, copies are deployed to calculate scores, and to summon the monsters from the copies, it requires the operation of energy. To provide magical energy to so many monsters at once, a large amount of energy crystal is needed. The treasure I mentioned is the Qiankuan bag, which can efficiently convert energy crystals. The divine fire within the Qiankuan bag can refine the energy crystals, providing energy for the monsters in the entire treasure artifact copies." Lu Feng truly did not expect that this frightened mouse not only could speak human language but also knew about the outside world. "You know about the college entrance examination?" "Oh no." I slipped up in my excitement. The frightened mouse covered its mouth, its eyes darting around. Lu Feng conjured a celestial sword in his hand, pointing it at the frightened mouse. "I'm more curious about your identity than any treasure. Who are you? How do you know these things? You not only have the ability to transmit space but also the skill to control beasts." Lu Feng glanced at the centipede elder under Xiao Mo's feet. "Speak. If you don't, I'll send you to your demise right now." I'll tell you, the frightened mouse squeaked, fearing that Lu Feng might accidentally stab down with the celestial sword. The mouse chattered on, revealing the whole story. It turned out that this shrew in front of him was actually a human. Moreover, a uniquely gifted human with dual professions, summoner plus astrologer, named Fan Tianzong. After experiencing a certain calamity, he had invaded the body of a frightened mouse with his powerful spirit, thus merging his soul with the physical form and becoming a shrew. The unique abilities he possessed were all techniques from his previous life as an astrologer. "You are actually a professional and a summoner? What a coincidence. I am also a summoner. Do you have any experience to share?" After clarifying everything, Lu Feng chose to trust him for the time being and sheathed his celestial sword. "I'm afraid I can't. In my time, the alternate space hadn't been sealed, and summoned creatures were directly summoned from the alternate space without the cumbersome processes you have now, like contracts and designated monster books. There were too many restrictions." Fan Tianzong shook his head, indicating he couldn't help. "However, I do have a way to help you bypass the border's blockade and successfully connect to the alternate space to summon creatures from there." "Oh, it seems you have quite a skill. Your mouse appearance and demeanor don't match at all." "Oh, young hero, you flatter me.
It's just the most basic astrological positioning technique among astrologers. The profession of astrologer had been abolished 30 years ago due to the extremely low number of awakeners, making it impossible to form a system. Moreover, the only difference from mages was the few additional abilities like astrology and space conversion, which could easily categorize them with mages, making further subdivision unnecessary. Moreover, the prospects for astrologers are too bleak. Basically, only large families or royal nobles are willing to befriend astrologers and provide them with official positions and salaries. This Fan Tianzong claims he has lived for 200 years, and he has spent over 100 years just within the treasure of the college entrance examination in Grand Jinhua. At first, Lu Feng was not very convinced, but as Fan Tianzong recounted events from many years ago and shared secrets about the profession, he gradually began to believe what the other person was saying. So can you now? Lu Feng was about to ask if he could open a summoning to another world when Fan Tianzong interjected. The examination array has barrier restrictions, and once you communicate with another space, it will be discovered by the powerful of the Dragon Kingdom. To open a passage to another space and summon beings from there, we will have to wait until we get out. Lu Feng looked at the rat-like Fan Tianzong speaking so confidently, and the fear he had felt earlier was gone, making him seem like a wise figure. Lu Feng nodded. You do know quite a bit. I should really call you senior, but somehow, I feel like you're just painting a picture for me. Upon hearing this, Fan Tianzong waved his hands repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. But the truth is just as I said, otherwise, I would have definitely helped you break the restrictions. One more question. You've been in this treasure for so many years, encountering various modified dungeons. You must have met quite a few people, right? Didn't anyone let something slip? Or, did you harm them all? No, absolutely not. I haven't interacted with anyone in the past 100 years, I swear to the heavens. Although the monsters in the dungeons keep changing, the map layout of Grand Jinhua and the spatial formations inside are all the same old tricks, just a change of soup without changing the medicine. In each monster area, I have my own special hidden place with barriers and formations that can communicate with each other. Generally, not to mention being able to talk face to face with me, people don't even know where I am. Moreover, in the level 20 monster area, plus the lord level and commander level monsters guarding it, a normal person wouldn't dare to enter even if they knew. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng thought it made sense. Not to mention the ranks of the monsters, just in the level 20 monster area, among the candidates, there wouldn't be more than 100 students in a cohort who could reach this place. Even the ordinary level 20 monsters would be enough to give them a hard time, let alone the commander level or lord level. How many of last year's top students from Dongjiang could handle a level 20 centipede elder? And even if they could defeat these monsters, it was thanks to Lu Feng having Xiao Mo as a scout. Otherwise, the formations underground could easily confuse them, and they wouldn't be able to catch this guy. Hiding in the examination array to escape from enemies is indeed a brilliant idea, but after all these years, haven't you thought about getting out? Do you plan to stay here as a rat for the rest of your life? Just trying to survive. Living poorly is better than dying well. You see, I'm so afraid of death and cherish my life, I just can't bear to die. Fan Tianzong sighed like a mouse, changing the subject. Alright, I've told you my background, so I've satisfied your curiosity, right? Next, let's discuss how to retrieve the Fountain of Youth. I have a way to help you bypass the 3rd district and reach the 2nd district. I left a hole there. Through the transmission gate I reserved earlier, you can go directly to the secret room where the Heart of Youth is stored. But the premise is that you have to take down that big guy in the 4th district. If you can't defeat it, everything we're discussing now is pointless. According to Fan Tianzong's introduction, in Grand Jinua's 9 districts, only the 4th to 9th districts are truly open to the outside, as no one has ever been able to pass through the 4th district. In fact, even the number of people who have reached the 4th district can be counted on one hand. Therefore, the changes in the college entrance examination every year actually refer to the shifts from Zone 9 to Zone 5, while Zones 4 to 1 have remained unchanged from the beginning. The magical beasts imprisoned within were not originally intended for the candidates. Their power has far exceeded what the current candidates can handle. For example, in a math exam, the last major question is one that no one has ever been able to answer perfectly within the allotted time. Even many PhD holders in mathematics would struggle with it. Similarly, the college entrance examination in Grand Jinhua is designed to maintain this level of difficulty. That far exceeds common sense. One reason is that, in the unlikely event that a prodigy emerges, they might actually succeed, even if the probability is almost zero. Another reason is that a college entrance examination allows students to reach their limits, achieving a final score, which in a sense is equivalent to a perfect score on the exam. Such a situation is absolutely not allowed, as it could lead to arrogance among highly talented students, serving to temper their pride. Controlling scores is sometimes a manifestation of the authority of the professional alliance. Therefore, no one would even think about moving from Zone 1 to Zone 3. The talented ones only see reaching Zone 4 to catch a glimpse of the truth as their goal. As for breaking through Zone 4, no one has managed to do that in Dongjiang for so many years, so why would you be able to? Only someone with an SSS level national level talent could achieve that. But in Dongjiang, an SSS level talent hasn't appeared in 100 years. Zone 4? Do you think I can pass? Lu Feng smiled at Fan Tianzong, its claws resting on its chin. 50-50. At least from my observations over the years, you are the strongest person and the one with the best chance of passing. As he said this, he glanced at the shattered corpse of the golden-tailed centipede on the ground and spoke sincerely. Killing a level 20 commander-class magical beast was as easy as chopping vegetables. With such strength, perhaps there would be a chance against a level 30 magical beast. Although I don't know why your summoned beast stats are so exaggerated, that's your secret. I can see your strength, and that's enough. Fan Tianzong still didn't have an accurate definition of Lu Feng's true strength, and Lu Feng didn't explain. Moreover, he also had no clear understanding of Fan Tianzong. He felt that Fan Tianzong had always been hiding something, even if the timid and cowardly demeanor it displayed was subject to scrutiny regarding its authenticity. However, Lu Feng's goal was to farm in the wild and obtain the Eternal Spring, which did not conflict with his main task. In fact, the other party could even provide assistance in this matter, so Lu Feng pretended not to know and did not delve deeper. Alright, no time to waste. Lead the way and take us out. According to Fan Tianzong, there were no transmission gates from Zone 5 to Zone 6 that could directly reach Zone 2. They had to go through Zone 4 to access Zone 2 and then obtain the Eternal Spring. This meant that the passage between these zones had no bugs and had to be navigated according to the rules of the college entrance examination. Okay. Fan Tianzong awakened its weasel mount, riding ahead to lead the way, twisting and turning underground until they finally arrived at a passage that ascended to the surface. Lu Feng flew up on his sword, stretching lazily. The air outside is still fresh. He sighed and suddenly turned to Fan Tianzong. By the way, you're an astrologer, so you should have strong spiritual perception, right? What's the current range of your perception? Why do you ask that? I haven't specifically tested it, but under this weasel body, it can probably cover about 1% of my peak range. Covering an area is not a problem. Can you sense the entire Zone 6? I can. Fan Tianzong nodded. Help me sense if there are any living people in Zone 6. Lu Feng thought for a moment. At this point, there probably wouldn't be many people in Zone 6, right? If no one was there, could he clear the area with a big move? After all, farming alone was too slow and would affect their journey, but using the big move to clear the map is convenient, and it only takes a moment. The benefits are indeed substantial. This was also a plan he thought of after learning from Fan Tianzong that there were no group monsters in the upcoming areas. The one-way gate cannot be used back and forth, so resources cannot be wasted. The clearing skill should be used early. Fan Tianzong closed his eyes, his claws gently pressed together, and soon he sensed, in Zone 6. Besides you, there are 2 other people. So soon? There are already people in Zone 6? Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Just as he finished speaking, Fan Tianzong frowned. Wait, one of their positions is very close. Only 500 meters, no, 300 meters, only 100 meters now. Fan Tianzong opened his eyes and looked ahead, only to see a figure transforming into a giant hammer that blotted out the sky, smashing towards their direction. Boom! The attacker against Lu Feng and the others was a massive meatball, standing over 2 meters tall, looking like a heavy door due to its bulk. Boom! Faced with the sudden attack, Lu Feng only used one hand to block it, his left palm gripping the opponent's fist, then his right fist swung out. Bang! Shintu Biao used his elbow to block, but when that punch hit him, he felt as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. His entire left side went soft, and his body flew back like a cannonball. Creak! After rolling a few times on the ground, Shintu Biao steadied himself, his feet digging into the ground, leaving 2 deep furrows. Steadying himself, Shintu Biao looked up in shock at Lu Feng. Aren't you a summoner? How can you have such a powerful body? Shintu Biao had spent a considerable amount to find Lu Feng's location and rushed to Zone 6. The moment he saw Lu Feng, he couldn't contain his excitement and anger. He gathered all his rage and strength and threw a punch with the momentum of his charge. In his expectation, this punch would catch Lu Feng off guard, with no summoned beasts around. The weak and powerless summoner Lu Feng would be left half paralyzed if he didn't die. He even imagined Lu Feng covered in blood, trembling and begging for mercy. However, the reality was that Lu Feng effortlessly caught his fist and sent him flying with a single punch. Feeling that overwhelming power, he couldn't believe it. Now, with the support of the little demon, Lu Feng's physical strength had already reached the peak of the same level, slightly inferior to Shui Shui, but compared to other professionals at the same stage, he was a god. He wasn't afraid of a level 20 SS berserker. How could he fear an ordinary meat-fighting high school student? Who, blowing on his smoking fist, Lu Feng looked indifferently at Shintu Biao. For this guy who had recklessly tried to kill him, Lu Feng had already developed a killing intent. Shintu Biao's punch in that situation just now, Lu Feng dared to say that almost no one could have received it so steadily. A normal person would probably not even be able to activate their defensive shield before they were done for. Clearly, the other party was not simply trying to compete but was out for his life. Who are you? Lu Feng casually summoned Shui Shui, while Xiao Mo kept an eye on Fan Tianzong and his weasel, retreating to the side of the light wall barrier. Bastard, remember this, the one sending you on your way is called Shintu Biao. Shintu Biao slowly straightened up, revealing a fierce expression, cracking his knuckles. Oh, so it's you, you idiot.
Hearing the name, Lu Feng remembered that there was indeed such a person in the provincial city who crazily tagged him like a wise guy. But he didn't care, wasting even a minute talking to such a clown was a waste of time. He never expected that they would actually come looking for him, offering themselves up to be beaten by Lu Feng. Huh? What did you say? On the internet, calling him an idiot was one thing, but Shin Tu-biao never expected that the person would stand right in front of him now, and Lu Feng still dared to call him an idiot? Can't you hear me? I said, so it's you, this idiot. Boom. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, Shin Tu-biao went into a rage, the ground beneath him cracking as he charged at Lu Feng. This time, he had been gathering strength for a long time and had even used a battle technique. His fists swelling up significantly. Let's see how you block this. The power of this punch was astonishing, like a mountain collapsing, instilling fear in anyone who saw it. Bang! Yet, despite the immense force, Shuai merely swung his arm to block it effortlessly. What? How is this possible? Shin Tu-biao's pupils contracted, his expression more difficult to accept than eating shit. This punch, even a battle general would have to avoid its edge, and yet it was so easily received? Before he could recover from the shock, Shin Tu-biao's hand was already caught by Shuai, and then, with a speed invisible to the naked eye, another fist struck his stomach. A wave of energy surged, Shin Tu-biao's eyes widened, blood spilling from his mouth. The back of his clothes and leather armor shattered, revealing a large bulge. The front half of his body had already sunk in an exaggerated manner. Then, with another kick from Shuai, Shin Tu-biao was sent flying, crashing into a pile of dirt. Thud thud, the falling stones covered the fallen Shin Tu-biao. In the back, Fan Tianzong clicked his tongue twice, exclaiming, the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Among the peers in Dongjiang, he can definitely be considered a leader. Yet, such a genius is like a child in the face of your master's other summoned beast, with no power to resist. The gap is too great. That punch just now shattered his internal organs, sending someone's head 1,000 miles away, a small gift with great sentiment. Lu Feng shook his head helplessly, treating this as an interlude and a small farce. The damage Shuai had inflicted was enough to send him to meet the Buddha in the West, so he turned to wrap things up. Unexpectedly, a tremendous battle intent surged from behind him, accompanied by a sinister laugh. Ha, I really didn't expect it. The first person to make me feel this great power would be you, a country bumpkin. From the countryside. Boom! The mound of dirt where Shin Tu-biao had fallen exploded, and from the dust, a figure emerged. It was Shin Tu-biao, completely stripped of his upper clothing, but now he was significantly smaller than before. If he had been fat and strong before, now he was only strong, with all the fat gone, and his injuries had healed. Ding! The sunlight shone down, reflecting off his abdominal muscles. Shin Tu-biao had SS-level talent, enough to look down on others, but he was still a hidden class, one of the legendary divine professions, the gluttonous war god, and had acquired the divine skill rapid digestion. This skill could not be triggered actively, it could only be triggered passively. When Shin Tu-biao received damage that exceeded his body's capacity, the cells within his body would undergo digestive division, allowing him to absorb the damage inflicted and convert it for his own use, as well as digest and compress the energy within the cells, achieving a multiple increase in combat power. In the past, the opponents Shin Tu-biao encountered who could make him change shape even slightly were already remarkable. So far, he had encountered very few who could shrink his size significantly, and never had anyone made him consume almost all his fat with a single punch. Directly leaping to the evolution stage 3. I've never seen rapid digestion at this intensity before. Shin Tu-biao licked his lips, and with a whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot. The sound of air being torn apart surrounded him as he fiercely cut through the air, his speed astonishing. Lu Feng had never seen such a peculiar skill. Even after being beaten half to death, he could still resurrect on the spot and increase his combat power. At the beginning, Shin Tu-biao's fighting ability was at most comparable to a one-star warrior, but after his form changed, just his speed and the pressure he exerted were stronger than that of a 3-star warrior. Whoosh! The handsome figure quickly vanished, creating a sound of air bursting. The next second, the two clashed in mid-air above them. Boom! They exchanged a punch. Crack! Shin Tu-biao's arm was instantly shattered, and despite enduring the pain, his face twisted as he swung his other arm. Another punch collided, and predictably, his other arm was also shattered. Then came the passive beating. The handsome fists were like mountains, twisting Shin Tu-biao's flesh and bones, blood splattering several meters. He was knocked away countless times, his body already unrecognizable, but after falling, his body would quickly shrink like a deflated balloon, digesting and absorbing rapidly. Initially, it was just fat that was shrinking, but now even his muscles and bones were being digested and converted into energy. Meanwhile, his strength was rapidly increasing. By the end, Shin Tu-biao transformed from a 2-meter-tall, burly strong man into a lean thin dog under 1.80 m. But although his size decreased, the strength and power of his body became even more formidable. 6th stage. It's at the 6th stage. My body has developed to the 6th stage. This power is truly mesmerizing. In fact, Shin Tu-biao did not fully understand his own divine skill. He only knew that the heavier the injuries he sustained, each time he reached a critical point, his body would undergo digestion and absorption. As his body shrank, his combat power would receive a tremendous boost, but he did not know where The limit was or how much digestion he could endure. Today, he had already broken through his limits too much, directly reaching the 6th stage of digestion. This endless power made him obsessed. He was now at least 100 times stronger than in his normal state. Now, he was comparable to the peak of a warrior. Die! He sprang up from the ground again, charging straight at the handsome one, who met him with another punch. Bang! A wave of air surged outward from the center, the shockwave spreading, shattering the ground beneath them. This time, Shintu Biao took Shintu's frontal attack head-on, only stepping back half a step. Then he stepped forward and threw a punch, while the handsome one also struck heavily. Thus, the two began a physical confrontation, exchanging punches in close combat. Each punch landed with force. In the midst of the fighting, Shintu Biao's combat power grew stronger with each hit, gradually allowing him to match the handsome one evenly. Now, neither could do anything to the other. It was purely a test of who could last until the end. In terms of stamina, physical resilience, and endurance, Lu Feng had absolute confidence in the handsome one, and Shintu Biao's divine skill that allowed him to gain such immense power surely had side effects. As fierce as he was, now he would be just as miserable when the backlash came. What surprised him, however, was that this guy could be so fierce. Even with the enhancement of the divine skill, a direct confrontation with the handsome one was something a warrior level could not achieve. His physical strength had already reached the king level, right? In the back, Fan Tianzong squinted at the battlefield, murmuring, Shintu Biao, he is indeed the purest bloodline of the Shintu family. After all these years, has a descendant finally inherited that demonic skill? What price have you all paid for this? The battle between Shintu Biao and the handsome one gradually intensified. By the end, Shintu Biao had activated the ultimate digestion mode, and in this mode, he found he could not defeat the summoned beast before him. Yes, the opponent is merely a summoned beast, and now he possesses at least 100 times the combat power of his normal state. However, he doesn't even qualify to make Lu Feng summon a second beast. Don't be fooled by his outwardly arrogant and manic laughter. Inside, he is already shaken to the core. What a joke! A version of himself that is over 100 times stronger can barely fight against one of the opponent's summoned beasts? Conversely, that means Lu Feng's summoned beast is at least 100 times stronger than him. Moreover, at Lu Feng's level, he must have at least 4 summoned beasts. It's important to know that the increase in combat power from the number of summoned beasts is not as simple as adding 1 plus 1, their combined combat power multiplies. If all those summoned beasts were to attack together, Shintu Biao couldn't even imagine the consequences. A B-rank summoner has combat power equivalent to at least hundreds of me in normal state? What kind of monster and freak is this? Shintu Biao never considered the consequences of his actions and didn't know what fear was, but in this matter he regretted it and felt a deep sense of dread. He had always been seen as a monster in the eyes of others, but now, in front of Lu Feng, he finally understood what a true monster was. Boom! Just as the battle was reaching a fever pitch, suddenly, Shintu Biao's heart began to pound violently, and then it started to contract sharply. The boiling hot blood in his body lost its source of power in an instant, and before he could cover his chest, he was sent flying by a powerful punch from Lu Feng. Oh no! I've reached the ultimate limit of digestion. The good news was that Shintu Biao realized how many times his god-level digestion could enhance his combat power. The bad news was that his body had reached its limit and was starting to backfire, while the summoned beast on the opposite side showed almost no signs of decline. Puff! As he rapidly digested to the end and was forced to release, Shintu Biao was left as a mere skeleton, the flesh on his face sunken in, resembling a withered old man drained of life. He lay on the ground gasping for breath, lacking even the strength to lift his head. You bastard, if you want to kill me, go ahead. If I can't kill you, it's because I'm not as skilled. Lu Feng slowly walked forward, finding it quite amusing. Is this what they call self-motivation? You came running over with such conviction to kill me, but when things don't go your way, you act all indifferent and noble? It's quite the heroic act. You think you're above everyone else, unmatched in power, and can crush me like an ant? Then you better be prepared to be crushed like an ant yourself. No need to remind me, I will definitely kill you. After all, I, Lu Feng, have always respected your wishes. Lu Feng flipped his palm, a murderous intent radiating from him as a wind blade several meters long shot towards Shintu Biao's head. Buzz! At that moment, a bright light surged in front of Shintu Biao, and a phantom projected from the pendant hanging around his neck, neutralizing Lu Feng's wind blade. However, Lu Feng's wind blade clearly shocked the opponent, causing him to sway as if he had used a great deal of strength to withstand it. Sir, spare me if you can. I am Shin Tu Jing, the elder of the Shintu family in the provincial city. Let's talk this over. As long as you agree to let Shintu Biao go, our family is willing to make a deal with you. We can provide you with any resources you desire. Lu Feng had seen a similar pendant on Wu Qingfeng, but Wu Qingfeng's pendant could only withstand one major injury and could not project a human figure. It seemed that the pendant worn by Shintu Biao was even more high-end than Wu Qingfeng's. Let him go? Lu Feng frowned. Yes, as long as you can let him go and allow him to continue with his college entrance examination, we can clear the grudges between us. The Shintu family can guarantee not to hold you accountable and can agree to certain conditions. How about it? The opponent laid out the terms. but Lu Feng just laughed, a loud, hearty laugh. I let him go, and then we clear our grudges, and you won't hold me accountable? Ha ha ha. Please, you all need to understand, it's him, Shinta Biao, who is coming to trouble me and wants to kill me. I am the victim. What do you mean by letting him go? If you don't pursue responsibility, what does that mean? It means only you can kill me, and I can only defend myself, not retaliate, right? If I lose, then I deserve to die. If he loses, I have to spare him. What kind of logic is that? So, it's been said that the Shinta family will provide you with a certain degree of compensation. Do I care about your little compensation? Lu Feng asked coldly. The other party was taken aback for a moment but quickly regained their composure, responding with a hint of sarcasm. Whether you care or not, you won't know until you bring it up. The resources of the Shinta family are much greater than you can imagine. Even if it's limited, I think it should be enough to satisfy you. In truth, the elder looked down on Lu Feng from the bottom of his heart, but with Shinta Biao in a precarious situation, he had to endure and continue speaking to stabilize the other's emotions. Satisfy me? But right now, I don't want anything. I just want Shinta Biao dead. Lu Feng said the first half of the sentence lightly, but his tone turned fierce in the second half. If someone wants me dead, I absolutely cannot let him live. If I let go of someone who tries to kill me, that would be too contrary to my heart. While Lu Feng still had to consider various forces outside in the examination array, if he was killed, it would be deserved. Apart from offending the Shinta family, the government and the alliance had nothing to say. Hey, you dare! Lu Feng's sudden outburst startled the elder of the Shinta family. He shouted angrily, channeling the void power within the pendant to resist the attack. The ground crumbled and stone spikes shot up. The elder waved his hand, wrapping Shinta Biao in an energy sphere to protect him tightly, confronting the stone spikes head-on. The power of the stone spikes was astonishing. The energy that could have sustained for half an hour was almost consumed in an instant. This made him realize that the magical means of the young man before him were extraordinary. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences before acting. In Dongjiang, if you offend the Shinta family, can you bear the wrath of the Shinta family? As long as you stop now, there's still a chance for negotiation. He shouted, but what greeted him was only fierce magic. The fluctuations of these elemental magic skills seemed sparse and ordinary, appearing to be the most common magic, yet their damage and power were terrifyingly high. This kind of ordinary damage has already surpassed advanced magic. How is that possible? Unless his magical strength has reached 6 figures? Impossible. What a joke. How could a high school student reach such magical strength, especially since he is a summoner? The elder was experiencing a mental storm, unable to understand how the young man before him could possess such terrifying power. No wonder Biao has ended up like this. Threats and inducements were useless. The other party had made up their mind. The elder understood that this matter could not end well, and the energy within the pendant was about to be exhausted. Once it was depleted, Shinta Biao would undoubtedly die. You little brat, wait for me. This debt the Shinta family will remember. Originally, he thought the other party would be wary of the Shinta family and leave, and then Shinta Biao could recover and continue to stay in Grand Jinhua to complete the college entrance examination. But now, it was impossible to have both. He could only seek to preserve Shinta Biao's life. He recited a spell, raised Shinta Biao's arm, and forcibly activated the energy watch on Shinta Biao's wrist. This was a mandatory exit button that every examinee had to wear during the college entrance examination. Once activated, it would form an energy shield and teleport the examinee out of the instance. Once opened, it was considered giving up the college entrance examination. On one side, the elder was activating the halo, while on the other side, dense lightning gathered in Lu Feng's hand. He pointed with one finger, and the thunderous energy converged like 1,000 birds screeching into one point. Ziz, crackle. Lu Feng's thunderous power collided with the energy shield, and after a brief contact, to everyone's astonishment, the lightning actually pierced through the energy shield. The Grand Elder and Shinta Biao were both taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. The energy shield of the college entrance examination could withstand even the attacks of a war king, yet it was actually pierced through by a college student. In the midst of their astonishment, the Grand Elder used his last bit of energy to move Shinta Biao out of the way, allowing him to dodge the thunderbolt from Lei Si. Just when they thought Shinta Biao would be successfully transmitted away, the handsome figure suddenly appeared, crossing over the spot where Lu Feng had broken through, unleashing a wave of energy that struck directly at the center of Shinta Biao's abdomen. No! With his energy depleted, the Grand Elder saw this scene before dissipating, his eyes filled with rage as he roared. Shinta Biao's abdomen was directly blasted open, a gaping hole of blood appearing, his eyes were vacant, like a dead dog, disappearing into the light and being transmitted out of Grand No. Everything that had just happened was witnessed by Fan Tianzong, whose eyes sparkled with thoughtfulness. A summoner, able to freely manipulate the elemental energy of this world? Could this kid, like me, also be a dual-class practitioner? He murmured to himself. Moreover, not only could he manipulate earth and wind elements, but he could also easily summon lightning elements? It is known that among the many basic elements, lightning is the hardest to extract and condense, requiring much more mental and magical energy than other elements. Yet Lu Feng effortlessly extracted lightning elements from the air and was able to unleash such power in a short time. Even with his 200 years of experience, he couldn't comprehend it. This guy's elemental affinity and magical strength must have reached a terrifying level. How did he achieve this? Fan Tianzong posed a soul-searching question, knowing that even at his peak, he might not have been able to do so, while this young man before him. In a daze, Lu Feng had already tidied up the battlefield and walked up to him. Fan Tianzong looked up to meet his gaze, seeing a pair of cold eyes, devoid of any emotion, as if he had not just experienced that fierce battle. Now, you've completely offended the Shinta family. This Shinta family holds considerable power in the provincial city. You must be careful once you go out, Fan Tianzong kindly reminded him, regaining his composure. We'll talk about the future later. The college entrance examination isn't over yet, Lu Feng replied with a dismissive smile. He didn't believe that after the examination, the Shinta family would dare to openly seek trouble with him. Don't forget, after the college entrance examination, there is still a final talent assessment. His SSS level talent was destined to be revealed, and as the top talent of Donjiang, what could the Shinta family do, no matter how powerful they were? Could they go against the government? Family, no matter how big a family is in Donjiang, they ultimately exist under the rules, not as the rules themselves. As long as the rules are still effective and Lu Feng's potential is great enough, then the so-called family animosity would merely be a thing of the past. Who would dare to lay a hand on the son of Donjiang's fortune? That would be courting death, making an enemy of all of Donjiang. That's true, but you are quite optimistic, and I'm even more powerful than you think, Lu Feng replied lightly to Fan Tianzong's compliment, then asked. In return, so now, what do you think my chances of passing the fourth zone are? Is it still 50-50? Fan Tianzong chuckled, gesturing with his claw-like hand, glancing at the handsome figure, then at Xiaomo. 90%. Then that's good. The strength displayed now is just the tip of the iceberg for Lu Feng. If his current strength was seen as having a 90% chance of passing in Fan Tianzong's eyes, then the fourth zone was already secured. Arriving at the one-way door leading from the sixth zone to the fifth zone, Lu Feng triggered the guardian mechanism. The guardians were a pack of saber-toothed lions, with the leading lion being a level 20 lord, comparable in strength to the centipede elder. Lu Feng didn't play around. Since the handsome figure had just warmed up and wasn't even fully satisfied, he sent it to eliminate these saber-toothed lions. A few minutes later, a magical halo appeared above the blood-soaked Shui Shui's head, and water flowed down from the halo, washing away all the bloodstains on its body. On the ground lay the scattered corpses of the lion pride, especially the lord-level male lion, which was the most tragic, with not a single intact spot on its body, all pockmarked with bloody holes. Its sharp fangs had all been pulled out, and one was broken like a snapped spear, with pools of blood at the pulp. Crossing the one-way gate, they entered the 5th district. Upon arriving in the 5th district, Lu Feng immediately had Xiao Mo ride his sword and lead a group towards the 4th district. Lu Feng stood on the sword, Xiao Mo stood on Lu Feng's shoulder, a weasel lay on Xiao Mo's head, and Fan Tianzong rode on the weasel's back. Along the way, they encountered magical beasts, but Lu Feng ignored them. The level 21 and 22 areas were peaceful, while the level 23 area had the magical beast Jumping Tiger. A few blind jumping tigers attempted to attack Lu Feng as he flew by, but he swiftly killed them with his sword. The elite level jumping tigers of level 23 were far weaker than the level 20 commander level golden-tailed centipede. A single thrust of the sword pierced its chest, and the jumping tiger perished. Crossing the level 23 area, they encountered no more actively attacking magical beasts in the level 24 and 25 areas. Arriving at the light gate of the 4th district's barrier, Lu Feng attracted the guarding magical beasts. The guarding magical beast was a level 25 lord-level two-headed hellhound. Lu Feng did not confront it directly but had Fan Tianzong conduct a regional probe. Are there any other people in the 5th district? Fan Tianzong pressed his claws against his temples, closed his eyes to sense, and after a long while, slowly opened his mouse-like eyes. No, there is only you, a human, in this 5th district. Why are you suddenly asking this? Through this one-way gate, we will face the monsters of the 4th district. We must defeat it to pass through the transmission gate to the 2nd district and obtain the Fountain of Eternal Youth. Although your chances of winning against it are high, it will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. I advise you to take it seriously. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it would be a wasted effort. Fan Tianzong said earnestly. Wasted effort? It's just fighting a magical beast. There's no need for such serious terminology. Lu Feng felt the other's anxiety. He seemed more serious and worried than himself. Clearly, it was Lu Feng who sought the Fountain of Eternal Youth, while Fan Tianzong was coerced into coming. How did it end up making Fan Tianzong seem so eager while Lu Feng became so casual? You seem to want to go to the 2nd district for the Fountain of Eternal Youth even more than I do? Are you afraid of my failure? I don't. I just thought that if we could get the Fountain of Eternal Youth sooner, I could be free, and besides, I have always cherished talents. We've come this far. If we fail, it would indeed be too regrettable. Fan Tianzong's gaze was somewhat evasive, not daring to look at Lu Feng. Lu Feng chuckled lightly. Oh? So that's how it is. It seems I was being overly sensitive. After saying that, a huge summoning array appeared above Lu Feng. Upon seeing this summoning array, Fan Tianzong's rat-like eyes squinted together, and he exclaimed, "This could it be?" The next second, a dragon's roar echoed from the array and a blue dragon slowly emerged. A dragon! It's a dragon! You actually summoned a dragon! Fan Tianzong's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the blue dragon, his shock lingering for a long time. This is not an ordinary earth dragon nor a low-tier dragon, but a true dragon. In this age of magic's decline, to still see a real dragon is incredible, truly incredible. After the little blue dragon appeared, Lu Feng also summoned Shuai Shuai, who jumped onto the back of the little blue dragon and then flapped its wings, soaring rapidly into the sky. What exactly do you want to do? Lu Feng did not answer but smiled gently. You'll know soon. Fan Tianzong remained silent, watching as Qinglong and Shuai Shuai flew to the highest point of the barrier. Shuai Shuai, Xiao Cheng, Qingtu. With Lu Feng's command, Shuai Shuai, holding a rake on the dragon's back, pierced his own wrist with a hook, pouring his blood onto the rake. Instantly, the rake glowed red, and Shuai Shuai was enveloped in a surge of blood energy. His entire body turned red, his hair billowing like a blood-colored demon. This was Shuai Shuai activating the extraordinary royal skill, Ultimate Martial Path. In the state of Ultimate Martial Path, Shuai Shuai's total attack attributes would increase by 60%, defense by 300%, and he could also imbue his exclusive weapon with magical effects. Blood Vortex for 1,000 miles. Infusing divine power into the rake, Shuai Shuai leaped from the sky. During his descent, the rake expanded dramatically. From below, it looked like a white four-pointed star plummeting rapidly, and upon hitting the ground, it exploded like a nuclear bomb. Boom! The mountains crumbled and the earth split. A terrifying explosion centered on where Shuai Shuai landed, causing an entire section of the map to shatter, spreading out like an earthquake, with the ground collapsing, trees and rocks swallowed up, sweeping towards Lu Feng and the others, crashing against the barrier's energy. In the 5th district, countless cries of magical beasts echoed, and in the next moment, something that shocked Fan Tianzong again occurred. Lava erupted from below. Splash! The scale was immense, the scene spectacular, leaving people in awe. True king-level skill, Blood Vortex for 1,000 miles. Zhu Zhizhen infuses divine power into the rake. A single strike can shatter mountains and crush the ground, causing the ground within a kilometer radius to crack, and can trigger the underground lava to erupt. Damage from the strike is Intelligence X 1000. Lava eruption is Intelligence X 1500. The damage effect of Blood Vortex for 1,000 miles combined with the second eruption of lava exceeded 1 million. Plus Shuai Shuai was still in the state of Ultimate Martial Path, making the power and range of the skill at least double that of the normal state. However, it was not over yet. After Shuai Shuai caused the 5th district's map to collapse and released the lava, the Qinglong above began to act, gathering power and breathing fire. True king-level skill, Dragon's Breath. Ignoring dual resistance, the flames spewed out are like molten lava, cannot be extinguished by water, and can deal total damage equal to spell power multiplied by 500. The already hellish ground under the Dragon's Breath saw the lava fire spread rapidly in a fan-shaped area, trees instantly turning to charcoal, and even the soil on the ground emitting hot steam, molten lava boiling, flames sweeping, creatures suffering. Gazing at the Qinglong breathing fire in the sky, Fan Tianzong was stunned, the firelight reflecting on his face, his emotions incredibly complex at that moment. Lu Feng had already surged to first place on the leaderboard after killing the level 20 guardian magical beast, which naturally shocked countless people. First place, Lu Feng, B-level summoner, Fengcheng number 2 high school, score 3798888. Second place, Ma Guifei, SS level hidden profession, Hangzhou number 1 high school, score 363670. Third place, Duan Heba, SS level hidden profession, Hangzhou number 2 high school, score 312998. Fourth place, Shintu Biao, SS level hidden profession, Hangzhou number 2 high school, score 131,677. Brothers, look, that god from the county level city has reached first place on the leaderboard. No way, is this real? This is too amazing, a student from a county level city taking first place on the leaderboard. I can't even imagine it, but he really did it. Am I still not awake, or is the world too crazy? This completely defies common sense. A county level city? B-level talent? The top in Dongjiang? Just luck, right? Just a momentary thing? Even if it's momentary, it's already ridiculously powerful, okay? You can score 370,000 points in this time frame? Goodness, 370,000. I haven't even reached 10,000 yet, and he's already at 370,000. How did he do it? B-level at the top of the overall leaderboard, suppressing a bunch of SS-level hidden professions. How ironic. The visual impact and the sense of incongruity are too strong. The biggest dark horse of the year. Oh no, saying it's the biggest dark horse in the entire history of Dongjiang wouldn't be an exaggeration. But it might not be certain. Until the last moment, no one knows who will be first. If a student from a county town really takes first place, that would be big news. The channel was buzzing with discussions, marveling at Lu Feng, while many also noticed that Shintu Biao's name had turned gray, indicating that he had exited the instance. Connecting this to the previous conflict between Shintu Biao and Lu Feng, it wasn't hard to imagine what had happened in between. After gasping in astonishment, they were afraid of offending anyone and dared not speak, swallowing their words. Xiao Heba, still fighting goblins in the level 5 area of Zone 9, looked at Lu Feng, who was first on the overall leaderboard, his mouth already twisted in frustration. In his heart, he lamented, "My good leg, why do you have to shine so brightly?" In the level 8 area of Zone 8, Wang Tianyi and his two companions, upon seeing Lu Feng reach the top, also sighed, "Lu Feng is truly worthy of being the great Lu, the first in Dongjiang. I thought he was already strong, but it turns out he's much stronger than we thought." In Zone 7, Bai Chushui, who had just surpassed 10,000 points in the level 15 area, struggled to clear a few magical beasts before leaning against a tree to check the leaderboard. Upon seeing that Lu Feng was already first overall, her heart sank. She had a strong premonition that Lu Feng wouldn't be first, but what she feared had come true, he really was first. A difference of 10,000 points and 370,000 points, that's just too big. 370,000 points in previous years would have placed someone in the top 5 of the college entrance examination in Dongjiang, but now, less than a day had passed, and there were still 2 full days until the exam ended. This meant that Bai Chushua wouldn't be able to surpass 370,000 points in 3 days. Her initial goal was only 100,000 points. In Zone 6, in the level 18 area, not long ago, Duan Tianda had leveled up from level 15 to level 16 and then all the way to level 18. Coincidentally, at the one-way gate in the Jincheng area, it seemed he didn't need to fight any guardian monsters. He could pass through smoothly without any obstacles. He had prepared for a tough battle, planning to team up to fight the guardians, but when he arrived at the one-way gate, there was nothing, just a pile of corpses. He had a bold thought, could it be that boy? But it was too bold, and he didn't dare to truly think that way. Now he saw that Lu Feng had already surged to the top of the overall leaderboard. My goodness, this guy is defying the heavens. All these monsters on the leaderboard are being suppressed below. Wow, so fierce, too fierce. This year's college entrance examination is truly exciting. A kid from a county-level city is leading the way. TSK. It seems I've definitely caught the luck of Jincheng. In Zone 6, Duan Heba looked at the leaderboard, falling into deep doubt. What the hell, am I mistaken? I, an SS level, can't even beat you guys while bringing 4 people? And Ma Guifei, this plant-type divine profession, is one thing, but what the hell is a B-level talent from a county-level city? Also, what's up with Shin Tu Biao? Wasn't he supposed to go deal with the country bumpkins? Oh, he got himself killed, what a waste. In Zone 6, in the level 20 area, the usually calm Ma Guifei couldn't help but express her confusion. Huh? He surpassed me? How did he do that? Ma Guifei is a divine being of the wood element, with the timing, location, and people all in his favor, yet he can't secure the top score and is surpassed by a B-level summoner from a county-level city? Has this kid been on drugs? Ma Guifei's body shimmered with a faint blue light. Although he couldn't understand, he still shook his head. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The current score-boosting pace isn't even my limit. Below level 25, my divine skills can ignore the levels of the monsters. Once I reach the level 20 area, my farming speed won't be much slower than before, but the score from each monster will significantly increase. Therefore, this farce will end soon. The first place is still mine. He confidently muttered to himself, but as soon as he finished speaking, the leaderboard score suddenly jumped, and Ma Guifei's face instantly fell, darkening to the point of dripping water, followed by sheer shock. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What? How is this possible? He saw Lu Feng's score soar from 370,000 to 6 million in a single leap, and it didn't stop there. The numbers continued to rise at a visible speed. 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million. 10 million? Ma Guifei stood frozen in place. 1 second he was full of confidence, swearing he would be first, and the next second he was struck down to the ground. Is he insane? Did he mess up the exam? Is there a data error? He couldn't believe anyone could achieve this score. Historically, the top score in the college entrance examination in Dongjiang was around 1 million, and Ma Guifei's progress was already considered very fast. If all went well, he could break 1 million after 3 days of exams. But now, someone, a B-level talent from a county-level city, had pushed their score to 10 million on the first day of the exam. What does that even mean? Is it possible? That year, I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what a rival was, but it made me understand what a father was. Ma Guifei's pupils contracted, and he covered his head with his hands. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could someone take my first place? No way. I was born to be first. I was born to be the strongest in Dongjiang. Since he could remember, his stats had always far surpassed those of his peers, and his grades were always first. He had never placed second. After awakening his SS-level hidden profession, the gap with his peers only widened. He was the highest-scoring student in this college entrance examination, the student with the greatest potential, and the highest-level student. But why? How could a B-level talent stand above him? This was the first time he felt so anxious and unstable. Because if this score was real, he couldn't surpass it. He would have to hand over first place. He couldn't accept someone taking his first. Duan Heba swept his bangs up, revealing his broad forehead. What the hell? What is this? Can someone tell me what this is? This guy named Lu Feng, is he some kind of monster? The server score shows normal, there's no bug? Damn it, did he bribe the examiners? I even suspect the scoring device is his family's. Duan Heba couldn't help but curse. He had prepared so thoroughly for this exam, and it was one thing to have Manguefe ahead of him, but now this kind of prodigy appeared, making him lose all desire to compete. With an SS level hidden profession and 4S plus level helpers farming for him, he could only come in third, and the gap to first place was dozens of times. He felt like he wasn't there to compete for first place or to shine and show off, he was just there to be a backdrop for the real prodigy. My efforts seem to be worth nothing. It's hard to imagine that this sentence would come from Duan Heba, one of the strongest talents in Dongjiang, but the reality is that when faced with that score of 10 million, it felt like an insurmountable mountain loomed before him, leaving him with nothing but a sense of powerlessness, unable to feel any other emotion. There was also something else that made him uncomfortable. It was one thing to surpass him in numbers, but Lu Feng had directly surpassed him by 2 digits. He was at 6 digits, while Lu Feng was already at 8. Looking at the long string of numbers behind Lu Feng, he felt distinctly short. And his name was Duan Heba. The 2 words short and cut off were what he hated the most. He had been sensitive to those words since he was young, and now seeing Lu Feng's long score, he couldn't help but think of all the negative terms. Short, 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 I'm not short. When Duan Tianda saw Lu Feng's score soar to 10 million, he could no longer express it in words. Recalling the earlier encounter with Lu Feng in front of the spider cave, he felt a slight flush on his face. He had mocked him for pretending, but Lu Feng truly had that strength. Thinking back on what he had said, he felt more and more foolish, especially when he had boasted about being a talent from the provincial city. He felt utterly embarrassed. Cough, how embarrassing, pretending in front of such a big shot. I'm really a fool, just thinking about it makes it awkward. But who would have thought he could be this strong? 10 million points, that's a direct creation of Dongjiang's historical record. A mythical big shot, and we encountered him in our generation. I don't know if we should feel honored or. At this thought, Duan Tianda didn't want to continue. For him, his goal was to get into the best university in the country before the college entrance examination, and someone like that he could only look up to. On the other side of District 7, Wu Di and his friends stared at each other, stunned for several minutes. Di Ge, slap me, I want to know if I'm dreaming. Wu Di gave him a slap. Slap. Damn, that hurts, it stings. This isn't a dream. This summoner from Fengcheng is really the number 1 in Dongjiang, and he has pulled his score to the 10 million level. Yeah, the highest score in Dongjiang's history was set 33 years ago, and it was only a little over 3 million, but that was achieved by an SSS hidden class. This Lu Feng is only B class. My brother, truth does not deceive me. Wu Di's mind conjured up Wu Qingfeng's mischievous smile. No wonder you kept smiling, you had ulterior motives. But indeed, I'm shocked. Fengcheng has produced such an extraordinary person. Not just Fengcheng and not just Jincheng, it's already Dongjiang. Dongjiang has produced an extraordinary student. Wu Di opened a paper fan and waved it gently in front of him. Looking up at the distant sky, he sighed deeply. From this moment on, his concept of genius would be overturned and redefined. Bai Chushua looked at the score, silent, the wind blowing through her hair, teasing her golden locks, but it couldn't blow away her sorrow. Her lips parted slightly as she self-deprecatingly said, I should learn how to write the 4 characters, the sky is high and the earth is thick. If she had any luck before, now she held no hope at all. Indeed, this first place must be Lu Feng. And she now understood one thing, it wasn't that the gap between her and Lu Feng was large, but rather the gap between her and the second in Dongjiang was vast. It was like a chasm. How could someone like that be compared to her? The sparrow knows not the ambition of the swan, and the ant mistakenly takes the true dragon for a worm. Is this her narrow vision? Self-proclaimed genius, stepping stone? A joke, truly a huge joke. This was all just her one-sided wishful thinking. He didn't even regard her as anything. I'm sorry, Dad, Uncle Yun, Mengpa, I've let you down. Lin Li hung the bow and arrow around her neck, the bowstring just tight enough to accentuate her curves, making her ample bosom even more enticing. Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua felt their blood rush. Zhao Hua sensed warm liquid about to drip from his nostrils and hurriedly said, Lin Li, you've hung your bow and arrow the wrong way. Wang Tianyi swallowed hard, his soul questioning, doesn't it hurt to have it like that? Hearing this, Lin Li shot them a fierce glare and then offered each of them a chestnut. A large bump quickly swelled on her head, smoke rising from it. With her arms crossed in a fuming expression, Lin Li clearly wasn't paying attention to these details, as she was too shocked by Lu Feng's data. She didn't care about the bow and arrow being hung wrong, but these 2 lecherous teammates were embarrassing. I say, you two, what time is it? Still not behaving properly? If you're really feeling amorous, go find a roadside sow after being scolded. Like this, Wang Tianyi and Zhao Hua felt quite innocent. It wasn't their fault for being lewd, but who could withstand such a scene with young boys and girls? Besides, they were just trying to give a friendly reminder. Look quickly, the score of Godchen has surpassed 10 million. We saw it, it's indeed very exaggerated. The 3 of us combined only have 10,000 points now, and Godchen's score is already 1,000 times ours. Although I'm very happy to see Godchen overpowering the talents of Dongjiang, I'm still very curious about how he did it. Even if he cleared the maps all the way, it shouldn't be that fast. Who knows, the world of gods is not something we mere mortals can fathom. Lin Li cupped her hands into a flower shape, resting her chin on them, with a starry-eyed expression. My idol is just amazing, this must have shot the entire Dongjiang. A county-level city taking first place in Dongjiang and still leading by a wide margin, a crushing first place, it's truly unprecedented.
This historic moment is worth commemorating. Wang Tianyi chuckled.
I think the talents in Dongjiang right now must feel just like we did when we first saw Godchen playing at the hell level, shocked to the point of disbelief, unable to believe there could be such a strong presence in
the same cohort.
Not just a little strong, but strong enough to make you despair, then instill a sense of reverence as if you were worshipping a deity. The three of them were already veterans, although Lu Feng's invincible presence and 10 million score shocked them as well. It was much better than the dazed state others were in, questioning whether they were dreaming.
After the initial shock, they accepted this fact. We need
to hurry up. We may not have that ability, but we can embarrass Godchen.
Let's make a name for ourselves in Jincheng. We need to secure 3 spots in the top 3. Wang Tianyi encouraged at the right moment.
Alright, let's kill a few big monsters and celebrate Godchen's rise to the top of Dongjiang. Linli took the bow and arrow off her body, her eyes fixed ahead with full battle intent.
Zhao Hua, holding a golden shield in
his left hand and punching his right fist, exclaimed, "Let's fight."
The blood is boiling.
Fengchan, this is a true god emerging, B-level talent dominating the college entrance examination, 10 million points, it's
outrageous. I strongly demand a urine test. I still can't believe he's really just a B-level talent, right? Is there any possibility that his talent was mismeasured when he changed jobs? I feel it must have been mismeasured. If a B-level could be this powerful, casually suppressing SS-level prodigies, then what's the point of potential assessment? Exactly, it must have been a mistake. If this score isn't wrong, then this prodigy from Fengcheng must have at least SS plus talent, or even possibly SSS-, that legendary talent. Only in this way could they achieve such a feat. The light is too intense. The first place has 10 million points, while the second place has barely 400,000. The gap, the visual impact is truly overwhelming. This score seems to be telling us that he is on a different dimension from all of us. His strength is unmatched, standing alone. Indeed, this is undeniable. Who could have anticipated such a result?
The shock he brings grows greater each time. Initially, I thought this kid from a county-level city could make it into the top 100 overall, which would have been impressive enough, a record in itself. Who would have thought he not only made it into the top 10, then the top 5, the top 3, and now first place, raising the bar for first place to an unprecedented height, making it unattainable for everyone else, like a deity. Gold will shine, and a real man will exert his strength. It's not that he couldn't, it's that the time hadn't come.
Now the time has
come, so he is the god descending from the heavens. A stunning debut. In this battle, he is destined to become a legend. In Grand Ziner, all the candidates saw Lu Feng standing at the summit and everyone was talking
about him.
If his score had been close to the second and third places in the provincial capital, perhaps many would still be unconvinced, defending their own and claiming Lu Feng was just lucky.
But the gap between
him and the second place has made it hard for anyone to even look up to him. When a person becomes so powerful that you can't harbor any resistance, you will have no dissatisfaction or jealousy towards him, only
admiration and reverence.
The changes in Lu Feng's ranking were immediately visible to the citizens outside the Feng City Sports Center, with cheers and screams filling the air. Deng Meihua was so excited that tears filled her eyes, while Lu Liangyu smiled broadly, wiping her tears away. Lu Lingyue was bouncing with excitement, joyfully hugging Pang Fei's neck, and then the two happily held hands and spun around. Yay, my brother
is amazing.
First place. And this score has given everyone behind him a hard slap in the face. 10 million points. Wow, the Dongjiang record is definitely broken. Now we just have to see where his limit lies. Lu Lingyue had also taken the college entrance examination. Her total score was 7,300, ranking in the top 5 in Feng City and the top 500 in Jincheng, just making it into Dongjiang University. Dongjiang University has local protection policies, with quota allocations. If the score is insufficient, one can still get in based on local ranking. She understood better than anyone else what 10 million
points represented. It was a myth. Chenggu is awesome. My brother is really impressive.
Inside the sports center, the leaders of Feng City could no longer care about their status. They were all so excited that they stood up, with Chen Jiawei even shaking his fists, almost dancing. If he could, he would have jumped up and performed a dance. This is great. This young man can bring unparalleled fortune to Feng City. Changing a century of decline, one person achieving success can elevate everyone. One elderly retired leader trembled with his cane, laughing heartily, even losing his dentures. It was clear he was genuinely happy. Chen Jie couldn't suppress his smile either. He was so glad about his bet. I knew Lu Xiaoyu had a bright future. I really didn't expect it to be even brighter than I imagined. It was already night. And according to the usual college entrance examination schedule, the leaders should have gone home by now, returning the next day to oversee the viewing. The big leaders usually just show up at important moments. But because of Lu Feng, they all stayed on site to witness this miracle, to witness history. He's taking off. Lu Feng, he's taking off. The higher the better. With him around, Feng City will soar to great heights. Below, Shui Chunggui exclaimed, "Damn, this kid is so fierce." Not only did he take first place, but he also pulled the provincial capital's genius into a whole galaxy. At first, his understanding of Lu Feng was that he could have a chance to be in the top 10 or even the top 5. After all, he came from a county town, had no systematic training, and with his low talent and no awakened divine skills, even if he was strong in
combat, he couldn't compare to those monsters from the provincial city.
However, the slap in the face came quickly. Lu Feng not only surged to first place but also ruthlessly suppressed the monsters from the provincial
city, making them realize who the real monster was.
10 million points, a score that surpassed his understanding. Even if he went personally at this point in time, he probably wouldn't even reach 1 million points. 2. Reach this score means he is at least in the 5th district, and he must have wiped out most of the prodigies in the 5th district, or even the 4th district,
the area that no examinee has ever been able to pass.
Shui. Changue murmured, recalling the time when they were encircling Bai Yunqing in the courtyard. If Lu Feng at that time was an immature teenager desperately trying to kill Bai Yunqing for a moment of thrill, could they
have stopped him?
He knew Lu Feng was strong, but in his heart, Lu Feng was still a child, not his opponent. With him around, the situation was in his hands. But now, he was no longer sure.
A high school student with
strength equivalent to the renowned 7-star general of the military district. This was too shocking, and it also raised huge doubts about Lu Feng's talent. This little guy Lu Feng has quite a secret. Perhaps this
talent is indeed a mistake.
Under the inky sky, the moonlight flowed like water, casting a clear radiance over the earth. On the side of the gymnasium, the crowd surged, bustling with life, but in the hall prison, it was
a quiet night, only the twinkling stars silently illuminating the darkness.
The hall prison was a place for holding important criminals, with police patrolling 24 hours a day, and there were also secret agents
guarding in the shadows.
Tick-tock. In the deepest cell of the prison, Bai Yunqing, sitting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, his murky eyes peering through the gaps in the iron bars towards the shadow in the passage before him. Step, step, step. From the shadows, a long figure approached him. It looked very thin, like a girl. But when the figure appeared before him, Bai Yunqing saw her face clearly and smiled slightly. I really didn't expect that. The higher-ups told me there were people from the government and that I should wait in prison for someone to take me out.
These days, I've thought over and over about who could be around Chen Jiwei, but I never expected it would be you. You hid really well. If it weren't for this plan, no one would have guessed your true identity. White Rose. The White Rose, an international assassination organization that instills fear. Their existence is like demons in the dark, lurking in every corner of the world. Their service goal is money. Whoever can provide them with sufficient benefits, they will work for them. Many sordid affairs
of major countries involve the White Rose, assassinating cradle geniuses and national ministers, with the shadow of the White Rose behind these assassination events. The members of the White Rose are cold-blooded killers, proficient in various assassination techniques and weapons. They can disguise themselves as various identities, lurking beside their targets, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Their actions are usually
conducted in secrecy, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, they never keep idle people. Only powerful professionals can join the White Rose as members. Previously, Bang Gu, who collaborated with Bai Yunqing to sneak back from outside to assassinate Lu Feng, was a member of the White Rose, an S-class fugitive wanted criminal in the country, with a strength evaluation reaching 5-star general.
And now, appearing in the electronic prison
to rescue Bai Yunqing was also a member of the White Rose, a high-level infiltrator who had been hiding in Wind City for many years. At the grand occasion of the college entrance examination, everyone's gaze was focused on Grand Jinhua, which happened to be the time when the prison's power was at its weakest.
The shadows lurking in the darkness were ready to take action.
Bai Yunqing, your performance has greatly pleased Lord Evil God. Rest assured, as long as you complete this final step, you will have made a significant contribution. The Lord is known for his merciful business practices, and this achievement is enough for you to be promoted to the level of Deputy Captain of the White Rose. As a Deputy Captain, you will be granted holy light and gain the power of the deities. The strength you will acquire will be at least 10 times what you have now. The figure emerging from the darkness was a bespectacled man with a crew cut, appearing to be in his 30s, dressed in a suit, looking cultured and refined. However, at this moment, he wore a sinister smile, adjusting his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light. He was none other than one of the core leaders of this session in Feng City, the youngest deputy mayor, and also serving as the honorary secretary general in the alliance. It is an honor for Yunqing to serve the great evil god.
Bai Yunqing bowed sincerely.
Individuals like Bai Yunqing from small local assassination forces had long sought to attach themselves to truly powerful assassination organizations. Even becoming a little brother was better than living in a county town. Not to mention, in terms of cultivation resources and means to enhance their power levels, the gap was vast.
Bai Yunqing's level
and realm had long stagnated. Over the years, he had only managed to improve thanks to the covert assistance of the White Rose, gaining the ability to manipulate shadows.
Moreover, the rapid development of the Dark River was also inseparable from the influence of the White Rose. During this time, he had received numerous messages relayed from within the government, relying on this information to evade repeated investigations by the Dark Department.
He knew there was such a person but had never known who it was. Today, he finally saw that it was none other than the deputy mayor of Feng City, Wang Liangong. Furthermore, from beginning to end, the actions of offending Lu Feng, betraying the country, kidnapping Lu Lianyu, and the collaboration with Bangu to confront the Dark Department in Jin City were all directed by the White Rose. Otherwise, no matter how crazy Bai Yunqing was, he would never have done such a foolish thing. He had long decided to leave Feng City and join the White Rose. Joining the White Rose would give his life more meaning and allow him to break free from his shackles. You should thank the evil god, but the one you truly need to thank is yourself. Speaking of which, you are quite lucky. I thought you would lose your life in the last encirclement, but unexpectedly, Shui Changguei didn't kill you. Wang Lianon laughed. And you dare to demand a just trial? Ha, it's truly laughable. Those in the military really are quite rigid. To this, Bai Yunqing also smiled. Indeed, otherwise, this time, you would be the only one executing the mission. Executing the mission, whether alone or with someone else, doesn't matter. What's important is whether one or two people walk away after completing the task. If I walk away alone, this mission will be considered perfectly completed. If both of us can retreat unscathed, that would be a perfect completion, and there is a distinction in the organization's evaluation. Having been out for so long, of course, I want to achieve the best rating to return. That way, my years of lurking won't be in vain. Bai Yunqing nodded in agreement. Yunqing would like to congratulate team leader Wang in advance. Wang Liangong enjoyed the flattery and compliments, smiling lightly as he turned around. Alright, it's getting late, we should get to work. We can discuss such matters after the mission is over. Wang Liangong entered a password, unlocking all the electronic shackles on Bai Yunqing, and the cell door opened. Bai Yunqing stepped out. May I ask, what is our mission? Just follow me. I will tell you when we get to the place. After finishing his words, Wang Liangong walked towards the passage behind him. Watching his back, Bai Yunqing slowly straightened his body after bowing. He glanced at a certain spot on the ceiling, exchanged a signal with his eyes, and then followed Wang Liangong out of the passage. Outside the passage, the two police officers guarding the entrance heard the commotion inside and immediately stood up straight. Mayor Wang, the two saluted. Whom? Wang Liangong did not respond but whistled towards the sky outside the wall. As the whistle sounded, several figures appeared on top of the surrounding wall, two of whom stepped forward to stand in front of Wang Liangong. Mayor Wang, the two saluted. Whom? Wang Liangong nodded slightly, standing with his hands behind his back, and asked, Is it just you few patrolling today? Yes, it's our team's turn tonight. In the prison where important criminals were held, in addition to the walls and guards, there were also hidden sentries patrolling various key points. If anything unusual happened, they would report to the city government for support. Normally, it was almost impossible for someone from the outside to escape unnoticed. Oh, I don't have anything else to do, it's just the college entrance examination today, so I came to take a look and supervise your work, Wang Liangong said, wearing an expression of a leader caring for his subordinates, walking up to the two and patting their shoulders. It's hard work to be on duty at a time like this. The two were flattered. It's not hard, this is our duty. Before the leading member of the hidden department could finish his sentence, his pupils violently constricted as he saw blood spurting from his neck. They never expected that the respected Mayor Wang Liangong would suddenly turn on them. The speed of the action was so quick that they had no time to react at such a close distance. His palm turned into a blade, slicing through the throats of the two. The two members of the hidden department bled out on the spot, still unable to comprehend what had happened, only feeling their vision darken as their bodies involuntarily fell backward. Before their sight completely faded, they saw Wang Liangong smile. That smile was evil and sinister, something they had never seen on the warm face of Mayor Wang. Whoosh! At the same time, the members of the hidden department on the wall were momentarily stunned, their minds reeling, but that brief moment of distraction caused them to miss their last chance to escape. The shadows below, now split into several forms, leaped up the wall, transforming into black hands that grabbed their faces. Crack! The black shadow's hand crushed their heads as if squeezing a watermelon. Splash! Brain matter splattered everywhere. At this moment, the police officers who had just saluted Wang Liangong were dumbfounded. They had no idea what had happened, but seeing all the members of the hidden department killed, their legs trembled uncontrollably. Even if they could guess what was happening, they were still unwilling to believe it. Wang! Mayor Wang, what are you doing? You killed someone. Wang Liangong was covered in blood. He licked his tongue and tilted his head. Yes, I killed them all. The two tightened their grips on their guns, but they did not foolishly choose to attack. Run! At this moment, their thoughts aligned. With their strength, they could not possibly confront Wang Liangong. They ran towards the prison's passage. Crack! One of the guards was pierced in the back and let out a scream. The other guard shouted in anger, not looking back, and ran straight ahead. Help! Help! He shouted towards the prison, finally bursting into the warden's office, pushing the door open forcefully. Quick! Sound the alarm, Mayor Wang, Mayor Wang he. Upon opening the door, he was instantly stunned, frozen in place at the sight inside. He saw that all the prison guards had already been killed and the walls were covered in blood. Ah, this! He looked at everything in terror, his fearful gaze gradually turning into confusion. He mechanically turned his head and saw Wang Liangong approaching. Step, step, step. He still wore a smile on his face, and through his blood-stained glasses, the guard mumbled, Don't! Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Liangong struck down with his knife, severing the opponent's head. Thud! The head fell to the ground, and Wang Liangan let out a couple of regretful sounds. Whatever you have to say, save it for below. He took out a glasses cloth from his pocket and wiped the blood off his glasses, his smile growing wider. Killing these old colleagues one by one with my own hands is really exhilarating. In fact, with his status, he could have taken Bai Yunqing away without anyone noticing. The outcome for the mission would have been the same. But Wang Liangan chose not to do so. He had suppressed himself for too long. Clearly, he was a villain without mercy, yet he had to pretend to be polite and courteous to everyone. He was truly fed up with this life. Now that he had finally freed himself, he wanted to release all the emotions he had suppressed for so many years. After doing all this, he took off his clothes and burned them on the spot, then took out a brand new outfit from his inventory and changed. 5 minutes later, a police car drove away towards the outskirts of Wancheng. In the suburbs, in a dense forest overgrown with weeds, Wang Lianan parked a car by the roadside and walked with Bai Yunqing to a clearing in the woods. The clearing was obscured by shrubs, and when they pushed aside the branches, there was a formation diagram carved in blood beneath. What is this? The size of the formation diagram was unprecedented in Bai Yunqing's experience. Not only was there a 6-pointed star in the center, but the bloodlines on the periphery extended all the way to the edge of the woods, spreading outward in 6 directions, with delicate patterns along the edges. From a bird's eye view, it was unmistakably a blood-red rose. The formation diagram in the shape of a rose had completely overturned Bai Yunqing's understanding. He. Ha 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 ha. Wang Lianan laughed, his laughter wild. This is our organization's exclusive transmission array created for us believers by that god. Whenever the blood rose descends, a celestial being is sure to descend upon the world. In Jincheng, at the government office building, the highest-ranking official of Jincheng, the Lord of Jincheng City, was enjoying the grand examination feast with a group of high-ranking officials. The emergence of Lu Feng brought them glory. Although the local genius was thoroughly beaten, Fengcheng was still a county-level city under Jincheng, and having such a prodigy emerge from Fengcheng was equivalent to a prodigy emerging from Jincheng, right? Moreover, they had known about Lu Feng's existence in advance and had given him the highest level of protection. Even Shui Shangue was sent to maintain order in Fengcheng. All these factors combined were certainly worth mentioning as achievements. A peerless genius. This is definitely a peerless genius. I said long ago that I had high hopes for this prodigy from Fengcheng, and I reported it to the provincial department. Those old geezers are blind and look down on students from county-level cities, letting us favor them ourselves. Well, we trained him ourselves, and look, he directly got first place in the college entrance examination, far surpassing the prodigies from their provincial capital. So refreshing, it's really too refreshing. Lu Feng has truly brought us honor in Jincheng. Ah, this Jin Jiawei, I knew it, he's my lucky star. This year, I'm going to transfer him to Jincheng and promote him 2 levels. The Lord of Jincheng was a short-haired man, an S-level melee combat professional, level 31, currently the undisputed #1 in combat power in Jincheng. He laughed heartily, his face beaming with joy. The atmosphere in the office hall was filled with cheerfulness. However, at that moment, the smiling Lord of Jincheng suddenly froze his smile. He looked out the window, and in that deep night sky, he sensed danger, a danger that made his heart race. You all look. It seems there's something at our window. Impossible, you must be mistaken. This is the 33rd floor. But before the words were finished, a massive figure came rushing down from the sky. Not good. Get down. Bang. In the next instant, the government hall on the 33rd floor exploded with a deafening roar, glass shards scattering everywhere, and a powerful shockwave swept through, sending everyone in the hall flying against the walls, with the weaker ones fainting on the spot. The glass shattered, and the wind howled in from the broken windows. Facing the cold wind, the crowd saw an angel. Outside, an angel with black wings. When the people in the office hall saw the angel appear on the 33rd floor, they were all stunned. An angel? No, this is not a real angel, it's a summoning by a practitioner. Real angels are holy, and their appearance brings holy light, but this one exudes evil from top to bottom. Someone exclaimed, trying to calm others' minds. The alarm in the hall blared, and fully armed practitioners rushed into the hall. However, facing these armed forces, the angel at the window merely curled her lips in a slight smirk, revealing a look of disdain. She slowly descended, gently extending her right hand. Buzz! Within the 33rd floor, a dark purple cage barrier formed. Day. Armed practitioners opened fire on the angel, but the bullets hitting her felt like raindrops, causing her no harm. Among them, one gunner attempted to break the barrier, only to find that this dark purple barrier was harder than diamond. Realizing the threat and the opponent's strength, the Lord of Jincheng took out a 2-meter-long spear from his inventory. Pointing it at the angel, I don't care who you are, but daring to attack the government hall in my Jincheng territory is a crime that deserves death, unforgivable. Go to the temple below and repent for redemption. His eyes shone with golden light, and protective armor clung to him. In the next moment, a golden slash swung out. But this fierce fighting spirit was easily dissolved by the angel, who merely raised her hand slightly, causing the space in front of her to ripple, neutralizing the furious slash effortlessly. How is this possible? The Lord of Jincheng was a level 31 practitioner, a 6-star war general. His charged attack could split mountains and crack the earth, yet before this person he couldn't even create a ripple. He refused to believe it and attempted to attack several more times, furious slashes, physical assaults, but without exception, once he attacked her vicinity he would be blocked by an invisible force. Meanwhile, the opponent, with a tiptoe on the ground, walked gracefully, and in an instant several phantoms appeared, each wielding a holy sword, spreading out to slaughter others. Some powerful practitioners stood up to resist, and within the spatial barrier, several battlefields were formed. As for the main body, it faced the Lord of Jincheng directly. Any slight movement from the opponent would block his path. Who exactly are you, and what do you want? Do you know the consequences of your actions? The Lord of Jincheng questioned, but the opponent did not respond, remaining silent as they launched an attack. Only when the opponent struck did the Lord of Jincheng realize the strength of their power, seemingly frail, yet their energy and physical strength surpassed his. Coupled with these special techniques, their true combat power far exceeded his expectations. So strong. The two were simultaneously bathed in light, one golden fighting spirit, the other a dark purple unknown power, exchanging blows in a dazzling display, each clash dimming the light surrounding them a little more, but soon it would be quickly filled back up, continuing the collision. Under such high-intensity consumption, the magic energy of the Lord of Jincheng was greatly depleted and could not last much longer. Bang! After another clash, he was kicked in the abdomen by his opponent, his body falling backward, the spear embedding into the ground, creating a deep trench. Fortunately, as he was pushed back, he managed to hook back the holy sword in his opponent's hand with the spear's hook. Hee, now that you don't have the holy sword, let's see how you can still fight me. Head on. With that, the Lord of Jincheng quickly got up, darting forward to the angel's front, swinging his spear in a fierce attack. Without a weapon, the angel could only dodge, and when she couldn't evade, she would use the earlier telekinetic wave to block with an invisible shield. At that moment, zing! A laser shot in from outside the hall, piercing through the indestructible barrier, aimed directly at the angel's heart. Ding! Just as the laser was about to pierce the angel's heart, her wings suddenly trembled, transforming from 2 wings into 4, and a light sword slowly rose from the ground, wrapped in black lightning. The judgment sword of the dark sky demon. Holy light, descend! The angel, who had not spoken until now, finally spoke, grasping the judgment sword that could only be wielded after gaining 4 wings, as a holy light descended, energy rapidly gathering. Arriving just in time, the one who fired the laser was the minister of the Jincheng Defense Department, a new martial professional fully equipped with high technology, his overall strength reaching 6-star battle general, specializing in electromagnetic energy bombardment, with charged attacks capable of reaching the level of a battle king. Old 18, you finally made it. So, did you notify the military district? The newcomer shook his head. All our communication devices have been cut off. Someone used powerful electromagnetic interference, preventing us from contacting the outside. Hearing this, the Lord of Jincheng's expression immediately darkened. They came prepared. That means this troublesome guy in front of us can only be dealt with by the 2 of us. Looking at the angel bathed in holy light, both felt a sense of dread. Lord, what are our chances? Less than 30%. It seems the situation is worse than we imagined. The 2 stood ready, surrounded by holy light mixed with black lightning, not daring to approach recklessly. However, what they didn't expect was that after the holy light's baptism, the black angel roared, swinging the judgment sword, the sword light flashing and illuminating the entire night sky. Whoosh! From the outside, the government building looked like a bamboo stalk, split diagonally in half. The entire building was divided at the 33rd floor, the upper floors tilting downward, then crashing down. Grand Jinhua, 5th District. The azure dragon roared, flames scorching the earth, fire spreading, lava turning the entire 5th District into a purgatory. The magical beasts wailed, and all the guardian beasts were swept away, turning into magic crystal energy rushing towards Lu Feng. The scoring necklace greedily sucked in energy, the score wildly jumping. 11 million, 13 million, 15 million, 17 million, 19 million, 21 million. Only when it reached 30 million did the score's growth slow down. The azure dragon swooped down from the sky, and Lu Feng, with Fan Tianzong, jumped onto the dragon's back, asking, "Now, what do you think my chances of passing through the 4th District are?" Fan Tianzong awkwardly scratched his head. "Young man, your strength is much stronger than I imagined. With the power you've shown now, it's definitely a full 10 out of 10. But what?" I timidly asked. "Your summoned beast has almost exhausted all its magic energy to clear the 5th District's map. May I ask, do you still have the strength to fight in the 4th District?" Lu Feng was caught off guard by the question. "Well, I really hadn't thought about that. But that doesn't matter anymore." Lu Feng looked at his experience panel, and his level had surprisingly changed from level 15 to level 16. Yes, he leveled up. "Congratulations, your level has been upgraded." LV15 LV16 clearing the map of the 5th District not only raised Lu Feng to level 16 but also pushed his experience bar past 1/5. At level 16, his magic power doubled again, reaching 491520. His intelligence points increased from 520 to 650 in one go, adding 130. Consequently, the attributes of his 4 summoned beasts also saw a significant increase, rising by a quarter. Among them, the Azure Dragon's attributes were particularly exaggerated, with health reaching 1365000, magic power at 195,000, and dual resistance at 162,500. Xiao Mo's attack power was about to break the 100,000 mark, and Shui Shui's health was also nearing 10 million, reaching 975,000. Most notably, of course, was the little demon. Although leveling up didn't provide a massive boost to its feedback, it did have a phased effect, increasing by about 10%. This might seem insignificant at first glance, but over time, it could be quite terrifying. After leveling up, the magic energy was fully replenished, and aside from Shui Shui entering a brief state of weakness after charging up, the Azure Dragon was in peak condition after the level increase. Lu Feng rode the Azure Dragon through the one-way gate, moving from the 5th district to the 4th district. The space in the 4th district was small, containing only yellow earth and a massive barrier transmission gate, which was sealed with iron plates and bound with iron chains. In front of the barrier transmission gate lay a fully orange pterosaur. Pterosaur, dominant level LV30 health, 670000/67000000 attack power, 81,000 magic power, 36,000 physical resistance, 90,000 magic resistance, 83,000 skills, wing spread, dragon flame, spinning charge, spatial displacement, danger level 8 stars. The pterosaur, a massive dragon, although classified as a non-tiered dragon in bloodline, was far stronger than earth dragons, claw dragons, and poison dragons. Not only was its physical strength formidable, but it could also use some dragon magic. Among the dragons that humans could tame, the pterosaur was considered one of the best, sitting at the top of the pyramid. The pterosaur in front of them was an adult, level 30, and of the 5-tier dominant level. Aside from his summoned beasts, it was Lu Feng's first time seeing a 5-tier creature. With 6,700,000 health, attack and dual resistance both around 80 to 90,000, it's terrifying. One couldn't help but admire the basic attributes of dragons were indeed high. Except for the Azure Dragon, which could crush it in all aspects, Shui Shui and the others couldn't achieve an all-around surpassing. The level difference was half, but the tier was a full 2 tiers higher, making their values barely exceed those of the pterosaur. A 5-tier pterosaur, this kind of dragon is not easy to deal with. It's better to be cautious. Fan Tianzong couldn't see Lu Feng's data panel, unaware of Lu Feng's true level, and even less so of his summoned beast's values. Thus he reminded him. He acknowledged that Lu Feng was strong, but even the best can make mistakes, especially against a pterosaur that could use spatial displacement. One had to be extremely careful. Fan Tianzong had confidence in Lu Feng's summoned beasts, but not much in Lu Feng himself. The opponent's strength lay in the summoned beasts. Those magical techniques and martial arts could only be used for self-preservation in front of a dragon. But if the summoner suffered a serious blow, the summoned beasts would be unable to continue fighting. Understood. Lu Feng instructed Xiaoqing to land, and they walked down from the dragon's back. The pterosaur sensed the intruder, raising its head with nostrils flared, letting out an angry roar. Especially after detecting the presence of its kin, it became agitated, standing up from the ground, spreading its wings, and roaring like a fierce dragon. Ah! The roar was deafening, rumbling, causing the stones on the ground to roll. Damn! Lu Feng was shaken to the point that his eardrums buzzed. Who could endure this? He pulled out earplugs from his inventory and put them in, then fiercely commanded Xiaoqing, roar back at it. Obeying the order, a more powerful dragon's roar echoed back, shaking the stones on the ground into the air. Meanwhile, Fan Tianzong and his mount, the weasel, who were already dizzy from the earlier shock, were nearly knocked out by this roar, their eyes turning into a dot at ouch, what a pain. Why not just fight directly? Why the need to roar? Lu Feng chuckled, what do you know? This is called reciprocity, trash talk before the match, and don't you think roaring back adds to the momentum? Fan Tianzong had no rebuttal, and after Xiaoqing finished its pre-match warm-up, it was sent directly into battle. Let's have a duel between dragons. Xiaoqing soared into the air towards the pterosaur, expecting it to charge fearlessly given its earlier bravado. To his surprise, after Xiaoqing's roar, the pterosaur seemed a bit intimidated. What, giving up before the fight even started? Little did they know, there was a bloodline suppression among dragons, and just from the dragon's aura, the pterosaur could sense the fear stemming from bloodline. Even though Xiaoqing was smaller and of a lower level, that deep-seated feeling of fear was unmistakable. Boom! The pterosaur used spatial shifting to dodge Xiaoqing's tail swipe, but the two dragons were too close, forced into close combat. The melee between dragons consisted of claw strikes, collisions, bites, and tail whips. After a round of fighting, the pterosaur realized the gap in their stats. In terms of strength, defense, and constitution, Xiaoqing was far superior. Bang! It threw a dragon punch, which was swatted away by Xiaoqing's wings. Xiaoqing then struck with a claw, leaving a terrifying scratch on the pterosaur's head. Roar! The pterosaur cried out in agony. It was no match in close combat. In anger, it opened its mouth to unleash dragon flames, but just as it spread its wings to aim at Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing executed a swift downward spin, its long tail whipping against the pterosaur's mouth, causing the flames to veer off course. Part of the flames headed towards Fan Tianzong. Damn! What a stroke of bad luck, even drinking tea could choke him. He was standing so far away, how could he still be affected? Stunned, he rode the weasel and bolted away, and fortunately, with enough agility and a small size, he dodged the residual flames. But strangely, even though he avoided the flames, his backside was still on fire. Damn. He quickly cast a water spell to extinguish the flames on his rear. Looking at his tail that was already half burned, he felt like dying. Oh no, after all these years of maintenance, ruined in an instant, I'm going to turn into a pesky rat now. After striking the pterosaur's face, causing it to change the direction of its flames, it tried to adjust an aim at Xiao Cheng again. Xiao Cheng quickly closed in, pinching its mouth with its claws, then delivered an uppercut that sent the pterosaur's head skyward, its flames shooting up into the air. Finally, Xiao Cheng brewed dragon breath in its mouth, pried open the pterosaur's jaws, and unleashed a dragon spit. The opponent wanted to break free, but its strength was vastly inferior to that of Xiao Qing, rendering it immobile. The explosive divine fire surged into the pterosaur's body, and its orange body emitted a blinding glow like molten lava. Xiao Qing quickly jumped back, and with a tragic cry, the pterosaur exploded fiercely, crashing to the ground. Its body had several holes from which molten lava flowed out. Dragons, as a species, not only possess immense physical strength but also have massive bodies. If it weren't for the presence of Xiao Qing, relying on Shuai Shuai and Xiao Mo to defeat the pterosaur would indeed be quite challenging. After all, compared to dragons, Xiao Mo and Shuai Shuai were simply too small. Getting close to the opponent was difficult, and in the process of closing the distance, they would have to endure attacks from the opponent, who could also fly and was a dominant force in the air. They could kill, but it would be very exhausting. However, with Xiao Qing present, the life and death struggle between dragons became much simpler due to the crushing difference in rank. Sparkling light points scattered and gathered towards the direction where Lufeng was, and a massive dragon core, magic core, appeared. This magic core was about 10 times the size of the one the Empress had back then, and Lufeng converted it into magic crystal energy. His experience bar surged visibly, directly reaching LV16, 78.978% per 100% progress. Seeing this, Lufeng couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "A dragon core can raise my experience bar by more than half. Let's see how much my score has increased." Opening the leaderboard, Lufeng discovered that just by killing a pterosaur and clearing the 4th zone, his score had increased by a whopping 50 million. His total score was 83 million, far ahead of others. It's dead. The pterosaur is dead. Haha. Kid, your qinglong is really impressive. I thought it would take a while, but I didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. Seeing the pterosaur defeated, Fan Tianzong was even more excited than Lufeng, his beady eyes shining brightly. He eagerly rode his weasel straight to the transmission array of the 4th zone. After defeating the pterosaur, a keyhole appeared on the chains of the transmission array, and the corresponding key was among the items dropped by the pterosaur. Fan Tianzong ran over to pick up the key, muttering a spell. The magic key slowly rose into the air, smoothly flying to the keyhole of the chains and gently inserting itself. However, it did not unlock. Instead, it projected a beam of light during Fan Tianzong's chanting. The beam hit the barrier and then reflected off the ground, revealing a circular transmission gate on the ground. "This is the transmission gate I set up. Passing through this gate will allow us to bypass the 3rd zone and transport us directly to the rear of the 2nd zone. The location is accurate, and it leads straight to where the Fountain of Eternal Youth is placed." During the chanting, the weasel's eyes emitted an orange glow. Different from the previous gentle and obedient impression, it now gave off a sense of heart-pounding energy, as if a tremendous power was hidden beneath its small frame. Fan Tianzong patted the weasel's head, and its orange pupils gradually returned to their normal color. In response to Fan Tianzong's invitation, Lufeng shook his head. "I changed my mind. I don't plan to take the detour. Instead, I want to go directly through the 3rd zone and fight my way to the 2nd zone to seize the Fountain of Eternal Youth by force." Hearing Lufeng's words, the smile on Fan Tianzong's face abruptly stopped. "What did you say?" "I must have misheard you. You want to fight your way through? Oh my little ancestor, there's a perfectly good back door and you won't take it? You insist on breaking in? Do you know what monsters are in the 3rd and 2nd zones? Their strength is far more terrifying than this pterosaur, especially the magical creatures in the 2nd zone. They are level 40 beings, level 40. Not to mention their attack and defense values and skill effects. Just their health points have already surpassed 10 million. There are also a group of powerful little brothers under my command, and they possess a special domain. Not to mention you, even a level 50 professional wouldn't dare to say they could pass through the 2nd district. Moreover, if there is a reliable way to obtain the Eternal Spring, why choose to take risks?" Fan Tianzong couldn't understand it at all. "This is my choice. As for whether I can obtain the spring, it seems to have little to do with you. You don't need to worry about it. Besides, I have confidence in my own strength. Even if I am not a match for the level 40 beasts in the 2nd district, I am confident I can defeat the beasts in the 3rd district. You also saw that besides the Azure Dragon, I have Xiao Mo and Shuai Shuai with me." As Lu Feng spoke, he was about to walk towards the one-way door to the 4th district when Fan Tianzong stepped forward, extending his hands to block him. "You can't go in." "Oh?" Lu Feng raised an eyebrow. The more Fan Tianzong tried to stop him, the more he wanted to go to the 3rd district. "What are you hiding? Is there something in the 3rd district that can't be seen by others?" Lu Feng had already suspected Fan Tianzong's motives from the beginning. He could not possibly be stopping him out of concern that Lu Feng wouldn't make it through, so there must be other hidden reasons. There is nothing, because the third district is empty. Empty? Yes, there are no beasts inside, so it would be pointless for you to go. Once you enter the third district, you won't be able to bypass the beasts in the second district to reach the location of the Eternal Spring. You can't handle the beasts in the second district. You say it's empty, so why should I believe you? At this point, Lu Feng had no intention of playing dumb anymore. He questioned him, having suspected Fan Tianzong's motives from the very beginning. Now he was 100% sure that the other party had ulterior motives. Defeating this wyvern was a part of his plan. This guy had been using him as a pawn all along. And what is your ultimate goal? If I'm not mistaken, the transmission gate you set up can indeed lead to the back of the second district, but it certainly won't be as peaceful as you say. There must be other beasts guarding the place where the Eternal Spring is located. You want me to go with you, not to help me get the Eternal Spring sooner, but to use me to hold off the beasts there, right? If I hold off the beasts, then you can do what you really want to do. As soon as Lu Feng's words came out, Fan Tianzong's expression changed, revealing a look of horror. Your expression tells me that I've at least guessed right about a large part of it. Lu Feng smiled slightly and said, actually, your entire plan is quite good, except that the setup regarding the Eternal Spring is too simple. After all, just this prerequisite is not enough to attract me to follow your rhythm. This reason is too far-fetched. Moreover, judging by your behavior, your purpose is too strong, and you are too anxious. I think it's not that you are not steady enough, but that what you are trying to do is very important to you, so you are anxious, and your actions inevitably reveal that urgency. Fan Tianzong looked at Lu Feng, his face devoid of joy or sorrow, losing the previous sense of comicality and weakness, revealing the depth of an elder. When did you start to suspect? He asked. From the moment you told me you set up the transmission array in Grand Knob, I began to suspect. To understand this, we have to start with the Treyant tribe. The Treyant chief said it hadn't seen a human for 100 years. It was humans from 100 years ago who taught it the human language, but it never knew about the college entrance examination. The only ones who could meet this condition and have the time to teach it the human language, I thought and thought, could only be you. That's one reason. And strangely enough, if you are that human who stole the Eternal Spring, the Treyant clan would want to settle the score with you, searching for you for 100 years, and yet I came along and they found your trace, and there's even a transmission gate that allows me to find you directly? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? It's you who has been guiding me all along. And fearing that the allure of the Eternal Spring isn't enough, you even deliberately threw out the Eastern River sacred object as bait. So, I have a bold guess. Could it be that this scheme has been in the works since 100 years ago? Lu Feng's words were shocking, leaving Fan Tianzong in astonishment. From the so-called secret vault, I have already entered the instance you meticulously planned for many years, an instance isolated from the outside world, set up and managed by you. Fan Tianzong stared at Lu Feng with wide eyes, not blinking, his gaze round. Do you remember when the secret vault first opened and I got the map of the Eternal Spring from that old hunter? At that time, I was puzzled. I had already cleared the secret vault, so why wasn't there a full map announcement? Normally, a level 10 Lord level secret vault would definitely have a broadcast, but there wasn't any. I couldn't understand this, and that was the first point. The second point is that I obtained this map after completing a task, and it was quite strange, and the reward indicated by the map specifically emphasized Eternal Spring, which deviates from normal guidance. Normally, high-level map guidance wouldn't mark the final item, let alone introduce its effects and characteristics. Yet it marked Eternal Spring, giving a feeling of deliberate guidance, as if it was intentionally attracting me to that location on the map, afraid that I wouldn't go. Sure enough, after arriving at the location on the map, something interesting happened. That NPC woodcutter actually led me over the mountain to the Treyant clan's world, which further convinced me there must be something fishy about this. These NPCs are not the ones created by the exam, but rather someone who knows how to operate the exam has created a special instance and special NPCs. In the snow, I met the Treyant chief and learned the true whereabouts of the Eternal Spring until I encountered you in the golden-tailed centipede cave. Hearing you describe your former self, I suddenly realized that only you could accomplish these irrational things. But I don't understand. What is your purpose in going to such great lengths? Is it just to wait for me? I'm not that narcissistic. All the way, I thought and thought. The only difference I could think of between me and others is that I am stronger than them, and this is your only possible reason for choosing me. You need my strength to accomplish something, so you have been hiding your true purpose, even concealing your own power. Do you remember what you told me? You can observe the situation of all the candidates outside in the underground lair. I think, as soon as I entered Grand Jinhua, you must have already chosen me, right? You deliberately altered the conditions for entering the one-way gate, leading me to choose the hunter's secret vault to get that divine key. Thus, I ended up entering the instance you meticulously planned, stepping into your scheme, not combining the above analysis. The conclusion I can draw is, because I am strong enough, you chose me. You need to use my strength to do something for you, something you cannot accomplish without me, and you have been waiting for a very long time. Secondly, you have been emphasizing the 2nd and 4th districts, saying that without going through the 4th district, you cannot complete the subsequent tasks, which means that the prerequisite for completing this task is to take down the wyvern. This indicates that the existence of the wyvern should have some sort of restriction. Additionally, you have been saying that the monsters in the 2nd district are powerful, which shows you have been wary. You know very well that with your current strength, you would not be its opponent. Therefore, in your heart, you have no intention of engaging it in battle. And you chose me, letting me go to the back. I feel that it can only be to make me entangle with some existence so that you can complete what you truly want to do, right? Lu Feng spoke eloquently, and this series of logical analyses made Fan Tianzong slowly close his eyes, a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He did not respond directly to Lu Feng but slowly picked up his burnt mouse tail. So, is this the reason you burned the tail? Lu Feng frowned. What do you mean? Little brat, don't think I don't know you did it on purpose, letting the residual flames of the dragon spit on me just to test my true strength, right? Fan Tianzong's answer surprised Lu Feng. You noticed all this. I knew you were not ordinary, but I didn't expect you to be so clever. You've seen through it all. Fan Tianzong sighed. I really am not suited for deceiving people. After 200 years, I can't even fool a little brat like you. Lu Feng smiled, not forgetting to add a humorous remark at this moment. Is it possible that I'm just too smart? Fan Tianzong nodded in agreement. What you said is basically true. Yes, those tree spirits, including the heart of the Fountain of Youth, were indeed transferred from the 10,000-year glacier. They originally existed in my spatial ring and I arranged them in the 7th district. The purpose was to find someone who could help me escape. 100 years, how many 100 years can a person have? After waiting so long for a capable student who can help me escape, of course, I have to seize the opportunity. Lu Feng said, so do I pass the test? Ha ha ha. Fan Tianzong laughed heartily. Of course, you far exceed my expectations. But because this copy was set up many years ago, the allure of the Fountain of Youth is still too small for a genius of your level. But I can't change it. The main storyline's motivation is too weak. Ultimately, it's still a failed guidance. So, you want to escape? How do you plan to escape? You come with me. Once we reach the 2nd district, I will naturally have a way to escape. Do you need me to help you hold off the monsters to buy time? Yes, my power is very limited. I cannot waste magical energy on these monsters. But what benefit do I get from helping you? And why should I trust you? You've already deceived me once. You have no credibility with me. If you help me, I will open the spatial barrier for you and give you a 6th-tier summoner skill book. In short, I will not treat you poorly. Moreover, I can swear by the holy temple, swear to the god of magic. You should know what the god of magic represents for mage professions. After saying this, Fan Tianzong raised 3 fingers to the sky and swore. Lu Feng shook his head. Still not enough? Then what do you want? What will make you believe me? Tell me, what is in the 3rd district? Lu Feng asked. Fan Tianzong was silent for 2 seconds and said, I did not lie to you about the 3rd district. There is nothing in there. Lu Feng raised his right hand, gently moved in the air, rotated the key of the transmission chain to the right. The door lock opened, and the chain was quickly swallowed by the barrier door, revealing a huge one-way light door in front of them. He urged, I didn't lie to you. There really is nothing in the 3rd district. Think it through. Once you step into the 3rd district, if you want to go to the 2nd district, you will have to face those monsters in the 2nd district head on. There is no turning back. I know, so I ask you again, what is in the 3rd district? Fan Tianzong did not answer immediately, and Lu Feng glanced at him, walking towards the spatial door. Just as he was about to step into the one-way door, Fan Tianzong shouted loudly, wait, I'll tell you. Originally, the creature guarding the 3rd district was the golden long-tailed wolf ferret, a powerful spatial transformation creature. I used special means to make it leave the 3rd district on its own, and I have already tamed it. He pointed to the weasel beside him. Over the years, without its abilities, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish so much. Fan Tianzong looked at the weasel with affection, and the weasel's eyes squinted into a narrow slit as it smiled. To me, it has already become my family. I want to leave Grand Jinhua with it. After hearing Fan Tianzong's honesty, Lu Feng did not hesitate and stepped through the one-way door. Don't! I've said everything. You must not go to the 3rd district. Lu Feng shook his head. It's precisely because you said everything so sincerely that I want to go to the 3rd district. Why? Of course, to see with my own eyes whether there are guardian beasts in the 3rd district. To prove that you weren't lying. But this is a one-way door. Once you go, you can't come back. Before Fan Tianzong could finish his words, Lu Feng's figure had already completely vanished into the one-way door, crossing from the 4th district to the 3rd district. Lu Feng's score of over 80 million once again shocked all the candidates in Grand Jinhua. No way, 30 million is already outrageous. How did he suddenly jump to over 80 million? Where did this monster come from to boost his score? I remember the total score of all the magical beasts from the 9th district to the 5th district was only a little over 60 million. How can he alone have over 80 million? That's unreasonable. Could it be he even farmed in the 4th district? That legendary domain, the area that the top of Dongjiang takes pride in reaching, considered impossible for candidates to clear. The death domain's 4th district? Exactly, otherwise his total score would be too exaggerated. Over 80 million is higher than all of ours combined. Among the candidates participating this time, many lower-tier students were still fighting goblins in the second-level area, earning only 1 point for killing a wild monster, and as the number of goblins dwindled, these weak 5th-level students barely had a total score of a few dozen points. Slightly stronger ones struggled to kill 3rd and 4th-level monsters, and their scores hadn't even broken 100 yet, because the further they went, the more they realized that not only were the monsters hard to defeat, but their numbers were also dwindling, all having been nearly wiped out by the genius students ahead. It was a typical case of the big shots eating meat while they only got the soup, and most of them didn't even get a taste of the soup, leading to an ever-widening gap in scores. What they didn't expect was that while the geniuses were pulling away their scores, this had been a normal situation in previous years. But to say that the first place Lu Feng had a score 200 times higher than the second place was a bit too much, right? Moreover, Lu Feng's score was even higher than the total of all other candidates from Dongjiang. This was just absurd. He has pulled the Dongjiang geniuses into a galaxy. They are not even in the same dimension. How terrifying must his strength be? Defeating the guardian magical beasts of the 4th district. Just thinking about it feels like a fantasy. In my understanding, it's simply impossible. And now, apart from this explanation, there seems to be no other possibility. I really want to meet this big shot. I wonder what he looks like. A reverence for someone who also comes from a county-level city and has fallen. Our role model, definitely a god of this generation. With B-level talent, he made the geniuses of Dongjiang drop their armor and abandon their helmets, questioning life, leaving the entire Dongjiang in shock. Such a thing is what countless students have fantasized about. But who would have thought that someone actually achieved it? You are overestimating us. I wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. Laughs and cries. The most shameless thing I've ever dreamed of is being in the top 100 of Dongjiang. Being in the top 100 would already be a historical record. First place? I wouldn't even dare to fantasize about that in broad daylight, let alone someone like Lu Xin, who single-handedly crushes all the candidates from Dongjiang. If Lu Feng's score were placed in the outside world, like in a dungeon or something, it would definitely be doubted for its authenticity. I estimate that over 90% of people would say the data was tampered with or that the guild was running false advertisements. But this is the college entrance examination. The scoring system for the college entrance examination is the most rigorous. It cannot be wrong. The magic energy crystals from the Warcraft do not add to the score unless they go through the scoring necklace. Duan Heba collapsed, holding his head with both hands, bloodshot eyes filled with despair. It can't be. It can't be. He can't possibly have another digit. He was struggling to farm in the wild, trying to break 50,000, which was already difficult, let alone reaching 100,000 to increase a digit. As he saw his own digit increase becoming hopeless, Lu Feng's score was about to increase by another digit, making Duan Heba want to stomp his feet in aggrievement. Once Lu Feng's score broke 100 million, his score bar would extend again, while he would still be the same, making his score look even shorter in comparison. The difference between 8 digits and 6 digits was akin to the difference between 9 digits and 6 digits. 8 digits was his limit of acceptance. If you really have 9 digits, I'm done playing. Damn it. On the other side, as the second place, Ma Guifei was feeling even worse. With red eyes, he desperately farmed in the level 20 area, finally managing to score 100,000 points, only to open the leaderboard and see Lu Feng's score had increased by several tens of millions. No, this is impossible. How did he do it? It's fake. It must be fake. Unlike ordinary candidates had limited self-awareness of their own strength. There were already many outstanding talents ahead of them by several dimensions, which they had long gotten used to. Now, with Lu Feng emerging, he was even higher by several dimensions than those outstanding talents. For them, the psychological difference was not significant, it was merely another god to look up to in admiration. But for Ma Guifei, this was hard to accept. He had always been the best in Dongjiang. His talent was the best wood attribute talent, most suitable for farming points, and he was an SS-level genius who had received the best training since childhood. Since entering Grand Jinhua, he had been doing his utmost to farm points, believing that his understanding of farming points and the map was stronger than all other candidates. However, he had already chosen the optimal solution that could maximize his score, yet there was someone with a higher score than him? And it wasn't just a small margin, it was a difference of hundreds of times? So he didn't believe it, really, not even a little. How much is the total score for the entire Grand Jinhua map? You alone have over 80 million points? Until he accelerated his pace to farm in the level 20 Warcraft area, transforming his anger into power. And after successfully battling the Guardian Warcraft in the level 6 area, when he opened the one-way gate, he finally understood everything. Covered in blood, he bathed in the purifying light, and when he crossed the one-way gate into the 5th area, he was stunned, incredulously staring at the scene before him. What did he see? The entire region was engulfed in hell. Mountains of corpses and seas of flames with suffering beings everywhere. At a glance, using divine skills to explore, in the vast 5th area, he sensed no signs of life. This meant that in the 5th area, there were no living beings. This can't be real. Staring blankly at Everything. At that moment he realized his own insignificance and finally understood what it meant to have someone beyond oneself. His feelings were complex, his eyes fixed ahead without blinking. Not long after, Duan Heba also arrived at the one-way gate of the 6th area. Like Maguefe, he belonged to the provincial city's track, so the one-way gate he arrived at was the same one Maguefe had passed through. Upon seeing the corpses of the warcraft on the ground and the changes in the count on the gate, he knew that the person who had gone to the 5th area was Maguefe. With the thought of not losing to Lu Feng but not to Guefe, Duan Heba reignited his fighting spirit and, with 4 little brothers, crossed the one-way gate. Arriving at the 5th district, it was different from what he had imagined. What met his eyes was not lush greenery, but a sea of corpses in flames. The Maguefe, who he expected to be some distance away, was now right in front of him, staring blankly at everything ahead. Upon seeing this scene, Duan Heba and the others were equally shocked, their mouths trembling, unable to speak. After a long while, they regained their senses and walked to Maguefe's side. Maguefe, what's going on here? I remember the strategy guide said the terrain of the 5th district is mountains and forests, so why is it all scorched earth and molten lava? Maguefe smiled, a smile that seemed somewhat abnormal. Didn't you understand? It was that first one. He single-handedly destroyed the entire 5th district. Single-handedly destroyed the entire 5th district? You're not joking, are you? Maguefe and Duan Heba had been in a subtle competition since their successful class change, competing in dungeon records, personal levels, and regional rankings. They had been rivals for so long that Duan Heba knew very well what kind of person Maguefe was. He was someone proud to the core. And now, the other party actually said something jaw-dropping. You know, I can sense the life force of beings in the area. From the moment I stepped in here until you arrived, I haven't felt any vitality. Moreover, considering that guy's score, you should know I'm not joking. When Maguefe said this, he appeared very dejected. This kind of dejection was different from his usual proud coldness and lifelessness. This time, he was genuinely struck down. Even fireflies can compete with the bright moon. I've always thought of myself as that bright moon in the sky. Maguefe's heart of the Tao had been shattered. If it weren't for his desire to see how glorious Lu Feng could become, he would have already activated the shield and exited Grand Jinhua. Seeing Maguefe lost in thought and talking to himself, Duan Heba felt a pang of sympathy and even developed a sense of camaraderie. Guefe, you don't have to be too sad. That guy from the countryside is just a freak, completely playing by his own rules. And B-level talent created the history of Dongjiang. We're just too unlucky. He even tried to comfort him. But Maguefe ignored him and said lightly, the monsters in the 5th district have already been defeated, and we can't go back to the 6th district. This means there are no monsters left for us to fight ahead, and our scores will be paused here. So, do we choose to exit directly, or do you want to come with me to the 4th district to take a look? Faced with Guefei's invitation, Duan Heba was somewhat surprised, then chuckled lightly. Let's go, since there's no hope of competing. Let's see what the great god really looks like. It's really infuriating that our little Guefe is so troubled. Seeing Maguefe's state, while he was still going crazy in the 6th district, Duan Heba felt a lot more at ease, even with a hint of schadenfreude. If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. I don't mind having a life and death duel with you here. Maguefe shot a fierce glance back and a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. Calm down, I was just joking. Duan Heba waved his hand, signaling Guefe to take it easy. Poof. Maguefe snorted lightly, no longer paying attention to Duan Heba, and walked ahead. Wait for me. Duan Heba called for his followers to catch up. The 5th district was filled with the smell of gunpowder, molten lava was bubbling, and toxic sulfur gas was rampant. It was somewhat difficult to cross the 5th district to reach the magical barrier of the 4th district, and they often had to take detours. The 3rd district, similar to the 4th district, was a limited open space. At this moment, the sun was just right, shining down, and bathing in the sunlight, Lu Feng wore a smile. Meanwhile, Fan Tianzong stood behind Lu Feng with a mournful expression. I've already told you, the 3rd district has nothing. I'm not lying to you, really. You still had to verify it, and now look, you've stepped into the 3rd district. How are you going to get to the back of the 2nd district now? He said dejectedly, 1,000 unwilling thoughts of not wanting to follow Lu Feng in, but without Lu Feng, he was just a futile effort. If you're not lying to me, then that's good, we have a basis for cooperation. Lu Feng seemed unconcerned. The 2nd district might not be unable to pass through with strength. You underestimate the beasts in the 2nd district. A level 40 beast under the same tier is at least 10 times stronger than a level 30 beast. Moreover, the lord of the 2nd district is also a 5th tier overlord. That guy has been around since the formation of Grand Jinhua and has continued to this day. When Fan Tianzong mentioned this, there was a look of apprehension on his face. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. How will you know if you don't try? Besides, in 100 years, you only have this one chance. Lu Feng looked at Fan Tianzong. You can either choose to trust me and cooperate with me this once, or you can give up directly. You decide. Fan Tianzong's rat-like eyes stared at Lu Feng, his mouth twitching. He really wanted to punch that harmless-looking face. Do I have a choice? I can only hope your summoned beast can be a bit stronger. If we can't win, we have to at least hide to the back of the second district. He. Lu Feng chuckled. Alright, happy cooperation. He extended his hand, and Fan Tianzong also reached out with his claw, their fists slightly bumping. Alright, now you can tell me what you actually want to do in the second district. What I want to do is actually not in the second district, but in the first district. The first district? Yes, the first district. You know that the second district is guarded by beasts leading to the first district. I can't deal with those beasts and need someone to hold them off. I have another way to reach the first district through the light gate. What's in the first district? The core of Grand Jinhua, where the Qiankuan bag is stored. I need to go there to refine the Qiankuan bag and then use its power to leave the formation. Fan Tianzong laid it all out, but while he was saying this, Lu Feng remained silent, shaking his head helplessly and adding, "Don't worry, I won't turn against you once I get the Qiankuan bag. This matter won't affect you, all consequences will fall on me. I swear by the god of law." You misunderstood, that's not what I meant. Then what are you thinking? I'm thinking we are in a cooperative mode. You need me to escort you to the first district. If I escort you to the first district, what you can give me is what you promised before, right? The method to open the summoning space and some advanced magical techniques. Yes. Since that's the case, I'm thinking, if we want to pass through the second district, the stronger my strength, the greater the probability I can escort you to the first district, right? What do you mean? What I mean is, my current strength doesn't have much assurance. How about you teach me first? Once I get stronger, I'll fulfill my promise to take you to the first district. In that case, the success rate will greatly increase. Fan Tianzong sensed something was off. He frowned, looking at the other's sincere smile, feeling that behind that clear smile was a lot of cunning. You little brat, you're not trying to set me up, are you? In fact, after Lu Feng heard what Fan Tianzong said, he already believed him. Crossing from the fourth district to the third district, aside from verifying what the other said, there were actually two main reasons. The first was that he didn't want to give up so many beasts. In his eyes, those beasts were all valuable magical energy. Good stuff for leveling up. He didn't want to let a single one slip away. The second point is that stepping into the third district effectively cuts off Fan Tianzong's thoughts, forcing him to lay everything bare in place. All his hopes on Lu Feng. In this way, the initiative is entirely in Lu Feng's hands. It wouldn't be too much to ask him to teach some good techniques, right? Moreover, teaching at this moment is certainly more prudent. Then after the fact, who knows what tricks he might use to brush it off once it's done. But before passing through the second district, when the other party still needs to rely on his own passage, the techniques he teaches must be genuine skills. He wouldn't risk deceiving Lu Feng while also digging his own grave. This is a matter where they rise and fall together. He is certain that Fan Tianzong will wholeheartedly teach him. Fan Tianzong stared at Lu Feng, filled with guardedness. I can't tell you how to summon other dimensions, and even if I did, you wouldn't be able to use it right now. Once used, the governor of Dongjiang province will notice immediately. Lu Feng shrugged. It's fine, you can teach me magic. I have a thirst for knowledge and a studious attitude towards magical skills. Magic attacks consist of two parts. One part is the damage from the magic skill itself, and the other part is elemental damage. Basic elemental skills include metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Its damage theme is elemental damage, as the damage formula can be simply calculated by multiplying the elemental coefficient by the magic power value. The magic skill books circulating in the market are of this kind. As for high-grade magic skills, they have their own heritage. Especially great magic, magical guiding magic, forbidden magic, etc., which are the trump cards of a high-level mage and are not easily used or taught to others. Even many intermediate magic skills are only circulated in small circles within temples, guilds, and magic associations. To learn them, one must apprentice under a grand mage, with strict conditions. Usually, if a seeker does not show enough sincerity with 3 bows and 9 kowtows, they may not even be willing to teach you. Lu Feng, however, appeared as if he would learn as long as he was taught, truly treating this as if it were cabbage. Earlier, when you fought that Shintu Biao, I saw you use magic. Roughly estimating, your talent in magic should be quite high, especially in terms of magic power. Fan Tianzong squinted and asked. Yes, my magic power has surpassed 100,000. Lu Feng gave a conservative answer. Even though he had anticipated it, hearing Lu Feng say this number still made him gasp. 100,000 magic power, that's truly a staggering number, Fan Tianzong exclaimed. Your magic power attribute is something I've never seen in my life. However, the decisive factor determining a mage's combat power is not magic power, but their mastery of magic skills. Powerful magic skills are a mage's true trump card. Magic power is merely an embellishment, he said, then thought for a moment, feeling it was somewhat incorrect, and added, ahem, of course, if your magic power far exceeds the normal range, that's another matter. As the saying goes, one strength can overcome 10 skills, and this applies to mages as well. You've said so much about the preciousness of magic skills and their value to a mage. What's the matter? Are you reluctant to teach me? If you are, then fine, but don't blame me if you can't pass the second district. Looking at Lu Feng, who was quick to threaten, Fan Tianzong's mouth twitched in frustration. We are now grasshoppers on the same rope. I naturally hope you grow stronger. The reason I tell you so much is to let you know that powerful magic is essential for a mage's survival, and it's not something that can be easily learned. Especially those advanced magics, which require extremely high elemental control and magical comprehension. Even if you are a genius among geniuses in the world of magicians, it still takes at least a month to learn a small achievement, let alone those holy level spells. He explained, the world is fair in all things, and this is especially evident in the profession of a magician. Magic strength, magical comprehension, elemental affinity. Some magicians have particularly high magic strength, but their comprehension and elemental growth are very slow. Some magicians have average magic strength but exceptional comprehension. Then there are those whose magic strength and comprehension are lacking, yet they possess an innate affinity for elements. All three types can rely on one of these attributes to become outstanding magicians, but without exception, no one has ever had absolute talent in all three areas at the same time. Perhaps there are those who are quite balanced in all aspects, relatively speaking, great magicians who do not stand out in any particular area but are well-rounded. However, it is absolutely impossible for someone to be exceptionally strong in all three attributes. It is even difficult to excel in two of those attributes. And you are a magician with exceptional talent. In magic strength, I can even assert that throughout human history, there are very few magicians of the same level who can match your magic strength. As he spoke, he sighed, his gaze fixed intensely on Lu Feng. But precisely because your talent in magic strength is extraordinary, it will inevitably lead to the heavenly path, weakening your talent in magical comprehension and elemental affinity. Extremes will lead to opposites. According to Fan Tianzong's theory, Lu Feng frowned and said, "Are you saying that my magical comprehension and elemental affinity will be inversely proportional to my magic strength? In all past examples, without exception, it has been this way. Even SSS-level national-level magicians cannot escape this law." So, Lu Feng interjected, "So, it's not that you don't want to teach, but that you think I won't be able to learn those advanced spells? In such a short time, you cannot possibly learn it. Let alone advanced magic, even intermediate and basic spells are very difficult." Fan Tianzong said, "First, there is the limitation of talent. Second, the time required to learn advanced magic is far longer than you imagine. You are being too naive. So, you will have to wait until after we go out for me to give you the advanced magic books for you to study on your own. What I've always wanted to do is to tell you some battle techniques of summoners and the mindset of magicians. These would help improve your combat power to some extent. But that's all I can do. Relying on last-minute cramming for quick success is unrealistic." Fan Tianzong tried to persuade Lu Feng, intending to dissuade him from the idea of learning magic right now, and instead calm down to listen to him explain some battle mindsets and techniques to enhance his combat power. Being overly ambitious is not a good thing. Lu Feng scratched his ear. This old monster, having lived for 200 years, really was long-winded. What heavenly path? Constraints? Those might limit others, but for someone like Lu Feng, a god-level talent magician, he had long transcended the rules of the heavenly path. His magic strength was very high. His elemental affinity was also infinitely great. It was just this magical comprehension. The attribute table did not indicate specifics, but he had a strong premonition that his talent in this area must also be impressive. "Old man, I understand the reasoning you are saying, but I don't want to hear it." Lu Feng interrupted him decisively. "And what if there is a possibility that I will be the one to break all the limiting rules? Magic strength, elemental affinity, magical comprehension, I am a god." Lu Feng said confidently, even as if it were a matter of course. "You can consider me a young fool who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, or you can see me as someone who won't turn back until I hit a southern wall. But you must believe, a person can overcome heaven. The so-called constraints of the heavenly path ultimately stem from your insufficient talent. You are not strong enough." Fan Tianzong stared blankly at Lu Feng, and after a long time, he slowly lowered his head and whispered, "Perhaps. Then let's give it a try. Let me see if you really are the chosen one." Not. Fan Tianzong stomped one foot on the ground, and an orange-red magic diagram appeared beneath their feet. "This is advanced magic, the method and incantation of the Imperial Flame Dragon technique, so listen carefully. The most fundamental step in the operation of advanced magic is to first sense the existence of the magic array, summon the diagram, and bind it with one's mind to communicate with the elements in space, establishing a magical contract. Trajectory with the array. Through this trajectory, the elements and the magic array are combined to manifest more powerful elemental magic. These trajectories that combine the array with the elements are all specific and singular, paired with exclusive chants that evoke and transform the elements of heaven and earth." Seeing that Lu Feng was persistent, Fan Tianzong felt a sense of determination akin to not giving up until reaching the Yellow River, so he simply summoned the magic array diagram, allowing him to experience it firsthand to understand just how difficult it is to master the advanced magic that 99.99% of magicians find daunting, spending their entire lives studying it without success, especially without innate talent. Lu Feng listened intently to Fan Tianzong's introduction and the method of operation, watching as he demonstrated the complete process. From composition to magic release, there are a total of 3,763 steps, many of which need to be synchronized in an instant. This tests a magician's control over the elements and their understanding of magic. Many talented individuals with exceptional magical comprehension can successfully complete the first 10 steps or even the first 20 after just one practical demonstration. With 100 repetitions, they can complete the first 100 steps. It takes 3 days to outline the magic array, 7 days to release it, and 10 days to achieve minor success, mastering it completely within a month. Those with good comprehension can master it in several months, while those with average comprehension may take years or even a lifetime to fully grasp it. Fan Tianzong spoke with his hands behind his back, confidently and earnestly, like a wise mentor. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling red light blinded his eyes. He saw Lu Feng mimicking his teaching method, lightly stomping his foot, and the magic array diagram suddenly appeared beneath him. Moreover, the magic array that appeared was larger and more radiant than his own. This is the magic array of the Imperial Flame Dragon technique? How is this possible? To complete the outline of the array, at least 1038 steps must be connected in one breath. What a joke! This is his first operation. However, before he could recover from the shock of Lu Feng's diagram, Lu Feng's next action left him utterly dumbfounded, his eyes bulging in disbelief, the demeanor of a master completely gone. After summoning the diagram, Lu Feng continued to operate the magic. The energy of the fire element passed through the magic array, merging with it, and when it re-emerged from the diagram, it had already transformed, changing from ordinary flames to violet-blue flames, gradually coalescing into a dragon flame. The dragon flame spiraled in front of the diagram, accompanied by a dragon's roar, charging down fiercely. Imperial Flame Dragon technique. But that wasn't all. Lu Feng looked up, shouted loudly, his eyes shining with violet-blue light, and a magic array appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire 3rd district. From within the array, one violet-blue fire dragon after another leaped out, intertwining and flying in the sky, following Lu Feng's summons, even attacking with precise direction and positioning. Boom! The fire dragon struck a distant stone mountain, flattening it completely. Seeing this powerful effect, Lu Feng was overjoyed. The elements retracted, the light array shrank and dissipated, and the brilliance illuminating the sky faded. Although Lu Feng couldn't see the specific values of the attack just now, he could truly feel the qualitative enhancement of his magical power. His current magic power is close to 500,000. In the past, if he used ordinary flames to attack, his single target damage would only be 1.5 times 500,000. But now, he not only has an elemental coefficient of 1.5, but also an additional skill coefficient from a high-level magic skill. A preliminary estimate puts this coefficient at around 5, meaning the total coefficient is 1.5 plus 5 is equal to 6.5. Through the release of the high-level magic, the Imperial Flame Dragon technique, his ordinary flame damage can reach 6.5 times 500,000. Is this the charm of high-level magic? Lu Feng thought happily, also lamenting that his former self was truly a country bumpkin. Clearly possessing such high magic power and elemental affinity, he had always relied on the most primitive elements. Those so-called elemental skills were all constructed based on his own powerful imagination and control, released according to his ideology. Their power relied solely on having enough magic power, with no technique involved. But now, having mastered magic skills is equivalent to having high-end techniques built on a solid foundation, effectively expanding the conversion of his magic power. For Lu Feng, this was more than just a boost, it was a complete transformation. His former self was like a young man with a century of internal strength, having the power but not knowing how to use it. Now, he had learned impressive martial arts techniques based on that century of power, making him a force capable of unifying the martial world. I am no longer that farmer with mere brute strength. Lu Feng laughed heartily, unaware that Fan Tianzong beside him was already dumbfounded, questioning his own life. Having lived for 200 years, he had seen too many geniuses, including SS Plus and even SSS level mages, many of whom specialized in magic comprehension and elemental affinity. But he had never seen anyone complete high-level magic on their first try. He had just watched Lu Feng demonstrate it once, and then he autonomously completed over 3,000 magic steps in one breath to finish the high-level magic? Are you sure you haven't learned this magic before? But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The most astonishing thing was that Lu Feng not only successfully completed the Imperial Flame Dragon technique but also innovated by summoning multiple fire dragons to attack simultaneously. The key point was that this guy seemed to have never chanted at all. He only recited the name of the magic in the final step after the magic circle was formed, and then the magic was complete? Also, how did you manage the steps afterward? I feel like you understand the Imperial Flame Dragon technique better than I do, and what you released was more than I did? If this technique wasn't his own creation, Fan Tianzong would have doubted whether his version was a defective copy and that Lu Feng's was the real Imperial Flame Dragon technique. After completing the spell, Lu Feng looked down at Fan Tianzong, smiling lightly as he asked, "So, how is it? Is my talent acceptable?" Fan Tianzong stumbled, almost falling over. The slap to the face came too quickly, like a tornado, just as he finished saying that the heavens would not allow Lu Feng's comprehension of magic to be greatly limited. The next second, Lu Feng completed the high-level magic casting. This was something that would take a genius mage 10 days to half a month to accomplish, yet Lu Feng only needed one try. Not even a minute. This was not just unreasonable, it was a complete shock to Fan Tianzong's worldview. With such high magic power, to still possess such extraordinary elemental affinity and magic comprehension. I truly cannot find the words to describe it. Prodigy? Monster? None of them suffice. Kid, could it be that you are truly the reincarnation of a magic god? Lu Feng chuckled. I don't know about being a magic god, but in the realm of magic, as I said, I am indeed a god. Magic power, elemental affinity, magic comprehension, I am the strongest in all. Gulp. The 200-year-old man swallowed hard, greatly shocked, feeling as if he had encountered an extraordinary student. You possess the potential to become a saint. Finally, Fan Tianzong uttered this sentence. Perhaps the sage is not your end. On the continent, the most powerful practitioners are referred to as sages, the saints of martial arts, just one step away from becoming gods, towering above billions of living beings. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are 7 sages representing the highest combat power of the kingdom. The last sage was recognized 30 years ago. Until now, the 8th sage has yet to appear. The fact that Fan Tianzong spoke of Lu Feng as having the potential to become a sage is already the highest praise. Thank you for your kind words. But since you've said that, then hurry up and share your knowledge, my dear master. I've been waiting eagerly. As for other magic, bring on as much as you have. Having learned the true skills, Lu Feng couldn't play coy anymore and immediately changed his tone, lowering himself to call himself a disciple. This left Fan Tianzong at a loss for words. That's true, you are learning my magic, Fan Tianzong's magic, so even if you become a sage in the future, you will still be considered half my disciple. Thinking of it this way, my heart seems to hurt a little less. Earlier, when he taught Lu Feng advanced magic, he always felt like he was being taken advantage of, but with this shift in perspective, he felt much more at ease. Pay attention to this next magic. Fan Tianzong, not shy at all, stepped forward, and a blue magical halo appeared beside him. This is an advanced water magic, inherited from the great mage Wei Yilus of the Holy Hall. Lu Feng nodded, no longer speaking, focusing his mind to listen intently to Fan Tianzong's explanation of the magic's operation process. In the 5th district, Ma Guifei and Duan Heba and others finally passed through the lava area and arrived at the barrier light wall of the 4th district. The one-way door showed that only 4 people could pass through, so Duan Heba left 2 of his team members in the 5th district, while he, along with the other 2 in Ma Guifei, crossed the one-way door into the 4th district. Upon entering the 4th district, the scene before them left the 4 in shock, speechless. In front of them lay scattered beast remains, a pair of dragon wings embedded in the ground, with flames still burning at the tips. This is a dragon? The scattered corpses on the ground made it easy for them to identify that this beast belonged to the most powerful dragon race. Moreover, judging by its size, this dragon was already an adult. Incredible, the closing beast of the 4th district is actually a dragon. Looking at its body structure, this should be an adult wyvern. An adult wyvern can stand up to 20 meters tall, with a terrifying physique, and possesses powerful dragon breath and spatial transfer abilities, Duan Heba exclaimed. The beast level in the 4th district is at level 30, and a level 30 wyvern has a minimum health of 5 million, with all attributes above 80,000. Ma Guifei's addition made everyone's hearts skip a beat again. Even though they had anticipated it, seeing the 4th district's beast being so powerful still left them in shock. Yet, such a powerful beast had been taken down, and it was clear that this was Lu Feng's doing. I really can't imagine that someone could take down such a powerful wyvern. B-level summoner, my god, this completely overturns my understanding. No wonder Lu Feng could score such an outrageous 38 million points. It turns out he even killed a wyvern. How on earth did he do it? Is he really a candidate? The 4 were left questioning their souls, their scalps tingling from the shock. However, after witnessing this, Ma Guifei's mood was no longer as irritable as before, instead, it calmed down. Seeing a candidate so strong made his doubts about his understanding gradually fade away, replaced by awe for Lu Feng and an urgent desire to meet him in person. What kind of person is Lu Feng? Such an impressive individual, what does he look like? This was the first time in many years that such emotions arose in his heart. He had never submitted to anyone, but now, after seeing the situation in the 5th and 4th districts, he felt that he had genuinely acknowledged Lu Feng from the bottom of his heart. He had to admit that Lu Feng was indeed strong, and he was convinced. To be in the same era as such a genius, isn't that a kind of sorrow? Duan Heba expressed what he most wanted to say at that moment, and Ma Guifei looked at him with a somewhat surprised gaze. What? Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? No, I just think it's quite unexpected to hear such philosophical words come out of your mouth. TCH, Guifei, don't look down on me. I am also a cultured person. I have been well-versed in Tang poetry since I was young. Such words are just at my fingertips. Basic skills, just watering the plants, no big deal. Hearing Ma Guifei's praise, Duan Heba said this on the surface, but inside, he was already overjoyed. After indulging in his self-satisfaction for a while, he noticed that Ma Guifei had stopped paying attention to him, so he cleared his throat twice to change the subject and focused his gaze on the enormous transmission gate ahead. This is the one-way gate from the 4th district to the 3rd district. It seems the key hanging above has already been opened. Should we go in? There was no limit on the number of people passing through the one-way gate from the 4th district to the 3rd District. As long as it was opened, they could pass.
Duan Heba asked for Ma Guifei's opinion.
Let's go, we haven't even seen the real Lu Feng yet. There are still 30 hours left until the college entrance
examination, and we can't really do anything during this time anyway.
That's true, then let's go. Let's see if we can catch up with the steps of the god of Lu. It's good to make friends with such a person, haha.
Duan Heba love making friends the most. Ma Guifei shot him a sideways glance. Making friends?
I think you just want to go and be a sycophant because you see he can kill dragons, right? Even the god of Lu is called you.
Bah, look at you, what are you saying?
And you heard wrong, it's Chen, not God.
Still trying to argue?
TCH, I can't be bothered to argue with you.
Duan Heba waved his hand, not wanting to continue the argument with Ma Guifei, and stepped into the transmission gate first.
Fan Tianzong gazed at the frostbird under the white magic array in the sky, deeply shocked. He had taught Lu Feng dozens of advanced magic spells in a row, whether they were advanced spells of ordinary elements or specific elements. Without exception, Lu Feng learned them all in one go.
What was most breathtaking was that Lu Feng could innovate and create entirely
new things, upgrading the original magic, operating it with ease, and its power was even greater than before. This child is truly terrifying. Fan Tianzong sighed. His lifetime of advanced magic had been learned by someone in just 2 hours. Who could understand this feeling? With a slight movement of his mind, Lu Feng made the frost phoenix let out a loud cry, its icy eyes shining with brilliance and its blood-red pupils displayed
a bewitching charm. Old Fan, is there more?
Hearing Lu Feng's inquiry,
Fan Tianzong's mouth almost twitched and his 2 whiskers trembled violently.
Do you really treat advanced magic like cabbage?
Looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, the number of advanced magic spells wouldn't exceed 4 digits.
A magician who can master an advanced magic spell is considered a top figure in their locality.
You have mastered dozens by yourself. What more do you want?
None left, not a drop. You've drained them all.
Lu Feng also expressed regret about this.
What a pity. Oh, by the way, I remember you said there are holy level magic spells above.
Advanced magic. Do you know holy level magic?
Upon hearing this, Fan Tianzong did not respond, looking dejected. This guy not only learned all his advanced magic but also wanted to learn holy level magic? Hey, you brat. Don't get greedy. I never promised to teach you holy level magic. And you, kid, have no concept of what holy level magic is at all. This level of magic is the highest inheritance of a method saint.
Not to mention the Dragon Kingdom. Even looking at the entire world, the number of holy level magic spells is extremely limited. This kind of inheritance is more important to a temple mage than their own life.
Oh,
Lu Feng picked up 2
important pieces of information from Fan Tianzong's words. The first was that he had mastered holy level magic, and the second was that he was unwilling to teach it to him anymore.
Alright then. Lu Feng didn't press the
issue. After all, the advanced magic he had mastered at this stage was enough for him to digest for a long time. Although he could control and release it, truly applying it in battle to exert effective combat power still
required some time.
The fastest way to adapt, of course, was through real combat, and coincidentally, the 2nd district was his testing ground. However, before he could withdraw the magic array, there was a commotion at the one-way door behind him, and his eyes sharpened. Buzz! The magic array, which had begun to contract, instantly expanded, and the frost phoenix let out a long cry, flapping its wings as countless ice branches spread out. As soon as Duan Heba stepped into the 3rd district, he felt a bone-chilling cold and a murderous intent that pierced through to his heart. His pupils widened, and almost instinctively he circulated his chi in front of him, the sword chi sweeping out and colliding with the ice pillar. But this seemingly ordinary ice pillar easily pierced through his unmatched chi. What? How is this possible?
Duan Heba was horrified. His chi
was broken, and the rebounding force sent his body flying back, crashing into the barrier wall behind him. As he watched the ice pillar rush towards him, his pupils widened.
Ding!
A green light flashed, and countless vines wrapped around the ice pillar. It was the Ma Guifei behind him who had made her move. However, these vines only delayed it for half a second before the ice pillar broke through the vines, branching out to attack Ma Guifei as well. Ma Guifei, with her shimmering green aura, had always been invincible, but in front of this ordinary ice pillar, she had no power to resist.
Lu Feng, please show mercy. We mean no harm.
They were
all forced against the light wall with nowhere to retreat, watching as the ice pillar was about to pierce Ma Guifei's eyes and stab Duan Heba in the lower body. Duan Heba shouted.
After the shout, the ice pillar slowly receded, and Lu Feng's figure appeared before them. Seeing the crisis averted, the few of them finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Looking at the handsome and proud Lu Feng, Duan Heba was not unfamiliar and was quite friendly.
Wow, Lu Feng, you're really this handsome in person. I thought someone as powerful as you would definitely be some kind of freak, but you look perfectly normal, just a handsome guy. Lu Feng was quite surprised that someone could come to the 3rd district. Originally, he thought that if the other party was here to cause trouble, he would just eliminate them without mercy.
But if they came with good intentions, there was no
need to be so ruthless. After all, he was not a person who killed for the sake of killing. Who are you? Let me introduce myself.
This is Ma Guifei, and I am Duan Heba.
We both come from the provincial capital and are
currently ranked 2nd and 3rd on the overall leaderboard.
Oh, please don't misunderstand. We specifically mentioned the provincial capital not to show off, but just to introduce where we come from.
Duan Heba was very enthusiastic, acting harmless like a fool.
Ma Guifei shot him a disdainful glance and muttered, as expected, just here to be a sycophant.
In response, Duan Heba didn't bother to argue with Ma Guifei, muttering to himself, if it weren't for me, you might have already been out.
Then he turned his gaze back to Lu Feng. We admire you very much, especially me. My admiration for you is as endless as the flowing river. We came here to follow in your footsteps and pay homage to the star of Dongjiang. Duan Heba's words made Lu Feng feel a bit embarrassed. This flattery skill, was he sure he was in the top 3 of the Dongjiang leaderboard? However, it seems that only those in the top 3 of the overall rankings have the opportunity to come here. A normal professional, even if Lu Feng has cleared the path ahead, would not be able to reach the 3rd district. To say it's admiration is a bit too serious. We're all just students from Dongjiang, here to take the college entrance examination.
It's normal to have good and bad results, but strong individuals always appreciate each other.
Especially those who are far superior to me. I call them Big Brother. And Lu Feng, your results are truly a historical disgrace for Dongjiang. It is my honor to meet you, Duan Heba.
I must say, Duan Heba is really good with words. Ha, you are quite interesting. You have an interesting personality and an interesting name. Duan Heba, right? It's Heba, hee. Sorry to make the big shot laugh. Lu Feng exchanged glances with Fan Tianzong.
Fan Tianzong had a sound transmission spell. He instructed Lu Feng to bring all 4 of them along because someone needed to act as the focal point in the 2nd district.
Originally, they
planned to leave a summoned beast as the focal point, but since they had extra manpower, there was no need for the summoned beast, allowing Lu Feng's combat power to be more concentrated. The 2nd district was a desert, with sandstorms raging and visibility extremely low. The journey ahead will be very dangerous, and it could threaten your lives, so you all should stay here and observe the battle, Lu Feng said to the 4 after
entering the 2nd district.
But the sandstorm is so strong, and visibility is less than 10 meters, we can't see anything ahead.
Duan Heba questioned. What you are standing on is the focal point of the entire area. As long as someone is on this focal point, the sandstorm will stop. Lu Feng smiled, stepping down, and a formation circle appeared beneath Duan Heba and the others' feet.
Suddenly, the raging sandstorm came to a halt. The sky cleared, and the sunlight was no longer obscured by the sand, gradually revealing the objects ahead. In front of them stood a palace built of compacted earth, and beneath the sand surrounding the palace, some magical
beasts could be faintly seen.
Casting the insight spell, the attributes of the nearest sand fox appeared before them. Sand fox, Lord level, LV 35 health, 2400000/2400000 attack, 10992 physical resistance.
7,000 magical resistance, 8,100 skills, breath of flame, flying sand and stone, sandstorm, shadow of the dune danger level.
7 stars. When they saw its attributes, Ma Guifei and Duan Heba were so shocked
they couldn't speak.
The ordinary small monsters on the outskirts were already level 35 lords, with health reaching 240,000 and attack power exceeding 10,000. How could they fight that? Even if the 4 of them attacked together, a full set of skills would only take off a layer of skin. Killing it was basically impossible.
Bro, we all listen to you. The magical beasts in this 2nd district are beyond our level to handle.
Lu Feng smiled and nodded. He liked people who knew their own limits, as it made things easier for him.
Alright, you all stay here, I'll go. What's the problem? It's just that, Lu Feng.
We're saying that magical beasts of this strength appear in groups, and they get even stronger the deeper you go.
Are you really okay with this? Duan Heba couldn't help but ask, even though he knew Lu Feng's strength exceeded their imagination. The difficulty before them was already hellish.
Not to mention a student, even the elders of their family would have to think twice.
Let's give it a try. A man can't say he can't do it, right?
Leaving this rhetorical question, Lu Feng stopped talking, summoned Xiao Mo, and charged forward on his sword. Upon sensing someone intruding into their territory, the group of sand foxes on the ground raised their heads and let out a sharp, piercing hiss, their fur turning to sand and sprouting sharp barbs. The barbs, like katyushas, aimed at Lu Feng, focusing their fire and launching an attack whoosh whoosh whoosh. Meanwhile, small dust storms appeared in the low sky. Lu Feng dodged with his sword, while Xiao Mo's sword energy crisscrossed, and the immortal sword shot out in unison.
-530,000, -530,000, -530,000. After reaching level 16,
Xiao Mo's base attack had approached 100,000, and with 5 passive stacks, a single normal attack could deal over 500,000 damage.
Moreover, his attack speed was extremely fast, and in
an instant, several immortal swords pierced the sand fox, with the damage value of 530,000 rapidly fluctuating, surging in groups.
Thunder God, descend!
Lu Feng added damage, and thunder rumbled in the sky, with several
lightning snakes darting down, striking the sand fox.
Under normal conditions, the coefficient was 1.5, multiplied by magic power, allowing for 75,000 damage to a single target.
-750,000, -750,000, -750,000. The immortal swords flew by, soaring past, and with a flash of lightning, the sand fox was instantly taken down. With each strike, a sand fox perished.
Although the power of the sandstorm and the barbs was great, these skills would all stop or change trajectory and shoot back when they approached Lu Feng. Thus, under the dazzling display of immortal swords and the flashes of lightning, in less than half a stick of incense, the outer group of sand foxes was completely wiped out. Passing through the sand fox area, there was a rugged terrain of sand dunes. Whoosh! Below, desert whirlpools appeared, with a black storm swirling at their center. Roar! A two-horned sand viper burst forth from below, opening its massive maw. At some point, countless sand snakes surged out from beneath the whirlpool, appearing like densely packed strands of hair from above. The sand dunes collapsed, revealing the statue of a pharaoh, spirit of frost. A formation diagram appeared from the sky, and Lu Feng pointed forward lightly. The sand viper charging at him was instantly frozen into a massive ice sculpture. Spirit of Frost, a high-level magic, had a magic coefficient of 4.5 plus an elemental coefficient of 1.5, giving a total coefficient of 6 multiplied by Lu Feng's magic power, resulting in a terrifying damage of 3 million. The Sand Viper had a health of 280,000, and under Lu Feng's high-level magic, it lost its vitality. After the statue of the pharaoh appeared beneath the sand dunes, its staff shot a red laser towards Lu Feng, who jumped in the air and slid down from the frozen snake's head. The laser struck the frozen snake's body, shattering it into ice shards. Not bad, kid, I didn't expect your magic damage to be so high. You even managed to take down a level 36 Viper in one hit. Seeing Lu Feng's performance in battle, Fan Tianzong, who was on his shoulder, praised him. He thought he had already regarded Lu Feng highly enough, but Lu Feng still managed to surprise him. Those pharaoh statues are controlled by formations inside the palace. Be careful not to get hit by that laser, as it can petrify you. Its weakness is that it can only attack from one side. As long as you get behind it, you can destroy it. Lu Feng nodded, his mind moving, and a violent fireball appeared in his hands. Boom! The flames shot out like cannonballs, swirling and impacting the ground beneath him, instantly spreading and burning the sand snakes clean, clearing a patch of ground. Lu Feng landed, casually creating a sword energy barrier that perfectly blocked a beam of pharaoh laser, aimed at where he would land. Boom! The ground exploded, creating a massive sand pit, and Lu Feng leaped away, the immortal sword flying beneath him, soaring back into the air. Just then, the sand snakes on the ground were rapidly merging, their forms gradually growing larger, sprouting 8 snake heads. Yamada no Orochi Avatar, Lord level, Mimetic Phantom, level, LV 38 health, for 100,000/410,000 magic power, 45,000 attack power, 23992 physical resistance, 18,000 magic resistance, 21100 skills, Shadow of Thunder Shield, 100 array split kill, Shadow of Divine Thought, Divine Wrath Flame danger level, 8 stars, watching from a distance. Ma Guifei and Duan Heba, along with 2 others, were stunned as they observed Lu Feng's battle with these high-level magical beasts. My god, this kind of earth-shattering technique, it feels a bit like watching a sci-fi movie? The data shows Lu Feng is not a summoner, so what kind of magic is he casting now? Is this really the combat level someone his age should have? A sand fox with over 2 million health is being cut down like vegetables in his hands, easily eliminated. And these magical beasts in the second district are seriously over the limit, with the outer beasts even showing the phantom of Yamada no Orochi. There can't be a real Yamada no Orochi in the palace, right? Yamada no Orochi, also known as Yamata no Orochi, has 8 heads and 8 tails, and is a powerful beast symbolizing disaster. Now, Lu Feng was only facing an avatar, but its stats were already comparable to that of a dragon. Setting aside the basic attributes, its overall combat power was even higher than that of a ground dragon of the same level. The magical beasts in the second district were indeed powerful, exceeding Lu Feng's imagination. Fortunately, he had learned a few tricks from Fan Tianzong, otherwise, relying solely on his own magic power, he would have struggled to deal with these beasts. Divine skill, Heavenly Thunder descends. Faced with such a formidable creature, Lu Feng did not hesitate and immediately cast a high-level single-target spell. With a Thunder Element coefficient of 1.5 and a Heavenly Thunder Magic coefficient of 5.5, the total coefficient was 7 multiplied by his magic power, capable of dealing 3,500,000 damage to a single target. In the sky, dark thunderclouds rolled, and beneath the thunderclouds, a blue magic circle appeared. Lightning struck down from the clouds, passing through the magic circle and transforming into a thunder serpent dozens of feet long, charging towards Yamada no Orochi. Sensing the threat of such divine might, Yamada no Orochi formed a dark purple thunder shield in front of itself, and the 3-headed serpent at its center gathered magical energy to spit out black flames to counter the divine thunder. Divine Wrath Flame, centered on itself, consumed resources to open a space, causing damage based on magic power multiplied by the coefficient. The thunder shield reduced magic damage or physical damage taken by 60%. When Divine Wrath Flame collided with Lu Feng's Thunder Serpent from Heavenly Thunder Descends, it absorbed part of the lightning power before being quickly engulfed by the Thunder Serpent. Crack! The Thunder Serpent struck the Thunder Shield in front of Yamada no Orochi, which shattered after withstanding several moments, and the lightning hit Yamada no Orochi, which let out a painful roar, while a massive damage value floated above its head. -1.01 million.
Divine Wrath Flame weakened Lu Feng's Thunder Serpent's damage, and the Thunder Shield further reduced the magic damage by 60%, causing Lu Feng's over 3 million damage to only deal 1 million. This guy is really tough to deal with. After the Thunder did not take down Yamada no Orochi in one hit, the ground's Pharaoh statue joined forces with Yamada no Orochi to launch an attack on Lu Feng. Lu Feng dodged with his sword, and when he couldn't avoid it, he would activate the wind shield to block, putting him in a passive position. Their attacks are quite dense, and your summoned beast's fairy sword can't effectively attack Yamada no Orochi. The fairy sword gets shot down before it even reaches it. We have to think of a way. Fan Tianzong frowned tightly, his expression anxious. Do you have any other means? If not, should I step in? You should save your strength for recovering the Qianquan bag. Don't worry, it will die soon. Lu Feng said calmly, full of confidence. Fan Tianzong asked in confusion. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, he adjusted the position of the fairy sword and dove down towards the ground. As they were about to crash to the ground, he finally pulled up the celestial sword, making Fan Tianzong's heart nearly leap out of his chest. What are you doing? Lu Feng did not answer, instead saying he was continuously raising the celestial sword to draw all the firepower. 3, 2, 1. He counted down, and when he reached 1, suddenly, the eight-headed serpent ahead began to stir. Its lower body started to petrify at an astonishing speed, spreading upwards. Under the serpent's horrified gaze and unwilling roars, it completely transformed into a stone statue. What happened? Fan Tianzong exclaimed, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he noticed that Xiao Mo was missing from his side. Looking down intently, he discovered that Xiao Mo had somehow appeared beneath the eight-headed serpent. Could it be from the dive just now? He realized. Indeed, Lu Feng's rapid dive earlier was to allow the invisible Xiao Mo to go down and quietly sneak near the eight-headed serpent to use the True King technique. Annihilation of the Demon King. Xiao Mo began to chant, performing a dark baptism on the designated target, capable of pinpoint control, petrification, and dealing intelligence multiplied by 2500. Damage to the enemy. Minus 1.62 million. Xiao Mo's highest attributes were attack and agility, and in an invisible state, his movement speed was even greater. In a short time, he was able to appear beneath the eight-headed serpent to unleash the True King technique, completely petrifying it and dealing a total of 1.62 million damage. Xiao Mo, let's go. Lu Feng also took this opportunity to once again summon the thunder, but this time he did not use a magic circle. Instead, he directly summoned the previous thundercloud with his words, letting the thunder pour down. Crash! The lightning surged down, covering the entire eight-headed serpent. Minus 730,000. Minus 730,000. Minus 730,000. Without using magic, the single target damage of the thunder could only deal 730,000, but the sheer amount of lightning was sufficient for pinpoint strikes, preventing the opponent from using any defensive skills. The eight-headed serpent was directly overwhelmed by the thunder and perished with a bang. The lightning cascaded like a hanging galaxy, illuminating Fan Tianzong's face. When it dissipated, the petrified eight-headed serpent collapsed like a fallen statue. After the eight-headed serpent fell, the laser from the pharaoh statue was not enough to stop Lu Feng's advance. Lu Feng soared forward on his sword, and as he passed, the celestial sword sliced through, cleaving the statue in half. The others, including Ma Guethe, witnessed this shocking scene, especially at the moment the eight-headed serpent fell. They felt it was simply stunning. Duan Heba opened the leaderboard and found that Lu Feng's score had surpassed 100 million points, 120 million points, 140 million points, 180 million points. After dealing with the pharaoh statue and the eight-headed serpent's phantom, Lu Feng continued forward to the Palace of Sand. In front of the desert palace was a vast open space where a legion of sand soldiers stood, resembling terracotta warriors, imposing and deadly. As Lu Feng approached, these sand soldiers moved. Sand soldier, level, LV40, health, 1-500-000/1-500-000. There were thousands of sand soldiers, including some centurions and thousand-man commanders, who were of commander and lord rank. They wielded long spears and all came to life. Upon seeing so many ordinary attribute sand soldiers, Lu Feng's first reaction was joy. After all, this was a wealth of experience points, and they could be easily dealt with in groups, but upon seeing the additional prompt, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sand soldier, created by the Desert Emperor using yellow sand, imbued with divine patterns, can resurrect infinitely after being defeated. As long as the Emperor is alive, the sand soldiers are immortal. This description meant that there were no magic energy crystals within these sand soldiers. The energy for their combat came from the Desert Emperor of the 2nd District. Not only can they not be killed, but there's also no experience points. Lu Feng's spirits immediately sank. Then let's not force it, we just need to find a way to reach the palace. His idea was beautiful, but the reality was that these sand soldiers were far more troublesome than he had imagined. Not only could they form formations, but they could also use the sand to build walls, and the soldiers could interchange positions with one another. Lu Feng attempted to break through several times, all ending in failure, and his expression gradually turned colder. Damn it, you won't give me face. Ha! At least 100 celestial swords surrounded Lu Feng, swirling and wreaking havoc, capable of easily slicing through a bunch of sand soldiers.
However, these sand soldiers would reassemble their bodies after turning into yellow sand. In this area, they were practically immortal. Do you really think that just because I can't kill you, I can't do anything about you? Lu Feng took a deep breath, sensing the elemental energy in the world. Tick-tock. In the dry air, water droplets rapidly condensed. Deep in the desert, columns of water surged up. Seeing this scene, Fan Tianzong's rat-like eyes were once again frightened. In such a dry environment, gathering water elements was nearly impossible. The consumption of magical energy and the required affinity were extraordinarily high. Yet Lu Feng was summoning waterfalls in the desert? How much affinity must he possess? Even the mother of water would be impressed. In this situation, he could only describe himself as short-sighted. Glancing at Lu Feng, he stammered, "This guy really can't be measured by common sense." The sand soldiers feared nothing but water elements. Once wet, the sand would become incredibly heavy, making it impossible to move. Drip, drip, drip. After gathering a massive water sphere in the air, Lu Feng withdrew his elemental control, and the water sphere crashed down from the sky. Splash! The ground was like a flood, and all the sand soldiers were knocked down, drenched in water, making them incredibly heavy and unable to move, let alone continue fighting. Ice Vine. Congeal. Lu Feng snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the water on the sand soldiers froze into ice. Crack, crack, crack. The sand soldier army was turned into ice sculptures, unable to move at all. Let's go. Seeing such a large-scale spell and then looking at Lu Feng, who was still not even breathing heavily, Fan Tianzong was stunned on the spot. It was only when Lu Feng called out that he snapped back to reality, riding the weasel behind him. As the weasel passed by the ice sculptures of the sand soldiers, it sniffed with its nose, but the cold air was too sharp, causing it to retract its nose and run away without looking back. The palace's entrance was a triangular opening, flanked by two sphinx statues. Stepping into the palace, the scene inside took Lu Feng by surprise. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Inside the palace, there were no red walls or black tiles, nor any golden and resplendent ceilings. Instead, it was lush with vegetation, and in the center, there was an oasis island. The island was home to numerous flowers, insects, birds, and beasts, and on the back of the island stood a massive golden throne, where a slave with a snake tail and human body fanned a banana leaf fan for a person seated in golden armor and a sheer garment, wearing a mask. Seeing this bizarre scene, Lu Feng dared not act rashly, and Fan Tianzong solemnly reminded him he is the lord of the second district, the desert emperor, and the most powerful being in the entire Grand Jinhua. Lu Feng cast an insight spell, which only displayed its health information. Desert Emperor, dominant level LV 40, health 19,000,000/19,000,000, attack, defense, magic power, skills, danger level, 9 stars. Even though he could only see its health attributes, Lu Feng could feel its power. 19 million health points, more than Xiaoqing's, made it the creature with the highest health he had encountered so far. Moreover, the size of this Desert Emperor does not seem to match its main attributes, which means that this 19 million health points might just be its most inconspicuous value. How high could its magic power and attack be? Lu Feng murmured. This was the first time he encountered an opponent with stats higher than his summoned beasts, leaving him feeling somewhat uncertain. Beasts of this level and rank possessed the ability to kill him in an instant, so Lu Feng dared not be reckless and summoned all his beasts. Handsome, the little demon, and the azure dragon all appeared. Roar! To everyone's surprise, a dragon's roar also echoed from the island, and a pair of emerald green wings spread out, covering a third of the forest. Then, a giant dragon with an emerald body soared into the sky above the island, followed by a group of smaller beaked dragons. It's the emerald dragon guarding the throne. The emerald dragon is at the peak of the 5th rank, just one step away from the 6th rank, and ranks 2 tiers higher than the wyvern in the dragon hierarchy, second only to the 5-colored dragon, known for its defense, unmatched in defense among its level. Emerald Dragon, dominant level LV 40, health 36000000/36000000, attack 110000, defense 230000, skills, absolute healing, gem dragon scale. Danger level 9 stars. In terms of level, the Emerald Dragon is a full 10 levels higher than the wyvern in the 4th district, and its bloodline purity is significantly higher, completely overwhelming the wyvern in terms of stats, especially health and defense, which are frighteningly high. 36 million health points and 230,000 defense. My goodness, even the weakest attack attribute is as high as Little Cheng's. Lu Feng had always fought with a wealthy strategy, and this was truly the first time he encountered a battle of equal strength. So, are you scared now? I told you, the guys in the 2nd district are tough characters. It would have been better to listen to me and use the teleportation array from the start. Now facing them, with your full lineup of summoned beasts, how confident are you? 60%, I guess. Lu Feng answered honestly. 60%? Fan Tianzong did not expect that under such circumstances, Lu Feng could still have a 60% chance of winning. I didn't see that coming. If that's the case, this situation is more optimistic than I expected. You'll be even more optimistic soon. Oh, why do you say that? Because it seems I have already found a breakthrough. Breakthrough? If you find your breakthrough, you can have a chance to inherit at least 90%. Lu Feng said, his gaze fixed ahead, where the Emerald Dragon had already spotted them and was summoning a group of Earth Dragons to attack them. He smirked, "Look, my breakthrough is just coming to me." A magic circle appeared in the palms of Lu Feng's hands, and little Qing carried Handsome and the others, ready to welcome the battle. "Go, kill them all." Lu Feng admitted that the Emerald Dragon and the Desert Emperor were indeed powerful, but the Earth Dragons around them were weaklings, with level 40 attributes. Their strength was even inferior to the Wyvern, with health points barely reaching 500,000. These Earth Dragons carried a large amount of magic energy crystals, experience points. As long as he killed them, it would be enough for Lu Feng to level up again. After defeating the Wyvern, he had already gained more than half of the experience points, and having killed so many sand foxes and vipers outside the palace, Lu Feng's experience bar had exceeded 95%. "Come on, let's fight, this is destined to be a feast of slaughter." On both sides of the sky, two enormous magic circles appeared, one of which released a stream of ice dragons, while the other summoned frost phoenixes, exhaling cold frost. Ice and fire, a dual heaven. After the baptism of damage from the ice and fire dual heaven, additionally, Xiaoqing was not idle either. At Lu Feng's signal, it used its domain skill. Lord skill, Cold Flash, deals ice damage, additionally slows by 30% and inflicts 200% critical damage and a 70% burn effect. Dominant skill, Frozen Wind, under the domain of Cold Flash, instantly turns a patch of land into a snow-covered landscape, unleashing a blizzard that deals damage equal to 1,000 times the intelligence coefficient sustained. In an instant, the entire palace was transformed into a snowy scene, with a blizzard raging. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of snow covered the wings of the Earth Dragon. The snow and storm affected the Earth Dragon's flight, and the combined slowing and frost effects caused it to lose balance and crash to the ground. The wind and snow continued, and the sustained damage appeared on the Earth Dragon. -660,000, -650,000, -650,000, -1,300,000, -1,300,000, -910,000. The ongoing storm dealt 650,000 damage to the Earth Dragon every second, and under the Cold Flash, it could trigger a 200% critical hit, along with a 70% burn effect. With this gust of wind, the Earth Dragon's health diminished. Moreover, under the Great Storm, even if they wanted to attack you, it was difficult for them to approach. By the time they reached you, they would have already been immobilized by the storm, and once frozen, they could only endure the storm's assault, causing their health to plummet. Before long, some Earth Dragons met their icy demise, perishing and turning into magic cores. One after another, Lu Feng greedily absorbed their magic crystal energy, and finally, the magic crystal energy broke through the bottleneck, allowing Lu Feng to level up. "Congratulations, your level has increased, LV16 LV17." With the level raised to 17, Lu Feng's magic power doubled again, reaching 983,040, already nearing 1 million magic power. As Xiaoqing continued to maintain its domain, the consumption of magic energy was immense. Therefore, after depleting a wave of Earth Dragons, Lu Feng instructed it to deactivate Cold Flash and instead fly into the sky to provoke the Emerald Dragon. Roar! Since Xiaoqing appeared, the Emerald Dragon had been fixated on it, watching as it annihilated its group of Earth Dragon minions. The Emerald Dragon let out a roar, flapping its emerald-like wings and charging forward. Whoosh! Upon meeting, the two began to test each other, spiraling and colliding in the air. After creating some distance, they both charged their powers. Dragon's Breath. Two pillars of fire collided, spewing clouds and mist. Taking advantage of this moment, Shuai leaped onto Xiaoqing's back, gathering strength for a powerful punch aimed at the Emerald Dragon. This punch was like a mountain crashing down, swinging with immense force. Boom! However, despite the overwhelming momentum, when it struck the Emerald Dragon, it felt like hitting a giant bell in the sky, causing minimal damage and instead resonating with a buzzing sound. -12,000. Such a powerful charged punch only dealt 12,000 damage to the Emerald Dragon, leaving Lu Feng dumbfounded. With 230,000 defense and naturally hard armor, its skin thickness is terrifying. Slap! In the midst of his astonishment, the Emerald Dragon's tail swept by, and Shuai hurriedly blocked with both hands in front of his chest, producing a muffled sound as he was swept away. -30,000. It was one thing that the Emerald Dragon had higher health and defense than Shuai, but its attack was also significantly stronger. In a one-on-one, only Xiaoqing had a chance to match it. The other summoned beasts were no match for the Emerald Dragon. Xiaoqing, wear it down until it dies. As the Emerald Dragon attacked Shuai, Xiaoqing also swung its tail, hitting the Emerald Dragon's head and dealing over 20,000 damage. Shuai, who was sent flying, kicked off the wall and charged straight at the Emerald Dragon's abdomen like a cannonball, throwing one punch, two punches, three punches. In a rapid succession, the three punches dealt a total of 30,000 damage. The rake transformed, using a blink to leap onto its back, and executed a whirlwind slash. The previous sound of laughter did not ring out. Instead, a resonant clang echoed. Clang, 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 clang. 19,000, 19,000, 19,000. For the little one, Shuai, the Emerald Dragon was relentless. Its claws struggled to catch him, twisting its body and flinging him away. Just as it was about to strike at Shui Shui in the air, Xiao Qing crashed directly into the Emerald Dragon, sending it crashing onto the island. Boom! The entire island was smashed into a large pit, the ground cracked, and the frozen ice surface split open with several massive fissures. Roar! The Emerald Dragon, pinned beneath Xiao Qing, breathed fire, but Xiao Qing dodged, delivering a blow with its dragon claw to the dragon's head. The Emerald Dragon was not to be outdone, engaging in close combat, striking back with a claw, and thus the two dragons began to grapple on the island. As for Shui Shui, he took the opportunity to interfere and then seized the chance to deal damage. His health and defense were also very high, qualifying him to engage in melee with the Emerald Dragon, and he had no worries about being taken down in an instant. This battle was destined to be a clash between high-constitution tank monsters. The fight was earth-shattering, but their health would not decrease significantly. It would require time to endure, and both Xiao Chang and the Emerald Dragon had healing skills, making this a war of attrition. Xiao Chang and Shui Shui faced off against the Emerald Dragon, while on Lu Feng's side, the opponent was naturally the Desert Emperor, the Lord of the Second District. Xiao Mo, bring the sword. Lu Feng and Xiao Mo each wielded a celestial sword, launching a simultaneous attack, dozens of flying swords following them. The Desert Emperor gazed at the ants before him, and a wall of sand appeared in front of him, embedded with desert soldiers on the outer side. This wall could not only withstand the attacks of the celestial swords but could also devour their sword energy. In other words, Xiao Mo's main passive could only strike the sand wall and could not attack the Desert Emperor. To hit the Desert Emperor, they had to completely destroy the sand wall. Flood, Golden Mountain. With a thought, Lu Feng commanded the lake water frozen around the island to break free from the ice and surge toward the sand wall. He planned to use the same trick again, using water to overcome sand, and then use the freezing to control the Desert Emperor in an instant. However, the opponent seemed to have anticipated this. Rising from his throne, he raised his hands to the sky, and in an instant, yellow sand filled the air with sand walls rising from all sides, forming an absolutely enclosed circle. The water crashed against the circular earthen wall, unable to penetrate, and the ice could not break through this layer of sand wall. Instead, after being soaked, the sand wall became even thicker and more compact, effectively increasing its density. Clang! Accompanied by a sword's chant, a streak of sword energy hurled forth, cutting open a gap. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of sand spears shot out from within, catching them off guard. The surrounding celestial swords and sword energy blocked some of the spears, while the rest were shattered by Lu Feng using a wind wall. High-level magic, withered wood revives. After fending off a wave of attacks from the Desert Emperor, Lu Feng summoned a magic array, activating high-level magic. A brown magic array covered the entire island, and in an instant, the trees on the island became agitated. Countless lines began to stretch wildly, simultaneously spreading toward the Desert Emperor's sandball. Crack, crack. The wildly extending vines transformed into spikes that pierced through the sand wall, rushing into the sphere. Even though the Desert Emperor formed hundreds of sand spear soldiers, they could not completely eliminate the threat. Ultimately, the Desert Emperor, entangled by the vines, was dragged out of the sandball and thrown into the air. In the air, there was no point of support, and the Desert Emperor could not change its trajectory. Xiao Mo, now's the time. Xiao Mo charged up, the chant of the Demon King forming a compressed sword ball of true energy in front of its celestial sword, a dominant skill after its evolution. Demon King's chant, capable of dealing area damage to the target. Intelligence multiplied by 800 multiplied by a range coefficient of 3 to 20. Go! The sword ball surged, striking the Desert Emperor directly. The Desert Emperor felt the true meaning of the sword path contained within it, and similarly gathered energy with both hands, forming a massive yellow shield with fluctuating light. Bang! The sword ball collided with the yellow shield, erupting in a dazzling white light that shone so brightly it was blinding. Crack, crack, crack. After a moment of stalemate, the yellow shield shattered, and the sword ball hit the Desert Emperor squarely. With 4.5 million intelligence, Lu Feng's had reached 800 points, multiplied by a coefficient of 800, resulting in 640,000. At such close range, the coefficient could be multiplied by at least 10, theoretically allowing the sword ball to deal at least 640,000 damage, and normally even up to 10 million damage. However, since the Desert Emperor activated a defensive skill, this skill absorbed a significant amount of energy and also produced a certain percentage of damage reduction. This meant that Xiao Mo's ultimate move barely dealt 450,000 damage. But that wasn't the end. As the Demon King finished chanting the attack, a fiery red magic circle appeared above the Desert Emperor's head, and blue flame elements emerged above the formation, infusing into it. After passing through, it transformed into a fire dragon that charged forward, engulfing the Desert Emperor. This was the effect of Lu Feng using Blue Spirit Cold Fire combined with the advanced Magic Emperor Flame Dragon technique, with an elemental coefficient of 4.5 and a magic skill coefficient of 5.5, totaling a coefficient of 10. With a million magic power multiplied by 10, even if the Emperor had fire resistance, reducing 20% of fire attribute damage, he would still have to obediently hand over 8 million health points. Whoosh! After the fire dragon devoured the Emperor, it slammed him into the ground, creating a fire pit several dozen meters deep. With this set of moves, Lu Feng and Xiao Mo reduced the Desert Emperor's health to below half. Flames still burned fiercely on the ground as the Desert Emperor slowly rose from the deep pit, now holding a yellow staff. He shouted to the sky, raising his hands, and began to chant an ancient spell. The already cracked mask suddenly shattered at the right eye, revealing a brown eye, fierce and terrifying. As the magic chant continued, large scarlet eyes appeared on the sand walls of the palace, with the center of the red eyes having a bud-like L-shaped pupil that opened wide, resembling a hawk. In an instant, yellow sand swept across the entire palace, obscuring vision. At that moment, the red eyes on the sand wall shot out energy cannons. Ding! Ding ding ding! Lu Feng's sword energy deflected the energy cannons, but their power was unexpectedly strong, much more formidable than he had imagined. If measured numerically, the energy contained in these energy cannons could rival the attack of a mage with 100,000 magic power. He had the ability to summon elemental energy for defense at any time, and with Xiaomo's sword energy protecting him, these attacks couldn't harm him. However, the battle on Shuai Shuai and Xiao Qing's side was significantly affected. The obstruction of vision not only greatly reduced their coordination but also made the energy cannons from the red eyes on the sand wall a source of great distress for them. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! 3 consecutive energy cannons hit Xiao Qing, and terrifying damage values floated above her head. -130,000, -120,000. -130,000. The red eyes on the sand wall did not attack indiscriminately but could accurately target energy cannons near their intended targets. The most outrageous part was that it could also adapt to the physical characteristics of the Emerald Dragon, altering the trajectory of the laser cannon when it hit the Emerald Dragon's body, striking the target at an unexpected angle. Shuai Shuai's body was small, and just as he got close to the Emerald Dragon, he was hit head-on by a laser cannon reflected off its emerald body. Even though he quickly raised his rake to block in front of him, the scattered laser beams from the energy cannon still struck his chest, exploding it open and revealing a horrifying wound. -150,000. Shuai Shuai's recovery ability is very strong, his wounds healed within a few breaths. However, the subsequent battle fell into a passive state. Under the attacks of the Desert Mist and the red-eyed sand wall, they lost the initiative in the fight. For Xiao Qing and Shuai Shuai to attack the Emerald Dragon, they would have to endure several energy cannon blasts and such. A trade-off would be a significant loss of health. They might not even deplete a third of the Emerald Dragon's total health, and Xiao Qing and Shuai Shuai would have to swallow their resentment. Moreover, the situation was even worse. The Emerald Dragon seized this opportunity to gather a burst of green fluorescent energy in its chest. The fluorescent energy conducted, forming a green beam of light in the center of the Desert Mist, enveloping the Desert Emperor, whose health was visibly recovering. On average, he could recover hundreds of thousands of health points every second. In the blink of an eye, he recovered 200,000, and in a single breath, he regained 300,000 health points. This is bad. This is the Emerald Dragon's absolute healing. At this rate of health recovery, in less than 3 minutes, the health we just managed to deplete from the Desert Emperor will be restored. Fan Tianzong's expression darkened. Kid, do you have any other plans? Seeing that Lu Feng had used high-level magic several times since entering the second district and had gone through so many battles, he believed Lu Feng's condition should be quite poor. There had been a chance to defeat the Desert Emperor, but now the sudden change made Fan Tianzong feel that hope was slim. Looking at the swirling sand and mist, Lu Feng bit his lip, resisting the laser cannons that occasionally shot out, and shook his head gently. The absolute healing projected by the Emerald Dragon not only allows for rapid health recovery but also protects against attacks and damage. Given the current situation, with the lasers and red eyes from the mist and sand wall, I can't launch an effective attack. Even if I still have the energy to organize a formation, as long as we can't take down the Sand Emperor, it will remain invincible. The formations I can cover it at any time, and the Emerald Dragon can provide continuous healing. We have no hope of winning. Lu Feng looked regretfully at the struggling Azure Dragon and Shuai Shuai below, a hint of stubbornness and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Fan Tianzong's expression was also complex, his inner unwillingness surpassing Lu Feng's. For Lu Feng, it was merely about not completing an achievement and a promise, but for him, this was the culmination of 100 years of effort, a long-awaited opportunity. And now it was all going to waste. How could he accept that? If it really comes to it, I'll have to take action myself, but even if I do, I can't guarantee I can take down the Desert Emperor. Moreover, the Qiankuan bag in the first district can no longer be captured. Fan Tianzong had already made up his mind. After waiting so many years, even if he couldn't get the Qiankuan bag, he had to go out. Originally, he planned to take revenge using the power of the Qiankuan bag, but now he seemed to see another hope. This hope was Lu Feng. Lu Feng couldn't leave the college entrance examination at this point. He had to let Lu Feng go to the first district. To obtain good things, he needed to help Lu Feng achieve divinity. Perhaps this is the only way. Even if he couldn't get the Qiankuan bag, he had to make that thing in the first district appear. Little guy, you've already done very well to get this far. Now, leave the rest to me. Fan Tianzong closed his eyes deeply, then slowly opened them. Suddenly, his entire demeanor changed, taking on the posture of a master descending. Just as Fan Tianzong was ready to take action, Lu Feng couldn't hold back anymore. It's not that bad yet, is it? He scratched his temple with his finger, the struggling expression on his face completely gone, but as if realizing he had lost his composure, Lu Feng quickly put on a gritted teeth expression again. Liu Feng's words and actions were indeed super god-level talents. The recovery speed of his blue bar had drawn upon the energy of heaven and earth, requiring far less magical energy than an ordinary person. It seemed as though he had used a considerable amount of advanced magic that could alter the world, yet in reality, Lu Feng's blue bar was still nearly full. So why did he adopt a posture of being on the brink of despair? It was simply because he was fixated on Fan Tianzong's holy level magic. Was it easy for him to obtain a holy level magic? He had to use 800 tricks. Actually, my magical energy is still quite sufficient. It's just that I don't have any earth-shattering, powerful magic left. If only I had holy level magic, I could definitely take down that czar in an instant. Cough cough. As he spoke, he glanced at Fan Tianzong, feeling guilty and not daring to meet his beady eyes. Fan Tianzong seemed to have caught onto something, furrowing his rat-like brows, stroking his whiskers, and carefully observing the other's expression, suddenly enlightened. Good lad, you're not playing fair, trying to fool and ambush this 200-year-old comrade of mine?